Chapter 1. Awakening of the System. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, and the world whirled in chaos. Lu Dong found himself enveloped in darkness, his mind descending into a state of confusion. "Are you all right, Kakashi?" After a brief moment, a faint voice pierced through the haze. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was inside a stone cave. Hadn't he just been in a car accident? How was he still alive? Where was he? Had he crossed over into another realm? Lu Dong surveyed his surroundings and was startled to see a short-haired girl lying beside him. Not far away, under a pile of stones, lay a boy on the brink of death. Wait, this scene seemed oddly familiar. Ding. System analysis binding complete. Bonus attribute enhancement feature activated. As a sweet, melodic voice resonated in his mind, an interface resembling a tablet materialized before him, displaying several lines of text. Character: Hatake Kakashi. Age: 12. Physical ability: 74. Mental strength: 37. Chakra: 63. Current peak values for 3 attributes: 120, with no upper limit. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning. Earth, water, yang-yin. Skills: lightning blade, shadow clone, taijutsu. Affiliation: land of fire Konoha Corps. Ninja rank: jonin. What the hell? An analysis system? This must be the so-called golden finger from novels. It sounds promising, but how does it work? And why are his mental strength and chakra so low? Cough. Obito, the short-haired girl exclaimed, snapping Lu Dong back to reality, a fleeting memory of the Naruto manga he had brought for his nephew before the accident flashed through his mind. Wasn't this scene straight out of Naruto? He had actually crossed over into the world of ninjas and into the body of his favorite character, Kakashi. This was just before Obito gifted him the Sharingan, and a year later, Obito would witness Rin's tragic death at his hands, leading him to darkness. Kakashi, I have yet to celebrate your promotion to Jonin. I will give you my Sharingan. Indeed, it was a familiar narrative, and no matter what the villagers say, you are truly exceptional. Stop. Hold on. You will not die, I promise. Without waiting for Obito to finish, Lu Dong interrupted. He was all too familiar with the progression of Naruto's storyline. He intended to rewrite it all. Above all, he would not allow Rin to perish. Kakashi, it's futile. I'm already beyond saving. Rin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan along with the optic nerve into Kakashi's left eye. Obito's tone was calm, believing Lu Dong's assurance of survival to be mere consolation. You will survive. Lu Dong did not refuse the Sharingan transplant at this moment. He had no means to save Obito. He would need to utilize Madara Uchiha to restore his incomplete body. However, he absolutely could not allow this to fall into the hands of that scoundrel Madara. Before anything else, he had to deal with the ninjas outside and the reinforcements rushing to their aid. Kakashi, come here, quickly, we must begin at once. Rin wiped away her tears and spoke to Lu Dong with determination. Obito continued to ramble on with sentimental last words, but Lu Dong paid him no heed. Ding. System attributes analyzed. 1 physical attribute, 1 chakra limit, 2 chakra capacity. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the shop function. You have received 3 chakra fragments as a bonus. Having completed the transplant of Sharingan, the voice of a system echoed once more in Lu Dong's mind, while the interface displayed a button prompting him to claim his reward. He pressed the button, and his inventory instantly increased by 3 chakra fragments. Instructions and effects of the chakra fragments. Ingest them when chakra value is below 5% upon consumption. It instantly restores 80% of chakra value, with a daily limit of 2 fragments. Then I shall consume more. A fatal explosion of energy ensued. Lu Dong twitched the corner of his mouth. What nonsensical setting was this? In the midst of battle, should his chakra drop below 5, he might not even have the chance to consume it before being slain by his opponent. Boom! Another resounding blast erupted as an exit suddenly burst forth from the pile of stones, and a boy, half-masked, leaped forth. Kakato, I leave Rin to you. Understood. Lu Dong cast a cold gaze at the Mist Village ninja standing beneath the pile of stones, drawing his sword from his back. Quite troublesome. Still alive, are we? The man appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly donned a scornful expression. But in the end, you are merely a child, let us conclude this. Without further ado, Lu Dong lunged towards the man, swinging his sword downwards. The man was no ordinary foe. He swiftly countered the strike, and Lu Dong's short sword shattered upon impact. Unfazed by the failed attack, Lu Dong swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed lightning cutter. The man, unable to evade in time, was struck by a blinding flash, collapsing to the ground breathless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining 1 physical attribute and unlocking analysis function. Current analysis level available. 11,000 that the voice of the system resonated in Lu Dong's mind once more. Before he could ponder the nature of this ninjutsu analysis level, a voice from behind interrupted him. Earth style, cracking earth palm. As the words fell, the ground rapidly fissured, the cracks surging towards Lu Dong. Kakato, take Rin and run. Rin, hold my hand. Furrowing his brow, Lu Dong extended his left hand towards Naira Rin. Almost instantaneously, as they leapt away from the pile of stones, the fissures obliterated the entire mound, burying Obito beneath. Obito, wait for me, I shall return for you, Lu Dong silently vowed within. After the battle, Lu Dong found his chakra nearly depleted, his physical stamina waning, and the surrounding enemies had encircled them completely. To break free, he would need to exert all his strength. Yet, facing so many Jonin, he felt his power insufficient, though he knew that Minato would surely arrive at the critical moment. Prompt: would you like to analyze Earth style, cracking Earth palm? This will consume 3 points of mental energy. What purpose does analysis serve? Enhancing the level of analytical skills and attributes. The evolution to advanced analysis allows for a comprehensive examination of skill, properties, the combat capabilities of adversaries, and their critical weaknesses. Additionally, it enables the user to leverage the enemy's chakra to execute corresponding skills without depleting their own chakra reserves. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the original narrative, Kakashi struggled to transcend his limits largely due to the excessive chakra consumption of a sharingan, which hindered his training. However, with the advent of this system, he was liberated from such concerns. While the sharingan could indeed perceive and replicate the techniques of foes, it became utterly ineffective when faced with bloodline limits. Now, with the system, these constraints could be transcended. This truly embodied the essence of a copy ninja. Chapter 2. The Divine Eye. In light of the current situation, Lu Dong resolved to utilize the system to transport Noera Rin to a secure location, thus proclaiming, activate the heavenly transport technique. This technique, belonging to the village of Kumogakure, functions akin to a spatial portal, capable of transporting anything save for the user themselves. Apologies, skill not recognized, system malfunctioning. Please restart. Thank you. What? Damn it, you troublesome system. Forced reboot in progress. Lu Dong attempted to voice further grievances, but the insufferable system had already fallen silent. In the brief moment of his astonishment, enemies surged forth to attack. He had no choice but to adhere to the unfolding narrative, forming hand seals for the lightning cutter, brandishing the kunai bestowed by Minato Namikaze to shield Noera Rin. Ding! Reboot complete. Detecting host in danger, analytical skills will automatically engage and initiate counterattack. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the battle concluded before it had even truly commenced. Lu Dong stood rooted in place, his posture unchanged, while the surrounding adversaries lay unconscious. Kakashi, how did you accomplish this? Noera Rin gazed incredulously at the fallen foes sprawled around them. Ding! Analysis complete. Analytical attributes 2, analytical level 1, mental capacity limit 3. Unexpectedly triggered multiple analyses reward. Kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Detecting host's mental capacity critically low, entering automatic hibernation mode. Before Lu Dong could revel in his triumph, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kakashi, time passed, and when Lu Dong finally regained consciousness, he found himself accompanied by Minato Namikaze. You're awake? Lu Dong remained silent, merely nodding and glancing toward Rin, who stood a short distance away. Ding! Hibernation concluded. The system's voice resonated once more, reminding Lu Dong of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. You little rascal, was it you who caused me to faint? You're the real rascal. Your entire lineage is. Who told you to possess such pitiful mental capacity? Just one use of the analytical function drained it entirely. If you're not fainting, who else would? Thank you very much. No need for gratitude. Lu Dong gritted his teeth while the enemies could not vanquish him. This system had certainly put him through the ringer. Having just faced battle, how could his mental capacity be anything but diminished? Fortunately, there is a reward which alleviates his need to strain his mind in order to unlock the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I apologize for my tardiness. I've already heard the details from Rin. Seeing that Lu Dong remained silent, Minato Namikaze spoke up, though his curiosity lay in how Lu Dong had dealt with the numerous adversaries. There's no need to elaborate. Sensei Obito is not dead, and I will find him. Lu Dong's calm demeanor was atypical for a 12-year-old boy, causing Minato to pause momentarily before he sighed. Kakato, I understand your feelings, but Sensei, there is something I must discuss with you. It pertains to the future of Konoha. Please allow me to finish. Minato intended to offer him comfort, but was interrupted once again by Lu Dong. Sensei, My assertion that Obito is still alive is not born of sorrow. He is indeed alive and has been rescued by Uchiha Madara, who has also transplanted Hashirama cells into him. Lu Dong spoke with grave seriousness, while Minato stared at him in astonishment. Though skeptical, the earnestness in Lu Dong's expression prompted a flicker of doubt in his mind, and after a significant pause, he exclaimed, "No way. You mean Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage?" Indeed. Minato clearly found Lu Dong's claims hard to believe, setting aside the improbability of Obito's survival. The very notion of Uchiha Madara still being alive seemed far-fetched. "Kakato, upon our return to Konoha, I will grant you a brief respite. Perhaps the impact of Obito's actions has led you to conjure such ideas. Sensei, I recognize that my words may seem incredulous, yet I can provide proof that all I say is true. Uchiha Madara's objective is to create the infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring everyone in an illusion. Obito is merely his pawn. A year from now, he will abduct Rin, making her the host for the Three Tails, and orchestrate a scenario where I am forced to kill Rin with my own hands." Lu Dong's fervor grew as he spoke, for he understood that this was the very inception of Obito's descent into ruin, and he would not permit that day to come. Minato was left speechless, though he found it difficult to accept Lu Dong's assertions. The gravity of his expression compelled him to relent. "Very well, I shall report these matters faithfully to the third Hokage for his judgment." Lu Dong realized he had not entirely convinced Minato, but time was on his side. He had a year to diligently train and thwart Uchiha Madara's scheme. "Sensei, I implore you to keep this matter confidential. Do not let Rin know." Lu Dong contemplated for a moment before casting his gaze towards Rin, who stood not far away. He needed to locate Madara's hideout before his plan came to fruition. Ding! New ninjutsu skill detected. User, Minato Namikaze. Required mental energy. 20S. The voice resonated in his mind. The familiar interface materialized before Lu Dong. Character, Hataki Kakato. Age, 12. Physical strength, 95. Mental energy, 110. Chakra, 110. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yang-yin. Skills, Raikiri, Shadow Clone, Taijutsu. Affiliation, Land of Fire Konoha. Ninja rank, Jonin. It seems that apart from a complete recovery of physical stamina, both mental strength and chakra have nearly returned to their former state. System, what are the conditions for utilizing the analysis function? At this moment, Lu Dong had begun to grow fond of this system. The analysis system can only decipher techniques of characters it has encountered, while simultaneously enhancing the host's mental fortitude, thereby extracting a greater amount of chakra. Currently, it is at level 1, limited to 1 use per day. As the system upgrades, all aspects may be enhanced. What if I insist on using it twice? You shall exhaust your energy and perish. However, considering today's reboot, prior data does not count, allowing you to continue analyzing. Commencing analysis. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis attribute 1. Analysis level 1. Excellent. Analyze the BT on Shun. Apologies. Skill unrecognizable. System malfunctioning. Please reboot. Thank you. Reboot immediately. Reboot complete. Does this mean I can utilize the analysis function once more today? Detected potential cheating by the host, however. Given the host has identified a system bug, the skill BT on Shun is awarded at level 1. This is simply magnificent. Lu Dong was rendered speechless with excitement. BT on Shun is a unique ninjutsu of Uchiha Shursui, renowned as the strongest illusion technique, and only his sharingan within. The entire Uchiha clan is capable of wielding it. This was indeed a tremendous gain. Chapter 3. Returning to the village. Teacher, when shall we set off back to the village? Lu Dong composed himself and stowed away the system panel, turning to face Minato Namikaze. I still have a mission to complete, but I will escort you and Rin back to the village before proceeding with my task. Lu Dong nodded before locating Obito. There was another person he wished to meet. After a brief respite, at the break of dawn the following day, the trio swiftly set off towards the Hidden Leaf village. Lu Dong dared not pause for a moment, eager to return to the village, as many events had transpired surrounding the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, and he needed to address each one. The trio soon returned to the village, and Minato accurately reported the situation, including everything Lu Dong had conveyed. Within a few days, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, summoned him personally. Kakashi Dong, Minato has informed me of everything. Please share your thoughts. The third Hokage habitually puffed on his pipe as Lu Dong regarded the middle-aged man before him, lacking complete confidence in persuading him. Firstly, what I have stated are the truths of impending events. Secondly, I wish to meet one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Why? How can you prove your claims are authentic? Hiruzen Sarutobi reacted similarly to Minato. We are amidst the third great ninja war without straying too far. Let us discuss the forthcoming battlefield situation. You shall soon comprehend the validity of my words. I possess the ability to foresee the future. As Lu Dong spoke, he detailed the enemy's forthcoming maneuvers and battle strategies, leaving Hiruzen Sarutobi skeptical, yet intrigued. If you still harbor doubts, you may pose inquiries to me. I remember everyone prior and am well aware of their actions. Sarutobi Hizashi hesitated for a moment, and seeing this, Lu Dong took it upon himself to speak. Sarutobi Hizashi, born 9 years before the founding of Konoha, was appointed as the third Hokage in a dire situation by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As Lu Dong finished his statement in one breath, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes wide with shock, as if struck by lightning. You are not Kakashi, who are you? Sarutobi Hizashi immediately adopted a defensive stance. Through his sharingan, Lu Dong could discern that chakra was coalescing within him, ready to form seals at any moment. I am indeed not Kakashi, but I could also be referred to as Kakashi, to be precise, not the original Kakashi. While closely monitoring Sarutobi Hizashi's movements, Lu Dong explained the circumstances of his transmigration. Ding! A new ninjutsu has been detected. Would you like to activate the analysis function and attack the enemy? The system evidently sensed the murderous intent released by Sarutobi Hizashi. Calm down, I am indeed quite interested in analyzing this ninjutsu, but I have no intention of killing him. Understood. Beginning analysis. This time, the system did not disappoint and obediently complied with Lu Dong's request, leaving him quite satisfied. Are you saying that you are from another planet? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved as the flow of chakra within him slowed down. If a fight really broke out, he might not be able to handle it. Even though he had the ability of the Sage of the Six Paths, he was still unsure of how much he could utilize it. More importantly, this ninjutsu could only be used once every few years, unless he had the chakra of Hashirama Senju to use it again in a short period. Indeed, although I don't know how I crossed over. The situation is as it is, so I know everything about the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at him, and after a long pause, spoke. I will tentatively believe what you say, but as you mentioned, Uchihamadara's goal is to create the infinite Tsukuyami. Since he can summon the Outer Path statue, he certainly won't let us find it easily. I naturally know this, but his current body is no longer sufficient for him to do anything. He can only rely on Obito to carry out his plan, but right now, Obito is not listening to him. Lu Dong said confidently, what are you planning to do? Sarutobi Isuma took a puff of smoke and continued to ask, right now, I just want to meet Orochimaru. I haven't thought about the specifics yet. Lu Dong did not fully reveal his thoughts to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Orochimaru was his disciple, and it was because of his moment of weakness that he let Orochimaru go, which later led to his demise when Orochimaru attacked Konoha. Ding! Analysis complete. Reward. Analysis Level 1, Mental Power Limit 1, Bonus, 1 bottle of Forgetting Pill, 10 pills. The effects of the Forgetting Pill are as follows. The Forgetting Pill is a special pill that, when combined with chakra and used with illusion techniques, can rewrite memories and is permanent. Yoshi, it really is true that thoughts become reality. Lu Dong was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen's character would bring this matter up for discussion among the higher-ups of Konoha, but now with this Forgetting Pill, he no longer had to worry. However, how come this effect is so similar to the other gods? It seems that this system is not as bad as imagined. As long as it is used, there are stat boosts. I can arrange for you to meet Orochimaru, but he is currently out on a mission for a few days, so I will need you to wait for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind and spoke to Lu Dong. No problem, but I hope you keep this matter confidential, as it sounds quite unbelievable. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, but did not respond. Yet Lu Dong could still see something else in his eyes. However, Lu Dong didn't mind. What he needed to do next was not just to train, but also to deal with that disgusting guy Danzo. Exiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Lu Dong immediately spotted Namikaze's Minato waiting in the corridor. This young man, soon to be the 4th Hokage, was also the only short-lived Hokage. Kakashi, how is it? Teacher, rest assured, the Hokage has already understood and will make a decision. Lu Dong casually replied. He clearly noticed that Sarutobi-san had intentions when he was leaving, and there would definitely be Umbu members coming to monitor him next. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Someone like him, who could foresee the future, would be a devastating blow to Konoha if he ever defected from the village. That's fine. I still have a mission to complete, so you rest well. Lu Dong said goodbye to Hokage Minato and headed home alone. When he reached his doorstep, Naira Rin was waiting for him at the entrance. Kakato, where have you been? Naira Rin looked at Lu Dong with a worried expression. The third Hokage called for me. What's wrong? Do you need something from me? Lu Dong glanced at her absent-mindedly, while his mind was focused on the upcoming plan. I think you're a bit different. Abito definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. So don't be sad. He didn't take Naira Rin's words to heart, casually exchanged a few pleasantries, and then entered the house. The deepest secret of the girl's heart remained unspoken. Chapter 4. A name back home. Lu Dong formulated a strict training plan for himself to defeat that old guy Danzo. His current abilities were still insufficient. Furthermore, Danzo's organization, Root, was filled with top-notch assassins. He was simply not their match. System come out. That night, Lu Dong sat on his bed, frowning as he looked out at the dark window. Host, please instruct. The system obediently appeared, which eased Lu Dong's furrowed brows. When will the analysis function be able to analyze and replicate bloodline limits? Lu Dong recalled the state of the last system crash and was very suspicious of the system's reliability. Currently, it can only analyze ordinary ninjutsu and cannot perform high-level forbidden jutsu analysis. Moreover, it can only analyze the ninjutsu of people the host has encountered. In the future, it can upgrade to analyze high-level forbidden jutsu and even break through bloodline limits. The upgrading method is based on the host's own cultivation accumulation. In short, the more it is used, the better it gets. Only those who use it know. The system's last awkwardly ridiculous advertisement phrase made Lu Dong unable to help but facepalm. Why do other people get powerful systems when they travel? Well, it seems to be a bit foolish. You're the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish. I have a name, okay? A sweet female voice suddenly turned into a shrew's roar, nearly blowing Lu Dong's mind. So what is your name? Yao Yao Zi. Lu Dong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A kidney? Is this brain-dead system trying to mess with me? Oh my goodness, it's Yao Yao. Lu Dong has adapted to the system's constant changes in tone. Wakata, I understand. It seems he still needs to upgrade quickly. Otherwise, he won't be able to stop Uchiha Madara. After all, this man who can summon the Outer Path Golem is not to be underestimated. The aura outside seemed to weaken a bit, but Lu Dong didn't pay much attention. Once he recruits Orochimaru, he will erase his previous words from the memories of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze, and then deal with Danzo. This way, during the Third Shinobi World War, he can turn the tide and reduce unnecessary casualties. After thinking it through, Lu Dong fell asleep. In the hazy moonlight outside the window, a shadow suddenly flashed, heading towards the Hokage building where Sarutobi Hiruzen was working. Third Hokage, everything is normal. This afternoon, I chatted with Naira Rin for a bit, and then Kakashi stayed alone in his room without going out. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still hesitating. Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin he trained, and his abilities are unquestionable. But why did he specifically request to see him? That kid must be hiding some important information. Unable to come up with a solution, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to send his subordinates out to continue monitoring Lu Dong's every move. The next day, Lu Dong got up early. Given his current physical condition, the most important thing was to improve his mental strength and chakra extraction. Now that he had opened the Manjiki Sharingan too early, the amount of chakra consumed was needless to say, and he might not even be able to sustain a single battle. After having breakfast, Lu Dong went out. Kakashi, come duel with me. Lu Dong had not walked far when a male voice suddenly came from behind him. The Chinibu style made him unable to help but facepalm. Kai, you're very idle. Lu Dong didn't even turn his head back. A gust of wind rushed from behind him, and he slightly leaned to the side, easily dodging it. It was indeed Kakashi, and he had managed to evade so easily. Watch out. Might Guy, not willing to give up, launched a spinning kick. Lu Dong lifted his eyelids and blocked it with one hand. Guy, I have something to do. Don't delay my training. Training? Fighting is the best kind of training. Kakashi, let's duel. Lu Dong twitched his lips. Why is this person so enthusiastic so early in the morning? Look, a monster. Lu Dong suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted. Where? Where? Taking advantage of Might Guy's moment of looking around, Lu Dong immediately slipped away. With such poor acting skills, it seems only this fool would fall for it. Right? It's really headache-inducing. Every move Lu Dong makes is under the watchful eye of the Umbu, who report in real time to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knows that there is always a tail from the Umbu following him, and he decides to take this opportunity to test their strength. Arriving at an open area, Lu Dong takes out a shuriken and pretends to throw it at a wooden post. Bang! The next second, another shuriken he shot to the side is accurately blocked, producing a crisp sound of collision. Come out and know that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen sent you. Lu Dong looked ahead and said. The surroundings fell silent for half a minute, and then a masked man finally appeared. Ding! New ninjutsu detected. Would you like to use the analysis function? Yes. Lu Dong silently said to himself. Received. Analysis complete. Should we enter attack mode? Not entering. He is currently being monitored by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so it's not suitable for him to reveal his strength too early. The reason for analyzing ninjutsu is merely to accumulate materials for future use. As expected of a genius ninja, Kakashi, you saw through my actions so quickly? The man in the mask said, his tone clearly showing disdain. Although the man appeared indifferent on the surface, Lu Dong knew he was just putting on a show. It was indeed the case. The selection for the Umbu is very strict, and those who can enter are seasoned ninjas, responsible for handling some tricky tasks, with tracking and surveillance being their strong points. Yet, he didn't expect to be seen through by a 12-year-old boy like this. You go tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that my existence is beneficial to Konoha and poses no harm. If he continues to do things that annoy me, I won't mind doing something to let him see. Lu Dong finished speaking, and the man did not reply, then vanished from sight. With the annoying flies gone, Lu Dong could finally begin his training. Ding! Reward. Analysis Level 1. Maximum Spiritual Power 2. Chakra Storage Function activated. Yao Yao Z. How do I store chakra? Lu Dong was instantly excited about this new function. For a ninja, aside from those like Might Guy, whose skills mostly rely on pure physical techniques, most others require the consumption of chakra to perform. Therefore, the amount of chakra directly determines how long a ninja can last in battle. And now that Lu Dong has this function, doesn't that mean he can outlast his enemies? Kakashi Dong, currently, chakra storage can only be refined and stored by oneself, with a current storage limit of 120. As this function upgrades, not only can the limit be increased, but later on, it will also allow for the extraction of the opponent's chakra for storage. Chapter 5. Meeting Orochimaru. Lu Dong nodded. This way, the chakra he could use daily was the combined amount of both of them. Kakashi was a rare genius, with chakra possessing 7 attributes. But the only headache was that he didn't have enough chakra. Coupled with the sharingan given by Obito in the original story, he had to use it sparingly in every battle, which directly limited his attacks. Yo-yo, Kakashi, I finally found you. Lu Dong was about to extract chakra for storage when that middle schooler voice came over again, causing his mouth to twitch. Kai, I'm really busy. Lord Third wants to see you. It seems there's something important. Might Guy's words made Lu Dong's furrowed brows relax a bit. It seemed that Old Guy had received his message. Got it, I'll go right away. Lu Dong put away the kunai and then went to the Hokage building. Inside the office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was smoking one puff at a time, and standing beside him was his prized disciple, Orochimaru, known as one of the legendary Sannin, who was also the person Lu Dong was eager to meet. Is it you, this little brat, who wants to see me? As Lu Dong gang pushed the door open, Orochimaru looked at him with a mocking expression, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement, which inevitably sent a chill down Lu Dong's back. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality was even more obsessive than that of ancient emperors. Lu Dong wanted to see him precisely to utilize the things he had researched, certainly not like that bastard Danzo, who disgustingly implanted 10 or so sharingan into his arm. That's right. Lu Dong collected his thoughts, and then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, I need to have a private conversation with the third Hokage for a couple of minutes. Could you please wait outside for 10 minutes, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru exchanged glances, and the latter finally nodded, saying, Young man, just don't keep me waiting too long. After saying that, Orochimaru left the office. Kakashi, do you have anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Dong with a cautious expression. Third Hokage, it's nothing serious. Just asking you to take a nap. Lu Dong curled the corners of his mouth and took out a forgetting pill from the system warehouse. Using chakra to activate it, combined with his Manjiki Sharingan and the Jinjutsu he learned at the ninja school, he hypnotized Sarutobi Hiruzen in less than a few seconds. Normally, it would be impossible for a ninja of his level to hypnotize a ninja with Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. But the forgetting pill given by Yayayoshi was unbeatable and applicable to all ninjas. A white mist filled the office, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Lu Dong, completely entering an unconscious state. Remember, I am Kakashi Dong. Obito sacrificed himself in battle, and I am very sad. Lu Dong thought to himself. It looked very much like hypnosis. After another half-minute, the white mist slowly dissipated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually regained focus. Kakashi Dong, is there something you need from me? Third Hokage, you call me here. Have you forgotten? Lu Dong tentatively asked. After all, Yao Yaozi's crazy system is sometimes not very reliable. You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Lu Dong. Can you not pry into my thoughts? I am willing. Lu Dong. All right. Women are just like that, troublesome. Huh? Oh, then it's fine. You can go back first. I can't remember for a while. Saratobi Izashi thought for a long time, but couldn't recall what had happened earlier. Lu Dong came back to his senses. It seems the forgetting pill is indeed useful. All right. Goodbye, Third Hokage. You should be polite. Call him Lord Third Hokage. Lu Dong. Sure enough, the things given by the crazy system will also become crazy. Wakalima Zeta, I got it. Lu Dong finished speaking and left the office. First floor of the Hokage building. Kid, you're too slow, Orochimaru said with some impatience. This kid was the first to make him wait so long. Sorry, I had some personal matters to handle. Liudong's calm demeanor surprised Orochimaru a bit, and it also piqued his interest even more. Although your attitude is annoying, it's interesting. Orochimaru smiled wickedly. Let's find a quiet place to talk. It's not convenient here, and some flies are quite bothersome. Lu Dong spoke as he walked forward, and the flies he referred to were naturally the people at the root, that is, Danzo's subordinates. Since he entered the Hidden Leaf Village, he had noticed that someone had been following him, even more stealthily than the Yambu. You little brat. Orochimaru followed him with a displeased tone. Although he spoke rudely, he actually had a good impression of the boy. After all, it was rare for someone so young, only 12, to have such courage. The two arrived at a grove, and Lu Dong finally stopped. Just in case, could you set up a barrier, Orochimaru? Lu Dong glanced around, and aside from a breath, so faint it was almost non-existent, it was relatively safe. Little ghost. I hate it when others try to teach me how to do things, Orochimaru said with displeasure, but was somewhat surprised inside. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him could sense the ninja's presence at the root. I don't mind, but if what follows is overheard by others, it could be detrimental to you, whether you believe it or not, Lu Dong said lightly, and Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before forming a hand seal, quickly setting up a barrier that the outside world could not hear. All right, troublesome little ghost, hurry up and speak. First, I'm not a little ghost. Em Hitaki Kakashi. Second, I know you are conducting human experiments, and I also know about your dealings with Danzo. Lu Dong's words made Orochimaru's expression increasingly worse. This matter was carried out in secret, and apart from Danzo, everyone who knew the inside story had been silenced forever. How did this child find out? You don't need to know how I know, nor should you think about killing me. Since I dare to come to negotiate with you, I must have made complete preparations. You won't be able to kill me. Liudong's face was full of arrogance, which greatly annoyed Orochimaru. Is that so? Then let me see how capable you are. As Orochimaru spoke, he quickly formed hand seals. Ding! New ninjutsu detected. Do you want to analyze it? Analyze and enter attack mode. Analysis complete. Analysis level 1. Analysis attribute 1. Mental power limit 1. Chakra limit 3. Immediately enter attack mode. Lu Dong quietly watched Orochimaru's movements, and even without using the Manjiki Sharingan, his body unconsciously began to form seals in accordance with Orochimaru's actions, even faster than him. What? This is impossible. Orochimaru felt his chakra rapidly depleting within him. And before he could finish forming the seals, Lu Dong had already taken a step ahead and used the Shadow Snake Hand. Chapter 6. The 300 Articles. In his moment of distraction, Orochimaru was already bound by the snakes summoned by Lu Dong, leaving only his head able to move. Orochimaru, I told you I came prepared, and I'm not here to fight you. I just want to collaborate. Lu Dong slowly approached Orochimaru, his gaze sharp, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow slightly. This boy is not simple. His tone is truly off-putting. Cooperation? The premise of discussing cooperation should be equality. Tie me up like this is not a polite gesture. Orochimaru gave a charming smile, and before Lu Dong could speak again, he suddenly transformed into a scarecrow. At the same time, a strong wind rushed in from behind him. Kid, you talk too much. Lu Dongshin was taken aback and quickly dodged. Although he barely avoided Orochimaru's deadly attack, a cut was still left on his face. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Lu Dong casually wiped the bloodstains off his face. He initially wanted to use the impure world reincarnation developed by Orochimaru later on, but it seemed there was no chance for that now. Ninja technique, shadow, snake hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Orochimaru gave Lu Dong no chance to catch his breath, and both of them unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. Although both were genius-level fighters, Orochimaru had more combat experience than Lu Dong, and his fighting ability surpassed Lu Dong's. As a result, Orochimaru's clothes were only slightly scorched, while Lu Dong was tightly bound by a group of large snakes, their tongues dancing across his face, rendering him unable to move. Kid, do you have any last words? I'll give you a chance to say them. Orochimaru sneered at Lu Dong. That should be something I say to you, Lu Dong replied. Lu Dong regained his calm, his left eye slowly turning red, with the pupil transforming into a windmill shape made up of 3 sickle-like designs. This was his kaleidoscope sharingan. The kaleidoscope sharingan? Impossible. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, Lu Dong took advantage of his moment of distraction to immediately cast a jinjutsu. Generally, ninjas of Orochimaru's level wouldn't fall for such a simple jinjutsu, but Lu Dong's timing was perfect as Orochimaru's mind was wavering, so he easily fell under the technique, and the restraints on Lu Dong were lifted. Release. Orochimaru quickly realized he had fallen under the jinjutsu and dispelled it before Lu Dong could launch his next attack. Kid, you truly surprised me. So, how do you want to cooperate? Heh, I told you, you can't defeat me, at least not now. Lu Dong let out a cold laugh. He had already prepared several plans on the way. Although Orochimaru was stronger than him, he didn't believe he had no chance with the system draining his chakra. Interesting. Interesting to the point of being annoying. Orochimaru licked his lips, his smile sending chills down one spine. Now let's talk about cooperation. After all, you were quite annoying too. Lu Dong smiled and casually sat down, taking a scroll out of his pocket. Hey kid, I won't sign anything that leaves evidence. Orochimaru turned to leave, but Lu Dong was in no hurry. He simply rested his head on his hand and stared at his back, lost in thought. Could this guy really be a snake? He hated the slime on snakes and their scales. It was disgusting. But then again, is it really convenient to fight while wearing clothes? Wouldn't it be unsightly if the clothes got torn? Orochimaru walked several steps and, noticing that Lu Dong showed no intention of stopping him, turned back. The guy was grinning at him, and that gaze made him feel nauseous, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Orochimaru came back, crouched in front of Lu Dong, and waved his hand in front of his eyes with an annoyed expression. What material is your outfit made of? Is it sturdy? What if it tears when you transform? That's just wasteful. Lu Dong poked Orochimaru's arm, which was hard, indicating that he was still a person. Huh. Orochimaru really wanted to pry open Liu Dong's skull to see what was inside, as he was saying things he couldn't understand. He has hands and feet and muscles too. He is definitely a person. Lu Dong then squeezed Orochimaru's bicep and asked again, do you have slime on you when you transform? You know, the really disgusting kind. Kakashi, you're going too far. Orochimaru, whose skin was already pale to the point of looking sickly, flushed a bit in anger, looking somewhat eerie, resembling a horror-style Japanese doll. Slap. Lu Dong suddenly slapped Orochimaru and moved back with irritation. It's one thing to be ugly, but it's not right to come out and scare people. You got so close that you startled me. Orochimaru, am I being insulted? Kakashi, you sneak attacked me. That's not honorable. All right, let's get down to business. Before discussing cooperation, let's set some ground rules. Lu Dong completely ignored the furious Orochimaru, who was so angry he could breathe fire, and opened the scroll he always carried with him. He muttered a lot of words, and only realized after finishing that 3 chapters seemed insufficient. 300 chapters would be about right. Refusal. After Lu Dong finished speaking, Orochimaru decisively stated his position in 2 words. Refusal is invalid. Orochimaru, refusal. Lu Dong, invalid. Orochimaru, refuse. Lu Dong, useless. Damn it. If you refuse me again, I'll kill you, showdown. After several rounds, Lu Dong got angry and threw the scroll right at Orochimaru's face, then bought a 30-meter-long steel knife from a system store and held it against Orochimaru's neck. Look at you. Why are you still trying to fight? We agreed on the rules, so let's stick to them. You little brat really don't know how to take a joke. Orochimaru smiled, pinched the steel knife with 2 fingers, and pushed it aside. Lu Dong glanced at him, set aside the steel knife, sat down again with a blank expression, picked up the scroll and dusted it off, then handed it to Orochimaru. Put away. Frame it home. Orochimaru, little brat, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. The collaboration is simple. I want to know all your research results. Lu Dong had an expression of obviousness, without any intention of negotiation. Orochimaru was stunned for a long time. That's it? That's it. Weren't we supposed to cooperate? Where's the cooperation? Orochimaru was speechless with anger. This kid really looked down on him too much. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, okay? This big steel knife is given to you as a condition of exchange, kept as a memento. Lu Dong patted Orochimaru's arm and walked away, leaving him alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, in Danzo's office, Kakashi met Orochimaru privately. What did they talk about? Danzo closed his eyes, not even glancing at his subordinate. Chapter 7. Just kidding, the two set up a barrier, and the subordinates did not dare to get too close, so the content of their conversation was unknown. However, it seemed that the two were not on good terms and had a contest. Orochimaru and Kakashi ended in a draw. As soon as the words fell, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes, paused for a moment, and then laughed. A draw? Did you see clearly? Yes, it was indeed a draw. That boy's chakra is very special. The subordinate's words piqued Danzo's interest. Very special, huh? Continue to follow him. After Danzo finished speaking, the masked man immediately disappeared into the darkness. Come in. After the man left, Danzo casually uttered a few words towards the door. It seems you know everything, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru slowly walked into the room, still holding the 30-meter-long great steel blade, and without saying a word, he plunged it straight into the ground in front of Danzo. What did that kid want to say to you? He didn't say much, but he was quite interested in our experimental results. However, I am more interested in his body. Orochimaru licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Then absorb him and make use of him. Danzo glanced at Orochimaru, then with one hand, shattered the 30-meter-long great steel blade. Oh dear, you've broken the gift that the kid sent me. What should we do about this? Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and then left Danzo's office. Meanwhile, on Lu Dong's way home, two ninjas resembling those from a Wagakure suddenly jumped out from the roadside, brazenly blocking his path. A Wagakure, huh? Quite bold. Lu Dong stopped in his tracks, looking at the two people in front of him, as if he were looking at two corpses. Little brat, hand over the sharingan. The two showed no fear of the murderous intent in Lu Dong's eyes. Instead, one of the men stepped forward and ordered in a contemptuous tone, "If you want it, come and take it yourself." Lu Dong chuckled lightly, took a half step back, and struck a fighting pose, seemingly not taking the two men seriously at all. Seeking death. The man shouted angrily and quickly made hand seals. Earth-style decapitation technique. In the next moment, two hands immediately reached out from under Lu Dong's feet, pulling him straight into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Is this all you've got? The head on the ground sneered contemptuously, and the man's expression changed immediately. Just as he was about to turn around, Lu Dong had already appeared behind him, delivering a punch to his lower back. Idiot, can't even separate your shadow clones. I really don't understand how Danzo valued you. Lu Dong clapped his hands, and he didn't even use chakra. He only relied on the taijutsu he stole from Kai to knock one down. What about you? Do you want to go up next? Lu Dong continued to pose as if he were fighting, his palm beckoning toward another man. What did you see through it? The man returned to his original form, quietly watching Lu Dong. This young man was not simple. It's very simple. The first thing you said gave you away. The only ones who know I have the sharingan, besides a few high-ranking officials in Konoha, are the people from Wagakure, but those people have long been killed by me. Seeing that the other party was no longer pretending, Lu Dong also lost interest in continuing the act and stood up straight. Lord Danzo wants to see you. Sure enough. This old fox couldn't sit still, Lu Dong thought to himself. The man lying on the ground also returned to his original appearance and stood up. Kid, you're too soft-hearted. Lu Dong remained non-committal. He didn't quite remember the members at the root, which was why he hadn't acted decisively. After all, some people could still be of use to him. Let's go. Take me to see Uncle Danzo. The three of them arrived at a secluded grove, and, as expected, Danzo had been waiting for a long time, having set up a barrier just to be cautious. Kakashi, you really haven't disappointed me. Hearing the footsteps, Danzo slowly turned around, his ugly face expressionless as he looked at Lu Dong. You're too kind, Lord Danzo. You've actually disappointed me quite a bit. Is there something that can't be discussed in the Hokage building's office that requires us to come to a place like this? I feel so honored. Lu Dong slowly sat down. He had thought that Danzo would come looking for him, but he didn't expect him to be so impatient. He hadn't even figured out how to get rid of this old man yet. You're so smart, can't you guess? Danzo also sat down, facing Lu Dong. Their gazes locked in a silent battle, neither willing to back down. I guess you want to kill me to silence me, while also getting my body for research. What a perfect plan. Although Lu Dong appeared indifferent on the surface, he was already prepared to fight the moment he saw Danzo. Don't get excited, kid. I brought you here to ask you to join Root, to collect intelligence for the village and complete tasks that others cannot. You wouldn't want to live your whole life in the shadow of your father, Hatake Saku, would you? Danzo had done his homework and naturally understood what his father's suicide meant. But Kakashi was no longer the Kakashi he once was and would not be swayed by these few words. I refuse. Lu Dong was decisive and did not give Danzo any chance to react. Ding! A new ninjutsu has been detected. Would you like to analyze it? Yaoyaozi, are you a bit too slow to react? It's been a while, and only now does it pop up. Hurry up and analyze it. Lu Dong couldn't help but vent his frustrations, but who would have thought it would anger this old system? You dare to complain about this system? I'm in a bad mood and about to crash. Please use it again in an hour, it said. I forgot to tell you. I was just joking earlier. You can't use the analysis function today. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yaoyaozi went silent, leaving Lu Dong shouting for a while without any response. This old system. Lu Dong secretly cursed. In Danzo's eyes, Lu Dong had been daydreaming for half a day without moving, which immediately angered him. Focus, Danzo shouted, and then threw a shuriken directly at Lu Dong, which quickly reached him, but he dodged it with a swift movement. Lu Dong frowned slightly. The system was acting up, and without its support, he might not have any chance of surviving in Danzo's hands. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not impossible for me to join, but I need to think about it for a few days. Lu Dong's face changed faster than flipping a book. Danzo had already begun to form seals, but he paused again because of his words. 1 day, 10 days, 3 days. Deal. Lu Dong shung, fearing that Danzo might change his mind, did not bargain with him and settled on 3 days. It was a miscalculation. 3 days seemed long, so he decided on 2 days instead. Danzo thought angrily, feeling a slight pain in his right arm that made him frown slightly. But it was still clearly seen by Lu Dong. Old man, at your age, you should go home and enjoy your old age. Instead of coming out to fight and kill all the time, it's not suitable for you. Chapter 8. The Old Pervert. Although Lu Dong really wanted to kill Danzo, he currently couldn't do so due to the system acting up, and he didn't have the ability either, so he could only talk back for now. So many worries. Danzo waved his hand, eagerly sending Lu Dong away. Otherwise, he really couldn't help but kill this kid right now. Once out of the woods, Lu Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yaoyaozi, may I ask if you have rested well? Ding, reboot completed. Yaoyaozi, I didn't use the analysis function yesterday, so can I use it as a gift today? Can Danzo's jutsu still be analyzed? Yes, but if you dare to meddle again, I'll teach you a lesson in no time. Got it. Starting analysis. Analysis complete. Mental power limit 1. Lu Dong wiped the sweat from his brow and opened his information. Currently, his analysis system level was too low to fully analyze Danzo's skills, specifically the forbidden techniques. He needed to cultivate as soon as possible, and the best way to do that was to continue carrying out missions. However, one thing was crucial. He must protect Naira-Rin in order to persuade Uchiha Bido. The tail behind him followed closely, but not too closely. At this point, he had effectively offended both Orochimaru and Danzo, and it was possible that these two had already found a way to team up against him. First, he needed to find a way to sow discord between the two. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. With a little thought, he could set them against each other without having to lift a finger. Kakashi, come a duel. Lu Dong was immersed in his own thoughts when Mike suddenly popped out from nowhere, startling him. No time. Lu Dong shot him an annoyed glance and walked home by himself. Have you given up so soon? Kakadong, flying saucer. Where? Lu Dong concentrated his chakra on the soles of his feet, and in just a few seconds, he had already sent Kai flying dozens of meters away. Although Mike Guy was one of his few friends, he could be quite annoying at times. Lu Dong stayed at home for 2 more days to recuperate. During these 2 days, Naira-Rin came to see him every day. He could tell that she was not feeling well about Abido's situation, but she still pretended to be strong to comfort herself, which was somewhat touching. Rin, I've decided to leave the village with Teacher Minato to carry out a mission tomorrow. You should stay in the village and not go anywhere. Lu Dong rarely talked so much with Naira-Rin at once, and she was a bit surprised, but immediately shook her head. Kakashi, I want to stay with you guys. We are a team, and I am a medical ninja who can help you. I won't hold you back. No, you must stay in the village. I promised Abido to protect you. Lu Dong refrained from commenting on the girl's stubbornness, always feeling that she was just like Yao Yao, with the same kind of behavior. Is she better than me? Don't compare your low IQ creatures with the system. All right. Just don't come out and cause trouble. Lu Dong closed the system control panel with irritation. Kakadong, I can take care of myself, believe me. Yi Yuan Lin took Lu Dong's hand without hesitation. Who could refuse this? Lu Dong still couldn't out-stubborn her and compromised. Oof, old pervert. I'll just take it as a compliment. Fake smile. In the afternoon, Lu Dong invited Kakashi out alone, and it was at his own home. Kakashi, you were in such a hurry to call me over. Is there something going on? Kakashi had just returned to the village that morning, finished reporting his mission, and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath before Lu Dong pulled him to his house. Sensei, it's nothing serious. I just decided to continue with the mission, Lu Dong said as he poured a glass of water and handed it to Minato Namikaze. It's fine, but I hope you will rest for a while longer. Minato, unsuspecting, took a couple of sips of the water. Teacher, I'm sorry. Liu Dong's eyes shifted, and he quickly formed hand seals. The forgetting pill that Minato Namikaze had taken immediately took effect. You are Teacher Minato, and you came to my house to discuss continuing to carry out the village's missions. Lu Dong finished casting the illusion and slowly sat down, waving his hand in front of Namikaze Minato. Teacher Minato? Huh? Minato felt as if he had just fallen asleep and suddenly woke up. What happened? Teacher, what's wrong with you? You suddenly came to my house and then just sat there in a daze without saying a word? Did you come for something? Lu Dong had an innocent look on his face. Oof. Pretending to be innocent. Shameless. Thank you, can you please shut up? Lu Dong was almost choked by Yayayozi's words. Oh, I'm here to inform you about the upcoming mission. Now there are only you and Lin left in the team, and we need to arrange for one more person to ensure everyone can maximize their combat effectiveness. Teacher, who is the new team member? For Lu Dong, it didn't matter who he teamed up with. What he cared about was how to encounter more enemies, specifically more ninjas. His name is Mori Noabiki. Lu Dong was originally distracted, thinking about his own matters, but he was immediately taken aback when he heard that name. This is a tough character, and also a member of the Umbu. Teacher, why did you suddenly decide to insert someone from the Umbu? Lu Dong did not think that this matter was as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was now the time of the Third Shinobi World War, and the Umbu was quite active, executing missions that were highly dangerous. It would be a pity for elite ninjas like this not to act as spies to gather intelligence. Related to this mission, we were to retrieve a captive who was the best interrogation expert. If we really couldn't bring the captive back to the village on the way, we would have to interrogate him on the spot. Namikaze Minato briefly introduced the mission situation, and Lu Dong nodded. No wonder such a ninja was sent to join the team. However, he remained skeptical. After all, Danzo was the leader of the Umbu, and he still needed to be cautious of Senju Tobarama. When do we depart? Lu Dong didn't ask more and went to pick up the prisoners. This was indeed a good opportunity. Tomorrow morning, gather at the village entrance. After saying this, Namikaze Minato left. Once he was gone, Lu Dong immediately poured out the remaining half cup of forgetfulness potion and then opened the system panel. Yao Yaozi, didn't I not pay when I bought the big knife last time? Why is there a clear price now? I forgot last time. From now on, it's cash on delivery. This shop is a small business and no credit is allowed. Lu Dong took another look. He wasn't mistaken. The price was indeed indicated in real currency. What kind of madness is this system pulling? Real currency is of no use to her. You're the one going crazy. If you don't have money, hurry up and earn some, or just don't buy it. I still need to earn more money to buy beautiful clothes when I go out. Chapter 9. The expert come out? Where did you come out from? Can you even come out? What exactly are you? A series of question marks popped up in Lu Dong's mind. This was indeed refreshing his understanding. First, the system bound to you is a carrier, and I need energy to come out. The reason I randomly chose you is due to insufficient energy. Secondly, I'm not an object. I'm a high-intelligence life form, which you can simply understand as an expert. From the way you speak, you really don't sound like an object. High, indeed very high. Do you dare to insult me? No, you said yourself that you're not an object. Could it be that you're an object? You're the one who's not an object. The store raised the prices. Hey, don't. You, this person, are a profiteer. No matter how hard Lu Dong called the system, Yayayozi was as silent as if she were dead, with not a single sound. All he could see was the prices in the store doubling, which he simply could not afford with his current savings. The next morning, Lu Dong got up early, and after having breakfast, he went to the village entrance to gather. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Wildfield Lin. Ohio, Kakadong. Ohio, Lin. The only similarity between Lu Dong and the character in the original work is his cold demeanor, at least on the surface. So he continues to maintain his aloof image. Speaking in a detached tone, Kakashi, Sensei Watergate said our team will have new members joining. Did you know? On the way, Noera Rin spoke softly to Lu Dong, who at that moment didn't feel like talking and was instead thinking about when Sanaya Biki was captured in the original work. I know. I heard he's a member of the Umbu. Noera Rin added, but Lu Dong didn't respond this time, only nodding, as he had already seen that Umbu member. Lu Dong still had no clear answer regarding Danzo's threat to make him join the route. There was only one day left, and he knew that even if he left the village to carry out a mission, that old man would definitely send someone to follow him secretly. He just didn't know if Danzo had assigned any other tasks to this Sanaya Biki, so he had to be cautious. Good morning, Kakashi, Rin. Minato and Namikaze had also arrived early and greeted the two as soon as he saw them. Good morning, Sensei Watergate. Let me introduce you. This is Sanaya Biki. Minato glanced at Sanaya Biki. Although the boy was only a few years older than Lu Dong, he looked much more weathered. However, it was understandable, as the Yambu is essentially Konoha's elite assassin organization, which could also be described as a spy organization. Members there have blood on their hands to some extent and have witnessed what darkness truly means, and the same goes for the root. Good morning, I'm Sanaya Biki. Please take care of me. I am Hitaki Kakashi. I am Nohara-rin. After the three briefly introduced themselves, Minato began to assign tasks. Lu Dong, Yao Yao Z. Come out and analyze it. I'll talk after I wake up from sleep. Shut up, don't call me, or I'll bite you. Lu Dong, it's the first time I've heard that the system needs to sleep too. The task assignment is complete. Is there any question? The voice of Wave Wind Minato pulled Lu Dong back to reality, and he quickly shook his head. This time, the prisoner was captured behind enemy lines, and our people will take him to the area near the Kamikaze Bridge. We just need to meet them there. The three of them hurried towards the Kamikaze Bridge. But Lu Dong was absent-minded the whole way, his mind filled with thoughts of the ninja techniques of Sanaya Biki that he hadn't analyzed yet. Wait, halfway there. Before they reached the Kamikaze Bridge, Sanaya Ibiki suddenly stopped, and Wave Wind Minato did the same. What's wrong? Naira Lin anxiously looked around, instinctively leaning closer to Lu Dong. Lu Dong didn't really care, but in order to fit his character, he nervously glanced around. What's going on? Idiots, you've fallen under an illusion. It seems something is not right. We've been going around in circles, and it looks like we're caught in an illusion. Yaya Yozi and Bluffing Shui Min said at the same time. Lu Dong, Ancestor, you finally woke up? Stop talking nonsense. The enemy has at least one squad. Which one are you analyzing? Yao Yaozi's lazy voice rang out, and Lu Dong didn't even feel the tension of impending battle. After all, this voice was so evocative that he couldn't help but drift off to other thoughts. You're such a lecher. Focus on serious matters. Lu Dong, huh? Oh, okay. How about we analyze Sanai Ibaichi? Are you out of your mind? Lu Dong. Hey, aren't you Japanese? Why are you cursing in Shanghainese? Kakadong. Watch out for your surroundings. The enemy is coming. Lu Dongjung and Yao Yao were bickering, and the sound of Kakashi Hitaki brought him back to his senses. Teacher, you guys go ahead. I'll cover the rear. The mission is important. Lu Dong's expression became serious. If he didn't get rid of these three people, it would likely affect his performance. No, this is too risky. Wave Wind Minato refused without a second thought. Teacher, this is the best solution for now. Don't worry. I was able to deal with those enemies last time, and this small team is just a few people. I can handle it. Although Lu Dong felt uncomfortable inside, he still maintained a serious demeanor on the surface. Wave Wind Watergate hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance with Sun Nai Ibai Shi, and then agreed. Kakadong, be careful. Yi Yuan Lin looked at Lu Dong with concern. This illusion technique, while not the weakest, was also not very powerful, and it was easily broken by Wave Wind Watergate. He then continued towards Shun Wu by Qiao with Yi Yuan Lin and Sun Nai Ibai Shi, leaving Lu Dong standing alone. Come out. I don't have much time. I can't play with you for too long. After confirming that Wave Wind Watergate and the others had walked far away, Lu Dong spoke to the tree. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures indeed appeared. Little brat, your companions have left, and no one is here to listen to your bragging. Why not surrender and tell us the information you know? Maybe I'll give you a chance to live. One of the men laughed arrogantly, jumped down from the tree, and looked at Lu Dong with disdain. Stop wasting words. Are you coming to me together, or one at a time? You have quite the mouth, huh? Just taking care of you is enough. The man said as he charged towards Lu Dong, quickly forming hand seals. Ha, this fool. Yao Yao Z couldn't help but exclaim, and in the next second, the man was instantly taken out by a lightning cutter. Lu Dong didn't even move a muscle. As expected, the weakest dogs barked the loudest. Next, Lu Dong yawned, and then the remaining three jumped down from the tree. These three are no ordinary people. They're much stronger than that useless one from before, so be careful. Chapter 10. Let the one hand. Lu Dong, Yao Yao Z, you still care about me. So can we analyze it together as a group of three? I'm just reminding you that you can only choose one for the analysis, while the others can be archived. After all, the reward for this task seems quite substantial, right? If you fall behind this time, wouldn't I be at a big loss? Lu Dong, little ghost, getting distracted on the battlefield can easily lead to death. Lu Dong had not yet chosen which to analyze when a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back now, there were only two people left in the place where he had just been standing. Ding! Danger detected for the host. Automatic analysis initiated. and attack mode activated. Analysis complete. Analysis level 1. Mental power -1. Mental power limit 1. Chakra limit 3. The man watched in shock as his own kunai was plunged into his body, while Lu Dong remained motionless, not even turning his head. Lu Dong, damn, I was scared to death. Being overly complacent on the battlefield can also lead to death. Lu Dong slowly turned around, looking at the man behind him who was on the verge of death, and revealed his signature smile. Damn it, I'll kill you. Scaring me. Crazy. The other two looked at the scene in front of them, momentarily stunned, wondering what kind of ninjutsu this was that could kill without even forming a seal. All right, let's go together. I'll let you use just one hand. Lu Dong vented his frustrations and then turned around, speaking to the two people. The two exchanged glances, and only then did they take the matter seriously. Lu Dong, Yao Z, it's up to you from here. Black man ? Face. Lu Dong, I remember last time when there was danger. You were able to eliminate so many enemies at once. There are only two people this time. I believe you can do it. I'll step in when you're about to get beaten to death. Remember this. Don't show off when there's nothing going on. Showing off will bring you trouble. Lu Dong was being closely watched by two men across from him for a few seconds before they suddenly moved. One lunged toward his face, while the other quickly circled around his back, aiming to restrict his movements. To avoid getting his handsome face bruised, Lu Dong couldn't hold back and decided to strike. He activated his kaleidoscope sharingan and quickly formed hand seals. Earth-style, decapitation technique. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. The two men were indeed stronger than the previous ones, but they were still no match for Lu Dong. In just 2 moves, one of them was left gasping for breath, while the other was trapped in the ground and unable to move. Didn't you say to use one hand? The man pulled into the ground glared at Lu Dong, wishing he could skin him alive. Ah, that was just a tactic. Don't take it seriously. Lu Dong twitched his lips. He didn't want to use one hand, but unfortunately, the system was a bit too ruthless, and he didn't want to get beaten up. Despicable, shameless, a petty person. The man only had his head above ground and couldn't use ninjutsu at all, so he could only engage in verbal sparring, cursing for 10 minutes without repeating himself. Lu Dong, Yao Z, very good, I've learned a lot. Well, it's almost time. I should go find my companions. If you're lucky, you might be able to save those 2 companions of yours. Come visit me in Konoha when you have time, and I'll teach you how to defeat an enemy with one hand. Despicable, shameless, petty person. Lu Dong, Yao Z. Very good, I've learned something new. Lu Dong didn't pay any more attention and quickly headed towards the Shima Bridge. He knew that even if he didn't deal with those useless people, the root members following him would take care of them, so there was no need for him to take action. Meanwhile, Minato and the others were resting in place, mainly waiting for Lu Dong to catch up. Kakashi. Lu Dong quickly caught up with the 3 of them. Before he could say anything, Naira Rin rushed over, hugging his neck and saying, "It's so great that you were able to come back alive. Lu Dong, do you have to be so enthusiastic? Isn't this enticing crime? Phew, old pervert. Shameless. Kakadong, are you okay? Is the body taken care of?" Usually quiet. Sun Nai, he also spoke up to ask a couple of questions after seeing Lu Dong return. "It's taken care of, handed over to the Umbu for processing." Lu Dong didn't say much, and the other 3 didn't ask further. At this time, it was the period of the 3rd Great Ninja War, so it was normal for the Umbu to be active. Moreover, the bodies of ninjas could reveal a lot of information, including techniques. So the bodies on the battlefield needed to be dealt with promptly. Otherwise, it was easy to leak weaknesses to the enemy. "Kakashi, are you injured? Let me take a look." Naira Rin released Lu Dong and looked him up and down. "I'm not injured, just a bit tired. I'll be fine after a short rest." Lu Dong couldn't get enough and sniffed the air. The unique fragrance of Wildfield Lin still lingered. "Ugh, old pervert." Lu Dong was lost in thought when Yao Yao's voice suddenly emerged, interrupting his daydream. "Here, this is my homemade soldier's food pill. Eating it can quickly replenish your stamina, and it's better than what you buy in stores." Naira Rin said as she took out a few brown soldier's food pills that looked like dog food from her bag and handed them to Lu Dong. He had just used the sharingan and was indeed a bit fatigued, so he popped 2 of the dog food-like pills into his mouth. They were sweet and tasted pretty good. "How is it?" I'm feeling energized," Lu Dong replied unconsciously, and only after speaking did he realize how much it sounded like a certain chocolate advertisement. "Lin, have you named this thing? Is it just called Bingliangwen? How can it be distinguished from ordinary Bingliangwen?" Lu Dong's question caught Yi Yuanlin off guard. She hadn't really thought about it, at least not for now. What should it be called to distinguish it from the ordinary? How about calling it Dolly Brand Military Ration Pill? It tastes sweet and is quite good. Lu Dong was munching away, and although this thing was said to restore stamina faster than regular soldier food pills, it was still not as effective as the crystal tablets provided by the system. He just didn't want to use them. After all, that unscrupulous merchant system had only given him a little. All right, then let's call it the Dolly brand soldier food pill. Noera Rin nodded and also shared some with Minato Namikaze and Ibiki Marino. After a brief rest, the four continued their journey towards the Kaminarabashi. At this rate, it seemed they would reach Kaminarabashi before dawn, as night was the best cover for movement and hiding. Throughout the afternoon, the four-man team was fairly lucky. Aside from the small group of enemies they encountered in the morning, they didn't run into any more attacks and smoothly arrived near Kaminarabashi. Teacher, what should we do next? The four found a quiet place to hide and discussed their next strategy. Chapter 11. Deceived tonight, our people will escort the prisoners of war to the vicinity of Kaminarabashi. At that time, the three of you will be responsible for protection, and I will cover the rear. If we encounter any special situations, we can interrogate on the spot. Minato Namikaze detailed the battle plan, and the other three had no objections, so they rested in place, waiting for the right time to act. Kakashi, I think you've been acting a bit strange lately. Are you still sad about Obito? During a private break, Noera Rin hesitated as she looked at Lu Dong, seemingly wanting to say something, and he immediately understood what she wanted to say. No, I'm perfectly fine. Lu Dong replied softly, but in his mind, he was thinking about how to make a decision regarding Shimura Danzo's request for him to join the route. Kakashi, I know you just don't want others to see that you're upset, so you act normal, but in reality, you're even more hurt. Noera Rin continued. And Lu Dong didn't know where she got that idea from, responding somewhat absent-mindedly. I'm fine. Kakashi, actually, I've always liked you, Obito. Lu Dong came to his senses and realized that Naira Rin was about to confess, so he immediately interrupted her and said he didn't have much feeling for Naira Rin. In the original story, his feelings for this character were merely that of a companion. However, he truly didn't want her to die, as her death would indeed bring a lot of trouble. But Rin, don't say anything more. I will protect you for Obito, and that's all. All right, I need to take care of something, and I'll be back soon. Lu Dong finished speaking and left the girl standing alone, walking over to the bushes by himself. That guy is about to move. If he doesn't go over, it might be problematic. Who knows what that old man Shimura Danzo will do? This lunatic not only finds ways to threaten those he wants to join the Akatsuki, but also makes family members kill each other, like what happened with the Uchiha clan. What's even more despicable is that Obito, that fool, is involved too. Come out, Lu Dong said lightly to the air while thinking. Have you made your decision? Lord Danzo is waiting for your response. Suddenly, a person jumped out behind Lu Dong. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to such a dramatic entrance, but he managed to suppress the impulse to beat the person up, slowly turning around with a forced smile and said, Guess? Do you know what the consequences of refusal will be? The masked person clearly had no intention of joking with Lu Dong, their voice cold, and even the flow of chakra around them had quickened. Then I would like to see what the consequences are. Lu Dong's expression turned cold, his pressure fully unleashed, and his chakra began to flow rapidly. He understood all of Shimura Danzo's tactics, which were nothing more than threatening the most important things to a person. However, he had traveled here from another world, and to him, this world was merely a comic. At least for now, he had nothing that could be threatened. You will regret it. The masked man felt the pressure and killing intent, and was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that a mere 12-year-old boy like Lu Dong could have such a powerful aura. Go back and tell Shimura Danzo. I only do what I want to do. No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. Otherwise, it won't necessarily be me who dies first. Lu Dong retracted his killing intent, and then calmly looked at the masked figure, who didn't respond, and immediately flew away. As soon as the masked person left, Namikaze Minato and Senju Ibiki jumped into the bushes. Kakashi, are you okay? I sensed a different aura here just now. Did they run away? Namikaze Minato looked around seriously, seemingly trying to discern the direction the masked person had left. No need to be nervous, it was just a small fry, and I've already scared them off. Lu Dong said carelessly, and only then did Wave Wind Watergate retract his attacking stance and breathe a sigh of relief. Time passed by second, and soon it was the agreed rendezvous time. The four of them were ambushed nearby, always paying attention to the movements around them. Here they come, Kakashi. After waiting for about 3 minutes, they indeed saw two ninjas dressed like those from Konoha escorting a ninja from Iwagakure. The chakra within the Iwagakure ninja was flowing chaotically, indicating that he had fallen under a genjutsu. You all wait here. I'll go for the handover. Wave Wind Watergate glanced at the three and then jumped out without further ado. Fools, you've been tricked. As soon as Wave Wind Watergate jumped out, Yao Yaozi immediately spoke up. Lu Dong, these two ninjas are not to be underestimated. It will likely take a lot of effort to deal with your yellow flash. Lu Dong, your analysis is spot on. Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't want to say it. Lu Dong, you've worked hard. I'll take it from here. Wave Wind Watergate walked up to the hostages and said to the two ninjas dressed in Konoha attire. So I'll leave it to you then. The two exchanged glances and then handed over the prisoner to Wave Wind Watergate. Watch out. Be careful. Wave Wind Watergate and Lu Dong spoke almost simultaneously. And then the explosive tag detonated with a loud bang. With the explosion, Lu Dong and the other two jumped out from the shadows, while the so-called prisoner had already been knocked unconscious by the blast. Fortunately, Wave Wind Watergate reacted quickly and wasn't injured. You two can't be from Konoha, can you? Lu Dong looked at the two men and said, Little ghost, how did you figure it out? The two men sneered and then said, Since you figured it out, you definitely can't leave here alive. Let's give it a try then. Lu Dong looked at the two people. Yaya Yozi, can you analyze it one more time? Hurry, I need to fight. No, Lu Dong. Teacher Shuaimin, please take good care of Lin. I will deal with these two people. Lu Dong turned around and said to the two men, You both come at me together. I'll only use one hand against you. Kakadong, don't be reckless. Let's retreat first to avoid attracting pursuers. Bofeng Shuaimin picked up the unconscious prisoner from the ground, showing no intention of dealing with the enemy. Running away is not my style, Teacher Shuaimin. These two can't do anything to me. If 2 come, I'll kill them both. If 10 come, I'll kill them all. You guys go ahead and don't worry about me. Besides, in this situation, even if we run, we'll be caught. So leave it to me. Trust me. Lu Dong's calm demeanor surprised both Minato Namikaze and Senju Tobarama. Since that's the case, I will stay as well. Senju Tobarama also took a stance to attack. Lu Dong paused for a moment. It wasn't impossible, but how could he steal the spotlight like that? No need. Teacher Minato is burdened with the prisoners of war and has to protect Rin, which is really too much effort. You guys go ahead, I can catch up quickly. Chapter 12. War of Attrition. Seeing Lu Dong insist repeatedly, Minato Namikaze no longer pressed the issue and made a quick decision to leave with the prisoners and the other two. TC, I hate this kind of arrogant brat who overestimates himself. I'll take you down in 2 minutes. The two men exchanged glances and smirked in disdain. Is that so? Then let's see if you can touch even a single hair of mine within 2 minutes. Lu Dong took half a step back, assuming a posture as if he was about to sprint, his chakra remaining relatively stable with no signs of release. You little brat, you're quite cocky, prepare to die. The two men shouted as they rushed towards Lu Dong from different directions. Just as they were about to make contact, he immediately concentrated chakra in his feet and swiftly jumped away. The two men missed their strike and quickly formed new seals to unleash a different ninjutsu. But Lu Dong continued to evade, neither countering nor attacking, much like walking a dog. You little brat, if you have the guts, don't run. The two men, having already exhausted a third of their chakra due to Lu Dong's evasive maneuvers, looked somewhat breathless and shouted at him in frustration. Baka, if you have the ability, come chase me. Lu Dong made a face at the two, implying that he only needed one hand, but he didn't say he had to fight both of them. He currently had a reserve of chakra stored in his system, and his own chakra was sufficient. Depleting both of their chakras before delivering a finishing blow was more than enough. Yagyu, stop. The two men were getting increasingly angry, gradually losing their rationality, and kept attacking, trying to hit Lu Dong, but he was completely leading them by the nose. Fools, come chase me. If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, come after me. After a few rounds, Lu Dong was still unscathed, while the two men were exhausted like dogs, glaring at him fiercely. So, how about it? Do you want me to use just one hand again? Lu Dong saw that the two people's chakra was almost exhausted, so he jumped in front of them, with a look that begged for a beating, and put the other hand behind his back. Shameless, despicable, disgraceful, vile. Lu Dong, why do you all love to curse so much? Lu Dong shook his head, helplessly, and then executed a leaf whirlwind move he learned from my guy, directly knocking the two people unconscious. Sigh, why can't I encounter someone tougher? That's because you have no shame. Yao Yaozi delivered a finishing blow. On the other side, several people led by Minato Namikaze arrived at a safe clearing, where Rin provided medical treatment to the captive. Minato-sensei, his injuries are too severe. I've done my best. Rin exhausted all her efforts, but it was still of no use. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, the captive slowly regained consciousness, weakly glancing at the three beside him, and immediately became somewhat agitated. You. Cough, cough. You are the yellow flash. It's me. Minato looked at Senju Ibiki, signaling him to start the interrogation immediately. I'm a member of the Konoha Umbu, a spy in Awagakure. Cough, cough. After being discovered, they couldn't obtain any useful information from me. Cough, cough. So they planned to use the pretext of escorting the captive to infiltrate the village. You must be careful. The person lying on the ground used his last bit of strength to say this before passing away. The three of them understood the situation and, before they could feel sorrow for him, sensed a presence approaching them and immediately hid. Come out, it's me. Lu Dong arrived at the open area, sniffed the strong smell of blood in the air, and threw two unconscious prisoners of war on the ground. Kakadong. Seeing this, Naira Rin immediately ran over to him. Very happy. Wait, Rin, you can't be so defenseless like this. Lu Dong stepped back helplessly to avoid Yanahara Rin suddenly lunging at him in excitement. That's right, Rin. In the future, we must first confirm the other person's identity to ensure it's genuine. Otherwise, it can be very dangerous, just like earlier. It was my carelessness. At this time, Namikaze Minato also stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Minato. I will remember this. Yanahara Rin pouted, clearly feeling a bit wronged. These two guys have had their chakra drained by me and won't wake up for a while. Lu Dong glanced at the two unconscious ninjas on the ground and said to Namikaze Minato, Well done, Kakashi. Let's hurry and take them back before the pursuers arrive. Lu Dong nodded and walked to the side, refusing to carry anyone as it was too physically demanding. Seeing this, Kakashi and Sanai IBI exchanged glances, and then each carried one person. The three of them traveled all night and finally returned to the village with the captives 2 days later. Under Sanai IBI's stern interrogation, both ninjas confessed everything. Thanks to you this time, Kakashi. In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, his face full of wrinkles. But Lu Dong couldn't feel happy at all. The thought of the third Great Ninja War and that the third Hokage would abandon compensation to sign a peace treaty with Itsutsuki made him feel frustrated. Although it hadn't happened yet, given his cowardly nature, it was hard to guarantee that such a day wouldn't come. In this regard, he agreed with the schemer Shimura Danzo. As they invaded, they should demand compensation. Lord Third Hokage, did you call me here to praise me? Lu Dong looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm gaze. From his experience, he knew that when this old fellow acted like this, it meant he had something unpleasant to say. The reason I called you here is because there is another matter. According to the reports from the Umbu, during your battle, you didn't even perform any hand seals and yet severely injured one of them. The other two should be stronger than you, yet you effortlessly defeated both of them. Not only that, but in the subsequent battles, you managed to defeat 2 members of the Awagakure using only taijutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intently into Lu Dong's eyes, afraid of missing any slight change in his expression. So what? What ninjutsu did you use, and when did you learn it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly serious, as if he were interrogating a criminal. What does the third Hokage mean by this? Lu Dong sensed something was off in his words, and his expression turned grim. In the face of a great enemy, the greatest taboo is to suspect one's own people. However, it seemed he had drawn some conclusive judgment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called for him directly. Let's put it this way, Kakashi Hitaki, I now suspect that you are engaging in treasonous behavior, or to put it bluntly, you are a spy sent by the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Lu Dong pause in surprise, and then he burst into laughter. If he were a spy, how could he sit here so comfortably? What are you laughing at? Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly displeased with Lu Dong's attitude. Old Sarutobi, if I were a traitor or a spy sent by the enemy, you would have died countless times already. Chapter 13. Conspiracy. Lu Dong's words were arrogant and confident. He wasn't so conceited as to think that he could defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own abilities. Rather, he had discovered another bug in the system. So, what have you discovered now? Lu Dong, if I really got into a fight with Sarutobi Sasuke, you wouldn't be able to not help me. Because you don't want me to die, just like last time when I killed the pursuers. You really are quite a clever little guy. Lu Dong, thank you for the compliment, but I also know that you can't fix this bug at all. If that's the case, why not choose a more powerful host instead of binding yourself to me? Shameless, despicable, unashamed, vulgar. Lu Dong, Kakadong, your tone is quite bold. But I'm afraid you don't have that capability yet. After Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, 2 members of the Umbu appeared behind Lu Dong, one of them holding a kunai against his neck. Look at you. Are you really taking this seriously? I was just messing with you. Lu Dong felt anxious inside, but smiled on his face. He reached out a hand to push the kunai away from his neck, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I learned these ninjutsu during my battles. Didn't Obito give me a sharingan? How can I kill without forming hand seals? Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly didn't believe what Lu Dong was saying. Even with a sharingan, it seemed too easy to win. Jinjutsu, old man, you can't possibly not know about this, right? Of course I understand. In that case, you can go back first. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with skepticism for a moment before sending him away. Lu Dong didn't say anything more, pushed the door open and left. The moment he closed the door, his expression immediately fell. Yao Yaozi, did you feel it too? That old guy is hiding inside. As expected, I wasn't wrong. So what? Aren't you still a coward? Coward. I find you're quite good at insulting others. Have you been locked in the system for too long? So you're trying to boost your presence? I get it. You understand nothing. Get lost. In the meantime, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Danzo, you're being overly rigid. Kakashi is our village's newly promoted jonin this year. I believe he is not a spy. He's a talented individual. It's precisely your leniency that leads to so many unnecessary sacrifices. I firmly demand that Kakashi be detained and interrogated thoroughly. Shimura Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a tough attitude, which was consistent with his usual style. If he couldn't have it, he would go to great lengths to get it, or else destroy it. Danzo, watch your tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not one to back down either. The two remained locked in a standoff until a knock sounded from outside the office. Only then did Shimura Danzo retract his sharpness, casting a cold glance at the third Hokage before leaving the room. Outside stood Marino Ibiki, holding a scroll for urgent interrogation. As Danzo passed by him, he casually glanced at the scroll in Ibiki's hand. Lord Third, this is the intelligence from a Wagakure obtained from those two prisoners of war. Marino Ibiki walked straight into the office and closed the door, not even glancing at Shimura Danzo during the process. What do you think of that kid, Kakashi? Did you notice anything unusual on the way? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately open the scroll, but rested his chin on his hand, looking at Marino Ibiki as if contemplating Danzo's words. There's nothing wrong. He should be above average among jonin. Marino Ibiki reported the observations he made to Sarutobi Hiruzen truthfully before leaving. Lu Dong had been waiting outside the Hokage building, and sure enough, it wasn't long before he saw Shimura Danzo come out, his expression instantly turning cold. Danzo sensed a strong, killing intent coming towards him and looked in that direction, only to see Lu Dong, who showed no murderous intent in his eyes, making him briefly think he was being overly paranoid. Lord Danzo, it's been a few days since we last met. I hope you're well. Lu Dong, with a fake smile on his face, looked at Shimura Danzo. Kid, I received your message, but I also want to tell you that you will regret this decision. Shimura Danzo's eyes were filled with disgust, and he looked as unpleasant as his appearance. Maybe, but I think you will regret doing this first. Lu Dong's words caught Shimura Danzo off guard for a moment, but he quickly became convinced that Lu Dong couldn't possibly know about his fabrication of evidence to slander him as a spy. It seems that what Konoha's White Fang taught you is just empty talk. In reality, you're nothing but an incompetent person. Shimura Danzo sneered, and this immediately angered Lu Dong. Although he had crossed over and had no father-son bond with Hatake Sakomo, the deceased should be respected, and moreover, he was currently playing the role of that person's son. So he naturally had to show some attitude. Old man Danzo, just because I don't want to have a direct confrontation with you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. However, if you say that again, I guarantee you'll never speak again. Lu Dong's aura was fully unleashed, and Shimura Danzo once again felt the same murderous intent as before. Even more intense and terrifying. You inexperienced brat, you are not my opponent. Your father is a waste, causing the village to suffer great losses. His suicide is a mercy for him. Throughout, Shimura Danzo never took Lu Dong seriously. Even in the face of such overwhelming murderous intent, he remained unperturbed. Damn it, I will kill you. A surge of impulse suddenly rose within Lu Dong, making it impossible for him to rationally face his emotions. He acted directly, as if the residual emotional consciousness of the original owner was at work. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. Lu Dong seemed to be going crazy, charging forward wildly, while Shimura Danzo only defended and did not attack, tried to lure him to a more populated area. He knew something was off, but he couldn't control his attacks. Fool, you've fallen for the trap. Wake up already. Just then, Lu Dong suddenly heard Yaozi's voice in his mind, and it was as if he had suddenly broken free from a nightmare, immediately stopping his attacks. Lu Dong, what's going on? Is it an illusion? It's not. You are unknowingly affected by his chakra, which hinders your brain's thinking, so your actions will become increasingly less rational. If this continues, you will definitely fall completely into his trap, and by then, you will be like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Yaozi's words made Lu Dong feel a sense of fear. He was unknowingly caught in such a ninjutsu. Fortunately, he had the system monitoring, Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. At that point, Shimura Danzo could justifiably solidify his identity as a spy, and no one would care if he buried him. Little brat, why have you stopped? Are you ready to admit defeat? Shimura Danzo said as Lu Dong put away his attacking stance. Chapter 14. Big tongue not at all. Old man Danzo, I know what you mean, but I won't fall for your trick. Lu Dong looked coldly at Shimura Danzo, who was momentarily taken aback and a bit angry. What are you talking about? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not isn't important. What's important is that we've formed a grudge between us. I bet you won't survive until the end of this ninja world war. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Liu Dong's confident demeanor made Shimura Danzo feel a deep sense of frustration, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, there were many villagers watching, and openly attacking him would only lead to criticism. Kakashi. As Lu Dong finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Old man Danzo. Lu Dong then quickly jumped onto the roof, soon disappearing into the alley. Why did he run away? Is he afraid of being defeated by me? Youth. My guy looked in the direction where Lu Dong disappeared, unable to help but mutter to himself, making Shizen Toanzo want to curse him as an idiot. Lu Dongi leaped over the eaves and walls, quickly returning home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he sensed a different aura that made him frown instantly. Orochimaru, do you want to be cut down again? Lu Dong shouted at the wall, having almost suffered a loss at the hands of Shimura Danzo just moments ago. He was looking for a way to vent his frustration, and who would have thought someone would come knocking at his door? Kid, your temper is a bit too fiery. As soon as Lu Dong's voice fell, a head appeared on the wall, followed by a body, which made people feel a bit nauseous. Can you appear normally next time? Lu Dong poured himself a glass of water, and, after taking a couple of sips, sensed Orochimaru's presence approaching. He quickly pulled out a kunai to block, not even bothering to look. Hiss. The sound of the kunai piercing skin and Orochimaru's gasp came to Lu Dong's ears simultaneously. He casually glanced back and saw Orochimaru with his mouth wide open, the kunai perfectly lodged in his tongue, looking terrifyingly bizarre. Lu Dong immediately added another stab without hesitation. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. So painful. Orochimaru's tongue was stabbed twice, and his speech became somewhat slurred. He could now be renamed Big Tongue. You lunatic. Why are you biting me for no reason? You deserve to be stabbed. Lu Dong struggled to push the scene he had just witnessed out of his mind. You little brat, you are the first person to reject my power, Orochimaru said angrily, his face full of dissatisfaction. Don't think I don't know what happens when you bite me. It's just like being bitten by a dog, slowly devouring my body, and, in the end, turning into a mad dog, swinging wildly, completely devoid of reason. When Lu Dong saw Orochimaru grant the cursed seal to Sasuke, he felt that being bitten was just like being bitten by a rabid dog. After the onset of the disease, the bite triggered incredible power, and then one went berserk. What was the difference from a rabid dog biting people? You. How dare you compare me to a dog? Orochimaru was furious, and in his agitation, his tongue started to bleed again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth like drool, which disgusted Lu Dong. Speak quickly and get to the point. Why are you here? Just to bite me? Lu Dong impatiently glared at Orochimaru. He had just fought with Shimura Danzo, and now needed to rest and recover his mental energy before training. Come to the lab tonight, and I'll show you the recent experimental results. You've been wanting to see them, right? Got it. I'll be there on time. Hurry up and wipe your drool. Let's go. Don't dirty my floor. Lu Dong's expression was one of disdain, showing no respect at all, which almost made Orochimaru lose his temper, but after some hesitation, he managed to hold back. You just wait, you little brat. Orochimaru vowed to himself, then blended into the wall, leaving in a way that still made people uncomfortable. After Orochimaru left, Lu Dong finally sighed. These past few days had been exhausting. So delicate. Lu Dong, faced with Yayayozi's sharp tongue. He had already gotten used to it and was too lazy to bicker with her. He sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Lu Dong did not use the techniques from a ninja school, but instead applied modern meditation methods, focusing his attention, making improvements, and tracing the flow of chakra within his body, gradually achieving calmness. Ding! The host has discovered a new cultivation method, mental power limit 5, physical ability limit 1. Lu Dong sat for an entire afternoon, and just as evening approached, he suddenly heard Yayozi's voice in his mind, prompting him to open his eyes. Yayozi, is there any quick way to level up, like adding a buff or something? No, don't even think about it. Cultivation can't be achieved in a day. If you don't start taking it seriously, I'll send you back for a complete reboot. You have that capability? How does this reboot work? It's simple. First, find a way to kill you, then extract the remaining energy from your body and run away. Yaozi's voice turned icy, and Lu Dong couldn't help but shiver. Was this a threat to kill him and silence him? Lu Dong. No, I was joking, just joking. I took it seriously. Lu Dong, it's time to eat. You should have a good rest. I won't disturb your rest any longer, goodbye. After saying this, Lu Dong quickly shut down the system's control panel. Outside, the sunlight was fading, and the sky gradually darkened. Lu Dong took advantage of the time and went out. Although it was wartime, Konoha village was still very lively at night. Perhaps due to the many life and death separations, only the vibrant nightlife at night could temporarily numb people. Kakashi, good evening. Lu Dong was walking down the street when he happened to pass by a barbecue restaurant and saw his former classmate from school having a gathering. The greeting just now was issued by Maitake Azuki. Good evening. Lu Dong stopped, turned his head to look at her faintly, his gaze lingering on her shoulder. What's wrong with Kakadong? Seeing Lu Dong staring at Yusho Washi Hondo without blinking, the surrounding companions immediately asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lu Dong came back to his senses, said nothing, and left. According to the timeline in the original work, in a little over a year, Orochimaru will plant the curse mark of heaven on Mitarashi Anko. It seems that I have also become a target for Orochimaru's experiments. Since he didn't succeed this afternoon, he definitely won't give up easily. The guy is really strange. Is it still because of Obito? Who knows? Ever since Konoha's white fan committed suicide, it's been like this. After Lu Dong left, several teenagers began to discuss in a flurry, but only Mitsubishi Anko remained silent, staring intently in the direction he had gone, pondering the meaning of his gaze just now. Orochimaru's laboratory was quite hidden. Lu Dong searched for a long time before finding it. He arrived early, but the main door was locked, and it wasn't the place the two had initially agreed upon. Chapter 15. You have bad breath. Orochimaru probably didn't expect that Lu Dong would know the location of his secret laboratory. Lu Dong waited quietly for a while, but he didn't see Orochimaru. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Shimura Danzo, not far away, and hurriedly found a place to hide. Orochimaru, you'd better not disappoint me. Shimura Danzo was accompanied by 2 members of the Root organization, responsible for protecting him. Don't worry, that brat will be mine sooner or later, Orochimaru said confidently, though he still had a slight lisp, probably due to the 2 cuts Lu Dong had given him that afternoon. The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the laboratory. The 2 members of Root did not enter. Only Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo went inside. They talked for a while, and 10 minutes later, the 2 of them came out again. At this point, it was almost time for Lu Dong and Orochimaru to meet. Shimura Danzo left with his 2 subordinates, and only then did Orochimaru head towards the agreed meeting place. Lu Dong guessed from the beginning that Orochimaru was not sincere or had never thought of cooperating with him, but only wanted to use him. After Orochimaru left, Lu Dong jumped out from the shadows, looked around, and walked to the laboratory door. Yaozi, are you there? He asked. Lu Dong, you are Japanese. Why aren't you speaking Japanese? Are you crazy? You call me out just to ask this? Lu Dong, no. I just want to ask if you have a way to pick a lock. Yao. Yes, there are lock-picking toolkits available in the store. Essential for sneaking through windows and climbing walls. Good quality at a reasonable price. Welcome to purchase. Yao instantly transformed into a standard customer service sweet voice. Lu Dong, no money. Get lost. After leaving a rather impolite syllable, Yao Z fell silent. Lu Dong had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out half a month's salary. He opened the shop in the control panel and bought a lock-picking toolkit. Thank you for your next visit, goodbye. The toolkit immediately appeared in Lu Dong's hand, and then Yao Z cheerfully collected the money. Lu Dong suppressed the urge to curse, opened the toolbox, and then picked the lock. Although the items were quite expensive, they were indeed useful. Lu Dong quickly unlocked the door and pushed it open to enter. Inside was a large table covered with various bottles and jars, as well as some unknown liquid reagents. Resembling a chemistry laboratory. Lu Dong turned around but didn't find any useful information, as he didn't really understand chemistry and biology. Seeing that it was almost time, Lu Dong closed the laboratory and went to find Orochimaru. Good evening, Orochimaru. When Lu Dong arrived at the agreed location, Orochimaru was already becoming a bit impatient, on the verge of a meltdown. I just saw an elderly lady who needed help while crossing the street, so I was late. Lu Dong remained calm and unflustered, while Orochimaru completely didn't believe him. All right, let's not get tangled up in these small issues. Let's talk about the results of the experiment. What have you discovered? Come a little closer, and I'll tell you. Orochimaru smiled insidiously, but Lu Dong immediately saw through his intentions, quickly shook his head, and covered his nose. No, you have bad breath. Huh? Orochimaru clearly felt insulted. If you're going to say something, then say it. If not, I'm leaving. Kid, am I too patient? This time, Orochimaru was genuinely angry, or rather anxious. The patience he had maintained over the past few days erupted at that moment, and he immediately formed hand seals. Lu Dong didn't want to fight Orochimaru today because, according to the original story, ninjas from the Village of Mist would launch a surprise attack on Konoha tonight, and he couldn't be held back here. Am I wrong? Big brother, just put away that curse mark of yours. Don't say you want to bite me once. Even if you bite me 10 times, it won't be of any use. Lu Dong barely dodged Orochimaru's attack. He can only use the analysis system once a day, so he must save it for ambushing the Mist Village ninjas. I don't believe it. Orochimaru is still attacking, and Lu Dong is speechless at the sight. Fine, fine, fine. I'll let you bite me. Is that not enough? Lu Dongxiang endured the discomfort in his heart and stretched his neck forward. Seeing this, Orochimaru was also unceremonious and immediately opened his huge mouth, biting down. Hiss! Lu Dong gasped in pain. This guy really had a pair of snake fangs that hurt like hell. Just as Orochimaru was about to let go, he realized that the chakra and mental energy in his body were being rapidly absorbed, and he couldn't even release his grip. This mental energy is quite pure. Not bad. Yayayozi, don't suck and dry. Orochimaru bit down on Lu Dong's neck, making whimpering sounds, and only then did the system let him go. You're such a dog. You nearly killed me. Lu Dong slapped him again. Little brat, who exactly are you? Orochimaru felt that 2/3 of his chakra had been drained, and there was surprise in his eyes along with a hint of something else. Of course, I'm Kakashi Hitaki. Are you senile? By the way, if you bite me, do you need to get a rabies vaccine? What is that? Oh, it's something that happens when a person is bitten by a dog. If the dog is carrying a disease, it can leave a virus in the human body called the rabies virus, and this vaccine is used to kill those viruses. Lu Dong explained expressionlessly, and only then did Orochimaru realize that this kid was cursing him in different ways again. You're driving me crazy. Orochimaru helplessly pointed at Lu Dong's nose. After all, he only had 1/3 of his chakra left and might not be able to defeat this kid. All right, calm down. You're getting old, and getting angry easily can lead to dementia. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Lu Dong rubbed his neck. This guy was really ruthless. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Lu Dong returned home, changed into a black stealth suit, and put on a mask before heading out. However, he didn't notice that a shadow was following him, lurking in the darkness of the night. Lu Dong was sneaking around the village until late at night. Just as he was starting to doubt whether he had misremembered the timeline, several dark shadows suddenly darted out from the nearby woods. Just as he was about to follow them, a noise came from behind him. Kakadong, what are you sneaking around for at this hour? My guy suddenly jumped out from somewhere, startling him so much that he almost threw a shuriken. Are you crazy? Why are you dressed like that in the middle of the night? Lu Dong looked up and down at Might Guy, dressed all in black with a strange mask, which was simply terrifying. Aren't you dressed like this too? What's going on? Is there some special mission? Take me along. Might Guy smiled, his teeth shining like light bulbs in the dark, making Lu Dong break into a cold sweat instantly. Chapter 16. Truly damaging. You should go back. There is no mission. Lu Dong was anxious to send Maite Kai away, but this guy was exceptionally persistent and didn't believe him at all. Kakadong, even though we are rivals, do you really need to be so petty? Lu Dong was almost about to catch up with the assassin from the hidden mist village when he suddenly had an idea. He pointed at a tree across from him and shouted, Look, a ghost. A ghost. Where? Might Guy, as expected, was easily tricked. Seeing this, Lu Dong immediately slipped away and chased after the direction the assassin from the hidden mist village had left. He didn't know if it was because Might Guy's voice was heard by the two, but halfway through the chase, Lu Dong lost track of them, which made him quite distressed. He had no choice but to run to Noera Rin's house to see if she was okay. Peering through the window of Noera Rin's house, it was pitch black inside, and Lu Dong couldn't see anything. It would have been great if he had been a Kugan. Lu Dong thought helplessly, you wish. Lu Dong. After wandering outside Rinyahara's house for half a day, Lu Dong decided to knock on the door to see if she was safe. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Dong knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside, causing his heart to tense up instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Dong knocked a few more times, and finally heard some rustling sound from inside. After a while, the door was finally opened from the inside. Bang. Noera Rin, wearing pajamas and yawning, first let out a confused question upon seeing Lu Dong, and then the next second, as if suddenly remembering something, she immediately closed the door without waiting for him to speak. What's wrong with this? Lu Dong almost bumped into his nose and couldn't help but complain a little, but seeing that Noera Rin was fine for now, he felt relieved. After a while, Noera Rin reopened the door. By this time, She had changed her clothes, tidied her messy hair, and washed her face, but Lu Dong had already left. Looking at the empty doorway, Noera Rin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After leaving Noera Rin's house, Lu Dong walked down the road while analyzing the whereabouts of those two enemies from the Mist-Hidden Village. Logically, they shouldn't be here to capture Noera Rin at this time. But what was their purpose? Or did he misremember the time, and this time it backfired, with the opponents just coming to gather intelligence? After thinking all the way without coming up with any clues, Lu Dong simply turned back and stayed at Noera Rin's house for the entire rest of the night, only yawning and heading home when it was dawn. Kakadong, found you. Lu Dong had just reached his doorstep when Mei Tikai suddenly jumped down from the roof, almost scaring the soul out of him. What's the matter? Lu Dong raised his eyes. Although he had already cursed Might Guy countless times in his heart, he still maintained a cool demeanor on the surface. Honestly, what were you doing last night? Why are you only coming back now? Might Guy crept closer to Lu Dong with a sly look, still dressed in the same outfit from last night, looking somewhat ridiculous. I was on a mission. Lu Dong was so exhausted that he didn't want to waste time talking to Might Guy, but the latter had no intention of letting it go. What mission are you executing? Might Guy continued to press. Come inside, and I'll tell you, Lu Dong replied. Lu Dong became a bit impatient when asked and pushed him into his house. As soon as Might Guy entered, Lu Dong quickly shut the door and then poured a glass of water to hand to him, naturally adding a forgetting pill into it. Drink some water, and I'll slowly explain things to you. Might Guy took the cup and drank it all in one go. Lu Dong immediately formed a seal and used an illusion technique. 2 minutes later, Lu Dong changed into his pajamas, pretending to look sleepy, and coldly stared at Might Guy before dispelling the illusion. Huh, Kakadong? Why am I here? Where's this? After Might Guy regained his senses, he looked around in confusion, and upon meeting Lu Dong's slightly angry gaze, he felt a chill down his back. I also want to know why you appeared in my house. Might Guy carefully recalled what happened yesterday, but he couldn't remember anything and had to scratch his head and leave. Lu Dong let out a sigh. You really are something. Likewise, Lu Dong yawned. He was already used to bickering with Yao Yao Zi, as this woman never had anything good to say. He fell onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already afternoon, and it was Yao Yao Zi who woke him up. Lu Dong yawned, then got up, washed up, and went out to eat. Kakadong, good afternoon. Lu Dong had just stepped out and hadn't walked far when he suddenly heard the voice of Nozawa Rin. Good afternoon, Rin. Lu Dong replied and continued walking ahead, while Yi Yuanlin followed beside him. Kakadong, what exactly did you come to my house for last night? I forgot. Lu Dong, distracted, replied absently, still pondering about the two people from the Mist-Hidden Village. It seemed their target this time wasn't Lin. Who could it be? Huh? How could I forget? I don't believe it. Naira Lin seemed a bit dissatisfied, but Lu Dong acted as if he hadn't heard her. He casually found a small restaurant, sat down, and ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Do you want to eat? After placing the order, Lu Dong felt it was inappropriate. So he turned to Naira Lin and asked. Naira Lin shook her head. Kakadong, did you know that 2 assassins came to the village last night and were caught? Lu Dong was just about to take a bite of his ramen when Yi Yuanlin suddenly spoke up, nearly causing him to choke. What did you catch it? Who caught it? What does it look like? Lu Dong swallowed the ramen and hurriedly asked. I don't know. I only know that they came to assassinate Lord Hokage. I heard it from Teacher Minato, you know? Kakashi, you haven't finished your noodles yet. I'm not eating any more, Rin. I'll pay you back for the noodles later. Before Rin's words were finished, Lu Dong threw down his chopsticks and hurriedly left. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He needed to quickly find Minato and ask where the two people from the Mist Village were and if he could meet them to analyze their skills and such. Hokage building. Lu Dong searched everywhere, but couldn't find Minato Namikaze, so he had no choice but to run to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office to ask him for information. At that moment, the third Hokage was dealing with the intelligence sent from the front lines. Kakadong, do you not know how to knock? Sarutobi hurriedly put away the important information and shot an annoyed glare at the suddenly barging Lu Dong. Old man, where are those 2 assassins from the Mist Village? Where are they now? Lu Dong asked breathlessly, and Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback at first. Then his expression became very serious. Why are you asking about this? Of course it's useful. Where are they now? I need to see them. Liudong's reaction suddenly reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen of Shimura Danzo's words, and he couldn't help but develop doubts about him again. Kakashi, you need to be clear that your suspicion hasn't been lifted yet, and they are important criminals that not just anyone can meet. Chapter 17. Birthday Sarutobi Hiruzen propped his chin on his hands, his scrutinizing gaze revolving around him as if trying to see right through him. What if I say I saw them in the village last night? Liudong's words left Sarutobi Hizashi stunned once again, and his expression darkened even further. When did you see them? Why are you only telling me now? How would I know they were spies? It was so dark, I could only see that they looked similar. I couldn't be sure. It wasn't until I heard that 2 assassins were captured that I began to suspect they were the ones I saw last night, so I wanted to confirm it urgently. Lu Dong thought for a moment and changed his wording. No matter what, it was good enough just to see them. I see. Sarutobi Hizashi pondered for a while and chose to believe Lu Dong's words. He then summoned a member of the Umbu and led him to the prison. This Umbu member was Mori no Ibiki, who had executed a mission together a few days ago. It was these 2 people. They had been placed under the tongue root severing seal and had not revealed any useful information at all. Mori no Ibiki pointed at the 2 people locked up in the prison and said, I see. Lu Dong felt a bit disappointed. He originally thought the assassins would be formidable characters, but it turned out otherwise. These 2 were likely not from the Hidden Mist village, but rather pawns used to incite a war between the 2 villages. Sanai Yubiki continued speaking, and Lu Dong glanced at him while also examining himself. It seemed that Sarutobi Hizashi had sent him to test his abilities. I see. That means the mastermind behind this didn't intend for the 2 to return alive. Lu Dong stroked his chin and analyzed. Sanai Ibi nodded, dismissing her concerns about Lu Dong, and reported her findings honestly to Sarutobi Hizashi. The prison only held 2 small minions, and Lu Dong had no skills to analyze, so he left the prison reluctantly. Previously, Lu Dong had killed an enemy alone during a mission without forming any seals, and this had spread throughout the village, becoming a topic of conversation among everyone during their leisure time. Walking home along Lu Dong Road, he heard no less than 20 different versions of stories about him, but everyone would always add one last sentence. What a pity, he's that person's son. The person they were referring to was undoubtedly Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki. This made him very unhappy. Kakashi. Lu Dong was walking when he heard the voice of Noera Rin behind him, prompting him to stop and slowly turn around. Rin, how much is the ramen? Huh? Noera Rin was momentarily taken aback, then said, No, I came to find you to celebrate together. Celebrate? Lu Dong was puzzled, as today didn't seem to be any special holiday. Oh right, today is my birthday, and I want to invite you to celebrate with me. When Noera Rin said this, her eyes were filled with anticipation, and Lu Dong finally remembered that it was indeed true. Okay, but I didn't prepare a birthday gift. How about this? I'll give you something unique to me. Lu Dong thought for a moment, took out 3 forgetting pills from the system space, and then handed them to Yera Rin, continuing, These are forgetting pills I developed myself. They're very easy to use and can save your life in critical moments. Thank you, I really like them. Yera Rin said happily as she took them, then smiled sweetly at Lu Dong. You're quite generous. The next time I 1T reward you. Lu Dong had just sent the things out when Yao Yaozi's voice echoed in his mind, making him unable to help but rub his forehead. Special circumstances require special handling. Yao Yaozi didn't say anything further, and Lu Dong was too lazy to say more. Let's go, Noera Rin said as she took Lu Dong's hand, bringing him back to his senses. Although he wasn't interested in this girl, as someone who had never been in a relationship, it still stimulated the hormones inside him. The 2 of them hurried to Noera Rin's house. There was still plenty of time before the dinner party, but Noera Rin's parents were already busy preparing the evening's dishes. They warmly invited Lu Dong in, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Before the birthday dinner started, the guests began to arrive one after another, most of whom were classmates from the ninja school who had studied alongside Lu Dong and Noera Rin, including Mitakahara Azuki, who was currently on a mission with Orochimaru. Lu Dong sat quietly, his cold expression contrasting sharply with those around him. Noera Rin was busy attending to guests and didn't have time to pay attention to him. Kakadong, do you have something to say to me? Mitama Akane remembered the way Lu Dong looked at her yesterday and took this opportunity to ask, hoping to clear her doubts. Lu Dong snapped back to reality from his thoughts. At this moment, Yushiu Hondo's face still bore a sense of innocence, quite youthful, making it hard to imagine how she would feel inside being turned into an experiment by Orochimaru under such circumstances. Yesterday, your gaze made me feel that you had something to say, but maybe there were too many people around, or perhaps you have your own concerns. In any case, you can tell me now, quietly, Yushiu Hondo said softly. This made Lu Dong feel a slight sense of incongruity in the original work. Hondo was a very bold and carefree person. Could it be that Orochimaru hadn't yet placed the curse mark on her? It's nothing serious, just curious. You've been getting along well with Orochimaru on your missions, right? Lu Dong recalled being bitten by that beast last night, and it really hurt. His neck started to ache again. Yusha Washi Akadama initially thought it was something like a confession, so she spoke somewhat shyly, clearly not expecting that Lu Dong wanted to ask about this, and was taken aback for a moment. Do you have any tasks recently? Lu Dong continued to ask, and Yeshitai Akadama finally came to her senses and nodded. Orochimaru sensei said there is a relatively important mission recently. Do you know the details of the mission? Yeshitai Akadama shook her head again. I don't know. The teacher said the timing is not yet ripe. Lu Dong didn't ask further. If you remembered correctly, Orochimaru had been plotting for a long time regarding the position of the fourth Hokage. What's wrong, Kakashi? You seem a bit off. Is something happening? Noera Rin noticed Lu Dong and Mitarashi Anko seemed to be whispering to each other and immediately walked over to Lu Dong, interrupting Anko, who wanted to continue probing. It's nothing. I don't really like such lively occasions. I don't want to dampen the mood, so I'll head back first. Lu Dong stood up, coldly leaving a sentence before walking away. Yi Yuanlin felt a bit disappointed, but she couldn't move, only watching his back and sighing. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to make him happy. Yi Yuanlin thought to herself that during this time, she felt that this boy was gloomier than before, even somewhat unlike himself. After leaving Yi Yuanlin's house, Lu Dong walked alone on the road. According to his memory, next year should be the last year of the Third Shinobi World War. Chapter 18. Have you seen enough? The streets in the evening were still lively, with children playing and vendors haggling over vegetables, a strong sense of everyday life, completely lacking the urgency of wartime. Kakashi, why are you alone? Aren't you going to celebrate Rin's birthday? Lu Dong was thinking about what to eat for dinner when he suddenly bumped into Kakashi Hitaki, who was accompanied by Kushina Uzumaki. The two were still in a romantic relationship, but it seemed that good news was on the way. I'm not going, he said, they're really noisy. Lu Dong spoke with an air of maturity, carrying a sense of weariness that was not typical for his age, almost like an adult. Hey Kakashi, are you too shy to talk to girls? Uzumaki Kushina, the mother of the original protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, also seemed like a very passionate person. All right, Kushina, let's not tease him. Noticing Lu Dong's silence, Minato Namikaze immediately stepped in to ease the awkward atmosphere for his wife. By the way, Kakashi, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't we eat together? I'm cooking tonight. Uzumaki Kushina seemed unfazed and patted Lu Dong's shoulder, still quite warm-hearted. Come on, Kushina's cooking is pretty good, Minato added, making it hard for Lu Dong to refuse, so he could only nod. The three of them went grocery shopping together, with Minato and Kushina chatting and laughing up front, while Lu Dong quietly followed behind. You guys chat, I'll cook. Upon arriving at Minato's house, Kushina threw out a line before heading straight to the kitchen. Lu Dong couldn't help but glance around. It felt quite cozy. Come in, Kakashi. You're the first to visit our new home. We'll be getting married soon, Minato said as he invited Lu Dong inside, pouring him a glass of water at the same time. Thank you, Minato-sensei, and congratulations. Lu Dong's tone was polite yet distant. He actually thought that if it weren't for the fact that Minato Namikaze died too early, the third Hokage might not have been killed by Orochimaru later on. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also reaped what he sowed, who told him to let this disciple go out of momentary compassion. But that's all in the past. Kakashi, why do you look so unenergetic? Minato Namikaze asked with concern. It's nothing, Sensei Minato. Lu Dong collected his thoughts, took a sip of water. And Bofeng Shui Min could tell that he was hiding a lot of things in his heart, but he was unwilling to speak. The two fell into a state of silence. Hey, dinner is ready. Uzumaki Kushina quickly finished cooking dinner, breaking the deadlock. Kakashi, eat more. Uzumaki Kushina specially served him a large bowl of rice. Thank you. Lu Dong was not being polite. At the dining table for three, he was the only one focused on eating, while the other two were still chatting and laughing. He felt like a glaring light bulb. After dinner, Kakashi didn't keep Lu Dong around for long. After saying goodbye to the two, he headed home alone. Once back home, Lu Dong calmed his mind, sat on the bed, and began to meditate. His cultivation speed was still a bit slow. How could he prevent the people from the hidden mist village from coming to capture Lin? Ding. Meditation completed. Mental power limit 5, stamina 1. The voice of Yao Yaozi echoed in his mind. Lu Dong slowly exhaled, then opened his eyes. At this moment, his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, as if he had just undergone an intense battle. Although meditation was very helpful for his mental power limit, it was also quite time-consuming and laborious. Jumping off the bed, Lu Dong slowly walked into the bathroom. Gurgle. Lu Dong heard a strange sound and stopped with half of his shirt hanging at his chest. Yao Yaozi, what are you doing? Huh? I'm just here, you old pervert. How dare you undress in front of me? Can't you say something? Don't look if it's inappropriate. Lu Dong, I see you want to sneak a peek, huh? How do my 8-pack abs look? What do you think? Have you seen enough? No way. I'm not interested at all. Lu Dong completely did not believe Yaoyosi's nonsense, expressionless as he turned off the system panel before walking into the bathroom. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room, Lu Dong opened his eyes as well. After hastily having breakfast, he went out the door. Lu Dong was dressed in a ninja combat outfit, with a silver short blade hanging prominently on his back, quickly heading towards the mission distribution department of Konoha village. He pushed off the ground with his foot, transforming into an afterimage that disappeared from the street. And in the blink of an eye, he was on a rooftop. In the next second, he vanished again. A few breaths later, he appeared at the entrance of his destination, where only a few ninjas were coming in and out, entering the Ninja Mission Distribution Department. The spacious hall was sparsely populated, with only a handful of people receiving tasks. Lu Dong arrived at the task distribution counter, looking at the 5 colors on the wall: white, green, blue, purple, and black, which represented the DS-level tasks of Konoha village. As a genius known as Hitaki Kakashi, who possessed a system, he stepped directly in front of the purple task. Hello, what A-level tasks are currently available, preferably ones that involve dealing with powerful enemy ninjas? At the counter, an elderly man with white hair turned his gaze towards the voice, opening his sleepy eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Kid, are you joking? A-level tasks can only be accepted by Jonin. Although we are in a time of war now, it's not to the point where a child like you can take on A-level tasks. Hearing this, Lu Dong let out a light snort and slammed the token representing his Jonin identity onto the table. Immediately, he took out the corresponding mission, saying, "You can't afford the responsibility for delaying the battle." The old man glanced at the token in his hand, then widened his eyes and exclaimed, "So you are the son of Hitaki Sakumo, the white fang of the leaf, disguised in a short-sleeved Hokage cloak. My apologies." After saying this, the old man no longer hesitated and spread out a bamboo scroll. "Young genius, I suggest you choose the mission to ambush the enemy supply convoy from behind, creating an opportunity for us leaf ninjas to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. The enemy only has 1 ordinary Jonin, 10 peak Chunin, and about 100 Genin." Lu Dong, upon hearing these words, no longer hesitated and picked up the task bamboo slip, heading directly towards the door. Behind him, the old man's exclamations could still be heard. The supply route was unpredictable, and there was only a 10-kilometer distance between the Land of Thunder and the battlefield ahead. The enemy's shadow-level powerhouses could reach the battlefield in just 10 minutes, so be extremely careful. Lu Dong's lips curved slightly, shaking his head and chuckling lightly, also moved by the old man's sincerity. He waved his hand and left a silhouette as he rushed toward the village exit. "Teacher Lin Abito, wait for me to come back." He thought that in a month's time, Uchiha Madara would gradually begin his own plan. "Uchiha Madara, don't let me down." Chapter 19. Mission at the village entrance. "Ohio, Kakashi." Lu Dong just left the village when he ran into Namikaze Minato, who was carrying a backpack, looking like he was also about to carry out a mission. "Oh, Hayu, Teacher Minato." Lu Dong stopped, realizing that it was the time of the Third Great Ninja War, with various countries in chaos. It wasn't very safe for him to be alone. "Why are you by yourself? What about Rin?" Minato Namikaze looked around and then asked. "I'm by myself. Rin might be at home." Lu Dong said faintly. The temperature had risen a bit by now, and it was just the time for breakfast. "Kakashi." "Teacher Minato. Sorry I'm late." As soon as Lu Dong finished speaking, Noera Rin's voice came from the village, which took him by surprise. "What's she doing here?" "Oh, Hayu." Noera Rin ran breathlessly in front of the two, then greeted them, looking like she was in a hurry. "Rin, what brings you here?" Lu Dong frowned slightly. Although the task he received this time was not difficult, it was not as simple as the old man said. Noera Rin's strength was insufficient, and bringing her along would inevitably distract him from ensuring her safety, making her a burden. Noera Rin's words further puzzled Lu Dong. He had taken on the task early in the morning, and it had been less than an hour since then. When did Minato Namikaze send her here? Lu Dong looked at Minato Namikaze, his eyes filled with deep. The world he arrived in seemed to be a bit different from the original story. Not to mention anything else, it seemed that Danzo knew a bit too much at the moment, but he couldn't figure out where the problem lay for the time being. "Kakashi, I have a mission to assign to you, which I originally wanted to tell you yesterday, but with Kushina present, I found it hard to speak up." Minato Namikaze then said, but still didn't explain how he knew Lu Dong would be here. If he had waited any longer, he might have already left. "Teacher Minato, what do you want to say?" Lu Dong frowned, lost in his thoughts, and answered somewhat absent-mindedly. Regarding Kushina Uzumaki being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, when Minato Namikaze mentioned this, Lu Dong immediately froze, his thoughts pulled back. He certainly knew that Uzumaki Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But what did Minato mean by bringing this up now? A Jinchuriki is someone possessed by a tailed beast or tailed beast chakra, serving as a container to seal the beast or its chakra. And within Uzumaki Kushina is sealed the Nine Tails. Minato continued to explain, and Lu Dong's expression grew darker. What exactly was he trying to say? Wasn't it during the Third Shinobi World War? He didn't recall the Nine Tails causing any trouble at this time. The tailed beasts are powers that every ninja village desperately seeks to obtain. Now, that Konoha is low on combat strength. I'm afraid the enemy will target Kushina. So I want you to be responsible for her safety. After Minato finished speaking, Lu Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something serious. However, given that Uzumaki Kushina's strength is not weak, she shouldn't need his protection, as the seal on the tailed beast only weakens during the Jinchuriki's pregnancy. Teacher Minato, I can agree to this, but I currently have a more important task. Lu Dong thought for a moment, and then coldly said that he did not want to accept the assignment from Wave Wind Watergate, but he needed to quickly cultivate, and the only shortcut was to continue participating in battles. The Third Shinobi World War lasted for quite a while, and the cause, to be precise, was the jealousy of the other four ninja nations towards the Fire Country's rich resources and pleasant climate, which was simply better than their own territories. Thus, they wanted to attack the Fire Country one after another, leading to the current situation. As a result, the conspiracy of the four ninja countries had just begun when an unexpected event occurred. First, the disappearance of the third Kazekage caused Sunagakure to fall into internal strife, leaving them no time to focus on attacking the Fire Country, which indirectly led to the chaotic situation of the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi, are you planning to go on a mission alone? Wave Wind Watergate and Noira Rin were both surprised. That's right. Lu Dong Kakashi, I'm with you. Yuen Lin said without thinking. That's right, Kakashi. Although you've been promoted to Jonin, your combat experience against enemies is still lacking. You can't take risks alone, especially since you were a team. No personal heroism. Wufeng Shuimin began to lecture again, making Lu Dong's head ache, and he quickly waved his hand. Okay. I got it, Teacher Shuimin. I'll go with Lin. Lu Dong agreed for two reasons. On one hand, he didn't want to listen to Bofeng Shuimin's nagging any longer, and on the other hand, he was indeed a bit worried about leaving her alone in the village. After all, Uchihamadara's means were beyond ordinary reach, and he didn't dare to take the risk. Since that's the case, let's set off. I'm going to the front lines to fight. Kakashi, where are you going? Bofeng Shuimin nodded in satisfaction and then asked. To cut off the enemy supplies, just like last time's mission. Lu Dong responded coldly. And both Bofeng Shuimin and Yi Yuan Lin's expressions darkened. Kakashi, I know you are still saddened by Bito's death, but Lin, I also know you mean well for me. However, accepting this mission is not for Obito. Now, during the Third Great Ninja War, various forces are eyeing Konoha, and I must do something. Before Yuan Lin could finish her words, Lu Dong interrupted her, his eyes radiating a resolute light, causing the girl's gaze to brighten. The boy was different now. All right, Kakashi, then I will accompany you, Yuan Lin said firmly. Bofeng Shuimin watched all of this with satisfaction. Both of them had grown and would surely become the hope for Konoha's future. Lu Dong nodded and stopped wasting words. The three of them exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards the front line of the battlefield. If you remember correctly, the main battlefield was still at the borders of the Earth Country, and this time, Namake's Minato would encounter the AB brothers from the Hidden Cloud. In the original story, they had fought multiple times but never reached a conclusion. This time, he wanted to see just how strong they really were. If all went well, could they snatch another tailed beast for Konoha? You must be dreaming. Lu Dong hadn't had the chance to think about what to do with the tailed beasts in the future, when Yao Yao's voice mercilessly shattered his fantasies. Why? You can send something like a celestial god, but you can't catch a tailed beast for me to play with? It's easy for you to say, can I catch one for you to play with? A weakling like you can't even handle the tailed beast chakra, let alone play with it. It's already good enough if it doesn't play with you. Chapter 20. Give some face. Lu Dong. The three of them traveled for less than half a day, and as they approached the national border, it was also time for them to part ways. Kakashi, Rin, the last time you infiltrated, it made the Hidden Rock Village more vigilant. This time, when you go to destroy the enemy supplies, you must be extra careful. Wave Wind Minato solemnly took out a kunai from his backpack, which still bore the same markings as last time. Lu Dong hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. Although he now had the system in hand and was not worried about fighting, he could not be sure what the situation would be like behind the enemy lines. So it was better to be safe than sorry. Kakashi-sensei, you take care too. Rin, you as well. After saying this, Namake's Minato parted ways with the two. The battle situation had already reached a critical stage, and Lu Dong knew he could not afford to waste a moment. Rin, no matter what happens, the first thing you must do is to escape. Escape at all costs, and do not get caught. After Minato left, Lu Dong finally spoke to Noara Rin. Kakashi, what about you? Noara Rin asked anxiously. You don't need to worry about me. Just do your best to escape. Lu Dong looked firmly at Yebara Rin, appearing completely unconcerned about his own life and death. No, Kakashi, I won't leave you behind. We are a team. Moreover, don't say anything more, Rin. I must protect you first. This is my promise to Obito. Lu Dong said this and headed towards the battlefield. While he couldn't help but sigh, women are just trouble. Don't treat all women as the same. Hey, why are you everywhere? Oof. Yuan Lin couldn't help but show a flash of sadness in her eyes upon hearing Lu Dong's words, but after hesitating for a moment, she quickly followed him. At present, the land of Earth and the land of Lightning are in an alliance. Although the old man introduced the task details lightly when taking the mission, in reality, Lu Dong did not know whether he was facing ninjas from a Wagakure or Kumogakure. With a team of about 100 people, he could only choose to analyze the ninjutsu of one person. He had to think it through before taking action. Only a single, decisive strike would give him a chance of success. With this in mind, Lu Dong suddenly slowed down and then stopped. Kakadong, what's wrong? Yuan Lin frowned and asked as she noticed Lu Dong suddenly stopping, while cautiously looking around. Lin, I think we should first come up with a battle plan. That way, we can be better prepared, Lu Dong said as he took out the map and spread it on the ground. All right. Noara Rin has always believed in Lu Dong's abilities, and upon hearing him say this, she immediately became serious. Our main force and the local ninja troops are currently engaged in the Land of Grass, and the Land of Earth wants to transport supplies to the front lines, leaving them with a total of 3 routes to choose from. Now that the direct transportation route to the Land of Grass has been cut off by us, the Land of Earth has only 2 routes left to choose from. Lu Dong marked 2 locations on the map with his pen. One was in the Land of Waterfalls and the other in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain has a special position, situated between the 3 major ninja countries. If a conflict arises, it is inevitable that the Land of Wind will get involved. So the Land of Earth must choose a supply route that passes through the Land of Waterfalls. What should we do now? Naira Rin nodded in agreement after listening to Lu Dong's analysis. The Land of Waterfalls is surrounded by waterfalls, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. It seems we can only sneak through the enemy's camp. Let's go find Teacher Minato first. Lu Dong thought for a moment and said, nowadays, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru are both eyeing me closely. All along this journey, I've felt as if someone has been following me. It's likely one of Shimura Danzo's subordinates or Orochimaru's people. If I'm not careful and run into a strong enemy, even with the system, it will be hard to escape. Having decided on a countermeasure, the 2 immediately rushed towards the Land of Grass, their figures darting through the woods, making rustling sounds. Yeah, Yozi, if something really happens, please make sure to protect Rin. Lu Dong solemnly repeated in his heart. You can do it. I'll help you this once. Yao Yao seemed hesitant to speak, as if she was hiding something from Lu Dong, but at this moment, with the battle imminent, he had no mind to think about anything else. The 2 traveled for more than 2 hours before finally catching up to Naruto. What are you doing here? Naruto was somewhat surprised, and, at the same time, his expression turned serious. They were already very close to the battlefield, and any carelessness could lead to an ambush. Teacher Naruto, we need to get through the front line. This is currently the only route we can take. Lu Dong explained his analysis from start to finish, and both Feng Shui men immediately nodded, saying, that's right. If you go around through the Land of Rain, it will take a lot of time, and the recent rebel activities in the Land of Rain are quite frequent and dangerous. Moreover, the Salamander Hanzo in the Land of Rain is a demigod-level existence. And with the Akatsuki organization being active lately, it's not much better than the battlefield. Liudong's composure and calmness were greatly admired by Namikaze Minato. At such a young age, not only was his ability remarkable, but his intellect was also among the best. Analyzing problems, he was no worse than seasoned veterans. It seems there was no other way. Sure. As soon as Naira Rin's voice fell, both Lu Dong and Namikaze Minato simultaneously made a shushing gesture, then exchanged a glance, both sensing something. The 3 of them immediately hid. Lu Dong frowned and stared ahead, his palms dripping with fine beads of sweat. This unusual chakra undoubtedly belonged to those 2 people. Minato Namikaze was hiding behind a tree not far from Lu Dong, wearing a similarly vigilant expression. Lin, don't come out later. Make sure to hide well. Lu Dong quietly said to Yi Yuan Lin that he couldn't determine the stance of the AB brothers, but from the original work, it seemed that these 2 didn't like killing. Yo-Yo, big brother, are you saying they're hiding? As soon as Lu Dong finished speaking, the unpleasant sound of Karabi's rap suddenly entered his ears, leaving him with a full head of black lines. Yuan Lin was startled by the sound, immediately covering her mouth, fearing that any noise would attract their attention. Lu Dong glanced at Bo Feng Shui Min, just in time to catch his gesture. He understood the meaning of Bo Feng Shui Min, which was basically for him to lure the AB brothers away, allowing the two to escape, and then find a place to meet up later. Lu Dong rushed to the front line to analyze the upgrade. Now that he has encountered such a character, he naturally cannot miss this opportunity. However, before he could say anything, Wave Wind Watergate had already jumped out. Lu Dong, don't steal the spotlight casually. Even if he doesn't, you still can't beat these two. In the end, you'll be the one embarrassed. Yao Yao Z sarcastically remarked. Lu Dong, say whatever you want, can you show me some respect? Chapter 21. Surprise attack. Yo yo yo, big brother looks so powerful. Karabi saw Minato Namikaze and showed no fear on his face. Instead, he excitedly shouted a rap towards EI. The yellow flash of Konoha. Who would have thought he was so young? EI looked at Minato with disdain, believing that his speed was not inferior to this so-called yellow flash. After all, he was lightning, not only fast but also deadly. EI, known for his speed like blue lightning, and Karabi, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails who can control the tailed beast's power. I also want to have a good match with you guys. Minato Namikaze said lightly, but he knew in his heart that 1 against 2 might not guarantee victory. He could only delay as much as possible to allow Noira Rin and Lu Dong to escape. Then let's see whose speed is faster. And Karabi joined in the laughter. Lu Dong, hiding a short distance behind, cautiously glanced at the three in front and then muttered to himself, Yao Yao Z. Quickly help me analyze that Karabi. Analyze the tailed beast ball. Sorry, but you're too weak. I can't do it. Lu Dong, do you think you're funny? Stop rambling. Which one are we analyzing? Yao Yao's sweet and delicate voice suddenly became much rougher, leaving Lu Dong momentarily stunned. Let's analyze AI then. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental power limit 4. Physical strength 2. Analysis attribute 1. As expected of the future fourth Reikage. Able to improve so much at once. Lu Dong silently sighed. Should I enter battle mode? Enter. After Lu Dong finished speaking, AI suddenly felt his chakra inexplicably draining away, while on the other hand, Minato Namikaze had yet to launch an attack. What was going on? AI couldn't help but exclaim, and Karabi, hearing this, immediately looked at his adoptive brother with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, big brother? And nothing. AI glanced at Karabi, then turned to look at Minato Namikaze. Even if he lost some chakra, it didn't matter. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle 1 against 2. Minato Namikaze also noticed that AI's expression was a bit off, but he couldn't figure out why. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately began to launch an attack. Yo-yo, big brother, I'm coming. Karabi quickly stood in front of AI, confidently drawing his weapon. Upon seeing this, Minato quickly formed hand seals, but before either of them could attack, AI suddenly flew 5 meters away with a loud bang. What? Both Karabi and Minato were startled, looking up to see Lu Dong, who had somehow already stood behind Karabi. How is this possible? Karabi was so shocked that he forgot to sing, staring blankly at his adoptive brother, lying not far away, coughing up blood, and let out a gasp. Minato Namikaze also looked at Lu Dong in disbelief. His speed was even faster than his own. What terrifying power was this? Was speed like blue lightning really just like this? Lu Dong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at AI, who was still recovering on the ground. He felt a bit guilty in his heart. AI's speed was indeed impressive. Fortunately, he was analyzing AI. The attacking power and strength were simply terrifying. Combined with chakra, the physical techniques were on a different level. You little brat, you sneak attacked. AI finally managed to regain his composure. If it weren't for Lu Dong not having reached a certain level yet, that collision would have surely knocked him out on the spot. It was probably due to his young age. Given time, he would undoubtedly become incredibly powerful. That's right, all's fair in war. And besides, you guys have 2 against 1. I really can't stand it. That's not how martial ethics work. Lu Dong stood there with an air of moral superiority, looking down at AI. How dare you hurt my big brother? Just wait until I chop you into meat paste. Yo-yo. It was only then that Karabi reacted, shouting in anger as he drew his knife and slashed towards Lu Dong's face. No. Faced with the real knife, Lu Dong was immediately frozen in place. He had already used his analysis skill and couldn't absorb others' techniques and chakra anymore, so he couldn't reach the speed he had earlier. Just as the knife was about to fall, AI suddenly shouted loudly. Karabi paused for a moment, glanced at AI in confusion, but ultimately put down his weapon. Big brother, why can't I teach this kid a lesson? Karabi asked, puzzled. AI slowly stood up from the ground, coldly looking at Lu Dong, then glanced at Minato Namikaze. We are here to carry out our mission. Fighting will only lead to both sides suffering losses. It will be better to compete when we meet next time. This sounds nice, like a wise person knows when to yield, but to put it bluntly, he was afraid because he couldn't see through Lu Dong's ninjutsu or his strength. Big brother. Karabi was somewhat dissatisfied, wanting to say something but was silenced by a look from AI, so he had to shut his mouth. Since that's the case, let's not interfere with each other and leave quickly. Minato Namikaze naturally didn't have the confidence to fight these two, and since the other side had given him a way out, he had no reason to refuse. A battle was thus avoided. AI and Karabi gave Lu Dong a deep glance before quickly leaving. After they left, Naira Rin finally stepped out from behind a tree. Kakadon, what was that just now? Minato Namikaze asked Lu Dong seriously. He had always been confident in his speed, but he didn't expect to encounter a rival today, especially one as young as Kakadon. It was just a distraction technique. While you were talking, I secretly circled around to AI's vicinity and took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lu Dong looked relaxed and casually said. Yuan Lin was taken aback upon hearing his words. Did she not know that Bluffing Shui Min was unaware? Lu Dong had jumped over in an instant, and she hadn't even seen his movement clearly. So that's how it is. Bluffing Shui Min looked as if he had just realized something, while Lu Dong glanced at Yuan Lin, signaling her not to speak carelessly. All right, let's leave quickly. The commotion just now must have attracted the enemy's attention. We should hurry before they arrive. Lu Dong didn't want to stay any longer and hurriedly urged them. It seemed that they couldn't continue the mission today. He had no chance to analyze the situation anymore. Charging recklessly into the enemy's rear would only lead to death. That's right. Wave Wind Minato nodded, and the three of them immediately ran deeper into the woods, leaving only 3 afterimages. Yuan Lin looked troubled, glancing at Lu Dong's back from time to time. She always felt that this person seemed somewhat unfamiliar, and she didn't know when it started. It seemed she hardly recognized him anymore. Lu Dong could sense the scrutinizing gaze of Naira Rin following him closely. He had to find an opportunity to clarify what had just happened. Otherwise, the system's secrets would eventually be exposed. Ever since he learned that Yao Yaozi had a physical form, he had a lingering suspicion. Chapter 22. Fainted again. Half an hour later, the three found a secluded spot to rest, while Namikaze Minato went to scout nearby. For a moment, only Lu Dong and Naira Rin were left, and it was then that she voiced her doubts. Kakuto, you clearly teleported behind Karabi just now. Why didn't you tell teacher Minato the truth? Lu Dong paused for a moment before replying. I was just lucky earlier, and I did sneak around to ambush AI near Kalabi beforehand. What you saw was just a shadow clone. Yuan Lin was somewhat skeptical of this explanation, but she couldn't come up with a better one. So she nodded and didn't ask further. You really lie without any preparation. Yeah, Yaozi couldn't help but comment. Lu Dong ignored her words and instead focused on his own thoughts. Seeing that he was unwilling to engage with her, Yao Yao quickly fell silent. 10 minutes later, Kakashi returned, but just as he was about to speak, he received a solid punch from Lu Dong and flew 3 meters away. What are you doing, Kakashi? Naira Rin was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted and angrily questioned him, wanting to step forward to help Kakashi. Don't go over there. Lu Dong immediately grabbed Naira Rin and pulled her behind him. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? As soon as Lu Dong's voice fell, the distant wave wind water gate immediately transformed into another person. Naira Rin looked surprised, her eyes wide open, and at the same time, she let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Kakashi pulling her just now, who knows what might have happened? Little ghost, I didn't expect you to be quite vigilant, but so what? With just the 2 of you, I can deal with you effortlessly. The man had the symbol of the rock-hidden village on his head, so it seemed that they were aware of the situation over there, which made things a bit tricky. Lu Dong frowned at the man, realizing he could only rely on himself now, hoping his opponent wasn't too strong. Where did you take Teacher Watergate? Naira Rin questioned the man. You'll be able to see him soon because he has already gone to hell. The man laughed maniacally, deliberately changing his tone to a gloomy one, as if to scare Naira Rin. Rin, don't listen to him. Teacher Watergate will be fine. Lu Dong couldn't help but silently complain in his heart as he spoke. This man in front of him was so immature, his abilities should be lacking. Thinking of this, Lu Dong immediately took a defensive stance. Without the support of the system, he felt completely unsure, and the battle was about to begin. Just then, another person appeared, Namikaze Minato. Who are you? Lu Dong watched the second Namikaze Minato warily and took 2 steps back, with Noera Rin following closely behind, equally cautious. I am Namikaze Minato. What's wrong with you? Have you fallen under a genjutsu? Namikaze Minato looked at the two with a puzzled expression, unsure of what was happening, and immediately moved in front of them. Oomph. Just in time. Since it's like this, I'll take care of all three of you. The man's arrogance intensified, his face filled with disdain. However, Lu Dong was no longer as tense as before. He was sure that this was the real Namikaze Minato, as his speed was impossible to fake, and the vertical style above was a signature skill left by him. Without saying a word, the man launched an attack. Doton, Retsudo Tens Ho. The ground beneath Lu Dong's feet quickly and spread outwards. Seeing this, he immediately grabbed Noera Rin's hand and jumped away, avoiding the attack. Not satisfied with this failure, the man attempted to form seals again, but Namikaze Minato had already flashed to his back, a gleaming kunai pressed against his carotid artery, making him dare not move recklessly. If you want to live, then tell us everything you know. The man's face was filled with shock as he finally realized Namikaze Minato's identity. Could it be? You are the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha? Namikaze Minato snorted coldly, which counted as his answer. I can tell you everything I know, but I hope you won't kill me. I've already defected from a Wagakure, and I don't want to fight anymore. The man's voice was filled with pleading. So he was a deserter. Lu Dong looked down on the man with a sneer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The thing he despised the most was a deserter. I don't want to either. I don't understand the conflicts between countries. But after fighting for so long and with so many people dead, has anyone considered us? I have a wife and children too. I don't want to die. The man shouted hysterically, leaving the other three stunned, unsure of what to say. War indeed brings suffering and despair, leaving the people in misery. Tell us what you know, and then go save yourself, Bo Feng Shui Min said. The man immediately nodded, but suddenly a strange smile appeared on his lips as he thrust a kunai directly at Bo Feng Shui Min's heart. Startled, he quickly dodged, causing the kunai pressed against the man's neck to be deflected as well. Not good. Enemy reinforcements have arrived, Bo Feng Shui Min said, frowning as he took a few steps back. Lu Dong's expression also became very serious. It was obvious that this man had just been deceiving them. How despicable. Kakadong, take Lin and leave quickly. I'll cover you from behind. In a moment of distraction, Lu Dong suddenly came to his senses as Wave Windwater Gate rushed out. He immediately grabbed Noera Rin's hand and ran in the opposite direction. He would never let Noera Rin fall into the hands of the enemy. The pursuers behind them seemed to be blocked by Wave Windwater Gate, and Lu Dong took her into a cave, set a trap at the cave entrance, and then concealed their presence. Kakato, are you okay? Noera Rin noticed Lu Dong's pale face and asked with concern, giving him a once-over but not finding any injuries. I'm fine. Lu Dong struggled to speak. Just now, when he was analyzing the harm, he had used a lot of mental energy, and, combined with the consumption from battle mode, he really felt exhausted now, a strong sense of fatigue. Come here quickly. Let me check on you. Noera Rin was very worried. Lu Dong wanted to say something, but the next second he fainted. When he woke up again, it was already dark. Damn it. Dog system. It's you again messing things up, always letting me down at critical moments. Can you do anything right? Try cursing me again? Who told you to be such a weakling with such low mental energy? Just analyzing a slightly advanced ninjutsu, and you're already this tired. Yayayozi's mocking tone drove Lu Dong crazy. Even so, was it really necessary to knock him out? At that moment, Noera Rin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Kakadong, you're awake? Is there anything still uncomfortable? No, I'm much better, thank you. Faced with Noera Rin's surprised expression, he couldn't help but be taken aback, feeling a slight emotional stir inside. He had always been a person with little affection, never thinking that anyone would care about him so much. No need to thank me. You fainted for an afternoon. I was very worried. Thankfully, you woke up. What about Teacher Minato? Lu Dong didn't know how to respond to Noera Rin's enthusiasm, so he changed the subject. Chapter 23. Eavesdropping when it came to Teacher Minato. Noera Rin's eyes darkened a bit, and she gently shook her head. Teacher Minato led all the pursuers away by himself to avoid exposing our hiding place. Only a few stragglers were left, and I've already dealt with them. Lu Dong breathed a sigh of relief at their situation. Currently, he couldn't use the system analysis, and if enemies really did come, he might not be able to retreat unscathed, let alone protect Noera Rin. As for Namikaze Minato, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. The yellow flash active on the battlefield was not just for show. It wasn't safe here, so after resting for a while longer, they would continue to move. Lu Dong forced himself to sit up, still feeling somewhat weak, and took out a military ration pill from his pocket, tossing it into his mouth. When will you stop being so weak? It's hard for me to manage like this. Everything can be late, but Yao Yao's taunts won't. However, at that moment, Lu Dong had no interest in flirting with Yao Yao. He silently thought, Yao Yao, how long until you can use your analysis ability again? After midnight. But I advise you not to use it too frequently. Be careful not to drain yourself. Go away, I'm annoyed. If you can't utilize the system, just shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. TCH. Yao Yao scoffed, but she did quiet down for a while, allowing Lu Dong to rest his eyes. The two of them took turns resting until it was just starting to get light outside. Lu Dong moved forward and shook Noera Rin awake. Rin, we need to get moving. Now is when people are most relaxed, and after resting, both our bodies and the system are back in peak condition. Noera Rin rubbed her eyes and quickly got up, following Lu Dong closely and quietly asking, Kakadong, where are we moving to? To the Rain Hidden Camp, he replied succinctly. But Noera Rin was somewhat puzzled. Didn't Teacher Minato say that Hanzo, the salamander of the Rain Hidden, is close to demigod strength? We should be staying away from there. Although she was a bit confused, she didn't slow her pace to follow Lu Dong, clearly still trusting him deep down. Lu Dong explained, the ones chasing us are from the Rock Hidden Village. If the two sides collide, neither will have a good outcome. I hope Teacher Minato thinks the same as I do. Even though Minato is strong, he can't face a large army on his own. And the closest place to us is the Rain Hidden Village's base. Such an obvious move, Minato wouldn't overlook it. It has been 6 hours since they separated from Minato, and given both sides' strength, they should have already cleaned up the battlefield. By now, there shouldn't be very strong enemies over there. In fact, Lu Dong is also taking a gamble. Although he possesses a system, it's still not enough on this battlefield filled with ninjas. Why not hurry up and improve your own strength? You can only analyze one at a time, and once you're done, you feel weak. Instead of mocking me here, you might as well scout the terrain and enemy situation. Just complaining here makes you look pathetic. I won't fall for your provocations. Oh, this system has become smarter. It even knows about provocations. Of course, otherwise, why would I be your system? Lu Dong has already imagined the other person's nose lifting up, looking quite pleased with themselves. Hey, why do you imagine me as so ugly? No thinking. I won't allow my image to be ruined. Hee, you still have an image? If you could take form and jump out of my head, then I wouldn't think it. I won't argue with you. Yao Yao Z was so angry that she stopped talking altogether. Lu Dong snorted, finally managing to win a round back. Otherwise, who could stand listening to this guy's taunts all day long? Behind him, Noera Rin noticed that Lu Dong's mood was inexplicably good, but their situation wasn't great. They were on the move, and over at Minato Namikaze's side, things weren't idle either. After expending considerable effort, he dealt with the group of pursuers from IWA Shinobi and quickly returned to the spot where he had separated from the two students. He stopped, looked around, and found the cave where Kakashi and Rin had concealed themselves based on his memory. However, upon entering, he found no one inside and couldn't help but frown. Had they been discovered? No, that's not right. He quickly stepped forward, feeling the ground and cave walls, which still retained a hint of warmth, clearly indicating that someone had just left. Damn it! Minato Namikaze couldn't help but punch the wall hard, creating a fist-sized dent. Last time, he was late and lost a Beto, which would haunt him for life. Kakashi, Rin, please don't get into any more trouble. Otherwise, your teacher, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Carefully examining the traces left by the two, he headed in the direction of the marks and concealed them again to prevent others from following. At that moment, Kakashi and Rin had already found a good hiding spot. Don't we need to move a bit further? Rin had gathered a lot of camouflage materials to conceal the cave. Lu Dong said confidently, no need, I left traces on the way here. If teacher Shuei Min sees them, he will definitely come find us. It's not a good thing to be too close to the enemy camp. Lin nodded, feeling that Kakadong was becoming more reliable. She went to find some wild vegetables, all of which she had carefully selected, ensuring they were not poisonous. Lu Dong nodded in satisfaction. No wonder he was a ninja cultivated on the battlefield, without him having to say anything. The tasks that needed to be done were already completed. After finishing the camouflage outside, the two took out the rations they had on them. Now that there was no logistical support from Konoha, this food could only last for about 4 days. Noera Rin split a soldier's food pill in half, but Lu Dong refused it. I already had one yesterday. I can still hold on. You eat this one, and I'll take all the wild vegetables. Noera Rin didn't hesitate to back down, understanding the importance of conserving energy, so she ate one whole. Lu Dong stuffed those wild vegetables into his mouth and swallowed them, and I can only say the taste was indescribable. I want to find some water. He took out a small wooden barrel from the ceiling scroll and got up to leave. Let me go. Yamber Rin, who had just eaten the military rations, volunteered to fetch the water. Lu Dong shook his head and said, "You are a medical ninja, so your self-defense ability is definitely not as good as mine. I should go instead. I promised to Beto to protect you well." As soon as this reason was mentioned, Lin immediately agreed. Lu Dong emerged from the cave and walked a long distance before finally discovering a water source. He unexpectedly found several berry bushes and carefully gathered them as a food reserve. Just as he was about to return with a bountiful harvest, he vaguely saw a familiar figure. Chapter 24. Searching everywhere for what can't be found. Lu Dong immediately packed up his things and carefully followed along. It was a dilapidated wooden house, which seemed to have been around for quite some time, with two figures standing by the window. He didn't dare to get too close, fearing discovery. "Do you need my help?" Yayayozi's tone carried a sense of you should be asking me. "Hurry up. Get moving. There's no time to waste. TSK. I don't even know why you can't just talk to me properly." Yayayozi was somewhat dissatisfied, but at this moment, she really perked up and didn't let Lu Dong down. "Lu Dong, this is really not easy." With the system's enhancement, Lu Dong's senses were heightened, and even from a distance of 100 meters, he could hear clearly. "Danzo of Konoha, why did you invite me here?" The voice of Hanzo of the Salamander sounded very muffled beneath his mask, but no one dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary person. "You should know about Akatsuki, right? Danzo himself is a ruthless person, and he didn't seem to lose any ground in front of Hanzo of the Salamander." Hanzo couldn't help but scoff, thinking you must have something important to discuss. "I've heard of this organization and even sent people to investigate it. It shouldn't just be an investigation. You want their lives, don't you?" Danzo didn't beat around the bush and directly pierced through this layer of pretense. Lu Dong, listening from outside, couldn't help but click his tongue, not expecting Danzo to already harbor murderous intentions towards Yahiko and the others. Hanzo of the Salamander slightly squinted his eyes, revealing a threatening expression. "But this has nothing to do with you. This is our business in Amigakure." Danzo's face was as calm as water. He understood Hanzo's character all too well. Extremely confident, yet equally suspicious and thoughtful, he not only arranged for 24-hour rotating guards for himself, but also treated even the fledgling ninjas from Akatsuki with seriousness. If this guy were a bit more arrogant, he might just be perfect for his use. He cleared his throat. "These three ninjas belong to your Amigakure, but they often roam our battlefield, so I hope to join forces with you to quickly eliminate this uncertain factor." Hanzo of the Salamander was still in his prime. If he allowed those kids from Akatsuki to grow unchecked, it wouldn't be impossible for them to take Amigakure later. He absolutely could not let the Amigakure he controlled return to instability. "I understand your meaning. Let's wait a bit longer. I allow you to send Konoha ninjas to encircle them. Amigakure will not interfere," Hanzo of the Salamander said readily. In fact, if he could eliminate such a threat with Konoha's help, it would be a good thing. Although Danzo was satisfied with the answer, he saw that Hanzo of the Salamander had already made a concession, so he no longer pursued the matter. Lu Dong, who had been eavesdropping outside, felt the weight on his shoulders increase. Yahiko was an important figure influencing the direction of the entire ninja world. It seemed he needed to have some interaction with Yahiko and the others before this ninja world war ended. Otherwise, when Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo truly joined forces, things would become difficult to handle. "The enhancement effect has been revoked. You should thank me quickly," Yayayozi said proudly. "Such enhancement perception skill was not even worth giving me. The eavesdropping was cut short, and now it's gone. And you still want me to thank you?" Lu Dong was speechless. He watched them continue to talk, but he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He had already been out long enough. And if he didn't go back soon, Rin would start to worry. However, just as he left, the conversation between Hanzo the Salamander and Danzo also came to an end. Hanzo had just come out of the wooden house when he sensed something was off. Smelling the scent in the rain, he found the spot where Lu Dong had been hiding earlier. Clever and cunning as Danzo was, he immediately understood what was happening and signaled for the Umbu members. "Kill without mercy." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The Umbu members received their orders and instantly vanished from spot. Hanzo squinted slightly. How dare someone eavesdrop on him? For someone as cautious as him, this was an insult. It seemed that next time they had to choose their meeting place more carefully, and he would send his subordinates to investigate. Danzo was puzzled. He was sure that apart from the Umbu members, no one else knew about this meeting. How could someone find out? At this moment, Lu Dong was completely unaware, happily returning to the cave with berries and water, sharing them with Rin. Yawara Rin was quite worried that Lu Dong had been gone for so long, but when she saw him return unscathed and bringing back a lot of food, she couldn't help but smile. "Great, This will help us last a couple more days. Rin said joyfully, carefully storing the food away. For the next few days, let's reduce our activities and try to stay in the cave. I hope Teacher Minato can find us soon. Lu Dong tilted his head and took a sip of water. He had brought back quite a bit, enough for them to hunker down for a while. All right. Yuara Rin also preferred not to go out and fight. It was better to wait for Teacher Minato to come find them. However, they did not expect that after Lu Dong was discovered eavesdropping, not only did the Umbu send some people, but the Rain Village also began a large-scale search. The two, who had intended to quietly wait for their rendezvous, were forced to temporarily relocate and move back towards each other. Not only was Lu Dong caught off guard, but even Minato on his side didn't anticipate this, and they had to retreat. Thus, both sides missed each other on their way back. As the saying goes, disaster often turns into fortune, and to Lu Dong's surprise, the person he had been racking his brain to find, Yahiko, suddenly appeared in front of them. The pursuers who should have been tracking Lu Dong and the others mistook Yahiko's group for suspects and were about to execute them on the spot. Wake up, stop sleeping. It's time to work. Lu Dong roared in his heart, not doing the work when it was time to work. Here they come. What are they shouting about? Am I not here? There's so many people again. Which one do you want to analyze? Whichever, it doesn't matter. All these people are wearing masks. They should be members of the Konoha Umbu, but he can't tell them apart. Ding. Analysis completed. Analysis skill 1, mental strength limit 1, physical ability 1, analysis attribute 1. Lu Dong was a bit disappointed. It seemed that even the Umbu had slackers. Should we enter battle mode? Enter. Both sides were in a situation where Lu Dong was in the dark and the enemy was in the light, catching Lu Dong off guard. Who are you? After the Umbu member from Konoha shouted, they realized it was actually a fellow ninja from Konoha. Wait, that white hair. Are you a disciple of Minato Namikaze? The Umbu immediately recognized Lu Dong, and Lu Dong had no intention of refuting it. Your teacher is looking for you, so hurry up and rendezvous with him. We are on a mission. Don't interfere with us. Seeing that they were fellow villagers, the Umbu ninjas lowered their guard significantly, especially since the two of them were Minato's disciples. Chapter 25. The most unexpected reinforcements. Yahiko Rin's eyes lit up upon hearing about Teacher Minato. Where did you see him? Not long ago. He should have gone in that direction. The Umbu ninja pointed them away. They still had a mission to complete and couldn't protect these kids. In a harsh battlefield, they could only leave their fate to the heavens. However, Lu Dong stepped forward, pretending to be naive. A mission? What mission are you executing? Ugh. Can you at least pretend to be more innocent? Yao Yaozi immediately complained disdainfully. Shut up. Yahiko Rin couldn't help but blink several times, confirming she hadn't misheard. Just now, Kakashi's behavior was so off. The Umbu waved their hands. This is not something you low-ranking ninjas should know. Hurry up and leave, or you might get caught by the Rain Ninja. Ah, I thought you were looking for the person who overheard Danzo and Hanzo the Salamander talking, Lu Dong said playfully. How do you know? The two Umbu members immediately looked at Lu Dong, having already found the answer in secret. TSK. It really was him who eavesdropped and got caught. He thought he was being careful. Bingo. Congratulations. Host, you guessed correctly. Damn, why didn't you tell me back then? Lu Dong couldn't help but curse. You didn't ask me either. Yao Yaozi's voice was particularly irritating. This damn system. Lu Dong really wanted to greet her in a friendly local dialect. But now was not the time. Facing the relentless pressure from the Konoha Umbu members, he remained calm and directly pulled out a pill from the system. After immobilizing them, he pried open their mouths and fed them the pill. You are here to execute Danzo's mission, but we are not the targets you are looking for, nor are those three. Lu Dong re-injected the settings for them. Huh? Aren't we on a mission? Why are we here? Member A of the Dark Department asked in confusion. Lu Dong answered his question with an innocent expression. Just now. You pointed the way for us to find Teacher Shui Min. All right. Member B of the Dark Division nodded vigorously. After saying that, the two of them left. Noera Rin looked at Lu Dong in surprise, not knowing how he managed to do that. Lu Dong was also a bit hesitant. Logically, he should give him a pill as well, so there would be no need for an explanation. However, this body seemed to have some emotions resisting that action. Oh dear, how considerate. Why don't I see you being this nice to me usually? Being considerate should at least involve something precious, but you're just a system. I want to argue with you. Lu Dong waved his hand, signaling Lin to come help them with the treatment. Now, all three of them, including Yahi, were in a coma, and he didn't want to carry them all back. If it were just Xiaonan alone, that would be manageable. LSP. Yao Yaozi's sarcastic remarks came again. First, let me clarify. I am SP, but I'm not old. How shameless. Yao Yaozi was shocked by this person's thick-skinned nature. Xiao Nan. Yahi. The first to wake up was Nagato, who quickly sat up and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that they were okay. Lu Dong watched from the side, thinking, as expected of the wielder of the Rinnegan, they really woke up earlier than others. At this moment, Rin wiped the sweat from her face and healed the internal injuries of the remaining two, but external injuries had to be set aside for now. Thank you for your hard work, Rin. Lu Dong nodded at her. Rin blushed and replied, this is what I should do. Conan and Yahiko gradually regained consciousness. But Conan was wary of Rin and Lu Dong, who were also from Konoha. On the other hand, Yahiko displayed the demeanor of an older brother and stepped forward to thank them. Did you save us? Thank you. It's all Rin's credit, Lu Dong said. Do you have a place to stay? The three looked at each other. If they had, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Follow me, Lu Dong tilted his head, indicating for them to come along. Rin immediately trotted to Liu Dong's side and quietly asked, Kakato, aren't you afraid of them? It's fine, you can trust me. Lu Dong understood her unease. They were already on the move, and with limited food and 3 more people, it was indeed not a good situation. Seeing that he said so, Rin stopped asking, swallowing her curiosity about that miraculous pill as well. Following behind Lu Dong, she felt increasingly that the person she knew was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and now she couldn't see through him at all. Thus, Lu Dong and the group turned around and returned to the cave where they had hidden before. Sure enough, the traces had been erased. Minato had indeed been here. It's safe here for now, Rin. Take out the food and share some with them. Lu Dong naturally took on the role of the backbone. Rin nodded, counted the food again, and distributed it according to the portions to Yahiko and the others. After eating, Rin felt that her chakra had recovered significantly, so she began to treat their serious external injuries, while the less severe ones were just bandaged. With Rin's care and full stomachs, Conan and Nagato finally opened their hearts to the two of them, no longer afraid. Lu Dong noticed the changes and felt quite pleased, as it at least brought them closer together. During the nights of rest, Lu Dong, along with Mia and Nagato, took turns keeping watch, successfully enduring for 3 days. Just on the night when their food was about to run out, footsteps suddenly echoed outside, and everyone immediately became alert. Wow, who is it out there? Who could it be? It's like opening a mystery box. So exciting. Who is it? Hurry up and tell us. Lacking any sense of humor, it turned out to be Orochimaru. Lu Dong's brows furrowed tightly. Why is Orochimaru here? Ah, it seems I'm not very welcome. Orochimaru's unique voice echoed in the cave. Lin's face lit up with joy. Orochimaru senpai. In Lin's eyes, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of the village, so he wouldn't do anything bad to them. And this time, Orochimaru came to help. Yahiko and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lin knew him. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Lu Dong's tone was as unfriendly as ever. Orochimaru chuckled. I heard that the Yellow Flash's team was ambushed, so they sent me to help. I was worried about your safety, so I came over first. If you want to ask how I found you, Orochimaru extended his hand, and a slender snake was coiling around his arm. In this terrain, snakes could be said to be everywhere. Lu Dong looked at him sideways and asked, so, you came here by yourself? Oh, you really are quite realistic, kid, said Orochimaru as he pulled a scroll out of his pocket and threw it to Lu Dong. Chapter 26, A Long-Awaited Reunion. Lu Dong took the scroll, on which were written the 2 large characters for supplies, indicating that it was specially used for providing material support. How could one survive without it? After the issue of food was resolved, Lu Dong felt a little relieved. However, I didn't bring any water, Kakadong. Let's go out together to find some water, Orochimaru said with a smile. Lu Dong is not foolish. It's obvious that Orochimaru is using this as an excuse to talk to him privately. He also wants to know why this seemingly cold-blooded guy has come back to support them. All right, so the two of them walked a considerable distance away. This should be enough. Lu Dong stopped, breaking the silence. Orochimaru chuckled. I guess you're wondering why I came to rescue you. Stop flattering yourself. I don't need your rescue. I can find food myself. Otherwise, do you think we've managed to survive this long without it? Lu Dong cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru, dismissing his words. You little brat. Your way of speaking is still so annoying. Orochimaru, having only exchanged a few words with Lu Dong, felt his defenses crumble again. To be honest, ever since he met this little brat, it seems he has been losing ground, never managing to gain the upper hand in their verbal exchanges. He took a deep breath and got to the point. I've heard that Danzo has mobilized 30% of the Umbu to search for a listener. Hearing this, Lu Dong instantly became interested and looked towards Orochimaru. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he thought, Humph, this little brat is still under my thumb. That guy, Danzo, asked me to help as well, and I took a look at the list of those going to the battlefield. I figured you were the only one capable of doing something like this, but I didn't put your name down, so you owe me a favor." She smiled at him, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Oh, Lu Dong felt somewhat disappointed. He thought it was some useful intelligence. Did he really need to say that? Besides, Danzo isn't blind. He could guess what Orochimaru could from a list. "Is that your reaction?" Orochimaru said with a furrowed brow. "What else should I say? I thought you were more useful. But you're worse than that damn system." Orochimaru asked in confusion. "System? I don't remember anyone in Konoha called System." "Damn, you actually compare me to this disgusting guy." "Orochimaru, let me tell you, if you ask me for help again, forget it. I'm really angry now. The kind that can't be soothed." Yayayoshi said 4 sentences in one breath, clearly showing that she was genuinely furious. Lu Dong let out a laugh. "I don't even know what you look like. If you have the guts, come and bite me." "All right then." Orochimaru crossed his arms, no longer expecting Lu Dong to owe him a favor. "I've already sent a snake to deliver a message to Minato, asking him to come and meet up with you." Speaking of the meeting, Lu Dong actually had something for Orochimaru to do. "Hey, can you take those 3 people from the battlefield and find a good place to temporarily settle them?" Orochimaru recalled the 3 kids he had seen earlier, thinking why bother trying to find a place. Just kill them directly. Regardless of whether the plot had changed or not, Orochimaru's attitude remained consistent. This is the fate of the weak, isn't it? He still wore that smiling expression, but his words were quite cold-blooded. Lu Dong clicked his tongue. If it weren't for not wanting to let Minato see his pair of Rinnegan, he wouldn't have to get away from Orochimaru. Just as he was about to say he wouldn't help, Orochimaru spoke up. "I can help you, but now you owe me a favor, right? It seems your tongue is itching again. Should I give you a few more cuts?" Surprisingly, Orochimaru didn't get angry at this remark. He still had that same old demeanor. As a speculator, Orochimaru was best at discerning which people were more suitable for cooperation. In his view, Lu Dong's value had far surpassed that of Danzo, making him itch with curiosity to see what the final outcome of this Lu Dong ninja would be. After returning, Orochimaru took Yahiko and the others away, and before leaving, Konan looked reluctantly at Rin. Lu Dong promised that once they were settled, he would go back to see them. Not long after Orochimaru left, Minato hurriedly arrived, looking like he had not dared to delay even a moment, as evident from his clothing and mental state. Seeing that both of them were safe, Minato stepped forward and gave them both a hug. "Great, you're both okay." Then he asked, "What happened to the flying thunder god kunai I gave you before? Why isn't it with you?" The two remembered the kunai when Minato asked and searched their bodies, realizing it was missing, probably lost during their initial escape. "We can't let this happen again." Minato seriously admonished them, knowing full well how scared he had been when the flying thunder god didn't he respond. "Sorry, Minato-sensei," Rin said, lowering her head. "I'll be more careful next time," Lu Dong added. Seeing both students apologize, Minato relaxed his stern expression. "You should have rested well. So let us set off now and head back to the village. This mission is over." Hearing they would return to the village, both were naturally very happy. No matter how strong a person is, no one enjoys living on the battlefield, unless they are not normal. "I think you're not normal." "Haha, who can be as abnormal as you? 800 different voices in a day. I thought it was a female ghost." "Say that again. Next time I won't analyze." Lu Dong was really tired at this point. After living on the battlefield for almost a week, the burden was indeed a bit heavy for his still young body. They hurried back to Konoha without rest. Lu Dong took a shower and immediately collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep to replenish his physical and mental strength, forgetting all about the report. The next morning, before he could wake up naturally, he was awakened by the sound of someone banging on the door. He walked to the door in a groggy state and opened it, only to see a ninja wearing an umbu mask, which startled Lu Dong awake, thinking he had really seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Kakashi, Elder Danzo wants you to come over." Bang! Before the person could finish speaking, Lu Dong slammed the door shut. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he still needed to get enough sleep. He directly laid back down on his bed. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared, resting a hand on the shoulder of the umbu member. "My student just returned from a mission and is still very tired. Could you please inform Elder Shimura to reschedule?" Faced with the imposing presence of Minato Namikaze, very few could withstand it. The umbu member could only nod and leave to report back. Meanwhile, Minato stood in front of Kakashi's door, remaining silent for a long time, as if he was pondering something. Chapter 27, a farce. When Lu Dong woke up again, it was already well past noon. He yawned and rubbed his messy white hair, wondering if there was something important this morning. Oh well, it probably wasn't important anyway. It was Danzo looking for you. How could you forget that? You must be really groggy. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Originally a beautiful day, Hearing the name Danzo made it less pleasant. Lu Dong could guess why Danzo was looking for him. When the soldiers come, the generals block. When the water comes, the earth covers. He didn't believe that old Fox Danzo had really found evidence proving he was the one responsible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sleeping in his own bed right now. He opened the door, intending to go out and grab something to eat, and saw a bento box left at the doorstep with a note. Teacher Minato said you weren't awake yet, so I put the food at the door. Remember to eat. Lin. He opened the bento box, which was filled to the brim, making his mouth water. However, there were always flies buzzing around, making it unappetizing. Come out. I know you're there, Lu Dong said coldly. Is this how Danzo sends people to come? Kid, you can't just call Lord Danzo by his name. With a rustling sound, 2 Umbu members appeared before him. Lu Dong rolled his eyes, dismissing what he said with disdain. You, one of them, with a bit of temper, wanted to directly teach this disrespectful junior a lesson, but was stopped by another person. That person slightly shook his head, signaling him not to cause trouble, and then routinely said, Danzo has issued an order. Please come with us. Lu Dong completely ignored them and walked straight back into the house with the bento box. Kakashi, I don't think you want to make it difficult for Minato, do you? The person's expression was hidden behind a mask, but the coldness in their voice was even more pronounced. Disturbing people's dreams early in the morning and not letting them eat at noon. Is this how you do things? If I were Danzo, with 2 subordinates like you who lack insight, I would be dead from anger sooner or later. It's not like only you have mouths to talk. Does he think he S-mute? To be honest, recently I've been bickering with Yao Yao, and my arguing skills have really improved. Yao Yao, speechless. The 2 Umbu members saw that he looked like he wouldn't leave without finishing his meal, so they could only hold back and wait for him outside. After a while, Lu Dong contentedly placed the bento box in the sink and wiped his mouth before walking to the door with a bright smile. Lead the way. The 2 Umbu members breathed a sigh of relief. Their ancestor finally finished eating. The 2 of them walked in front and behind, escorting him over, afraid that something might happen halfway. When he stopped at the door of the Hokage's office, Lu Dong was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the old Fox Danzo would call him to his territory alone, but unexpectedly, they were at the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open, and besides the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, Minato and Orochimaru were also present. Kakashi. Minato Namikaze smiled gently at him, indicating that he need not worry. Orochimaru looked the same as usual, with his snake-like eyes showing no emotion, while Danzo's gaze was sharp, like a knife, fixed directly on him. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, asserting the authority of the Hokage. Danzo, everyone is here. If you have any questions, feel free to raise them. Danzo glanced at Lu Dong, saying, as an elder of Konoha, I still suspect that Kakashi's identity is not pure. Even Minato's temperament, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but feel a bit of anger. Lord Danzo, matters like this require evidence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru looked on, as if enjoying the show. Danzo snorted coldly and slammed the report submitted by Minato on the table. This report shows that you and Kakashi were separated for a few days and did not carry out any tasks. Yet during this time, Kakashi was out of contact and completed the task alone. Don't you find that strange? Hearing this, Kakashi was also a bit surprised. He had always thought that Minato completed the task while looking for them. But unexpectedly, Minato hadn't completed the task either. How was it done? Just then, a hoarse voice interjected. Teacher Sarutobi, Kakashi's strength is evident. Before he executed this mission, he was already a Jonin. Completing a task alone is not a difficult matter. Saying this, Orochimaru looked at Lu Dong, revealing a meaningful smile. Lu Dong immediately understood and realized that this was the work of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru was somewhat gloomy, it must be said that he was quite reliable when it came to getting things done. He immediately continued the conversation, saying, Indeed, I am very confident in my abilities and also in completing the mission. Isn't it precisely because the village trusts me that they assigned this task to me? At this crucial moment of utilizing personnel, Danzo, are you trying to shake the morale of the village by doubting its core strength? Lu Dong's words directly turned the situation around. Hokage-sama, I can vouch for my student, so I hope Danzo-sama will refrain from making such baseless accusations. Namikaze Minato pulled Lu Dong behind him. Orochimaru also chimed in, Yes, I still have experiments to finish, and I've been called over. A hint of shadow flashed in Danzo's eyes. Orochimaru, you, Danzo-sama, is there something you need from me? Orochimaru said with a smile. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen timely interrupted their argument. Danzo Minato is right. I hope he can be more prudent in the future. Hiruzen looked deeply at his childhood friend, feeling complex emotions. hoping he would not continue to be so overbearing. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly and fell silent. Hiruzen had known that today's events would be a farce, and he gritted his teeth to dismiss everyone. You all go back. I will decide how to handle this matter. Yes, Hokage-sama, Minato said politely as he left with Kakashi. Orochimaru smiled and left the Hokage office directly. Orochimaru, Danzo called out to him in the hallway, and Orochimaru stopped. Danzo leaned in closer, asking in a somewhat questioning tone, "What did you mean by that just now?" "Oh, Danzo-sama, what do you mean? I was just speaking the truth. Besides, that is Minato's student. I don't want to go against him," Orochimaru replied defiantly, leaving without looking back. As soon as he exited the Hokage building, he saw Lu Dong waiting for him not far away. Chapter 28. Who is the kitchen killer? Orochimaru casually set up a soundproof barrier. "Are you here to ask me about the whereabouts of those children?" What Lu Dong hated the most was that Orochimaru could always see through people's hearts, making it seem like there were no secrets in front of him. However, he might not know that in Orochimaru's eyes, Lu Dong was probably the most mysterious person, which made him irresistibly drawn to wanting to know more about him. Lu Dong nodded. Orochimaru took out a folded note from his sleeve and handed it to him, with the address written on it. "You can go find it yourself." Lu Dong looked at the note and asked, "This thing won't suddenly turn into a snake, right?" Orochimaru unhappily shoved the note into his hand. "Like it or not?" Lu Dong shrugged. He just wanted to tease Orochimaru, but he didn't expect the other party to be so uninteresting. He looked at the address on the note. It was a place about an hour's journey from Konoha, not too far. Before setting off, he specifically bought some fresh fruits to bring to Yahiko, as it's not good to go empty-handed. By the time Lu Dong arrived, it was already afternoon, and the only one to open the door was Conan. "Huh, why are you the only one here? Where are Yahiko and Nagato?" Lu Dong curiously leaned his head into the house, but didn't see them. Conan smiled and said, "Yahiko and the others went to the forest to hunt. They said they want to eat meat tonight." Lu Dong nodded, indicating that it was time for them to eat some meat to replenish their strength. Xiaonan quickly cleaned out a room for Lu Dong to sit down and rest. When he arrived, he noticed that this underground base was somewhat dilapidated, looking as if it hadn't been used for a long time. It should be one of Orochimaru's backup strongholds. Although it was a bit old, fortunately, it had enough essentials, at least ensuring that Yahiko and the others each had a room. It was also quite safe, with plenty of food stored, though he saw it was mostly dry rations, with not even a hint of seasoning. No wonder Yahiko and the others wanted to go out hunting for some game to improve their appetite. He pulled out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Xiaonan. "This contains some fruits and seasonings. I think you will find it useful." Xiaonan happily accepted it, unable to put it down. God knows how long they had been struggling on the battlefield without a decent meal. Last night, they had just been arranged to stay here. Although they had worked hard to clean it up a bit, it was barely livable, but still better than sleeping rough on the battlefield. That snake-eyed uncle didn't seem like a good person, and his temperament was quite dark. Yet he had left them quite a bit of dry rations. Last night, the three of them tried cooking some hot rice porridge with the rice, and Yahiko and Nagato both drank 3 bowls, while even the smallest eater among them managed 2 bowls. After taking a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, lying on a clean bed felt soft and comfortable. It was the first time she realized that people could actually sleep without lying on the ground. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes uncontrollably. Thank you. And that snake-eyed uncle who brought us here," Xiaonan said, choking on her words. Lu Dong was flustered when he saw the girl crying, with tears streaming down her face, not knowing how to comfort her. Naturally, this was a great opportunity for mockery, and Yao Yao immediately burst into laughter. "Is it because you're so ugly that you scared her to tears? Well, you're not any better looking." "I'm not like you. I'm a great beauty." "Really? In my opinion, you're definitely not as pretty as Xiaonan." As he spoke, Lu Dong recalled Xiaonan's appearance as she grew up. The difference in temperament was quite significant, perhaps because of the loss of a good brother. At that moment, Mi Yin and Nagato also returned, each holding a rabbit. Seeing Xiaonan crying, they quickly put down their catch. "Xiaonan, what's wrong? Did he bully you?" Mi Yin immediately glared fiercely at Lu Dong, resembling a cat baring its teeth. Lu Dong quickly waved his hand, saying it had nothing to do with him. Xiaonan grabbed Yahiko's shirt corner and said, "It's okay. I really feel lucky to meet such a good person helping us." Lu Dong secretly complained on the side. "No, please don't be too grateful to me. I'm afraid I'll end up like Jiraiya. Sorry, I was too excited just now." Yahiko scratched the back of his head awkwardly and apologized to the other party. "How about this? We're planning to make rabbit meat. Why don't you eat with us?" Yahiko pointed at the two rabbits on the ground that had already had their throats cut. Lu Dong glanced at the two scrawny rabbits, fell silent for a moment, and thought, just these two aren't enough to eat. It didn't matter to him. He could afford to eat less at night. After all, as a high-ranking ninja, he could take on a wide range of missions, and the rewards are naturally not low. He had never been stingy when it came to food. But the group in front of him, especially Yahiko and the others, were different. They were all skin and bones and still in their growing phase. If they didn't eat more, they would definitely suffer from malnutrition. Wait a moment, he said. After finishing, Lu Dong dashed out, and before long, he returned, carrying several chickens and a plump rabbit. Upon seeing the prey in Lu Dong's hands, the three of them immediately lit up with excitement. Wow, how did you catch those? Do you want to learn? Lu Dong looked at them proudly. I can teach you. Yahiko and the others nodded vigorously. Lu Dong handed the chicken and rabbit to Yahiko and said, you handle this. Okay. Lu Dong then chatted a lot with Nagato and Conan in the living room, discussing topics like the customs of Konoha and when the war would end. When Conan heard him say that the war would definitely end in a year, her eyes lit up with hope. Conan, Yahiko, and I want to establish an organization. This organization will become a strong force to stop the war in the future, Nagato said with excitement. Of course, right now, it's just the three of us. At this point, he felt a bit embarrassed, worried that the others might think he was bragging. That's a good dream. Can I join too? As a time traveler, Lu Dong naturally knew that they would achieve this goal in the future, but whether the original concept would change could only be known by them. Let me be a nominal advisor or something, Lu Dong said, picking up a piece of fruit and eating as he spoke. Do you really want to join? Nagato asked in surprise, as he didn't expect Lu Dong to be willing to join their still-dreaming organization. Just then, a loud noise came from the kitchen. Yahiko's face was dark as he walked out holding a pot. Aye. Conan quickly went over to grab a towel to help wipe his face. Lu Dong couldn't help but frown and ask, what's going on? Chapter 29. The Confidence of a Great Food Nation. Looking at Mi Yan's dirty and disheveled appearance, he still thought he had just crawled out of coal pile. Mi Yan, looking like he was about to cry without tears, choked up and said, I accidentally ruined the chicken that Kakadong gave me. Lu Dong walked toward the kitchen while comforting Mi Yan and saw that the stove was all black, looking like it had exploded. Xiaonan, can you help me see if he's hurt? Nagato, come help me clean this up. While directing them, he continued to reassure Mi Yan, it's okay. It's just a chicken. I'll show you some skills later. Just wait for the delicious food. Under Xiaonan's comfort, Mi Yan gradually calmed down. Lu Dong couldn't help but sigh. No matter if he becomes a big boss in the future, he's just a little kid now. Just one chicken made him feel so guilty. No wonder Nagato and Xiao had such a deep bond with him. Sigh. Lu Dong was tidying up while feeling that something was off. The chicken seemed to have not been plucked properly and still had a bloody smell, clearly not bled out. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking, how could he not have realized this? These three children were all orphans who would teach them how to cook. The two quickly cleaned up the kitchen and then asked Nagato to call Yahiko and Conan over. He demonstrated the correct way to handle the chicken. Wow, so it could be done this way. Yahiko's eyes lit up. He realized that what he had done earlier was not really processing the chicken, just pulling out some feathers and calling it a day. What flavors do you like? Lu Dong asked while continuing his work. The three of them looked a bit confused. To be honest, the tasteless thick porridge they had eaten the night before was the best thing they could remember eating. If asked about flavors, they really didn't know. Seeing the three of them looking puzzled and unsure of what to say, he made the decision for them. I'll prepare a few different flavors for you to try. Great. The three nodded in agreement. Noticing they had nothing to do in the kitchen, he directed the three to wash the vegetables and fruits. That wouldn't cause any major problems. At the same time, after processing the chicken, he set aside the wings to make a modified version of cola chicken wings using a drink that had a similar taste but wasn't cola. The rest of the chicken was put in as a whole to stew, resulting in a fragrant and tender dish. After it was done, he took out a few bowls and ladled out some chicken soup to warm their stomachs. He also stir-fried a light-flavored dish, adding the tomatoes he had bought, washing and cutting them, then sprinkling on some sugar, completing the vegetable dish. The rabbit meat was the hardest to handle. After all, chicken, duck, and fish were more common. But rabbit meat was rarely seen and not easy to process. However, this didn't stump Lu Dong. In his previous life, he was from a country famous for its cuisine, and as long as he was willing to find a way, he could definitely make something delicious. He slaughtered a rabbit, cut it into pieces, marinated half for roasting, and the other half for marinating. Generally, things cooked in a hot pot or grilled, no matter how difficult, wouldn't taste too bad. Finally, he sprinkled some cumin on top. It was perfect. The aroma wafted out, and this was the first time they smelled the scent of meat, making them all salivate. At first, the three helped in the kitchen, but later they had nothing to do and didn't want to leave, so they stood watching Lu Dong cook, feeling quite amazed. Yahiko and Conan were particularly attentive, silently noting each other's methods, so they could cook by themselves in the future. Finally, Lu Dong placed all the dishes on the table. 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, nutritious, delicious, and healthy. Turning around, he found that Yahiko and the others had already served themselves rice and were just waiting to eat. He smiled and said, "Come on, try it." Conan was most interested in the chicken wings. She picked one up and took a bite, only to be scalded by the heat inside. Hurriedly breathing, but reluctant to let go. Nagato was the same, getting burnt by the first bite of chicken, but soon the tender and meaty flavor spread in his mouth, making him thoroughly enjoy it. Yahiko was always the most composed. He first took a bite of the sugar-coated persimmon, realizing for the first time what sugar tasted like. Lu Dong saw that they were enjoying their meal, so he began to eat as well. Just as he took a bite, he frowned slightly. The chicken wings were not bad, but it felt strange to eat them without cola. He tried the stewed chicken, which was okay, but the meat seemed a bit tough. The vegetables were mediocre, but the sugar-coated persimmons were the most delicious. Sigh, home-cooked meals are still the best. During his time here, most of the food has been cold, like rice balls and soldiers' rations. The only hot meal might be the ramen at the village entrance. Before he actually came here, he didn't know that this place had been an established brand for so many years. The food was just too monotonous, making his palate, which had become accustomed to being pleased, feel extremely bland. He could only say that it was fortunate his pay was high. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford to eat. Moreover, this was still a time of war. In fact, the Land of Fire is already quite rich in resources. Yet things are still so tight. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder they are always fighting. It's all about survival. Lu Dongbyan ate while sighing. By the time he came to his senses, most of the dishes on the table had already been eaten. He could see that Xiao Nan was already full, but still had a burning gaze fixed on the remaining chicken wings. If you like them, I can share the recipe with you. Once you're full, don't force yourself to eat more. Be careful not to upset your stomach. Lu Dong hurriedly said, fearing that they might accidentally eat too much and end up making themselves sick. This sort of thing is most common among those who have gone a long time without enough to eat. Mayahiko, seeing that Conan and Nagato had eaten about enough, finally reached for some more meat with his chopsticks, leaving a bit behind. He hesitated, wanted to eat, but also thinking it could be saved for the next meal for Conan and the others. Eat, eat, eat. Hurry up. Lu Dong could tell Mayahiko's little thoughts and kept piling all the meat into his bowl before taking the platter away. Finish quickly, we can't waste food, and if it's in your bowl, don't expect others to help you eat it. Saying this, he called Conan and Nagato to wash their bowls while he sat aside and had a few bites of fruit. Once they all finished eating, Lu Dong finally seemed ready to leave. Get a good rest tonight. I'll be on my way. With that, he tried to get up. Conan quickly stepped forward and tugged at Lu Dong's clothes, timidly asking, Kakadong, can't you stay here with us? I also hope you can stay, Kakadong. Nagato quickly added, You haven't participated in the initiation ceremony yet. What ceremony? Painting nails black? Lu Dong saw their sincerity and, having nothing else to do that night, nodded in agreement. Great. Nagato and Conan looked delighted, while only Yahiko was pondering something behind them. Chapter 30. We Want to Live. Lu Dong, who stayed here, shared his cooking methods and some seasoning usage with them. What does this chili taste like? Conan asked curiously. It's a feeling that gets you hooked once you try it. Lu Dong wore a mysterious expression, hoping the three of them could handle spicy food. It was getting late, so Lu Dong sent them back to their rooms to sleep and found a room for himself to spend the night. Just as he was sitting on the bed, unpacking his gear, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was Yahiko's voice from outside. Kakadong, can I talk to you alone for a moment? Lu Dong stood up and opened the door, seeing Yahiko's eyes flicker, as if he wanted to say something but found it hard to speak. Come at first, Lu Dong said. He took out a bottle of milk from the scroll, warmed it with a fireball technique, and handed it to him. Mihiko stared blankly at the other person, still not coming to his senses. Is this ninjutsu? Lu Dong suddenly remembered that it was Jiraiya who had saved them back then, and that was why they were able to learn ninjutsu. Before that, their ninjutsu was practically non-existent. Yahiko's gaze became increasingly resolute as he downed the milk in one gulp and knelt before Lu Dong, saying, Please teach us ninjutsu. Lu Dong was startled by his behavior and helped the person up, feeling somewhat hesitant. Although he wanted to establish a good relationship with these people before things happened, he only wanted to do so as a friend. If he taught them, there would inevitably be more interactions, which could be somewhat detrimental to his situation in Konoha. But if he didn't engage, it would seem too cold-hearted and all his previous efforts would likely be in vain. Seeing that Lu Dong was slow to respond, Yahiko grew anxious, saying, I really will learn ninjutsu. Only by doing so can I protect Conan and the others. Seeing his determination, Lu Dong chose to agree. Okay, but not only do you need to learn, the two of them also have to learn. You alone cannot protect all your companions. Yahiko quickly nodded, fearing that Lu Dong would change his mind. You, being so useless, can teach others? Yao Yao Zi's voice suddenly appeared, filled with sarcasm. Lu Dong, why does such a good system have to have a mouth? Next time you encounter a crisis, don't come to me. I'll be mute. Fine. You think you're great now. Lu Dong was too lazy to argue with her anymore, so he changed his clothes and went to sleep. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, he heard clattering sounds outside. When he opened the door, he found them preparing breakfast. Seeing that they were having porridge again, he went to the kitchen to take out the rabbit meat he had marinated yesterday. Although it didn't taste great, it was still something to eat. So he made a fruit platter as well. Once they finished eating, Lu Dong took a sip of tea and slowly said, My Ahiko should have told you that starting today, I will teach you ninjutsu. I won't teach you too much because my time is limited and I have to go on missions to the battlefield. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities. Besides, in the future, you will also meet Jiraiya. So you won't have to worry about not having anyone to teach you. Understood, teacher. The three of them said in unison. The word teacher made Lu Dong's heart skip a beat, and he quickly raised his hand to stop them. Don't call me teacher. I don't like that title. You will meet someone more suitable to be your teacher in the future. Seriously, this is not something to call out. Coward. Fine, you're not a coward, but you're staying in my body. I won't. I'm going to annoy you to death. Yao Yaozi threw a tantrum in his mind, making him restless, and his expression immediately darkened. But if we don't call you teacher, what should we call you? Xiaonan was so frightened that her speech became a bit hesitant. Lu Dong, can you shut up? You're the prettiest, right? Hee, do you really think so? Love you. Yao Yao suddenly switched to a cute voice and started acting adorable. Lu Dong ignored her and responded to Xiaonan. Just continue calling me Kakadong. I'm not much older than you. Well, seeing that he was really disgusted, Mi Yin and the others had to change their words. With this matter settled, Lu Dong began his devilish training, starting with sensing chakra, followed by physical training in the morning, noon, and evening. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that this base also had a place for holding bloodline limits, as well as several training grounds. It was just right to make use of them, much safer than running outside. When Orochimaru learned from Lin that this little brat hadn't returned yet, he personally went to the base to take a look. As soon as he arrived, he found the living quarters to be extremely quiet. However, there seemed to be some noise coming from the training area inside. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Lu Dong leisurely sitting in a chair eating fruit, while three others were undergoing physical training below. You little brat, you are still so ungrateful. Orochimaru couldn't help but complain. He had only lent them the resting room to stay in, and now it seemed like Lu Dong had taken ownership of the place. Lu Dong said casually, Anyway, you have so many strongholds, it's fine to let them use some. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. Where did this guy hear that he had many strongholds? What brings you here? Lu Dong asked with a puzzled expression, implying that if there's nothing going on, he could leave. Can I just come back to my own territory to take a look if I have nothing to do? Two black lines couldn't help but appear on his forehead. Lu Dong's hand suddenly paused for a moment, as if acknowledging a certain reasoning, giving a look that allowed him to stay here. At this moment, Minato Namikaze knocked on Lu Dong's door, but as expected, no one was home. Sigh, where did this child go? Minato felt a bit troubled, although the third Hokage also thought that Danzo was making a big deal out of nothing. For the sake of the other elders' face, he still assigned the task of monitoring Kakashi's movements. As long as Kakashi was still in the village, he wouldn't keep an eye on that child. He knew his own student well enough, didn't he? But now the child was nowhere to be found, which gave Danzo an opportunity to speak. Have you dealt with it? Danzo asked, lightly in the shadows. The Umbu member reporting the mission trembled, and no, we haven't found any trace of those orphans. A bunch of useless trash. Danzo scolded. Ever since that Kakashi had changed into a different person, all his various matters have been hindered and obstructed. Now, even Orochimaru seemed to be hiding something from him. Lord Danzo, another Umbu ninja returned. I'm sorry, Lord. We lost track of him. Orochimaru headed northeast after leaving the village, and after a while, he disappeared. Danzo irritably pinched the bridge of his nose, then called over an Umbu member, whispered something in his ear, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 31. Return of Intelligence Team. Orochimaru watched Yahiko and the others train for a while at the base, lost interest in staying, and decided to leave. But before he left, he shared some useful information. By the way, when I came, I heard that the captain of Sarutobi Sensei's intelligence team is on the way back. Perhaps there will be something you want to know. For example, about your former companion, Uchiha Obito. Lu Dong was taken aback and said irritably, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Orochimaru chuckled, thinking that it was because this little brat had been looking at him with discontent since he arrived. Otherwise, he would have said it sooner. Lu Dong quickly put down the fruit in his hand and said to Yahiko and the others, "You continue training. I have something to take care of. Don't think about slacking off. Orochimaru will keep an eye on you." "Hey, I never said I would help you train these brats." Orochimaru immediately shouted, as he still had experiments to finish. His experiments were many times more important than these few kids. They were technologies that could change the entire ninja world. Lu Dong didn't care about any of that and rushed back to Konoha. Although he had given Sarutobi Hiruzen a forgetfulness pill before, there was still a time gap. He thought that the third Hokage hadn't taken his words seriously, which was why he had given him the pill, but he didn't expect this to happen. Now that the third Hokage had completely forgotten about it, the information team would return completely clueless. So he barged straight into the third Hokage's office and closed the door behind him. Hearing this disrespectful behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even need to look up to know it was that kid Kakashi again. The guards outside were about to take action when he waved them off. With a tone of slight helplessness, he said, "Kakashi, what is it this time? Also, I hope you can knock next time." He didn't expect this kid to notify him, but he still had a nag about basic manners. Lu Dong didn't have time to waste with him. As soon as the other party looked up, he used an illusion technique and fed him a pill. "The intelligence team will report back to you soon, but you don't care about this mission. Just leave it all to me." After saying this, Lu Dong glanced at the medicine bottle in his hand with a bit of heartache, having wasted another pill, but it was still worth it. When Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up and saw Kakashi here, he asked in confusion, "Kakashi, what are you doing here? And didn't you knock?" "I did knock. And you asked me to come, remember?" Lu Dong replied calmly. "You said the intelligence team was back and asked me to receive their mission report." "All right." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked enlightened, perhaps overwhelmed by recent events, feeling his memory wasn't as sharp as it used to be. He smiled and adjusted the authority of the mission documents to Lu Dong, looking a bit haggard. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen so devoted to Konoha, Lu Dong temporarily forgot about his not-so-impressive political skills. Even if this guy didn't have enough means and determination, his heart for Konoha was still sincere. People aren't made of wood. They will naturally be moved. Before leaving, he couldn't help but say, "Third Hokage, remember to rest more. And give a bit more care to your disciples. Orochimaru is quite concerning, isn't he?" "Thank you," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied absent-mindedly, as he was used to hearing too many people telling him to rest. Everyone urged him to take a break, but he knew Konoha needed him, and he couldn't stop. If he couldn't protect Konoha, how could he face his teachers? But this time, he actually heard someone telling him to care for Orochimaru. Many had complained to him in the past, but this was the first time. By the time he realized it, Kakashi had already left the office. He couldn't help but get up and walk to the window behind him, watching Kakashi, who had just exited the Hokage building. His figure was small, but the shadow behind him was long. A sense of comfort showed in his eyes. Yes, these children were the future of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the young Orochimaru, and his comfort turned into gentle affection as he immediately called for his subordinates. "Help me find Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered that aside from official business, he hadn't seen Orochimaru in a long time. The guard then asked, "Hokage-sama, is there a reason?" Generally speaking, without a formal reason, they wouldn't dare disturb one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and said, "Does a teacher need a reason to see his student?" Yes." The guard quickly replied and hurried off to find Orochimaru. On the other side, Lu Dong met the intelligence team that had just arrived at the village. He directly showed them the document personally approved by the Hokage, saying, "The Hokage has entrusted me with this matter. You can report to me directly." The team leader, also a Nin, recognized Kakashi, and after carefully examining the document he took from Lu Dong, confirmed it was real, feeling relieved. "Since it's a genuine document, please let my subordinates rest for now. I will report to you." With the document in hand, Lu Dong was now their superior, so he spoke more politely. "All right." Lu Dong nodded and led them to a secluded place, setting up a soundproof barrier. The team leader spoke with a tone of regret. "I'm sorry, but we didn't find any relevant clues, not even a trace of Uchiha Obito. However, we reinvestigated the battlefield where you fought, and the bodies are indeed missing. Logically, they should have been recovered by the Umbu." Lu Dong didn't pay much attention to the rest of his words. He already knew that Obito's body wasn't on the battlefield. It seemed this time they returned empty-handed. I understand. You can go back and rest, Lu Dong said lightly, walking away without looking back. Although he didn't expect these people to find Obito's hideout, this matter couldn't just end here. Obito hadn't yet undergone a change in mindset. If they waited any longer, it would become problematic. So, he planned to directly apply for an independent reconnaissance mission. After all, he had pills and wasn't worried about the third Hokage refusing. However, just a short while later, when he went to the Hokage building to find the third Hokage, he was told that the third Hokage had taken Orochimaru out to see the sights. Lu Dong was momentarily speechless. This guy's initiative was indeed strong. As soon as he proposed a play, the other party immediately went to have a heart-to-heart with Orochimaru. Notify me when the third Hokage returns. He didn't linger and went straight home, only to see a striking yellow figure at their doorstep. Chapter 32. The so-called Master-Disciple Bond. Teacher Minato? Lu Dong looked at the figure of Namikaze Minato, standing at his door with confusion. Upon seeing Lu Dong, Minato visibly relaxed. Kakashi, where did you go yesterday? I went out of the village to buy some fresh ingredients, planning to cook for myself. Would Teacher Minato like to taste my cooking? Lu Dong said with an innocent expression. However, Minato didn't want to dig too deeply. A superficial reason was enough for him. No need. Your teacher's wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner, Minato said with a smile, and then thought to himself that if he ate outside and returned home, Kushina would definitely be angry. All right. Lu Dong nodded, using his key to open the door and intending to go inside, but noticed Minato hadn't left yet, feeling somewhat puzzled. Teacher Minato, do you have any other business? Looking at this student he increasingly couldn't understand, Minato merely smiled slightly, shook his head, and left. No matter what, his student was still his student. He had already lost Obito and couldn't afford to lose any more students. Meanwhile, Orochimaru climbed to the top of the Hokage rock, where a figure stood, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was somewhat puzzled. He had just returned from the base, hadn't even started his experiments, and was called by his teacher again. Moreover, it wasn't in the Hokage office, but insisted on meeting at the Hokage rock. At that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't wearing the Hokage robe, but had chosen a simple outfit. Without turning around, he already knew it was Orochimaru. You've come. Orochimaru, he said, picking up a pipe and blowing out smoke rings. Orochimaru stepped forward. Teacher Sarutobi, how do you think my smoke rings look? I think they're okay. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly asked this nonsensical question, leaving Orochimaru slightly stunned. He didn't expect his teacher to call him just to ask such a thing. Teacher, if you have time to call for me, you might as well rest more. Orochimaru had no interest in responding to the third Hokage's joke at the moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and sighed. You were cuter when you were younger. So, are you regretting raising me? Orochimaru's words were like a knife, truly a conversation ender. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not hesitate and answered immediately, No, I will never regret it. Orochimaru. Seeing his quick response, Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words and just looked at the scenery in front of him, saying lightly, Is that so? Later, the two remained silent until evening. Even without speaking, they didn't dislike this way of being together. Until a ninja came to find Hiruzen Sarutobi to report on the battle situation, which broke the solitude between the master and disciple. Not long after Hiruzen Sarutobi returned, Lu Dong came to ask for permission to go on a mission alone. All right. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw how much he valued his companions and thought about the suicide of Konoha White Fang. He wanted to help him resolve this emotional knot. So he agreed. Lu Dong initially thought it would take some effort to persuade the third Hokage, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He immediately went back to pack his things, planning to set off the next morning. However, on the way home, he ran into Orochimaru again. Why are you everywhere? Are you stalking me? Lu Dong said somewhat speechlessly. Although Orochimaru was indeed efficient in his work, he didn't want to keep collaborating with this type of person. Now that Orochimaru could stab Danzo in the back, who knows when he might stab him too. You really intrigue me, Orochimaru stated frankly. I've read the report. Before Obito died, he wanted to transplant his sharingan to you. Why didn't you accept it? That a very precious bloodline limit. Greed flashed in his eyes. The bloodline limit was what he desired most. But this guy in front of him was completely unmoved. What was he thinking? Orochimaru couldn't understand it all. Because there are always things more precious than bloodline limits, Lu Dong said lightly. Is that so? Are you talking about those trivial companions or feelings? Orochimaru tilted his head and asked him. Besides, he is dead, isn't he? Why do you stubbornly believe that he is still alive? Because I'm a time traveler. Lu Dong couldn't say directly, and he didn't expect Orochimaru to empathize. Perhaps you don't care, but what if Jiraiya were to die? Ah, Jiraiya. Orochimaru seemed to savor this name. A person like him will eventually die one day, and not just him. Everyone will die, right? Life is that fragile, except for himself. However, I believe that if you really left the village and died, Jiraiya would be very sad. In this sense, we are the same kind of people. Lu Dong looked up at the sky. As a traveler, how could he not know that Jiraiya had felt guilty all his life and had spent his life trying to find Orochimaru, only to fail to fulfill this wish? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Tsunade said that if Orochimaru had returned earlier, perhaps Jiraiya wouldn't have died. Hearing this, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Well, there are indeed quite a few fools in the world like that, Guy Jiraiya. Oh, as if you're so smart. Lu Dong glanced at Orochimaru with disdain, as if that person who threw a childish tantrum and insisted on destroying Konoha to prove himself to Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't to him, and in the end, he even lost 2 arms. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to refute, but seeing the way Lu Dong looked at him, as if he were truly looking at a fool, even he felt a bit shaken. All right, if there is nothing else, hurry up and leave. Stop lingering around me all day, it's annoying. If you have nothing to do, go back to your experiments. Lu Dong waved his hand, signaling that he could kneel and rest. After returning, he packed his things and slept soundly until morning. As he was walking towards the main gate with his belongings, he was stopped by Minato Namikaze and Rin. Kakashi, how can you go looking for a Beto by yourself? I want to go too. Rin's gaze was determined. She believed Kakashi's words that a Beto would definitely be fine. Minato Namikaze also said, this trip is to the border of Takigakure and the Land of Fire. As your teacher, I understand your strength, but you should still prepare more. No need. Lu Dong decisively refused their help. The main reason was that he had a system, and having the 2 of them accompany him would be too inconvenient. It was better to act alone. He showed the mission document to the guard at the gate and then left. Minato knew he couldn't stop him and could only go find the 3rd Hokage, hoping he would approve of his accompanying Lu Dong. Chapter 33. The Casino and the Fat Sheep. As soon as Minato entered the Hokage's office, he saw Danzo there as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly said, Minato, you're just in time. There's a mission that requires you to go. Minato anxiously replied, Hokage-sama, can this mission be assigned to someone else? I want to join Kakashi's mission. Danzo, standing aside, said sarcastically, Kakashi, as a jonin, is leaving to pursue his own desires instead of supporting the village during the war. Are you really going to be so willful, Minato? Minato clenched his fists in secret. Danzo's words were not without reason. Although Kakashi was a jonin, he was still a child at heart. Even if he wasn't on the battlefield, no one in Konoha would say anything. However, as one of the main forces in the war, leaving at this time and not being on standby could lead to a significant change in Konoha's situation on the battlefield. Faced with such a situation, he could only grit his teeth and consider the bigger picture. All right, I understand. Minato took the mission but asked Hokage-sama to allow him to find his student immediately after completing this mission. Not allowed. Danzo's eyes darkened as he tried to strongly prevent Minato's actions. You must return immediately to be on standby. This is the order you should obey. Minato furrowed his brows tightly. With his usually good temper, he once again displayed his anger in front of Danzo. Danzo, what you're saying is too much. It's wartime, and we naturally need to use unconventional means. Don't you understand this? Danzo snorted coldly. He didn't believe Minato would really dare to act against him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, I agree, but you need a reliable person to bring back the mission report. Hiruzen, Danzo reminded from his side, but the other party remained unmoved. Minato received the Hokage's approval, nodded, took the mission scroll, and set off immediately, leaving Danzo alone in the room with a grim expression. On the way back to prepare, Minato arranged for Rin to help at the Konoha hospital, repeatedly instructing her not to leave the village without permission. Don't worry, Sensei. I'll take good care of myself. Rin smiled and nodded, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Only then did Minato feel relieved and leave the village. The pace over in Lu Dong isn't fast. After all, this body is still that of a child, and it lacks quite a bit in hardware. Hey, Yaoyaozi, can you give me a boost to help me travel faster? Ha! Thinking about your system at this time? Weren't you ignoring me a couple of days ago? Was there no major threat in Konoha a few days back? Didn't you enjoy the peace? All right, since you seem to be thinking of me, I'll help you out. Just as Yaoyaozi finished speaking, Lu Dong felt much lighter and his movement speed increased. How long can this last? 30 minutes. No way, that's so short. Are you even capable? It's you who can't handle it. Okay. Who told you this body is so weak? I can only boost you for this long at most. If it were any longer, you'd collapse first. Lu Dong fell silent. As a man, the worst thing to be told is that he can't do it. This time, he made note of it, and one day he would make that Yaoyorozu guy pay for it. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Yaoyorozu began to mock him even more. Alas, what a pity for such a good system like mine. Lu Dong, when it comes to narcissism, you're first, no one dares to say second. My narcissism is backed by some capital. What about you? Just a little weakling. You still have to rely on me. All right, can I just hold on to your thigh? What is he even arguing with a woman about? Along the way, Lu Dong kept bickering with Yaoyorozu, and soon they arrived at the time to rest. He pulled out a map, found a nearby hotel, and generously handed a silver note to the front desk, saying, "Please arrange a clean and quiet room for me." The front desk staff immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly led them over, arranging a private room for Lu Dong. "How do you find the environment here?" Lu Dong nodded in satisfaction, tipped the waiter, and asked, "Where can I find a place to eat around here?" The waiter wiped the small silver coins, pocketed them, and replied, "There are a few inns nearby, but if you want to eat, you'll have to go to the street up ahead." The waiter was sharp. Seeing that Lu Dong was generous, he knew he wasn't someone who would settle for the food at their inn, so he recommended the food street ahead. "Thank you. No problem. Just call me if you need anything." Lu Dong was just taking out the and organizing it when Yao kept chattering. "Why are you still tidying up? Hurry up and go to the food street. I've always wanted to see what the food street is like. I've only heard about it before. Aren't you a system? You haven't even seen the food street?" Lu Dong was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't the system be well informed? How could I possibly go to such a low-level place myself? But that doesn't stop me from sending you. Upon hearing Yaoyorozu's words, Lu Dong immediately said, "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't go. I'm quite tired today. Just a bit of the hotel food will do." A ninja doesn't need to satisfy their appetite. Yaoyorozu became anxious. "You don't have an appetite? Aren't you the one who changes up what you eat every day? And you still complain that there aren't enough varieties of food here. Aren't the foods from Konoha village already quite plentiful? I feel like I'm about to get overwhelmed with choices. I don't care if you don't go. I'll make noise so you can't sleep." Lu Dong had never seen the world. Could the food of this era really be called diverse? At that moment, his stomach growled. He was just teasing Yao. After all, why would he go against his own stomach? As soon as they arrived at the food street, Yao couldn't stop expressing her amazement, her mouth running nonstop, which was quite annoying for Lu Dong. When buying food, he startled the vendors. As the saying goes, a food street is only interesting if you eat while strolling. If you get full at one place, it loses its charm. So, Lu Dong took on the role of a food guide, eating while walking around, and just when he was almost done eating, he heard a commotion nearby. Bet big or bet small. Small. It must be small. Following the sound, he saw a casino. Hey, what are they doing over there? Go take a look. A casino is not a good place. As a good young man influenced by socialism, Lu Dong had a strong aversion to such things. Playing mahjong for a few bucks was fine, but entering a casino was absolutely out of the question. "Hey, the last princess of the thousand-handed family is actually there." A comment from Yao caught Lu Dong's attention, changing his initial thought of leaving into one of curiosity to take a look. Chapter 34. Ambush. As soon as Lu Dong walked in, he couldn't help but frown at the chaotic and noisy atmosphere around him. "Damn it, lost again." Tsunade's frustrated voice came through. Lu Dong looked over and was immediately captivated by the other person's imposing presence. He couldn't help but silently sigh, thinking that it seemed even more substantial in reality than in animation. What a lecher. Human nature is what it is. He is indeed lustful, openly so. Yao was speechless. Tsunade was propping her chin up, watching the gambling scene, while the people opposite her were like wolves and tigers, but they weren't after lust. They had encountered the legendary big, fat sheep of the casino. These debts would be settled later. Tsunade stood up to leave, having already spent all the money she had on her. The casino staff were unhappy and said, "We don't allow credit here. If you want to leave, you have to pay up. Otherwise, you can repay in other ways." Tsunade completely disregarded what the casino staff said and continued walking out, signaling Shizun to follow her. Just then, a few burly men suddenly appeared in front of Tsunade, blocking their way. Lu Dong couldn't help but silently mourn for the several big men in advance. After all, this was Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas. Dealing with these small fries was a matter of minutes. "You can't leave until you pay up." The burly leader looked down at Tsunade. Tsunade didn't waste any words and directly threw a punch. On the side, Shizun quickly said, "Lady Tsunade, take it easy. Don't destroy everything." "I know." Saying this, Tsunade instantly teleported behind two of the big men and punched each of them, sending them directly into the wall. Unable to get out, Shizen wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Lady Tsunade, didn't I say to take it easy? Oh, they're just too weak. Tsunade glanced at the three big men. They're not even as good as Jiraiya's training. The casino owner rushed over upon hearing the commotion and was immediately distraught at the sight. Oh no, what have I done? They owe me money and have injured my people. Tsunade retorted, they aren't injured, they'll just need to lie down for a couple of days. Look at this. What kind of people are these? The casino owner took the opportunity to complain further. Shizen, unfazed, handed over a pre-written IOU to the owner. Here's the IOU. We're leaving now. You're not paying, and you've injured my people, and you still want to leave? The casino owner said indignantly. Tsunade put her hands on her hips, speechless as she watched the owner throwing a tantrum. It was her first time encountering such a casino owner. Normally, writing an IOU with interest was something a casino owner would welcome. At that moment, a somewhat cold voice interjected. Is this enough? Tsunade looked up to see a white-haired boy, not very old, likely around the age of her deceased brother, and surprisingly, he had so many banknotes on him. The casino owner quickly snatched the banknotes, counted them, and, after deducting gambling debts, renovation costs, medical fees, and mental distress fees, there was still some left over. He immediately beamed and said, That's enough. That's enough. You can go now. I've got the money, so start leaving. Don't interfere with my business. Everyone keep playing. The crowd slowly began to disperse, and Tsunade stepped forward, saying, Thank you, little brother. Lu Dong smiled slightly and took out the Konoha forehead protector from his pocket. No need to thank me. After all, I'm helping Lady Tsunade. Tsunade, upon seeing the Konoha forehead protector, understood the other person's identity and realized she had been a bit cold earlier. So you're a ninja from Konoha. How did you recognize Lady Tsunade? He asked curiously. I've heard my teacher describe Lady Tsunade's appearance. She has a diamond-shaped mark in her eyebrows, which is quite rare. After seeing her in action just now, I was even more certain. Lu Dong said, without changing his expression, Your teacher? Which teacher? Tsunade showed some interest. Having been away from Konoha for many years, she thought that anyone who could recognize her appearance must be an old acquaintance. Is it Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha? Tsunade realized, and the image of that blonde-haired child appeared in her mind. It turned out that even that guy Minato had taken on a disciple. Time really flies. So he is Jiraiya's disciple. Has he passed the Chunin exam now? Tsunade had complicated feelings about Konoha. It was a place she both loved and hated. Seeing that this child was the student of an old friend, she asked a few more questions. I'm already a Jonin, Lu Dong said. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she coldly threw down a sentence before leaving. You're really overestimating yourself. Shizen looked at Tsunade's departing figure and quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. Lady Tsunade just really dislikes children going to the battlefield. She believes that at your age, you shouldn't be involved in fighting and constantly facing danger. Lu Dong nodded, not caring. He naturally understood Tsunade's temperament. Moreover, he was now of a similar age to Tsunade's brother who had died on the battlefield, which probably brought up painful memories. What's your name? I will send the money to Lord Hokage, so he can return it to you, Shizen gently asked. Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing that surname and seeing his striking white hair, Shizen exclaimed in surprise. So you were the child of S.H. Ma? No wonder you were promoted to Jonin at such a young age. How was your father? Kakashi was taken aback, not expecting her to ask that. It seemed she and Tsunade really did not keep up with worldly matters, as she hadn't even heard about this. My father has committed suicide and is no longer in this world. Shizen was even more surprised. How could the respected Konoha white fan do such a thing? She hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Dong shook his head. It's nothing, it's a fact. Tsunade impatiently shouted, Shizen, what are you doing over there? After apologizing to him again, Shizen ran over with that pig and said something to Tsunade, who was obviously surprised, and turned to take a look at Kakashi. However, neither of them expected that they were staying at the same inn. Hey, you came along too, Tsunade said dissatisfiedly. Kakashi took out the inn key from his pocket. I'm staying here too. Then they each returned to their rooms, only to find that their rooms were actually next to each other. Kakashi returned to his room, took a hot bath, and then lay down on the bed contentedly. Just as he was sleeping soundly, Yayayozi's voice rang in his ear. Someone, wake up. Kakashi immediately became alert, but didn't open his eyes. He gripped a kunai under the blanket, keenly listening to the sounds outside. Not only did Kakashi wake up, but Tsunade in the next room also sensed that someone was outside and sat up suddenly. Chapter 35. The daily life of Orochimaru and Danzo, the members of the Umbu, stealthily invaded Lu Dong's room. Looking at the sleeping Lu Dong on the bed, one of them pulled out a kunai and mercilessly aimed it downwards. However, this time, instead of the expected feeling of piercing flesh, there was a thud, and it turned into a piece of wood. What? The Umbu member was shocked. They had been discovered. Liudong's kunai was pressed against the opponent's neck, his tone laced with a chilling coldness. I know that old guy Danzo won't let me off easily, but I didn't expect him to dare send the Umbu to assassinate me. Looks like you all have too much free time. The Umbu member was not to be underestimated either. With a body flicker technique, he escaped Liudong's control, gripping the kunai tightly in his teacher's hand, his spirit tense. Liudong looked around and realized it was not easy to act in a room, so he broke the window first and, with a crash, jumped into a secluded alley behind the inn. This was exactly what the Umbu assassin intended. The quieter the place, the less likely it was to be discovered by others. Hearing the sound of the window shattering, most people in the inn were awakened. Even the dullest would not fail to react. She rubbed her eyes and asked Lady Tsunade, "What happened?" Tsunade made a shushing gesture towards her, climbed out of the window, went up to the roof, concealed her presence, and secretly observed Kakashi. Yaoyaozi. Analyze the opponent. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental power limit 1. Physical strength 1. Analysis attribute 1. Would you like to enter battle mode? Enter. The Umbu assassin had clashed with Liudong several times, but had not gained the upper hand and was starting to feel anxious. Just then, he suddenly felt his chakra rapidly depleting, and he was startled. What's going on? Trying to escape? Liudong sneered and said, since he intended to kill him, how would he let the tiger return to the mountain? A kunai was thrown in an instant, slicing through the air like a silver flash, and directly cut across the opponent's neck, causing him to crash to the ground the next second. Tsunade, who was watching from the side, furrowed her brows. This kid indeed possessed the strength of a jonin. That last move was so fast that even she couldn't see it clearly, and she questioned whether she could avoid that strike if her back was turned to him. Moreover, that mask. It was clearly a ninja from Konoha. This kid was alone outside, and now an Umbu member was trying to assassinate him. Could he be a rogue ninja from Konoha? Be careful, Yaoyaozi immediately reminded. But it was still a bit late. Tsunade's chakra blade was only an inch away from Liudong's neck. The opponent demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why is the Umbu trying to kill you?" Liudong helplessly spread his hands and explained, "I came to carry out a mission on the orders of the Hokage. The mission scroll is in my room. You can go take a look." Tsunade signaled Shizune with her eyes, and Shizune instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a few moments, she returned with a scroll in hand, opened it, and handed it to Tsunade to examine. "Lady Tsunade, it is indeed signed and sealed by Lord Hokage. It cannot be a forgery," Shizune said seriously. After Tsunade looked at it, she understood it was indeed in Master Sarutobi's handwriting, so she withdrew her hand. "I'm sorry, we were reckless," Shizune said with a smile as she rolled the scroll back and returned it to Liudong. Tsunade still regarded him with a suspicious look. "The Umbu operates on behalf of Konoha. If you haven't wronged Konoha, why would the Umbu take action against you?" "It seems Lady Tsunade is still very concerned about Konoha," Liudong joked. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately crossed her arms and turned her head away, saying, "What happens to Konoha has nothing to do with me." Liudong didn't delve deeper into the matter and said, "It's the leader of the Umbu, Danzo. I have a bit of a conflict with him." Elder Danzo? Tsunade, who had been watched over by Danzo and others while growing up, felt that although Danzo wasn't the easiest person to get along with, his intentions for Konoha were genuine. He wouldn't act out of selfish desires. That's impossible. Elder Danzo is not that kind of person. On the side, Shizune also said, "Yes, Kakashi, you should be cautious with your words." Liudong shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Tsunade should know Hanzo the Salamander, right? The one from the Rain Village. He once gave you, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru the title of the legendary Three Ninjas." Naturally, Tsunade frowned, unsure why he brought up Hanzo. That battle back then was indeed a tough fight, and she somewhat missed the times fighting alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "I once witnessed the transaction between Danzo and Hanzo. He certainly wouldn't allow me." Tsunade's pupils constricted, her hand clenched into a fist, and she slammed it against the wall, producing a deafening sound. "You better know what you're talking about right now, Lady Tsunade." Shizune quickly raised her hand to block the storm brought by that punch. Liudong still maintains that calm demeanor. "Of course, I'm only speaking the truth, whether you believe it or not. Oh, and there's Orochimaru, because of your brother's death. He started pursuing immortality and conducted quite a few experiments that crossed the line, which were also approved by Danzo." Lu Dongbien smiled as he spoke, cautioning Orochimaru not to thank him too much. At this moment, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation, to avoid going in circles and ending up back in Konoha. At this moment, Tsunade was furious to hear Kakashi daring to mention her brother, and she laughed in anger. If that were true, could you still be alive now? Although she appeared angry on the surface, she knew very well in her heart that Orochimaru was indeed capable of such things. The only doubt was that if it were true, even with his Jonin strength, Orochimaru and Danzo would not let him live. What other reason could there be? Orochimaru just can't beat me, Lu Dong said with a smile. The last time he tried to ambush me, I even stabbed him several times on the tongue. He couldn't even speak properly. Tsunade listened in shock as he casually described this astonishing fact. She was well aware of Orochimaru's strength. How could this guy suppress Orochimaru? But judging by this kid's performance just now, it wasn't impossible. Tsunade took a deep breath and decisively turned to leave. Shizen, let's go. Lady Tsunade, wait for me. Shizen glanced back at Kakashi, who was still standing there, and quickly followed. Determination erupted in Tsunade's eyes. We're going back to Konoha. Orochimaru, Danzo, if what this kid said is true, I will never let you off lightly. Lu Dong planned to continue looking for Obito, wondering if he would be able to see Konoha in chaos when he returned. It was truly something to look forward to. With that in mind, he paid the compensation he owed and, under the moonlight, set off once again towards the mountain graveyard. Chapter 36. Mountain Graveyard. What Lu Dong didn't expect was that Danzo actually hated him this much. Along the way, he encountered different ambushes and assassinations almost every other day. Fortunately, it hadn't reached the point where they came at him multiple times a day. For Lu Dong, this was actually a good thing. He engaged with them eagerly, using the system to analyze their abilities, which was practically giving him experience points. He had grown accustomed to it by now, even getting excited at the sight of Umbu members. These were walking sources of upgrade experience. However, in recent days, he was getting closer to the mountain graveyard and further away from the Land of Fire. No matter how long Danzo's reach was, it had its limits. The assassinations became fewer and fewer, and by the time he reached his destination, there were no more unexpected assassins popping up. In reality, it wasn't that Danzo's reach was limited. Rather, the Umbu reported that Minato's mission was nearly complete. He couldn't take action against Minato's disciple in front of him, leaving Minato with a handle on him. Thus, he ordered them to quickly eliminate any traces along the way and return to Konoha to stand by. After Lu Dong arrived at his destination, he felt a bit at a loss. This place truly lives up to its reputation as the graveyard of mountains, with numerous caves and somewhat treacherous paths. No wonder the information team from Konoha found it hard to make progress. Yao Z, can you locate Obito? Do you think I can do everything? I've been busy all the way here, and I haven't had a moment to rest. I'm being serious here. Even if you can't find Obito, sensing Uchiha Madara or White Zetsu would work. All right, I'll help you this once. Yao Z's attitude changed so quickly that even Lu Dong didn't react in time, thinking he would have to coax her for a while. He didn't want to delve into why Yao Z suddenly became so proactive, but as long as it was beneficial to him, that was enough. Over here, I can sense White Zetsu's chakra. Yao Z guided him tirelessly along the way, and this was the first time Lu Dong saw her being so reliable. He wondered if perhaps heaven couldn't stand it anymore and had given him a new system. No change. I'm still the unparalleled Yao Z. Her voice suddenly shifted from reliable to fierce. Lu Dong nodded. In this frenzy, she truly was the only one above and below. Right here, deep within this stone wall, I could feel countless chakras existing, along with two mixed and impure auras. Well done. This is your first time being so reliable, and I'm really pleased. Lu Dong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. All right, let's get to work quickly. Your dear and lovely Yao is about to rest. All right, please go rest. Don't tire yourself out. It's rare for her not to drop the ball, so he was happy to say a few good words. Once he found the position, the rest was easy. He directly concentrated chakra in his hand and smashed down with a punch. Although it couldn't compare to Tsunade's monstrous strength, breaking through a hollow stone wall was still no problem. At that moment, Obito, lying on the stone bed, heard the loud noise from outside and couldn't help but sit up. Hey, Grandpa, are you awake, Grandpa? White Zetsu also screamed as he rushed over to report. Madara, not good. Someone is invading here. Madara, frail and old, sat on the stone bench, leaning against the outer path golem, slowly opened his eyes and said, a white-haired kid suddenly appeared out of nowhere, smashed through the outermost stone wall, and is breaking in. I've already sent the other brothers to stop him. What should we do? White Zetsu twisted his body, which moved as smoothly as water, looking quite disgusting next to Madara. Madara couldn't help but feel curious. Everyone knew he had fallen in the battle at the Valley of the End. So how could someone find him? Even Hashirama couldn't locate him. Madara casually pulled a few unconscious white Zetsu over, absorbing their chakra and constantly dividing young cells. Obito watched eyes wide as the white-haired old man gradually turned back to black hair, and even his appearance became younger. Wow, Grandpa, you're not a monster, are you? You actually became young by absorbing others' chakra. Obito exclaimed, recoiling a few steps back, wanting to distance himself from this monster. White Zetsu chuckled and explained, Madara isn't a monster. It's because he has fused with the power of Yang that he can temporarily restore his youth this way. But it can't last too long, only about half an hour. Yang power, what is that? Obito sighed in relief upon hearing White Zetsu's explanation. Glad it wasn't a monster. Boom, boom, boom. Liudong's fist exploded with the explosive talisman, causing the White Zetsu to be blown to pieces, but they kept coming in endless waves, making him quite troubled. This wasn't a solution, so he gathered his strength and shouted, Uchiha Madara, I know you're here. It was Kakashi's voice. How could Obito not recognize that familiar voice? Tears welled up in his eyes. As expected of his eternal rival, he had come alone to save him. He anxiously told Madara, old man, let him in quickly. My friend has come to find me. As he spoke, he began to squirm on the stone bed. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, Obito's two companions were the key to making Obito, this pawn, despair about the world. How could they have escaped his control and even found his stronghold? He also knew that Obito was here. I advise you to let me meet Obito quickly. Otherwise, I'll set fire to all these white Zetsu. Of course, fire wouldn't burn these white Zetsu, which were carriers of the power of the sun, but the information he revealed was already enough. Uchiha Madara would never let him leave. Sure enough, as he expected, a white Zetsu that had clearly awakened its consciousness and could speak emerged from the ground, and the other white Zetsu stopped attacking. Seeing that the newcomer was just a kid, and glancing at the white Zetsu he had taken down, it couldn't help but exclaim, are ninjas this small in the ninja world really this powerful now? It twisted its body to lead the way. Little buddy, come this way with me. Lu Dong had a black line on his forehead. He was not a little kid, while at least on the surface, it seemed that way. When Baiju walked to the other side of the stone wall, he smiled and said, it's right inside. But I need to cover your body to let you pass through. Lu Zong An Zhao, Yao Yao Zi. Can my current mental strength resist the control of Black Absolute and White Absolute? You're too weak. While White Absolute has strong willpower, Black Absolute definitely can't withstand it. Yao Yaozi immediately responded. But it's okay, this time I can help you too. Just go ahead and do it. Lu Dong saw her so straightforward and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, but he still nodded. Chapter 37. Unmasking the Black Absolute. Baiju received consent and immediately covered Lu Dong's body, taking him through the wall. Wow, how magical, right? After taking him through, Baiju left his body and said with a grin. But at this moment, he had no time to banter with Baiju. Kakato. Obito choked as he shouted the other person's name, and the pupating process became even more intense, resulting in him falling off the stone bed. It hurts. It hurts. Kakato, where's Rin? And Teacher Minato, why did you come alone? Obito bombarded with questions. Ludong Zeng was facing the youthful Uchiha Madara, with no time to respond to Obito's questions. Obito, shut up, he said impatiently. Kakashi, what's with your tone? I'm happy you came to save me, but why are you so cold? Kakashi ignored Obito and spoke to Madara. I thought you would look old and frail, but I didn't expect you to still look young. Madara squinted slightly, sizing up the white-haired kid. The young one had decent strength, but it seemed to fall short compared to his past. However, he was more surprised that this kid knew so much. How'd he find his way here? Kid, do you know my identity? Madara asked coldly, still sitting on the stone bench without getting up. Lu Dong smiled slightly, of course. Isn't Uchiha Madara? But you didn't die at the Valley of the End. Instead, you used the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan to take away Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood, secretly merging it. Upon hearing Lu Dong's clear understanding of these matters, Madara's pupils suddenly constricted, severing the chakra pathway and disappearing from a spot. Ding! Analysis complete. Analysis skill 4, mental power limit 5, physical fitness 5, analysis attribute 5. Life threat detected, entering combat mode. With a clang, the kunai in Lu Dong's hand collided with Uchiha Madara's fan. Excitement flashed in Madara's eyes as he was about to exchange a few moves with this guy, relieving the years of not having a worthy opponent. However, in the next second, he immediately retreated, looking down at his hand, which was rapidly aging, returning to an elderly state. Lu Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that the system was timely. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. After all, this was a top presence in the Naruto world. Even at the end of its strength, it possessed such terrifying power. Madara tilted his head curiously, feeling that the rate of chakra depletion was somewhat off. If used for fighting, it should be able to last at least 10 minutes. However, it seemed to have drained away in an instant. Interesting. Uchiha Madara became even more excited and grabbed a dozen or so white zetsus to replenish his chakra. After all, he had plenty of them. He was eager to see what this little brat was all about. Lu Dong saw that he had regained his composure and couldn't help but frown. His system was a cheat, but those hundreds of thousands of white zetsu troops were even more of a cheat. Madara, I know everything about you. Even all your future plans, including those of Yahiko and others, as well as Obito and us, he said to Madara in a negotiating tone. The pieces on my chessboard don't need their own thoughts. They just need to act according to my ideas. Madara's gaze darkened, showing no sign of being swayed. No matter whether what this guy said was true or false, he couldn't be left alive. You must want to kill me right now to ensure the perfect execution of your plan, right? Lu Dong saw through his thoughts. But is your plan really flawless? Or rather, is this new path you've chosen real? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara confirmed that this guy indeed knew everything about him, and wasn't just boasting. Obito, who was watching from the side, looked confused. Kakashi, old man, what are you guys talking about? Shut up, shut up. Both sides said in unison, forcing Obito to shrink back against the wall, with only White Zetsu pitying him and going over to comfort him. Obito-kun, don't be so sad. Even though you can't do anything right now, I still like you a lot. Thank you, White Zetsu. I'm feeling even more withdrawn. Obito directly faced the wall. Huh? What did White Zetsu say? White Zetsu scratched his head, not quite understanding. Although Uchiha Madara was confident and not easily swayed, it didn't mean he was someone who couldn't listen to others. Since Hashirama's death, it was the first time he had encountered such an interesting guy. He didn't mind listening to him speak a few words, or even considering bringing him under his command would be a good choice. Let's hear it, Madara said as he planted his fan on the ground and sat back down on the stone bench to conserve his strength. Lu Dong noticed that Uchiha Madara had lost the will to continue fighting, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His ultimate goal was still to change the tragic ending. Killing Madara at this moment would not fundamentally solve the problem. If I said that the stone tablet had been tampered with, and that from the very beginning, the Eye of the Moon was a lie, would you believe it? Uchiha Madara paused for a moment, and after understanding what he was saying, his eyes filled with anger. Do you know what you're talking about? Lu Dong fell silent for a moment, as he felt he had heard this line recently. He spread his hands and said, all right, I know it's a bit hard for you to accept this fact. After all, you've fought for it your whole life. But it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Before Ban could respond, a dark figure suddenly emerged, sharply saying, Ban, you can't be deceived by this little brat. Think about your dreams. Hey, Ju glared at Lu Dong, wondering how such a big mistake could happen in just a short time he was out. Ban's expression was as heavy as water, deep in thought, casting a cold glance at the nearby Hey Ju, then at the calm Kakashi. Hey Ju, you say you are my will, Ban began, as if he didn't trust either side. Of course, I am the embodiment of your will. Hey Ju quickly flattered. How can you not believe in yourself and trust a little brat of unknown origin? Lu Dong sneered at Hey Ju, pretending there. Is that so? I thought you were the world's greatest filial son, working so hard to resurrect your mother. Hey Ju's heart shook. How did this guy know about his mother? This is impossible. Uchiha Madara is so clever that he can guess most of it without Lu Dong having to explain everything. Hey Ju, you'd better give me an explanation. Madara tightened his grip, pulling the fan and the scythe towards him, pointing it at Hey Ju. Bai Ju screamed from the side. Lord Madara is going to make a move on Hey Ju. Hey Ju quickly started thinking of reasons. Madara, do you really not believe in yourself? Do you not believe in your dreams? Chapter 38, The Awakening Beast. Everything you have done until now has been to achieve the day of the Eye of the Moon. Hey Ju tempted, believing that no one could accept that his lifelong efforts were a lie. As long as he used this point, he could once again lead Uchiha Madara to his side. How could the words on the Uchiha stone tablet be fake? We cannot give up halfway. However, Hey Ju miscalculated Uchiha Madara. Perhaps for Uchiha Madara, knowing that this matter was a lie would indeed be a significant loss, and it would be hard to accept. But for him, what mattered more was whether this principle was correct, whether it could truly continue. Even if he spent so much time and effort only to prove that this path was wrong, he would just abandon it and seek another. Uchiha Madara was never someone who couldn't afford to lose. Lu Dong coldly watched the culprit, Hey Ju, and he was not in a hurry. The seeds of doubt had already been sown, and when the time came, they would naturally erupt, rather than relying on mere words. It was better to let Uchiha Madara find the answers himself. When the truth comes to light, all problems will be resolved at their roots. Uchiha Madara was also a man of action. He coldly said, "Hey Jew, if you truly are my will, then enter this sealing scroll by yourself. Once I clarify everything, I will naturally release you." Hey Jew hesitated, but facing Uchiha Madara, he had no choice but to enter the sealing scroll. He knew that even if he ran away, he would still be caught by Uchiha Madara, which would directly confirm his identity. But entering the seal now could earn him some goodwill, and besides, all content related to his mother had basically been altered or erased. He did not believe that this little brat could persuade Madara with just words. Uchiha Madara was an opportunity he had waited 1,000 years for. He could not let it go so easily. Seeing that Heiju voluntarily entered the seal, Uchiha Madara sealed it again, having learned a lot from him about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan back when he was with Hashirama in the village. "What do you plan to do next, Madara?" Lu Dong dragged Obito out from the corner and asked, to clarify the truth. "I have no interest in telling you my thoughts." Even after learning such things, Uchiha still maintained his self-important demeanor. Lu Dong shrugged nonchalantly and walked to the corner to carry Obito. "I've taken this kid away. Hope you can uncover the truth soon. He hasn't fully merged with White Zetsu yet. If you take him around like this, it might actually harm him," Madara reminded, considering that the kid was at least a member of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi set him down and touched his injury, causing Obito to break out in a cold sweat. The situation was indeed not good. He remembered that in the original story, it took a while to merge, and it was a bit hasty to take him away now. "If we wait about a week, I will help him adapt as quickly as possible." Madara glanced at the kid. "You would be so kind? There must be conditions, right?" Lu Dong's eyes sparkled with suspicion. Madara smiled, enjoying talking to smart people. "Since you know Yahiko, I won't say much more. I want his whereabouts." He had originally planned to arrange everything and then wait to be revived, but it seemed the plan needed to change. First, he needed to get back his Rinnegan. That would make things a lot easier, and the clan's eyes could barely see. Sure, this deal is incredibly easy for him, and besides, having the Rinnegan stay with Nagato might not be a good thing. The mission didn't specify how long he had to return, so Lu Dong settled in, analyzing experience with Uchiha Madara every day, and his panel was rapidly increasing. He even considered persuading Madara to return to Konoha, so he could continue to gain experience under the guise of sparring with Uchiha Madara every day. Lu Dong was also a decisive person, immediately asking him, "Ban, do you have any thoughts about returning to Konoha? For example, to visit the grave of Senju Hashirama?" Uchiha Ban gave him a look that said, "You must be joking," and was about to say, "Don't you know I fought to the death with Senju Hashirama?" But then he thought, since he knew he had taken Hashirama's cells, he probably also understood that he didn't truly hate Senju Hashirama. However, although it wasn't bad, it wasn't good either. Whenever he thought of Senju Hashirama, his mind was filled with all the foolish things that man had done, like coming to find him for drinks at midnight, often neglecting state affairs to go to the casino, and he had to go fetch him back. There was really no seriousness at all. "What does Konoha have to do with me?" Ban wiped the family heirloom fan and sighed in his hands, showing no interest in Lu Dong's suggestion. Speaking of which, it seemed that all of Senju Tobarama's disciples were unreliable. Or he could also go see Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. Lu Dong was practically risking everything for the experience. Hearing this, Ban was taken aback. Even in the cave, there were Hei and by conveying messages, so he wasn't completely unaware. He had heard that Senju Tobarama died to cover for his disciple. As for the Senju clan and Hashirama's direct bloodline, he was not aware. Perhaps he could also go back and see the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Lu Dong persistently persuaded. "You really have no shame." Just to analyze Uchiha Ban a few more times, Yao Yao Z remarked, seeing his expression, "Aren't you always complaining about how weak I am? Now that I'm eager to get stronger, you're not happy? Oh, that's just wonderful. Weren't you very enthusiastic before? Why are you slacking off now?" "That was when I was in a good mood. Now my mood is average." "Oh, got it. It's like those few days every month for girls." Uchiha Ban saw that he was continuously urging him to return to Konoha and couldn't help but ask, "I see you want me to go back, so I can continue to guide you, right?" Lu Dong immediately followed his words. Yes. In fact, after hearing so many reasons from the other party, some of them were indeed appealing to him. Since he had decided to stay here, it would be better to go to Konoha and gather some intelligence. Upon careful consideration, the Senju clan's collection of books should also be in Konoha, and perhaps it would contain the answers he was looking for. "Then let's go back and take a look," Uchiha Madara said. "Lu Dong, hooray! My experienced grinding machine can be moved back." Without hesitation, he immediately wrote a letter for Ninja Pigeon to take back to Minato, stating that he found Obito, who was still alive, and that he would bring back the person who saved Obito as well. He didn't write Uchiha Madara's name in the letter, as the fact that Madara was still alive was too unbelievable. He didn't want Minato to misunderstand and think he was crazy. Chapter 39, Minato Namikaze. The worldview is reloading when Ninja Pigeon flew to the battlefield. Minato had just completed his mission and was directing the Leaf Village team to quickly clean up the battlefield. His thoughts were already elsewhere. He wondered how Kakashi was doing. Just as Minato let out a sigh of relief, someone came jogging from behind, handing him Kakashi's letter. The messenger saw the captain's eyes light up after reading the letter. His face filled with joy and knew it had to be good news. So he asked, "Lord Minato, is there good news?" Minato held the letter, wiped the misty corners of his eyes, and said happily, Kakashi was right. Obito is really still alive. Hearing this news, Minato's comrades were also delighted for him. In the previous battle, Minato had not arrived in time to save his student and had been filled with guilt, unable to eat or sleep well for a week, which they all noticed. Now that they heard this good news, they all rushed over, exclaiming how great it was. It seemed that Obito was destined to survive. Minato carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath, then spoke with a strong voice. "Everyone, hurry up and clean the battlefield. I'll hand in the report to the vice captain, and then I'll leave first." They all understood that Lord Minato was eager to return to the Leaf Village to see his student. This joy seemed to infect them as well, and their actions became much more efficient, allowing for a quick evacuation. Minato pulled out a map, compared it with the location marked in the letter, and tucked the map away before setting off while it was still early. Even now, he couldn't shake off his excitement. Obito was really alive, something he had never dared to dream would happen. He must thank the person who saved Obito properly. However, Minato thought that the person who saved Obito could be an old woman or an old man, but he never expected it to be the infamous Uchiha Madara. Minato stood at the doorway, stunned, watching the person who looked exactly like the statue at the Valley of the Inn treating Obito in a somewhat rough manner. And what were those white, sticky things he saw on his way in? They seemed to change into various shapes. At that moment, Lu Dong was standing diagonally behind Minato. He stepped forward, patted Minato on the shoulder, signaling him to snap out of it. Beside them, White Zetsu looked at Obito in pain and said, "If it hurts, just scream, little Obito. It's hard to bear like this." He could actually talk. Minato felt the shock to his worldview. He might need more time to process this situation. All right, Uchiha Madara coldly stood up. This fusion had finally come to an end. Obito, pale and exhausted from the pain, lay on the bed, barely able to speak. Minato quickly went to check on Obito's condition. Seeing his teacher, Obito forced a smile and said, "Teacher Minato, you're here. It's okay. The old man said this is the last time. And then I can go back to the village to recuperate." Minato's eyes were filled with guilt. If he hadn't arrived late, Obito wouldn't have suffered like this. But thank goodness, Obito was still alive. "Sleep now. I'll stay here, conserve your strength, and we'll set off tomorrow," Minato said, gently touching Obito's sweat-drenched hair. This gentle and reliable touch made Obito feel even more tired, and he directly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Worried about disturbing Obito's rest, Minato took off his coat and covered him with it before signaling Lu Dong to leave the stone cave together. Just then, Madara also came out, casually grabbing a few white Zetsu to maintain his condition, which further astonished Minato. These things could actually replenish chakra? How'd that work? "Lord Madara," Minato said politely and respectfully, "thank you for saving my student. If there's ever a time you need my assistance, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will be happy to serve." No matter who this person in front of him was or what he had done, it couldn't change the fact that he saved Obito. Lu Dong, however, gave no face at all and directly said, "Teacher Minato, it's better not to thank him. He's planning to use Obito as a pawn, not out of good intentions." Madara glanced at the young man, noting his striking golden hair and the Leaf Village headband, realizing he must be a decent fighter for the Leaf. He didn't care about Kakashi's words. The kid was right. No need to thank him, especially since he had already agreed to Madara's terms. This was a transaction. Terms? Minato's eyes instantly sharpened as he looked at Kakashi. This kid hadn't mentioned anything about this in the letter. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara bringing it up, was Kakashi planning to make a deal with Madara all by himself? "Don't worry, Teacher Minato, this guy can't use too much chakra, so he just asked me to find someone," Kakashi said. Lu Dong saw the look in Minato's eyes and couldn't help but admire Minato's concern for the students. So he spoke the truth. That's good. Although Minato said this, Lu Dong still saw in his eyes the meaning that he would have to explain things clearly later. As a Konoha ninja, it is my duty to report the appearance of a senior to the village. I hope you can understand this, senior. Minato Namikaze said calmly. Saving someone's life is one thing, but he is a Konoha ninja, and this is a serious matter. He cannot conceal it. Uchiha Madara ignored him and quietly returned to the stone bench to rest, closing his eyes. White Zetsu timely reminded, Lord Madara needs to rest. Seeing that the other party did not refute, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. He had no chance against that legendary ninja. When the two came out, Minato asked seriously, This is serious. We must not let this leak when we return. I will report to the Konoha higher-ups and handle this matter in secret. That is Uchiha Madara. If the people of Konoha find out about him, the entire Konoha will be in turmoil. But that guy plans to return to Konoha with us, Lu Dong said innocently, trying to act as if he couldn't refuse Madara's desire to go back. What? Minato was taken aback, unconsciously rubbing his hair. It was already strange that the first Hokage had killed him in the Valley of the End, and now he was alive. Wanting to return to Konoha? Did he intend to harm Konoha? Liu Dong's eyes revealed a look of fear and anxiety as he said, I don't think so. That guy shouldn't be interested in Konoha. Chapter 40. The Grudge Against Flying Thunder God. Hearing Liu Dong's confident words, Minato Namikaze calmed down and couldn't help but scold himself for not being as composed as his own student and panicking first. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? Minato still trusted his student. Liu Dong certainly cannot say that he understands Uchiha Madara's character just because he has read the original work. He can only make up things on his own. Uchiha Madara has told me that he is at least half of the founder and established Konoha together with Senju Hashirama. He has never made a move against Konoha and is not interested now. Moreover, he also said that besides Hashirama, no one in Konoha is worthy of fighting him. After hearing this reasoning, Namikaze Minato found it somewhat credible. After all, for someone like Uchiha Madara, if he truly wanted to destroy Konoha, the best opportunity would have been after the death of the first Hokage. But it could also be that he sought revenge against Konoha for the first Hokage killing him despite their old friendship. Namikaze Minato murmured his analysis. Lu Dong secretly sneered. You really don't know how close their relationship is. They could even skip stones together when they were kids. Moreover, Senju Hashirama would go so far as to kill. And it was all pushed by Madara as part of his plan. But thinking about it again, Minato is indeed one of the few normal people in the Naruto series. And his analytical thinking is also that of a normal person. It's completely normal not to figure out Madara. Even Senju Hashirama couldn't fully do that. The limited portrayal in the original work is actually an advantage. At least the character's traits won't change too much over time. Lu Dong looked at Wave Wind Watergate, fell into deep thought, and stopped talking, closing his eyes to rest for a while. Wave Wind Watergate couldn't figure out. Uchiha Madara should have really died at the Valley of the End back then. After all, he had heard from teacher Sarutobi that it was the first Hokage who brought back Uchiha Madara's corpse. But why is he still alive now? Was he brought back by someone using the impure world reincarnation? However, the other party didn't have the unique markings of the impure world reincarnation. If it is assumed that Uchiha Madara didn't die at the Valley of the End, then he should be old and barely hanging on in bed now. Yet he still looks like he is in his prime. Wave Wind Watergate couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. Suddenly, he realized that the impossible situation he found so unexpected. How did Kakashi determine that Obito was still alive and accurately find Uchiha Madara's hiding place? It was truly puzzling. Wave Wind Watergate's gaze fell on Kakashi, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him, and his doubts grew larger. It seemed that his student was hiding a big secret. Forget it. Let's wait until Kakashi wants to talk about it. Wave Wind Watergate just now noticed that your gaze was quite unusual. You should be suspicious of him. I know, Lu Dong replied. He was just pretending to be asleep. Not really asleep. Good intentions were taken for granted. If I had known that night, I wouldn't have reminded you. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong thought for a long time before recalling the assassination that happened that night at the inn. He couldn't help but feel speechless, wondering why they were bringing up old grievances from so many days ago. Rest time always passes quickly, and it was already the next morning. Obito was still snoring in bed, while Minato and Lu Dong had already confirmed the route. Minato marked the way with Flying Thunder God, allowing them to take Obito back to Konoha at the fastest speed. Starting from Lu Dong and Madara, they tried to slow down their pace to give Konoha time to gather intelligence before acting. Even if Madara had no intention of attacking Konoha, they could not let their guard down. At this moment, Madara had finished packing and stepped out of the cave, The sunlight outside made his eyes feel uncomfortable and gritty. He had just replaced his eyes with a better pair he found in the cave, and his vision returned to normal. He also carried a number of sealing scrolls, with all but one used to seal Kagaya being filled with white zetsu. These were essential supplies for his journey. He had many more stored in the cave and instructed white zetsu to send them to him periodically. Uchiha shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight and took a deep breath of fresh air. He had spent the latter half of his life here and never expected to emerge under such circumstances. When Minato saw Madara had come out, he understood it was time to leave. He went inside to call Obito, but found him still deep asleep, showing no signs of waking. Not wanting to disturb him, he carried him on his back and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport out. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Kakashi and gave him 3 kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. These kunai bore the Flying Thunder God mark, and if they encountered danger, they should not hold on but teleport back to Konoha directly. Upon hearing the words Flying Thunder God, Madara's expression turned cold, and his tone became increasingly disdainful. You can use the Flying Thunder God? He scrutinized Minato, noting that at his age, he did not seem like that bastard's disciple. He might pass for a grand student. Minato did not understand why Madara suddenly harbored hostility towards him and positioned Kakashi behind him. Yes, I am a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Perhaps you have heard of him? The Sarutobi clan? Madara searched his memory, recalling that Hashirama had taken on several disciples, guided by Tobirama, and there seemed to be one with the surname Sarutobi among them. Ah, that kid, he said. Lu Dong watched from the sidelines, knowing exactly why Uchiha Madara's face suddenly turned ugly. After all, Madara's most beloved younger brother had died at the hands of Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze didn't dare to linger, fearing complications, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to transport Obito back to Konoha. Madara observed the speed at which he used the Flying Thunder God, revealing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This young man's mastery of the technique was extraordinary, likely surpassing that of the second Hokage. Let's go, Lu Dong said, spreading out a map to point out the route. After all, during his long stay underground, many significant events had occurred in the ninja world, and everything had changed. Minato used all his strength, not daring to delay, and rushed to teleport Obito repeatedly. Teacher, why don't you take a break? Obito, unable to move on his own, had to rely on his teacher's back, feeling quite guilty. However, Minato was unwilling to stop, wanting to get his student back to the Konoha hospital for treatment as soon as possible to better understand Obito's condition. Moreover, Madara's pace would not be slow. Every moment counted for Konoha's preparation and deployment. Finally, after a relentless journey, Minato managed to cover a week's distance in just 2 days and nights. Arriving at the gates of Konoha, with a thud, Minato half knelt on the ground, leaning against the door frame, drenched in sweat. Isn't that the yellow flash? The Konoha guard ninjas spotted Minato, who appeared to be carrying someone, and quickly rushed over to help. Quick, come help. The ninjas hurriedly surrounded them, and carefully lifted Obito off Minato's back. The ninjas' hands and feet were not gentle, and just then, one of them accidentally touched Obito's wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Obito, are you okay? Minato quickly asked, then turned to the ninjas. I'm sorry, my student has sustained severe injuries, so please be careful. The ninjas collectively gasped, looking at Obito with pity. With half of his body injured like this, it raised concerns about whether he could ever become a ninja again, and it seemed he would have to spend the rest of his life bedridden, becoming a useless person. Having just graduated from the Ninja Academy at such a young age, it was truly a hardship for the child. With everyone's help, Minato, who was currently exhausted from overusing his chakra, and Obito were sent into the hospital. Rin, who was already helping at the hospital, heard the commotion at the entrance and knew that there were patients in urgent need of surgery. She rushed over and, upon seeing Minato, who looked pale, she quickly asked, Minato-sensei, are you okay? I'm fine. The one who is really in trouble is Obito, Minato said with a reassuring smile, stepping aside to reveal Obito being carried on a stretcher behind him. Hey Rin, I'm back. Obito greeted Rin with a smile. Rin immediately burst into tears, covering her mouth with her hand, unable to believe what she was seeing. When she noticed how heavily he was bandaged, her heart sank. Being in such a condition could only mean he was severely injured. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. At that moment, the emergency doctor came out, and upon seeing the severity of Obito's injuries, his expression turned grave, instructing everyone to quickly take him to the operating room. Minato should have gone back to rest, but he refused to leave, standing at the door of the operating room. A nurse, unable to bear it, brought him a few soldier pills. Thank you. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, then noticed Rin, who was nervously pacing at the door of the operating room. Rin, Rin, Rin. Minato called her 3 times before she snapped out of her fear, choking out, "Minato-sensei, is Obito. Don't think too much. There must be a way," Minato said, feeling anxious himself. He had no idea what Madara had fused with Obito, but seeing the pain during the fusion, it was undoubtedly not something easy to control. "Rin, please help me send a message to the Hokage, saying I just returned and have urgent matters to report." Minato didn't want to miss any updates about his student and couldn't afford to delay important matters. Rin nodded and ran out, not knowing how she got there. But by the time she realized it, she had already delivered the message to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing that the supposedly dead Obito had returned alive but severely injured, clenched his fists behind his Hokage desk. It was all because of his lack of strength. He couldn't protect the village like the first and second Hokage had. Such young children were suffering like this. He immediately stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Send someone to inform Tsunade to check on Obito and see if there's any chance of recovery." Just the night before Minato's return, Tsunade had also come back to Konoha, much to the delight of everyone in the village. Who didn't know the name of the legendary 3 of Konoha? Even if Lady Tsunade didn't go into battle, her reputation alone could intimidate enemies, making them think twice before acting. The reason Tsunade had returned to Konoha so late was not that she traveled slowly, but because she had gathered a lot of intelligence along the way, confirming that Danzo indeed had a secret with Hanzo of the Salamander. As for Orochimaru's covert experiments, Tsunade had people keeping an eye on him, but Konoha was filled with Danzo's spies, making it difficult to uncover anything immediately. She could only take her time. Before long, the Hokage and Tsunade arrived at the hospital. After exchanging glances, they understood what each of them needed to do. Minato and Hiruzen entered an empty patient room, and Minato cast a soundproof barrier, his expression grave. Seeing this, Hiruzen grew even more serious. "Minato, what do you have to report?" Minato blurted out a name that was well known throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. What? Hiruzen thought he must have misheard. He seemed to have missed a name from the Uchiha clan. "Yes, you heard correctly. Uchiha Madara has returned." Minato's eyes were filled with seriousness, leaving no room for Hiruzen to question further. He recalled the time during his youth under Tobirama's guidance, when he occasionally saw Uchiha Madara and had the fortune to witness his terrifying, destructive power. Only the first Hokage could suppress him. His hand trembled, and his pipe fell to the ground, making a loud noise that was particularly jarring in the quiet room. Minato recounted everything he had seen and heard. "We must have countermeasures." Hiruzen, however, smiled bitterly and said, "Countermeasures? There's no need for that." "Why?" Minato was somewhat surprised. "Shouldn't they at least try something?" Hiruzen bent down to pick up the pipe from the ground, blowing away the ash and taking a puff before exhaling deeply, as if reminiscing about something. Now that both the first Hokage and Tobirama were gone, no one could restrain Uchiha Madara anymore. His power was beyond the reach of mere mortals like them. However, if Madara knew that this old man had put his name alongside that of Senju Tobirama in the same sentence, he would surely not be merciful. "We just need to prepare the negotiation plan, and the rest is up to fate." Wave Wind Minato saw his teacher hunched over as he walked out of the room, and couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. His teacher didn't even have the thought of resistance. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt exhausted. He was a disciple of the first and second Hokage and had lived on carrying the mission of protecting Konoha. He believed that Konoha could become better and better. But now it seemed that Konoha's future was really going to be cut off in his generation. Unknowingly, he arrived at the cemetery, standing in front of the graves of Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, and knelt down with a thud. "First Hokage, Tobirama-sensei, what should your student do?" Usually, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who maintained a calm demeanor regardless of the situation, was crying uncontrollably in front of the graves of the 2 former Hokage. After crying, Hiruzen wiped away his tears and returned to his reliable appearance, urgently summoning all the high-ranking ninjas for a meeting. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing why such a large-scale meeting was suddenly called when the situation was seemingly good. Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara. The entire village was abuzz with speculation about why the Hokage would call such a large conference, even summoning the dispatch team leaders back one by one. Danzo and a group of elders sat in the prominent positions, followed by the legendary 3 ninjas and the rising star, Wave Wind Minato. Before the meeting began, Orochimaru and Tsunade sat on either side, the former irritated that he was pulled out of his unfinished experiment for a meeting, while the latter was observing the former, trying to find a flaw. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door open and sat in the seat reserved for him. The reason I hurriedly summoned you all back is that Konoha is about to face an unprecedented catastrophe, and I do not have the confidence to lead everyone through this crisis. Hiruzen's words created an unusually tense atmosphere, making everyone present feel a jolt of anxiety. And they were puzzled. Why was there a crisis when Konoha was doing well on the battlefield? Danzo, seeing Hiruzen speak such disheartening words right away, couldn't help but retort. Hokage-sama, you are our role model. How can you say such things? If you truly feel unworthy of this position, it would be better to step down early, so you won't say such irrelevant things. Tsunade glanced at Danzo, knowing that her teacher's old classmate had always harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. But she was even more confused as to why her teacher would say such things. Hiruzen was not angry at his friend's remarks, but sighed deeply. Let Minato speak. He took a weary puff from his pipe, and wave-wind Minato revealed the shocking truth. The crowd was in an uproar, clearly disbelieving, and Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. Minato, I know you are Jiraiya's disciple and would not lie. But it is also a fact that Uchiha Madara was killed by my grandfather at the Valley of the End. We saw the first Hokage bring back Uchiha Madara's corpse, looking very sad, as if he had lost something very important. T-Com Matsuke's added. Mito Kamizuki also nodded, indicating he was present during that scene. Such a clumsy lie. How can you say it in front of everyone? Oomph. Danzo snorted coldly. It seems we should send Minato to the hospital for a checkup. At this moment, Orochimaru chuckled and said, Danzo-sama, why get angry? Don't we all know Minato's character? I vouch for him as one of the legendary three ninjas, even for Jiraiya's sake. Although Orochimaru was also shocked, he believed it was true since it was related to that kid Kakashi, and he spoke up for Wave-Wind Minato. Tsunade naturally trusted Minato, but this matter was still too unbelievable. Uchiha Madara, a person from the Warring States period, is still alive now? What kind of ancient relic is this? Even if Uchiha Madara is truly alive, he is just an old guy. Does Konoha really fear him? No, the Uchiha Madara I saw was young. At least the same as during the Valley of the End. Once this was said, the meeting room fell into a terrifying silence. Some people scoffed, some frowned deeply. Some were panicked and afraid. Some were deep in thought, and some looked like they were watching a show. The entire meeting room was eerily quiet until Danzo broke the silence. So what if Uchiha Madara was at his peak? Are we really going to hand Konoha over to him? Hiruzen, you, as Hokage, are being too cowardly. Danzo shot a cold glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly. Then rallied, everyone. The most important thing now is how to respond. No matter how powerful Uchiha Madara is, he is not a god. He will tire eventually. We can at least fight a protracted battle. But what about the threats from other ninja villages? Tsunade interjected. Her brow furrowed so much it seemed she could crush a fly. The meeting room fell silent again. Indeed. If they had to use all their strength to resist Uchiha Madara, if other ninja villages attacked, or if he teamed up with them, they would have no chance of winning. My student once learned from Madara that he does not care about the fact that the first Hokage killed him. Perhaps we still have room for negotiation. Wave-Wind Minato spoke with hope. Currently, Uchiha Madara is with my student Kakashi and is moving towards the village. We still have time to discuss a countermeasure. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and placed it on the table. Our top priority is to minimize casualties and strive to resolve this matter peacefully. We absolutely cannot provoke the opponent, or we will put all of Konoha in a disadvantageous position. From now on, the entire village will be on high alert. No, top-level alert. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, leaving no room for doubt from others. The news about Uchiha Madara must not be leaked, otherwise, other villages would definitely extend an olive branch, and their situation would become even worse. This news absolutely cannot get out. Yes, at this moment, in a hospital room, Rin was helping Obito peel an apple, then cutting it into pieces and offering it to his mouth with a kunai. Obito thought to himself that the injury didn't seem so unbearable now since all Rin's attention was on him. However, it was just a way to find joy in hardship. When he was lying on the operating table, he heard the medical ninjas chatting away, using professional terms he didn't understand. Moreover, he felt that those medical ninjas seemed not very clear about his condition either. Anyway, every day the area around his wound would hurt so much that he wanted to smash his head against the wall, and he could only endure it with that old man. Returning to Konoha, he had painkillers, which made him feel much more relaxed. Obito, are you starting to hurt again? Rin asked anxiously when she saw he had not responded for a while. In the past few days, She had been taking care of Obito and had seen him in so much pain that her heart ached, but she couldn't help him with anything. She had secretly inquired with other ninja seniors she was close to, and that senior told her privately. It was confirmed that Obito's right side had been crushed to a pulp by a rock and was beyond saving, and logically speaking, he should not survive. But his right half was filled with a vibrant cellular tissue that stopped the bleeding, thus saving his life. However, that tissue would also erode Obito, and only by finding a way to achieve a balance could he continue to live. Just thinking about this made her want to cry. It's nothing. What could happen to me? How about I tell you more about the old man and white Zetsu? He quickly comforted her. Chapter 43. Ceasefire Agreement. Lin wiped the corners of her eyes and collected her tears. Ever since Obito returned, he had been telling a story about an old man and a certain magical creature. He insisted it was what he had seen with his own eyes, and that Kakashi-sensei could testify to it. Lin thought he was just rambling and listened quietly, because the only time Obito could relax was for a few hours. Even if he didn't feel pain, he would become weak and feverish. After Obito fell asleep, Lin quietly left the room and looked out the hospital window, seeing the vigilant ninjas outside, feeling inexplicably that something big was about to happen. And just as she felt, that day came quickly. Lu Dong and Uchiha Madara walked in sequence to the entrance of Konoha. By this time, Konoha had already prepared and had set up surveillance around, anticipating their arrival. As for those spies, both Lu Dong and Madara noticed them, but chose to ignore them. Lu Dong glanced at the people present, the third Hokage, the Konoha Elder Council, the two of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade, and his teacher, Minato Namikaze. He couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that the mere mention of Uchiha Madara was enough to instill fear in them. The top combat power of Konoha was all gathered here. Lord Uchiha Madara, the third Hokage, spoke first, wanting to settle things before entering the village to avoid any repercussions within Konoha. The second of the Senju clan's disciples looked particularly annoying. Madara coldly stared at them, naturally offering no pleasant words. There's no need for such a defensive stance. I'm not interested in destroying Konoha. We cannot trust the words of a rogue ninja. Danzo abruptly interjected, causing the tension in the room to rise. At this moment, Lu Dong spoke up. I remember that Senju Hashirama never classified Uchiha Madara as a rogue ninja. Instead, he was always waiting for him to return to Konoha. Wasn't he? Kid, you have no place to speak here. Get lost. Danzo had always disliked him, and during such a high-level meeting, he should have kept his mouth shut and acted like he didn't exist, yet he dared to interrupt. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, completely unfazed by their words, and instead focused on Tsunade behind them. Tsunade felt a chill as he stared at her, but she refused to back down and glared back. In the next second, Madara disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Tsunade, and before she could react, he had already grabbed her by the neck. Tsunade's legs left the ground, and her breathing became strained. Uchiha Madara, you really want to start a fight? Danzo immediately signaled, and several Umbu members appeared around them, surrounding them tightly. Tsunade, being choked, felt inexplicably powerless and had no choice but to activate her Byakugo seal, with lines spreading all over her body. Is this your ability? Madara observed, letting out a scornful laugh. You are the last descendant of the Senju clan? Truly worthless. Madara, you're going too far, Lu Dong timely interjected. You still need the Senju clan's library. Offending the princess of Senju isn't a good idea. The people present did not believe that Uchiha Madara would listen to him, especially since Danzo had secretly ordered that they would strike as soon as there was a flaw. Madara turned his head slightly to look at Lu Dong when he heard his words, a bit impatient, but in the end, he actually let go. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Tsunade was released, she was protected by the Umbu. Lu Dongsong breathed a sigh of relief, as he had already made another deal with Uchiha Madara on the way, and currently, this guy was still within a controllable range. Although he had a system, he still needed time to grow. Once the opportunity arose, he naturally wouldn't have to worry about such matters anymore. Madara used the body flicker technique and appeared behind a group of people, then calmly walked into Konoha and sat down at a sushi restaurant. The staff at the sushi restaurant asked nervously, hello, what would you like to order? Tofu skin sushi, Madara replied, pulling out money from his pocket and placing it on the table. The owner cautiously accepted it. Okay, I'll be right back. Are you still eating? Lu Dong was somewhat surprised. During the days on the road, he only saw him replenishing his chakra and thought that his stomach could no longer digest food. He only responded lightly and did not say much more, but Lu Dong saw nostalgia in his eyes. I'm leaving first. I've arranged a quiet place for you near the Uchiha clan's territory. After saying this, Lu Dong also left the sushi shop. leaving the shop owner in a bit of a predicament. However, before he could get home, he was intercepted by Orochimaru on the way. "Spit out quickly. I'm tired and need to rest." As he spoke, Kakashi yawned. Recently, he had been using Uchiha Madara to gain experience every day, and his experience was indeed increasing rapidly. But his body was having a hard time keeping up. Orochimaru enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Lu Dong's shoulder and asked with shining eyes, "Kid, how did you do it?" When it comes to understanding forbidden techniques, no one surpasses Orochimaru. He saw it clearly. That was definitely not the impure world reincarnation technique. How on earth did this happen? Lu Dong disdainfully pushed his arm away, understanding his intentions. Orochimaru had always pursued immortality and developed new ninjutsu for it. Now that an ancient relic from the Warring States period was still alive, he must be extremely excited. Why wouldn't he allow someone to be healthy and live a few more years? Lu Dong didn't want to answer so much. His relationship with Orochimaru was merely a cooperative one. If he really wanted to know, he could just ask in person. Orochimaru paused for a moment, recalling the other party's strength. He wanted immortality, but he didn't want to court death either. Lu Dong no longer spoke to him and went directly home, planning to sleep soundly until he recovered after waking up. However, while he was sleeping, the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection spread throughout the ninja world like breaking news. At first, they didn't believe it, but after the intelligence ninja they dispatched returned with first-hand accounts, they had no choice but to believe. After confirming this news, Iwagakure immediately announced a ceasefire, opting not to participate in the war and choosing to compensate with supplies as a defeated nation. Other countries had similar thoughts, but were not as decisive as Iwagakure. After some hesitation, they also submitted letters of reconciliation to Konoha, requesting to resume the 5 Kage summit. The current leaders of the ninja villages, many of whom had come from the era of Senju Hashirama, naturally understood Uchiha Madara's strength. They could not act rashly before understanding the situation. In the following days, Konoha received ceasefire agreements one after another, inviting him to host the 5 Kage summit. But all these agreements included one condition: Uchiha Madara must attend. Chapter 44, Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara strolled around the village every day, causing unrest among the people. It would be better to take this opportunity to let him leave the village. Tsunade supported this idea, with Uchiha Madara allied with other villages. "This is something we cannot ignore." Mito Gate and also expressed his views. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, listening to everyone argue about this matter. But in the end, no one could come to a conclusion. "Teacher Sarutobi, I have a proposal." Orochimaru's hoarse voice stood out amidst the arguments, capturing everyone's attention. "Go ahead." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple. Orochimaru smiled and said, "You all should know that the second Hokage's forbidden technique is Edo Tensei. Since we cannot deal with Uchiha Madara, why not let someone who can deal with him handle it?" Once this proposal was made, everyone present seemed to suddenly understand. Edo Tensei is a technique that summons those who have passed away, originally intended to create human bombs that fear nothing. However, the first Hokage eventually deemed it too disrespectful to life, and it was gradually abolished. Although it is no longer used, that doesn't mean they didn't know how to use it. All the methods are preserved in the second Hokage's archives, and someone specializes in handling it. No way. Tsunade, known for her bad temper, slammed the table and immediately rejected the proposal. "My grandfather has already passed away. How can we let matters of the future disturb his rest?" This argument had some merit, and as a blood relative of the first Hokage, Tsunade had significant say in this matter. "Tsunade, this is a moment of life and death for the village. Since there is a method, we should give it a try, shouldn't we?" Orochimaru said with a smile. Danzo also chimed in from the side. "This method is viable. It can avoid many issues and should be the optimal solution." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Gate remained silent, still struggling with their own thoughts. Finally, Tsunade said, "How about this? Let everyone vote, and let the voting results decide this matter. Is that okay, Hiruzen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could only nod. "No problem." "Teacher Sarutobi," Tsunade called out somewhat dissatisfied, but managed to suppress her feelings for the time being. In the end, the voting result concluded with 8-2, allowing Orochimaru's proposal to be implemented. Even if Tsunade opposed it, it was of no use now. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered someone to bring out the forbidden technique scroll for Edo Tensei for Orochimaru to prepare the ritual. And the date for the 5 Kage summit was also set for 3 days later. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know was that Orochimaru had long mastered this ninjutsu and was merely putting on a show now. The ritual was quickly prepared. using a rogue ninja held in a death row prison as a living sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly bear to watch, blaming himself for being so incompetent that things had come to this. Edo Tensei, with Orochimaru's loud shout, dust flew into the air, gradually coalescing onto that body, slowly forming the likeness of Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru couldn't help but sweat. This was his first time using this ninjutsu, and he wanted to control the other party to awaken. But there was no reaction. He couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the curse technique was drawn incorrectly? Just then, Senju Hashirama suddenly opened his eyes, seeing a group of unfamiliar faces in front of him, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Where am I?" As he spoke, he looked at his hands, covered in the patterns of Edo Tensei, and upon closer inspection of the people in front of him, he began to feel a sense of familiarity. First Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shed tears at this familiar face. "Ah, you're Tobirama's disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? I didn't expect you to have grown so much. What do you need me for?" Hashirama quickly understood the situation. It must be that the younger generation was facing difficulties, which was why they summoned him from the afterlife. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, shattering into pieces with a loud noise, startling everyone to dodge, and they realized that the intruder was none other than Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing him, Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Madara, why are you here too?" Madara looked coldly at the people from Konoha. "Very good. To suppress me, you've even disturbed Hashirama. What a bunch of useless fools." "That question should be mine," Madara said irritably. "Hey, don't be angry. They must have sought me out because they encountered difficulties they couldn't solve, right?" Hashirama chuckled, scratching the back of his head, appearing entirely unreliable. "So what troubles do you have? If I help you solve them, I can go back." Madara was quite satisfied that he wasn't surprised by his being alive and didn't ask questions. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said, "First Hokage, we summoned you to help restrict Uchiha Madara's movements. He is causing unrest in Konoha." "Madara, you're finally willing to return to Konoha?" Hashirama said joyfully. "Just temporarily. I need to investigate some matters," Madara replied calmly. "No problem, as long as you're willing to come back." Hashirama continued. "By the way, about what Madara said before leaving, the new path, how is it going? That's what I came back to investigate. Are you still planning to continue on your own path?" The two exchanged questions and answers, as if there was no resentment between them, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, completely ignoring their past conflicts. "How long do you plan to stay here?" "I don't know. Then I'll stay too." Upon hearing this, Madara raised an eyebrow. "Are you going to fight with me? Is there no way to avoid fighting?" Hashirama's spirit immediately deflated at this question. "No." Hashirama glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him and smiled. "Please help me tidy up the room. I want to stay next to Madara." "Oh, okay." Everyone looked on with confusion and surprise as the two exited the room. Not only that, but they were also chatting and laughing, saying they're going to eat at the old sushi place together. So, third Hokage, is the relationship between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara this good? The ninja beside them twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. It was one thing for Lord Hashirama to not mind killing someone, but how could Uchiha Madara not care either? It's fine. They used to have this kind of relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised at all. If they had seen Sensei Tobirama being dragged out of Uchiha Madara's house for not finishing his work and going off to drink with friends, they might have dropped their jaws in shock. After all, the first Hokage's image in textbooks was quite different from reality. Thus, a highly noticeable duo appeared on the streets of Konoha. The first Hokage and the rogue ninja, Uchiha Madara, dining together. Chapter 45, The Five Kage Summit. When Lu Dong saw the reanimated Senju Hashirama, he was also taken aback, not expecting Konoha to come up with this trick. "And then you just sit here eating, doing nothing?" Yao Yaozi's tone seemed quite dissatisfied. Lu Dong stuffed another piece of eel into his mouth and said, "Why should I go? Uchiha Madara will find out sooner or later that it was Kurizetsu who tricked him. As long as we solve this problem at its source, won't everything else be smooth sailing? He is just a good young man of socialism. It's best if he can live a peaceful life. He doesn't like this violent ninja world. A salted fish. What is wrong with being a salted fish? My dream is to be a salted fish." Hokage Tower. Ever since Senju Hashirama was brought back to life through Edo Tensei, he hadn't cared about any political affairs at all, spending the whole day thinking about how to have fun with Uchiha Madara. However, the latter ignored him and was only reading the books left by the Senju clan. Thus, the bored first Hokage stepped into the Hokage office. "First Hokage." Everyone respectfully greeted him as soon as they saw him. "Oh, it's fine. No need to be so formal." Senju Hashirama casually picked up a document, looked at it for a while, then put it down. The people in the room immediately sighed in relief, only to see him pick up another one, and everyone held their breath again. That afternoon, they went back and forth like this, and nobody had the heart to work. At this time, Hashirama came across the peace letters sent from various villages. It seemed that there would always be wars no matter when. So you and your village can only remain stagnant. Madara's voice suddenly interjected. What brings you here, Madara? Hashirama said in surprise. And this is your village too. Don't always exclude yourself. Madara sat down on the sofa, casually tapping his leg against the table. He grabbed a pen and made it dance in his hand like a butterfly, making others nervous, fearing that the pen would pierce someone's throat the next second. Huh, you forgot? In the Valley of the End, you stabbed me and then told me that you would do anything for the village, Madara said while pointing at his chest. But his tone was as casual as if he were talking about having sushi tonight. Okay, I remember now, Senju Hashirama said dejectedly. What do you want? Hurry up and say it. Madara seemed a bit impatient. I didn't come looking for you, Hashirama replied, somewhat confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. Apologies, sir. I borrowed the first Hokage's name to invite you here. If I hadn't said that, you probably wouldn't have come. Say it. Be concise. Sarutobi then informed Uchiha Madara about the peace letters and the demands from the various ninja villages, and unsurprisingly received a refusal from Madara. I refuse. He had nothing to do with Konoha now. Why should he attend the 5 Kage summit? At this moment, Hashirama spoke up. Madara, let us go together. I've always wanted to go with you. I used to go with Tobirama, and he always scolded me. Oh, he was right to scold you. Although Madara had never liked Senju Tobirama, he was quite reliable when it came to disciplining his older brother. Huh, I'm just doing it for peace. So I want them to see my sincerity, Senju Hashirama said cheerfully, completely lacking any sense of reflection. So you just casually let the tailed beast go? If you dare to do something so foolish again, I want to accompany you. Are you agreeing then? Hashirama's eyes lit up. Going to the 5 Kage summit with Madara was an experience he had never had in his previous life. Madara got up from the sofa. I want to agree. You just keep pestering me. It's annoying. Then you can focus on your research. We'll see each other tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Dong was awakened from his sleep by someone knocking on the door. He yawned and said, Sensei Minato, why are you calling me so early? Isn't there no mission? Uchiha Madara specifically requested you to accompany him. We're leaving right away. Hurry and change your clothes. Although Minato urged him verbally, there was concern in his eyes. This 5 Kage summit was fraught with twists and turns, and it definitely wouldn't be easy. Lu Dong couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering why they had to make him accompany them for no reason. He had already done his best for this body and this world. He saved Obito and uncovered Kuro's conspiracy. Couldn't they just let him continue to live a leisurely life? The pinnacle of the ninja world? Heh, whoever wants to stand there can stand. He just wants to live an ordinary life. Is that so difficult? Lu Dong arrived at the village entrance with a resentful expression, where he saw Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the front of the group. The last person had also arrived, so let's go. Apart from those two, the team leaders were Tsunade and Orochimaru. The third Hokage and Minato Namikaze were handling things back in Konoha. This meeting was held close to the Land of Fire, so they could set off in the morning and arrive by the afternoon, making Konoha's group the last to arrive. As soon as they arrived, the ninjas from other villages were shocked to see that the legendary Uchiha Madara was actually still alive. Moreover, there seemed to be someone beside him, talking and laughing, looking very friendly. Some older ninjas were even more surprised upon closer inspection. Wasn't that Senju Hashirama? What was going on? Wasn't it said that only Uchiha Madara had been resurrected? How was Senju Hashirama also here? This news quickly reached the ears of the other 4 Kages, making them even more astonished, until the meeting time started and the 5 parties gradually entered. I recognize that Sachikage over there, but I can't quite remember the rest. Senju Hashirama walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, while Uchiha Madara stood behind him. Seeing this, Reikage couldn't help but mockingly say, I didn't expect to see the two of you after the battle at the Valley of the End. It's truly surprising. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, and it seems like all the Kages have changed this time. Senju Hashirama replied nonchalantly, completely unaware of the sarcasm in their tone. It seems Uchiha Madara, your injuries from the Valley of the End have healed. Aren't you worried about them flaring up on a rainy day? The Mizukage with the small beard also chimed in sarcastically. This time, it was their mist village that suffered the most losses, yet they still had to come to negotiate. Of course, I'm fine, Madara said, casually thumping his chest, completely unfazed by their jabs. But then they heard him say, however, I have an idea. I'm wondering if it would be better to eliminate you one by one or to take you all out at once for convenience. After saying this, Uchihamadara revealed a sinister and flamboyant smile, startling everyone present. Was this the attitude of Konoha in negotiations? That Tsuchikage couldn't help but remark. Chapter 46. Sudden Change of Events. You think too much. I don't represent Konoha, this guy does. I'm just accompanying him, Uchihamadara said casually, finding a nearby sofa to sit down and rest. You all continue. The four Kages were nearly enraged to the point of losing their composure, but they dared not act. Uchihamadara was clearly allied with Senju Hashirama. They were all individuals who had managed to hold the position of Kage during the war era, so they naturally wouldn't act recklessly. They could only force themselves to sit here and negotiate properly. However, they found that even when discussing matters with Senju Hashirama, each point had to be confirmed with Uchihamadara sitting behind and reading a book. Only after Madara agreed could that point be passed. But occasionally the two would argue due to differences of opinion. This left them even more confused. What was their situation? At this time, Lu Dong was yawning outside. Stop yawning. There's a situation. Ah, you mean those ambushers outside? I've already noticed them. Then why are you still here? Why not help out? Those two inside have top-tier strength in the ninja world, and one of them is in the Edo Tensei state, so they can't die anyway. Why should I worry? Lu Dong thought. Besides, although he was forcibly summoned, the others from the ninja villages weren't. Let them do the work while I keep a low profile. With that thought, he yawned again. Just then, the conference room window suddenly shattered, and some unknown ninjas jumped in from outside, creating chaos for a moment. But since everyone here was at least Kage level and elite ninjas from various factions, they quickly and orderly dealt with the intruders. What's going on? The Mizukage grumbled, patting his clothes and frowning slightly due to his mild obsession with cleanliness. The Tsuchikage next to him couldn't help but say, how pretentious. Who wants to disrupt the five Kages meeting? Reikage slammed his hand against the wall, instantly creating a deep hole. To attack during the five Kages meeting clearly showed a lack of respect for them, equivalent to declaring war against the five Kages. At that moment, Lu Dong pushed the door open and threw in a guy dressed like those intruders, saying, I think you might need this. After tossing the person into the hall, he exited. He didn't want to get involved, but he couldn't just stand by and watch a deserter slip past him while being chased. Otherwise, he might also be suspected. Standing outside, Lu Dong couldn't help but wonder who would want to disrupt the five Kages meeting. Moreover, that person seemed terrified and eager to escape. What was the reason for that? Yao Yao Z. Do you know what's going on? Yao Yao Z? The other party didn't respond. She hasn't gone back to sleep. Has she? Forget it. It's probably not a big deal. However, what Lu Dong didn't know was that Yao Yao Z was not asleep at that moment and had her own thoughts. Mizukage, I really don't know why I'm here, or why I'm dressed like this. The ninja said hurriedly as soon as he saw the Mizukage. The Mizukage's face changed with urgency. You're a ninja from the Mist Village? Yes. The Reikage snickered. So it's you, huh? It seems you're not satisfied with this five Kages meeting. The Mist Village was the one that suffered the most losses in this negotiation. The Tsuchikage interjected, but I don't think he has the brains for that. Tsuchikage, what do you mean? The Mizukage, AO, jumped up in anger. The Tsuchikage, wrapped in bandages, showed no expression, just stated the literal meaning. You. Hashirama looked at Uchihamadara, who was resting on the sofa. Madara rose from the sofa, his sharingan with 3 tomo swirling as he probed the other party's memories. However, the more he looked, the more furrowed his brow became. This person's memories contained no information about the assassination, but he had indeed grown up in the Mist Village. Why was that? Whether he wanted to do this himself, or someone was trying to guide him or bribe him, there should be some memories left. Could it be that the other party was also a master of illusion? The Mizukage was most concerned about this matter. If he couldn't prove his innocence, he would become the target of everyone's blame. If the villages joined forces to swallow up the Mist Village and end the war, it would be disastrous. There's no trace of illusion, but these eyes are not mine. The ocular power is unstable, Uchihamadara said, stating the result flatly. He wasn't interested in this ninja, but it seemed that there were indeed forces he didn't understand lurking in the shadows, plotting something. What? Then what about your eyes? Hashirama was startled. Madara's eyes had merged with Azuna's ocular power, which could be said to be his most precious possession. They have other uses. They are temporarily stored elsewhere and should be retrieved soon. Only then did Senju Hashirama breathe a sigh of relief. Why don't we end it here for today and continue discussions tomorrow? The Tsuchikage suggested, take this ninja away. Be careful he doesn't commit suicide. And have each faction send a representative to monitor the Mizukage and his subordinates. Hey, do you really want to make me the culprit? Mizuki's hurriedly waved his hand and said, it's for your own good. If our people don't find any clues, it can prove your innocence. Otherwise, shall we end this meeting and go back to continue the war? After a sigh, Mizuki had no choice but to accept. The losses of the Hidden Mist village were already significant, and he couldn't act recklessly. The various factions returned to their respective places, and on the way back, Hashirama Senju asked, Madara, do you feel something strange? He couldn't quite put it into words. Someone might want to sabotage this meeting. After all, the interests of each village were different, and perhaps some people needed war more. However, he had noticed that those who attacked had different chakra natures, coming from different ninja villages, who could gather ninjas from all over without leaving a trace. Moreover, the ninjas sent this time were strong enough that anyone knew they couldn't be killed by these shadow-level powerhouses. So why did they come? The only survivor was from the Hidden Mist village, which raised suspicions, but he had no way to investigate further, feeling as if he was shrouded in something. I feel the same way. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's thoughts turned to Kakashi. To him, Kakashi was the most suspicious. But what benefit would this bring him? Just then, Lu Dong sneezed. Achoo. You're so weak that even the wind can blow you away. Shouldn't you supplement your strength? You look exhausted. You're back. Where did I leave? Just now, I called you, and you messed up again. Yaozi was startled. You must have called too softly. I didn't hear you. Chapter 47. Please enter the trap. Lu Dong was too lazy to say anything. After all, the system had been unreliable for quite some time, so he didn't think much about it. In the next 2 days, Lu Dong continued to steal moments of leisure amidst his busy schedule, and there were no further mistakes until the 5 Kage summit concluded. The Ninja World War finally came to an end, ushering in a temporary peace. By the way, Madara, are you interested in becoming the head of the Umbu? Senju Hashirama asked this question on the way back. The other party replied somewhat speechlessly, no interest. But I think this position suits you best after all. You are the Hokage of Konoha. Hashirama emphasized the word Hokage, indicating that Madara was the one who secretly protected Konoha. The surrounding ninjas responsible for guarding them couldn't help but perk up their ears upon hearing this. No way, and your level of picking positions is quite poor. Uchiha Madara pushed Hashirama away, stating that he had things to do and didn't have time to play house in Konoha with him. However, I really like the name Konoha. Senju Hashirama seemed oblivious to the setback and continued speaking. When this was heard by the others, they couldn't help but realize. Indeed, the Senju clan was not good at fire techniques. Why would there be a fire character in the title of Hokage? It turned out to be named after the Uchiha clan, but they didn't expect that the name Konoha was actually coined by Uchiha Madara, which was quite hard to believe. All the way, Hashirama kept pestering Madara, who, despite his annoyance, finally said, if you still can't understand human words, I'll just destroy Konoha. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Hashirama finally quieted down a bit. Just as they were about to return to Konoha, Tsunade suddenly called Lu Dong aside. Lu Dong leisurely leaned against a large tree and asked, what's the matter? Tsunade couldn't help but frown at him, unsure how the other person's indifferent demeanor had come to be. It seemed that the death of Shuo Mao had a significant impact on this child. I have a separate task for you, and I hope you can complete on time. As she spoke, Tsunade took out a scroll from her bosom. Lu Dong was somewhat unwilling. He was already annoyed by being forced to attend the Five Shadows conference. And now, there was another mission? He took a glance at the task, and, oh, it was about finding evidence of Ishimura Danzo's collusion, which was quite to his liking. It seems you have already verified the truth of my words. Lu Dong put away the scroll, but this mission didn't have the third Hokage seal. It should have been arranged privately by you, right? You can rest assured. I've gotten my grandfather's approval on this matter and will not leave you vulnerable to attacks from both sides. Tsunade was surprised by the other party's attentiveness. Noticing even such matters, Lu Dong nodded, that's good. The reward for this task can't be low. It's considered overtime. However, aren't you planning to start investigating Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's gaze flickered a few times, and she sighed. I've already sent a letter to Jiraiya. I probably can't keep him by myself. Tsunade's expression was filled with reluctance, and it was clear that she still cared about their friendship. Oh, then good luck, Lu Dong said, not looking back as he walked away. So cold, doesn't he even know how to offer some comfort? What should I comfort him about? Don't worry. Even if Orochimaru leaves Konoha, he will still thrive and complete the immortality technique, and later even plan to destroy Konoha? Well, there's really no need to comfort him. After hearing this, Yaozi was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, as she passed by Orochimaru, she glanced at him and sighed as if frustrated by his lack of progress. Orochimaru, noticing her gaze, was confused thinking that he intentionally provoked that kid recently. So why was he receiving this attitude? As the team approached Konoha, Lu Dong separated from the group, and Tsunade found a reason to cover for him during the head count. Lu Dong hurried to the marked location on the mission and, as expected, found evidence of Danzo secretly contacting the Rain Village. Of course, Danzo himself couldn't come. After all, he needed to stay in Konoha, or else it would be too obvious that he was missing when the main force returned. Lord Hanzo was very dissatisfied with the convening of this 5 Kage summit. Is this all you guys are capable of? A ninja disguised as a Rain Village shinobi questioned. The Konoha ninja, wearing an umbu mask, was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. This was purely an accident. How could Lord Danzo have predicted that Uchiha Madara was still alive? One could only say that plans couldn't keep up with changes. But Lord Danzo's intention to trade with Lord Hanzo was sincere. The 5 Kage summit had already concluded. Are we to wait for the next war? Don't forget that one of the trades was to make the Rain Village a part of the 5 Kage summit. Who's there? The umbu member's emotions were relatively stable. So he noticed Liu Dong's presence and quickly shouted out. Lu Dong clicked his tongue. He had clearly hidden himself well, yet he was still discovered. It was a perceptive ninja, relying not on sight or sound. Come out. At this moment, the rain-hidden ninja also realized the urgency of the situation and immediately formed a united front with the dark ninja. With so many people, which one do you want to analyze? It doesn't matter. They're all just small fry, not much different from each other. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental power limit 1. Physical ability 1. Analysis attribute 1. Lu Dong looked at the value and was quite disappointed. It seemed that the umbu sent this time was also a good for nothing. Should he enter combat mode? Yes. In the next moment, Lu Dong appeared behind the umbu ninja and delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Before the other party could react, he let out a muffled grunt and fell unconscious. You're the ninja who eavesdropped on Lord Han's last time. Yuin connected the dots as he saw Lu Dong's actions. You're not stupid. However, thinking about it now was of no use. Lu Dong skillfully drew a kunai from his waist, but what troubled him was that he couldn't be too heavy-handed. At that moment, many ninjas hiding nearby also appeared, with Umbu and Yuin each accounting for half. He couldn't help but squint. It seemed the other side was well prepared. Last time we let you go. How could Lord Hans let you succeed this time? A Yuin ninja revealed a cold smile and waved his hand go. Suddenly, Yuin's ninjas rushed forward, attacking Lu Dong from both the front and back, completely blocking the paths around him, trying to take him down here. What to do? Should he run? Lu Dong was not worried or afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. He had just been troubled about not having an opportunity to test his strength, and now it was delivered right to his doorstep. It was just a chance he needed to show off his skills. Chapter 48, Showcasing Skills. Earth Escape, Earth Barrier. Lu Dong quickly formed seals, wrapping himself in solid rock, making it impossible for a certain ninja's cold weapon to penetrate such defense. However, they were not to be underestimated. In no time, they broke through this simple line of defense, stabbing a blade into Lu Dong's body. Then, with a soft sound, Lu Dong transformed into a wooden stump and fell to the ground. It was a substitution technique, quickly determined the opponent's location. The leader of the Rain Hidden immediately gave the order, but the opponent's figure was nowhere to be seen. Soon, a loud thud broke the temporary silence, and everyone realized that a ninja had his throat slit. The pained cries of the enemy ninjas echoed, and not long after, only the Rain Hidden leader remained standing. But he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the opponent. Just then, a cold blade pressed against his neck. Looks like you failed. Hearing these words, the Rain Hidden leader shivered and was about to bite down on the poison in his mouth. However, he was seized by the jawbone, watching helplessly as the poison was taken out. Want to commit suicide? Did I allow it? Lu Dong said coldly, then delivered a chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. He also directly severed the chakra pathways of both leaders, rendering them unable to resist and search them again, confiscating anything they could use to end their own lives. He took out a firecracker from his pocket and lit it. Not long after, Tsunade arrived with people, closely followed by the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked surprised at the fallen Umbu ninjas and Rain-Hidden ninjas, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Lu Dong kicked the two guys beside him. These two should be able to spill something. Take them for interrogation. He then tightened the cloth around their mouths a bit more to prevent them from biting their tongues to commit suicide, or else his trip would have been in vain. I've completed my mission. What happens next is up to you. Lu Dong rested his hands behind his head, whistling, and leisurely left the scene. What on earth is going on, Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. Tsunade sighed and told him everything she knew, and his expression changed drastically, especially turning pale when he heard about Orochimaru. Take them back, interrogate them thoroughly, and make sure to pry information from their mouths. Sarutobi Hiruzen escorted the two ninjas back to Konoha, coincidentally meeting Danzo. Hiruzen, the Umbu ninjas are my subordinates. You have no right to detain them. Danzo's tone was very displeased, protesting against Hiruzen's overreach. But this time, Hiruzen did not yield to Danzo. Sometimes he was not unaware of his friend's dirty tactics. But considering it was for Konoha's sake, he had turned a blind eye. Who could have expected that it would develop to this extent? It could no longer be tolerated. Danzo, the first Hokage, has already said that the Umbu will be managed by Uchiha Madara, so you can temporarily relinquish your position as Umbu leader and take a break. Hiruzen's words were harsh, giving Danzo no face at all. Hiruzen, what do you mean by that? Danzo's squinty eyes widened slightly in surprise. Was handing it over to Uchiha Madara a good choice? I don't know if it's a good choice, but it's the first Hokage's decision. At least better than my indecisiveness over the years. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his sleeve and left. Danzo, you should think about how to explain this to the Hokage. Tsunade also had a stern expression, warning him as she passed by. At this point, Lu Dong had already returned home and was bemused to see Uchiha Madara eating sushi in his house. This is my home. How did you get in? The other party gestured to his broken door lock. Senju Hashirama, beside him, quickly smoothed things over. I'm sorry. I'll make sure Tsunade compensates you for this. It's part of our deal. Madara said succinctly. Lu Dong, dissatisfied, gestured for him to leave. You can get the result tomorrow now. Please roll out of my room. Ben didn't mind the other person's anger, eating while holding the sushi box, and in the end, it was Senju Hashirama who helped close the door. Lu Dong let out a sigh of relief, tidied himself up a bit, changed into a different outfit, and then went to Orochimaru's stronghold. When he arrived, he saw signs of life and relaxed. It seemed they hadn't left yet. Kakashi, you're here to see us, Yahiko said happily, showing him the results of their training during this time. We haven't been slacking off. Very good. Lu Dong nodded in satisfaction. But I'm here this time to borrow Nagato. He needs to meet someone with me. Nagato looked a bit confused and pointed to himself. Me? Lu Dong nodded and said, this is my repayment for saving you. After this, I won't care where you go. Upon hearing this, Mihiko and his companions felt that something was off, as if something bad was about to happen. Lu Dong had no intention of hiding anything from them and revealed everything he knew. After hearing this, Nagato let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that these eyes weren't his, so he wasn't an ominous person after all. Yahiko and Konan quickly comforted him. I want to go see the culprit who caused me to become like this, Nagato said, gathering his courage. I don't covet the power of these eyes, because they have only brought me pain. We'll go with you, Yahiko and Konan said in unison. Lu Dong thought for a moment. Since Jiraiya was also coming back, it would be nice to send these 3 children to their rightful place. So he agreed to their request to go together. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the next morning. Falling asleep while on duty is not a good thing. Even though the war was over, one shouldn't be so lax. As he spoke, the man flicked the other person on the forehead. The duty ninja immediately woke up, and upon seeing it was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, he exclaimed with joy, Lord Jiraiya, you're back. That's great. It had been a long time since the legendary 3 had gathered in Konoha, and it was indeed not easy. Jiraiya looked somewhat melancholic at the gates of Konoha. After traveling for many years, he had finally returned. However, he hadn't expected to come back because of the contents of Tsunade's letter. Orochimaru, what on earth are you doing? At this moment, the people in the interrogation room were also doing everything they could to extract information from the two. Chapter 49. Tsunade's fury. The interrogators trembled slightly as they heard the information, and when they reported it, they too were frightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not slept the entire night just to be the first to see this piece of information. He took the report from the informant and read it from beginning to end, shaking with anger, commanding the ANBU to bring Danzo to him. I want to question him personally. They had sent someone to monitor Danzo as soon as they returned yesterday, so it was just a matter of giving the order for him to be brought to the Hokage's office. Seeing Hiruzen's furious expression, Danzo knew that this guy must have found out what he had done, which instead made him feel at ease. Danzo, you and I both received Master Tobarama's teachings. What has led you to this point? Beneath his anger lay a hint of sadness. How could his friend resort to such unscrupulous means? Facing his questioning, Danzo snorted coldly. I'm just using my own methods to protect Konoha. Your indecisive nature is why you can't properly hold the position of Hokage. Master Tobirama never taught you how to protect Konoha like this. Collaborating with other villages to leak Konoha's information for profit is what you call protecting Konoha? Sarutobi clenched his fists in secret, even feeling his nails digging into his palms without realizing it. I naturally have my own methods, so don't worry about threatening Konoha. Danzo still wore a dismissive expression toward Hiruzen, and since you already know, I won't hide it from you any longer. Your most beloved disciple, Orochimaru, has been secretly learning forbidden techniques, using the cells of Senju Hashirama to conduct experiments on creating artificial bodies, and has done many human experiments. The ninjas who have mysteriously disappeared from the village cannot be separated from him. As Danzo spoke, he looked at Hiruzen with satisfaction as he witnessed his devastated expression. So, what will you do about your most cherished disciple? Kill him? Where's Orochimaru now? Even though Tsunade had mentioned this matter to him earlier, he was already mentally prepared, yet he still couldn't calm down, glaring at Danzo with bloodshot eyes. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in the laboratory's hidden chamber. Danzo chuckled and unhesitatingly sold Orochimaru out. Without saying a word, Hiruzen led the others directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. After a search, they found a hidden chamber and rushed inside with a group of ninjas. One door after another was opened, revealing the corpses used for human experimentation and the embryos of Orochimaru's research. Finally, they found Orochimaru, who was still facing away from them, conducting experiments with his hands. At this moment, Hiruzen's anger had dissipated, leaving only sorrow and guilt. How could his disciple have turned out like this? Sensei, you found out, Orochimaru said, putting down the test tube and slowly turning around, his face still wearing that ever-present smile. It must be what Danzo said, otherwise you would have had to wait a little longer for me to be discovered. The ninjas beside him saw Orochimaru being exposed in such a situation, yet remaining so calm, making them feel that he was hard to control. So what will you do, Sensei Sarutobi? Are you going to kill me here? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, resting his hand on his chin as if in thought. Lord Orochimaru, you are one of the legendary three. Why would you do something like this? A nearby ninja asked in confusion. Although Lord Orochimaru is usually more aloof compared to Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, everyone still respects him. Why would someone like Lord Orochimaru commit such a breach of principle? Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Lady Tsunade! A nearby ninja exclaimed upon seeing the fury in Tsunade's eyes. Before everyone could react, a crisp slap echoed through the empty underground laboratory. Orochimaru's head was struck to the side, his usually pale skin now tinged with red, showing how much force Tsunade had used. Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Tsunade, and before he could say anything, the other side of his face received another slap. The first slap was me as a Konoha ninja hitting you. The second slap was me as your friend hitting you. To wake you up, Tsunade shouted in anger. To be honest, she understood that not only did she and Orochimaru have different paths and pursuits among the three of them, but she never expected Orochimaru to become so obsessed to this extent. Is that so? Orochimaru smiled, still appearing nonchalant, and brushed past Tsunade and Hiruzen, intending to leave. After all, he had long known this day would come. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, people nearby couldn't help but remind them. With their strength, they could never stop Orochimaru. But what should they do if neither the Hokage nor Lady Tsunade made a move? Just then, several heavy footsteps appeared, catching everyone's attention. Lord Jiraiya, and the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Oh, you're back too, Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile, while Jiraiya's eyes were filled with sadness. Do you want to stop me too? Orochimaru asked. If there was anyone he found hard to deal with, it had to be Jiraiya, facing this guy's sincerity. He always found himself at a disadvantage. In this atmosphere, the only two who felt out of place were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. You woke me up this early. You'd better have something important, Hashirama. Oh, isn't there something going on? A junior wants to leave the village, and, as a senior, I should at least try to persuade them. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and laughed heartily. Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. Although this first Hokage was summoned by his Edo Tensei, he couldn't control him and could be torn apart if he wasn't careful. You didn't persuade me to stay when I wanted to leave, so save your breath. You have no talent for rhetoric. If it were Tobirama, that would be fine. Madara glanced at him, ruthlessly exposing the fact that he lacked that ability. After being pointed out by Madara, Hashirama, for once, did not feel dejected. He stepped forward. Hands clasped together, would release. The trees and vines burst out of the ground, and before Orochimaru could react, they bound him tightly. Then they said to Madara, "So I don't plan to persuade you anymore. It's more convenient to just start fighting directly." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the first Hokage made a move. This way, they didn't have to worry about Orochimaru escaping. Chapter 50. Kushina and the Nine Tails. Orochimaru frowned. He had considered the obstacles to his escape, but didn't expect Senju Hashirama to appear, as it seemed the only person he cared about was Uchiha Madara. Isn't there anything that can't be resolved over a cup of tea? Senju Hashirama still wore his simple and honest expression, but his strength made it impossible to ignore the situation. As he spoke, the vines on Orochimaru's body decreased, only wrapping around his neck and limbs, piercing his skin and draining his chakra. This way, he wouldn't be able to escape. It was better to clarify any issues sooner rather than later. Senju Hashirama looked at him with a fatherly sense of comfort. Thus, Orochimaru was taken away, and the responsibility for his subsequent detention and interrogation naturally fell to Jiraiya and Tsunade. With this matter settled, the third Hokage felt somewhat fatigued, but there were still the messes left by Danzo waiting for him to clean up. He then informed Senju Hashirama of the situation. "It seems that during my tenure, I haven't managed to do anything right. I ask for your judgment, First Hokage. No matter the outcome, I will have no objections," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face full of shame. His teacher, Tobirama, had trusted him and passed on the Hokage position to him, yet he had let Konoha fall into such a state. "Madara, what do you think about this matter?" Senju Hashirama asked after pondering for a while. "I've mentioned before that your approach is counterproductive and will eventually foster unseen darkness." Madara sat on the windowsill of the Hokage office, casually catching falling leaves, clearly uninterested in commenting on these messy affairs. Senju Hashirama was taken aback and couldn't help but sigh, regretting not listening to Madara's advice back then. However, the mistakes had already been made, and he could only think of how to remedy them. "So I really do need your power now," Senju Hashirama said sincerely. Madara turned his head, seeing his expectant expression, and sighed helplessly. If he could refuse Senju Hashirama, he wouldn't have established Konoha with him back then. "You can leave the Umbu to me. I won't assist with anything more." Uchiha Madara finally relented on this matter. Everything changed too quickly, seemingly because of that ninja named Kakashi, who had recklessly disrupted his plans and pulled him back into Konoha's disputes. But before he found a new path, staying in Konoha wasn't a bad method either. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, as he seemed to have tacitly accepted that Kurizetsu's actions were deceiving him. Once Hashirama arranged for Danzo and Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara finally asked, "Hashirama, have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths?" "No, I haven't." Senju Hashirama thought for a moment and replied, wondering if Madara's new path was related to the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara nodded. Since Hashirama didn't know anything, it would be better to ask that fox. Perhaps he could learn something. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. However, there was no response. It seemed to still be inside the Jinchuriki. "Where is the Jinchuriki of a Nine Tails?" Madara looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who was having dinner at home, suddenly felt intense pain in her abdomen and collapsed onto the table, even fainting directly. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport his wife to the hospital, feeling anxious until Kushina woke up. "Great. Are you okay, Kushina? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Namikaze Minato asked rapidly. Kushina shook her head and touched her lower abdomen. "It seems the nine tails on my belly had some unusual movement just now." At this time, the third Hokage, having received the news, brought Uchiha Madara to the Konoha hospital. "Third Hokage, Lord Madara, may I ask what you need with my wife?" Namikaze Minato inquired, feeling a sense of foreboding. "Red hair. Is she from the Mito clan?" Uchiha Madara thought of Hashirama's wife, who had come to Konoha to seal the Nine Tails, upon seeing her red hair. Kushina was also surprised to learn that the person before her was Uchiha Madara. The village had been circulating news about Madara's resurrection, but she didn't expect that the legendary figure would still be so young. "Lord Mito once spoke to me about you. She said the Nine Tails is your summoning beast. So, was that feeling you attempting to summon it?" Kushina smiled warmly, showing no signs of fear even in front of Uchiha Madara. Perhaps it was because Lord Mito's evaluation of Madara was different from what the world thought, which is why she felt no fear. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both taken aback by Kushina's words. They knew that Uchiha Madara had once fought the first Hokage with the Nine Tails, but they didn't expect such a powerful tailed beast to actually be his summoning beast. Kushina suddenly groaned. "Kushina, Minato's eyes were filled with worry. Kushina gestured that she was fine. Just now, the Nine Tails told me it doesn't want to see Uchiha Madara and told it to go back. Uchiha Madara sneered, activated his Mangeki Sharingan, and directly entered the ceiling space within Kushina's body. Beast, come out, he said coldly. This was within Kushina's body, so she could naturally appear here as well. She quickly said, Lord Madara, please don't be so harsh. Otherwise, the Nine Tails definitely won't want to talk to you. With a whoosh, the massive form of the Nine Tails appeared behind the prison bars, its beastly eyes filled with disgust and anger. Uchiha Madara, Nine Tails, have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara got straight to the point. The Nine Tails originally wanted to say a few mocking words, but suddenly hearing a name it hadn't heard in hundreds of years left it somewhat surprised. Where did you learn of the Sage of Six Paths? The Nine Tails felt something was off. Besides them, the nine-tailed beasts, no one else should know this name. Seeing the Nine Tails react to the title, Madara confirmed that it must know the inside story and proceeded to explain the situation regarding Kurizetsu and the tablet. After hearing this, the Nine Tails completely disregarded its tailed beast image and laughed so hard in the prison that it rolled around, its laughter echoing throughout the ceiling space. Madara's face darkened instantly. If you laugh again, you'll never get out. The laughter stopped abruptly, and it returned to its disgusted expression as it looked at Uchiha Madara. The Sage of Six Paths does indeed exist and is the creator of us tailed beasts. Therefore, aside from us, no one else should know this name. I don't know what that Kurizetsu is, but the Moon Eye is definitely not as you say. Chapter 51. The return of the perfect jewel. Uchiha Madara's expression grew increasingly grim upon hearing the Nine Tails' affirmative response. On the side, Kushina, although unaware of what the Moon Eye plan truly entailed, instinctively felt that it was something very ominous, so she deliberately lowered her presence. Wanted to listen in a bit longer. However, this was actually Kushina's ceiling space, and even if Uchiha Madara wanted to kick her out, he couldn't do it. The Nine Tails laid down its massive body and pondered where to start. You say the Moon Eye plan is to collect the nine-tailed beasts, absorb the outer path golem, and cultivate the god tree, plunging the entire world into an illusion? The Nine Tails scoffed at this claim. I can sense the power of White Zetsu within you. And White Zetsu is someone who has entered the dream but cannot escape. They cannot remain immersed in the illusion forever. The most important part of this is Kagaya Otsutsuki. As long as you cast the infinite Tsukuyami, she will be resurrected, which is not a good thing for you humans. The Nine Tails spoke freely, telling Uchiha Madara everything it knew. This was not the time to be antagonistic towards Madara. If this guy truly believed Black Zetsu's words, wouldn't that mean it would end up being stuffed into the outer path golem? The more Madara listened, the stronger the anger in his eyes became. Good, very good. This Black Zetsu actually dared to deceive him. Kushina, who had been listening the whole time, was left speechless. Uchiha Madara actually wanted to pull everyone into the world of illusions for the sake of peace. This was utterly absurd, and for what she heard earlier, it seemed he had been deceived by something. Even if he pulled everyone into the illusion world, he couldn't realize his dream. TSK, truly worthy of a legendary Uchiha Madara. He could even think of a method like this. She couldn't help but recall what Mito-sama had once told her. Only Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara could keep up with each other's thoughts. The rest could only remain on the outside. At that time, she didn't understand what it meant, but now she realized a bit. They were no longer on the same level as mere mortals. When Kushina and Madara simultaneously awakened, Kushina glanced at Minato and couldn't help but sigh, feeling grateful that her husband was a normal person. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara wore a face full of rage and directly charged out of the Konoha hospital, heading to the Uchiha clan's territory. Everyone hurried to find Hashirama, fearing that Uchiha Madara might do something detrimental to Konoha. However, when a ninja brought back the news, they were somewhat puzzled. What was going on with Uchiha Madara running to his clan's territory and smashing his own stone tablet? Only Uzumaki Kushina understood. So she explained the whole incident to Minato, who was also taken aback and relayed the information to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen felt a wave of exhaustion. He really couldn't manage Konoha's affairs anymore. As he thought this, his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Minato. Minato, a bit confused, asked Hokage-sama, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hiruzen, with a comforting smile, patted Minato's shoulder and said, "It's nothing. I understand this matter now. You should go back and take care of Kushina." As for Hashirama, there was no need to inform him. He would learn about it from Madara's mouth anyway. At this moment, a trembling Uchiha clansman walked into the Uchiha stone tablet sanctuary, saying, Their essing ninja named Kakashi, who said he found what Lord Madara wanted and asked you to hurry over. Uchiha Madara was feeling irritable, but finding the Rinnegan could be considered a good thing, as it meant he wouldn't be constrained within this aging body anymore. By the time Uchiha Madara arrived, Lu Dong had been waiting for a long time. He had spent the night at Orochimaru's base, and upon his return, he found that Danzo had already been ousted and imprisoned, no longer able to participate in Konoha's affairs. Furthermore, Orochimaru's human experimentation had also been exposed, and he was now locked up, being handled in turns by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Nagato pushed Nagato in front of him, saying, "This is what you're looking for, right?" Senju Hashirama immediately noticed the child's eyes. Uchiha Madara remarked, "This child's eyes. I feel a chakra similar to yours. What's going on?" Moreover, it was the first time he had seen such purple eyes with patterns. Uchiha Madara didn't say a word. He stepped forward and gouged out the eyes from Nagato's eye sockets, causing Nagato to fall to the ground in pain. Yahiko and Konan immediately stood in front of Nagato. Senju Hashirama was puzzled as to why Madara did this, and could only tend to Nagato's injuries first. At that moment, Uchiha Madara took out a bottle from his pocket, placed a pair of Rinnegan inside, and then pulled out another glass bottle containing a pair of eyeballs. "These are my original eyes. Help me put them back." Madara handed the bottle to Hashirama. Even though Senju Hashirama was filled with questions, he could only proceed to re-implant the child's eyes. Immediately send him to the hospital. "I need to do this myself." Senju Hashirama discovered that his body, having used that peculiar eye for so long, was rejecting his original eyes. Relying solely on his medical ninjutsu wasn't enough. He needed to go to the hospital and use tools. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, unconcerned, looked at the pair of Rinnegan in his hands and gouged out his own eyes, placing the Rinnegan back into his eye sockets. Watching from his side, Nagato couldn't help but twitch his lips. He never expected to see Uchiha's interchangeable sharingan up close one day. It was all done without surgery, just repeatedly taking them in and out. At least they were now in a bottle for sterilization. The Leaf Village ninjas gasped at the scene, fearing Uchiha Madara even more. Soon after, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of purple Rinnegan before Nagato's eyes. Madara fondly touched his eye sockets, as these eyes contained the power of Izuna. Before long, Nagato's surgery was completed. He just needed to take medication regularly and rest for a while to recover. To make Nagato suffer like this, I will definitely seek revenge on that damn guy. Yahiko, though small, had big ambitions. Konan nodded tearfully beside him. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama quickly crouched down and said, "I'm a friend of the person you mentioned. Since I saved your friend, can you let my friend go?" Although he didn't know what had happened in between and why Madara took the child's eyes, he believed Madara would explain it to him. Yahiko and Konan exchanged glances, both somewhat hesitant. After some internal struggle, they said, "All right, but that uncle must promise us that he will never let that person harm Nagato again." "Of course," Senju Hashirama replied with a smile. He instructed the other ninjas on how to care for the child, and then activated his sensing ability to locate Uchiha Madara. "I said I don't like people standing behind me," Uchiha Madara said unhappily without turning around. Senju Hashirama chuckled. "So, can you tell me about that child situation?" Uchiha Madara sighed. Since the plan had already failed and the new path he chose no longer existed, it was no harm to talk about it. He then explained everything to Hashirama. "Madara, how could you use such a small child?" Senju Hashirama said with a hint of pain. Madara glanced at him. "There are plenty of children on the battlefield in Konoha, right? It's all the same kind of utilization. You have no right to criticize me." Senju Hashirama was momentarily speechless and became dejected. All right. Uchiha Madara found Senju Hashirama's tactics most troublesome, but he indeed fell for them. "All right, get up quickly, stop pretending." "So, will Madara return to Konoha?" Senju Hashirama said gloomily, burying his head. "No," Uchiha Madara replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Senju Hashirama immediately became unsettled. "Why not? Since the Eye of the Moon can't be realized, why won't you come back? Konoha and the Eye of the Moon plan are no different. Both are paths I have abandoned," Uchiha Madara said. "Since the Eye of the Moon is unfeasible, I will seek a new path. Why should I return to Konoha, a path I have already given up?" Listening to this, Senju Hashirama fell silent, and the two stood on Hokage Rock for a long time without speaking, perhaps recalling their past dreams here. "It's okay. If Madara feels Konoha isn't the right path, then I'll make it the right path," Senju Hashirama said calmly, lacking any fervor, instead sounding like he was boasting. Uchiha Madara, hearing this, smiled faintly. "Good, I'll wait." Senju Hashirama was always like this. He rarely failed at what he set out to do, which stemmed from his inherent strength. He was also curious about how far Senju Hashirama could go and how much he could see. Since his path was wrong, it wouldn't hurt to observe a little longer. "So, are you coming to my house for drinks tonight?" Senju Hashirama said abruptly. "We can celebrate properly." "Celebrate what?" "Celebrate that Madara has found the truth and won't walk those paths I don't know anymore." Senju Hashirama was genuinely happy. Although he had never regretted targeting Madara, he indeed felt that his failure to handle many matters well during his time in office led to Madara's departure. "No, I have another way to celebrate." At this point, Uchiha Madara smiled, causing even Senju Hashirama to shiver. Under Hashirama's arrangement, they finally set up the sealing array, ensuring that the thing called Kagaya could never escape. It seemed the sealing techniques he learned from Mito were still quite useful. Uchiha Madara took out the sealing scroll, stood in the center of the sealing array, and tore the scroll apart. Kagaya finally reappeared. Sealing technique. However, as he emerged, another sealing technique was prepared for it. "Lord Madara, you've finally released me." Kagaya was about to flatter him with a few words, but was once again sealed in place, unable to move. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this Senju Hashirama? "Why is Senju Hashirama here?" Kagaya exclaimed. "Madara, what is this thing? I can't sense any of its aura." Hashirama frowned. Thinking about how this dark thing had deceived Madara for so long, he couldn't help but feel angry, intensifying the sealing array. "It claims to be my will. It should be Kagaya's will." Madara scoffed, distrust written all over his face. Kagaya realized its predicament, but still couldn't believe that Uchiha had truly seen through its flawless plan. "How do you know that name?" Kagaya was somewhat on the verge of collapse. Seeing Kagaya's reaction only confirmed Madara's suspicions. He activated his Rinnegan, saying, "You don't need to tell me. I will see for myself." After finishing speaking, he activated the Rinnegan to glimpse into the other party's memories. Senju Hashirama was outside, maintaining the sealing array, keeping it up for nearly a day, but Uchiha Madara showed no signs of waking up. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried, but there was nothing he could do but wait. Finally, after 3 days and nights, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. His body had aged dramatically, returning to an old man's appearance, and he coughed a couple of times. "Madara, what happened?" Senju Hashirama hurriedly stepped forward to share his chakra with him, knowing that Madara had his flesh and blood, making it easier for him to recover. Madara took out white Zetsu from the sealing scroll and replenished his own power with it, finally recovering. This guy's really kept a lot from me." Uchiha Madara wiped the sweat from his forehead. This body had held on for too long. It was truly a strain. Before Senju Hashirama could ask again, Madara took the initiative to speak. "This guy has lived for over 1,000 years just to resurrect his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, inciting conflict between the Senju and Uchiha, secretly manipulating us to kill each other. He even mentioned Izuna, and as soon as he did, Madara was overcome with anger and coughed up a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't been slow-witted and only realized the issue after being reminded, he would have been deceived forever. He felt utterly useless, unable to even notice the abnormalities surrounding Izuna's death. What kind of brother was he? Senju Hashirama was also shocked to hear this. He said back then, "Tobarama's flying thunder god / didn't injure a vital point. Why did Izuna die?" He had thought that Izuna sacrificed his ocular power for Madara, but now it seemed there was more to it. Immediately summon all Uchiha clan members with Sharingan here, and continuously read his memories. Uchiha Madara's gaze had turned icy. After 3 days of observation, he still hadn't managed to see all of this guy's memories. Thus, with Senju Hashirama's support, Uchiha Madara, pale-faced, was sent to the Konoha hospital. "I don't need it. Just a few more white Zetsu will do." Chapter 53, Identity Exposed. The Uchiha clan, who were patrolling, suddenly received an order from the first Hokage, instructing them to use their Sharingan to probe the memories of a puddle of black mud. This left them somewhat speechless, but due to the first orders, they could only continue to execute it. However, when they saw the memories of this puddle of black mud, they couldn't help but be shocked. Their surprise quickly turned to anger, and finally to a desire to tear this thing into 1,000 pieces. The memories they glimpsed were organized, classified, and copied into several copies, which were sent to different individuals. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara finished reading all the documents, they finally understood the cause and effect. Although this thing was extremely evil, it still provided some useful information. Senju Hashirama pointed to a part of the document. "At least the combination of Yang and Yin power can cure the Uchiha clan's bloodline disease, if you are willing to let the Uchiha study your cells." Madara was still unable to calm down in his anger. as the truth about Izuna was a huge shock to him. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Tobarama studied my cells before, but there was no progress. We can also find Tobarama and let him continue the research. Upon hearing the name Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara became very unhappy. Even though he already knew it was Kagaya manipulating things behind the scenes, it couldn't stop his disgust for that guy. If you dare to find him, I'll send you back, Madara said fiercely. Well, okay then. Hashirama preferred to leave it to him to fulfill the wishes he couldn't complete before his death. By the way, I think that kid named Orochimaru is quite talented. He actually succeeded in cultivating an artificial life using my cells, which is really surprising. Let him make up for his past mistakes. Saying this, Hashirama nodded, considering it a good approach. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was locked up in prison, and the guard was Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Orochimaru suddenly spoke. I can't let you out. Before Jiraiya could hear more, he immediately stated his position. Two black lines crossed Orochimaru's forehead. I want to see someone Hatake Kakashi. You wouldn't refuse a friend's request, would you? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's forced smile and said lightly. That would only be if you still count as our friend. Ha! Orochimaru chuckled lightly and stopped speaking, knowing that Jiraiya wouldn't refuse his reasonable request. Soon, Lu Dong was brought to the underground prison. Let me talk to this kid alone. Orochimaru looked at Lu Dong with a complex expression and revealed the wooden ring on his wrist. With this, are you afraid I'll do something to this child? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did as Orochimaru requested. Lu Dong yawned and asked, What do you want from me? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes appeared even more venomous in the darkness as he leaned closer to the prison bars and asked, My affairs, Danzo's affairs, the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Is Obito really still alive? Are you really the son of Konoha's White Fang? Faced with Orochimaru's questions, Lu Dong was momentarily taken aback. He then couldn't help but look at him with admiration, truly deserving of being the one who lived to see the Boruto era and became more youthful. His intuition was remarkably sharp to have noticed it. Hey, you're not planning to reveal your identity as a traveler to him, are you? Yao Yaozi's voice was a bit anxious, as if she really didn't want him to do that. Lu Dong inexplicably felt that Yao Yaozi was hiding something from him, but he couldn't quite say what it was. Seeing her unwilling to disclose her identity, he decided to take the opposite approach. Wanted to see what exactly Yao Yaozi was trying to hide. It can only be said that you are indeed impressive. Orochimaru, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Lu Dong leaned in and said, But I can only say that the soul is not, but the body is. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and his heart raced with excitement. Possession? Does this mean it's really possible? Orochimaru had been researching the technique of immortality, wanting to use another's body to live forever. And Kakashi's living example was right in front of him, making him feel that his research was hopeful. You are indeed a genius in research. In the future, you will indeed successfully develop a ninjutsu that allows you to live forever. Lu Dong didn't hide it from him. After all, this guy had indeed been decent to him before. Orochimaru suddenly grabbed the railing, trying to get closer to Lu Dong. The future? You know the future? Lu Dong found a clean place, sat down on the ground, and nodded. Of course, to me, you are all just characters in a story. In my world, your stories have already ended, and I naturally know your conclusions. A desire flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. It was truly fascinating that someone could cross time and space to come to a completely different world. He wished he could immediately start the research at hand, but unfortunately, he was trapped here. He knew his teacher and friends very well. He wouldn't die or be exiled. It was likely that someone was just there to keep an eye on him, preventing him from conducting experiments. Do you want to hear about your own future? Lu Dong asked, propping his chin up. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. You would actually tell me? You are the first person to see through my identity. It's also my fault for showing you too much. Consider this a reward for uncovering my secret. Although Lu Dong was smiling, there was an inexplicable hint of loneliness. Even though you are all familiar characters to me, to be honest, being alone in this world can still feel very lonely at times. Some people say that talking about it feels good. So Lu Dong began to share the plot he knew with Orochimaru. At first, Orochimaru showed a contemplative expression when he heard about the plan to destroy Konoha, but his face changed to one of displeasure when he learned that he had lost his hands to Sarutobi-sensei. Then came the part about Orochimaru and Sasuke, and Kabuto walking down his path, ultimately witnessing Kabuto's failure and later achieving merit in the Fourth Great Ninja War, returning to Konoha and continuing his research under surveillance. He even had 2 children in the future, both of whom were artificial life forms. After listening, Orochimaru fell silent. Although the later events were somewhat incredible, he had to admit that this was indeed something he could accomplish. After Lu Dong finished speaking in one breath, he couldn't help but sigh, Orochimaru, can't you stop throwing a tantrum like a child? Can't you get along well with the third Hokage? At least during the Fourth Great Ninja War. You summoned him with Edo Tensei, and your relationship was pretty good. The third even spoke up for you. Chapter 54. Orochimaru realizes. Upon hearing Lu Dong's lecturing tone, Orochimaru recalled the look of disappointment Lu Dong had given him before returning to the village, and finally understood what was going on. Lu Dong, did I say something wrong? Isn't it just because Sarutobi chose Minato as the fourth Hokage instead of you? Then you went and messed with the Sound Village and wanted to destroy Konoha. Isn't that just throwing a tantrum? Lu Dong imitated Orochimaru's tone and said, "What you didn't give me back then, I can easily destroy now. If I had known, it would have been better if you had given it to me. However, that old guy really can't let go of you. When he saw you conducting experiments, he couldn't bear to kill you and even want to let you go. Even if you were going to destroy Konoha, all he took from you were your hands. Later, during the Fourth War, he even spoke up for you." Lu Dong counted the little details he knew about the two of them on his fingers. After hearing this, Orochimaru glanced to the side, as if he was contemplating something. "To be honest, you were a character I used to really like. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to talk to you so much." After saying this, Lu Dong got up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and left the underground prison. After Lu Dong left, Jiraiya returned to his post. Seeing Orochimaru deep in thought, he felt increasingly unable to understand this old friend. Orochimaru sat there for a long time, until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara arrived at the underground prison. "Orochimaru, we have a research project we would like to assign to you. If you agree, you only need to accept oversight from a single ninja," Hashirama said seriously. Orochimaru chuckled and replied, "Sure. After all, moving things are much more interesting. Monotony is too boring." "Madara, what is he talking about?" Hashirama blinked, unsure of what was going on with the other party. "You needn't worry. I will complete the research with care," Orochimaru said calmly, accepting the proposal for secret research. And the person sent to monitor him was none other than Jiraiya. "Aren't you going on a trip?" Orochimaru was shaking a test tube in front of him, trying to observe the changes inside. "I'm afraid that when I come back, you will have become an Orochimaru I don't recognize," Jiraiya said, unbothered by the monotony, setting up a table nearby to write while watching Orochimaru. Orochimaru put down the test tube, observing the liquid turn red, and chuckled. People always change. If they haven't changed, it just means they died before they had the chance. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned by this remark and thought, "This is good. I need to write it in my book." Orochimaru felt a headache coming on, realizing that next time he shouldn't discuss such matters with this guy, as their ninja philosophies were too different. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's matters were coming to a close, and Danzo had also finished handling his affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally felt a sense of clarity after a long wait. He took out a piece of paper from his drawer and seriously wrote a letter of abdication, planning to pass the position of the fourth Hokage to Minato Namikaze. In the past, Orochimaru was a disciple of the third Hokage. Although he was not as kind as Minato, he was still a disciple of the third, so he had quite a few supporters. However, after Orochimaru's experiments were exposed, the position of fourth Hokage could only be filled by Minato. The people of Konoha were not surprised by this outcome, but they did not expect the third Hokage, in the prime of life, to abdicate so suddenly. "Lord Third, why do you want to pass the Hokage position to me?" Minato Namikaze burst in, finding Sarutobi Hiruzen with his back turned. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and slowly exhaled. "Minato, I am old now. It is time for your generation to take the stage. But you are still in your prime. How can you be old?" Minato's eyes showed a hint of urgency. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato with a sense of relief. "It is not about age. My heart has grown old. After these two incidents, I realize I may truly not be fit to be Hokage. Although it pains me to say this to Sensei Tobarama, please take on the responsibility of Hokage for the sake of Konoha and allow this old man to rest well, so I do not make any more mistakes." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette, leaving the Hokage office. This would be the last time he wore the Hokage robe. The succession ceremony for the fourth Hokage came hastily, with even the Hokage robe being a modified old one, and only later was a new one added. At this time, Obito's injuries had mostly healed, and with Senju Hashirama's help, the fusion was progressing faster, and he was now able to move. "Knock knock. Come in." Minato, just having taken on Hokage duties, was extremely busy. "Minato-sensei, it's time for lunch. Kushina-sensei asked us to bring you food," Rin said, holding a bamboo basket containing the bento prepared by Kushina. As Minato looked up, he saw Obito had come with Rin, and he stood up in surprise, looking left and right, relieved to see that Obito was really all right. Fortunately, Hashirama helped suppress the cell activity, Minato said gratefully. But why aren't you resting properly? Rin smiled and said, Minato-sensei, you still don't know Obito's personality. How could he possibly stay still? It will be good if he doesn't cause trouble. I'm not that bad. Obito scratched his head awkwardly, but did not deny it, adding, but this period has really been stifling. As for Nagato and the others, Lu Dong naturally arranged for their original teacher. You wanted to take them as disciples? Jiraiya was somewhat puzzled as to why they had specifically sought him out. Going to the Shinobi Academy would be good too, although they are orphans from the Rain Village. They have been caught up in Konoha's affairs, so getting a spot at the academy shouldn't be hard. Minato would definitely agree. Mainly, I think you are relatively free. Lu Dong casually made an excuse. Jiraiya fell silent. He was also on a mission, so how could he be free? However, in the end, he couldn't resist the cuteness of the three kids and personally started teaching them. They were so noisy in Orochimaru's lab that they ended up being kicked out along with Jiraiya. Lu Dong is very satisfied with his current life. The problems with Uchiha have been resolved, and the internal issues in Konoha have also been sorted out. The tragedies that followed will no longer occur, and he can finally relax and be a slacker. He has already planned a trip to the land of hot water to unwind, and recently he has earned quite a bit from missions, with everything developing in a positive direction. However, he did not expect that, even after reaching this point, he still could not change the course of history. On the day everyone was eagerly awaiting the birth of the Hokage's child, the Nine-Tails went berserk again. Chapter 55. The Reappearance of the Nine-Tails Chaos. Congratulations, Teacher Minato. Rin appeared in the Hokage's office, with one hand on a blushing Obito and the other tugging at a sleepy Kakashi. Minato Namikaze looked up from the pile of documents that was almost burying him and said, "Ah, it's you guys. Did Kushina send you to bring me dinner again?" He finished approving the documents in his hands. Somewhat helplessly, "I told you not to bother. I can make dinner at home." However, Rin did not take out the usual bamboo basket this time. Instead, she stared at Minato with a happy expression. "Rin, did something get on teacher's face?" Minato felt a bit uncomfortable under Rin's gaze. Lu Dong yawned and said, "Kushina-sensei is pregnant." Rin found out about it first while on duty at the Konoha hospital. After saying this, he yawned again and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes caused by drowsiness. He didn't know why he was feeling more and more tired lately. There weren't many tasks during peacetime, yet he still couldn't resist the sleepiness. Before he had enough sleep, he was pulled out of bed by Rin, who was unusually excited about the news, and they called Obito to report the good news to the Hokage's office. "Ah, Kakashi, why did you say it so quickly? I wanted to let Lord Minato guess," Rin said angrily. Upon hearing this news, Minato Namikaze's mind went blank, overwhelmed by surprise and responsibility, leaving him unsure of what to say. Before Rin could say anything else, the three saw Minato disappear from the Hokage's office, and it was obvious where he was headed. They saw a yellow figure appear in the Konoha hospital and instantly disappear. With a whoosh, Minato opened the door to Kushina's hospital room and, upon seeing her lying on the bed, couldn't help but tear up. "It must be Rin who told you, right?" Kushina said with a smile, gently stroking her belly, where their child was growing. "But it should be working hours now. How could you leave so easily?" Minato noticed her last sentence and saw Kushina's hair about to float up. He stepped forward and held Kushina's hand, saying, "I will take good care of this child." "Thank you, Kushina." Kushina calmed her anger and looked at Minato tenderly, saying, "Of course, if you dare to treat this child poorly, I will run away with him." After saying that, the two exchanged smiles, and a happy atmosphere filled the entire hospital room. Soon, the news of the Hokage's wife, the legendary red, hot-blooded habanero, having a child spread quickly, and the whole of Konoha was filled with happiness. The ninja world was quite peaceful now, with no wars, and the village's policies and adverse factors had been resolved by the first Hokage and Uchiha. One had passed away, while the other had lifted the impure world reincarnation, agreeing to drink together in the afterlife. Now, the fourth Hokage was in power, inheriting the third's gentle methods, but with a bit more sharpness, making people not underestimate this young Hokage. Everyone was living very happily, and upon learning of the fourth Hokage's wife's pregnancy, they spontaneously went to visit, bringing endless baskets of fruits and flowers, which made Kushina feel a bit helpless. Later, under Minato's arrangement, Kushina was moved to a quiet basement to await the birth. After all, his wife was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, although Madara had given plenty of warnings before leaving. it was still possible for people from other villages to take advantage of the situation. I'm sorry for putting you through this, Kushina, Minato said with some concern. They say that during pregnancy, one should go out for walks to ease their mind, but he could not let her do that, and she had to stay in such a place. Even though everything was well prepared, he still felt heartbroken. He took out a scroll from his pocket, saying, "This is a game that Orochimaru gave me," said Kakashi invented it. "You can play it when you have time." Kushina took out the items from the sealed scroll and found quite a few things, including several pregnancy guides. Ha ha ha. It seems Kakashi is still so inarticulate. You shouldn't keep giving him so many missions. I've seen him looking very tired lately. Kushina recalled the deep dark circles under Kakashi's eyes and felt sorry for him. Although the three children had grown up and were now capable of handling things on their own, no longer just fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy. Was it really necessary for him to be so exhausted during peacetime? Minato quickly waved his hands to explain, "I didn't do that. But I have noticed that Kakashi has been looking lethargic all day. Although he had always had a deadpan look, he seemed especially tired lately. Remember to take some time to care about him," Kushina said while lying on the bed. "I know," Minato nodded. Ludong recently felt that his fatigue was quite perplexing. Could be a problem with his body. However, he was a systematic person, and if there was really an issue, Yao Yao Zi wouldn't remain unresponsive. "Yao Yao Zi, is there really nothing wrong with my body? There's a problem. The only problem is that you're too weak." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Ludong's heart tightened, and then he couldn't help but click his tongue at the second half. "I've checked. Your body has no issues. Your drowsiness might just be a matter of your own constitution." Receiving such an answer, Ludong didn't doubt it. Reflecting on the Kakashi he had seen before, he seemed to always appear lacking in spirit. Perhaps this was some hidden setting not expressed in the animation. Time flew by quickly, and Konoha passed several months peacefully until the day Kushina was to give birth finally arrived. During this time, there was no reaction within the village. Everything continued as usual, and even Team 7 had not received any news. Only Minato and a group of Umbu ninjas guarded the area, ensuring that Kushina's delivery process was undisturbed. However, contrary to expectations, at the moment the child was born, Kushina vanished from the spot. "What?" Roar. The furious roar of the Nine Tails echoed throughout Konoha, waking everyone up to see what was happening. They discovered that a tailed beast had appeared in the village. The Nine Tails opened its mouth and instantly turned a corner of Konoha into ruins. Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Kushina. Seeing her weakly lying on the grass, he entrusted the child and Kushina to Umbu members for protection. "Damn it, someone has succeeded again." Minato gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, Ludong, awakened by the Nine Tails, stood at his doorstep, stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the Nine Tails, right? Chapter 56, System BUG. The Nine Tails had gone berserk. Yao Yao Zi's answer made Ludong realize that what he saw was indeed not an illusion. Damn it, I had fundamentally resolved this issue. Even that old guy Madara has returned to the underworld. How could there still be a Nine Tails disturbance? However, there was no time for him to think carefully. He quickly sensed Kushina's location and rushed over, finally feeling relieved when he saw the Umbu guarding the area. But looking at her weak state, he couldn't help but glance at the gigantic Nine Tails, where a yellow figure was entangled with it, preventing greater damage to Konoha. TSK. If the Nine Tails isn't resealed back into Kushina's body soon, even the Uzumaki clan's constitution won't hold out for long. He immediately exchanged for the best chakra recovery pills from store, disregarding the cost, and directly stuffed a pill into Kushina's mouth. "Kakashi, my child." Kushina weakly uttered those two words, but Ludong's pill had blocked her mouth. "If you really love your child, then live well and don't pull any self-pitying drama about sealing the Nine Tails in the child's body. Take the pill. It will help you hold on for a while. Protect yourself, and I'll catch the Nine Tails." Ludong didn't wait for Kushina to say anything and directly expressed his thoughts. Others may not know, but he was aware of what kind of life Naruto lived after these two died. Although with him around, Naruto would definitely not have to go through the same experiences as in the original story. It would still be better to save the fourth Hokage couple. At this moment, Obito and Rin also arrived, and Rin immediately used medical ninjutsu to help Kushina extend her life. "Kakashi, what's going on?" Obito spun out a pair of sharingan. After years of growth, his eyes had evolved into a Mangeki sharingan, and thanks to Orochimaru's research on Hashirama's cells, the Uchiha clan no longer had to suffer from bloodline diseases or worry about blindness, becoming the top combat force in Konoha. "Obito, I will create a moment of silence for the Nine Tails, and you immediately use Kamui to send the Nine Tails to your Kamui space." We can't let it continue to cause destruction. Obito nodded, I understand. At this time, the ninjas in the village had also gotten past the initial chaos and began to organize a counterattack, helping the villagers evacuate to safety. Minato-sensei, Obito shouted. As soon as Minato saw that Obito and Kakashi had arrived, he showed a sense of urgency. You two go protect Kushina. Don't worry about me. I can still hold on. Lu Dong, Yao Yao Z, analyze immediately. Analyzing. System has crashed. Rebooting. Restart failed. Checking for bugs. Damn. Lu Dong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Over the past few years, Yao Yao Z had never made a mistake. He thought this guy was finally reliable. But at such a crucial moment, he was hit with a blow. Fortunately, the ability of his Sharingan had already been applied to himself. So even with the system failure, he could still continue to use it. Teacher Minato, use Flying Thunder God to send me and Obito up to the height level with the Nine-Tails eyes. Lu Dong shouted loudly. Minato Namikaze didn't hesitate and immediately appeared beside the two, throwing a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol into the sky and placing his hands on their shoulders. Time was of the essence. Lu Dong quickly performed the Butsuten Shin, freezing the Nine-Tails in place, preventing it from attacking Konoha. Kamui, Obito, and Minato, along with Kakashi, worked seamlessly together and immediately activated Kamui, sucking the Nine-Tails into the Kamui dimension. However, this was beyond his usual limit, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. Though it was somewhat forced, he still managed to send the Nine-Tails inside. System error. System error. System error. The system will force a one-day sleep, which will cause a mental blow to the host. Lu Dong felt a sharp pain in his head. He had intended to support Kakashi, but the intense pain overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control of his body and fall from the sky. Minato caught both of his disciples on either side, noticing their pained expressions, and hurriedly found Kushina's location, using Flying Thunder God to return. Lin quickly helped the two of them. Lin wiped the sweat from her forehead and rushed over to assist. Obito was fine, just a bit exhausted from overusing his ocular power, while Kakashi had fainted. It's okay. He probably just exhausted his mental energy and fainted. A good sleep will do him good. Lin checked Kakashi's condition and breathed a sigh of relief. A cough, cough, cough. Kushina couldn't help but cough a few times, sitting up. The backlash from the tailed beast, leaving her body, was rapidly consuming her life force. The pills Lu Dong had given her were indeed effective. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have had the strength to sit up. Kushina. Minato hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Obito, go find Shursui immediately. Minato quickly activated his clumsy medical ninjutsu, hoping to extend Kushina's time a little longer. At present, the only ones who could control the Nine-Tails were the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and Obito had just subdued the Nine-Tails, which had already consumed too much of his ocular power. Currently, the strongest ocular powers in the Uchiha clan should belong to Shursui and Itachi. Before long, Shursui and Itachi were brought over by Obito. Shursui, I need your help, Kushina said, biting her fingertip and lifting her shirt to draw a sealing array on her abdomen. Obito first sent Shursui into the Kamui space, then sent Kushina and Minato inside. By the time the latter two entered, the Nine-Tails had already wilted and was unable to use Shursui's ocular technique. Shursui reached out to touch the Nine-Tails. It seems someone has cast a technique on him that has the same effect as my ocular technique. Don't worry, I added an extra layer for sealing just to be safe. Minato nodded and assisted Kushina over, her hand resting on the Nine-Tails' forehead as she began to extract the Nine-Tails' tailed beast chakra and recite the sealing incantation. Soon after, Kushina directly fainted from exhaustion. Minato picked her up horizontally, checking her breathing and confirming that she had merely fainted from fatigue, which relieved him. You've worked hard, whether it's for the child or the Nine-Tails, Kushina, he thought, placing a kiss on her forehead. After a while, Obito came in to check and found it was over, releasing everyone. Of course, the Nine-Tails, who had absorbed chakra and shrunk in size, was also released. Chapter 57. A glimpse of clarity. The Nine-Tails, seeing its body had become so small and unable to exert any power, was immediately unhappy. Hey, you're the husband of the Seal Master, right? The Nine-Tails said irritably. I want to rest. Obito, seeing that the Nine-Tails had made his teacher's wife suffer so badly and was still speaking so arrogantly, immediately grabbed the little guy by the neck. I think you have no right to make demands. The Nine-Tails instantly stared into a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. It quickly tucked its tail, as because of Uchiha Madara, it now hated the Uchiha clan Sharingan. It was really annoying. Nine-Tails, you suddenly attacked the village. and I have questions for you. So please stay sealed for now. When the time comes, I will release you." Minato pulled out a sealing scroll from his pocket and pressed it down on the Nine Tails, sealing it up without considering its thoughts. After all, this guy had just hurt his wife like this. What kind of good attitude could he have? This sudden attack by the Nine Tails caught everyone off guard, especially at night, resulting in significant losses for Konoha. Currently, the Konoha hospital was overcrowded to the point where patients were being forced to sleep on the floor in the corridors. Damn it, if I had been a little more cautious, Minato thought as he saw the injured scattered everywhere. "Teacher Minato, this isn't your fault." Obito comforted his teacher and then took Lu Dong to the hospital room, while Lin immediately threw herself into her work to help care for the wounded. At that moment, the Umbu reported, "Lord Hokage, we have captured a suspect who released the Nine Tails and need you to interrogate him personally." Upon hearing this news, Minato's eyes darkened. He adjusted his Hokage robe and walked with heavy steps to the underground prison. "If you tell the truth, you might suffer less." As soon as he entered, he saw Marino Ibiki interrogating the guy. "What's the situation?" Minato asked as he approached. Ibiki received a forehead protector from one of his subordinates and handed it to Minato. "Currently, this is the only piece of information we have, but it's too obvious, so we can't rule out the possibility of framing." Minato took it. It was a forehead protector from a Wagakure. He couldn't help but recall that such a kid from a Wagakure was quite fearful of Uchiha Madara's power and would never be so blatant. It seemed someone was deliberately trying to stir up trouble between them. "Get the Uchiha here. We must dig something out of his head." Minato, usually calm, was now losing his temper and directly ordered the Uchiha to use their sharingan to search this guy's memories. "Understood." Ibiki watched the fourth Hokage leave, calling for Uchiha clan members from the interrogation department to come in for questioning. Minato returned to the Hokage office, and, as expected, the head of the Nara clan and the Sannin were already waiting for him. "This is the casualty report." The Nara clan leader placed the report on the table. Tsunade frowned. "I've already sent the slug to assist and search for survivors. How many can be saved depends on fate." This sudden attack by the Nine Tails was too unexpected. Who was behind it? Jiraiya slammed the table, unable to contain his anger. "This is my most proud disciple. Just a few days ago, he said that once this child is born, he would come to name him. If it weren't for everyone being in the village, just relying on Minato alone, it would be difficult to contend with the Nine Tails, and at that time, the village would be in chaos." After reading the casualty report, Minato's expression eased a bit. The number of casualties was less than he had imagined. This was likely due to the 3 legendary ninjas guarding the village, allowing him to fight the Nine Tails without worrying about the situation behind him. Now that the Nine Tails had been resealed inside Kushina, there was no immediate life-threatening danger. But my wife had just given birth and was too weak, so only half of the Nine Tails' power was sealed. Upon hearing Minato's words, everyone present suddenly stiffened. The Nine Tails was only sealed halfway. Although they were top-tier ninjas, facing even half of the Nine Tails' power would still be quite challenging. Minato took out a scroll, and with a thud, the young form of the Nine Tails appeared before everyone. Even knowing it was the Nine Tails, everyone couldn't help but find it cute. "This is the Nine Tails?" Tsunade stepped forward and lifted it up. "Let go, you woman." The Nine Tails tried to express its anger, but at its current size, even baring its teeth didn't seem threatening. Instead, it appeared quite adorable. "So this is the guy that Grandpa sealed back then. It actually looks pretty cute like this." Tsunade poked the Nine Tails' belly with her other hand. It was very soft. Currently, its power was still restrained by Kushina's seal, so there was no need to worry, Minato said with a smile. The Nine Tails pondered upon hearing Tsunade's words. "Your grandpa? Hashirama Senju." Tsunade smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm his biological granddaughter." The Nine Tails fell silent. "Fine." It couldn't escape the Uchiha and Senju clans in this lifetime. "Nine Tails, why did you attack the village?" Minato asked, seeing that it didn't seem like it wanted to attack. The Nine Tails broke free from Tsunade's hands and jumped onto the Hokage's desk, angrily saying, "I want to know too. I was peacefully sleeping, and when I woke up, I found this guy Minato fighting me, and then I was stuffed into this inexplicable space." "So you also don't know why you suddenly attacked the village?" Minato stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that the Uchiha clan secretly controlled the Nine Tails? Someone nearby raised a suspicion, but was immediately denied by Minato. "Impossible. The current security team is composed of various clans working together, so there won't be any bias. Even the bloodline disease has been cured. What reason do they have to be dissatisfied with Konoha?" Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "But besides the Uchiha clan, no one can control the Nine Tails." At that moment, A Uchiha from the interrogation department knocked on the Hokage's office door. Hokage-sama, I've come to report on the interrogation situation. They almost forgot about this important breakthrough. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but this person's mind has no information about this incident. But we did find the formation for the teleportation jutsu on him. Saying this, the Uchiha handed over the documents. It's really strange. No one can lie in front of the Uchiha Sharingan, yet there's not a single memory left? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Tsunade furrowed her brows, as if recalling something. Chapter 58, System Compensation, Orange Quality. The Five Kage Summit. A hoarse voice came from outside the door, and everyone turned to see Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Someone said, dissatisfied. Orochimaru chuckled. My guardian is here, so of course, I'm here too. At that moment, only Tsunade understood Orochimaru's meaning. You also think this incident is very similar to the last Five Kage Summit, right? Orochimaru nodded. A mysterious attack. And even memories that can't be uncovered by the Uchiha's Sharingan. Everything is just too coincidental. Minato also recalled that before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara left, they had warned him. There was an unknown force secretly stirring things up, but they had no clues, just that he should be cautious. Orochimaru and Tsunade recounted the situation from that day, and Minato shared the advice from his predecessors. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned grim. What kind of enemy could utilize a jutsu that even Uchiha Madara's Sharingan couldn't detect? Why could they manipulate these people to serve them? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Minato clenched his fists secretly. He would never let go of those who harmed Kushina. The immediate priority was to restore Konoha. They could discuss this matter further once Konoha was back to normal, but everyone should remain vigilant. The information was cut off, and he could do nothing but temporarily arrange things this way. Understood. Before leaving, Tsunade called Orochimaru aside. I couldn't find more clues, just a feeling. Orochimaru knew what she wanted to ask, so he was about to speak. Tsunade sighed, that's it. Then she put her hands on her hips and pointed at Orochimaru, saying, you should be careful too. If that guy controls you, you might come up with another plan to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru accepted Tsunade's concern with a smile. Then why don't you come to my lab more often? It will be more convenient for you to observe me. I really want to study the longevity techniques of your Senju clan. Orochimaru said with a smile. Isn't my grandpa's cells enough for your research? Tsunade shot him a glance, pretending not to understand Orochimaru's joke. Jiraiya, who had been listening to their conversation, chimed in, by the way, haven't you been obsessed with space-time ninjutsu lately? I encountered a bottleneck, so I wanted to find something else to do, Orochimaru said with a smile. How about using your genes to see if we can create a child? I see you'll never catch Tsunade in this lifetime. Hey! Jiraiya turned red to the ears upon hearing this. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. There are definitely many female ninjas who like me. Don't look down on me. That would be great, Tsunade said with a sigh, turning to leave. Jiraiya hurried after her. Of course, my favorite is still you, Tsunade. Don't misunderstand. Thus, Konoha had another wall smashed through by Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Orochimaru returned to the lab to continue his experiments. The next morning, the glaring light woke Lu Dong. And as soon as he sat up, he felt a splitting headache, taking a few seconds to recall what happened yesterday. Yao Yaozi, are you there? The system did not respond at all. It seemed that the system's sound from yesterday was real. He couldn't help but frown, wondering why such a bug had appeared. Before he could think too much, Rin and Obito pushed the door in. You finally woke up, Kakashi. Obito came over to check on him. How are you feeling? Lu Dong asked. Rin and Obito then told him everything that happened yesterday. Unfortunately, we couldn't catch the mastermind. Liu Dong's brows furrowed even deeper as he recalled what had happened at the previous Five Shadows conference. Could there be some unknown force at play? He racked his brain and could only think of the two Otsutsuki who appeared in Boruto. But given their personalities, they surely wouldn't hide in the shadows. Their entrance during the Chunin exams was more in line with their characters. You don't need to worry. Sensei's wife is just a bit weak with the Uzumaki constitution. She'll recover quickly, Rin said understandingly, seeing his furrowed brow and thinking he was worried about Sensei's wife. He threw off the covers, turned over, and planned to go home to change into clean clothes. Obito and Rin saw that he was fine and did not stop him. Once Lu Dong returned home, tidied himself up, and put on clean clothes, he immediately rushed to the Hokage's office. Minato felt the helplessness of the third Hokage. Kakashi, remember to knock next time, he said helplessly, flipping over the documents he was reviewing. Although he trusted his student, he still needed to keep public and private matters separate. I want to take a leave of absence. For a month, Lu Dong said indifferently. Minato was somewhat surprised, His student had never asked for leave before, and now he was asking for a whole month. Was he going out with Rin and the others? No, just by myself. Lu Dong had some guesses and wanted enough time to search for Kagaya's relics. Minato thought for a moment. The last time he went on a mission alone, he brought back Uchiha Bido, which exposed Black Zetsu's conspiracy and rejuvenated Konoha. He wondered what kind of shot Kakashi would bring back this time. All right, I agree. Minato pulled out a mission scroll, wrote the leave approval on it, left the date blank, stamped it, and handed it to Lu Dong, indicating he could decide for himself. Thank you. Lu Dong took the scroll and left the office. That night, system restart complete. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and Lu Dong immediately sat up. Yao Yao Z, are you there? Of course. Who else could be in your mind? Hearing the familiar tone of Yao Yao Z, he would have been unaccustomed if she had suddenly changed her way of speaking. He could only say he had gotten used to bickering with Yao Yao Z. Lu Dong, that day your chain fell off so suddenly. Not only did you not help, but you also got me into trouble. It was an accident. The power during the Ninetales rampage was too strong and exceeded the system's parsing limit, so it crashed. Lu Dong sensed a hint of guilt in the other person's words, his eyes darting around as he said, well, you have to give me some compensation, right? I haven't used the system at all for a day. All right. Yaya Yozi agreed readily, helping him pull up the system interface and arranging a lottery. Everything in it is of orange quality, and you can draw once. As for what you might get or whether it suits you, that depends on your luck. Lu Dong was naturally not polite and went straight for it. Chapter 59, Target Country of Soup. You have obtained Bloodline Elimination, Dust Release. Oh wow, you're lucky. You actually managed to draw Bloodline Elimination. Yao Yaozi expressed her envy of Lu Dong's luck. However, Lu Dong didn't seem very happy. What a pity. He was originally aiming for the Rinnegan. You really dare to dream. Since it was placed here for me to draw, why shouldn't I dare to think? Lu Dong closed his eyes, feeling the smooth flow of chakra within his body. His physical condition was now vastly different from his former self, and he could quickly absorb and utilize this bloodline limit. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. As soon as he obtained Dust Release, Lu Dong couldn't wait to give it a try and immediately found an open area. The surrounding ninjas responsible for rescue, upon seeing the soaring beam of light, thought it was an enemy attack and rushed over, only to find that the area that should have been a forest had turned desolate, with a figure emerging from the dust. They quickly became alert, gripping their kunai tightly and adopting a combat stance. Once the dust settled, they discovered that the figure was none other than Kakashi, the student of the 4th Hokage. Lu Dong was also trying for the first time and hadn't quite mastered the power of dust release, causing such a loud noise. He sighed and explained to the Konoha ninjas, I'm sorry, I was practicing a new jutsu and scared you. His tone was slightly apologetic as he scratched his head. The ninjas finally relaxed. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared with a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique, and found Kakashi there. What's going on? Minato was startled, thinking that the dark forces had acted so quickly and attacked the village again. Lu Dong was forced to explain to Minato again that it was just a matter of not controlling his strength while practicing a new jutsu. Minato looked at the scorched earth beneath his feet, a bit surprised, realizing that his student was quickly approaching his own level as a teacher. That's good, Minato said with a relieved smile, but you need to take responsibility for replanting the trees here. Oh, okay, Lu Dong replied, watching them leave. The next morning, Lu Dong borrowed Day from the Umbu and brought him to the wasteland, pointing and saying, please use wood release to plant trees here. It needs to be fully planted. Day looked very reluctant. It's clearly Lord Hokage who asked you to plant the trees yourself. So why do you need to find me? Lu Dong was not being polite at all. He directly knocked on his head. If I tell you do it, just do it. With such a convenient way to plant trees, why should I do it myself? Day was hit like this, and tears filled his eyes as he reluctantly used wood release to replant the entire scorched earth with trees. Then he plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. TSK. Really useless. Lu Dong looked at him disdainfully. It seemed he should let Orochimaru research a better method. Day's cheeks puffed up in anger. You still talk so much after asking for my help. I won't help you next time. After saying this, he huffed and walked away without looking back. Is he really that sensitive? Lu Dong touched his nose, wondering if his words were too harsh. Forget it. Now wasn't the time to think about that. He should be on his way. When he reached the village gate, he unsurprisingly saw two familiar figures. Kakashi, you can't leave us behind for a mission this time. Lin's face was filled with anger. We three are a team. Why do you always act alone? On the side, Obito didn't care at all. He would rather Kakashi go alone, as it would give him more time to be alone with Lin. Lin, since he wants to go by himself, let him go. You know Kakashi's strength. Obito said, avoiding eye contact. Absolutely. Not possible, Lin said, hands on her hips, speaking each word clearly. Lu Dong smiled and said, okay, let's go together this time, but I'm not on a mission. I'm on vacation. Huh, Kakashi, you actually applied for vacation? Rin and Obito looked at him with shocked expressions. Kakashi nodded and said, if you all want to go together, you have to promise me not to ask about my destination. Rin eagerly agreed and immediately pulled Obito into the Hokage's office, where they also successfully obtained their vacation approval. Lu Dong couldn't help but admire Rin's execution. He looked at the somewhat dejected Obito and the vibrant Rin, and couldn't help but secretly smile. When he first arrived, although he knew that Rin and Obito were very good friends, he didn't belong here after all, always feeling a bit of a barrier, and because of his system, he always acted alone. Now, having lived here for a few years, he had gradually become familiar with Konoha and had grown closer to them, no longer resisting. Lu Dong spread out the map and pointed, my route is roughly like this. I will first go to the Land of Soup and then head south. The Land of Soup, the country famous for its hot springs? Lin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, our first stop is here. Lu Dong initially thought that it was more important to hurry on his own, but with the two of them along, he had to put on a semblance of a vacation. Besides, he had long been looking forward to this country of hot springs, and it was just on the way. Great, let's set off quickly. Lin energetically pulled the two of them and dashed towards the main road. After some time of traveling, they finally arrived in this country famous for its hot springs. Huh, what does that smell? It's a bit unpleasant. Obito sniffed and then waved his hand. Lin also caught a whiff of the smell, and yes, it was a bit pungent. It must be the smell of sulfur, since this is a hot spring paradise. Lu Dong looked around and felt that the clothes they were wearing were a bit too heavy. Lin smiled and said, as expected of Kakashi, you know all these things? It's just common knowledge. Lu Dong was suddenly flattered and a bit taken aback. He thought for a moment. Konoha wasn't exactly close to here, and they had experienced war since childhood, so it was normal not to know such things. Obito, seeing Kakashi stealing the spotlight, muttered, "Tch, I know that too." At that moment, Lin was attracted by the fresh styles of clothes in a shop by the roadside and immediately rushed over. Oh no, Lin is starting again. Obito face-bombed and helplessly followed her. Lu Dong felt a bit helpless, but Lin was the only girl among them, so he naturally pampered her. Why don't you pamper me? Yao Yao's voice abruptly interrupted, breaking the atmosphere as Lu Dong was reminiscing about his childhood friendship. Lu Dong, do you make keys? How many do you make? Chapter 60, Assassination. Kakadong, come take a look at this. Do you think it suits me? Before Yao Yao could say anything else, Lin called her over. Very suitable. Lu Dong stepped forward and replied with a smile, although he actually couldn't tell the difference. TCH, prioritizing looks over friendship. Lu Dong, if you could stop messing things up, I think my attitude would be 10 times better than it is now. Beside him, Obito pouted and said unhappily, Lin, why don't you ask me? Obito, you can't even tell the difference. The last time I asked you, you said they all look good. Lin huffed, turned around and handed the clothes to the shopkeeper, saying, I'll take this one. All right, I'll wrap it up for you. The shopkeeper said with a cheerful smile, moving swiftly. As the saying goes, girls can get lost in shopping. Both Obito and Lu Dong deeply understood this. Oh, I want to go shopping. That can't be generalized. Your system, what do you know about shopping? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Dong remembered the time Yao Yao insisted that he take her to the food street. If I hadn't reminded you that night, you would have been stabbed to death in bed long ago. You should thank me. Lu Dong fell silent. Those were all old matters now, and it was time for him to express his gratitude. The afternoon passed just like that, filled with banter with Yao Yao and helping Lin carry things. Lin, this should be enough, right? You must be hungry now. Daidu looked at the items he was carrying on his arm and then glanced at Kakashi, who was in the same situation. He really couldn't take it anymore and interrupted Lin's plan to move to another shop. Lin turned to look at the two of them, tapping her chin with her finger. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit much. Let's find in first. Saved. Lu Dong and Obito both breathed a sigh of relief, chose a store that looked well decorated, and requested 3 adjacent guest rooms. After putting Lin's belongings in her room, the two returned to their respective rooms. After closing the door of a Lu Dongguan, he couldn't help but move his shoulder joints a bit. Accompanying a girl for shopping was really tiring, and it was just right that he could go soak in a hot spring later. Obviously, Obito had the same thought, and the two of them bumped into each other in front of the men's bath. Since Rin had been shopping for too long, their dinner was also late. At this point, there was no one left in the hot spring area, so the two enjoyed the privilege of having the place to themselves. Wow, it felt like his whole body became much lighter after soaking. Obito let out a comfortable sigh, leaning against the wall of the pool, closing his eyes to enjoy. Lu Dong was also experiencing this for the first time. This natural hot spring was unlike any he had encountered before, as the hot springs in his previous life were more or less artificial. However, just as the two of them were feeling completely relaxed and drowsy, Yaozi's voice suddenly jolted Lu Dong awake. Be careful of hidden weapons. Lu Dong suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the hot spring, and pulled Obito up. Obito was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly yanked up, startling him, but the overwhelming rain of shurikens that followed quickly woke him up. Kamui. In just a breath's time, all those shurikens were sucked into the Kamui space. Damn, they're still a ninja. The intel was off. We need to retreat. Obito naturally couldn't take this lying down and wanted to chase after them, but Lu Dong stopped him. What are you doing? Those two clearly want our lives. Lu Dong looked at him and said indifferently, are you planning to go out and chase the enemy just wrapped in a bath towel? Upon hearing this, Obito realized and immediately blushed to his ears. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have been very close to running around naked. Let us tidy up first and remind Rin when we get back. Lu Dong patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to pick up the kunai that had been confiscated. Oh, okay. Blushing, Obito cleaned up the scene and then returned with Lu Dong. Just as they reached the door, they ran into Rin, who had just come back from soaking in the hot springs. Seeing Obito's face as red as a ripe apple, Rin couldn't help but reach out to check his forehead. Obito, are you okay? Did you soak too long? No. Obito quickly stepped back and waved his hand. If it weren't for Kakashi stopping him, he would have embarrassed himself in front of Rin. It seems like nothing happened on your side, Rin, Lu Dong noted. Seeing her expression didn't suggest she had encountered an assassination attempt. Could it be that the enemy's target was between him and Obito? Moreover, the words those people said before leaving seemed to indicate they hadn't expected the two of them to be together. Huh, you both look serious. Did something happen? Seeing the furrowed brows of both of them, Rin guessed that something bad must have occurred. Lu Dong then told Rin about their assassination attempt, and her expression turned grim as well. But I don't remember having any enemies. Obito scratched his head, racking his brain, but unable to think of any grudges or grievances. Lu Dong furrowed his brow and said, since the end of the Shinobi World War, there has been peace between the villages. Only some tasks to eliminate rogue ninjas might lead to grudges. No matter what, Lin, you have to be careful. Obito grabbed Lin's hand and quickly said, I know. Lin replied with a smile. Fortunately, I insisted on coming with you. If the target is Kakashi, wouldn't he have to face it alone? Obito withdrew his hand and nodded, agreeing with Lin's point. Luckily, the three of them were together. If something happened, they could discuss it. I'm sorry, sir. The mission failed. The leader was one of the two who had come to assassinate Lu Dong earlier. The person behind the curtain remained silent, leaving them unsure whether to feel joy or anger, which made the leader even more frightened. I don't need useless people. A cold voice came from behind the curtain. As soon as the words fell, the two men couldn't help but choke their own necks, and before they could react, they were already foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground, lifeless. Sir, that guy is difficult to deal with, and he has two companions with him, making it really hard to act. Why do you have to get so angry? Someone beside him said to comfort him. If it weren't for that guy, how could my grand plan be interrupted halfway? Now I have even lost half of my voice in the village. I shouldn't have trusted that guy Danzo. The person behind the curtain spoke in a muffled voice, wearing a mask that covered half of his face, but it did not diminish the cruelty in his eyes. Send more people, alive or dead. I want to see them. Chapter 61. Fated confrontation around the Rain Village. It's strange. Hanzo of the Salamander's forces have suddenly decreased, and their surveillance has weakened, gradually advancing towards the land of hot water. Konan spread her wings made of explosive tags and swiftly flew down from the sky, a paper bird landing on her fingertip. Yahiko and Nagato frowned upon hearing this. The land of hot water? Isn't that a country known for its hot springs and lack of war throughout the year? Although it's not far from the Rain Village. It's south, not exactly close either. Yahiko rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Jiraiya-sensei taught us that if a person can suddenly withdraw from a power struggle, it must be because something more threatening has emerged. Nagato continued. Konan nodded. Should I go to the land of hot water to gather intelligence? No. We just added a new member. Let him go. Yahiko's eyes flashed with a hint of light. Nagato looked a bit worried. Can that person really be trusted? It's just a test. If he can pass, we won't have to worry about him in the future. As Konan spoke, she folded another paper bird and sent it flying. Go, bring me information from afar. Lu Dong and his companions temporarily stayed in the land of hot springs, which is known to be a neutral area protected by the surrounding ninja villages. If someone wanted to make a move here, they would definitely have their concerns, making it better than recklessly continuing their journey. Although Lu Dong didn't mind, he was currently with Rin and Obito, so it was better to be cautious. After all, the Nine Tails incident, which should not have occurred, happened in this timeline, and there was no guarantee that the second battle of Kanabi Bridge wouldn't happen again. In the following days, they faced constant assassination attempts, which left the three of them somewhat exhausted, although those ninjas weren't strong enough to threaten their lives. The sheer number of them was bothersome. They harassed them every night, preventing them from getting a good night's sleep, which was really irritating. I can't take it anymore. Obito was the first to explode. He slammed his fist on the wooden table, which shattered upon impact. Obito, remember to pay for the table, Lu Dong said as he picked up his lunch and started eating. Rin also held her bowl and switched to a different table. Obito, we understand you're angry, but we're also quite annoyed. It's mealtime. Can you be a little quieter? Obito met Rin's forced smile, which even had a hint of threat in her eyes, and immediately quieted down, not daring to act out again. Seeing that he finally calmed down, Rin said, "This isn't a solution. Kakashi, do you have any ideas?" At that moment, Lu Dong had finished the food in front of him, wiped his mouth, and said, "There's no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. If this continues, we will be the ones who can't hold on." "Great. Are we finally going to take the initiative?" Obito said while stuffing food into his mouth. He had been feeling quite frustrated lately. Although he had caught some of the enemy ninjas, they had committed suicide before he could use his genjutsu, indicating they were a group of die-hard warriors. But who would use such a group to continuously harass the three of them? It was truly baffling. What should we do? Rin's eyes lit up. She didn't like always hiding and evading. Lu Dong looked out the window and saw the weather was nice. "Why don't we each go buy some local specialties? That way, we can bring something back for our teachers." "Huh? Can't we just buy the specialties when we leave?" Obito said carelessly, completely missing Lu Dong's point. Rin sighed. "What Kakashi means is for us to act separately, pretend to give them a chance, and then take them down one by one." "Oh, I see." Obito understood, then looked at Lu Dong. "Kakashi, can you stop being so cryptic? I have to guess everything. You're just too slow." "Huh? You're the slow one. Dumb Kakashi." And so, the meal came to an end amidst the noise. Lu Dong was hesitating in front of a specialty store, pretending to choose local products while paying close attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, a familiar color caught his attention, startling him. He quickly turned his head to confirm that he wasn't mistaken. He immediately put down the items in his hand and followed. But the other person was no ordinary individual and naturally sensed Lu Dong as well. They led him into a small alley before slowly turning around. "Come out." The other person's tone was very harsh. Lu Dong no longer hid himself, because he knew that no matter how he concealed himself, he could not escape the presence of this person with shadow-level strength. "Scorpion of the Red Sand." Lu Dong called out the other's name. "Surprised to see you here." He looked up and down at the puppet shell of his opponent, which was just as he remembered, covered in the Akatsuki organization's red cloud robe. "Since you know me, do you dare to follow me? Are you looking for death?" Lu Dong was somewhat curious and directly asked, by the way, "Have you completely turned yourself into a puppet now? Or is it just part of you?" The puppet of the Scorpion of Red Sand naturally showed no reaction. But the scorpion inside was momentarily taken aback by his words, and then its gaze turned cold. Why did this guy know that he intended to transform himself into a puppet as well? The feeling of being seen through was very unpleasant, and the scorpion immediately manipulated the puppet to attack Lu Dong, its poison tail exceptionally agile, heading towards his face. Ding! Analysis complete. Analysis Skill 1, Mental Power Limit 3. Physical Ability 3, Analysis Attribute 3. Enter Combat Mode. Enter. Lu Dong moved swiftly, immediately dodging the scorpion tail's attack, proving to be much more agile. Scorpion became increasingly irritable, eager to finish off his opponent quickly, but at that moment his puppet suddenly became immobile. No matter how he tried to use chakra to activate it, it remained completely still. How could this be? He was extremely familiar with his puppet technique, and it was absolutely impossible for him to make such a basic mistake. Could it be that his opponent used some kind of ninjutsu? Scorpion immediately exited the puppet, intending to fight with his true body. Lu Dong only heard a crack, and a hole was broken on the puppet. Unable to control it, he could only use this violent method to break free. Seeing the scorpion in front of him, he realized that it had not completely transformed itself and was still a flesh and blood body. He took out a scroll, threw it into the sky, and, as the scroll opened, two puppets appeared instantly, which were none other than his father and mother. Lu Dong saw the two and couldn't help but sigh that Scorpion was also a tragic figure, especially since the father of his current body was the culprit who killed his parents. Chapter 62. Kidnapping the Scorpion of the Red Sand. It's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Scorpion? Lu Dong sighed, gathering dust release in his hands. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. Upon hearing this name, Scorpion's pupils shrank. You're from the Hitaki clan? Yes, just as you thought. My father is Hitaki Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, Lu Dong said slowly, clearly seeing the anger in the other person's eyes. Scorpion shouted, immediately manipulating the puppets of his father and mother to attack Lu Dong. Lu Dong naturally would not sit idly by. Dust Release Original World Separation Technique. The Dust Release technique trapped Scorpion and two puppets in a cubic space, and before he could react, the explosion from Dust Release had already occurred. However, Lu Dong had no intention of taking Scorpion's life, so he did not use the technique that would disperse a person into atoms. After all, in the midst of war, everyone is fighting for their own village, and who can truly say what is right or wrong? Now that things had calmed down a bit, Lu Dong stood with his hands on his hips, watching Scorpion controlling two puppets to protect himself within the Dust Release cube. However, Scorpion did not calm down. His eyes, filled with hatred, were fixed on Lu Dong. I don't want to fight you. I just have something to ask of you. Lu Dong walked up to him, speaking as he made the Dust Release space smaller. Scorpion's puppet technique was indeed powerful, but he was still just a child, and it seemed he wasn't very big when he turned himself into a puppet. Why can you use Dust Release? Scorpion gritted his teeth and asked. He had heard quite a bit about Kakashi Hitaki, but he never expected that he could also use Dust Release. If another explosion occurred, he could endure it, but these two incomplete puppets probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. He absolutely could not let his parents be destroyed. Scorpion's gaze towards Lu Dong became even more filled with hatred. It was not enough that his father had taken away his parents. Did he have to let the enemy's child destroy his parents again? Lu Dong could deeply feel the hatred in the other person's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. Do you want to see your parents? I can help you with that, Lu Dong said lightly, waving his hand to withdraw the dust technique. As long as you have your parents' cells. The moment Scorpion sensed the withdrawal of the dust technique, he wanted to strike, but he was stunned by Lu Dong's words. His face was filled with disgust. Do you think I would believe you? He had a grudge against this person. How could the other party possibly be good to him? Moreover, his parents were already dead, and this person dared to use them for amusement. Truly despicable. Impure world reincarnation. That is a forbidden technique of Konoha, but I know someone who can do it. Seeing him like a startled bird, Lu Dong had to patiently say, although it's not exactly resurrection, it can allow you to meet them. Upon hearing this, Scorpion was half convinced. He seemed to recall that Konoha had once used this technique to bring the first Hokage to participate in the Five Kage Summit. His inner desire to see his parents gradually surpassed his hatred, causing his heart to waver. Are you really telling the truth? Of course, why would I lie to you? Lu Dong shrugged. Your parents' deaths were a result of the war between villages. War is merciless and shows no mercy to anyone. If hating me gives you a sense of purpose, I don't mind if you continue to hate me. At this moment, Scorpion also calmed down, feeling that being controlled by his emotions was truly unqualified. What I need to pay is a price for your help, Scorpion said coldly, hiding his emotions and treating this matter as a cold transaction. Lu Dong wouldn't help for free. The fire cloud robe you are wearing is from the Akatsuki, right? I'm a friend of the Akatsuki leader. I haven't seen them in a long time. Can you leave me there? Is it really that simple? Scorpion felt a bit strange. How did he know that he had joined the Akatsuki? Is their organization that famous? This outfit was just designed a couple of days ago before I set out. Oh, and by the way, there have been some really annoying flies buzzing around me lately. If you can, please help me get rid of them. Lu Dong recalled those assassins who appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, there was free labor offered to him, which he couldn't refuse. Sure, Scorpion agreed readily. Since he entered the land of soup, he had sensed the presence of those guys, and he was sent by his superiors to eliminate them while also gathering intelligence. This aligned perfectly with his mission, so there was no reason to refuse. After we take care of this, do you want to go to Konoha? Scorpion asked, as he was a rogue ninja, and going to Konoha wasn't exactly a good choice. Lu Dong nodded. That guy who can reincarnate with impure earth is also considered a rogue ninja, and is under strict surveillance from Konoha. So you have to come with me. Do you think someone like that would listen to you? There was distrust in Xie's tone. Since he was a ninja, closely monitored by Konoha, every move he made would be restricted by them. So how could he possibly listen to him? Lu Dong said with a smile, I have a bit of a friendship with that guy, and he loves interesting things, so he will definitely help. Besides, I am currently a student of the Hokage, so helping you out isn't really bragging. Lu Dong explained his plan to bring Scorpion back to the right path. After thinking it over, Scorpion could only agree for the time being, as he knew he couldn't win in a fight. However, he still asked, If I encounter Konoha's white fang, I will strike, just to make that clear in advance. Lu Dong was taken aback by these words, and then laughed. You won't encounter him because he is already dead. Xia was initially very dissatisfied upon seeing him laugh, thinking that he was still mocking his inability to defeat Konoha's white fang, but was not expecting such a response. Who? Anger ignited in Xia's eyes. He had not yet taken his revenge. How could Konoha's white fang be killed by someone else? It was suicide, Lu Dong said faintly. Even though that was not his father's identity as a traveler, every time he mentioned this matter, his heart would tighten. Scorpion was taken aback, somewhat confused, feeling that the other party was lying to him. But seeing the expression on his face, he also felt it was true. I'll know for myself when the time comes. Anyway, I'm going to Konoha, and then I'll know if he's lying to me or not. Konoha White Fang is the one who killed my parents. How could he just die like that? At this moment, Obito and Rin sensed Lu Dong's chakra nearby and came over. Kakashi, why are you so slow? We've already resolved things on our side. Obito jogged over, pointing to his own eyes, indicating that he had already sent the person to the Kimui space. Then he saw the mess in front of him and the red-haired boy, and instantly alarm bells went off in his heart. Chapter 63. The Angel of Akatsuki, who are you? Rin and Obito immediately took a fighting stance, the latter furrowing his brows even more. The chakra response from the person in front of him was weak. If he hadn't been close, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Lu Dong raised his hand to signal them not to be so vigilant. He is not our enemy, at least not for now. Lin and Obito trusted him deeply. One retracted his kunai, and the other retracted his sharingan. Scorpion, on the other hand, nonchalantly put away the puppets of his father and mother, carefully storing them close to himself, while glancing at the Crimson Stream puppet that he had just violently destroyed, slightly furrowing his brow. He took out another scroll from his pocket, which contained quite a few parts and materials, and soon repaired it. Wow, what an amazing puppet technique. Where did you learn it? Lin, seeing Scorpion's actions, couldn't help but exclaim. As a medical ninja, she was also very interested in such repair techniques and approached him to ask. Scorpion was startled by the girl's enthusiastic greeting and immediately distanced himself, not responding. Hey, Lin is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Obito, seeing Lin being ignored, naturally felt annoyed. Scorpion still remained silent, and the three of them watched as he climbed back into what could hardly be considered a good-looking puppet. Just as he was about to close himself inside, Lin hurriedly reached out to stop him. Why do you want to lock yourself in there? Can't you show your true face? You look really good. You're the best-looking boy I've seen besides Kakashi. Lu Dong couldn't help but pull down the mask on his face upon hearing this. Although he wasn't used to wearing a mask, he mostly maintained a habit. Beside him, Dato immediately looked dejected. What is the matter? Is it because I don't look good? Scorpion had a lonely childhood and had always stayed within his puppet, making him the least adept at dealing with overly familiar and enthusiastic people. Let go, Scorpion said coldly, revealing a puppet-like, detached gaze for within the crimson flow vermilion. Lin was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. It was the first time she had seen such a lifeless gaze in a person. Yes, it wasn't indifference, because even indifference is an emotion, but the other person's eyes seemed as lifeless as an inanimate object, devoid of any vitality. Ah, I'm sorry, Lin unconsciously said. At this moment, Lu Dong looked at the fire cloud robe the other was wearing, along with the extraordinary puppet, and spoke up. You're too conspicuous like this. If you don't wait until you reach Konoha, you'll be discovered. You should change into something else. Scorpion fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, before finally stepping out from the crimson flow vermilion and putting it away into a scroll. Lu Dong took out an ordinary piece of clothing from the scroll and handed it to him. After receiving it, the latter immediately took off his Akatsuki robe, revealing his fair skin. Lin let out a sharp scream and turned around with a flushed face. Dato pointed at him incoherently and said, Don't you know the difference between men and women? Scorpion tilted his head, somewhat confused by the other's meaning, and continued to strip off his clothes, revealing his body that had already been half-transformed. Dato was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The person's arm was actually a puppet joint. Your arm, sorry. I shouldn't have asked. After Dato finished asking, he realized that his words were a bit too rude. Scorpion expressed confusion at his emotions, and, after putting on the clothes given by Lu Dong, said indifferently, I modified it myself, but it's not yet complete. It's an imperfect creation. Dato was even more surprised to hear this. You modified your arm to look like this? What a madman. At this moment, Lin heard the noise stop and cautiously turned around, seeing the hand that had been hidden under the large Akatsuki robe, which was a puppet joint. She couldn't help but cover her mouth to prevent her surprise from escaping. No wonder the gaze she felt earlier was so lifeless. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem so conspicuous. Lu Dong nodded. You go deal with those unnecessary troubles first, and then come back to meet us. You should be able to find us. Scorpion nodded indifferently and walked out of the alley. Lin couldn't help but ask Kakashi, who is he? Did you make some deal with him? He is a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, the Scorpion of the Red Sand. After hearing this name, both Dato and Lin widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed in unison. What? It's actually that Scorpion of the Red Sand. No wonder he is so proficient in puppet techniques. It turns out he learned from Master. Lin recalled how impressive that person's puppet skills were. Indeed, they came from a renowned master. I made a deal with him. He will help us get rid of those hidden guys, and I will let him meet his parents. Kakashi had no intention of hiding this from his two friends and directly stated his plan. Lin, being a girl with a more delicate mind, had heard about Kakashi's father's suicide and had even gone to the archives to look up related information. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, Kakashi, is that really okay? Kakashi saw Lin's concerned gaze, chuckled softly, and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'm fine. They then went back to interrogate the ninjas that Lin and Dato had captured, but found that they had been cursed. If they revealed the mastermind behind it, they would instantly turn to dust. Sigh, why is Kakashi's eye technique a space-time ninjutsu? Lin said with some regret while resting her chin on her hand. If only the illusion technique were stronger, we could directly probe these people's memories. Dato was close to tears. He simply didn't have the talent for illusion techniques. What could he do? Every time he encountered the Uchiha clan leader, he would be scrutinized and doubted whether he was truly an Uchiha, as he had never seen anyone with such poor talent in illusion techniques. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lin went to open it and found it was indeed the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Knowing the identity of this rogue ninja before her, Lin was no longer as enthusiastic as she had been earlier, which actually made Scorpion feel a bit more comfortable. I've killed them. I'll take you to find the angel of Akatsuki, Scorpion said in an extremely calm tone, as if killing those people was no different from having a meal. What? The angel of Akatsuki? Lin couldn't help but ask in confusion, what is that title? Lu Dong couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seemed that their Chinibyu was unchangeable. It was Xiaonan, one of the three ninjas that Jiraiya had once taught, which should be her code name in the Akatsuki organization. In fact, Lu Dong was now a bit worried. Even though he had changed history, the Nine Tails incident still occurred. So what about the current Akatsuki? Chapter 64. Chakra Crystal and Flying Thunder God. Ugh, the weather in the rain village is really annoying. Obito said impatiently while looking at the incessant rain in the sky. How much longer until we arrive? Ever since Scorpion dealt with the ninjas who were secretly trying to assassinate them, they had set off towards the Akatsuki's base. At first, they were happy to see their long-lost friends, but the environment of the rain village was really hard for them to adapt to. At this moment, Scorpion took out several oil paper umbrellas from the ceiling scroll and handed them to them. Lu Dong opened one and found that it also had the red cloud pattern, clearly issued by the Akatsuki. Wow, you guys in the Akatsuki even distribute these things? Obito looked at the umbrella with curiosity as soon as he held the handle. He knew it wasn't cheap, at least better than what they used in their clan. Distributed uniformly, Scorpion said succinctly, pointing to the east. Over there, we have arrived. Suddenly, Yahiko opened his eyes and said, Scorpion is back, and he brought guests. A paper bird landed on Xiaonan's shoulder, whispering something to her. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaonan's eyes. Our old friends have come. I'll go welcome them. Nagato reached out to stop her. Are you sure they are friends? He also sensed three familiar chakras and knew who was coming, but they hadn't seen each other for many years and didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. We'll know when we meet. With a flap of her paper wings, Xiaonan glided down from a height. At this moment, Lu Dong and his group were still on their way, but upon sensing the approaching chakras, they immediately stopped. Paper pieces fell from the sky, and Scorpion couldn't help but look up and say, she's here. Lu Dong and his group couldn't help but look up, and it was Xiaonan, with a pair of wings made of paper behind her, floating in the air. Xiaonan. Lin reached out to greet her, smiling exceptionally happily. Those wings are so cool. I didn't expect origami to be used like this. Are they protected by chakra, so they won't get wet? Hearing Lin's words, Xiaonan also descended. Lin immediately rushed over and gave her a big hug. Xiaonan, you seem thinner than before. Are you not eating well? In a place like this where it rains all the time, how could there be good food? Obito commented. Xiaonan smiled slightly and said, sorry. Rain Village is like this. It's indeed not as good as the environment in Konoha, but after all, this is our hometown. Hearing this, Obito touched his nose, feeling that what he just said was a bit too much. I didn't mean to complain about this place. He scratched his head. trying to make up for his earlier words. Xiaonan shook her head. There's no need to apologize to me. It's a fact that Rain Village hasn't developed as well as Konoha, which is why we left Konoha, hoping that one day it can become better. While speaking, she led them to Yahiko. Long time no see. Yahiko, Nagato. Kakashi stepped forward to greet them, relieved to see that both Yahiko and Nagato were doing well. Obito also enthusiastically went up and gave them each a hug. Wow. Yahiko, how did you get those muscles? But Nagato, you're still a bit too thin. You look weaker than Xiaonan. Obito looked Nagato up and down, noticing his slender wrists, thinking they could easily break. Nagato is our strategist. We generally don't need him in a fight, Xiaonan said, acknowledging Nagato's frail physique. They had trained before, but it didn't help much. Once indoors, where it was brightly lit and not as dark as outside, Lin finally saw the makeup on Xiaonan's face and couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaonan, where did you learn to do that smoky eye makeup? Xiaonan tilted her head slightly, reached out to touch her face, and revealed her black nails. Is it not pretty? I think it's okay. Xiaonan completely didn't think there was anything wrong with her makeup. Lu Dong was stifling a laugh beside them. Honestly, he wanted to criticize the aesthetic sense of the Akatsuki in his previous life. He couldn't say it was ugly, but it was strangely not that good-looking either. Why did such a beautiful girl like Xiaonan have to wear such heavy makeup? Lu Dong expressed his opinion that it was indeed a bit too much. After hearing this comment, Xiaonan immediately rushed out of the room and came back only after washing off her makeup with water. She looked much fresher this way. I think this suits you better, Lin said, giving a thumbs up. Xiaonan found a mirror and looked closely, feeling that she had lost some of her authority. Would this really make people think I'm easier to bully? Whether or not someone is easy to bully depends on their strength, not their looks. Besides, you look more pure and more like an angel now, Lin said, patting her chest. Lu Dong and Obito nearby couldn't help but recall the way Lin had exploded at them by the hospital bed, which was quite haunting. At that moment, Scorpion also reported his mission to Yahiko and the others, and Lu Dong and the others didn't leave, but listened in. After hearing this, Lin frowned. It seems that Hanzo of the Salamander's subordinates are all targeting Kakashi, probably resenting him for exposing his relationship with Danzo. Not only that, Nagato said, resting his chin on his hand, the supplies in Amage Cure are scarce, and Hanzo, confident in his strength, has always been a pro-war faction. However, Kakashi brought back Uchiha, which led to the resurrection of Senju Hashirama in Konoha, indirectly facilitating the 5 Kage summit. No wonder. It seems that Hanzo of the Salamander's hatred for you is quite deep, Obito said, resting his hand behind his head, but he can't act against you openly. Otherwise, Amage Cure would definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. Yes, at that time, there would be divisions within Amage Cure as well. Now, there are quite a few people in Amage Cure supporting us. He is eager, but powerless. He probably wants to sever our ties with Konoha so he can regain control of Amage Cure. After thinking it over, Xiaonan also guessed the opponent's methods. This seems to be more about personal grudges, Obito said quietly. They have really been benefiting from Kakashi lately, constantly being hunted down. Kakashi didn't take it seriously. If Hanzo of the Salamander personally took action, there might be some chance of winning, but just sending these people is merely a distraction. By the way, you all must be careful. If anything happens, you must tell us. I'll come back to help you. Saying this, he stepped forward and stamped the Flying Thunder God mark on each of them. This mark will not disappear until you die. If anything happens, you must let me know. He then handed his chakra crystal to the 3 of them, saying that if they crushed it, he would know they needed help. Chapter 65. Father and Mother Lu Dong's concern made Xiaonan and the others' eyes well up with tears, and Nagato regretted that he had doubted whether they were friends or foes just moments ago. Kakashi, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Sensei? Obito asked in surprise, as he had never seen Sensei teach it to him before. Lu Dong naturally wouldn't say it was because of the system, and he said, just by watching, you'll learn. It's quite simple. Obito fell silent, feeling frustrated. Is this the gap between him and geniuses? How can the Flying Thunder God technique be learned just by watching? He didn't believe it. It must be that Teacher Minato was giving Kakashi special training. He wanted to learn too. Scorpion, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. I have a deal with him and will not accept other tasks for now. Saying this, Scorpion pointed at Lu Dong. The person being pointed at nodded. He brought me to find you, and I will take him to see his parents. This is a deal and should not affect you. Kona nodded. That's fine. Although he is from the Akatsuki organization, we do not restrict his freedom. With that, Yahiko handed Lu Dong a sealing scroll and a blank ring that had not yet been inscribed. What is this? Lu Dong took it with some confusion. Kakashi, you haven't forgotten, right? At Orochimaru's base, you promised us that you would join the Akatsuki organization. This contains the Akatsuki outfit, and we haven't inscribed your ring yet. Nagato said with a smile. Without Kakashi, they wouldn't have had the chance to return to Amage Cure, or even compete with Hanzo the Salamander for the governance of Amage Cure. Of course I haven't forgotten, but externally, I'm still a Konoha ninja, so I'll just wear this ring. Lu Dong put away the scroll and placed the ring on his hand. Rin and Obito couldn't help but protest. Why does only Kakashi get a ring? Can't we have one too? Yahiko was startled. I didn't expect you all wanted to join the Akatsuki as well. Lu Dong looked helplessly at Lin and Obito, who were stubbornly trying to get a ring as well. In the end, when they were about to leave, both of them were wearing rings just like his. In Konoha, Orochimaru was continuing his research on space-time ninjutsu in a laboratory when a ninja dog suddenly appeared. Orochimaru, Kakashi sent a letter for you. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow as he set down the test tube in his hand, surprised that the kid actually had something to ask of him. He bent down to pick up the letter from the dog, opened it, and found a transparent pouch fall out. Picking it up, he discovered it contained 2 strands of hair of different colors. One was dark red, and the other was brown, clearly from 2 different people. Orochimaru squinted, wondering what Kakashi intended by sending him these unknown hairs. He glanced at the letter, which also contained a piece of paper with the words Edo Tensei written on it. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. Interesting, he wondered what kind of surprise Kakashi would bring him this time. I'll deliver the letter, goodbye. Parker, seeing Orochimaru's intrigued smile, felt a chill run down his back and instantly vanished from the spot. At that moment, Jiraiya walked in. Were you talking to someone just now? Orochimaru chuckled. It was Kakashi's ninja dog. He asked me for a favor. He then walked towards the base where white Zetsu was being cultivated, as white Zetsu was indeed the best material for Edo Tensei. Jiraiya didn't ask further and just followed him. After all, he was always right behind Orochimaru, and there was nothing the latter could do without him knowing. Orochimaru grabbed 2 white Zetsu and quickly drew the Edo Tensei formation on the ground, a formation he had seen once before when summoning the first Hokage. Jiraiya observed carefully. This time, the formation seemed more refined than the last, indicating it had been improved. Who are you summoning with Edo Tensei? Jiraiya asked, looking at him with deep eyes. Orochimaru replied with a smile. I don't know. I guess I'll only find out once they're summoned. After all, I'm just following what Kakashi wrote in the letter. I need to report to the Hokage. Do as you wish. Orochimaru shrugged, then slammed his hand onto the ground. Edo Tensei. The surrounding dust immediately gathered around white Zetsu, gradually forming the shapes of a man and a woman. The male had dark red hair, while the female had brown hair. Jiraiya looked at the 2 figures and felt they were somewhat familiar. Had he seen them before? At this moment, the 2 opened their eyes simultaneously, looking confused. Upon seeing Orochimaru smiling at them and Jiraiya appearing contemplative, they immediately took a defensive stance. They instinctively attempted to summon their puppets, only to realize they were in an unfamiliar environment, and their puppets were not by their side. The 3 ninjas, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the red-haired ninja frowned, puzzled as to why these 2 appear before him. He clearly remembered being killed by Konoha's White Fang. That's right, they clearly died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. How are they still alive? The 2 quickly realized, looking at each other and noticing the unusual aspects about themselves. The cracks on their bodies and the lack of sclera in their eyes indicated they were not in their normal forms. Orochimaru clapped his hands, signaling them to look at him. You 2 have the Sand Village headbands and recognize me and Jiraiya. If I'm not mistaken, your names are Flame and Chitose. Hearing these names, Jiraiya suddenly understood. So it's them, the puppeteer couple from the Sand Village. I remember they died at the hands of Kakashi Hatake. So we really are dead? Flame looked down at his hand, surprised that he could still move after dying. Chitose said, I've heard about Konoha having a technique that can summon the dead. Is this that technique? That's right. I summoned you with Edo Tensei. Orochimaru nodded. Someone asked me to do this, but I don't know their purpose yet, so I can only trouble you to stay in my laboratory for a few days. Don't think about leaving. You are bound by the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru maintained his cheerful demeanor while saying something very disconcerting. What about the war outside? Chitose frowned, quite displeased about being controlled by someone else. In their memories, the Second Shinobi World War was still raging on. Chapter 66. The warmth of parents. The Second Shinobi World War had ended many years ago, and the current Kazekage was already the 4th. Orochimaru, still patient, began to explain. The 2 couldn't help but show surprise. They never expected to be summoned after so many years. So what exactly is the purpose of summoning us? Do you want to control us to attack the Sand Village? Chitosa's expression turned grim. I merely summoned you at someone else's request. As for why, I'll only know when that person returns, Orochimaru said flatly, showing no emotional fluctuations. However, you can rest assured, at least for now, the shinobi world is at peace. And there is no war. Jiraiya added, that's true. The war has been over for many years. You don't need to worry about this matter. The Sand Village is an ally of Konoha, and we have no such intention. Even though the two had many questions in their hearts. Under the current circumstances of being controlled, they could only follow Orochimaru's orders and stay in a laboratory. Their stay brought a shock to their worldview. What exactly was that writhing, white rubber substance? Could it really be used casually for experiments? They were even more surprised to see Orochimaru's experiments on artificial life forms. Had Konoha's research reached such a level? After a day, Scorpion continued his journey to Konoha without rest, making Lu Dong and the others suffer. But they understood his feelings and silently persevered. Finally, at dawn, they arrived at the gates of Konoha village. Lu Dong put a hat on Scorpion, using the pretense of coming back from vacation with a friend to pass through. As soon as they entered, Obito said, while it's good that we brought Scorpion in without much effort, the guards in Konoha are too lax. They let him in just like that. Lin also felt this was a significant security risk and thought she should inform Lord Minato. Lu Dong didn't feel much. Back then, when Uchiha Madara and Kisame Hashigaki swaggered into Konoha to eat dango, they weren't discovered by the guards. It was Kakashi who noticed them. Where are the people you mentioned? Scorpion didn't have time to listen to their talk about Konoha's defenses. Come with me. Lu Dong tilted his head, signaling him to follow. So, Scorpion followed behind them, walking to a building and entering the basement. The dim and closed feeling of the basement made him very uncomfortable. Orochimaru, are you there, Orochimaru? As soon as he entered, Obito started shouting. After all, Orochimaru's underground laboratory was so large that it was inconvenient to find someone every time. Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared behind them. No need to shout so loudly. My laboratory has a barrier. I will know when you enter. After saying this, his gaze fell on the red-haired boy among the four, tilting his head and asking, this young man's hair is almost the same as the person you had me reincarnate with Impure World Reincarnation. Could he be his child? You guessed right, Lu Dong nodded. So this is a touching reunion moment. Let us quickly take him over. Orochimaru chuckled. Well then, red-haired kid, come with me. When Scorpion heard the words of the snake-like man in front of him, his heart raced as if it was about to jump out. Only people from Sunagakure knew he had inherited his father's hair color. This man was so certain. Had he really met his parents? If his parents were truly summoned, would they blame him for leaving Sunagakure? Would they blame him for killing the third Kazekage? Scorpion's thoughts became chaotic. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Just as he was feeling anxious, Orochimaru stopped in front of a room and said, this is it. Should I help you, or will you go in by yourself? Scorpion feigned calmness and said, I can do it myself. Orochimaru chuckled and turned to leave, finding Kakashi, who was hesitating at the door. However, I'm more curious about why you're helping him. His eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile on his face. He knew that Konoha White Fang was the enemy who killed Scorpion's parents. How could this kid be so kind? I don't need you to question my actions, Lu Dong said. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't forget, I'm the one helping with the Impure World Reincarnation. Do I not have a right to know? At that moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared behind Orochimaru. Kakashi, I know you are the fourth student, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. I need you to give Konoha an explanation in front of the fourth regarding this matter. Lu Dong nodded. Shall we go now? Under Orochimaru's gaze, the two left his laboratory. He couldn't help but click his tongue, deciding that the next time this little brat asked for his help, he would definitely refuse. It was just a thankless task. Scorpion stood at the door, hesitating, unsure whether to push the door open. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and two tall figures appeared before him, resembling his father and mother. Huh, you are? Chhinara looked at the boy in front of her and asked, then suddenly covered her mouth. You're a Scorpion? On the side, the flames froze in place upon seeing the boy's hair color, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chhinara's eyes filled with tears as she knelt before Scorpion, stroking his face. My child, have you grown so big? Let mommy take a look. Scorpion gazed at the familiar face he had seen countless times before, but now it was not the cold puppet, but truly his parents who could move and speak. He couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up, reaching out to touch, realizing he was actually crying. Chhinara and the flames noticed that their child's hand had turned into that of a puppet, and they were instantly furious. Who did this to your arm? Scorpion stared blankly at his parents' hands gripping his, momentarily at a loss, but a happy smile spread across his face. Seeing their child like this, Chinaru and the flames couldn't help but embrace him, crying uncontrollably. Although the reincarnated body lacked human warmth, Scorpion truly felt the warmth from his parents. He awkwardly raised his hands to hug his father and mother back, using his puppet hands to pat their backs. I modified this myself. No one can hurt me. After hearing this, they released their embrace, wiped their tears, and exchanged glances, seeing regret and guilt in each other's eyes. During the time they had been gone, how had Scorpion managed to transform his arm into a puppet? What on earth was going on? As parents, their hearts ached like a knife. Chapter 67. The students have grown up and can't be controlled. The flames and Chinaru did not rush. Instead, they comforted Scorpion's emotions. After Scorpion cried himself to sleep, the two exchanged a glance and planned to leave quietly. However, Chinaru noticed that Scorpion's hand was tightly gripping hers and wouldn't let go, which made her heart ache even more. After giving a signal, the flames left the room alone, casting a loving glance at Scorpion, who was embraced by his wife. The flames arrived alone at Orochimaru's reception room and politely knocked on the door. Kumin. After receiving permission, the flames pushed the door open and saw Orochimaru sipping tea with a smile, another cup of tea placed opposite him, clearly anticipating his arrival. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight to sit across from him. I want to know what happened to my son in Sunagakure, and why he has become like this? The flames felt anxious, rubbing his hands together. Orochimaru chuckled. Although Konoha is allied with Sunagakure, I don't know the details. I can only share what I know. All right, what do I need to pay as a price? My wife and I both need freedom. The flames agreed readily. Of course, he understood that to find out what happened to his child, he likely needed to return to Sunagakure. But now he was constrained by the person in front of him, and to gain freedom, he naturally had to pay a price. Orochimaru blew on the tea in front of him and removed the tea leaves. Konoha won't allow the reincarnated body to leave freely. But with the rogue ninja from Sunagakure here, Konoha will take the lead in negotiations. Sunagakure will naturally come to visit Konoha, so you don't need to worry about that. Upon hearing this, the flames felt relieved. Although they couldn't leave Konoha, having a way to meet with people from Sunagakure was good. However, the next second, he suddenly realized something and his expression darkened. You said rogue ninja? Since he and his wife died in the Second Great Ninja War, it was impossible for them to be rogue ninjas. It could only be Scorpion, just as you suspected. This child has already betrayed Sunagakure and is listed as a rogue ninja, a target wanted by the 5 great nations. According to recent intelligence, he has joined an organization called Akatsuki. Orochimaru elaborated, sharing all the information he had, including the current situation in Sunagakure. After listening, the flames took some time to digest this news, feeling a sense of guilt. If they hadn't died on the battlefield, their child Scorpion wouldn't have become like this. He couldn't help but painfully close his eyes, letting out a long sigh, then looked at Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin in Konoha, with gratitude. I never expected to hear these things from you one day. I am truly grateful. If it weren't for you, one of the Sannin, my wife and I wouldn't have had the chance to see our child again, nor would we know what kind of path he would take in the future. If you want to thank someone, it would be that kid named Hatake Kakashi. If it weren't for his request, I wouldn't have helped you with this. Orochimaru smiled playfully and stood up to leave. Upon hearing that surname, the flames were taken aback and suddenly stood up. Hatake? Could it be the child of Konoha's White Fang? Orochimaru left without looking back, leaving him with just a silhouette and a sentence. Naturally, the only family with the Hatake surname in Konoha is this line. Left alone in the reception room, the flames felt complicated. He never expected that the one behind this event was actually the White Fang of Konoha who had killed them. Was this their son's way of atoning for them? Was this why they were given the opportunity to see Scorpion again? But no matter what, he had to thank the child of Konoha's White Fang for giving him such a precious opportunity. At that moment, Lu Dong, who was in the Hokage's office, couldn't help but sneeze. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had just finished listening to Jiraiya's report on the recent events. He rested his elbows on the table, his crossed hands supporting his chin, feeling neither surprised nor even finding it expected. He looked at his student, who appeared indifferent, completely unaware of how significant it was to bring an S-rank rogue ninja from another village back to their village. Minato ruffled his hair and said, in that case, let's send Morambu to keep an eye on them. As long as they don't act against Konoha, they can move freely within Konoha's jurisdiction. Jiraiya was not a cold-hearted person. Although this would complicate his surveillance efforts, he couldn't bear to keep people imprisoned in Orochimaru's place. After all, Not everyone could withstand Orochimaru's aesthetic. Moreover, he was originally a child who had gone astray. He should be allowed to be exposed to more sunlight. He sighed and nodded. Then I'll go count the numbers in the umbu and arrange it right away. All right. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato smiled, watching his teacher leave the Hokage office. At this point, only the two of them were left in the office. Kakashi yawned and said, Minato-sensei, can I go back to catch up on sleep? The journey was too tiring. Minato felt a bit helpless towards his student and indulgently nodded. All right, but remember to come to the Hokage office to explain this matter clearly after your rest. Okay. As soon as Lu Dong finished speaking, he disappeared from the office. Wave Wind Watergate couldn't help but feel a little disheartened as he leaned on the desk. Students really become more opinionated as they grow up, and he, as a teacher, really couldn't control them. This time, he brought back a rogue ninja from the sand-hidden village. Who knows what might happen next? He really missed Kushina and Naruto, but it was work time, and he couldn't leave, otherwise Kushina would definitely scold him first. Wave Wind Watergate quickly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself back into the role of the fourth Hokage, starting to handle official matters again. On the other side, Jiraiya counted enough umbu members and instructed them to keep an eye on every move of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, reporting to him daily, and prioritizing major situations to report to the Hokage. Qin Ailu also learned everything from Lai Yin and couldn't help but shed tears, reaching out to brush her child's red hair. The two embraced, crying uncontrollably. Suddenly, Orochimaru pushed the door open, breaking the atmosphere, and the two quickly turned away. Wiping their tears, Jiraiya is looking for you. There's an order from the Hokage that needs to be conveyed. Orochimaru showed no awareness of disturbing others, leaving after dropping the message. At that moment, Scorpion was also awakened by the noise. Seeing his parents about to leave him, he immediately got out of bed and, demonstrating his ninja strength, grabbed his parents' arms. Chapter 68. Reflections in the mirror, where are you going? The desire in Scorpion's eyes, along with a fleeting shadow, startled his parents. Although they were in their reanimated bodies and couldn't feel pain, the degree of indentation on their wrists indicated that Scorpion was using considerable strength. When he got up just now, they hadn't heard any noise, and the next second, he had grabbed both of them. Lai Yin and Qin Nailu exchanged glances, gaining a deep understanding of their child's power. The Konoha ninjas need to see us. Do you want to come along? Qin Nailu gently looked into Scorpion's eyes and said. Upon hearing this, the unease in Scorpion's eyes gradually faded, returning to his usual self. He then took his parents' hands and walked over together. Still in that reception room, Jiraiya sat on one side of the sofa. Seeing the three of them come in, he couldn't help but show a look of relief, reminding him of Watergate's family and that child he named. Lord Jiraiya, Lai Yin and Qin Nailu politely bowed to him to show their respect, but Scorpion had no such thoughts and directly pulled his parents to the sofa, sitting in the middle. The two showed an apologetic expression to Jiraiya, and according to their child's wishes, they each sat down. Jiraiya crossed his arms, cleared his throat, and said, I think you already know that the Scorpion of the Red Sand is a wanted criminal in the 5 great nations, so he poses a threat to Konoha. The two immediately showed anxious expressions. Scorpion is still just a child. Jiraiya raised his hand to interrupt them. I think you also understand that since he has become a rogue ninja, he cannot be viewed with ordinary standards. Of course, I understand how you feel as parents. We do not intend to imprison him. You can rest assured about that. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Lai Yin and Qin Nailu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for Konoha's understanding. We are deeply grateful. Jiraiya's gaze involuntarily fell on Scorpion, who looked even more like a child than yesterday, yet still wore that expressionless face. Konoha will monitor the Scorpion of the Red Sand in secret. As long as you do not take actions that threaten Konoha, then you are free here. Jiraiya withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lai Yin and Qin Nailu, conveying the Hokage's decision to them. I will arrange accommodation for you. It will be a standard room for Chunin in Konoha. As for daily meals, Jiraiya's gaze returned to Scorpion. Since you two are in reanimated bodies for Scorpion, we will also provide standard meals delivered by special service. If there is anything you want to eat, just let me know and I will arrange it. Such treatment left Lai Yin and Qin Nailu astonished. Although they had heard that Konoha and the Sand-Hidden Village were allies, they didn't expect to receive such good treatment. They were relieved they wouldn't have to go to prison and that meals were even arranged. Their loyalty to the Sand-Hidden Village was inevitably shaken a bit. Thank you so much. We are truly grateful. Lai Yan's eyes were filled with gratitude, but he also knew that such kindness could not be repaid with mere words. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to repay it before they left. Qian Nai Lu suddenly spoke up. Lord Jiraiya, may I meet the ninja who gave us the opportunity to see our child Scorpion again? Jiraiya paused at Qian Nai Lu's request, hesitating. Since that child could put aside past grudges to allow us to reunite with Scorpion, he must be a kind child. We are already people who have departed for the afterlife. Ending some hatred here should be better. Lai Yin also supported his wife's request, saying he also wanted to meet that child of the Konoha White Fang. All right, I will convey this matter. But whether you can meet him still depends on his own will. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck, adding, moreover, you can move freely within Konoha without restrictions. Perhaps you might even encounter him on the street. That child inherited Shumo's white hair, which is quite eye-catching. If you encounter him, you will definitely recognize him. Jiraiya couldn't help but praise as he thought of Kakashi. This child inherited Shumo's talent, and despite going through so much, he hasn't been crushed, but instead shields future generations from storm. He is a good candidate to become Hokage. At this moment, even Scorpion, who had been silent in the room, spoke up. Kakashi, I can't see through him. He is very composed and hasn't let emotions cloud his judgment. Seeing Scorpion evaluate him like this, Lai Yin and Qian Nai Lu were even more curious about what kind of person that child really was. After everything was explained, Jiraiya led them out of Orochimaru's laboratory, allowing them to see the sunlight again, although they were already psychologically prepared. Seeing such a bustling and lively street still made Lai Yin and Qian Nai Lu feel envious. This is much better than the sand-hidden village. They rely on trade from other countries for supplies and are constantly in the wind and sand. There are hardly any street vendors, as no one would eat in such conditions. Jiraiya arranged accommodations for them, briefly explained how to use modern amenities, and then left. Lu Dong slept straight through to the next morning and only got up from bed after yawning. I've been helping you improve your physique for such a long time. How come you're still so weak? Yao Yao's disdainful voice came. Lu Dong, I also want to know whether the data you analyzed and extracted has been given to me. Why am I more drowsy than before? Of course, it has been given. Otherwise, what use would it be for me to have a system holding onto the values? Lu Dongbien was brushing his teeth while bickering with Yaozi. In fact, he did feel a change in physical intensity. With his physical skills, he usually operated at a level comparable to that of the Four Gates Kai. However, this persistent habit of sleeping was something he couldn't quite grasp. Logically speaking, the stronger his body became, the more energized he should feel, and he shouldn't feel tired at all. What a useless system. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be alive, and you still have a nerve to criticize me? Suddenly, Yaozi's voice changed, sounding like a female ghost, softly whispering in his ear. Lu Dong spat out the toothpaste foam from his mouth and took a glance at the mirror, suddenly startled and taking a step back. Yaozi, seeing his reaction, thought he was scared by her ghost act, and burst into laughter, not leaving him any face at all. However, Lu Dong paid no attention to Yaozi's merciless mocking, staring blankly at the mirror, recalling the figure he had just seen in it. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, confirming whether he had really seen it wrong. Chapter 69. Orochimaru's selfishness. No way. No way. No way. Was he really scared silly? Yaozi's taunts echoed in his ears, and it took Lu Dong quite a while to sort out his thoughts. He rinsed his mouth and splashed some water on his face. No matter how much Yaozi mocked him, he couldn't forget the fleeting glimpse of the girl in the mirror. But that figure brought him more shock than anything else, as the girl in the mirror had flowing white hair and a pair of white eyes that obscured her emotions. This inevitably made him think of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He rubbed his temples. Could it be that because he had been thinking too much about searching for Kagaya's relics, he ended up having such an illusion? Lu Dong let out a sigh, burying the doubt deep in his heart. After washing up and having breakfast, he went to the Hokage's office as he promised Naruto yesterday. Knocking on the door. Komin. When Minato Namikaze looked up and saw that it was Kakashi at the door, he couldn't help but feel pleased. This kid finally understood the importance of knocking. All right, Kakashi, you should tell me the whole story now. Minato put down the pen in his hand and said seriously. Lu Dong was also straightforward, explaining the situation along the way, causing bluffing Shuemin to change his expression behind the Hokage desk. I didn't expect so many things to happen during your vacation, and there's also the rain-hidden village. This is truly unexpected. The first half of bluffing Shuemin's sentence was relatively gentle, filled with comfort for his students, but the latter half took a sharp turn, his tone becoming icy cold, and his gaze grew sharp. If this matter with the Nine Tails was indeed orchestrated by the rain-hidden village, I wouldn't mind secretly supporting Akatsuki. Bluffing Shuemin's eyes shifted, a plan already taking shape in his mind. He understood the man known as Hanzo of the Salamander. Someone so confident and truly capable would never be content with peace. If he were to find a handle on him, then the rain-hidden village would have to change its leader immediately. Kakashi stood in front of him, naturally noticing the changes in Bluffing Shuiman's expression, and couldn't help but think, it seems Bluffing Shuiman is quite the cunning one. But then again, if Bluffing Shuiman had no means at all, how could he possibly secure the position of the fourth Hokage solely based on his reputation? He had felt this when the other party decisively dealt with the issues left by the second Hokage right after taking office. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lu Dong said everything he needed to say and didn't intend to linger. Wait a moment, Bluffing Shuiman said with a smile. Since this matter was handled by you, Kakashi, then the negotiations with the Sand-Hidden Village will also be entrusted to you. As he spoke, he pulled out a telegram from the documents and handed it to Lu Dong. As one of the most technologically advanced ninja villages, Konoha naturally provided their allied countries with quite a few items, and with the telegram, communication between the two villages became much more convenient. Lu Dong received a message stating that Sunagakure was aware of the matter and would send a special envoy to negotiate with Konohagakure, hoping to safely extradite Sasori back to his homeland. All right, Lu Dong accepted the task. He had just come from Sunagakure, and it should be Chiyo over there. He wondered what expression they would have when they saw the flames and Chiyo. It must be quite a sight. Hey, Sasori, are you there? Obito knocked on the door loudly, afraid that Sasori might not hear him. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Chiyo looked at the Konoha ninja in front of her with some confusion. Who are you? Huh? Isn't this Sasori's place? I asked Sensei Minato, and he said it was here. Uchiha Obito was equally puzzled. Sasori does live here. I am his mother. Is there something you need to see him for? Chiyo smiled gently. Ah, sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. Obito noticed the Edo Tensei markings on her and quickly understood the situation. Just then, Sasori appeared behind Chiyo. What is it? Obito scratched his cheek with his index finger, feeling a bit shy. Today, Rin has to go to the hospital for her shift, and that guy Kakashi said he would go to pick up the Sunagakure envoy team, which left early in the morning, so I thought I would find you and maybe show you around Konoha. Chiyo's eyes instantly lit up with surprise. They had been worried that Sasori, who was always sticking close to them, might not have any friends. After all, they were Edo Tensei beings and would eventually leave. If they could help Sasori shift some of his attachment to friends, they would feel more at ease. Your friend is here to take you out to play. You should go quickly. Chiyo immediately pushed Sasori out. Sasori looked coldly at Obito and said, he is not my friend. Hey, Sasori, how can you say that? If you do this, Mom will be angry. Chiyo pretended to be angry and ignored him. Sasori suddenly became flustered. Hi, Mom. Do you not want me anymore? Saying this, he became dejected, tears sliding down his cheeks, his voice choked. Obito, who was watching, was taken aback that this person, who seemed utterly lifeless and had even turned himself into a puppet, was crying over this matter. It sent chills down his spine. No, how could that be? Chiyo, not at all affected by her son's emotional outburst, quickly crouched down to comfort him. I will always love you. She did not make absolute promises, nor say she would never leave, as she knew that leaving was just a matter of time. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She hadn't learned how to be a competent mother before leaving this world, leaving her child all alone. Now that she was back, she didn't know how long they could spend together or how to untangle Sasori's emotional knots. She felt like a complete failure as a mother. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were watching from the shadows. One was monitoring, while the latter was observing. Orochimaru, what are you thinking? Even if Kakashi asked you, you're not someone who easily agrees. What are you hoping to find in them? Jiraiya frowned, looking at Orochimaru, who was rarely out of the laboratory and was here instead. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Jiraiya, not knowing about his relationship with that little brat, naturally couldn't understand why he would intervene. However, he had to admit that he had his own selfish motives this time. A child feeling lonely after losing their parents, and parents who were revived years later only to find their child in this condition. Orochimaru's eyes revealed a thirst for knowledge. What an interesting subject of observation. Chapter 70. What is art? Huh? Jiraiya questioned Orochimaru's words. Since when did you become interested in human emotions? Orochimaru chuckled. I've never been interested in those trivial emotions, but I'm quite interested in how to be a parent. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened. You mean say you really plan to create a synthetic life form? He had been monitoring Orochimaru in the lab all day and was well aware of the experiments he conducted. He knew that apart from space-time ninjutsu, Orochimaru spent the most time on artificial life forms and genetic techniques. Why not? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who seemed unable to accept this, and patted his shoulder. Technology must always move forward, right? And this technology might help many couples who cannot have children to obtain their own. Jiraiya fell silent. From that perspective, it was indeed a good thing, but he couldn't help but ask, if you have a child, are you the father or the mother? Why can't it be both? Orochimaru looked at him as if it were obvious, causing Jiraiya to cover his face, unable to accept that his friend was a pervert. Perhaps I can help you and Tsunade create a child. Orochimaru was in a surprisingly good mood and joked with Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No, no, no. Orochimaru, you're trying to set me up. Seeing him refute immediately, Orochimaru crossed his arms and looked Jiraiya up and down. So when do you plan to continue pursuing Tsunade? She used to be with Dan, and now that Dan has been gone for a long time, are you still not planning to chase her? As he said this, his eyes changed subtly. He had long heard from that little brat Kakashi about Jiraiya's future. He never expected that the usually unlucky Tsunade would actually win the bet on Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt dejected when Orochimaru brought up the topic of feelings. Tsunade still has him in her heart. I don't want to force it. Oh, then just wait for the day you die in a foreign land, and let Tsunade shed tears for you. Orochimaru said bluntly. Jiraiya pouted, wondering why Orochimaru was so fixated on this issue. Why did you suddenly think of this today? Besides, aren't you single too? Why are you lecturing me? I've married the laboratory. A child will be born soon. Orochimaru sneered, speaking very confidently. Jiraiya was speechless. All right. He knew that with Orochimaru's obsession with research, it was unlikely anyone could be with him. Only that little disciple named Anko could stay by his side, not caring about the outside world's opinions. Speaking of disciples, Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. What are you looking at me like that for? Just ask if you have something to say. Is it because of the death of Senju Ropetree that Jiraiya thought of Hondo, recalling the time when he apprenticed under Orochimaru? At that time, Orochimaru also devoted everything to teaching that child. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he softly said, perhaps. He himself couldn't remember clearly. Maybe it started when his parents died in the war, or perhaps it was when Senju Ropetree and Cat Dan passed away. He was indeed grateful to that little brat Kakashi, or rather, to the soul from another world, for letting him know about his future and avoiding many detours. After chatting for a while, Obito successfully persuaded Scorpion to go out and explore Konoha. Jiraiya stopped chatting with Orochimaru and moved to another spot to monitor the Akatsuki member, while Orochimaru stayed in place to continue observing Chinaru and the recently returned Carry. That place is the lab you visited before. We generally don't like going to Orochimaru's lab. If there's something, we usually ask Jiraiya-sama to relay it. Ah, and over there is the Hokage building. Isn't it impressive? By the way, there's a sushi restaurant over there, certified by the first Hokage in Uchiha, Madara. How about I take you there for lunch? The set meal is good, but it can't compare to the street shops. Obito had one hand resting on Scorpion's arm as they walked and looked around, continuously introducing things, though it was unclear how much Scorpion actually absorbed. At that moment, a unique building caught Scorpion's attention, and he pointed, asking, what's that? Ah, that's the art museum. There are many artworks inside, like sculptures and paintings. Pretty boring. Obito shrugged, expressing his lack of appreciation for such things, but he noticed the curiosity and desire in Scorpion's eyes, so he proactively suggested, do you want to take a look? It's free. Scorpion finally showed some reaction, seeming more human, and expressed a desire to go. Uchiha Obito sighed. All right, since you like it, let's go take a look. So they spent the whole day there, with Obito even going to buy lunch and bring it back. He didn't understand why anyone would eat at an art museum. Indeed, art is eternal. Scorpion was captivated by the artworks and couldn't help but reach out to touch a sculpture. At that moment, a staff member immediately intervened, saying, you can't touch the artworks here. You can only look. I'm sorry. It's just that they are too captivating. Scorpion retracted his hand and apologized for his rashness. The staff member looked at the red-haired boy for a long time. In fact, he was both a staff member here and the author of most of the sculptures. Seeing Scorpion so enthralled, he felt a soulful resonance, unlike the loud one beside him, who completely didn't understand the meaning of art. The two started discussing, leaving Obito stunned and ultimately relegated to the role of a background character. Meanwhile, in another location, Lu Dong encountered the delegation from Sunagakure. When Chiyo caught sight of the striking white hair, her pupils immediately contracted. Lu Dong didn't mind. After all, he was here to eliminate hatred. Kakashi Hitaki, the Hokage, sent me to liaise with the Sunagakure envoy group, and I will arrange your accommodations and meetings in Konoha. Upon hearing this name, Chiyo's eyes immediately filled with red bloodshot veins. Chapter 71. Redemption Policy. Faced with Chiyo's piercing gaze, Lu Dong remained exceptionally calm. Lady Chiyo of Sunagakure, I come representing the Hokage of Konoha. If you wish to destroy the peace between our two villages, you may do so. However, I believe this would not be a good thing for Sunagakure, considering that your village's third Kazekage is missing, funds are scarce, and even the tailed beasts need to be sealed within a newly born child. Lu Dong's words left Chiyo speechless, her expression grim. Is this the attitude of Konoha? They claim to be allies, but are secretly spying on Sunagakure's secrets? No, you are overthinking it. This is just my intelligence network, unrelated to Konoha. Lu Dong shrugged. I'm just reminding you not to let hatred blind your eyes. After saying this, he walked to the front of the group, no longer engaging with the Sunagakure members, focusing on leading them and striving to get them to Konoha as quickly as possible. Although Chiyo was filled with rage, she could not express it at this moment. If she acted out, it would immediately escalate into a diplomatic issue between the two countries. Though it was hard to admit, Sunagakure's situation was indeed dire. Otherwise, they wouldn't rashly choose to build alliances with other countries. Sitting in the carriage, Chiyo couldn't help but glance at Kakashi, who was at the front of the group. The fourth Hokage was always friendly. Why would he deliberately send this child here? With dissatisfaction and questions in her mind, they finally arrived at Konoha. As soon as they entered the village, she felt the atmosphere of technology and progress enveloping her. Compared to Sunagakure's financial struggles, Konoha could be described as magnificent. It was a sight they never dared to imagine. Here is where you will stay during your visit to Konoha. You may make yourselves comfortable. Your actions in Konoha are not restricted, but please maintain friendly communication between our two villages. Lu Dong arranged accommodations for them with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Chiyo became anxious as soon as she arrived in Konoha. She had sensed Sasori's chakra, and to her surprise, there were two familiar chakra signatures beside him. But how could that be possible? Kankuro and Chiyo had already died in the Second Shinobi World War. How could they appear here? I need to see the Hokage immediately. Chiyo couldn't wait any longer. She needed to see that child Sasori right now. Lu Dong was not surprised by her request, gestured for her to follow, and led the way ahead, calling for someone to bring Chisuna no Kyu. Chiyo took a deep breath at the entrance of the Hokage's reception room, then pushed the door open. She saw the kind-looking ninja with yellow hair, but she knew that surviving on the battlefield and being called the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, was definitely not the same as the benevolence he appeared to show. Fourth Hokage. Hello, I am Chiyo, the wife of the first Kazekage. I have retired from the front lines of Sunagakure, but since this matter concerns my grandson, I have come personally. Chiyo clearly stated her identity and purpose. Our fourth Kazekage has other pressing matters and cannot come in person. I hope the Hokage understands. Since you are a predecessor, there's no need for excessive formality. Please take a seat. Minato stood up upon seeing her and immediately smiled politely after hearing her introduction. Just as Chiyo sat down, Lu Dong spoke. Teacher Minato, if there is nothing else, I'd like to take my leave. No, this matter still requires your presence, Kakashi. Minato politely refused, as this was something that this kid had facilitated, and it wouldn't be easy for him to just hand off the responsibility now. Chiyo hesitated, her expression flickering, and finally asked, Fourth Hokage, you should know the grievances between us. Why send this kid as a messenger for Konoha? Minato smiled, making it hard for anyone to feel angry. Firstly, this matter is closely related to this child. If it weren't for him, Chisuna no Kyu wouldn't be appearing in Konoha. He needs to take responsibility for what he has done. Additionally, Kakashi is my most trusted student. Since this matter concerns the diplomacy between our two countries, I believe there is nothing wrong with sending him. Hearing the fourth Hokage's official stance made Chiyo feel somewhat ashamed, as she had brought her personal emotions into the matter between the two villages, not even matching the young man's awareness, despite her age. Just then, there was a knock on the reception room door. Hokage-sama, Chisuna no Kyu has been brought in. Chiyo's gaze had already passed through the reporting ninja to look behind him, where three people stood. As she had sensed, not only was Chisuna present, but so were Akane and Shinaru. She suddenly stood up, bumping into the chair, her intense shock leaving her no time to care about her composure. And the elderly Chiyo unexpectedly dashed forward. Minato waved his hand to signal them to leave. The guards who had come with Chiyo were also taken aback. Lord Akane, Lord Shinaru, you're not dead? Seeing the two children she hadn't seen in a long time, and looking at Kyu surrounded by them, Chiyo's eyes misted. She couldn't help but turn her head and ask, What is going on, Hokage-sama? Why are my long-dead children and their loved ones here? And those eyes are clearly not the eyes of a living person. The reanimation jutsu. Before Minato could explain, Q spoke first. This is a deal I made with Kakashi. I brought him to meet the leader of Akatsuki, and he promised to let me see my parents. And you were just brought to Konoha like this. Chiyo felt somewhat helpless, not expecting Q's desire for his parents to reach such a level. Although it seemed to be a fact now, before others fulfilled it. How could such a thing not be seen as a scam? She had heard of the reanimation jutsu, a forbidden technique supposedly invented by Konoha's second Hokage. Was there still someone using it in Konoha now? Chiyo took a deep breath and then said, while I am very grateful for Konoha's help, I think I still need to take Q back to Sunagakure. After all, he is not a Konoha citizen. We naturally have the same thought. So we can discuss the specifics of the extradition. After all, we also helped Sunagakure bring back a rogue ninja, didn't we? Minato smiled as he laid the conditions on the table. We in Sunagakure can owe Konoha a favor, but we cannot accept a ransom policy. Chiyo was suddenly troubled by Q's ransom. She was very aware of Sunagakure's finances. If they paid this sum, they would have no way to survive the next year. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze fell on Akane and Shinaru, who had been focused on him since they entered. Chapter 72. Negotiation Success. Are you the descendant of Konoha's White Fang? Shinaru stepped forward, carefully examining the child, then smiled. Thank you. Because of you, Akane and I have the opportunity to see Q again. I truly don't know how to thank you. Lu Dong was somewhat surprised to see them take the initiative to speak, but he soon replied casually, it's just a transaction. No need to make a big deal out of it, especially since Sunagakure and Konoha are still allies. Regardless, we still need to thank you. Lai Yin also stepped forward to express gratitude to Lu Dong. However, what surprised us was that you were willing to help us, after all in our impression. Konoha and Sunagakure are still enemies. Lai Yin's gaze suddenly became sharp. Ninjas who have experienced the era of war always hold a sense of suspicion towards everything. Otherwise, it's hard to survive. This is inevitable. Even Lu Dong was like this at first, but what constitutes his soul more is the peace of his past life. In times of peace, people do not have to worry about their livelihood and naturally engage in many acts of kindness. Something that those who have never experienced true peace cannot understand. Lu Dong leaned against the wall, his expression indifferent, watching the argument between Minato Namikaze and Chiyo on the other side regarding the extradition. There are never any victors in war. What remains are always scars. I hold no hatred towards any forces or ninjas. Lai Yin and Shinaru looked at the relatively young boy before them, who spoke shocking words in the most mundane tone. The reason some people have objects of resentment is that they need an emotional outlet, and since I have no hatred, I naturally harbor no resentment. Is there any reason needed to be helpful? Upon hearing these words, Lai Yin and Shinaru immediately felt humbled, deeply admiring this ninja who was even younger than themselves. It seems you have been through a lot. Shinaru's eyes softened. She no longer saw the child who was an enemy of Konoha's White Fang, but a new era ninja born from the enemy called war. Who would have thought we would be lectured by a child? But you are right. It is all the fault of war. In fact, we of Sunagakure and Konoha have no deep-seated hatred. Shinaru thought carefully. They had never had any enmity with Konoha, but everything changed once the war began. I truly hope that hatred can end here and not spread any further. Lai Yin looked at Scorpion and then at Lu Dong, sighing. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had also negotiated terms with Chiyo. The cost to redeem Scorpion would need to be paid in installments, during which Konoha would assist Sunagakure in construction, profiting from it, and if Sunagakure needed to intervene, part of it would be deducted from the costs. I never expected the fourth Hokage to be such a difficult person. Today, I have truly learned. Although Chiyo said this with reluctance, there was more comfort in her voice. Konoha has many talented people, which is also a good thing for Sunagakure. Moreover, she had just secured a construction project that would greatly improve the living standards of Sunagakure. Senior Chiyo felt the same way. The younger generation has much to learn. Minato Namikaze naturally wasn't annoyed and politely said, regarding this project, I will later provide you with suitable candidates for your review. Any issues can be resolved in a timely manner. Chiyo pondered for a moment, her gaze falling on Lu Dong. Secretly sneering, I want that kid from the Hitaki family to be in charge of closely following this project. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly and said, sure, then I will appoint Kakashi as the primary person in charge of this project. The other party was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward agreement. Minato Namikaze was well aware of the other party's thoughts, given the grievances between the two families if any issues arose with the project. They would surely seize the opportunity to demand compensation from Konoha to recover the costs of redeeming Scorpion. However, Minato had always been very confident in his student. If there was anyone in this world who could trick Kakashi, they probably hadn't been born yet. Therefore, he was not worried about any problems. Although Tsunagekyu's intentions were not pure, they were not foolish enough to secretly undermine this livelihood project. If they did, they would ultimately suffer losses themselves. With matters settled, the next steps would be easier. Minato immediately arranged for Orochimaru to accompany Kakashi to push the project forward. Although Orochimaru expressed dissatisfaction, he had no choice. After all, Minato was the Hokage. But after thinking about being with Kakashi, it shouldn't be boring, so he agreed with 3 times the experimental funding. Of course, in the end, Minato only approved double the funding, which was something Orochimaru would find out about later. Additionally, they could not neglect the situation in the Rain Village. With Orochimaru and Kakashi out on a mission, Jiraiya was free and was assigned to investigate in the Rain Village, contacting the Akatsuki organization to see how Konoha could help. Meanwhile, Tsunade was also extremely busy. She had just reached a consensus with the Cloud Village and was going there to exchange medical ninjutsu, also not in the village. Finally finished, Minato pushed aside the documents in front of him, clocking out on time, and returned home, where he saw Kushina feeding Naruto with a bottle. His eyes couldn't help but overflow with tenderness as he approached and touched Naruto's cheek. "Naruto, did you think about Daddy today?" Upon seeing Minato, Naruto smiled and exclaimed, "Papa." Minato immediately became excited and said, "Kushina, did you hear that? Naruto just called me Daddy." Kushina's face was also filled with excitement. "Yes, I heard it. But first, put Naruto down. He hasn't finished his milk yet." Oh. In his excitement, Minato picked Naruto up and spun around, only then realizing his behavior was a bit over the top. "How old are you still so reckless? You need to set an example in front of Naruto." Kushina took Naruto from him, reinserted the bottle, and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Minato, of course, didn't mind and grinned. Maybe Naruto likes having a dad like me. Once Naruto finished drinking, they both returned to the dining table, where a meal was already prepared. "Kushina, you worked hard today too." "You too. I heard the negotiations with Tsunagakure were a bit tough, but you managed to get it done. You really are the 4th Hokage. At times like this, shouldn't you say, 'You are my husband'?" Minato felt a bit dissatisfied. Chapter 73. Secret Deal. 5 days later. Lu Dong looked at the endless yellow sand in front of him, and his hair, which was still full of dirt even after washing, made him wonder if he should change his hairstyle. He was really too affected by the wind and sand. The geographical environment of Suna was like this, but it would get much better once they entered the village. Beside him, Maki could tell that the people from Konoha were somewhat unaccustomed to the environment, and started to explain. Before long, they arrived at Suna village, which was pretty much as Lu Dong remembered, typical, practical architecture. When they arrived, the 4th Kazekage was waiting at the village gate to welcome them. This highlighted the strength of the ninja villages. At least when Suna came, Minato Namikaze did not personally welcome them. "Welcome, envoys from Konoha," the 4th Kazekage said, looking quite young, unlike the Gaara Lu Dong remembered, who had obvious signs of age. "Please take a moment to rest. I will host a banquet for you all tonight." Lu Dong, as the commander of this exchange program, nodded and said, "I apologize for the trouble, Lord Kazekage." The 4th Kazekage felt a bit awkward. His previous words were directed at Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, but unexpectedly, it was a quiet and reserved young man who responded to him. He couldn't help but frown. Although Tsunagakure was indeed weaker than Konoha, and Konoha had the upper hand in this matter, it was still not appropriate to look down on Tsunagakure. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Chiyo stopped him with a glance, signaling him not to act rashly, so he had to suppress his anger. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. "Kakashi, I would like to take a look around. Is that okay?" "Sure," Lu Dong nodded, feeling quite reassured about Orochimaru. Orochimaru particularly appreciated this aspect of the white-haired boy, his trust. It allowed him to act freely without feeling constrained. Lu Dong was naturally confident. He understood Orochimaru well. Since the other party had been persuaded to back down, there was no need to act like a thief every day. If there was something, they could find him. He left first with a smile. The 4th Kazekage, Saro, saw that even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, needed to show respect to this white-haired young man before leaving the team, indicating that this child's identity was not simple. He should be the overall person in charge this time. Fortunately, he had been stopped by Chiyo earlier, or it would have been awkward. Saro instructed Maki and the others to arrange accommodation for the Leaf Village's envoy, while he and Chiyo went to the conference room. where many high-ranking officials from Sunagakure were present, waiting for the outcome of matter. When they saw the living and speaking figures of Raging Flame and Shinaru, they couldn't help but gasp, even though they had learned from the telegram that the two had been brought back to life through Edo Tensei. Seeing them in person was still hard to believe. Chiyo walked slowly to the seat next to the Kazekage, placed her hands on the table, and said seriously, "Everyone, I have something to say regarding the third Kazekage." Raging Flame and Shinaru, who followed behind Chiyo, looked uneasy. When they found the puppet wearing the robe of the third Kazekage in Scorpion Scroll, it was hard for them to calm down. They thought about how Scorpion had struggled in Sunagakure over the years, but never expected that this child had actually killed the third Hokage. When Chiyo revealed this fact, she herself closed her eyes in pain, regretting that she hadn't cared more for Scorpion. This news was like a bomb thrown into a pond, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves, and the entire conference room was thrown into chaos. Silence. The fourth Kazekage, Saro, spoke up. "Even so, Scorpion is an invaluable asset for Sunagakure. We cannot give up on this strength." The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, who usually sought profit, fell silent at this statement and began to consider the pros and cons of the situation. But he killed Lord Third Kazekage. If it weren't for that, Sunagakure wouldn't be in this predicament. Someone raised an objection. If it weren't for the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure wouldn't have lost its core and faced defeat externally. Raging Flame and Shinaru exchanged glances and spoke up. "We will keep a close eye on that child. You don't need to worry." These two had also been high-ranking members of Sunagakure in life, and their words carried weight, but now that they were dead, it was hard for others to take their words seriously. The dead should not interfere too much with the affairs of the living, one person coldly remarked, giving no face at all. After a long silence, Chiyo spoke up. "I guarantee in my name that the child will never do such a thing again. If it really happens, I am willing to exchange my life for his." Hearing Chiyo's words, the elder Zuki's eyes widened in shock. "You old woman. You can't be." "Yes, my unique ninjutsu can exchange life for life," Chiyo stated firmly. "At that time, you won't need to blame anyone. I will take the blame with my life." "Mother!" Raging Flame and Shinaru couldn't help but shout. Chiyo waved her hand, signaling them not to speak. "Considering that I, this old woman, have devoted myself to Sunagakure for so many years, just give me this little face. When I truly die, I will apologize to the third Kazekage over there." With that, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure could no longer raise objections and had to accept this outcome. Soon, it was time for the banquet. Lu Dong could tell that Sunagakure had put in a lot of sincerity. The dishes on the table were extremely sumptuous. However, he really couldn't get used to the flavors from Sunagakure. The food in Konoha had already made him feel quite deficient, let alone in a place like Sunagakure where the ingredients were already scarce. The fourth Kazekage thought it might be due to inadequate hospitality and asked, "Is the food not to your taste?" Lu Dong smiled politely and said, "No, it's just a bit of discomfort due to the change of environment. You know that the environment in Konoha is quite different from here, so it has affected my appetite a bit. The dishes are all very good. It's my own issue." After hearing this, Shara didn't press further. He had just learned about Konoha's level of development in the meeting and was overjoyed to hear that Konoha was willing to help Sunagakure with its construction. Additionally, Chiyo had also informed him about a secret deal with the fourth Hokage, which made him quite happy and lifted his spirits, clearing away the previous gloom. Until midnight, a figure appeared in the room. "So is this the child?" Shara stood by the bed and, hearing a cold voice behind him, turned around to find it was Orochimaru. "Yes, this is the child. Can he merge more perfectly with the tailed beast inside him?" Orochimaru stepped forward and glanced at the child, only to find that he was just an infant with heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not slept well for a long time. "I temporarily suppressed the one tail, and that's why he fell asleep." Chapter 74. It's interesting to try to wake up someone pretending to sleep. A smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, making onlookers feel a bit unnerved. After speaking, he took out a syringe from scroll, disinfected it, and injected it into the child's body. Immediately, the room was filled with the sound of crying. Orochimaru showed no expression, and Shara was equally unmoved. "Where's your laboratory?" Orochimaru pulled out the syringe filled with blood and sealed it again. "We can lend you our laboratory, but the experiments must be conducted under the supervision of our people." Shara's eyes held a shadow. He could not allow ninjas from other villages to take the blood out. Orochimaru sighed. Clearly, he was seeking his help. But why was he being watched everywhere? Forget it. After all, the experiment is what matters most. Having someone watch is better than nothing. "Fine, but don't disturb me while I conduct the experiment. Yakimaru, take him away." As soon as Sheriff finished speaking, a figure appeared in the room. The other party wore a mask, obscuring their face, but Orochimaru didn't mind. Please follow me. Yakimaru led the person away, leaving Shera alone in the room, quietly gazing at the moonlight outside. Karura, do you think what I'm doing is really right? Shera murmured to himself, then quickly shook his head to dispel such weak thoughts from his mind. He was doing this all for the village. Sunagakure was too weak now. If they could possess controllable weapons of war, it would be the most reliable support, and no one would dare to underestimate Sunagakure again. One day, Sunagakure would flourish in his hands, just like Konoha. The next morning, Ludong visited the 4th Kazekage early and explained his intentions, which surprised Saro. He almost thought that their clandestine dealings had been discovered by this young man. I'm very curious. Why do you want to see my child? Saro questioned the request with doubt, but could not discern any expression on the other person's face. My teacher also has child, and I heard that Lord Kazekage's child was just born not long ago, so I wanted to take a look. Ludong said a completely unconvincing reason with a straight face, but that wasn't the main point. The key was his identity as a Leaf Village envoy, which would make the other party submit. Sure enough, after a stalemate for a while, the Wind Shadow finally relented. All right, but someone needs to accompany us. Yashimaru. Yes. There was no emotion in Yashimaru's eyes. He was simply executing the Wind Shadow's orders. Ludong had already mentally prepared himself, but seeing such a small child with dark circles under his eyes, crying non-stop, made him feel pity. He stepped forward and touched the child's forehead. Truly pitiful, Gaara. Unfortunately, I arrived a bit late. Otherwise, perhaps I could change your fate as a Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a kunai was pressed against Ludong's neck. How do you know such secrets? Secrets? Ludong chuckled. I just know about the future. You can predict the future? That's absurd. Yakimaru naturally did not believe his words and pressed the kunai closer. Speak quickly. What is your purpose? I just feel sorry for this child. Compassion flickered in Ludong's eyes. A newborn child, whose relatives didn't mind having a tailed beast attached to him, and even the higher-ups in Konoha did not oppose it. It's truly sad. Yakimaru's hand trembled for a moment, and he immediately said firmly, This is for Sunagakure. Such a sacrifice is worth it, as long as it's for the village. You misunderstand. I'm not interested in correcting your thoughts. If you want to hypnotize yourself into pretending to be asleep, why should I wake you up? Kakadong scoffed at this statement. Sacrificing a newborn for the village was truly laughable. However, he couldn't blame them. They had adapted to this way of survival for so long that it had become a habit. It was indeed better than the Warring States period or the era of war. Sacrificing a few people to achieve a satisfactory result for the majority was indeed a worthwhile deal. At that moment, he couldn't help but glance at Gaara, still in his swaddling clothes, and, feeling compassion, cast an illusion on the tailed beast within him, allowing Gaara to quiet down and sleep well. By the time Yakimaru reacted, the person who had threatened him was already gone. He put away the kunai and walked to Gaara's bedside. Recalling the words of that person, Orochimaru was observing a petri dish when he heard a sound outside. With a slight sense, he recognized it as Kakadong's chakra. Oh, why did you come here in person? I would like to ask what you're doing, Kakadong said, looking at the experimental equipment behind him. Orochimaru shrugged, having no intention of hiding it, knowing he wouldn't be able to for long. This is a secret deal proposed by Sunagakure to Minato, handled by me. You should be the 4th person to know. Minato-sensei agreed? Ludong was slightly surprised. Orochimaru nodded and took out a scroll from his pocket, handing it to him. Here, take a look yourself. No need, I still trust you. I have to say, I was touched by your words just now. Even Jiraiya didn't trust me this much. Orochimaru couldn't help but facepalm, not expecting that one day he would be moved by this little brat. At that moment, Yakimaru suddenly rushed in. Sir, urgent news from the Hokage. The two exchanged glances and immediately went to the Kazekage's office. Once inside, Saro handed the telegram to Ludong. The situation is urgent. We and Sunagakure will also take action. He was worried about how to repay Konoha and calculate the cost to redeem Scorpion. And this opportunity had come knocking on his door. Ludong held the piece of paper tightly, as if he wanted to see through it, with deep anger hidden beneath his calm exterior. Orochimaru leaned in to take a look and was also taken aback. How could someone possibly abduct a person right under the nose of Minato Namikaze? Although Orochimaru always had a dislike for Minato, he still recognized his strength. Was even the Flying Thunder God ineffective? Could it be sealed? Orochimaru's mind raced, contemplating the conditions under which space-time ninjutsu could not be activated. Ludong directly tore up the paper, daring to touch Lin, so I immediately set off. I'll go too. Orochimaru didn't want to be left alone in Sunagakure. It is said that this was the work of the Rain Village. As a Kazekage, Suna-ro naturally had good intelligence. I heard that a power transition is taking place over there. Could it be the newly emerged Akatsuki organization? Chapter 75. The two Sannin versus Hanzo of the Salamander. It can't be Akatsuki. Lu Dong immediately refuted Suna-ro's words, asking the Kazekage to account for the ninjas. Orochimaru and I will lead the way for support, while the Konoha ninjas will remain to negotiate the projects between the two villages. Okay, but why are you so sure? Suna-ro nodded. This was a good opportunity to collect debts, and it must not be missed. However, he was puzzled as to why this kid was so certain that it wasn't the work of Akatsuki. Perhaps you still don't know that the three ninjas who are leaders of Akatsuki have had dealings with us, so they wouldn't target the ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru knew that Kakashi definitely didn't have the mood to explain such things at this time, so he took it upon himself. This indeed surprised Suna-ro. He didn't expect that the Rain Village was also related to Konoha. Then they could consider including the Rain Village in their cooperation to see how it goes. The geographical environment over there is also quite extreme, just like theirs. If cooperation could be established, it should significantly improve the development of Sunagakure. But it is unknown who will ultimately come out on top, Akatsuki or Hanzo of the Salamander. Lu Dong did not dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly brought a group of ninjas to the outskirts of Hidden Rain Village, where he met up with Jiraiya, Yahiko, and the others who had already been waiting there. Where's the teacher? Lu Dong frowned when he did not see Minato Namikaze's figure. It was impossible for Minato not to be present for such an important matter. Jiraiya said with a serious expression, currently, the three legendary ninjas are not in the village, and Minato cannot leave the village without permission. So this rescue operation will only be us. Lu Dong let out a breath. Although Minato Namikaze couldn't come in person, two of the three Sannin were present, along with Yahiko and the others. Rescuing a Chunin from Konoha was indeed a luxurious lineup. If Minato had personally come, he would have undoubtedly faced criticism from Konoha. At that moment, a swirl appeared beside them. Obito Uchiha had returned from gathering intelligence. He looked at Kakashi with a determined gaze and nodded at him, sharing the information he had just obtained. There is an underground fortress inside the Rain Village. I can't get in. The guards are all under Hanzo the Salamander, so it should definitely be there. As he spoke, Obito's hand secretly formed a fist, and he clenched his molars tightly. What do they want with Rin after capturing her? Lu Dong, Yao Z, can you find Lin's location? Is it coming back to life again? Can it just stay quiet for a bit? I want to take a vacation too. Although Yao Z said this, she still obediently sensed Lin's location. Perhaps due to some sealing technique, I couldn't feel that little girl's chakra. Aren't you the system? You can't even see through a seal? TSK, the system isn't omnipotent, you know. But I can sense a concentration of chakra in the southeast, while other places seem relatively relaxed, so it might be there. No, I think it might be somewhere else. Is there anything else unusual? In the north, there's basically no chakra presence. It's quite quiet. That must be the place. The other side has heavy guards there. It's almost like they want the enemy to attack here openly. He needs Konoha to draw attention from the front, while he acts alone in the back to rescue Lin. At that moment, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes suddenly tightened as he sensed a strange chakra. He tugged at Kakashi's sleeve and said seriously, "We need to hurry. I have a bad feeling about this. That chakra is unsettling." Liudong's face became even more difficult to look at after hearing this. The chakra that even Orochimaru would find annoying definitely wouldn't be anything good. Rin had already woken up, but she didn't dare to move recklessly. She only remembered leaving her home on the way to the Konoha hospital and suddenly losing consciousness. Konoha has a barrier. How could there be no reaction? Moreover, why would they want to capture her? Compared to the so-called genius Kakashi and the famous space-time ninjutsu user Obito, she was just an average medical ninja. Since she was awake, she shouldn't pretend anymore. A muffled voice came, startling Rin. Reluctantly, Rin slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a cave, lying on a surgical bed, surrounded by several unfamiliar ninjas wearing Rain Village headbands. What do you plan to do? After understanding the situation, Rin didn't panic. You should know that Konoha won't let you go. Handing me back now still leaves room for negotiation. Act now. Seal the tailed beast inside her body. The people around her wore masks, making it impossible to see their faces, and they ignored Rin's words. Upon hearing tailed beast, Rin couldn't help but narrow her pupils. She had never heard of the Rain Village having a tailed beast. Where did it come from? Just as she was about to think more, her chakra began to stir, strongly resisting the incoming chakra. At that moment, a syringe pierced her skin and injected something into her body. Rin didn't have time to struggle before she lost consciousness in a daze, calling out for her teacher Minato, Kakashi, and Obito before fainting. On the other side, Konoha and Tsunagakure immediately reached a consensus. After arranging their tactics, Jiraiya looked at Lu Dong. It's up to you. You must rescue her. Lu Dong and Obito nodded at each other, indicating that they would not disappoint their expectations and would do their utmost to rescue Rin. It's been a long time since we fought like this, Jiraiya. Orochimaru stood up and stretched his muscles, reminding me of the Second Ninja World War. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was during the battle with Hanzo the Salamander that he earned the title of the Three Legendary Ninjas. Who would have thought he would have the chance to face that guy again in this lifetime? It would be even better if Tsunade were here, Jiraiya remarked with emotion. Orochimaru chuckled as well, reminiscing but feeling more of a fighting spirit. At that moment, Konan and the others appear behind them. Teacher, we're here too. Before Jiraiya could say anything else, Konan's explosive tags floated in the air, as if alive, flying into the Rain Village. Yahiko and Nagato took the lead, charging ahead with the ninjas from Konoha and Tsunagakure to attack the village, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru held the rear, waiting for Hanzo the Salamander to appear. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hanzo appeared, still wearing that mask. So, it's you two brats. Is that medical ninja girl not here this time? Orochimaru, not one for idle chatter with the enemy, immediately launched a shadow snake hand attack towards Hanzo's face. Just because Tsunade isn't here, it doesn't mean we're afraid of you. Old man, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, entering sage mode, not daring to underestimate his opponent. Chapter 76, The Masterpiece of Rain. Hanzo, seeing the three in Akatsuki cloaks, couldn't help but snort. I should have listened to Danzo back then and dealt with these three orphans sooner. They've actually grown to this extent. To have time to observe others during a battle, how leisurely. Orochimaru felt an even darker aura from Hanzo's dismissive demeanor. He sent a snake to bite Hanzo, but it failed to draw blood. Interesting, you still dare to talk? Aren't you afraid of inhaling too much poison? After all, your medical ninja isn't here, Hanzo said, not taking them seriously. Even if his strength had declined over the years, he believed that he could still handle them. If that medical ninja were present, he might have been concerned. Poison? That stuff is useless to me, Orochimaru chuckled. He had long since transformed his body to be immune to all poisons. However, he didn't need to take care of Jiraiya. With that, he released a snake that bit Jiraiya, absorbing the toxins that had affected him into the snake's body. Thanks. Jiraiya felt his reaction time improve significantly after the snake absorbed the poison. Meanwhile, Lu Dong and Obito were not idle either. One went to investigate the heavily guarded basement, while the other rushed toward the direction devoid of chakra. As they got closer, Lu Dong sensed the irritating chakra that Orochimaru had mentioned, along with a chilling sensation that made him shiver involuntarily. It seemed his judgment was indeed correct. The ceiling was complete. Immediately activate the technique and let them see our masterpiece. Perfect. This is the great work we are going to present to our master. Rin's consciousness was hazy. Faint sounds echoed in her ears, and then she fell into unconsciousness. However, she did not know that her body was already being controlled by the tailed beast, and the ones controlling the tailed beast were the masked men. What? How'd this kid get in? One of the masked men exclaimed. The leader remained unfazed. Perfect. We can test whether our newly acquired toy is satisfactory. Only after testing can we present it to our master. That's right. Voices of agreement echoed around. Lu Dong frowned, feeling as if he had stumbled into a scene involving some kind of cult priest. The next moment, he saw Lin, who was being manipulated and was completely unaware, slowly raising her hand and using a water technique she had never used before. Water style, water dragon bullet. Lu Dong dodged in an instant, his eyes filled with anger. Why had he already avoided the original plot? Yet Lin was still captured and became a Jinchuriki. One could feel that the will of the tailed beast was in a tug of war with the original soul, while the power of the tailed beast was not under its own control. Lu Dong lowered his gaze. He could tell without saying that it was the guy behind controlling everything. Very successfully, the leader's tone was very cheerful, saying that they had completed their mission and could leave. Leave Lin behind. How could Lu Dong allow them to take Lin away right in front of him? At that moment, a glow from the formation appeared beneath their feet, and it seemed they were about to teleport away. Lu Dong was just about to ask Yao Yao to dismantle the opponent's formation, but he found that they had no intention of taking Lin. He hurried forward to catch Lin, who had lost consciousness and was unable to control her falling body. By the time he came to his senses, those people had already vanished. Lu Dong, the garbage system, what use do you have? Fine, I'm leaving. Forget it. There's no point in saying anything now. As long as I can temporarily save Lin. But why did they go to such great lengths to capture Lin for this experiment and not take her away? In the original work, Lin was chosen because she was Obito's companion, and Uchiha Madara hoped to drive Obito into despair by doing this. But who are those people? And why did they choose Lin to be the Jinchuriki? Yao Yaozi, which-tailed beast, is inside Lin. The three tails, Isabu. As expected, even the tailed beast is the same one. I suggest you don't take her back directly. The formation and techniques they implanted inside her are very intricate and complex, allowing them to control her at any time. If you recklessly bring her back to Konoha, she might become a ticking time bomb. Hearing Yao Yaozi speak in a rare, serious tone, he couldn't help but feel guilty. If he hadn't been so careless after the Nine Tails incident, this wouldn't have happened. Yao Yaozi, can you temporarily suppress this formation and keep Lin stable? I can, but you've used up your analysis attempt for today. You can do it after midnight. As long as it can be suppressed, it's fine. This way, Lin won't unknowingly hurt others. However, my suppression has a time limit. Each analysis can only last for 3 days, and it must be renewed on time, or I won't be responsible for any problems that arise. Before Lu Dong could say anything else, Obito used Kamui to appear in front of him. Lin, are you okay? Don't wake her up. Kakashi immediately covered Obito's mouth with his other hand. Let's go into your Kamui space first. Obito nodded and pulled both of them, along with himself, into the space. He watched Kakashi carefully place Lin on the ground and asked what happened. He wasn't blind. He could see the equipment in the cave, which was clearly used for surgery. What the hell did those Rain Village bastards do to Lin? I don't know the exact changes that have occurred in Lin, but I can confirm that she has become a Jinchuriki. Obito looked at Lin in shock. Are you saying that Lin is now, like Kushina-sensei, turned into a Jinchuriki? Yes, but where did the tailed beast come from? Even Obito, as wise as he is, knows that tailed beasts are important strategic resources for ninja villages. How could they appear in the Rain Village? At this moment, Lu Dong also has such doubts, so he cannot answer this question for Obito. Let's take Rin back first and let Lady Tsunade take a look. Obito feels both heartbroken and worried. So I will go to the Hidden Cloud Village to find Lady Tsunade right away. Lu Dong did not stop him, after all. Bringing Tsunade back to treat Rin would also help him cover up the system's role. I'll leave the outside matters to you, Obito. Lu Dong planned to guard Rin in the Kamui space, so no one could take her away. If anything happened, he could also suppress Rin at the first moment. Chapter 77, The Deceived Hanzo. By the time Lu Dong was released from the Kamui space by Obito, the battle in the Rain Village had already come to a pause. Although Hanzo the Salamander was in his twilight years, he was not at a disadvantage in battle. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not want to entangle with Hanzo for long. Upon receiving Obito's signal, they immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and given the opponent's condition, it was impossible for them to pursue. The remaining battlefield was left to Yahiko and his group to handle, which conveniently allowed them to build momentum. Hanzo the Salamander received news that the experimental subject had been rescued, and he was so furious that his nose twisted. Upon returning to find the cave empty, he realized he had been deceived. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the wall. If it weren't for those 3 guys from the Akatsuki organization, he wouldn't have been so anxious to seek external help. As a result, not only did he not gain any advantage in today's battle, but he also lost quite a few subordinates. Find them for me. I want to tear them to pieces. Hanzo gritted his teeth and said. His subordinate hesitantly replied, But Lord Hanzo, we no longer have extra manpower to send out. The ones who went to the Land of Water were taken care of by Suna's rogue ninja, and this time facing Konoha's attack, we lost more than half again. The man's voice grew softer, not daring to meet Hanzo's bloodshot eyes. Then let us rest for now. Hanzo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and instead of letting anger cloud his judgment, he rationally chose to temporarily endure. Yes, Akatsuki's base. Orochimaru, you've been watching for so long. How is Rin doing? Obito paced anxiously beside them, occasionally stopping to look at Rin lying there and Orochimaru conducting his examination, finally unable to hold back his question. Obito, don't disturb him. Jiraiya stepped forward and patted Obito's shoulder, signaling him to be patient. Finally, after a long while, Orochimaru stood up and walked aside, signaling everyone to come over. This child's condition is very poor. Orochimaru had to say, this is the first time I've seen such a technique. It's different from what I've learned before, and can even be said to be vastly different from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I can only rely on the power of the cursed seal to temporarily suppress it. If we can't find a way to unravel it soon, she will have to live under this formation indefinitely. Otherwise, she will be an extremely unstable factor for Konoha. Moreover, the tailed beast within her is the Three Tails, which belongs to the Mist Village. The Mist Village will definitely not let this go easily. But fortunately, I've heard that the newly appointed Mizukage is just a child. Obito's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward and grabbed Orochimaru's collar, glaring with the sharingan. What did you say? Hey. Orochimaru immediately raised both hands, signaling him to calm down. Obito continued to glare with his sharingan, his emotions fluctuating greatly, making even Orochimaru feel a bit breathless. I'm stating the facts. Can only go first, Obito-kun? Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Can you unravel it? I can't be certain. I need to check more data when I get back. Obito finally calmed down. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. It's nothing. Orochimaru didn't bother to argue with him. Afterward, everyone discussed and decided that Obito and Kakashi would take Rin back to Konoha, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru would temporarily hold their positions, waiting for instructions from the Hokage. When Rin returned, Minato Namikaze was anxiously waiting at the Konoha gate. He had already learned that his most gentle student was called a Jinchuriki. Although he had prepared the sealing team, he still felt uneasy. Kushina beside him held Minato's hand. It's fine. With Kakashi there won't be any problems. Minato never tried to act tough in front of his wife. Instead, he showed his most vulnerable side. He took Kushina's hand and pressed it against his forehead. Kushina, why does my student always encounter such things? Minato. Kushina cupped the face of the man in front of her, urging him to face her. These are just coincidences. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Is it really just a coincidence? Minato muttered to himself, but he was not one to wallow in self-pity, quickly adjusting his state. At this moment, Obito and Kakashi appeared in their line of sight. Rin is in my Kamui space. Before Minato could ask, Obito spoke up. Minato nodded. A special room has been prepared. Follow me. So the two walked into a large house with a greenhouse garden, reaching the end, pushing open a door to another large room. In the center was a bed, surrounded by plenty of medical equipment, ceiling formations, and talismans everywhere, along with a floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the garden outside. This is a makeshift room, rather hastily prepared. Later, I will get a more convenient house for Rin, Minato said, unable to avoid feeling guilty. Obito carefully brought Rin out from the space, gently placing her on the bed, and the surrounding medical ninjas rushed in to conduct a thorough examination. Kakashi, Obito, come with me to the office. Minato's expression was serious, resembling the calm before a storm. So the two went to the Hokage office and shared what they had seen and heard. I understand, Minato said. His expression behind his hands was inscrutable, but both Lu Dong and Obito knew that Minato-sensei would not easily let go of anyone who harmed Rin. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hokage-sama. The Mist Village has sent a telegram, hoping to have a face-to-face discussion about the Jinchuriki matter and needs you to determine the specific time. Minato's voice carried a hint of fatigue. I understand. You can leave it here. I will handle it. And you two should go back and rest well. Obito wanted to say something, but he felt that even if he spoke, it wouldn't solve the actual problem. So he left the Hokage building in silence with Kakashi. Minato-sensei seems really tired. Obito kicked a stone by the roadside, feeling down. Yeah. After all, he asked the Hokage. There's a lot to do. Kakashi replied. But from his perspective, there were many aspects of the ninja village's system that needed to change. Obito couldn't help but stop. Hey, Kakashi. Do you think Rin can return to normal? Hearing this, Kakashi's alarm bells went off in his heart. Could it be that Obito was going to turn dark again? Of course she can. Lu Dong immediately said, That's Rin. And do you think he'll do nothing? Chapter 78. The strange tattoo? Of course not. Obito instantly became full of fighting spirit. I will definitely find a solution. That's it. Lu Dong smiled. Even with the mask on, it was clear. Rin's future depends on us. After regaining his fighting spirit, Obito ran off without looking back. Where are you going? I'm going to the library to look for information. Lu Dong sighed. What help could the library of Konoha provide? Those truly useful things were all hidden away. But it was better than doing nothing at all. At least keeping himself busy would prevent him from dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. So what do you plan to do? Yaozi's voice suddenly appeared in his ear, breaking the momentary silence. Naturally, I wouldn't give up. I'll wait until Lin wakes up, and then ask her. 3 days passed like this. And when Lu Dong used the system to help suppress the technique again, Lin suddenly moved her eyelids. Lin. Lu Dong immediately grasped her hand. Lin, can you hear me? Lin slowly opened her eyes while lying on the hospital bed, wanting to say something but unable to make sound. Ludong immediately picked up the kettle and cup from the bedside table, poured a glass of water, and brought the paper cup close to Lin's lips, wetting them little by little. Finally, Lin regained some strength, took the cup from his hand, and gulped down all the water, signaling him with her eyes that she wanted more. Ludong poured her another cup, and it wasn't until the third cup that Lin felt her throat no longer so parched. She opened her mouth and said, "Cough, cough, cough." The sound immediately startled the ninjas outside. After taking a glance inside, they exchanged gestures, and one person went to report to Minato Namikaze. The other medical ninjas filed in one after another to check her again. After confirming that everything was normal, the sealing team came to take a look as well, and only then did it settle down. "Kakashi, what's wrong with me?" Lin felt as if her whole body had been beaten. Her hands lacked strength, and she couldn't even gather chakra. Ludong remained silent for a while, peeling an apple while telling Lin about the situation. The latter lowered her gaze and said, "You and Obito have really worked hard to bring me back, but with my existence like this, won't I just pose a threat to the village?" Ludong inserted a piece of apple and forced it to Lin's mouth, making her eat it. "I suggest you put away those thoughts that will hold us back." Ludong inserted another piece, planning to continue feeding her. "If you give up for the village, then what is the need for the village to exist? I don't like the idea of trading a few for the many, and neither does Obito." He looked at Lin seriously, "So you have to work hard to get better." He brought the next piece to Lin's mouth. "Kakashi is right. Giving up students for the village is not my ninja way." Namikaze Minato, having heard their conversation, pushed the door open with a bright smile. "Teacher Minato." Lin moved, took the apple from Kakashi's hand, and immediately became spirited, eating an entire plate of apples. "Lin, before you fainted, did you see or hear anything?" Minato moved a chair and sat on the other side of the hospital bed. "Anything at all? I only heard them say they were going to seal the tailed beast in my body. Then they gave me something, and I just couldn't stop feeling sleepy. My consciousness became fuzzy." Lin reached up to support her forehead, still unable to believe that there was actually a tailed beast inside her body. "But it seems like, before I lost consciousness, I saw a tattoo on someone's wrist." Lin forced herself to recall, but at that time her vision was indeed blurry, and she couldn't remember clearly. Minato immediately called for the analysis team to deduce the mark Lin saw, arriving at a final result. Ludong glanced over and felt it looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. "Lin, how are you feeling? I brought some hot soup. Do you want to drink some?" At that moment, Kushina directly pushed the door open. "Oh, you two are here too." Everyone had long liked the way this red-hot pepper acted, putting away the information they gathered, planning to hand it over to the intelligence department for study. "I'm Fina, Kushina-sensei." Lin smiled gently as always. Seeing Lin like this made Kushina even more heartbroken. She placed the thermos on the side and stepped forward to hug Lin. "I never expected that one day we would have the same situation. If anything feels off, you must tell me. Although I don't get along very well with this guy inside me, I have some experience." Kushina looked at Lin affectionately, as lively as ever, somewhat infecting the three people present. "Okay, I will." Lin nodded, feeling that having so much care was truly a stroke of luck. Minato and Ludong discreetly left the hospital room, leaving only Kushina and Lin to chat in the room. "That mark, I feel like I've seen it before, but I can't remember where." "Really?" Minato's eyes lit up. "Please, you must think of it quickly. I will have the intelligence department start an investigation and notify you as soon as there is related information." Ludong nodded, and I understood. As soon as the two of them came out of the hospital room, they both returned to their task-executing state, acting decisively and not at all gentle like they were with Rin in the hospital. By evening, Minato Namikaze finally finished this phase of work and could take some time to go home. He had been sleeping in the Hokage office for 3 days straight. Although he knew Kushina wouldn't blame him, he couldn't suppress his desire to go back and see them. When he opened the door, Kushina had just come out of the bathroom and wasn't surprised to see him. "The hot water is ready. Go take a soak." I specifically asked Rin about some medical matters and added some herbs to help relieve fatigue. Saying this, she walked over to Naruto's side, looking at him sleeping soundly, and smiled. Minato also walked over, glanced at the peacefully sleeping Naruto, and kissed Kushina on the cheek, asking, "How did you know I would come back?" "Intuition," Kushina replied with a smile, then pushed him into the bathroom, urging him to hurry and take a bath. She wouldn't mention that she had specifically asked someone from the Nara family, and learned that things were almost handled before she knew Minato would return. Minato nearly fell asleep comfortably in the hot water, only to be pulled out by Kushina, who had already anticipated the situation. "What did you say to Rin? Is she okay?" Minato asked cautiously. Chapter 79. Fourth Mizukage. Rin is a sensible child. She wouldn't reveal too many thoughts even in front of me. "It has to be gradual," Kushina said, tugging at her husband's cheek. Don't always take all the responsibility on yourself. You have many people to rely on, right? Minato sighed and didn't say anything more, falling into a deep sleep in his wife's embrace, only waking up the next morning to the sound of a baby crying. Minato, help me feed the baby. I'm cooking and can't leave. Kushina's voice carried through the living room to Minato's ears. Minato immediately got up from the bed, washed his face with cold water, carefully tested the milk's temperature after preparing it, and ensured it was suitable before handing it to Naruto. As soon as Naruto started drinking the milk, he stopped crying, and Minato walked into the living room, seeing the food on the table, and couldn't help but feel hungry. Kushina, I'm starting. Minato rubbed his hands together and sat down to devour the food. It was so delicious. How did you know I've been thinking about eating the sushi you made recently? Kushina came out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot soup and sat down to enjoy breakfast. I'm your wife. I can guess that. By the way, aren't you going to negotiate with the people from the Mist Village about the Three Tails today? Kushina asked, her words muffled as she took a bite of a seaweed rice ball. Minato, who had been happily serving himself soup, sighed upon hearing this. Yeah, another tough battle. Being Hokage is really hard. After saying this, Minato stuffed a piece of sushi into his mouth and sipped the hot soup, letting out a satisfied sigh. It really is Kushina's special spicy soup. That packs a punch, Minato said while quickly finishing most of the food, patting his belly when he felt he had eaten enough. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door, and Kushina smiled as she got up. It must be Kakashi coming to find you for work. Why is my student more diligent than I am? Minato lazily slumped over the dining table, not wanting to get up. He wanted to stay home a little longer. When the door was opened by Kushina, sure enough, she saw Kakashi standing at the door with an indifferent expression, saying, Teacher Minato, there is an important meeting today. I'm reminding you not to be late. Got it, Kakashi. Why do you sound more like my teacher? Minato said while lounging on his own sofa, looking at Naruto, and upon hearing this outside, he immediately sat up and ruffled his hair. Kushina stood by, enjoying the scene and showing no intention of helping her husband. Then I'll leave first. Lu Dong didn't want to linger either and went to find Obito to visit Rin. Okay, take care. I'll keep an eye on your teacher, Kushina said mischievously, then turned around to see Minato looking dejected and kicked him lightly. You really don't look like a teacher at all. Although Kushina said this, she knew in her heart that Minato cared for these children more than himself. Reluctantly, Minato had to wash up, dress up, put on his Hokage robe, and with a body flicker, he arrived at the Hokage office. All right, documents, I'm back. Minato stood in the office, cheering himself on until other ninjas knocked on his office door. Lord Hokage, it's time for the meeting. I'm here to escort you. The ninja politely knocked on the door and found their Hokage standing by the window, gazing at the scenery. Okay, I know. Minato waved to indicate he understood and would go over shortly. The ninja didn't disturb him further and closed the door. At this moment, Minato was contemplating a matter. Can the Konoha he leads truly bring happiness to everyone? Or, rather, while Konoha enjoys peaceful times, do other ninja villages still live in hardship? Can Konoha really stand alone in the ninja world? He let out a long sigh, unsure of what to do, even more uncertain about what the future path lay. Did the former Hashirama and Madara also have such confusion? His thoughts came to a halt because he knew it was time to attend the meeting, and the answer to this question would require much longer contemplation to uncover. When he arrived, the fourth Mizukage was already in front of the projection, still a young boy. But Minato Namikaze wouldn't underestimate him. After all, the other party also bore the name of a Kage. Mizukage, I'm the current Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Minato initiated the conversation, hoping to reach a peaceful consensus with your village regarding the Three Tails. The other party nodded and said, I am Mizukage Ikura, but the last one who spoke to me wasn't you. It was an elder. That was my village's previous Hokage, Minato said with a smile. Previously, due to Uchiha Obito secretly manipulating the Mist Village, the Hokage had to negotiate with Mist, and the other party expressed no intention to pursue the matter further, but hoped for technical support. Unexpectedly, this incident was connected to the Mist Village again. I am aware that Konoha would not engage in the act of stealing tailed beasts, especially since we have discovered evidence of a third-party force's involvement. Although Ikura was young, he was not timid in conversation. Therefore, our village hopes that Konoha can purchase the tailed beast at a reasonable price. Based on the policies of Konoha's first Hokage, I believe this is not an excessive request. Minato nodded, appreciating that the other party didn't make unreasonable demands, which made him view the young boy with new respect. Okay, I will offer a reasonable price. This will be determined by my subordinates, and once confirmed, I will immediately transfer the funds to the Mist Village's account. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, Yagura said, "Additionally, may I ask Konoha for guidance on governing the village? I want to abandon the previous policies. I've heard a bit about the policies implemented by the 4th Mizukage, and I understand that the ninja world refers to Kirigakure as the village of bloody mist. It would be a good thing to communicate with Kirigakure. How could I refuse?" Wolfing Shuemin looked at the other party, who was about the same age as Kakashi and the others, and felt a sense of pity for him as he was learning to manage a ninja village. As long as it is friendly communication, Konoha welcomes it. However, I'm not confident in teaching Kirigakure anything, as Konoha is still exploring its own path. Yagura did not expect the new Hokage of Konoha to be such a kind person, so he expressed his gratitude. With the meeting coming to an end, they proceeded to discuss the amount for the purchase and other details. Chapter 80. Cult of the Evil God at this time, in an unknown forest. It seems this time is also a big harvest. A figure hiding in the shadows chuckled as he looked at his old companion, skillfully counting the reward and handing it over to him. "Not bad, but there haven't been any big orders recently," said a person whose face was half hidden beneath a mask. "Hee, how about this commission?" The other party smiled as he handed over a list from the shadows. "The client is not short on money. As long as you can deal with this kid, this amount will be yours." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Indeed, the person was moved by this amount, slightly raising his eyebrows. "Do you have information on this guy? I'll take this order. Of course, I'll deduct the information fee from your next reward, so you won't lose out." The man chuckled and immediately took out a prepared information booklet from a rack behind him. "I knew you wouldn't let this order go." The other party had no expression, took the booklet, glanced at the information on it, and committed the white-haired figure with half of his face covered by a mask to memory. "The prey has just returned to Konoha, so you could try to approach Konoha. If there is any situation, I'll notify you immediately." The other party rubbed his hands, saying that this guy named Kakuzu was his cash cow. He rarely failed to complete missions, and he had earned quite a bit in commission fees and information fees. "No need, it will alert the snake. I'll handle it myself," Kakuzu said coldly, with a hint of threat in his tone. He was very interested in this order and did not want to complete it through someone else's hands. The other party was clearly a bit disappointed, but still smiled and said, "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." As Bluffing Shuemin just stepped out of the conference room, he saw Kakashi and Obito waiting for him at the door. He smiled and said, "It's settled. No need to worry." Obito immediately cheered, as expected of Teacher Minato. Additionally, there is some information from Mizukage that should help in finding the culprit. Bluffing Shuemin added a piece of good news, hoping it would be useful. At this moment, Lu Dong spoke up. "Can I see this information?" "Of course." Wolfing Shuemin quickly replied. "You and Obito are both in the loop, so it should be shown to you. It's still being organized, and it will be finished tonight. You'll need to come over." Lu Dong nodded, and next to him, Obito said, "Then I'll go accompany Lin this afternoon. It's really too suffocating for her to only be able to move around in that room. The garden outside is also a place where she can move around. I've already arranged the ceiling formation with the ceiling team." Minato's expression was slightly apologetic, but this was the only thing he could do. Obito exclaimed happily, "Really? That's great. Just now, Lin asked me and Kakashi to help her pick flowers from the garden." After saying that, Obito dashed off, leaving only Minato and Lu Dong in the corridor. Looking at Obito's back, Lu Dong envied this Obito with a merit value of 2 for the first time, always so carefree. Meanwhile, he was almost overwhelmed by the unpredictable plot of this world, and recently he had even lost more hair. With a vibrant presence like Obito around, Lin shouldn't feel too sad. Minato also couldn't help but sigh in agreement. Lu Dong left the Hokage Tower, not knowing what to do, and went to Lin's place. Thus, the afternoon was spent in the laughter and play of the three of them. By evening, when it was time for Lin to rest, the two finally left. Lin had to sleep for a long time every day, and the time she was awake was too short. Obito sighed and said, "Damn Rain Village. I will never let them go." Lu Dong patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be so quick to hate anything. I have a feeling that behind a rain hidden village, there is a real mastermind." Obito frowned slightly. He had always trusted Kakashi's sixth sense. After all, it was Kakashi's stubbornness that had saved him from that dark cave years ago. "I believe you." Obito expressed his trust. "So how do we find this mastermind?" "We definitely need to capture those guys from the rain-hidden village first." At that moment, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared in front of the two. "You two, Lord Hokage is looking for you. Please hurry to the Hokage's office." After exchanging glances, the two immediately headed to the Hokage's office. When they opened the door, Minato Namikaze was holding a document. "You're here?" Minato handed them a copy of the document. "This is the intelligence from the mist-hidden village. It contains traces left by those people before they left." After receiving it, Obito read through it from beginning to end, but didn't find anything noteworthy. "I don't recognize this mark." Lu Dong frowned and pointed to the image on the document. "That's right, it's the same as what Rin described. But we don't know what this mark represents. We can only confirm that it was made by the same group." Minato naturally noticed that detail as well. Lu Dong shook his head and said, "I remember now. This is the symbol of the evil god cult. How could I forget? This symbol is the ritual marking that is always used during Fade One's battles, right? The necklace hanging around Fade One's neck also has this pattern. I can only say that this design is a bit too simple, lacking any memorable points, which is why I only remembered it when I saw a similar formation pattern on the ground." "Evil god cult?" Bo Feng Shuimin said with some confusion, searching his mind for information about these three words. "I've never heard of such a religious belief. Evil god cult? Could it be that Kakashi made this up?" Obito burst into laughter, saying, "This name sounds very straightforward. Who would use evil god as a religious name? Surely no one would believe in it." Lu Dong bit his lower lip and said, "This is a very elusive religion. They worship a so-called evil god, engage in killings, and even practice self-harm." Dato couldn't help but shiver. Could there really be people who believe in this? Self-harm for the sake of religion? It's truly incomprehensible. Dato, faith can be very frightening. Although Namikaze Minato didn't understand this evil god cult, he was well aware of the power of belief, just like the will of fire is also a form of faith. Dato pouted and had to admit it. Namikaze Minato then pressed on. "Since this evil god cult is unknown to the world and even has unpredictable movements, Kakashi, how do you know about it?" Lu Dong knew that saying this would invite doubts from Minato, so he had prepared his explanation early. "I have encountered ninjas who worship the evil god cult, so I have some understanding." Chapter 81. Followers? Assassins. "You've encountered ninjas from the evil god cult?" Minato exclaimed in surprise, quickly stepping forward to grab Kakashi's shoulder. "Are you okay? You don't have that kind of mark on you, do you?" Lu Dong was taken aback by the sudden concern. "No, I just happened to see that person fighting with other ninjas nearby. I wasn't discovered. Of course, all of this was fabricated by him. The other party trusted the evil god cult, and when using ninjutsu, perhaps it shouldn't be called ninjutsu at all, but rather a curse. It could transfer its own injuries in reality to the owner of the blood by taking someone else's blood, which could be considered very sinister. Furthermore, the other party had an extremely strong recovery ability, to the extent that even decapitation wouldn't lead to death. Lu Dong had never truly witnessed Fei Duan's methods, but he had seen the battle between him and Asuma Sarutobi in an anime during his previous life. He summarized the general combat situation, making it seem sufficiently realistic. After hearing Lu Dong's description, both Minato Namikaze and Obito were taken aback. "I only realized that such a religion existed because that guy kept shouting for the sake of the evil god. However, I don't know if everyone is as powerful as that guy." After listening to him, Minato Namikaze pondered for a moment and said, "The person you mentioned is likely an exception. If the evil god cult truly had the ability to make all its followers immortal, this belief would have swept through the entire ninja world long ago." Lu Dong secretly admired the intelligence analysis ability of Minato Namikaze. After all, only he knew that Fei Duan, as the only successful test subject, possessed such strength, while the other members of the Akatsuki were likely just ordinary ninjas. "I will make sure the Konoha ninjas pay attention to this." Minato put away the documents and said, "You should head back now. Taking care of Rin all day must have tired you." "Not at all," Obito said energetically. "It's just that Rin was awake for too little time. When she talked with us for a while, she was so sleepy but still forced herself to talk. Rin said she didn't want to fall asleep because once she did, everything around her would feel cold, and she could only see a lurking tailed beast." The more Obito spoke, the sadder he became, and Minato, as a teacher, took on the role of lightening the mood. "We have already found a clue. Sooner or later, we will be able to break Rin's seal, right?" Minato said with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Lu Dong remained unmoved, thinking that compared to the original plot, Rin's condition was already quite good. However, having lived here for so many years, he genuinely felt sympathy for Rin's plight. "Ah, so annoying. Why are there so many issues?" Yao Yaozi's voice suddenly chimed in with a possible explanation. "It might be because you changed the plot and the original timeline still exists, so this world is undergoing corrections." This made some sense, but if there were no so-called gods in this world, why would there be a concept of correction? If we speak of gods in this world, they would likely be on the level of Kagaya, Otsutsuki, or the Sage of Six Paths. However, One is sealed, and the other has long since perished at most. There's a large Otsutsuki watching from moon. Forget it. Thinking about these things now is useless. Just take it one step at a time. After all, the big filial son, Kurizetsu, is already gone. Even if there are problems in this world, human effort can solve them. At worst, we can just reincarnate those two guys with impure world reincarnation. Teacher, let me investigate the Akatsuki matter, Lu Dong said with determination. No one was more suitable than him. Seeing Lu Dong so resolute, Minato hesitated for a moment before saying, "We know nothing about the Akatsuki. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I believe no one else can handle this task. But me," Lu Dong said decisively. Obito immediately chimed in. "I want to go with Kakashi too. If you leave Konoha too, who will stay with Rin?" Lu Dong raised his eyebrows at him, indicating that this was the best opportunity to promote their relationship. Although Rin was a very gentle and kind female ninja, he felt nothing for her. Rather than playing a romantic game, it would be better to think more about how to live a fulfilling life in Konoha, not wasting the years spent in Kakashi's body. Obito noticed the hint in Lu Dong's eyes and hesitated. "But I'm still worried about you." Minato timely spoke up. "Obito, you stay here to take care of Rin. This task will be left to Kakashi." He knew very well that his student was always a lone wolf, reluctant to cooperate with others. And it would probably be the same this time. Besides, Rin indeed needed a friend by her side to relieve her boredom. He couldn't leave, and Kushina wasn't always available, so it made sense for Obito to stay. "All right, I will definitely take good care of Rin," Obito said immediately, full of fighting spirit. Minato even thought he saw a burning spark in Obito, reminiscent of Kushina when she was angry. After finalizing this matter, Lu Dong didn't waste time, packed his things, and set off the next day. Of course, before leaving, he had to say goodbye to Rin. She lowered her gaze, and after a long while, said, "Then I'll trouble you, Kakashi, but you must be careful. After all, we know nothing about that Akatsuki." "I will. I must come back safe and sound. Otherwise, once I recover, I won't let you off." Rin lifted her head, forcing a smile. Lu Dong couldn't help but remember the times when Lin would get angry. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, "I'm leaving." Lu Dong vanished from the room, using his instant movement technique. Lin looked out at the garden and then glanced at the silent Obito beside her. And just like that, it fell quiet. After leaving Konoha and traveling for a while, Lu Dong felt that someone was following him. "Yao Yao Z, is someone tracking me?" Bingo. As soon as you leave the village, someone will want to kill you. What a strange constitution. Yao Yao Z began to count on her fingers. When going to the mountain graveyard, it was Danzo. When traveling to the land of hot water, it was the Rain Village. And now, looking for the evil god cult, someone wants to kill you again. Lu Dong also had a grim expression. He wanted to know why this was happening. After being relentlessly followed for some time, he finally found an isolated place to stop. "You've been following me for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Lu Dong squinted slightly and looked around. At that moment, a shadow appeared in front of him, surprising Lu Dong. Chapter 82. The temptation of money. The person before him was not wearing a dark robe, but that didn't mean Lu Dong didn't recognize him. Those eyes reminiscent of the impure world reincarnation and half of a face obscured were unmistakable. It was Kakuzu. "Kakuzu?" Lu Dong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He couldn't remember having any grievances with this guy. However, the next second he understood. Someone really wanted him dead enough to put a bounty on his head. "How much are they paying you to kill me?" Lu Dong was somewhat curious. Generally speaking, this question would be followed by something like, "I'll give you double," but he was just genuinely curious about his own worth. Kakuzu saw the expression on his face and was able to say his name. Did he actually know him? Yet, he had no memory of this person in front of him. After all, he had lived too long, and some unimportant things had faded from his mind. Perhaps they had crossed paths before, but it was uncertain. "From your reaction, it seems you know me and understand why I'm here." Kakuzu observed Lu Dong from head to toe, finding that he showed no sign of fear, which made him even more curious about the person in front of him. If he knew his name and the reason for his arrival, he should be in a fighting stance. Why did seeing him instead give Kakuzu a feeling of excitement? As if meeting him was something very interesting? Hey, this shouldn't be a secret. Just tell me, how much am I worth?" Lu Dong appeared very understanding. "I haven't even asked you to reveal the mastermind behind this, have I?" Kakuzu suppressed his dissatisfaction and answered Lu Dong's question, 50 million taels. Lu Dong felt a bit dissatisfied after hearing the number. Only 50 million ri? That's too little. He recalled, how much was Asuma Sarutobi's bounty back in the day? It seemed to be 35 million RY. That seems okay. After all, he is also a jonin of Konoha, 15 million ream more than Asuma Saratobi. On the side, Kagutsuchi couldn't quite see through this guy in front of him. Facing a ninja who came for the bounty, he still had the mood to care about how much his own bounty was. If he wasn't a fool, then he must have absolute confidence in his own strength. And clearly, a bounty of this caliber would definitely not belong to the former. He slightly narrowed his eyes, secretly preparing for a fight at any moment. By the way, how about we collaborate? At that moment, Lu Dong suddenly spoke, smiling at him. Kagutsuchi tightened his grip on his kunai, unsure of what the other party was up to. Hey, don't be so tense. Lu Dong casually found a spot, sat down on the ground with his legs crossed, completely showing no sign of fear. Hey, aren't you afraid the other side might attack suddenly? Lu Dong, isn't there still you? You're so worried about me. You definitely won't let me die, right? Oof. Who told you to be my host? After getting Yao Yaozi's answer, Lu Dong became even more reckless. I know you really like money, which is why you took this bounty. Lu Dong said casually while sitting there. I can give you more, so why don't you consider it? I am not someone who can be bought with money. Kakuzu snorted at this. He loves money, but he also distinguishes between different types of wealth. The transaction model of exchanging money for goods in the black market is his favorite. He doesn't like being bound. Oh, don't be so tense. I also know that you defected because you failed to assassinate Senju Hashirama, so you probably don't like me, this Konoha ninja. After hearing this, Kakuzu became even more nervous. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Almost everyone who knew about this incident was dead. He had survived all this time thanks to the Earth Grudge fear. Back then, when he went to assassinate Senju Hashirama, he didn't even dare to make a move. This was a secret, so how did this young ninja know about it? Not only that, but I also know that Earth Grudge fear can take others' hearts to supply you. Lu Dong smiled. To kill you, I would have to pierce multiple hearts. That's too troublesome. At this moment, Kakuzu's back was covered in cold sweat. To be honest, after he took a distant glance at Senju Hashirama and realized he was absolutely no match for him, he seized Earth Grudge fear and defected from the village. Since then, he had never felt this kind of pressure from any opponent. And today, he felt this deep-seated fear from a junior of Konoha. What do you want to trade? He has always been someone who adapts to the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the mission back then. Lu Dong secretly praised, as expected. Kakuzu was one of the easier ones to persuade in the Akatsuki organization, unlike the art group, which had its own pursuits and couldn't be easily swayed. Speaking of which, the person he was looking for this time was Haiden from the Immortal group, who was also a tough nut to crack, being a complete warmonger. It seemed that he would have to resort to force to resolve this. It's nothing. Don't you like money? I want to find you a good job. Lu Dong said with a smile. You should have heard of the Akatsuki organization, right? Kakuzu nodded. The three leaders of the Akatsuki were also the big shots in the black market bounty, with rewards much higher than this person in front of him. But no one dared to take the risk. After all, those three were disciples of Jiraiya from Konoha and were inseparable, so no one was willing to take that chance. The leader of the Akatsuki is my friend, and they are currently lacking in combat power. I think you'd be a great fit, and you could also help them manage their funds and such. In the original story, Kakuzu was in charge of managing the Akatsuki's finances, so his abilities in this area should be quite good. Just like that, Kakuzu frowned, somewhat incredulous. Lu Dong nodded. Yeah, what else could it be? I'm not interested in selling myself. It's only because there's a suitable place for you that I'm making this deal. Jiaodu fell silent for a moment before ultimately choosing to agree. He had been wandering for a long time, and if he could have a place to retire and manage finances, that would be perfect. All right, I agree. After receiving Jiaodu's answer, Lu Dong promptly took off his Konoha forehead protector and handed it to him. Jiaodu raised an eyebrow, taking the forehead protector. You trust me this much to give me the Konoha forehead protector? Also, I heard that Konoha is currently at war with Amigakure. Do you need my help? Lu Dong shook his head, leaving the situation over there to Konoha. Teacher Minato would arrange everything. As for you, just take the forehead protector and go to Konoha. Huh? Jiaodu made a confused sound. Although he had reached a cooperation with the Konoha kids, it didn't mean that Konoha would accept an S-rank rogue ninja like him. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Star String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Authors QQ, 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group, 149050832 Official TG Group, https MeFQ Tool, Chapter 83. Rain Hidden Negotiation. I want to introduce you to my friend. You must have a decent resume, right? Are you going to rely solely on your rogue ninja identity? Lu Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes. So he planned to ask you to help take care of the accounts in Konoha. Jiao Du couldn't help but doubt whether there was something wrong with his ears. Would someone really be so at ease as to hand over the accounts to a rogue ninja? If you're joking, I don't mind continuing my mission, Jiao Du said seriously, and he placed his hand back on the kunai at his waist. Lu Dong shrugged, indicating that he was very sincere. Of course I'm serious. This is my token. You just need to show this to the Hokage. If you really don't believe me, I can leave you a handwritten letter. How about that? Lu Dong raised his eyebrows, looking confident, which made Jiao Du even more puzzled about the person in front of him. Fine, I'll trust you for now. Jiao Du put away the forehead protector. For him, infiltrating Konoha and leaving was not a difficult task. Even if surrounded, he was confident he could escape unscathed. So he decided to trust this little brat once. I'll take my leave then. See you later. After Lu Dong completed the persuasion, he stood up, patted his backside, and left, leaving Jiao Du behind, still in a daze. After a while, he put away the Konoha forehead protector and headed to the nearby exchange office. As soon as the boss of the exchange office saw him, he beamed with delight. Ah, I heard from that guy, the eared fox, a couple of days ago that you took on a big job again. Planning to exchange here? Jiao Du slammed the bounty on the table and left without looking back, leaving only one sentence. Tell the eared fox that I've given up on this mission. The bar owner quickly stepped forward to stop him. Hey, Jiao Du, you can't just give up on a mission without a reason. Otherwise, it's hard for us to explain. Jiao Du couldn't be bothered to give him a glance and walked straight ahead, saying, this guy's bounty should be increased. The reward does not match the target's strength. The bar owner scratched his head upon hearing this. Was there really a mission that Jiao Du couldn't take on? That was strange. Saying this, he picked up the bounty notice on the bar and looked it over carefully, thinking that the ninja on this notice was quite young. Yet even Jiao Du couldn't handle him. He immediately passed this information to the other exchange offices. When the eared fox learned of this, he gasped. Having worked in the exchange office for so many years, Jiao Du had always been there, and he had hardly ever failed. To actually give up on a mission because of a Konoha Jainin and suggest increasing the bounty was something he had never seen before. Thus, the black market reported the situation back to the bounty payer, indicating that an increase in the price was necessary. Otherwise, no one in the black market would take the job. It's known that information in the black market circulates easily, and bounty hunters have an exceptionally keen sense. If even Jiao Du wouldn't easily take on this target, they certainly wouldn't seek death. In the Rain Village, crack, Hanzo of the Salamander crushed the armrest of the chair, making everyone nearby break out in a cold sweat, not daring to breathe, fearing they would become the target of his anger. Good, very good. Hanzo gritted his teeth and said, I can't even kill that guy with a bounty of 50 million. He even suggested raising the bounty. The black market is indeed full of useless people. Hanzo tore up the letter in his hands, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. There hadn't been a single good thing happening recently. My lord, why not take action personally? One person dared to advise. That way, we can ensure success. Nonsense. Lord Hanzo is the leader of the ninja village. How can he lower himself to attack a junior? Someone immediately voiced opposition. The two sides immediately began to argue fiercely over this issue. Currently, the funds in the Rain Village are tight. Wouldn't it be faster for Lord Hanzo to take action instead of letting it drag on? Enough. Hanzo slammed the chair, and the other half of the armrest was sacrificed. He cast a shadowy gaze over the crowd, truly a group of incompetent fools, unable to handle even such a small matter. How is the investigation into the evil god cult going? Hanzo lowered his eyes and asked casually. One person stepped forward. They retreated very quickly. Aside from some materials they left behind, there's nothing else. A long sigh was heard as Hanzo rose from his seat. Very well, a bunch of useless eaters. Let's go. We should seek peace with Konoha. He said this through gritted teeth. In the past, during the Second Shinobi War, the Rain Village was at its peak, and even Konoha's 3 legendary ninjas were defeated by him. He was supposed to successfully rise to one of the 5 Kage with the cooperation of Danzo, leading the Rain Village to a more glorious future. Yet, Konoha's maneuvers shattered his beautiful vision. Very well, Konoha, enjoy your peace while you can. When I return from my hiding, I will make Konoha pay. The followers of Hanzo glanced at each other, not daring to act rashly, fearing they were being deceived. After all, since Lord Hanzo's plans were disrupted, his temperament had become increasingly irritable. Had they not witnessed his unmatched power behind him, they would not still be following him. Let's go, Hanzo said, having sorted out his thoughts. The reason for his recent string of defeats was that he had been too impatient, throwing him off balance. But this time he would plan carefully, ensuring success. Meanwhile, the group from Konoha and Sunagake are camped outside the Rain Village, remaining on high alert. At this moment, Conan's paper bird returned, bringing her news from Hanzo. Jiraiya-sensei, Hanzo of the Salamander, intends to seek peace with Konoha. Conan looked at Jiraiya, who was playing chess with Orochimaru. With a snap, Orochimaru placed his piece and chuckled. Jiraiya, you've lost. Jiraiya couldn't help but pout. I shouldn't have asked you to play chess. However, after staying here for so long, the opponent finally showed some willingness to come forward. They had been here for a week. Minato's intention was to negotiate peace. And as long as the other party was willing to provide information related to the evil god cult, Konoha would not pursue the Rain Village's responsibility. Minato is still too kind, only asking for peace, Orochimaru said as he rose from the chessboard and lifted the curtain, exiting the tent. Jiraiya sighed, unsure how to advise his warlike old friend. Chapter 84. An unexpected visitor to Konoha. Sure enough, not long after, the Rain Village sent envoys to express their desire for peace, and Jiraiya conveyed Konoha's demands to the Rain Village. The negotiation site was chosen to be between Konoha's camp and the Rain Village, at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, allowing both sides to provide immediate support if something happened. I didn't expect to see you at the same negotiating table, Orochimaru said as he pulled out a chair and sat down. With the fourth Hokage absent, the negotiation was naturally the responsibility of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were two of the legendary Sannin. Hanzo of the Salamander subtly frowned, but endured it because his side did not hold the advantage. Indeed, time had passed quickly. The former Sannin were already at this age. Hanzo indirectly brought up how the former three Sannin were merely his defeated foes. Jiraiya didn't care, but Orochimaru had some objections to this statement. What do you mean by this age? Orochimaru's eyes revealed a fierce look, grasping the point of this statement completely differently from Hanzo. Hanzo was somewhat puzzled by Orochimaru's question, thinking that he had already given an opportunity to step down. But why was Orochimaru's gaze still so fiery? Jiraiya couldn't help but pat Orochimaru's shoulder and coughed lightly, signaling him to tone it down a bit. Orochimaru snorted coldly. It's not me who's nearing the grave. At least I'm still young. The technique of immortality has been researched by Orochimaru even in this altered plot. Though now the bodies he changes into are no longer those of bloodline limit users, but rather white Zetsu. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless towards his old friend who couldn't grasp the main point. Well, compared to me, he is indeed younger. Hanzo of the Salamander was unaware of Orochimaru's immortality technique and simply felt that the other party was making a fuss over trivial issues. So he awkwardly offered a way out. He reminded himself not to get angry and to endure, as that would allow him to find an opportunity to counterattack. Cough. We are already aware of the actions of the evil god cult, so you all need to unconditionally assist us in searching for their existence. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said seriously. Hanzo of the Salamander nodded, extending his hand, and someone behind him immediately presented a document. This is all we have. We don't know anything else, but if needed, we will send ninjas to help. That's just right. Our Hidden Leaf Village will send people to investigate the evil god cult in the Hidden Hot Water Village. Can you send a few people from the Rain Village to assist? Orochimaru smiled like a snake, as if he saw through the other's polite words and deliberately wanted to embarrass him. Negotiations and interrogations always require a good cop, bad cop routine, and Orochimaru naturally took on the role of the bad cop, so Jiraiya did not stop him. All right, Hanzo of the Salamander agreed straightforwardly, catching both of them off guard. I heard that the three members of the Akatsuki have connections with Konoha, so they should be able to help the Rain Village with this, right? Hanzo of the Salamander smiled at the three people standing behind Jiraiya and Orochimaru, dressed in red cloud cloaks. Conan immediately retorted, Hanzo of the Salamander, we have nothing to do with your Rain Village. Don't think of us as your pawns. The three of them were well aware of Hanzo of the Salamander's intentions, choosing them to help not only save Hanzo's own forces, but if anything happened to them, they could all be returned to the evil god cult. That doesn't sound right. Hanzo of the Salamander put on an innocent and aggrieved expression. We just reached an agreement, and Konoha can trust my people now, and you three come from the Rain Village and have ties with Konoha, so you are naturally the most suitable and trustworthy candidates. Hanzo of the Salamander spoke earnestly, appearing as if he was considering Konoha's interests, leaving others unsure of how to respond. All right, that is acceptable. Jiraiya agreed to this matter. In fact, they knew that this operation didn't really require any help. It was merely a way to test the other party's intentions. After the negotiations concluded, Jiraiya led everyone back to Konoha, while the Suna people parted ways halfway, planning to send someone later to follow up on communications. Just as they were still on the road, an unexpected guest arrived in Konoha. While reviewing documents in the Hokage office, Minato Namikaze suddenly felt a chill behind him, and a flying thunder god kunai appeared in his hand as he shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" The ninjas on duty in the Hokage office immediately broke in, and the Umbu quickly appeared, surrounding Minato. Truly worthy of being the Hokage, the figure of Kakuzu emerged from the dark corner, and he was still discovered. Minato frowned as he looked at the forehead protector of the rogue ninja on the other's forehead. A rogue ninja from the Takigakure? You are Kakuzu. Soon, he recalled the impression of the person before him. Kakuzu, the ninja who killed the villagers of Takigakure and then defected? Konoha's ninja couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But isn't he from the era of the first Hokage? It's comforting that people still recognize me in this era. Kakuzu glanced at the Konoha Jainin, sneering, and pulled out the forehead protector that the white-haired kid had given him. Hokage-sama, be careful. Konoha's ninja immediately went on alert, wary of his movements. Kakuzu shook the forehead protector in his hand and threw it to Minato, who caught it smoothly. The moment he held it, he felt the flying thunder god seal on it, and his heart sank, followed by an explosion of anger. The owner of this forehead protector is in your hands. Minato's eyes were filled with rage. With Rin's situation unresolved and Kakashi encountering mishaps, what meaning does it have for him to be a teacher? Hey. Kakuzu immediately spread his hands, signaling that he hadn't done anything. If anything, it should be him who did something to me. Minato furrowed his brows tightly, showing no signs of easing up. What do you mean? Kakuzu sighed, feeling tired from talking so much after a long time. So he succinctly recounted the situation. Minato's eyes flickered, still filled with anger. Someone is actually offering a bounty for Kakashi in the black market? That's not surprising. There's a bounty on you in the black market too, but no one is taking it, just hanging it up for fun. Kakuzu was accustomed to such matters. Discerning which bounties could be taken on was one of the qualities of bounty ninjas. So, you're here to help? Chapter 85, Kakuzu's Efficiency, that's about the gist of it. Kakuzu sat down on the sofa in the Hokage office, as if he were at home, showing no awareness of being an outsider. How ridiculous. Why should we trust a rogue ninja like you? A Konoha Umbu ninja spoke up first to mock him. Kakuzu chuckled inwardly and said, I also want to know that white-haired kid said he was the current Hokage student. Even as a student, he shouldn't have that much authority, right? But he did say I could take this. He even intended to give me a handwritten letter, but I didn't take it. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he felt foolish for believing the other's words and coming to Konoha. I'm leaving. With that, he stood up, planning to leave Konoha and continue his bounty life. At this moment, however, Minato spoke up to make him stay. Wait, I can arrange a position for you, but we will have to send people to monitor you. Can you accept that? Upon hearing the response, Kakuzu stopped in his tracks. Could it be that he had lived too long and couldn't he keep up with the thoughts of today as youth? They were actually offering a position to this rogue ninja. Hokage-sama. The other ninjas naturally had strong opinions about this decision. Hokage-sama. This is a rogue ninja from Takigakure. How can he be so easily placed in Konoha? Minato raised his hand, signaling them to stop talking. The previous Asori was also a rogue ninja, but I managed to resolve the relationship with the Sand Village quite well. It's just another rogue ninja. There's nothing different from before. Lord Orochimaru and Teacher Jiraiya will be back soon, and we will arrange things as before. Minato's words left everyone speechless, but still, your student is bringing S-rank rogue ninjas into Konoha every day. That's not acceptable. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow at this, and realized he was not the first ninja to be treated favorably in Konoha. Alright, it seems Konoha is indeed a strange place. Kakuzu drew this conclusion and looked around. So, when do I start working if I stay here? The nearby ninjas couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Goodness, are you really planning to help Konoha keep the accounts? Even if our Hokage doesn't mind this matter, can you, as an S-rank rogue ninja, have a bit of self-awareness? Kakashi smiled and said, So you really want to manage Konoha's finances? Yes, Jainin Kakuzu answered honestly. If it weren't for this condition, even if that white-haired brat knew him well, he would never give up the 50 million Ryo bounty. Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face, not expecting that the other party actually wanted to work. He had no choice but to call his subordinate to bring the Konoha expenditure ledger. A nearby Konoha ninja couldn't help but whisper, Lord Hokage, are you really going to let him see it? Kakashi calmly replied, It's fine. Those ledgers are just trivial procurement accounts. No need to pay too much attention. Hearing this, the ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their Hokage hadn't been so naive as to reveal his own secrets. Kakuzu wasn't polite at all, flipping through the ledger once he got it. He could naturally tell that it wasn't an important ledger, and he didn't believe that the other party would trust him enough to show him the core accounts. However, even the ledger on civilian expenditures encompassed the entire Konoha village, and since Konoha was the largest in the ninja world, it took up quite a bit of his energy. Because he assigned another room, Kakuzu worked on the Hokage's office sofa and coffee table, making Kakashi, who was handling administrative affairs, feel quite uncomfortable. It wasn't until noon that Uchiha Obito knocked on the Hokage's office door, slightly easing the atmosphere. "Teacher Watergate, here es today es bento, and Rin made it too. So you must eat it gratefully. Wait, why is there someone else here?" Obito had planned to hand over lunch to Kakashi, but as soon as he entered, he was met with a cold, piercing gaze, startling him. Kakashi didn't know how to explain the current situation and quickly took the bento box from Obito's hands, saying, "Thank you, Obito. By the way, could you please help this gentleman get a J-Nin's meal?" Kakashi smiled apologetically at Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't care, saying no need. "Sure, but who is this uncle?" Obito scratched his head, staring at Kakuzu. "Hey, isn't that the symbol of a rogue ninja? Why is it appearing in Konoha?" Obito kept questioning, and Kakashi couldn't stop him, hurriedly pushing him out the door. At that moment, a ninja guard came over with a bento. "Lord Hokage, this is..." The guard's gaze drifted towards Kakuzu. Kakashi immediately understood, cleared a space on the coffee table, and placed the bento in front of Kakuzu. Thus, Obito left in confusion, escorted out by the J-Nin who delivered the meal. "Hey, you must be an elite J-Nin, right? What is the story with that rogue ninja? Why is he in Teacher Watergate's office?" Faced with Obito's rapid-fire questions, the J-Nin couldn't help but respond. "I also want to know why your teammates keep bringing back various rogue ninjas to Konoha. We have a lot of pressure too, you know?" At the J-Nin's outburst, Obito was momentarily stunned. If anyone was bringing back rogue ninjas, it seemed to be only that idiot Kakashi. Hearing that, could it be that Kakashi brought back another rogue ninja? He immediately got excited. "Wow, is it another rogue ninja that Kakashi brought back? I think that forehead protector looks like it's from Takigakure." Seeing Obito so happy about this, the J-Nin thought that Hokage's disciple was probably beyond saving. "Hey, don't go. Tell me more about that rogue ninja, so I can go back and tell Rin." Obito hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the two sat in silence, eating, the atmosphere as cold as ice. Kakashi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Next time Kakashi came back, he would definitely tell him firmly not to bring any more rogue ninjas to Konoha. Also, Rin had mentioned strengthening Konoha's barriers, which should be prioritized. It really was too easy for anyone to come in, completely lacking security. At this time, Kakuzu had finished lunch and moved the organized ledger in front of Kakashi. "I marked the problematic areas. When can I see Konoha's accounts?" Chapter 86. The strange silence. Kakashi was shocked when he saw the ledger in front of him, so surprised that he couldn't even eat. He flipped through it according to the markings made by Kakuzu. The problematic areas were all marked in red, and the issues were clearly written down. He couldn't help but review it from start to finish, realizing that the loopholes Kakuzu pointed out were extremely difficult to detect. But when tallied up, it amounted to quite a sum. It seemed that Konoha also had people lining their own pockets, Kakuzu said coldly. Kakashi immediately understood that the person in front of him truly had the ability, and also understood why Kakashi would want such a rogue ninja to manage the accounts. He immediately said seriously, "Please wait a moment." Kakashi quickly called for the head of the procurement department to confront him in person. The procurement department head initially remained defiant, but after Kakuzu suddenly began questioning him, the situation reversed. "I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me this time." Kakashi looked at the procurement department head, this person he had promoted himself, who had actually committed such acts of embezzlement. He couldn't bear to close his eyes. Following the normal procedure, he issued orders on how to judge the case. The guards outside immediately came in and took the person away. As the pleas for mercy gradually faded, Kakashi turned to Kakuzu. "I apologize for making you witness this, and also, I apologize for doubting your abilities earlier." Kakuzu couldn't help but admire the character of the person before him, who would actually apologize for such matters. It seemed that Konoha was indeed a different place compared to Takigakure. If he had been born a ninja of Konoha, perhaps those later events would not have happened. Thinking of this, Kakuzu couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this old fossil still had such thoughts? Perhaps coming into contact with Konoha, a place that had always been at the forefront of the ninja world, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But please understand my position. As Hokage, I recognize your abilities, but I still cannot fully trust you. Kakashi spoke sincerely, which moved Kakuzu. It doesn't matter. Anyway, being able to stay in Konoha is already something I didn't expect. You can go back and rest now. The ninja outside will take you to your residence. Kakashi, seeing that he had no dissatisfaction, finally breathed a sigh of relief and politely asked him to leave the Hokage's office. The other party complied and left just like that. Kakashi sat back in his chair and let out a deep breath. He really wanted to bring Sarutobi-sensei back. Being Hokage was really too hard. The news of another rogue ninja appearing in the village naturally couldn't be kept secret. When Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned, they heard this news. Watergate, aren't you being a bit too indulgent with that kid? Jiraiya couldn't help but say. Last time, it was one rogue ninja. How come there's another one this time? Orochimaru, on the other hand, said with great interest, it seems that kid has quite the skills. I'm very interested in what kind of rogue ninja he can bring back in the future. Bluffing Shuemin looked at the two seniors with some helplessness. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, please don't tease me anymore. This matter is really giving me a headache. When he comes back, I will have a good talk with him. Meanwhile, the person who was giving Bluffing Shuemin a headache, Lu Dong, was enjoying his regained vacation in the hidden hot water village. Aren't you here to gather intelligence? How did you end up in such a gentle place? Don't you know that this kind of mixed environment is the best for gathering information? Lu Dongjung was soaking in the hot spring, enjoying the feeling of relaxation throughout his body. He hadn't been able to rest well during his previous trip to the land of hot springs, but he didn't expect that the hot spring village also had hot springs, and their quality was not inferior to those in the land of hot springs. It truly was a peaceful place here, free from war. Yaozi couldn't help but sigh as well. Lu Dong emptied his mind for a while, feeling that he had rested enough, and then he came out of the hot spring, dressed in a yukata. The weather in the land of rivers is pleasant throughout the year, which is also why they can live so peacefully. Lu Dong took out a considerable amount of banknotes from his pocket and approached the hot spring owner, who was watching a romantic scene. He slapped the banknotes down. The owner immediately sat up, beaming with joy, and said, "How was the guest soak?" "Not bad," Lu Dong replied lightly. "This money is enough to cover it, and there's quite a bit left over. I have a few questions to ask you." The owner, being savvy, quickly nodded at the sight of Lu Dong's generous spending, saying, "Feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything. Have you ever heard of a ninja named Fei Duan?" Lu Dong asked straightforwardly. "Or have you heard of a cult called the Evil God Sect?" Upon hearing the first part, the owner appeared contemplative, but his expression changed drastically upon hearing the latter. "Oh dear, I'm just running a small business. How can I accept your money?" The owner said, counting the banknotes in his hand and giving Lu Dong the change. Lu Dong wasn't surprised by this response. He collected the change as his gaze flickered, no longer pursuing the questions. If he pressed too hard, it would only alert the snake in the grass. Seeing Lu Dong leave, the shop owner sighed in relief. At that moment, the owner's wife came out from behind and asked, "It sounded like a generous guest earlier. Why did you return the money?" The shop owner shot her a glance and gestured with his hand. The wife immediately turned pale and quickly patted her chest, relieved that the guest didn't press further. "Later, you should also inform the nearby shops to be vigilant and not let those bastards disturb our lives." The shop owner reassured his wife by patting her shoulder. She nodded and went to the neighboring shop. Lu Dong found a very ordinary restaurant to have dinner, pondering how to find a breakthrough. Just then, his gaze fell on the table across from him, where an elderly woman was with a child who looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. On their table, there was only a small bowl of wontons, and the two of them were taking turns, each eating just one at a time. Lu Dong squinted his eyes slightly, feeling it was an opportunity, and beckoned the waiter over. "Serve that child and the old lady each a hearty meal. I will pay for it. And pack up what they can't finish." Lu Dong pointed to the table over there. The waiter initially seemed normal, but upon seeing the two people, his expression immediately soured. However, there was no reason to refuse business, so he reluctantly went to the kitchen and placed the order. Seeing the shop assistant's reaction, Lu Dong felt even more convinced that the two people would be the breakthrough point. Chapter 87, Breakthrough Point. The shop assistant placed 2 bowls of noodles in front of the grandfather and grandson with an unfriendly expression, saying, "Eat up." The two were taken aback and quickly thanked the shop assistant. However, the assistant was unwilling to accept their gratitude, looking as if they were tainted by bad luck, and gestured with their lips, indicating that it was the customer sitting over there who had sent it to them. Lu Dong saw the pair of grandparents and grandchildren looking over, and when their eyes met, he smiled. The old woman immediately led the child over, telling the child to kneel down and pretended to kneel herself, but Lu Dong quickly helped her up. "What is this old lady doing?" Lu Dong was startled and hurriedly stopped her actions. The elderly woman in front of him looked to be at least 60 years old, and if she really knelt down, he wouldn't be able to bear it. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl said in a sweet voice, and, after finishing, she couldn't help but fix her gaze on the leftover snacks on Lu Dong's table, unable to contain her desire. Lu Dong handed the plate of snacks from the table to him and said, "I'm not eating anymore. Throwing it away would be a waste. Can you help me get rid of it?" The little girl's eyes lit up and she nodded, but was stopped by the old woman. The child didn't understand. But didn't she, as an adult? It wasn't about being afraid of waste. It was just an excuse to give the child something to eat. They had already received a bowl of noodles, and it was absolutely not acceptable to accept anything more at this time. No. Thank you, sir. We only need one bowl of noodles." The old woman opened the little girl's hand that was reaching out and smiled apologetically at him, then took the child back to their original position. Lu Dong didn't push it. After all, everyone has their own dignity. At that moment, the previously unfriendly staff member approached and said, "Sir, you must be here to visit Tangren Village, right?" Lu Dong was pleased to see him take the initiative to strike up a conversation, and he naturally welcomed the information coming to him. So he put on a kind and naive expression and nodded. The shop assistant's face revealed an expression of as expected, and then he relaxed his stern demeanor, becoming much gentler as he advised. "Since that's the case, you should enjoy the local customs and the hot springs." Suddenly, the shop assistant's gaze sharpened, and he added, "There must be something detestable about those who are pitiable. Although we exclude them, we won't completely shut them out. So it's better for you not to get involved with this misfortune." Lu Dong's eyes darted around, and he pulled out a silver note from his pocket, handed it to the shopkeeper, and asked with an innocent curiosity, "Is this enough to pay for the meal? You can keep the rest. Can you tell me more about the situation?" The shopkeeper, seeing the denomination of the silver note, glanced around with a sly look and tucked the note away. He leaned down and spoke softly. He said that the parents of the family had once believed in heresy and harmed many people. Now only the grandfather and grandson were left, and many people in the village hated them. However, the child was innocent, and they couldn't find work. If they passed by a kind shop owner's store, people were still willing to spare a bowl of food for them. Lu Dong's eyes flickered with a shrewd glint as he curled his lips and said, "Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known." Saying this, he took out a banknote from his pocket and added, "Please pack up a portion of all the snacks in your shop for me to take away." "Sure thing. I'll get that packed right up for you." The staff, seeing him so generous, happily ran off to pack all the snacks for him, even giving him a lot of other samples as a bonus. Lu Dong took the packed snacks from the other person's hand and left without any hesitation, as if he were just a passerby who happened to have a kind heart. However, in reality, he had already marked the two of them with a chakra imprint when he helped them up, and with just a slight sense, he could know where they lived. He strolled through the food street and the temple, and when he felt the time was about right, he headed in the direction indicated by the chakra sensing, pretending to accidentally run into the grandfather and granddaughter. "What a coincidence. We meet again," Lu Dong said with a smile. The little girl immediately recognized him as the big brother who treated them to noodles, and she ran over with a smile, handing him a flower she had picked by the roadside. "Big brother, here, a flower for you. Thank you for treating me to noodles. I haven't eaten so full in a long time." The little girl smiled brightly, but her words made one feel a pang in their heart. Lu Dong looked up and saw the old woman behind him, holding a bag that clearly contained his portion, which she couldn't bear to eat and had packed to take home. "I really like the flowers you gave me. If you give me some more, how about I give you these packed snacks?" Lu Dong tried to bond with this child who had always been undernourished using food. This tactic proved to be very effective, as the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dashed into the flower bushes, soon coming back with a large handful. However, it seemed she didn't want to give them all away at once. Instead, she spread the flowers on the ground and began to pick through them, her serious demeanor making her adorably charming. The old woman stepped forward, saying, "Thank you for being willing to help us, but I hope we won't meet again. I think it would be better for you." Upon hearing these words, Lu Dong understood that the old woman must know something as well, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Let's make a deal," he said, his gaze deepening. "You wouldn't want to live in this environment with your granddaughter forever, would you? I can take you away. I just need you to tell me what I want to know." The old woman couldn't help but be moved by this offer. She had thought that the other party would only give her some money to improve her life, but unexpectedly, he boldly stated that he could help them leave. "It's not that easy. Our roots are here. If we go somewhere else, it will be even more unfamiliar." The old woman sighed and glanced at her granddaughter. "I just hope Nailing can grow up and leave this place soon. As for my old bones, wherever they are buried is fine. At that moment, Nai Ling bounced over, handing Lu Dong a bouquet she had tied together. Big brother, do you think this bouquet is enough to exchange for the snacks in your hand? Lu Dong looked at the confident expression on the other person's face, took the bouquet from her hand, and was genuinely surprised. Although this bouquet was made up of wildflowers picked from the roadside, it had a great sense of design, even comparable to some famous florists. It seemed that this child was quite talented. I really like this bouquet. Can you give it to me? Lu Dong said with a smile as he handed the packaged snacks to her. Nai Ling happily accepted it, nodding vigorously, of course. This is for Big Brother. The old woman looked at Nai Ling with love in her eyes, gently stroking her head. No wonder she is Nai Ling. Chapter 88. Mission successful. In my opinion, this child's talent for flower arrangement is not inferior to that of some advanced disciples. Perhaps this could be a good path for her. Lu Dong looked at the bouquet in his hand, speaking honestly while also adding a touch of temptation. He didn't believe that the old woman wouldn't be moved by such words. Was flower arrangement? Nai Ling couldn't understand such a statement. She simply arranged the flowers into a bouquet in her own favorite way. No, Big Brother is just praising how beautiful your flower selection is. The old woman quickly added, not wanting to be swayed by Lu Dong's words. Nai Ling, being naive, believed it and nodded. Of course, just by looking at the state of the flowers, I can tell how much longer they can bloom. The flowers I give to Big Brother can still bloom for several more days. Lu Dong raised his eyebrows, realizing that this child's talent was indeed remarkable, as she could even discern such details, even if she didn't apprentice under the flower arrangement master. He remembered there was a flower shop run by a family in the mountains, and having this child help out there could be a good opportunity. Nai Ling, it's too late, we should go back. The old woman didn't want to get entangled with Lu Dong any longer and quickly took the child back. Nai Ling looked at Lu Dong with some disappointment, waving goodbye to him, and couldn't help but sigh. If only Big Brother could always live in Tangren Village. That Big Brother was just a traveler passing through Tangren Village and would leave in no time. The old woman sighed, as it was rare to see Nai Ling so happy. Nai Ling couldn't help but murmur, when can we leave Tangren Village? Nai Ling, you have to wait until you are an adult. I have said this many times. The old woman frowned and said sternly, right now, leaving the village. We don't have the ability to protect ourselves. Okay. Nai Ling wasn't too disappointed, as she had heard this reason for many years. However, the people here didn't like her, and life with her grandmother was tough. No one could appreciate her bouquets. The bouquet she gave to Big Brother today was probably her favorite work so far. Clearly, that Big Brother could understand her design. Were people outside like this? Or was it because the village held malice towards them that they looked down on her work? Nai Ling couldn't figure it out. But the words flower arrangement from Lu Dong made her suddenly enlightened, as if she had found the meaning of life. Great. As long as she worked hard to reach adulthood, she must find out what flower arrangement really is. The two returned home. Actually, calling it home was not entirely accurate, as it was just a shed made of iron sheets, barely able to shield them from wind and rain. Fortunately, Tangren Village had spring-like weather all year round, so they didn't have to worry about freezing to death in winter. As for their original house, it had long been destroyed by angry villagers during the incident. The old woman herself knew that after such an event, the village could still accommodate them, which was a sign of the village's tolerance. It was just a pity for Nai Ling, at such a young age, to endure so much hardship. She coaxed Nai Ling to sleep, while she herself stared at the child's sleeping face. Unable to fall asleep for a long time, her mind repeatedly contemplating the proposal from the person they met today. To be honest, being able to leave here and go to a place where no one knew them was something they dared not even dream about. But she was not unaware of why that person sought them out. Once she confirmed it, there would be no turning back. What if that person changed their mind? The old woman had spent her entire life in Tangren Village and had never been outside. This child's parents were not ninjas, but ordinary people in the village who ran a small shop to make a living. So, she found it hard to imagine what it would be like to leave Tangren Village. However, fatigue eventually overcame the elderly woman, causing her to fall into a deep sleep while she was lost in thought. On the other side, Lu Dong also captured the appearance of the bouquet with a camera and sent it back to Konoha using a ninja hawk, waiting for a reply. In the following days, Lu Dong created encounters everywhere. Although the old woman felt helpless, she couldn't resist the allure of good food. As long as Nai Ling could eat her fill, she could accept it. Lu Dong also sensed the gradual loosening of the opponent's defenses, just waiting for a one-hit kill. Big Brother, this is so delicious. It's my first time eating it. Nai Ling bit into the candied hawthorn, revealing a happy smile. It was the first time in her life that she had tasted something so sweet. Usually, she only got to sneak a bite of candy on special holidays. Just then, an eagle suddenly swooped down, startling the people around. Sorry, that's my messenger eagle, Lu Dong said apologetically, taking the note off the eagle's leg and then releasing it. Niling's eyes lit up when she saw it. Wow, that's so cool. Is that Kakadong Gij's eagle? During these days of getting to know each other, they had already exchanged names, whether she called him Big Brother or Kakadong Gij generally depended on Niling's mood. Yes, Lu Dong opened the note, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The final blow was finally here. Niling took another bite of the candy hawthorn, and seeing Big Brother so happy, she felt happy too. Lu Dong smiled as he handed her the note, saying, "It's about some good news regarding you." Niling curiously took the note, but then furrowed her brows and looked up at Lu Dong, saying, "Big Brother, I can't read." Okay, he had forgotten about that. Lu Dong read the content of the note to her, which basically said that he had shown Niling's work to his friend, who praised it highly and urged him to bring this talent back, offering a high salary. Niling was surprised and said, "Is my work really that good? Is there really someone willing to pay for it?" "Of course. So you must convince your grandmother when you go back. As long as she agrees, I can take you away from here to that place that welcomes you," Lu Dong said with a smile. Niling is still a child. Such temptation is too great for her. She immediately ran back, and by the time she returned, the candy hawthorn in her hand had melted. "Niling, what's wrong with you?" The old woman, seeing Niling rushing back, thought that the children of the village had bullied her again. Niling felt braver and more determined than ever before. She looked at her grandmother and said seriously, "Grandma, let's leave this place." "Niling, why are you saying this again?" The old woman still used her old way of dismissing it, but this time, before she could finish, Niling interrupted her. "But someone is willing to pay me for my bouquet and want me to work for him," Niling said a little nervously. "But it couldn't be worse than in Tangren village, right?" The old woman was taken aback. "You said someone is willing to pay you for your bouquet?" Chapter 89. Return to Konoha. When Yamanaka Ichi saw a ninja eagle standing at his doorstep, he was a bit confused. No one should be using a ninja eagle to contact him. Then, with curiosity, he untied the note from the eagle's leg. After reading the words on the note and looking at the picture that came with it, his eyes brightened. There is actually such a genius. If I can bring this genius back, I won't have to worry about not being able to compete with that shop. He immediately took a pen and wrote a sincere letter, hoping to recruit this genius to his flower shop. The Yamanaka clan has always been involved in tending to flowers and plants, probably because the three clans of boar, deer, and butterfly support and influence each other. The Nara clan likes to raise deer, while the Yamanaka clan also grows herbs and makes some secret medicine. So they have a natural fondness for flowers and plants. Or perhaps some obsession. Just then, Yamanaka Ichi's wife came out from behind, saw her husband looking excited, and felt puzzled. She gave him a slap on the back of his head. "Aren't you going to get the flowers ready and prepare for the opening?" Yes. Yamanaka Ichi happily went off to do so. On Niling's side, the old woman was finally persuaded by her granddaughter and agreed. The two went to find Lu Dong, who, upon seeing them together, knew that they must have succeeded. "It seems you agreed this time." Lu Dong was eating a late-night snack in the inn's restaurant and was not surprised by their appearance. They had come this far, so it was natural to believe that the other side would not refuse. "I'm old, and if I die, so be it. But if you dare to deceive my granddaughter, I will not spare you even in the underworld." The old woman stared at him with piercing eyes, as if demanding a promise. "Of course, you can rest assured about that." Lu Dong nodded and offered the snacks on the table to Niling again. This time, the old woman did not stop her, watching her granddaughter enjoy the food. "All right, it's getting late. We should go back." Once Niling finished eating, the old woman hurriedly urged her granddaughter to return. Lu Dong tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. "Where are you going back to? Since I promised you, I won't let you stay in that shed anymore. I've already booked a nice room. You could just move in directly." As he spoke, he pulled out a key from his pocket and threw it to Niling. "It's right next to my room. Just come to me if you need anything." The old woman suddenly felt that the key was quite hot in her hand. No, staying in a hotel is too expensive. We can't afford it. It's too much for you." Lu Dong sighed. "The best room in this hotel costs less than 10,000 taels for a day, while my earnings from a single mission can reach several million. This should be considered an advance from you, and if it's really difficult, you can pay me back once you make some money." The old woman's eyes became alert. "You don't intend to take Niling to places like the Flower Street and brothels, do you?" As she spoke, she hurriedly protected the person. Lu Dong couldn't help but chuckle at her vigilance. "Come on. The money from selling it is less than what I spend on buying things for nailing in a night." As he spoke, he took out 2 scrolls from his pocket, one for each of them. "I've already bought clothes for both of you, so go back to your room and clean yourselves up properly." Lu Dong pointed at Nailing's nose and said. After a moment, he remembered something and added, "Oh, you don't know any ninjutsu, so I'll just help you take them out directly." So, the two of them, now freshly bathed and feeling clean, sat on the soft bed, still wearing their new clothes, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. It was Nailing who reacted first, jumping onto the bed. "Ah, it's so soft like cotton candy, so comfortable." The old woman looked at Nailing's happy expression and felt that it was worth it. The next morning, both sides woke up early and happened to have breakfast together. The old woman had been holding onto a concern in her heart, and after sending Nailing back to her room, she took the initiative to propose a talk with Lu Dong. "I'll get straight to the point. Do you want to know about the cult of the evil god?" The old woman's eyes contained a hint of fear, as if she had brought up something deeply taboo. Lu Dong nodded, indicating his purpose for coming. "I came here for the evil god cult. Child, I advise you to be cautious. The evil god cult is not something to be trifled with." The old woman seemed to fall into memories, her words filled with emotion. "If it weren't for the evil god cult, our family of 4 wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation." Lu Dong's eyes flickered as he remembered Lin, my companion who was taken as a sacrifice by the evil god cult. "So I wanted to find them and capture them all." The old woman showed a sad expression upon hearing the first half of the sentence, realizing that this child, like her, was also a victim of the evil god cult. However, when she heard the second half, she became terrified. "Do you really think that way?" The old woman exclaimed in shock. "You need to think it through." Lu Dong chuckled lightly. "You have been doubting me all along, but now that you agreed to be honest with me, I won't hide anything from you either. I am a ninja from Konoha, sent by the Hokage to investigate the evil god cult. You need not be afraid, for your backing is the entire Konoha." Upon hearing this, the old woman was taken aback. She knew that the person before her was extraordinary and skilled in ninjutsu, certainly a ninja, but she never expected that he was actually from Konoha, even if she was somewhat ignorant. She had heard about the recent events where Konoha single-handedly quelled the Ninja World War. She had actually found such a powerful ally. The old woman let out a long sigh and took a moment to recover. "Since you're a ninja from Konoha, I can rest assured. But regarding the evil god cult, can I wait until we reach Konoha to discuss it?" The old woman did not distrust the person before her. She just did not trust those members of the evil god cult. Although she claimed to have been expelled from the Hot Spring Ninja Village, she was well aware of the power of such evil beliefs, and it was hard to guarantee that there weren't secretly devoted followers in the village. If she spoke out in the Hot Spring Ninja Village, they would undoubtedly realize it was related to her, and then on the way to Konoha, it would be troublesome. Lu Dong shrugged, showing indifference to this. "Anyway, in the end, you would know who said what. Right now, it was more important to protect the key witness and return to Konoha. Since that's the case, I'll go gather supplies today. Is there anything you need? We will set off tonight." Lu Dong has always been decisive. Since the investigation in Tangren Village has concluded, it is best to return immediately. "You don't need to bring anything. I will buy new things for you." The old woman nodded and left the room to inform Nai Ling about the departure tonight. Chapter 90. The Duel of Paper Figures. Ah, how boring. Why hasn't anyone walked into my blade yet? Fei Duan was boredly swinging his blood scythe, lying on the ground with nothing to do after finishing his prayer ritual to the evil god. "Should I go back to Tangren Village and cause a scene again?" Fei Duan mumbled as he got up from the ritual. "Forget it. They're just ordinary people without any sacrificial value." He carried his scythe, indifferent to everything around him. As he passed by a village, he overheard their conversation. "Hey, I heard Konoha took in a rogue ninja, and it's a rogue from Takigakure. Even though Konoha is currently flourishing, they can't just take in rogue ninjas, right? And I heard that this guy is a ruthless rogue ninja. Konoha doesn't plan to whitewash the rogue ninja for their own use, do they? I don't know. I heard that Konoha has ties with that Akatsuki organization." Fei Duan listened for a while and gathered various rumors before suddenly standing up and heading towards the direction of Yuin Village. "Akatsuki, huh? That sounds interesting. They should make good sacrifices. The evil god will definitely be pleased." Fei Duan nodded while speaking, as if to prove that what he said was correct. On the way back to Konoha, the journey that should have taken a week was delayed by twice as long due to the addition of a 60-year-old woman. However, this was still under the premise that the old woman felt it was safer to reach Konoha as soon as possible. Finally, the three of them saw the gates of Konoha, which were much grander than those of Tangren Village. They could feel the hustle and bustle of the village, even from the outside. "Halt!" The guards of Konoha stopped Lu Dong. "May I ask who these two are?" "Important witnesses. You have no right to know," Lu Dong replied coldly. "The matter of the evil god cult is not something a Konoha guard can know." The guard's expression changed, but he still firmly said, "Please wait." The Hokage has ordered that if you bring anyone back, their identities must be verified first. Otherwise, they cannot be allowed to pass. Huh? When did this regulation come about? Lu Dong was quite puzzled. He had previously brought people in without any trouble. At this moment, a voice interjected. Isn't it because you keep bringing rogue ninjas into the village? This has given Minato quite a headache. Looking up, it was Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. Lu Dong nodded to him as a greeting. Whereas teacher Minato, the guy you brought back a few days ago, does have some skills. He came in and got the corrupt minister ousted. Now the minister's position is vacant, and they're still trying to recover the embezzled funds and supplies. Minato is currently overwhelmed. As Jiraiya said this, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. But this time, who'd you brought back? They don't look like ninjas. Jiraiya leaned in to closely examine the two. Nailing was so frightened that she hid behind her grandmother, saying, "Big brother, this creepy uncle is scary." The old woman quickly said, "Nailing, you mustn't be rude." Having lived a long time, she had naturally heard of the name of the three ninjas. The person in front of her should be the great Lord Jiraiya. It's all right, it's all right. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily while scratching the back of his head. What brings you to Konoha? Nailing said. Big brother said that a flower shop wants to hire me at a high salary. A flower shop? Jiraiya was puzzled, immediately thinking of the flower shop run by the Yamashiro family. However, as someone who usually gets along well with children, he smiled and said, Really? That's wonderful. You're so impressive at such a young age. Nai Ling giggled, touched her nose, and said, Hee hee, it's nothing much. In that case, I'd like to trouble Lord Jiraiya to help arrange for these two. They're important intelligence providers. I'll go check on Rin first. Lu Dong saw that they had become familiar with each other, so he handed the two over to Jiraiya. Hey, I still have the task of monitoring that guy, Kakudo. Why do you always give me work to do? Jiraiya hurriedly wanted to call him back. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Dong had already disappeared from the spot. TCH, just like his teacher, using Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya complained, but still diligently arranged for the two of them. At this time, Lin's hospital room was filled with laughter, with Obito and Kushina present as he walked in. Lin's eyes lit up, and she happily said, Kakashi, you're back. Kakashi responded. Lin looked him over from head to toe, and, noticing that he really had no injuries, said with relief, That's great. Since you're back, does that mean there has been progress? Kushina asked. The person has been brought back, but might not be very useful. We still need to find that guy Haiden. Lu Dong couldn't help but frown, still wearing a worried expression. Having progress is already good, but who is Haiden? Is he that immortal ninja you mentioned? Kushina clearly had heard about Kakashi's experiences from Minato. Kakashi nodded. He had let Haiden's name slip when he got distracted earlier. But thankfully it wasn't a big problem. Is this Rain Village? It's raining all day, really annoying. Lord Evil God must hate this kind of weather. Haiden muttered to himself. Shortly after he stepped into the territory of Rain Village, an angel descended from the sky, landing in front of Haiden. This is the territory of Rain Village. You are not allowed to proceed. In the rain, Conan appeared in front of Haiden with countless explosive tags made of oil paper, her expression emotionless as she coldly watched him, blocking his advance. Haiden, seeing her, let out a cheerful oh-ho. Great. You must be one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. I want to offer you to Lord Evil God. As soon as he finished speaking, his blood scythe was flung out, aimed at Conan's face. However, Conan did not dodge, allowing the blood scythe to attack her. The part that was hit transformed into paper and scattered, then slowly reassembled. Paper person? Haiden tilted his head. So your real body isn't here? Hey, come out quickly and fight me with your real body. If I can't take your blood, my curse technique will be useless. I'll say it again, leave Rain Village. You're not welcome here. Conan remained expressionless. Otherwise, you will face death. Ha 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 ha. That's just what I want. Come out. I don't want to fight a bunch of paper. Haiden waved his blood scythe at Conan, laughing wildly. He had come to find someone to fight. It's you who will die. Haiden continued to shout, extremely confident in his own body. Chapter 91. The Alarm of the Konoha Barrier. Under the hands of Yahiko and the others, Haiden couldn't gain much advantage, especially since Rain Village was their home ground. TSK, I actually got my head cut off. What a hassle. Just as Conan and the others dealt with this unwelcome guest, the head that had rolled to the side, separated from the body by quite a distance, suddenly spoke up. The three were startled and immediately turned to look. They saw the head and body struggling to join together. But it seemed the distance was a bit far, and both sides were exerting a lot of effort. Conan was so shocked that she couldn't speak, while Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, somewhat unable to believe what they were seeing. However, They were clearly no longer the naive ninjas they once were, having seen plenty of strange Kekkei Genkai over the years. Yahiko immediately stepped forward, separating the body and head, grabbing a handful of Haiden's hair to lift his head up. Hey, let go of me. Haiden had no choice but to move his head around, trying to get the ninja to release him. At this moment, Nagato noticed the necklace that had been thrown to the ground when Haiden's head was separated from his body, and he felt the design was very familiar. Conan, Yahiko, come look, this should be the symbol of the evil god cult. Nagato called the others over, and before they could confirm, the head in Yahiko's hand spoke up. Oh, you actually know about the evil god cult, not bad. Even in a situation where his head was in someone else's hands, Haiden remained calm, appreciating that this group of people had a broader perspective than just Rain Village. They might even become followers of the evil god cult. Is this the organization that made Sister Lin the Three Tails Jinchuriki? Conan's gaze became increasingly sharp. It should be. Yahiko looked down at the head in his hand, his expression also turning cold. Haiden couldn't quite understand what they meant. Hey, what Three Tails Jinchuriki? This doesn't align with our evil god cult's doctrine. It seemed he should hand this over to Jiraiya-sensei to see if he could get any information out of him. Conan looked at this immortal being in front of her and found it quite tricky. The three ignored Haiden's incessant chatter and quickly dealt with the situation in Rain Village, sealing Haiden's body in a scroll and putting his head away before setting off towards Konoha. Recently, Hanzo of the Salamander on the Rain Village side had been quite well behaved, probably wanting to conserve his strength, and Yahiko and the others were not afraid because they believed victory would eventually belong to them. As for the journey, they had been trying to take quieter paths. After all, they were carrying a head that could still talk without its body. Even more absurdly, this head actually needed to eat. If they didn't feed it, it would make noise and disturb them. So they had no choice but to divide some military rations for that guy's head. However, it seemed the head was completely unaware of the situation, and it started complaining to the three. Is it just military rations? If you can't give me gourmet food, at least let me have my head back so I can go hunt for some wild game. Where are you taking me? Will you put my head back on? Haiden rambled on, until finally, Conan couldn't take it anymore, activated her chakra, and used paper to firmly block Haiden's mouth, allowing him only to emit muffled complaints. Nagato couldn't help but sigh. What kind of organization is the evil god cult to create such a monster? Hearing this, Haiden clearly wanted to answer the question, but the next moment he realized his mouth was blocked, and he couldn't speak at all. After some time on the road, the three finally saw the gates of Konoha, and for a moment, they felt a surge of emotions. They really didn't want to deal with this bizarre head any longer. As long as they handed this guy over to Konoha, they could be free from him. Thinking of this, the three quickened their pace, walking hopefully towards the gates of Konoha. Please stop. May I see your identification? The Konoha guards frowned, looking at the three dressed in the same attire, feeling they didn't seem like good people. We are students of Jiraiya-sensei. Could you please summon him? Conan stepped forward politely. Upon hearing this, the Konoha guards immediately showed more respect, called someone over, and after a few instructions, Jiraiya's figure soon appeared at the gate. Jiraiya still had that slightly lazy demeanor. Recently, the defenses of Konoha had been significantly strengthened, which was why you were stopped. Follow me. I will help you register in the Konoha barrier records. Yahiko and his group had heard about Kakashi's actions of leading rogue ninjas into Konoha, but they didn't expect it had escalated to the point of needing enhanced barriers and guards. What are you holding? Just as Yahiko and his group entered the Konoha barrier, holding the head of a person whose mouth was stuffed and unable to speak, the barrier suddenly sounded an alarm. The guards of Konoha immediately became alert, pointing their weapons at Yahiko and his group. Jiraiya was startled, but he believed his three students wouldn't do anything out of line in Konoha and stepped forward to mediate. Please calm down. Jiraiya raised his hand, signaling them not to be so alert. The new barrier of Konoha reacts to all life forms. Can you explain what you're holding? Given its size, it looks like some sort of small animal, perhaps something to entertain Rin. The expressions of Yahiko and his group stiffened. Jiraiya-sensei, do we really have to do this here? Can we go inside first? Sorry, according to Konoha's latest regulations, proof must be shown at the entrance. Otherwise, entry is not permitted. The Konoha guard stated firmly, insisting that even Jiraiya's students couldn't be given special treatment. Yahiko's trio held their ground for a moment, then finally sighed in relief and said, "All right, just don't be scared. Please show us." The Konoha guard said sternly, completely unaware of what he was about to see next. Yahiko slowly lifted the cloth covering the head inside, revealing a severed head. Those present from Konoha gasped in shock. They didn't expect these three to be carrying a dead head. Just as they were about to question it, they realized something was off. A dead head? No way. How could a dead head be making faces at him? It was clearly still alive. Yahiko's group had anticipated everyone's reaction, but seeing Jiraiya's shocked expression still gave them a pang in their hearts. Chapter 92. Mr. Head, I didn't expect my disciple to have such a hobby. Jiraiya's eyes revealed a contemplative expression as he considered the possibility of writing this bizarre scene into a novel. Konan couldn't help but cover her face, feeling it was a bit too embarrassing. As the eldest brother, Yahiko had to withstand the pressure from everyone at this moment and said with difficulty, "We found this on this person. This should be someone Konoha is currently looking for." Saying this, he took out the necklace he had picked up earlier. The pendant's design fell into Jiraiya's sight, and his expression changed as he understood, nodding at Yahiko and personally going to speak with the Konoha guards. "Let them in. I will take full responsibility for any issues." Jiraiya looked at the guard with a serious expression, not joking at all. The Konoha guard glanced at Jiraiya, but his gaze was drawn to the moving head, and after thinking it over, he decided it was better to leave this matter to Jiraiya to handle. This was beyond what they could bear. Just then, Haiden, after his efforts, finally managed to use his tongue to get rid of the wad of paper stuffed in his mouth and shouted loudly, "Hey, I want to eat. I want sushi, not military rations." This shout startled even Jiraiya, and the Konoha guards couldn't withstand the shock and fainted. Passers-by in Konoha rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. There was a head shouting for food. What is that? A human head? A human head wanting to eat? Am I seeing things? It's broad daylight, and I'm hallucinating. As the situation escalated, Konan and Jiraiya acted almost simultaneously. She hurriedly stuffed more talismans in Haiden's mouth, while he quickly covered the head again with the cloth. "Follow me." Jiraiya used a body flicker technique to leave the spot. The Akatsuki trio naturally followed him immediately to a quiet, undisturbed room in the Hokage Tower. "You all keep an eye on this, okay, let us call him Mr. Head. I'll go get Minato." Even for a well-traveled ninja like Jiraiya, it was his first time encountering something so bizarre from the Jashin cult. A severed head that could still be alive. If his friend, who loved research, found out about this, he would probably want to take some cells back. Thinking of this, he waved his hand to call a few Umbu members, instructing them to calm down the commotion from earlier. The news must not reach Orochimaru's ears. What he was researching already gave him a headache. If there were more new experiments, he would have time to drink with Tsunade. The Umbu members acted swiftly and soon disappeared from his sight, and he knocked on the Hokage office door. Minato looked up from his paperwork upon seeing Jiraiya and smiled. "Jiraiya-sensei, is there something you need? If it's not good news, you can hold off on telling me." Jiraiya felt for a moment that his student's resentment had materialized, almost rushing at him. "Haha, it seems like you've been very busy lately, Minato." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, scratching his cheek, "but this time it really is good news." Saying this, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Yahiko and the others caught a member of the Jashin cult. "Do you want to see?" Bang! Minato suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him, and immediately grabbed the Hokage cloak draped over a nearby coat rack, putting it on with a burst of energy. "Let us go." "Where are they?" Minato asked eagerly. "Follow me." Jiraiya, seeing his student transform in an instant, couldn't help but secretly smile. "But before you meet that guy, you need to prepare yourself psychologically." However, even as Jiraiya explained the situation to Minato on the way, the impact of seeing a head staring back at him and making faces was something that lingered in his mind for a long time. At this point, Yahiko and his group recounted their encounter, confirming that this person was indeed a member of the Jashin cult. "Konan, remove the paper wad. I have questions for him," Minato said with a serious expression, his voice clear and dignified as befitting a Hokage. Konan nodded, removed the wad of paper, and threw into the trash can. Haiden immediately spat several times after he could speak. He finally understood why that female ninja could manipulate talismans in the rain. It was all oil paper, leaving a strange taste in his mouth. "Are you a follower of the Jashin cult?" Minato asked straightforwardly. Haiden pouted, "Of course, didn't you already know? I am forever the most loyal follower of Lord Jashin. Otherwise, Lord Jashin wouldn't have made me the only successful specimen among thousands of experiments." So he firmly believed he was the most special existence for Lord Jashin. "Oomph, you are disrespecting me, and you will definitely face the punishment of the evil god." Fadewan snorted and turned his head away, looking like a child throwing a tantrum. "So you should know why the evil god cult is targeting the Three Tails, right?" Minato Namikaze didn't have much patience to waste on him. His student was in agony. Hearing this, Fei curiously asked Three Tails, "What does the evil god cult want with it? A mere beast cannot be offered as a sacrifice." Minato exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, and the latter stepped forward to say, "But as far as we know, there are followers of the evil god cult who have transformed the Jinchuriki of Konoha into something that can be controlled." "Huh, there are actually people like that?" Fei said in disbelief. "The priests of the evil god must do it themselves to show their devotion. What is the point of using others to create slaughter and suffering?" Fei couldn't help but frown, clearly dissatisfied. What kind of guy dares to distort the evil god cult? Hearing this response, Minato and Jiraiya both felt uneasy, as it proved that this kid had no connection with that group, and the lead was likely to go cold again. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Teacher Minato, I heard that you captured someone from the evil god cult, so I came to take a look." "Come," Jiraiya said as he moved closer to the door and opened it. As Lu Dong entered, he saw Fei Duan with only his head left, still looking displeased. Chapter 93. Kakuzu's Stitching Technique. Ugh, Obito, who entered behind Lu Dong, was startled by the scene and quickly stepped back, leaning against the wall. "Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say you caught a live person? Why is there only a head left?" Obito took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan was unhappy and immediately shouted, "Hey, little brat, I'm still alive." "Ah!" Obito was so scared that he hid behind Lu Dong, thinking, "Oh my god, the head can actually talk." Lu Dong looked helplessly at Obito, who was hiding behind him and tightly gripping his arm. "Obito, he's not a ghost." Lu Dong touched his nose, unsure if he was amazed that Obito was scared like this or if he was just impressed by his own ability to accept things. "Huh, if he is not a ghost, then what could he be? I must be dreaming." Obito looked like he had lost all color. Minato stepped in to explain, which finally made Obito believe that the guy in front of him was just a ninja with a rare immortality ability. Once he knew he wasn't a ghost, Obito relaxed a bit, reaching out to poke Haiden's face, clearly feeling the human touch and warmth. Haiden frowned, seizing the opportunity, and bit down on Obito's finger. Fortunately, Obito reacted quickly and managed to avoid the bite. "TCH, Haiden pouted, somewhat disappointed that he couldn't catch him. He looked at the people in the room, feeling impatient. How much longer would he be treated like an exhibit? This is so annoying." Haiden complained, "If you want to kill me, just do it quickly, so I can meet Lord Jashin sooner. If you're not going to kill me, then push my head back. This is really bothersome." Haiden felt a bit self-destructive. He knew very well that everyone here was strong, and now that they knew his fighting style, he had no chance of winning. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Lu Dong. "You're the little brat who knows my fighting style, right? When did you see me in action? I have no memory of you at all." Along the way, he had heard a lot of intel from the Akatsuki, one of which was about a white-haired kid. He had no idea where or with whom he fought, and he had revealed the secrets of his techniques to this kid, not keeping any secrets at all. How infuriating. If it weren't for this little brat, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Haiden's eyes showed a murderous intent, staring fixedly at Lu Dong. However, in Lu Dong's eyes, the currently non-threatening Haiden showing such an expression was quite amusing, especially since he didn't even have a body right now. Speaking of which, he used to really like the immortality duo of Kakuzu and Haiden when reading the original work, and there was a bit of chemistry between them. "Do you want sushi?" Lu Dong asked out of the blue. Upon hearing about sushi, Haiden's eyes lit up immediately. "Of course, you have no idea that those three guys only fed me soldier pills along the way. It was even worse than when I was alone." Saying this, Lu Dong took out a sushi box from the ceiling scroll and fed sushi into Haiden's mouth. At this point, Haiden couldn't care less about being angry and was fully enjoying the delicious taste in his mouth. "Ah, this is so delicious. Is there more?" "None left." Lu Dong dumped the entire sushi box into his mouth and then threw the box away. Lu Dong explained indifferently to the crowd, who looked at him with confusion. He was not truly immortal and also needed energy. If he did not replenish it in time, he would slowly turn into a piece of rotten flesh. Now it made sense. Everyone suddenly realized. Fei shouted behind him, "You little brat, how do you know everything? It's really annoying. If you want to put your head back on your body, shut up." Lu Dong said. As a time traveler, he knew very well Fei character. Like a child who hadn't grown up, how could he plan for such things? But since this guy came to him, he couldn't ignore it. After all, he was from the evil god cult, and if he was misled by that group, it would be quite troublesome for them. "Are you willing to help me find my body?" Fei looked at the white-haired boy in front of him with some surprise. His favorability towards him increased slightly. And then he muttered again. Why should he thank this little brat? If it weren't for this little brat, he wouldn't have ended up like this. You should still have my body, right? Lu Dong looked towards Yahiko and the others, and sure enough, Nagato took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to him. Jiraiya couldn't help but frown slightly, saying, Kakashi, this is not a wise decision. This guy is too unpredictable. We don't know anything about him. Teacher Minato, can you help me call Kakuzu? Lu Dong naturally had his own plans. Namikaze Minato nodded, called for an umbu, and asked someone to find Kakuzu. Kakuzu was originally buried in the account books, enjoying the sea of money, but was suddenly called over and was in a very bad mood. If it's not something important, I don't think you'd want to see me angry. Kakuzu pushed open the door with a grim face and was taken aback by the head on the table. But since he was already quite peculiar himself, he wasn't that shocked to see a talking head. Lu Dong pointed at the body on the ground and said, Jiao Du, could you please sew this guy's head back on his body? Jiao Du raised an eyebrow. He remembered he hadn't used the Earth Grudge Fear in front of this guy yet. So how did he know he could do it? Logically speaking, shouldn't they be looking for a medical ninja for something like this? He then thought that since the other party knew him so well, even knowing about the past from the old era, this little matter seemed trivial. So, Jiao Du reached out to pick up Fei Duan's head and walked over to Fei Duan's body. Hey, can you help me out? But could you move my body instead of just carrying my head? Fei Duan was quite annoyed by these people carrying his head around. Shut up. This is more convenient. Jiao Du was too lazy to listen to this guy rambling. After speaking, he controlled the threads of Earth Grudge Fear, passed through and sewed the head and body back together. Thus, except for Lu Dong, everyone present was astonished to see the neck of the other party merge in an instant. Fei Duan couldn't help but laugh heartily, controlling his body, and finally able to move. He immediately stood up, touched his neck, and even moved it a bit, making cracking sounds. Well, buddy, your stitching skills are pretty good. How about joining me in worshipping the great evil god? Fei Duan casually threw an arm over Jiao Du's shoulder and said with a smile. Jiao Du disdainfully pushed his arm away. Chapter 94, Bluffing Watergate. Is it too late to resign now? I'm not familiar with you. Jiao Du expressionlessly rejected Fei Duan's suggestion and then looked at the fourth Hokage, saying, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to continue counting the accounts. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Let's have you monitor this guy Fei Duan for now, so that he doesn't harm the people of Konoha. Huh? Jiao Du felt he might have misheard. What kind of logic was there in a rogue ninja watching another rogue ninja? Jiraiya also said, this is not appropriate. Both of them are in the village, and the threat to Konoha is too great. Fei Duan was quite dissatisfied. Why should I stay in Konoha? That girl named Rin has nothing to do with me. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from within Konoha, followed by a huge cloud of smoke. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look out the window. Jiraiya immediately said, I'll go check it out. Woo! It seems like your Konoha is quite lively. Fei Duan said, enjoying the spectacle. The others present knew that direction was Orochimaru's laboratory, and something must have gone wrong with Orochimaru's experiment to cause such a large explosion. Wolfen Watergate sighed. For now, let's follow Kakashi's suggestion. Jiao Du, this believer of the evil god, will be entrusted to you for the time being. I'll pay a sufficient reward. Upon hearing that money was involved, Jiao Du immediately accepted the task. Okay, I accept. Fei Duan shouted, hey, you haven't asked for my opinion. Jiao Du shot him a look to shut him up. No need to ask your opinion. Now come with me. Fei Duan was thus arranged, feeling quite aggrieved. But since his background had been exposed and he couldn't fight back, he had no choice but to obey. Since he was here, he decided to adapt and asked, is there anything good to eat in Konoha? Recommend something to me. His body had been sealed for several days, and he hadn't been able to gain energy, weakening his recovery ability. Thinking of this, he reached out to touch the stitching on his neck. TSK, so ugly, I must eat more. Jiao Du didn't care much. As long as there was a simple way to keep this guy quiet and avoid fighting, that was good enough. As for this guy's food bill, he would make a separate list for the Hokage to reimburse. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had just arrived at the explosion site, couldn't help but frown. He had only been gone for a short while, and Orochimaru had already blown up the research room. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru choked on the thick smoke and was coughing. In fact, he didn't even know what had happened. After all, failures or mistakes in experiments were very normal. However, it was clear that this mistake was quite significant. As the fog dissipated, two figures appeared in the ruins, both wearing the Akatsuki cloud robes. One had a pair of sharingan eyes, while the other held the Samahata with a wary expression. Mr. Itachi, it seems we are still in Konoha. Kisame Hashigaki noticed the surrounding ninjas, all wearing Konoha's forehead protectors. Uchiha Itachi's eyes slightly changed as he saw the dumbfounded Orochimaru beside him, along with Jiraiya, who seemed to have just arrived at the scene. Clearly, This was completely different from the Konoha he was familiar with. Orochimaru stood up from the dust, and Jiraiya couldn't help but scold. Orochimaru, what have you done this time? Orochimaru elegantly dusted off the ash from his clothes, looking as if he had no idea. Kisame naturally had heard of Orochimaru, who was once a member of the Akatsuki organization and a former partner of Mr. Itachi. Isn't Orochimaru a rogue ninja from Konoha? Why is he appearing in Konoha? Even Kisame, who was usually laid back, sensed something was off. Was this really Konoha? He didn't consider the possibility of Jinjutsu with Itachi around. There probably wasn't any Jinjutsu that could deceive him. If I remember correctly, we should be on the way to capture the Nine Tails. Kisame squinted his not-so-big eyes. Try to recall what had just happened. How did they suddenly appear here? Jiraiya immediately recognized the Akatsuki robes and spoke up. Are you members of the Akatsuki? Then you must know Yahiko and the others. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't determine whether these two were enemies or friends, but since they were wearing Akatsuki robes, they should be related to Yahiko and the others. Yahiko? I've never heard of that name. Kisame politely answered the question while carrying the Samahata. The current situation was unfavorable for them. This was Konoha, and even one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was present, giving them no chance of victory. Mr. Itachi, the previous intelligence from the Akatsuki organization did not mention that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was also here. Just then, the fourth Hokage, Wolfen Watergate, also arrived at the scene after arranging rescue efforts following the explosion. Uchiha Itachi, upon seeing that yellow figure, couldn't help but freeze, exclaiming, Wolfen Watergate? Wolfen Watergate, being called by name, scratched his head, feeling that this Uchiha looked a bit familiar. He looked closely and focused on the deep nasolabial folds, suddenly forming a bold guess. You are Uchiha Itachi? Wolfen Watergate asked. Among the ninjas present, few were unaware of Uchiha Itachi, the genius of the Uchiha clan. But that kid had just graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. He didn't look like he could be as old as the person in front of him. Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm as he pondered for a moment and asked, May I ask what year it is in Konoha now? Year 51 of Konoha. Wolfen Watergate's answer provided them both with an answer. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi showed a look of realization, but at the same time, he felt confused. In his memory, Wolfen Watergate had already fallen, and the Nine Tails incident had long since erupted. Yet at this moment, Wolfen Watergate was standing right in front of him. Hey, Mr. Itachi, have we returned to the past? Kisame Hashigaki couldn't help but exclaim. Itachi Uchiha immediately made a basic assessment of the current situation and calmly said, I want to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. Hiruzen-sensei? He's already retired and is currently recuperating. Moreover, it's still uncertain whether the two of you are enemies or allies, so you might need to cooperate a bit. Minato Namikaze's expression was quite serious. However, his emotions were more complex. It was obvious that the grown-up Itachi was here, and he definitely needed to ask Orochimaru about this later. After a while, Lu Dong and Obito arrived to join the excitement. At a glance, Lu Dong saw Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki in the ruins, and he was so shocked that he almost couldn't close his mouth. What on earth is going on? Chapter 95. The weight of the word shadow is too heavy. Lu Dong stared at the two figures dressed in Akatsuki robes, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Of course, Itachi could sense such a direct gaze. He caught a glimpse of a white-haired boy, and without much thought, recognized him as Kakashi Hitaki, his former team leader. Seeing the fourth Hokage still alive and the young Kakashi, no matter how absurd it seemed, he had to believe it now. However, the spiky-haired boy beside him seemed somewhat familiar, as if he was that late companion who had given Kakashi the sharingan as a gift. The fire cloud pattern? Isn't that the Akatsuki's attire? Could these people be followers of Yahiko? Obito focused on the two and made his own judgment. At that moment, Orochimaru was pulled aside by Jiraiya. What experiment are you conducting this time to end up like this? I've decided to have the fourth consider having you build your lab outside the village. Orochimaru helplessly spread his hands. Scientific research is like that. There are always various unexpected events. I can't help it. However, the appearance of those two here proves that my theory is correct. It just requires repeated experimentation. You want to experiment again? Are you trying to blow up the whole of Konoha? Jiraiya said, tugging at Orochimaru's collar. At this time, a Jonin came to report the casualties to Minato Namikaze. Report. Fourth Hokage, the explosion did not cause serious damage. Only a few shops and residences were affected, and there were no casualties. Orochimaru brushed off Jiraiya, dusted himself off, and walked towards the fourth Hokage, The repair costs can be taken from my research funding. After all, it was my trouble. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly. Orochimaru, please don't add to my troubles. Orochimaru looked at his distressed expression, noticing he seemed quite haggard, clearly having not rested well for a long time. And thought about some recent events. He couldn't help but sigh that Minato had indeed taken on a good disciple, constantly creating trouble for the teacher. Well, speaking of this, I'm not any better myself. Minato, I am now very glad I didn't become Hokage, Orochimaru said meaningfully as he patted his shoulder. After all, it's much more comfortable to focus on research than to manage the entire village. Minato was taken aback by this remark, looking like he wanted to cry. Without tears, Orochimaru, please stop mocking me. I don't mind cutting your research funding directly. Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect Minato, with such a good temper, would get angry. Then I will take my leave. He hurriedly slipped away before Minato really got angry. He couldn't afford to fall out with his research funding. When Minato saw Orochimaru leave, he sighed, hands on his hips, facing the new mess he was about to deal with. He really wanted to resign, but there was no choice. Who told him to sit in that position? He could only keep going. Thinking this, Minato looked at Itachi Uchiha and the rogue ninja with a rare skin color, feeling that he had seen more rogue ninjas recently than in the past 10 years combined. Itachi was looking at Minato with a slightly surprised and shocked expression, and their gazes met. Let's go. We will head to the Hokage office first, Minato said, leading the way, still unable to believe. Is it really you, Itachi? Itachi nodded. I am indeed Itachi Uchiha, but I seem to not belong here. We probably come from another time and space or world. He had temporarily figured out the current situation, but he still had doubts about how it was achieved. Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki was also moved and asked Mr. Itachi, are you saying we are in another time and space? This was explosive news for Kisame, making it hard for his brain to process. But since they were here, he decided to go along with it. Mr. Itachi was responsible for using his intellect, and he was responsible for Mr. Itachi's safety. So, the group arrived at the Hokage office. Itachi looked around, finding it just as he remembered. Kisame, on the other hand, was quite curious. The Kirigakure he used to stay in was completely oppressive, lacking such spacious and bright designs. He couldn't help but stroke his chin in approval, thinking it was indeed a place befitting a village leader. Minato gestured for them to sit down. Please take a seat. I have already sent someone to invite Lord Sarutobi, but I hope you can explain the current situation before he arrives, Itachi. Itachi nodded. Clearly, in your timeline, the Nine-Tails incident did not occur, and you did not perish, leaving only Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Oh, so that blonde kid is not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also the fourth Hokage's child? This is the first time I am hearing this. Kisame, who had always only followed Madara's orders, was hearing about the kid's background for the first time. Itachi maintained his calm demeanor, showing no reaction to Kisame's words, and continued, in my world, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated by my own hands, and Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha due to human experiments, becoming a rogue ninja. The third Hokage was killed by Orochimaru, and Konoha placed the last descendant of the Senju clan in the position of fifth Hokage, while I came to capture the Nine-Tails. At this point, Kisame interjected, but that guy has Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, with him, so we couldn't take action easily, which is why we left for now. Minato furrowed his brows tightly. Itachi's few sentences conveyed a massive amount of information. He had experienced the Nine-Tails incident, but had miraculously survived. If he were to perish, it would lead to Konoha being leaderless, with internal factions vying for power. A cold sweat immediately broke out on his back, soaking his clothes. At that moment, Minato truly realized the importance of the Hokage position and that the burden on him could not be easily set down. Then may I ask who this is? Minato asked, looking at the rogue ninja from Mist. Kisame politely introduced himself. I am Kisame Hashigaki. As you said, I am a rogue ninja from the Mist, currently serving the Akatsuki organization. So it really is the Akatsuki? So the leader of the Akatsuki is Yahiko and the others? Minato couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The way the Akatsuki recruited rogue ninjas didn't seem like they were on the right path, and he was worried they had gone astray. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. We do not know Yahiko. At least we have never heard of this person in the Akatsuki, Kisame answered straightforwardly. What truly troubled them was the existence of Uchiha Madara. Both of them knew that Madara was the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, but there was a monitoring relationship between them. Even though their relationship was decent, it did not mean that once they broke that layer of glass, things would remain the same. I have heard of that name before. Itachi recalled an impression of a name deep in his memory. But the person named Yahiko was already dead. I remember he was killed while competing with Hanzo the Salamander for the control of Amigakure. Itachi thought carefully and confirmed that this was indeed how the story went back then. Minato's breath hitched. He never expected that in that world. That boy Yahiko was already deceased. At this moment, the office door was knocked open, and it was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth. Dressed in simple clothes, his figure increasingly hunched over, showing no trace of the former Hokage's grandeur. Sarutobi-sensei, I'm sorry to disturb you, but this matter requires your presence. Minato Namikaze said as he stood up to help Hiruzen, but the latter waved his hand, stubbornly walking over by himself. Looking at the two similarly dressed ninjas in the room. I heard you were looking for me. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, then extinguished the pipe and asked. Kisame Hashigaki took a step back, directing his gaze towards Itachi Uchiha. Third Hokage, I am Itachi Uchiha, and I have some questions to ask you. Hiruzen couldn't help but widen his eyes, carefully examining the person in front of him. Both his appearance and the sharingan in his eyes confirmed the truth of this statement. Although I don't know what has happened, nor why you have become this way, I will answer your questions truthfully, Hiruzen said earnestly, as he sensed a sense of urgency in the other's eyes. It seemed that Itachi Uchiha was eager to obtain some answers from him. Third Hokage in my world, I had promised you that I would eliminate harmful factors for Konoha, and you would protect the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan, which is my brother. Kisame's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this. It was the first time he learned about Itachi's situation from his own mouth. The news of Itachi Uchiha's massacre of his clan and defection shocked the entire ninja world, and everyone condemned Itachi's madness. He had also pondered whether such actions were due to Itachi truly being a madman, or because of a mission the village had to carry out, just as he had been forced to kill his own kin due to a mission from the Mizukage. However, he also knew that he would not get answers from Itachi, and could only seek the truth on his own. Therefore, he hoped that Itachi could live a bit longer, so he could see what kind of end those who kill their own kind would meet. Although he was still unclear why the two of them were here, it was evident that Itachi would also have to face his past this time. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. The Uchiha clan was exterminated? This, at that moment after Hiruzen's shock, he stated truthfully currently, the Uchiha clan is living well in Konoha. Is that so? So in this world, Danzo's plot did not succeed? A hint of relief appeared in Itachi's eyes. Sure Sway. You should still be alive, right? Minato Namikaze replied affirmatively. Sure Sway is doing well, and the Uchiha clan is also doing well. After learning that everything in this world was getting better, Itachi felt a sense of relief and began to narrate everything from his world. Not only did Kisame listen thoughtfully, but Minato and Hiruzen also fell silent. Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile after hearing Itachi's words. He felt as if he had aged a few years. It seems that during my time in office, I really did nothing good. I feel ashamed of the teachings from my teacher, ashamed of Konoha, and even more ashamed of the Uchiha. As he spoke, Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of old blood, his broken body leaning back. The last sight before him was Minato's anxious face. Quick, get Tsunade here immediately. Minato quickly picked up Hiruzen and, after issuing the command, gave a apologetic glance to Itachi and Kisame before using the Flying Thunder God technique to head to the hospital. The entire room was left with just the two of them, quiet, until Kisame finally broke the silence. Is this the legendary Yellow Flash? Truly lives up to the name. Kisame tilted his head, contemplating his own chances against Minato. But I feel like I understand Mr. Itachi better now, Kisame said with a dry laugh. So Mr. Itachi should also know that person. Uchiha Abido. Upon hearing this name, Itachi's pupils involuntarily constricted, his instinctive reaction betraying his thoughts. It seems Mr. Itachi really does know. Kisame continued with a smile. No wonder that guy sent me to monitor you. It seemed you have some dealings between you. Itachi no longer concealed himself. What about you? What dealings do you have with him? It can't be called a deal. I just agree with his philosophy, which is why I willingly work for him. Kisame couldn't help but indulge in the vision of the Moon Eye plan truly being realized, so that he could rid himself of his sins and genuinely befriend someone. Is that so? Itachi did not continue to press on, even though he knew that if he did, Kisame would not hide anything and would provide him with an answer. However, he believed that prying into other secrets was not a good thing. Between him and Kisame, a certain distance needed to be maintained. However, Mr. Itachi actually had such a grand ideal and killed his own kin. Compared to me, someone who only knows how to carry out missions, Mr. Itachi is indeed more worthy of respect. Kisame was shocked to hear that Itachi killed for the peace of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world. He had been carrying out missions, harming his own kind, never thinking about the purpose behind it. Because of this, he felt pain and emptiness. Relying on Uchiha Obito's Moon Eye plan, Mr. Itachi also carried out missions but had his own thoughts, understanding what he sought, which was something Kisame did not possess. Hearing Kisame's sincere praise, Itachi felt as if countless blades were cutting into his flesh, causing immense pain, and it was unbearably harsh, making it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 97. Great. Mr. Itachi? Kisame sensed something was wrong with him and immediately went to support him. Sure enough, Itachi couldn't catch his breath, bent over in pain. Mr. Itachi, where are your pills? Itachi forced out the medicine bottle from his arms, which Kisame swiftly dodged, opened the bottle, poured out the medicine, and stuffed it into Itachi's mouth. After taking the medicine and resting for a while, Itachi finally recovered, slowly standing up and taking the medicine bottle back from Kisame's hand. Once again, I'm sorry for the trouble, Kisame. Itachi lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes giving a feeling of being distant yet close. Mr. Itachi, you don't have to be so polite, Kisame said with a smile as he returned the medicine bottle. Itachi silently arranged his appearance before suddenly speaking. Kisame, no matter how great my dreams and beliefs are, the things I have done are still sinful and unforgivable. But Kisame suddenly felt anxious upon hearing this. Mr. Itachi is doing it for peace. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Itachi. Taking the lives of others will not become great just because my ideals are grand. I am still burdened with sins. I know you want to find something in me, but my path is ultimately my own. It cannot become Kisame Hashiguchi's path. Hearing this, Kisame wanted to say something more, but when the words reached his lips, he could say nothing, only bitterly saying, Mr. Itachi, it seems you have already seen through me. However, he still couldn't understand this person in front of him even a little. It was truly too terrible. You look at me as if you were looking at another version of yourself, rehearsing your own ending. You want to see your own conclusion through me and seek a way out for me. Uchiha Itachi's eyes stared directly at Kisame Hashiguchi, revealing the other's thoughts. But we are ultimately different. You can also have your own path. After hearing these words, Kisame felt his blocked heart suddenly open up, and he rarely showed a genuine smile, not a polite or false one. Mr. Itachi, you have taught me something once again, Kisame said with relief. Just as he had learned a lot from observing Uchiha Itachi on this journey. This time, he learned the most important lesson in life. But different paths do not mean we have to part ways, do they? Whether it's my own ending or Mr. Itachi's ending, I am very curious. Kisame rested the samahada on his shoulder and extended his right hand towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi smiled knowingly and reached out his hand. The two shook hands, but it felt very different from before. Just then, as they released their hands, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha, pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Mumbling, what is going on with the Hokage? He insists that Itachi is in the Hokage's office and wants me to come pick him up. As Fugaku pushed the door open and muttered, he froze in place the moment he saw that face. He never expected that what the Hokage said was true. No matter how he looked at it, this person's face was definitely Itachi's face. What on earth is going on? Uchiha Itachi was also momentarily stunned when he saw Uchiha Fugaku, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. The word father lingered in his mouth for a long time before he finally said it hoarsely. Father. Uchiha Fugaku blinked and finally convinced his rationality. Little Itachi? It's me. Father. Uchiha Itachi nodded with a smile. But little did he know that this smile looked more like crying in Fugaku and Kisame's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku quickly stepped forward and embraced Itachi, who was already as tall as he was, saying, You must have suffered a lot in the future. Originally intending to say some comforting words, Uchiha Itachi felt his nose tingle upon hearing this and could not say anything more. Entirely devoid of the acting demeanor he once had, merely responding with a muffled Kisame wisely left the room, leaving the father-son moment to them. And as he exited the Hokage building, he was unsure of what to do next. Kisame? Suddenly, someone behind him called out his name. Kisame, with his hand resting on Samahada, turned around sharply to find a white-haired little boy. How do you know my name? Lu Dong's thoughts were complicated. What trouble has Orochimaru brought with this experiment? These two people are clearly supposed to appear in the future. No, he has changed history. The Uchiha clan is fine. So they must have come from another timeline or another world. So in your timeline, has the third Hokage already died? Are you here in Konoha to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Lu Dong didn't care about the other party's questions and asked his own. Kisame Hashigaki raised an eyebrow. This kid actually knows about their situation? Yes, but I'm more curious about how you know. When they were talking with the second Hokage, there was no one else outside except for a few guards. He could never mistake someone's chakra. Don't worry about that. How is Itachi Uchiha's condition? Has he been taking any drugs that enhance Jinjutsu? Lu Dong asked directly. Since Uchiha Itachi had come here, he couldn't just stand by. He at least had to cure the Kekai Jinkai disease before letting him go. After all, the Kekai Jinkai disease was one of the reasons that Guy had given up his life. If this problem could be solved, when Itachi returned and clarified things, it would at least alleviate a significant pain for Sasuke. As one of the few normal people in the world of Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke really had it tough. Oh, this young friend even knows about Mr. Itachi taking medication. That's quite impressive. Kisame Hashigaki narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent erupting, and thought, since that's the case, I definitely can't trust you. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow and said, I am a disciple of the fourth Hokage. If you kill me, you won't be able to leave Konoha. Besides, you can't kill me anyway. I'm too lazy to fight, so I prefer to reason things out. Facing the string of polite words from Kisame Hashigaki, Lu Dong couldn't help but click his tongue. Kisame was indeed courteous, at least much more polite than the original Naruto. Seeing the confident demeanor of the young man before him, Kisame didn't want to cause trouble in Konoha and make Mr. Itachi uncomfortable. So he lowered his hand from Samahata and spoke honestly. It's not good. Right now, he's just being kept alive with medication. It's already a struggle to survive. I don't know how much longer Mr. Itachi can last. As Kisame said this, a hint of sighing crept into his voice. Mr. Itachi never talked to him about these things. Chapter 98. Returning to the old place. Okay, I understand. Lu Dong nodded. I will have Orochimaru prepare medicine for Itachi. Once things settle down here in Konoha, Minato should personally talk to him about this. Kisame's eyes lit up. Wait, are you saying that Mr. Itachi still has chance? Kisame's emotions fluctuated greatly. It was clear that he genuinely cared about Uchiha Itachi's health. Lu Dong stopped and nodded. Orochimaru and the second Hokage Tobirama had already developed a special medicine that could cure the Uchiha clan. However, since Itachi had previously taken medicine that enhanced his Jinjutsu, his physical condition was definitely different from that of ordinary Uchiha members, so adjustments would need to be made by Orochimaru. The Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, had just lamented that Mr. Itachi didn't have much time left, and he didn't even know where his own path lay. But now he heard the good news that Mr. Itachi still had hope. This was quite a roller coaster for Kisame. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Dong had already left, and Uchiha Itachi stood alongside his father, walking towards him. Kisame, my father said that Hokage-sama has allowed me to stay at the Uchiha residence. Would you like to come along? Uchiha Itachi asked. Kisame naturally wouldn't refuse, of course. But I didn't expect to see where Mr. Itachi lives one day. Uchiha Fugaku had also heard about the presence of a rogue ninja from the mist, but weren't there already enough rogue ninjas in their village lately? He had become quite accustomed to it. Moreover, the guy in front of him, although he looked a bit like a shark, seemed to respect his son and didn't appear to be the type to cause trouble. At least he was much better than that guy named Haiden. When Uchiha Itachi was brought into the Uchiha residence, curious glances came from all directions, eager to know Uchiha Itachi's identity. Does he really have the sharingan? I was just nearby and saw it clearly. It's a Mangeki. It's actually a Mangeki. Could it be a bloodline left from the past? Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat, and all those voices immediately disappeared. He then led Itachi into the clan leader's residence. Itachi thought he was strong enough, but upon seeing the familiar building in front of him, it seemed stained with blood, making him feel nauseous. He couldn't stand it and suddenly knelt on the ground, vomiting. Itachi, Mr. Itachi. Two concerned voices echoed simultaneously, and after wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Itachi took off his Akatsuki cloak. I'm fine, just a bit unaccustomed. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Father, do we have guests? Following the sound, he saw a young version of Uchiha Itachi, who was staring in surprise at this adult who looked exactly like him. Father? Could this be a relative you left behind back in the day? Uchiha Itachi didn't expect this to be his future self. I'll explain to little Itachi later. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but facepalm. He almost forgot that little Itachi had just graduated from the ninja academy, wasn't in school, and had no missions, so he was at home. It's actually the younger version of Mr. Itachi. He's much cuter than now. Kisame Hashigaki, a fan of Itachi. naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and immediately stepped forward to pinch the younger Itachi's cheek. "What are you doing?" The young Uchiha Itachi, still too young to stop an S-rank rogue ninja, was dissatisfied and tried to push the person's hand away, but couldn't. "Let go." Uchiha Fugaku coughed again, signaling Kisame to restrain himself in front of him. "Sorry, my lord, I got a bit carried away." Kisame smiled and withdrew his hand, always very polite. "You should apologize to me." The young Itachi looked coldly at the person in front of him, puzzled as to why he was wearing a rogue ninja headband. But since he was brought back by his father, he should pose no threat. Faced with the serious expression of young Uchiha Itachi, Kisame could hardly suppress his laughter. Only to be teased by the helpless Itachi beside him, Kisame stopped teasing him. All right, Mr. Itachi, I'm sorry." Kisame restrained his laughter and sincerely apologized to little Itachi. Only then did little Itachi nod in satisfaction. "Little Itachi, go prepare 2 rooms. One next to yours and one for guests." Little Itachi nodded and went, further convinced that the person who looked so much like him was a blood relative abandoned by his father. Remembering that person's pale face, he knew that he must have had a hard time outside. So he detoured to the kitchen and instructed the clan's cooks to prepare more nourishing food to send over to him. As for that shark-like guy, he looked strong, so he wouldn't give him anything. Uchiha Itachi endured the discomfort in his abdomen and walked into the residence, looking around, feeling nostalgic just like before. But his mindset had changed, shrouded in a layer of blood mist that he couldn't escape. "Itachi, are you all right?" Uchiha Fugaku didn't know what had happened to his child. But seeing him pale and weak, he recalled that on the way back, that ninja named Kisame had said Itachi had been taking medicine to enhance his jinjutsu, which must have greatly harmed his body. "I'm fine." In front of his father, Uchiha Itachi rarely refused to show weakness. He just felt a bit nauseous. And he would be fine after a while. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto had also heard about the sudden appearance of an Uchiha in the village and hurriedly rushed back. Upon her return, she saw a larger version of Itachi being looked after by her husband. "Makoto, you're back. This is Itachi, but he's not the Itachi from this world." Uchiha Fugaku carefully chose his words. Uchiha Makoto, being more sensitive as a woman, immediately sensed the nostalgia the person in front of her held, and without hesitation, she rushed over and embraced Uchiha Itachi. Along with her came Kushina Uzumaki. When Makoto received the news, she was out shopping with Kushina, so they came back together. Kushina and Fugaku nodded to each other, then turned their attention to Makoto and that Itachi. "Mother, long time no see." Uchiha Itachi forced himself to hold back, but a tear still rolled down his cheek. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito exclaimed, "Wow, your son is so handsome. If my Naruto were a girl, I would have to arrange a marriage to prevent Itachi from being taken by other ninjas. Mr. Itachi is still single, you know." Kisame Hashigaki chimed in from the side. "Eh, he's still single? With such a handsome face, that shouldn't be." Kushina looked incredulous. Chapter 99, Upside Down. "Aunt Kushina, please don't tease me." Uchiha Itachi's expression was somewhat helpless. He believed that if he didn't voice a refusal, she would really introduce girls to him. And he didn't want to leave behind a mess for his younger self after he was gone. Kushina showed a regretful expression. What a pity. Then she stopped bothering them, waved goodbye to Makoto, and left the Uchiha clan's residence, leaving the time for them. Kisame also followed little Itachi's lead to the guest room, where he would temporarily stay. "This is your room. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will arrange it for you." Even though he was only 12 years old, little Itachi still managed everything with the maturity of a little adult. "Thank you, Mr. Itachi." Even when facing the younger version of Itachi, Kisame remained very polite. Little Itachi huffed upon hearing this. Then, with curiosity in his eyes, leaned closer to Kisame and whispered, "Is that person who looks a lot like me a blood relative of my father?" His original intention was to ask whether the other party was indeed his elder. After thinking for a moment, Danzo nodded, considering it so. Although they came from different worlds, they were both fathers of Itachi-san, so they must be blood relatives. Little Itachi received a satisfactory answer, nodded, and left the room. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in an Akatsuki robe, recounted everything he had experienced. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan had long been activated, and the veins on his hands were bulging, enough to prove his current anger. That guy Shimura Danzo actually dared to covet the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up, intending to find Minato Namikaze and hold Danzo accountable. However, he was stopped by Makoto, who said, "Fugaku, that guy Danzo was ousted before he could do anything. It's useless to pursue accountability now." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, feeling that there was indeed no justification for his anger to be directed at this moment. Seeing his parents' reactions, Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth and bitterly asked, "Father, mother, don't you blame me?" "Huh? Why would we blame you?" Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently with her eyes curved. "I believe that in that world, we would willingly die by your hand. Moreover, compared to being wiped out in one blow, you who have survived and borne everything are the one who suffers more, aren't you?" Uchiha Fugaku no longer felt the anger from before. Instead, he looked at his precocious son with affection. He couldn't help but think that in his world, Minato Namikaze was living well and still serving as Hokage, without the manipulation of that Uchiha Madara. However, was that Uchiha Madara really him? You just said the other party was wearing a mask and had space-time ninjutsu? As he spoke, Fugaku exchanged glances with Mikoto. This seemed very much like Uchiha Obito's ability. Yes, he possesses a Rinnegan. It must be no one else. Uchiha Itachi had never seen Uchiha Madara, only knowing him from Konoha's textbooks and the statue at the Valley of the End. Mikoto sighed, realizing that no matter how clever her son was, he had been set up by Uchiha Madara, with Obito as his accomplice. If she could go to that world, she would definitely not let that brat Obito off the hook. For what you described, that masked man should be Uchiha Obito. Mikoto ruthlessly exposed Obito's disguise. Uchiha Itachi's pupils trembled slightly. But didn't Obito die? I know you're shocked, but if your world is similar to ours, it should be Obito. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously with his hands in his sleeves. At that time, Obito hadn't died. He had been saved by the real Uchiha Madara, who set up a scene to make Obito useful to him. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing that the person speaking to him behind the mask was actually Uchiha Obito. Hadn't Kakashi been deceived by him for over a decade? He remembered Kakashi had a habit of visiting graves to pay respects. From what you said, you and Kisame are capturing tailed beasts, right? Mikoto continued to ask. If that's the case, then it must be the true Uchiha Madara's Eye of the Moon Plan. Subsequently, Fugaku and Mikoto explained the entire Eye of the Moon Plan to Uchiha Itachi, who was stunned and found it hard to accept. He couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling that everything was too absurd, wanting to pull everything in the world into an illusion. And that Black Zetsu, who was actually a filial son, had been sowing discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans since long ago. He let out a breath. I'll take it slow. We have seen Uchiha Madara in person. He had long black hair and an imposing demeanor, definitely not the kind of person you described. Uchiha Fugaku said slowly, recalling the image of that Uchiha ancestor, also remembering the terrifying chakra that could scare them without lifting a finger. Only the first Hokage could suppress it. When Uchiha Madara returned alive, the entire Uchiha clan was on high alert, fearing something would happen. Yet this ancestor didn't care about them at all, as if he had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. This oddly relieved them. After hearing this, Uchiha Itachi remembered some details that were enough to convince him that the other party was not Uchiha Madara. I thought I had everything under control, but I didn't expect there to be such a conspiracy behind it. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted and revealing his vulnerable side in front of his parents. You've worked hard all these years. Mikoto hugged her child again, soothing him with kind words. At this moment, Fugaku let out a sigh and said, However, Itachi, some of your thoughts need to change. I do not deny that your mother and I would willingly die by your hand, but whether it's you or us, we should not treat Sasuke this way. Uchiha Fugaku felt a bit older as he spoke these words. Ever since Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came back to life and explained the history of Konoha's founding and the origin of the Will of Fire, they had come to understand some things. Establishing a village was to protect family, not to protect a village at the cost of losing everything. Chapter 100 Orochimaru. Are you looking down on me? Father Uchiha Itachi was always astute, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood his father's meaning. Mikoto released her embrace, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and nodded. We have been imposing our thoughts on this child Sasuke, which is wrong. Even if he is still young, he has the right to know. Regardless of what choice he makes, it should align with his own thoughts, rather than having our will imposed on him. Uchiha Fugaku continued, echoing Mikoto's words. Uchiha Itachi fell silent. He had always adhered to his ninja way, and his beliefs had never wavered, allowing him to bear the sins of his clan and survive in this world, just waiting for the day Sasuke would kill him. However, after coming here, everything he knew and thought he had grasped was overturned, as if everything he had done was a joke. And what about Sasuke? He was a life manipulated by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, while Sasuke was a puppet living under their manipulation. They seemed no different. No, there could only be one person who lived such an absurd life, and that was him. Sasuke must not repeat the same mistakes. Seeing their eldest son's gaze shift from confusion to determination, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto knew their persuasion was having an effect. They had always known that Itachi was incredibly intelligent, so he didn't need much explanation to figure it out. At the same time, they were aware that extreme wisdom could lead to harm, and they hoped Itachi could find the right path in that world. At this moment, a clan ninja from the Uchiha clan outside said, "Head of the family, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you in the reception hall." Orochimaru? What is he here for? Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. He had always disliked Danzo and naturally had no fondness for Orochimaru, who was closely associated with him. However, since the latter was one of the legendary Sannin, his research had done more good for the Uchiha clan than the outrageous things he had done, so Fugaku had to suppress his disgust. Orochimaru had requested to see the Uchiha dressed in the fire cloud robe. The clan member answered truthfully. Uchiha Itachi's attitude towards Orochimaru was also ambiguous. He was aware of the latter's desire for the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. However, it had to be said that this guy was indeed a good teacher. At least he could trust him with Sasuke's training. He slowly got up. "It's fine, father. I'll go take a look." Itachi didn't need a guide and found the meeting room easily. The familiar cold chakra inside was just like Orochimaru from his world, making it hard to like. The clan member beside him secretly pondered. He had never seen this Uchiha before, but why did he seem so familiar with the Uchiha residence? As if it were his own home? He needed to report this to the clan leader to avoid any suspicion of being a spy. With a whoosh, the door was pulled open, and Orochimaru was sitting at the table, which was filled with various bottles and jars. He showed no change in expression upon seeing Uchiha Itachi. "I need to collect your cells to analyze your acceptance level, and then prepare a suitable potion for you. Although Senju Hashirama cells are useful, they have a strong tendency to consume. A too fragile physique can't withstand it." Orochimaru explained smoothly. This was research he had conducted several years ago, and it had already become a vaccine that was mandatory for the Uchiha clan at birth, so it was nothing special. Uchiha Itachi silently walked to sit opposite him. He remembered that the first thing he saw when he arrived was Orochimaru. "You don't need to look at me like that. It was just a lab error. Once I do more research, I'll send you back, ensuring it won't delay your matters." Orochimaru felt somewhat uncomfortable under Itachi's intense gaze. "In my world, you are very eager to obtain the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and have your eyes set on my brother Sasuke." Itachi spoke coldly, remembering the greedy look in Orochimaru's eyes when he looked at him. Orochimaru laughed. "It seems that no matter which world I am in, I am obsessed with bloodlines. Truly worthy of my reputation." He couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. His eternal pursuit of ninjutsu was his dream. "So I have failed?" Orochimaru had already heard from Lu Dong about that future. He had long since let go and naturally did not care about success or failure. If the version of himself in that world had taken more detours, so be it. As a researcher, no one knew better than him that research was like this. Perhaps some people spend their entire lives only to prove that a certain formula is wrong. His desire for eternal life stemmed from hoping to minimize the costs of failure as much as possible. "I don't know, but I trust Sasuke more." Uchiha Itachi's timeline had just stimulated Sasuke, prompting him to leave the village to join Orochimaru shortly before. Therefore, he was also unaware of how the future would unfold. But as an older brother, he believed in Sasuke's strength and that he would never lose to Orochimaru. Orochimaru disinfected the syringe, took a little blood from Uchiha Itachi's arm, then took out another vaccine, opened it, and said, "This is a sensitivity test agent. I'll only inject a small amount, and you can feel if there's anything unusual, like drowsiness or pain." "Okay," Itachi replied without hesitation, extending his arm. Now he had a new goal. Until he could save Sasuke, he couldn't afford to die, and he still trusted Orochimaru's research. "All right, stay here for a quarter of an hour. Inform me immediately if there is any situation." After saying this, Orochimaru took out a large instrument from a sealing scroll and began testing right on the spot. Even Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be amazed. Had the technology here developed to this extent? Seeing the condition of Uchiha Itachi's blood, Orochimaru couldn't help but gasp. "What have you done to your body to turn it into this? Not a single indicator is normal." Uchiha Itachi was not too surprised by the result, and calmly said, "I know my own body. If it can't be saved, there's no need to force it." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, interpreting this as a provocation of his abilities. "Are you looking down on me?" Orochimaru's expression darkened as he stared at Uchiha Itachi. If I say I can save you, I can save you. Does the Grim Reaper dare to take someone from my hands? With that, Orochimaru snorted and extended his hand. Itachi was somewhat puzzled, unsure of what the other party intended to do. Don't lie to me. You are taking medication to enhance your Jinjutsu. Hand over the medication. Although he could analyze the composition of the medicine himself, it was still more convenient to get it directly from Orochimaru. Chapter 101. The betrayed teammate hearing Orochimaru's words. Even Uchiha Itachi was somewhat astonished, pulling out the medication he had been taking from his pocket and handing it over. This is quite a potent drug. It seems you really haven't left yourself a way out, Orochimaru said, opening the packet and immediately recognizing the drug's intense potency. You should still be taking some herbal supplements, right? You can stop those. From now on, you just need to take the medication I prescribed. Orochimaru felt he had picked up Tsunade's habit of being chatty. I don't think you'll last long enough for Sasuke to kill you, Orochimaru casually remarked. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi activated his terrifying sharingan and fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. I haven't told you about my situation. How do you know this? He had only discussed this matter with the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and his parents. The only other person who knew was the one present, Kisame Hashigaki. His parents were currently at the Uchiha residence, and the fourth Hokage was at the hospital attending to the third Hokage. Orochimaru had no chance to learn about these matters. A cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead as he awkwardly smiled. I just said it casually. Who would have thought you actually thought so? Oh no, he had accidentally revealed the future he learned from Lu Dong. Orochimaru, don't think you can deceive me. Uchiha Itachi was not someone easy to fool. He clearly heard that Orochimaru's previous statement was delivered very naturally, as if he had known all along. Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a sigh and decided to expose Lu Dong, as this guy would eventually leave anyway, and telling him wouldn't affect anything. Kakashi Itaki, you should know. He was your team leader in the Umbu, and he is not from our world, just as you come from another timeline. As Orochimaru spoke, he pushed away Itachi's kunai slightly, continuing to withstand the pressure of Itachi's sharingan. In his world, we are all characters in a storybook. He knows the ending of this story and our future. Orochimaru fiddled with the reagents in his hand as he spoke. He once told me about this matter and revealed my future. In that future, I defected from Konoha, gathered strength for many years, and ultimately took the life of my teacher, Sarutobi, while I also lost the ability to use ninjutsu. I wanted Sasuke to be my body container. But not only was I killed by him, during your duel, I was also sealed by your Susanu's 10-fist sword. At this point, Orochimaru was left speechless. He was supposed to be a teacher, but after teaching his students, he sealed them away. Isn't this just killing the donkey after the grinding? Later on, when Sasuke learned about what you did and needed answers, he resurrected me, and then I used Edo Tensei to bring back the previous Hokages. Orochimaru spoke incessantly, saying that ever since he learned about these futures, he felt the same suffocating feeling as Lu Dong, knowing everything but being unable to speak. This time he finally found someone to vent to, and just let it all out. This was also another choice for himself in that world. Maybe it could help another version of himself wake up sooner. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Itachi Uchiha once again felt the impact on his worldview. Is what you said really true? Believe it or not, it's Kakashi from the East who told me. Orochimaru shrugged, not expecting this suspicious guy to trust him. You can go find him yourself. He lives in the Jonin apartment. Don't blame him for betraying his teammates. This Manjiki Sharingan is too terrifying. It completely counters ninjas with low Jinjutsu talent like him. Kakashi from the East, Itachi Uchiha chewed on this name, realizing it was indeed different from the Kakashi in his world, and it seemed worth a trip. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki was feeling exceptionally bored in his room. He pushed open the sliding door and asked the Uchiha clan ninja guarding nearby, "Can I go out for a walk?" Yes, the Uchiha ninja answered succinctly. Kisame didn't hold out much hope when he asked, but when he received a positive response, he couldn't help but feel that Konoha was a bit too lax, actually allowing a rogue ninja like him to act freely. However, thinking about it, his version was also able to enter Konoha with Mr. Itachi. Perhaps Konoha had always been a bit careless in this regard. Relying too much on Konoha's barriers isn't good. That said, he wasn't interested in causing any havoc in Konoha. Now that he didn't have to capture the Nine Tails, he could take a good rest in this other world. Fortunately, the currency in this world was the same as the one he used. So the first place he wanted to go was the small shop where he had eaten dango with Mr. Itachi before. When he noticed the rogue ninja headband appear in the shop, he felt the gazes coming from all directions. But after a while, all those gazes disappeared. Another rogue ninja. Which village is this one from? The headband looks like it's from the Mist Village. The Mist Village, didn't we just establish diplomatic relations with them? Would it be inappropriate to harbor a rogue ninja from Mist now? What's the big deal? We're still allies with the Sand Village. Didn't we also bring back Sasori of the Red Sand? That's true. As a ninja, Kisame's ears were naturally sharp, and he heard these words from the other ninjas. It seemed that before him, another rogue ninja had stayed in Konoha, a rogue from the Sand Village, Sasori of the Red Sand. He had some impression of this guy, who always locked himself in a puppet, and was on the same team as that talkative blonde kid. The two of them always had different views on art. During meetings, they always argued the most. Here is your meal, customer. The staff handed him the items without a hint of fear, and instead with some excitement. As they finally saw a rogue ninja. So this is what a rogue ninja is like. Quite cool. Compared to the low pressure from Madara Uchiha, he felt these rogue ninjas were much easier to get along with. He couldn't help but wonder how Lord Hashirama could say that Madara was actually gentle with that kind of face. Well, maybe it's because they aren't worthy of entering Lord Madara's eyes, so they can't feel his gentleness. Kisame felt a bit unaccustomed to this enthusiasm, as if he were some rare beast, with everyone curiously watching him. Shouldn't these people be afraid of him? With this thought, Kisame returned to the Uchiha mansion. Hearing from the clan ninja that Itachi was having a private conversation with Orochimaru in the reception room, he quickened his pace, worried that Orochimaru might do something to Mr. Itachi. Chapter 102. The third Hokage's interrogation. Itachi, I brought you some dango. Do you want to eat? Kisame stopped at the sliding door and said, Ah, Kisame? Thank you. Itachi recalled the dango he hadn't finished eating in Konoha, and it indeed piqued his appetite. Saying this, he opened the door and took the box of dango from Kisame's hands, opened it, and it was indeed freshly made dango. He immediately picked it up and put it in his mouth. It really was the same old taste. It made him feel incredibly nostalgic. So, Itachi Uchiha likes to eat dango. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle, witnessing a scene he hadn't seen in his previous life. Kisame stared fiercely at Orochimaru to prevent any unfavorable actions from him. Orochimaru didn't care about Kisame's gaze, packed his things back into the storage scroll, and stood up. You seem to have no rejection reaction. Good, but don't let your guard down. You might experience discomfort in the next few days. If you feel fine after these 3 days, you can come find me for the next stage of treatment. After leaving this advice, Orochimaru left. Itachi moved his palm and suddenly looked at Kisame. Kisame, let's have a match. Kisame was taken aback. Huh? You want to compete with me? He had no talent for Jinjutsu at all. His advantages lay in chakra amount, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, while Mr. Itachi was a Jinjutsu master. How could they fight? Either he would be instantly defeated by Jinjutsu, or Itachi wouldn't be able to withstand his taijutsu, especially since it was during Mr. Itachi's weak condition. He certainly couldn't go too hard on taijutsu. It's okay, I won't use Jinjutsu, just taijutsu. I just suddenly want to stretch my limbs. After injecting that trial medication, Itachi felt full of energy with nowhere to vent it. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of Hashirama's cells? Truly amazing. So, at Itachi's request, Kisame had a taijutsu duel. Konoha Hospital. You finally woke up, Lord First. Minato Namikaze was sitting beside the hospital bed, relieved to see Hiruzen Sarutobi finally awake. Hiruzen struggled to sit up. In fact, his body wasn't too problematic, but he felt his mindset had aged too quickly. You almost scared me and Lady Tsunade to death just now. Minato chuckled easily, helping Hiruzen sit up. Minato, what do you think I brought to Konoha in my life? Hiruzen's gaze was very confused, taking on the murkiness common in the elderly, entirely unlike his previous sharpness. Seeing the former Hokage in this state, Minato felt a bit pained. It seemed that after stepping down as Hokage, the third had fallen into self-doubt. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so haggard. You have done your best, Lord First. Minato wanted to say some comforting words, but felt it unnecessary. His consolation would only be self-deceiving words. How could the third not be aware of that? Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to get up from the sickbed and walked to the window, looking towards the direction of Hokage Rock, where his likeness was carved alongside the other 3 Hokages. He even had the impulse to remove himself from the rock, feeling he was unworthy to be compared to his predecessors and unable to catch up with his juniors. His life had truly been a failure. Lord First, Minato Namikaze walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side and followed his gaze. Even though you have stepped down, there's still things you can do, right? You are called the textbook of the ninja world. Even Orochimaru's jutsu stems from you. Minato was always so gentle. Since you feel indebted, then make amends. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes slowly regained their vitality. You're right. I've been too self-deprecating. Instead, let this old man do something for Konoha. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen revitalized, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Minato, how is the witness that Kakashi brought back? Sarutobi Hiruzen rummaged through his pocket for his pipe, lit it with a match, took a deep puff, and exhaled. I've obtained some useful information, but it's still being compiled and not comprehensive. Once it's sorted out, I will send Kakashi and Obito on a mission. Minato's expression became serious upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen mention this matter. He absolutely could not yield an inch. Oh, did I interrupt the conversation between the two Hokages? Orochimaru's voice sounded at the door as he casually knocked twice. The two turned around to see Orochimaru holding documents at the doorway. If you're looking to reclaim your research funding, I advise you not to say anything, Lord Orochimaru. Minato smiled, but both men sensed a hint of threat beneath each other's smiles. Orochimaru chuckled. Hokage-sama, you're overthinking it. I just came to see my teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe and slowly exhaled. Well, thank you then, Orochimaru. Not at all. That's what I should do. Although it was clearly concern and gratitude, it sounded more like a veiled exchange to an outsider. By the way, this is Itachi Uchiha's report. The situation is quite grim, but I can save him just with some effort. Orochimaru handed the documents to Minato and then left the sick room. In another world, Uchiha Obito was feeling very frustrated. He had sent Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki to capture the Nine Tails. It was acceptable not to have news, as the Nine Tails was indeed difficult to catch. But why hadn't he received any news lately? He sent a message to Kisame, but it went unanswered. Not even a response. Damn it. Where did those two go while trying to catch the Nine Tails? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but grab a white zetsu and crush it into various shapes to vent his anger. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, who had just finished their taijutsu duel, both sneezed. However, neither of them thought about the direction where Obito was cursing them. Did we catch a cold from sweating? Mister Itachi, you should head back to your room first, Kisame said with concern. He hadn't expected that Itachi's taijutsu was also impressive. Although his technique was shaped by lack of strength, it was quite different from Kisame's brute force, but one could see the depth of his taijutsu skills. If it weren't for Itachi's poor health, his intelligence would surely have shone even brighter. At this time, the sun had set, and the afterglow fell upon the Uchiha residence, accompanied by the footsteps of Sasuke Uchiha returning home. Chapter 103. The Unescapable Darkness. Father, Mother, I'm back. Sasuke Uchiha's youthful voice came, accompanied by a series of rapid footsteps, getting closer. Listening to this nostalgic voice, Itachi felt a pang of fear, unsure of how to face Sasuke. Yes, even if he could face his father and mother and derive the answers he already understood from them, he couldn't face this brother whom he owed so much. Mr. Itachi, do you want to go back to your room to rest first? Kisame noticed the rarely seen emotional turmoil on Itachi's usually cold face and asked with concern. No, Itachi rejected the idea of escape, as avoidance would not bring him anything. At that moment, Sasuke had already reached the door of the clan leader's residence, energetically pushing the door open, expecting to see his brother welcoming him, only to find two strangers in the courtyard. He immediately became vigilant, gripping his backpack tightly, his small face scrunched up and his eyes filled with caution. Who are you? Why are you in my family's courtyard? Sasuke Uchiha shouted, clearly acting as if he were the master of the courtyard. Kisame looked at the little ball of Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, struggling to connect him with the Sasuke from their world, who was filled with hatred and seemed to be consumed by darkness. He couldn't help but pat Itachi's shoulder. Mr. Itachi, what on earth have you done to your lovely little brother to make him like this? Hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but tremble. Even Kisame could see the drastic difference in Sasuke before and after. It seemed he had indeed made a mistake. Itachi? Is your name also Itachi? Sasuke, hearing this familiar name, felt a bit of fondness for this person who shared the same name as his brother. He then carefully observed the person before him, only to discover that this person bore a striking resemblance to his brother. You look so much like my brother. Tell me, who are you? Sasuke became vigilant again. Itachi smiled and said, I am Itachi Uchiha, your brother, but I come from another timeline. Hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback and suddenly pointed at Itachi. What? You're my brother from another timeline? It can't be. Sasuke's face was filled with disbelief. But the appearance of the person before him made it hard for him not to believe. At that moment, after stretching his muscles, Itachi suddenly felt a wave of saltiness in his throat. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand to avoid appearing so helpless in front of Sasuke. He quickly turned around, quickening his pace to leave the courtyard of the clan leader's residence, and in a deserted place, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't stop. He couldn't let Sasuke see him like this. He had to quickly deal with the blood. Itachi didn't know why, but such thoughts and behaviors had become habitual, a habit ingrained in Uchiha Sasuke and even the entire world. He had to deceive everyone to accomplish that goal in the future. Up until now, he had done well, successfully deceiving almost the entire world, and Sasuke had never had any doubts, deeply and profoundly hating him, with the ultimate goal of killing him. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly felt a sense of fatigue. The physical exhaustion was nothing unusual. Anyone would experience it, and as a ninja, Itachi certainly felt it too. However, it seemed to be the first time he realized that the heart could also tire, that the soul could feel weary. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he had joined the Umbu, and the friction between the village and the Uchiha clan had intensified following the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with Danzo Shimura secretly fueling the fire. He viewed the Uchiha clan from the perspective of his lofty dreams and the desire to leave the village. Yet he was inevitably pulled down by his bloodline, unable to escape the fate and glory of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he made a decision to save the village without igniting a war. Thinking of this, Itachi couldn't help but clutch his chest, feeling as if the air in the Uchiha residence had become thin, making it difficult to breathe normally. Indeed, no matter what choices he made, the sins of the Uchiha clan were borne by him, and he did not deserve forgiveness. In the past, he believed that this outcome was the best and most glorious ending for the Uchiha. But having come to this world, he saw a completely different trajectory for the Uchiha clan. Perhaps if he had tried a little harder back then, the Uchiha clan could have had a better ending? He didn't know, as pondering these matters now was meaningless. The Uchiha clan had no future, a future he had severed with his own hands. At this thought, his consciousness suddenly blurred. He didn't know if it was due to lack of oxygen or if his body was executing a protective mechanism to prevent him from dwelling on such self-tormenting issues. But even before losing consciousness, Itachi knew that regardless of whether he fainted at that moment or temporarily avoided it, these questions would accompany him for life, haunting him every night. He could not escape. Thud! Uchiha Itachi fell to the corridor of the residence, making a heavy sound. Just as Itachi left, Sasuke wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Kisame Hashigaki. Sasuke-kun, don't chase after him just yet. Give that person some space. He could hear Itachi's hurried breathing as he left quickly, so it was best not to let that guy follow him now. This is my house. You're stopping me from chasing a suspicious person in my own home? Uchiha Sasuke said angrily. And you're suspicious too. Kisame looked at the fuming Sasuke, whose cheeks were puffed up like buns, and said, I'm allowed to stay here by Lord Hokage, along with Mr. Itachi. If you don't believe me, you can ask your parents. Sasuke pouted, sizing up the guy. Although he wore a rogue ninja headband, he didn't seem to pose any threat. It didn't look like he was lying. His expression softened as he said, Fine, I'll go ask. But is that person really my brother? Coming from a different time and space, that is too unbelievable, right? Yes, Sasuke-kun, Kisame replied with a polite smile. It was that guy named Orochimaru who brought us here, using something called space-time ninjutsu. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke instantly understood. Chapter 104. Only the living have the right to discuss the future if it's Lord Orochimaru. Then it makes sense. Uchiha Sasuke stroked his chin, thinking about Orochimaru's successful experiments. It didn't seem too strange that he could bring people from other timelines. Kisame was a bit surprised that little Sasuke accepted this so quickly, just because he heard Orochimaru's name. How abnormal is this Orochimaru in this regard? Are you my brother's friend? Will my brother grow up to be so handsome and cool? Is the outfit you're wearing the new Konoha uniform? After confirming that the person was his brother, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled with admiration as he bombarded Kisame with questions, leaving Kisame momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. He thought that compared to this brother-obsessed Sasuke, the one filled with revenge was much easier to deal with. Sasuke-kun, these questions should be answered by Mr. Itachi. I'm not in a position to say much. Kisame wore an apologetic smile, refusing to answer Uchiha Sasuke's questions. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke unexpectedly showed a hint of sadness and understanding. Is that so? So, my brother isn't having a good time in that world after all? Kisame was taken aback. From the previous situation, Uchiha Sasuke still seemed to be the innocent child who hadn't yet experienced deep hatred before the massacre. He hadn't said anything. Yet the other party guessed that Mr. Itachi was not living well. Kisame couldn't help but narrow his eyes, confused about why that was. Perhaps Kisame's gaze was too intense, and even Sasuke noticed it. He pouted and said, "Don't look at me like that. It's simple. My brother never looks at me with those eyes filled with nostalgia and untouchable emotions. He only looks at me with the love a brother has for his younger sibling, and occasionally with helplessness." Uchiha Sasuke spoke on and on, countless images of Itachi flooding his mind. There was the seriousness of his brother when teaching him ninjutsu, the indulgence when Itachi spoke up for him in front of their father when he messed up, the helplessness when he clung to his brother, wanting him to play with him. But he never saw the complex emotions in those eyes he had just glimpsed: nostalgia, sadness, pain, and the visibly intertwined emotions burned into those eyes. As someone who knew his brother best, as a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he not understand the suffering behind those eyes? Kisame still couldn't comprehend this. Was this the bond he lacked with others? It seemed he grasped something, feeling a bit enlightened. "I say, don't you have any friends?" A certain blonde-haired figure appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's mind as he asked curiously. It was as if a friend who was originally a fool, always smiling, suddenly became depressed one day. Anyone could see that there was something wrong. Uchiha Sasuke didn't want to explain further, tossing his backpack behind him and walking into the house. Kisame was stunned by this remark. Yes, he never formed deep connections with others because he knew those people would either be killed by him or die on other missions, adding to his troubles. He had no ties to this world. Even if he died tomorrow, no one would shed tears for him. Perhaps Mr. Itachi would feel sorrow for him, but then again, perhaps not, because Mr. Itachi bore too much, leaving little time and memory to spare for him. Well then, I'll try to find someone who would cry for my death. Kisame smiled in relief, finally finding the path that belonged to him that Mr. Itachi had mentioned. Though he didn't know if it was the right one, or if a guy like him, filled with sins, was even worthy of having a bond that would genuinely mourn his death. But since he was still alive, he would go for it. Otherwise, this boring time and this dull world had no interest at all. If he could add a different flavor to a tasteless meal, that would be nice. Kisame Hashigaki was feeling grateful for being alive for the first time, because only the living can have a future, and thus he had no regrets for the souls of those who followed him. Between killing others and being killed, of course, he would choose the former. Just then, a muffled sound came from behind him, and he immediately frowned. "Brother, wake up, brother," came the urgent voice of Sasuke Uchiha. The surrounding Uchiha clan members rushed over, and by the time Kisame arrived, Itachi had already been lifted onto a stretcher. "Mr. Itachi has his usual medicine with him, which can be used for emergencies," he said. He had not forgotten Orochimaru's instructions, but the situation was urgent, and that guy had yet to deliver the new medicine, so they could only make do for now. The Uchiha clan members immediately found the medicine bottle from Itachi's arms, and as soon as it was opened, a pungent medicinal smell wafted out, causing the Uchiha clan member, who was knowledgeable about herbs, to frown. Has the patient been taking this all along? The other person's face was not good as he frowned at the medicine bottle. Yes, Kisame replied honestly. The clan member immediately flew into a rage. As a medical ninja, how could he not know the ingredients in this medicine? It was all made of herbs that kept a person going at the end of their strength, and even included substances that would exhaust their body. Taking such medicine was not healing, but forcibly suppressing the illness, draining one's body until they were hollowed out from the inside. The so-called recovery was merely a fleeting illusion. Absurd. How could you allow the patient to take such medicine? He said, shoving the medicine bottle into his own arms. This medicine is not to be used anymore. After that, he instructed his subordinates to take Itachi to the clan's medical room for initial treatment. If the clan could not handle it, he would transfer him to the Konoha hospital to be taken over by Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke was anxiously pacing around, but did not know how to help. Kisame sighed. He never inquired about what medicine Mr. Itachi was taking, as they did not have such a close relationship. Now that he knew, he was not surprised. From their interactions, he could somewhat guess the ingredients in the medicine. What exactly happened to my brother? Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were red, and a sharingan with a tomo pattern appeared. Tell me, why has my brother become like this? Kisame secretly smiled, not expecting that the situation with Itachi would stimulate this child to awaken his eyes. He wondered what Mr. Itachi would think when he woke up. At that moment, the little Itachi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was also startled. Chapter 105. Sasuke awakens. Sasuke, your eyes. The little Itachi was stunned and speechless upon seeing his brother's sharingan with Otomo. He quickly ran over and embraced his brother. Gently patting his back, he reassured, "It's okay, brother is here, you can relax." Under the little Itachi's comfort, Sasuke finally calmed down, his sharingan returning to normal. And then he collapsed in exhaustion into the little Itachi's arms, fainting. The little Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Sasuke awakened his eyes for the sake of his older brother. The bond between them was undeniable. Wait, Itachi. He had just been focused on Sasuke's situation. Why was that Uchiha Itachi also referred to as Sasuke's brother? There could only be one brother for Sasuke. Did your parents not tell you? We are not from this world, but from another world. Mr. Itachi is the little Itachi's appearance in that world. The little Itachi quickly processed this information in a few seconds and asked, "Then why am I with a rogue ninja from the Mist Village?" He thought carefully and seemed to recall seeing a Konoha rogue ninja's forehead protector on the other person, but he had not thought much of it at the time. If you want to know, you should ask Mr. Itachi. I'm not in a position to say. Kisame considered himself an outsider, although it was Mr. Itachi himself who had revealed his future to him. He did not want to expose Mr. Itachi's scars to others. The little Itachi accepted this answer and did not press further. All right, I will ask my parents. Although he was unhappy about not getting information from this rogue ninja, he was also pleased that his counterpart in that world had such companions. He stopped in front of his parents' door. "Father, mother, may I come in?" "Itachi, come in." Mikoto's gentle voice sounded as she opened the door, allowing Itachi to enter. At that moment, Sasuke was lying on his father's lap, who was using his sharingan to check the integrity of his chakra pathways. He did not voice his doubts at that moment until his father withdrew his manjiki and placed his hand into his sleeve, calmly saying, "No problem, it's a normal awakening." The other two in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Let him rest well. Mikoto, with a loving gaze, picked up Sasuke and placed him on the bed, tucking him in before exiting with the two men. As soon as they stepped out, Itachi explained the reason for Sasuke's awakening to his parents. Upon hearing this, both displayed expressions of relief. The bond between these two brothers was truly strong, and as parents, they felt gratified. However, such a close bond was always a double-edged sword for the Uchiha clan, and they couldn't help but sigh. "Father, what are you hiding from me?" The little Itachi was astute and naturally understood that his counterpart in another world must have done something, but his parents had not told him. Mikoto lowered her gaze and said, "Fugaku, we should tell this child. We shouldn't keep it from him." Fugaku nodded, believing that his wise eldest son would make the right judgment after hearing all this. It's better to know. It can prevent repeating the same mistakes. Moreover, they are still here, and even if the little Itachi feels lost as their parents, they would not just stand by, but would bring their child back to the right path. So, little Itachi followed his parents to a quiet room and learned from them what his future self had done. After hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, his back already soaked. Little Itachi wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Theoretically, none of what his parents mentioned had happened in this world yet, and there was no reason for a person to bear sins for things that might happen but had not occurred. However, he was well aware that his future self in that world had already committed such acts, and they were irretrievable. Moreover, they all bore the name Uchiha Itachi. What his parents spoke of were indeed things he could do. "Little Itachi, don't think too much. We're all here, and Konoha has changed. So don't let yourself fall into despair." Uchiha Mikoto hugged little Itachi, saying, "Sometimes we really wish you were a bit more foolish, then you wouldn't be hurt so much. As the saying goes, deep feelings do not last. Extreme wisdom must suffer, and their little Itachi was probably an example of that. I understand, mother. I will think about my own path and not bear sins recklessly. That's not the behavior of a wise person." Uchiha Itachi's gaze was resolute. Yes. What if his future self did wrong in that world? They were all Uchiha Itachi, so what? The important thing is the present. Konoha did not have such darkness, and he had never had such thoughts. His parents and clan were all there, and he was very happy. He would strive to maintain this happiness rather than destroy it with his own hands. He would walk his own path, and that was enough. Uchiha Fugaku also relaxed his usual seriousness, no longer appearing as a stern father, and reached out to pat Uchiha Itachi's head. "No doubt, you my son. You're just like Sasuke, both my and your mother's pride. I believe that both you and Sasuke can be happy because you understand more than we do and have greater foresight." Chapter 106. I won't let him get hurt. My state is no longer sharp. If we want to seek the development of the Uchiha clan, you and Sasuke need to work together. Uchiha Fugaku had always regarded this child as the next heir, It was the first time he expressed such entrusted words. Just saying it made him feel like he was getting old. His eldest son had grown to the point where he could stand alone. Father Itachi also understood his father's meaning. From now on, the heavy burden of the Uchiha clan would no longer rest solely on his father. He would share it too. Oh dear, how did you two make the atmosphere so serious? Uchiha Makoto stretched out her arms, one around her husband and the other around her eldest son. Fugaku, you're in your prime. Why worry about not being able to wait for little Itachi to grow up? Why rush to hand over the reins? And little Itachi, although I really like your maturity, you shouldn't always act so grown up. It's not cute. Uchiha Makoto said, staring at both of them. Little Itachi couldn't help but say, if we're talking about cuteness, having Sasuke is enough. No, Itachi was also very cute when he was little. He would even act spoiled with mom. But now he just calls me mother. It's so distant. Makoto's eyes revealed a longing expression, but the other party was immune to this tactic and stubbornly said, Mother, I'm not a child anymore. All right, Uchiha Makoto said somewhat dejectedly. Uchiha Fugaku, watching the mother-son duo bicker, couldn't help but soften his stern features. All the tragedies had not yet occurred. How wonderful that was. Clan leader, that Uchiha has just woken up, but the situation isn't good. Do you want to go see? A medical ninja reported the situation to Fugaku through a door. I'll go take a look, father. Little Itachi's eyes brightened, as if he had something to say to his future self. Fugaku nodded without stopping him. Go ahead. He also knew about Uchiha Itachi's condition before leaving. Orochimaru had told them it was indeed not optimistic. Just let the clan doctor give him some nutrition. Don't touch anything else for now. Orochimaru will send over the appropriate medicine. Yes, I understand. The medical ninja took his leave. Little Itachi arrived at the clan's medical facility and saw a medical ninja just coming out of a room. Young Master Itachi, are you here to visit that Uchiha guest on behalf of the clan leader? The medical ninja said first. Hearing this, Itachi was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the people within the clan had long regarded him as the heir of the Uchiha clan. Yes, it's in that room. You can go in now. He hasn't rested yet, the medical ninja said sincerely, then leaned in a bit gossiping. By the way, that ninja looks a lot like you, young Master Itachi. What's his background? Ever since they saved the person, they felt the voice was particularly familiar, and upon looking at his face, he was a living, adult version of young Master Itachi. Moreover, since it was clan leader Fugaku who personally brought the person back, they couldn't help but speculate about this Uchiha's identity. Just a little while ago, they had already heard 3 different versions of speculation. Now that young Master Itachi was here, it was the perfect opportunity to find out, so they could boast about the first-hand information later. I don't know, my father didn't tell me, but I think he definitely doesn't want anyone to guess randomly, right? Uchiha Itachi said with a brilliant smile. However, the medical ninja detected a hint of threat in his smile and immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. This is not something we should speculate about. Then he quickly slipped away, and when he saw young Master Itachi enter the patient room, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? You look so scared, like a mouse seeing a cat. The other medical ninjas asked him. I think I might have discovered young Master Itachi's hidden attribute. He's definitely a white cut black, okay? That smile is definitely not that simple. He must be threatening me. Huh? The people nearby thought he was going crazy. At that moment, the door to Uchiha Itachi's room was pushed open, and he looked at the person at the door, calm and composed. What do you want with me? The Itachi of this world said, I heard about your situation from my father. Little Itachi faced the other world-esque self without much emotional fluctuation. Is that so? So you came to find me for this matter? Uchiha Itachi tilted his head slightly, curious about what his past self, who knew everything, thought of him now. Yes and no, little Itachi replied resolutely. I'm here to tell you that I won't make the same mistakes again. Sasuke can rest assured with me, because I won't let him get hurt. Uchiha Itachi completed little Itachi's last sentence, and their voices overlapped. Even if some things had changed, some things would never change. Uchiha Itachi was Uchiha Sasuke's brother. They would never allow Sasuke to get hurt. However, I might not have a right to say this. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned desolate. Having personally killed his clan members and plunged Sasuke in a painful hatred, he truly had no right to say such things. Little Itachi stepped forward, slightly lifting his toes, and reached out, tapping his future self, who was hanging his head in despair with his index and middle fingers. But you are Uchiha Itachi. Even if some things cannot be undone, everything hasn't gotten worse, has it? Little Itachi smiled as he looked at his future self. I believe in you. As long as it's you, you can definitely do it, because we are all Itachi. Uchiha Itachi reached out to touch his forehead. It had been many years since he had felt such warmth. He didn't expect that his childhood self would teach him a lesson and reignite his hope. Yes, I will not disgrace the name Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded with a smile. Thus, the two Uchiha Itachis reached a spiritual reconciliation in the hospital room. In Orochimaru's temporary laboratory. Why isn't the lab fixed yet? Everything here is so inconvenient to use. Orochimaru complained. Isn't it just because of the mess you made? Now, there's an extra rogue ninja in the village, and everyone is busy. Jiraiya bit into a convenience rice ball, eating while speaking. I didn't even have time for lunch. Didn't I say you could go eat? I'm just here doing experiments, Orochimaru replied without looking up. Chapter 107. Heaven-sent technique. When will your space-time ninjutsu be ready? Jiraiya asked while chewing on his rice ball, thinking about how he hadn't had time to gather materials lately and needed to send the person back quickly. It's still under research. Don't rush me. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. I still have to prepare medicine for that Uchiha. I'm quite busy. Jiraiya sighed. There was nothing more he could do. Soon night fell. Outside the village, several figures leaped through the woods, moving quickly and purposefully towards the Hyuga clan's compound. Although they were outsiders, the barrier showed no reaction. One of them silently slipped into the darkness and found the location of the Hyuga clan's main house, successfully locating the still young Hinata Hyuga. After a day of training, Hinata was already very tired and had fallen into a deep sleep. But the sounds outside still woke her up. She rubbed her eyes and looked toward the shadow at the sliding door, asking, "Father, do you need something?" However, the person outside did not respond, suddenly disappearing as if nothing had happened. Hinata rubbed her eyes again, thinking she was just having a sleepy hallucination, yawned, and went back to sleep. However, in the next moment, a silk cloth covered Hinata's mouth, and before she could react, she was knocked unconscious by the drug. The person immediately picked her up to carry her away, but as soon as they stepped outside, they ran into the patrolling clan ninja of the Hyuga clan. "Who are you?" The clan ninja was startled and quickly shouted to stop the person. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was carrying none other than Lady Hinata. The clan ninja immediately pulled out a signal flare from his pocket, ignited it, and illuminated the sky. The entire Hyuga clan heard the sound of the flare and quickly got up. However, the opponent was capable enough to be sent on such a mission, and carrying an extra child like Hinata was not a burden. With light footwork, he immediately ran towards the village's outskirts. By this time, someone had informed the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, who slammed his hand on the table. "Good, very good. How dare someone target our Hyuga clan?" He donned his outer coat and, while speaking, prepared to rise. His brother, Hisashi Hyuga, also stood up, saying, "Brother, I'll go with you." "No." Hayashi raised his hand to stop Hisashi's actions. "If you go with me, there will be no one left to guard the clan. If there are any more tricks up their sleeve, it would be disastrous." "I understand. I will stay behind to guard the Hyuga clan." Hisashi nodded. "Brother, go with peace of mind." Hayashi looked at his reliable younger brother with appreciation and immediately waved his hand to take people to pursue, while also sending someone to the Hokage's residence to report the matter. Thus, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was sleeping soundly at home, was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by the Umbu breaking down his door. "Report, Hokage-sama. Enemies have invaded and abducted the bloodline of the Hyuga clan." The Umbu reported succinctly, instantly waking Minato. At this moment, Kushina Uzumaki had put on her clothes and came out of the room, asking, "Is something serious happening? The bloodline of the Hyuga clan has been abducted, and we currently don't know which force is behind it," Minato said while putting on his ceremonial robe, preparing to head to the Hokage office. "Kushina, you can sleep a bit longer. I promise this matter will be resolved quickly." Saying this, he walked up to Kushina and kissed her forehead before rushing to the Hokage office. "Hokage-sama." The clan ninja of the Hyuga clan was anxious and finally saw Minato's figure. Minato immediately asked, "What is the current situation?" "The clan head has personally led the team to pursue. We still don't know the current situation." The clan ninja frowned. The barrier in Konoha gave no alarm. "How did they get in?" Just then, a voice came in. It should be the heaven-sent technique. Minato's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, "Kakashi, did you see something?" "Yes, I saw the ninjutsu they use seems to come from Kumogakure. If it really is Kumogakure, using the heaven-sent technique to send people in is not difficult." Lu Dong started a ramble. He didn't see who made the move, but just spoke according to the original story. Since the Nine Tails chaos still followed the original plot, then Hinata Hyuga being kidnapped should be similar to the original as well. Even if it wasn't Cloud Village that acted in reality, It wouldn't be a big problem as long as the Hyuga clan brought Hinata back. It would become clear who the perpetrator was. First, prepare the bargaining chips for negotiations with the Rain Village. Once the Hyuga clan members return, we can finalize the details. Minato Namikaze immediately calmed down and directed the operations, sending the medical team to assist the Hyuga clan. Once everyone left, Minato slammed his fist on the desk, furious. Do these guys think Konoha is easy to bully? One by one, they dare to act like this. Previously, it was the Rain Village targeting Rin, and now the Cloud Village dares to act against the Hyuga clan. Do they really think there is no one in Konoha? The first Hokage and Madara just returned from the afterlife not long ago, and various factions are already stirring. It seems it's time to give them a little shock. Kakashi, can the two rogue ninjas you brought back be useful? Minato asked with a smile. If they can be of use, they haven't been eating Konoha's food for nothing. Let them move their muscles and bones and beat the opponents to a pulp. Lu Dong looked at the cold smile hidden within Bo Feng, Shui Min, and nodded. Of course I can do that. I'll have them go right away. After speaking, he disappeared from the room, while Bo Feng Shui Min relayed some instructions to the Umbu, who immediately set off for the Uchiha clan. As dawn broke, the Hyuga clan finally caught up with the person who had kidnapped Hinata Hyuga, and reinforcements arrived just in time. The two sides were momentarily at a standstill, with Hinata in the hands of the enemy. If the enemy was pushed too hard, they might harm Hinata, which was the last thing Hyuga Hayashi wanted to see. Just then, a giant figure suddenly appeared behind the Hyuga clan, gradually approaching. The clan leader's eyes lit up. Great. The reinforcement from Konoha had arrived. It looked like Uchiha members were using Jinjutsu to conveniently rescue Hinata unharmed. As the giant approached, it was seen that Susanoo was holding a few people. On its left hand were Kakuzu and Haiden, while on the right was the Akatsuki member Kisame, carrying the Samahata. So many sacrifices. I must choose the best one to offer to the Lord of Evil, Haiden said with a gleeful tone, placing his hand on his forehead. Don't fight with me over them. That guy said he'd pay by the head. Kakuzu reminded him indifferently, knowing that Haiden still wanted to hold that ridiculous ceremony and advised him to be careful not to lose his head again. Haiden clicked his tongue. Well, you just sew it back on for me, right? Right? He said while leaning toward Kakuzu, saying some sweet nothings that made Kakuzu unable to withstand. All right, I get it. Just focus on your ceremony, Kakuzu said impatiently, thinking that if it weren't for the care fee that Konoha provided, he wouldn't want to take care of this guy. Nearby, Kisame watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but chuckle, saying to Itachi, I didn't expect these two to be companions here. Not companions, but caretakers, Kakuzu interjected, refuting Kisame's words. Kisame shrugged it off and jumped down from Susanoo's hand with a loud thud, while Kakuzu and Haiden also made a flashy entrance. Only Itachi was gently placed down by his own Susanoo. TCH, do all Uchiha love to show off? Haiden muttered. The Hyuga clan leader was initially very happy to see the reinforcements, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the 4 rogue ninjas from the village had come. Although one of them was from the Uchiha clan, was this reliable? Lord Hokage, are you helping us or setting us up? Uchiha Itachi glanced at the wary opponents, and with just one look, he caused the enemy to lose consciousness, including those who had been prepared and closed their eyes from the beginning, thus experiencing less impact. Hyuga Hayashi finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the enemies fall one after another. Just when the enemy was about to escape with Hinata, Kisame blocked their path and directly swung his sword, slicing the enemy in half, and naturally, the child fell into his arms. However, regardless of Kisame's frightening appearance, a guy who was always on a mission wouldn't know how to hold a child, so he just hoisted Hinata over his shoulder like a piece of cargo. Hyuga Hayashi almost fainted at this scene, but fortunately, Itachi reached out and caught the child, holding her in his arms. One could only say that it was good that he had experience with Sasuke. Otherwise, the leader of the Hyuga clan might think they were sent by the Hokage to deal with him. Uchiha Itachi gently handed Hinata back to Hyuga Hayashi, saying, You can head back now and meet up with the medical team, then rush back to Konoha. At this moment, a Hyuga clan member spoke urgently. Clan leader, I saw that the Cloud Hidden Village has gathered a large force surrounding this area. If we don't leave now, we might fall into the encirclement. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth. He didn't expect it would actually be the work of the Cloud Hidden Village. This was close to their border, and their reinforcements would definitely be faster than Konoha's. It's fine. You take most of the clan members back to Konoha, ensure your safety, and meet up with the medical team. We'll handle things here. Uchiha Itachi glanced behind him. The newcomers were not high-ranking from the Cloud Hidden Village, just numerous. It seemed that the Cloud-Hidden Village understood that if their high-ranking members intervened, it would indicate their stance to go to war with Konoha. Thus, they only dared to send some low-ranking ninjas to their deaths. Considering Hinata's life, the Hyuga clan couldn't attack, and keeping them here would only be a burden. Why are you so verbose? Haiden, with his blood scythe, tilted his head at Hyuga Hayashi. Kakuzu said we could help you, and that I could do whatever I wanted. You guys are just hesitating here. It's really annoying. Saying this, Haiden threw the blood scythe, selecting a decent target from among the unconscious, obtaining their blood, and then exerted force to retract the scythe, licking the blood off his tongue. The members of the Hyuga clan couldn't help but shudder at this scene, feeling that the person before them was a pervert. Was it really okay for Lord Hokage to send such a person to assist them? In an instant, Haiden's face was covered with black and white cursed patterns, making him look even more terrifying. He picked up his weapon and suddenly stabbed it into his own abdomen. Ha 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 ha. That's more like it. Only by feeling pain can I deepen my faith in the Lord of Evil. After stabbing himself, Haiden became excited. Heaven knows that in Konoha he couldn't do anything, and every day he could only stab himself. It was really driving him crazy. Our strength is enough to handle the Cloud-Hidden Village. You should leave first, Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Or, do you still want to be this guy's companion? Hyuga Hayashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while looking at the most normal Uchiha Itachi among the four, saying, we'll head back to Konoha now. And once we ensure Hinata's safety, we will return to support. No need. The more I kill, the more my bounty increases. After saying this, Kakuzu controlled his Jashin's curse, sending his arm flying out to grab the first Cloud-Hidden Ninja who had just arrived. You start first. Kisame naturally wouldn't be outdone, collaborating with Uchiha Itachi Susanoo to carve out a river-like barrier on this territory, blocking the way for the Cloud-Hidden Ninjas. Your path ends here. Haiden pointed his blood scythe at those Cloud-Hidden Ninjas. Let me see who will be the best sacrifice. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi naturally had no need for many words. One swept through with a blade, knocking down a group, while the other stared at them, causing another group to faint. Kakuzu and Haiden might have slightly less group attack ability, but they were much more active in combat compared to Kisame and Itachi. One was pent up, and the other was motivated by bounty. Before the Hyuga clan could return to Konoha, the battle on this side had already ended. Before leaving, Uchiha Itachi chose a Cloud-Hidden Ninja who seemed to have the least resolve to be carried back by Kisame. Are we taking him back as a witness? Kisame asked as he lifted the unconscious person. Uchiha Itachi responded. At this moment, Haiden sat somewhat dissatisfied on a stone. Ah, is this all the people? It's completely not enough to stretch my muscles. Meanwhile, Kakuzu pulled down his mask and took a sip of water, only to have it snatched away by Haiden, who gulped it down. Ah, there's not enough water to drink. Faden finished drinking and threw the cup back to Jiao Du, wondering when he would have such a mission again. After saying that, Faden suddenly realized something was off. Why did he have to listen to Konoha? He should find a chance to sneak away and return to his originally free life. Chapter 109. Cage Bird. Thinking of this, Faden felt like a genius. And then he sneakily glanced at Jiao Du, only to find that he had pulled his mask back down again. Jiao Du sensed his gaze, turned to look at Faden, and saw him grinning like a thief, clearly up to something. Let's go, we should head back. Uchiha Itachi walked up to the two of them, signaling that it was time to return. Faden couldn't hide his thoughts. Just by looking at his face, it was clear what he was thinking. So, taking advantage of Faden's unpreparedness, Uchiha Itachi directly cast Jinjutsu on him. You can carry this guy back. Itachi pointed at the unconscious Faden, noticing that the corners of his mouth were actually smiling, which indicated that he thought he had successfully escaped in the Jinjutsu. Why me? Jiao Du raised an eyebrow and asked. Among the four present, none were easy opponents. If a fight broke out, it was hard to predict the outcome. Mister, Itachi's health isn't good, and I'm carrying this guy, so I can only trouble you. Kisame Hashigaki said with a smile. In fact, being a bit polite could avoid a lot of disputes. After hearing this, Jiao Du somewhat reluctantly hoisted Faden up and headed towards Konoha. As Jiao Du felt the weight on his back, he suddenly thought that having Faden as his teammate wasn't too bad, though it seemed like he was quite unlucky with money. When the Hyuga clan returned to Konoha, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After settling Hinata and arranging a lot of guards, there was no time to rest, and they went straight to the Hokage's office. It was already noon, and judging by the sweat on the faces of the Hyuga clan members, it was clear they had pushed themselves to return. Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hayashi pushed open the door to the office, and the two locked eyes, both seeing anger reflected in each other's gaze. This instead calmed Hyuga Hayashi down. It was the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Just as Kakashi said, it really was the Cloud Village's doing. Minato Namikaze mused as he rubbed the pen in his hand. At that moment, a member of the Umbu brought news. Hokage-sama, Reikage-sama has sent a telegram accusing Konoha of attacking Cloud Village ninjas at the border, claiming it's an attempt to provoke war. Hyuga Hayashi punched the wall, causing it to crack. Those guys from the Cloud Village really can turn black and white. Clan leader Hyuga, please calm down. I will handle this matter. Just as he finished speaking, Kisame Hashigaki and Uchiha Itachi appeared in the office. Hyuga Hayashi stared in shock as Kisame set the person he was carrying down. I specially brought back a live one. Don't let him have a chance to commit suicide. The rest is up to the interrogation team, Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, then left the office with Kisame. We just got back, and they managed to deal with the Cloud Village ninjas in return as well. Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed in surprise. They are all shadow-level powerhouses. This situation was somewhat expected. Minato Namikaze said with a smile, then slightly lowered his eyes. Sometimes, it is indeed necessary to use some unconventional forces, and these people happen to be what we need. Without saying more, Minato instructed his men to take the valuable witness away for careful guarding, making sure to extract information about the Cloud Village from him. Meanwhile, the still young Hyuga Neji from the Branch family was standing outside Hinata's room, feeling a bit lost. Unknowingly, he had walked to a riverbank. Hey, what are you thinking? Sighing like that? Lu Dong asked, startling Hyuga Neji. He had been taking a break in the tree nearby. Otherwise, he would have been called by Minato for a mission. However, now that he had managed to bring back 2 laborers, he finally had some time to spare. When were you here? Hyuga Neji stepped back in fright. Realizing he hadn't sensed this person's presence at all, Lu Dong pointed to the big tree behind him, saying, I've been here since the morning. It's more accurate to say that some guy who has been sighing all the time disturbed my nap. Hinata Neji saw the iconic white hair and the mask covering half of the face, and suddenly remembered who the person in front of him was. Kakashi-senpai? Seeing the other party nod, confirming he hadn't mistaken the person, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I just have a few things I can't figure out, that's why. Lu Dong walked over to him, sat cross-legged, casually picked up a pebble, and started skipping it across the water. Why not talk to me about it? Hinata Neji seemed a bit hesitant. This should belong to the family secrets, but in reality, many of Konoha's high-ranking ninjas knew about it. Seeing the other party hesitating to speak, Lu Dong spoke first. Is it because of the Branch family issue? I can see your brows are furrowed. To be honest, Hinata Neji was one of the characters he liked when he read the original work, and it was truly difficult to accept that he was sacrificed for the protagonist's love in the end. You really know? Hinata Neji was taken aback, a bleak expression appearing on his face. It should be said that some capable high-ranking ninjas in Konoha must know about this matter. I was thinking, if it weren't Lady Hinata who was kidnapped this time, but me, would the Hyuga clan come to rescue me like this? In the young boy's pair of Byakugan eyes lay sorrow and countless thoughts. I think they wouldn't, because they wouldn't need to retrieve me to avoid the bloodline from flowing out. Saying this, Hinata Neji touched the forehead protector on his head. After that, it was just like a bird trapped in a curse from which he could not escape. Lu Dong reached out and ruffled Hyuga Neji's hair, making it messy. He looked at Neji, who was gazing at him with a slightly aggrieved expression, and smiled, saying, So, do you want to change all this? Change? Neji's eyes were filled with confusion. The Hyuga clan had always been this way. Why change? The young Neji couldn't understand how the Hyuga clan could change. Is it right just because it has always been this way? Lu Dong looked towards the riverbank and said, If this causes you pain, then go change it. Otherwise, the suffering will only continue. Of course, you are still young. This shouldn't be your responsibility, but rather ours as the older generation. Lu Dong smiled and added, If you don't understand, just pretend I said nothing. Oh, Hyuga Neji wasn't completely clueless. He just needed some time to digest it. Once he had comforted Neji, Lu Dong stretched lazily, realizing that he would be busy again soon. I see you've been resting quite a bit. Yaozi's teasing came, albeit a bit late. Lu Dong raised his eyebrows. It had been a while since he heard Yao Yao's complaints, and he thought his system had run away. Chapter 110. A jaw-dropping proposal you're still here? I thought you'd abandon me as your host. Lu Dong said with a hint of sarcasm. As a system. I also need to take a break, okay? Besides, isn't your ability still usable as usual? Am I not considerate? Heh. Lu Dong replied with a heh and ignored it. It was the first time he had seen someone make unreliability sound so fresh and unique. Then, when Lu Dong pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he saw Minato Namikaze discussing matters with Hayashi Hyuga and they were somewhat displeased with the sudden intrusion of Kakashi. Kakashi, even though you're a student of the Hokage, you should still knock before entering. Hayashi Hyuga frowned, planning to kick him out before continuing their discussion. However, Kakashi boldly walked in, ignoring Hayashi's words. It's fine. I'm just here to submit a proposal, and it's convenient that the Hyuga clan leader is here. Otherwise, I'd have to find someone to invite him later, which would be troublesome. Saying this, he placed the document on Minato's desk and left the room without hesitation. Hokage-sama, perhaps you should educate your student. Hayashi crossed his arms and snorted from his nose. Minato, however, was unconcerned. People with ability usually have poor tempers, and the clan leader needed to be more tolerant. He picked up the document from the desk, opened it, and was stunned to see the title, Proposal to Abolish the Branch Family System of the Hyuga clan. Minato couldn't help but facepalm. This student of his really knew how to give him work. After the document was taken out, it was not hidden from the clan leader, and naturally, it was seen by Hayashi. Hokage-sama, don't you think your student is overstepping? Is that so? I don't think so, Minato replied calmly, as he was not shielding his student. As long as it's a proposal with significance for progress, I can review and approve it. Kakashi, as an elite jonin of Konoha, has this right, doesn't he? Hokage-sama, this is a family matter of the Hyuga clan and shouldn't be interfered with by an outsider. Hayashi was very angry. When did the Hyuga clan allow an outsider to meddle in their affairs? Minato smiled gently then. Does that mean that the incident of Hinata being kidnapped is also the Hyuga clan's family matter, and Konoha should not intervene? No, that's not what I mean. Hayashi was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute this, but still held a dissenting attitude. Clan leader Hayashi, our purpose in establishing Konoha is for peace and the future. If this proposal can bring hope to the branch family of the Hyuga clan, I, as Hokage, have no reason to disagree. Unless you have ulterior motives regarding Konoha's ideals, or you think Konoha is not suitable for the Hyuga clan to survive. Minato's questioning left Hayashi speechless, and he could only concede, yes, I understand. To this day, Hayashi, the clan leader far removed from Konoha's political center, finally understood why this young Hokage was able to oust the Elder Council and manage all clans so obediently. That's good. Minato smiled and said, today, the clan leader Hayashi has also been surprised. It's best to go back to the clan and check on the children. Minato quietly issued the order to dismiss him. In Rin's hospital room. Wow, Kakashi, you're so cool. I really want to know what the Hyuga clan leader's expression was. Rin had heard from Kakashi that he submitted the proposal to abolish the branch family system right in front of the clan leader. Fortunately, I just did what I could. Lu Dong was accompanying Rin for afternoon tea in the garden. It was rare that Kushina was here too. I can only stay in the hospital. Even though this is a garden, it's still just a hospital room. Rin stirred her tea helplessly, not knowing how long she would have to stay here. Kushina comforted her. The sealing team is already researching seals for your situation, so soon you can go out. Rin knew that Kushina was comforting her, but she didn't want to brush off her goodwill, so she nodded and began to eat dessert. This red bean cake is way too sweet. Rin couldn't help but gulp down a lot of water to wash away the sweetness in her throat. Who bought this? Saying this, Rin angrily ran over to check the packaging, which had Obito's name on it, and a black line crossed her forehead. The Uchiha clan eats so sweet? In response to Rin's question, Kushina recalled a previous time when she went to eat with Mikoto, where it was already sweet enough. But the other party still wanted to add a layer of frosting. Their ability to eat sweets was simply insane. Yes, Kushina answered Rin's question with a sigh. They really eat it to death. I can't stand their obsession with sugar. If it were something else, it'd be fine, but sweets are just too much. Saying this, Kushina took half of Rin's red bean cake and ate it. This one is okay. It's not as terrifying as what Mikoto eats. Kushina licked her lips, seeing Rin's stunned expression, realizing that she had eaten it without drinking any water. It seemed her taste buds had also been trained by Mikoto. By the way, Kakashi, you seem quite free lately. Kushina stared at him, letting out a devilish laugh. You're bringing trouble back to Konoha every day, making Minato unable to sleep well. You still have time to enjoy afternoon tea here. Isn't taking care of Rin a task? Lu Dong dodged Kushina's grasp and said seriously. Well, okay, it counts, Kushina said, taking the opportunity to let him off the hook. In the Uchiha residence. Hey, don't look at me with that expression. I'm not Orochimaru from your world. Orochimaru joked as Uchiha Itachi still looked at him warily. I'm here to treat you. Don't worry. If Lord Orochimaru really dares to disrespect Mr. Itachi, I'll make you taste the flavor of the shark skin. Kisame Hashigaki, standing nearby, said the harshest words in the most polite tone. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, thinking he was bullying someone without companions. Humph. My companion Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is no pushover. Saying this, Orochimaru pointed to Jiraiya, who had been following him no matter what happened. Jiraiya was holding a notebook, sketching something, seemingly recording inspiration. Hearing Orochimaru's words, he casually replied, "It's none of my business. I won't intervene." Orochimaru, having had his stage dismantled, was not angry and took out the results of his recent research. Chapter 111. Negotiation chips. You cannot reject the flow of the drug in your body, even if it makes you uncomfortable. Orochimaru no longer beat around the bush. Once he mentioned his area of expertise, he became very reliable and serious. In the next few days, you may feel weak and experience fevers, which are normal phenomena. Physical cooling is sufficient. Do not take medication indiscriminately. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He was still following medical advice carefully because he wanted to live and return to fix everything. Orochimaru finished speaking and inserted the syringe into the other person's skin, injecting the modified serum into their body. This is a special modification I made just for you, reducing the activity and phagocytic ability of the Hashirama cells, but enhancing the healing ability on its own. As Orochimaru said this, he became animated, clearly very satisfied with his creation. The Hashirama cells will slowly nourish and restore your body, and your recovery and resistance will also increase in the future. Hearing this, Itachi Uchiha pondered and asked, "Can I bring this research back to my world?" Even if he no longer had to worry about the blindness from a Mangekyou Sharingan, he still had to consider Sasuke. This needs to be reported to Minato. After all, this is Orochimaru's research, and all classifications are dangerous, Jiraiya said, raising an eyebrow. In fact, he also knew that this was just a procedural formality, and it would definitely be approved. You're in my lab every day, and you still don't know that my research is safe? Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged. Originally, Minato planned to lower your danger rating, and then you brought them both here. Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but laugh as he watched Jiraiya and Orochimaru bicker. It seems like you two have a good relationship. Jiraiya curiously crossed his arms and asked, "Is my relationship with this guy not good in your world?" Well, who would have a good relationship with a perverted genius? He couldn't help but recall being tied to a post as a child and some unpleasant past events. Itachi Uchiha gently shook his head. "I can't comment on that." But after Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya-sama never gave up on the idea of bringing him back. "That does sound like my style," Orochimaru said without any surprise at this outcome. He had originally planned to defect. However, that kid Kakashi had interrupted, shattering all his plans, but he still had to thank that kid. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't know how long he would have walked down a path with no future. "In that case, I'll give you a gift before you leave, and you can take it to the meet in that world." Orochimaru cackled, already plotting in his mind to pack the map of his base and the projection sphere containing his image to give Itachi Uchiha. It should startle the version of himself in that world. Itachi Uchiha watched Orochimaru smile, and his right eyelid suddenly twitched. He felt it probably wasn't a good sign. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building's conference room, Minato Namikaze was seriously and sharply negotiating with the Raikage A from the Cloud Village. "The evidence is right here. Do you think Cloud can just ignore it? I reiterate my statement as Hokage. Raikage A, is this attitude of yours trying to provoke war again?" Even with Minato's good temperament, he couldn't help but praise the other side's thick skin at this moment. With all the evidence present, Cloud could still stubbornly refuse to admit their involvement and even counter-accuse Konoha of slandering them. How could that be? "Respected Hokage, please don't be so angry." Raikage A's lips curled into a wicked smile. Clearly, this was the situation he wanted to create. "I have a way to calm the conflict between the two villages." Minato Namikaze coldly returned to his seat. "Then please, Raikage, share your thoughts." He was curious about what kind of words could come out of the other party's mouth. All it takes is for Konoha to pay a small price, handing over a corpse from the Hyuga clan to Cloud, and we can avoid war. A glint of calculation flashed in Raikage A's eyes. A single Hyuga clan corpse, not even needing a living person, could maintain peace. Any smart person would know how to choose. When he saw Minato's expression growing increasingly grim, he felt that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was something Cloud must have. However, Minato Namikaze calmly stood up. "Are you suggesting that I sacrifice the lives of a few for the peace between our villages?" "Exactly. It's a profitable deal, isn't it?" Raikage A nodded naturally. "As long as Konoha hands over a complete corpse from the Hyuga clan, we can avoid war." Enough. Minato's eyes harbored anger, but he maintained politeness towards the leader of Cloud Village on the surface. Konoha would never abandon any of its comrades like that. If this is Cloud's attitude, then let us go to war. Wait. Reikage was suddenly flustered. He never expected Hokage Minato Namikaze to be this kind of person. Perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. I mean, we only need a Hyuga corpse. It doesn't have to be from the direct bloodline. A branch family member is fine. Minato had already stood up to leave the conference room, but upon hearing this, he stopped and glared back fiercely. Fortunately, this was a video conference. If Reikage were really in front of him, he would have directly punched that guy in the face. What does he think human lives are? Bargaining chips? To him, every person in Konoha was extremely important and absolutely not something that could be easily promised away. I think perhaps Reikage's ears aren't working well. Minato Namikaze said firmly. If Cloud Village refuses to acknowledge this, Konoha doesn't mind going to war. Reikage was thrown into disarray, accusing, is this Konoha's attitude? It seems that the peace rules set by Senju Hashirama and Konoha's never actively provoking war are just empty words. I will relay Konoha's attitude to the other ninja villages. Since you are unwilling to follow the rules of the game, we certainly won't show mercy. Minato narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Konoha does not favor war, but that does not mean they will endure being bullied. After saying this, Minato left the conference room without looking back, leaving Reikage there for a long time. Unable to recover from the shock, Konoha's ninja immediately closed the video conference. Chapter 112. A new traveler. The conference footage was unilaterally cut off, and Reikage sat at his desk with a complicated expression. Konoha would actually choose to go to war to protect a single person's life, which was truly unfathomable. The Reikage's assistant beside him couldn't help but frown. He had heard that the new Hokage was quite capable, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Reikage, it was my mistake, he bowed, wanted to take the blame. No, this is something no one could have expected, to declare war over one person's protection. Reikage pondered Hokage's words, unable to shake off his thoughts. It made him waver in the belief he had always held, questioning whether it was the village protecting the people or the people protecting the village. Reikage, are we really going to war? The assistant asked with a worried frown. Previously, their plan to seize the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit had cost them quite a few lower ninjas. Those were essential resources for war, and now that they had lost some, going to war would actually not be beneficial for Cloud. Reikage raised his hand, indicating he was still thinking and to not disturb him for now. Thus, the assistant left tactfully, leaving Reikage alone in the office to reflect. Too much bullying. Bluffing Watergate slammed the table suddenly, causing the high-ranking officials in the Hokage office to shudder. It was the first time they had seen the usually easygoing Bluffing Watergate get so angry. He ordered the entire village to enter a state of war readiness and not to let their guard down. They absolutely could not give Yunin any chance to take advantage. At this moment, a high-ranking Jonin spoke up. Hokage-sama, are we really going to go to war with Yunin? It depends on Yunin's attitude. Bluffing Watergate's expression was as dark as water. I feel there's a 70 chance they won't go to war with Konoha. Why are you so sure, Hokage-sama? Someone asked. They just experienced a war not long ago, and after a few years of peace, they're going to war again? At this time, Lu Dong also spoke. Yunin has already lost a lot of combat power in the previous battle. If they want to go to war with the strongest shinobi village, they should weigh whether they have that strength. Hee. Watergate is currently in high spirits. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, helping Lu Dong explain. Moreover, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I are all stationed in the village, and there are even several useful rogue ninjas. If Yunin really dares to go to war, then the Reikage probably has no political sense at all. I might as well take up that position. The last sentence was likely a jab at the third Hokage. Lu Dong felt a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and quietly said, You aren't still holding a grudge, are you? Are you angry that the third Hokage didn't choose you as Hokage? How could that be? Watergate is stronger than I am and more suitable. Although Orochimaru said this, everyone could still sense a tinge of jealousy in his words. Bluffing Watergate cleared his throat and said, Moreover, we currently have no other choice. If Yunin wants war, Konoha cannot back down. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi, who had not spoken for a long time, stepped forward. Actually, there's a good way. We just need to hand over a corpse from the Hyuga clan. Bluffing Watergate's gaze darkened. He did not expect Hinata Hizashi, as the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, to voluntarily say this. I can choose a corpse from a deceased member of the Hyuga clan to send over, which can avoid war. Some people praised the Hyuga clan leader for his broad vision upon hearing his words. Truly worthy of being the leader of the Hyuga clan, Jiraiya could no longer hold back. Hyuga clan leader, I understand that you are willing to make sacrifices for the village, but we cannot do this. It will only foster the ambitions of those who are unfavorable to Konoha. By the way, if we send a corpse, it should be from the branch family, right? Lu Dong interjected. Is the Hyuga clan leader really willing to sacrifice the interests of the branch family for the survival of the entire clan? This is the responsibility of the branch family. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Hinata Hizashi looked at Lu Dong. Last time, it was this guy who proposed to the Hokage to abolish the Hyuga clan's main and branch family system. This time, he was undermining him in front of the Konoha high-ranking officials. What do you mean? Once war breaks out, the Hyuga clan members sacrificed on the battlefield will be uncontrollable. And now, we only need to send out one corpse to prevent the war from happening. Isn't that worth it? What is the Hokage thinking? Even the clan leader of the Hyuga clan has agreed. The responsibility of the branch family? Is that just because your brother was born a few minutes after you? Your status as the clan leader really seems light. Lu Dong snorted coldly and ruthlessly exposed the origin of the other party's identity. Just because he was born 10 minutes earlier, he could become the head of the main family, while his younger brother had to become a branch family member, living his whole life under the control of the main family. How absurd is that? There wasn't even a struggle between the two sides. Fate was decided just like that. As the head of the main family, Hinata Hizashi could exploit the branch family without any guilt to seek political support and benefits for himself. One could only say that the Hinata clan was fundamentally rotten. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Dong couldn't suppress his anger, glaring at Hinata Hizashi with wide eyes. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze. He hadn't done anything that would provoke such outrage. Why did this kid look at him as if he were an enemy? I disagree. Namikaze Minato stood with Jiraiya and Lu Dong in solidarity. As Lord Jiraiya said, such behavior would only breed darkness in the village. If sacrifices for the village were justified and noble, then those sacrifices would be adorned with grand reasons, thus becoming reasonable. Today, it was the branch family of the Hinata clan that was sacrificed. Who would be next? Namikaze Minato spoke calmly, but his probing questions struck the hearts of everyone present. He looked around the room. Today, you may feel like the ones in power, able to sacrifice others. But once it comes to yourselves, who would willingly accept it? Even if you were willing, as Hokage, I will never agree. My existence is to protect you, not to treat you as bargaining chips. Namikaze Minato said a lot in one breath, leaving everyone speechless. Those who had secretly supported the Hinata clan felt embarrassed. Finally, the meeting ended in silence, and everyone accepted Namikaze Minato's arrangements, preparing for battle. However, at that moment, Orochimaru's temporary research lab exploded again. This time, it brought two unexpected guests, one blonde and one black-haired. Chapter 113. Reunion after a long time, huh? Wasn't I in the Hokage's office, talking to Sasuke? Naruto blinked his blue eyes, filled with confusion, looking around. The black-haired, cold figure immediately drew the Kusanagi sword and placed it against Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru, what are you up to this time? Sasuke bent down, his sharingan barely visible through his hair, exuding a low pressure. Seeing Orochimaru, Naruto looked around, confused. What's going on? Why isn't Captain Yamato watching Orochimaru? Orochimaru felt a bit heartbroken. Why couldn't he escape the fate of being monitored in any world? He vowed he just wanted to conduct his research properly. Still not saying anything? Sasuke pushed the blade closer, his tone threatening. However, Orochimaru was unfazed. Seeing the familiar Kusanagi sword, he raised an eyebrow. This was his sword technique. How could this obvious Uchiha kid use it? At that moment, Jiraiya, who had arrived, had a dark expression. Orochimaru, this time, I absolutely will not speak for you in front of Minato. The last lab was destroyed, and now another one has been blown up. When he saw two figures in the ruins, he could only sigh. It was probably more people from other timelines that Orochimaru had brought over. Seeing one of them holding a sword to Orochimaru's neck, he felt it was well-deserved. They should be from another timeline. Please calm down. Can you release my friend first? I will explain everything to you. Jiraiya said, feeling exhausted. Sasuke, surprised to see Jiraiya, remembered only seeing the young Jiraiya returning to the village. According to what he knew, Jiraiya had long since died at the hands of Akatsuki. His gaze fell on Naruto beside him, and he saw that underachiever's eyes filled with excitement, as if tears were about to spill. But he held it back, showing a nostalgic expression of reunion. Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. Naruto suppressed his trembling voice and said, trying to appear calm, forcing a smile that couldn't be considered a smile. Huh? Do I know you? Jiraiya tilted his head, confirming that he did not recognize the young man in front of him, but the spiky blonde hair and those bright blue eyes felt familiar. Naruto turned around, revealing the words on his jacket. I am the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Can you tell us why we suddenly appeared here, Jiraiya-sensei? Oh, Jiraiya rubbed his chin, and upon hearing that name, he became flustered. Naruto? You Minato's child. Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly for the first time. Sasuke elegantly sheathed the Kusanagi sword, and only then did Orochimaru dare to move. He touched his neck, still feeling a lingering fear. Your sword and sword technique both have my shadow. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? The descendant of the Uchiha clan, with every move reflecting his influence. Must be the Uchiha Sasuke that Kakashi mentioned wanting as a vessel. Sasuke's gaze sharpened at him, but in the end, he did not attack or speak, tacitly acknowledging Orochimaru's words. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was next to Naruto, almost wanted to tear off Naruto's clothes to examine him more closely. Jiraiya-sensei, you can ask me anything directly. There's no need to stare at me like that, Naruto said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he scratched his head. Jiraiya's hand rested on his chin, carefully examining Naruto in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, he was Minato's child. Why is your surname Uzumaki? Jiraiya asked curiously. Although the Uzumaki clan was a prominent clan, they had scattered across the world, and he didn't have the typical red hair characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. He should be named Namikaze. At least when he visited Minato's house to see Naruto a few days ago, Naruto still had the Namikaze surname. Huh? Naruto was stumped by this question. He had never thought about it, especially since he had no parents growing up and didn't he know what he was called. The third Hokage told him he was named this, so he should be this name. All right, why don't I have a Namikaze surname? Naruto tossed the question back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's forehead twitched with 3 black lines. You ask me. And who do I ask? Don't waste time on such questions. We still have unfinished business and need to get back quickly. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted their reminiscing, still speaking to Orochimaru in an impolite tone. Orochimaru, find a way for us to return quickly. I don't have a way yet. Orochimaru spread his hands, honestly saying, I was just researching how to send Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki back, and accidentally brought you two here. Orochimaru admitted he did it on purpose and was pleased to see Uchiha Sasuke's pupils tremble when he heard Itachi's name. Uchiha Itachi is currently at the Uchiha residence. You should be able to sense him, right? Orochimaru wore a teasing smile, as if trying to incite Sasuke to meet that guy. However, Sasuke just stood there, showing no reaction, until Naruto broke the silence. Sasuke, don't you want to see Itachi? Naruto asked in confusion, but I think Itachi would really want to see you. Uchiha Sasuke naturally wouldn't admit to having any feelings of homesickness. He coldly replied, since we come from other timelines, we should try to minimize contact with people from this world to avoid having too much influence on it. But Naruto felt that Sasuke made a valid point, scratching his face with his index finger, feeling a bit conflicted. At that moment, Orochimaru chuckled and said, don't worry, that Uchiha Itachi also came from another timeline. Don't you really want to meet him? Uchiha Sasuke's breath hitched. He was indeed moved. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he hadn't been able to say much to Itachi. However, he didn't know what they would talk about if they met, or whether he could control his emotions. Sasuke, go take a look. Naruto looked at him with determination. Maybe it can resolve the knot in your heart that's been there for years. Naruto always knew that Itachi was the unresolved knot in Sasuke's heart. If they could meet and have a good talk, perhaps some things would change. Sasuke agreed and immediately used body flicker technique to rush over. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, sighing at the prowess of the younger generation. Chapter 114. A peaceful life since your little friends left you here. Come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Jiraiya wore a playful smile, thinking about how Minato would react when he saw his son all grown up. Oh, then I'll have to trouble you. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto energetically chased after him. Jiraiya stroked his chin and asked, why do you call me teacher? Are you my disciple? Of course. Jiraiya-sensei taught me a lot. Naruto's eyes revealed a nostalgic look. Those memories of training together were his most precious memories. Seeing the way Naruto looked at him, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair, finding it a bit prickly and not as soft as Minato's. When Naruto grew up, he would definitely have to let him grow his hair a bit longer. The texture was too rough. Sorry, Naruto. Suddenly, Jiraiya looked at the chattering Naruto and said. Naruto was taken aback, not understanding why Jiraiya suddenly said that. Why would the perverted sage say something like this? The term perverted sage instantly broke through Jiraiya's guilt. You brat. How disrespectful. Is perverted sage what you're supposed to call me? Naruto grinned, covering his head, and then dodged. Jiraiya didn't actually intend to hit him. Hey, I'm just used to calling you that. Don't mind it. It's not important. Jiraiya laughed helplessly. It seems I should have left you long ago. I'm sorry I couldn't accompany you longer. Hearing this, Naruto was momentarily stunned. He was well aware that he hadn't mentioned anything about Jiraiya's future. He still kept Sasuke's words in mind. Now, that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were on such good terms, it must be before Orochimaru betrayed the village. So he only mentioned happy things and didn't bring up the future at all. Still trying to hide it from me? If you could hide it from me, I wouldn't be your teacher. Jiraiya snorted. Your emotions are all written in your eyes. Just a glance, and I know everything. Naruto pouted, reaching up to touch his own eyes. Was it really that obvious? Of course. With this answer, Naruto smiled brightly. It seemed that no matter where, the perverted sage was the same. His thoughts could never deceive Jiraiya-sensei. A solid punch landed on Naruto's head, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ouch. Perverted sage, can't you be gentler? I told you not to call me perverted sage. What kind of title is that? One of the legendary three, have my dignity. Jiraiya retracted his hand and blew on his fist, glancing at Naruto. Naruto said with a hint of grievance, but perverted sage is just a perverted sage. You often go to the bathhouse to gather material and then get punched. Before Naruto could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth. Don't say it so loudly in public. He quickly pulled Naruto to Minato's house, not wanting him to spill any more of his secrets. At the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Itachi, who was quietly enjoying tea, sensed a familiar chakra and paused for a moment, his previously still heart now rippling with waves. Is it really him? Before he could think further, the owner of that chakra had already rushed into the Uchiha residence, heading straight for his room. Outside the room, the sound of weapons clashing was heard first. When he got up to open the door, Samehada and Kusanagi were locked in combat, neither willing to back down. Oh, an Uchiha? Kakashi's Hashigaki saw the sharingan and suddenly asked, "What are you doing barging into Mr. Itachi's room?" Uchiha Sasuke had anticipated that Hashigaki would be there, as Orochimaru had just mentioned that name. He didn't have a strong impression of this person. They had met during his showdown with Itachi, and he was someone hard to read. It's fine, Kisame, let him in. Uchiha Itachi's gaze softened as he looked at Sasuke. Kisame obediently retracted Samehada and rested it on his shoulder, then took out a food box with his left hand and handed it to Itachi, freshly made dango. Sasuke couldn't help but think back to when Itachi appeared in the village before he defected from Konoha. They were sitting in a small shop with dango on the table, and he had disdainfully expressed his dislike for sweets at that time. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi accepted it and invited Sasuke inside. Without further words, Kisame handed over the dango and simply left. Sasuke and Itachi sat silently across from each other at the tea table, quietly watching Itachi open the box of dango and hand a skewer to Sasuke. Sasuke didn't refuse. After taking a bite, he was immediately overwhelmed by the sweetness. At this moment, Itachi timely handed over a cup of tea to cleanse the palate, watching as Sasuke gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. As expected, no matter when, Sasuke is still so bad at eating sweets, Itachi said with a smile. That's because you all eat too sweet. I prefer sour and sweet flavors. Sasuke retorted, and after saying that, they both exchanged smiles. How long had it been since they could sit here in peace, enjoying food and bickering? Thus, they tacitly agreed not to mention those things, simply savoring the tranquility of the moment. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, Minato's face broke into a smile, but he gritted his teeth as he said, I hope you give me a suitable reason. They were currently experimenting with a method that could bring them back, but there had been some minor issues that pulled other people into this world. Orochimaru had an attitude of experiments are like this. There are always mistakes. It can't be done in one go, which made Minato's head hurt even more. It was a time of troubles, and Orochimaru was still causing him trouble. But he couldn't stop the experiments. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to send people back. I hope this is the last time, Lord Orochimaru. Konoha's 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, believed he was doing his best to maintain the dignity of the Hokage. However, Orochimaru seemed oblivious to the underlying message and replied, I can't guarantee that. Experiments are like that, and I can't control them. Upon hearing this response, Minato nearly choked, ultimately waving his hand in resignation, signaling Orochimaru that he could leave. Before Orochimaru departed, he added with feigned concern, Oh, by the way, the 2 people who came this time are very much related to you, Minato. Be sure to check on them. You won't be disappointed. With that, Orochimaru quickly slipped away. Chapter 115. The Burden of Sasuke as the Sun Set. Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto had finished their day's tasks and returned to the Uchiha residence. They saw Itachi Uchiha sitting face to face with a plainly dressed traveler, enjoying tea and the scenery. Sensing a familiar presence, Sasuke Uchiha hesitated for a moment while holding his teacup, then pretended nothing was wrong as he placed it back down, turning his head to look at the two figures he hadn't seen in a long time, who only existed in his childhood memories. Father, mother. Sasuke felt that the sip of tea he had just taken was too bitter, making it difficult for him to speak. With Itachi as a precedent, Fugaku and Mikoto were not as surprised by this situation. There was only one person left in the world who could call them parents. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to come to our world too, Mikoto said with a smile. I heard today that Orochimaru blew up his lab again. It turns out he brought another Sasuke from another world. It seems Itachi's return is still a long way off, Fugaku added, rubbing his forehead. Although they hoped the two children would stay with them longer, they couldn't neglect their original world. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the half of Sasuke's hair that covered his eyes, revealing a single purple eye with a tomo. Rinnegan? Fugaku was first surprised, then felt a sense of pride. Truly my son, even the Rinnegan has awakened. Sasuke, however, felt confused. He hadn't discussed this world's matters with Itachi, so he didn't know what had happened here and found it strange that his parents knew about the Rinnegan. It seemed even stronger than Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, but unfortunately, it was just one eye. Mikoto lamented, I didn't expect our son to grow to this extent in the future. Even the genius Itachi might be slightly inferior to Sasuke. The Rinnegan and Sharingan do not share a connection, allowing for the simultaneous use of both abilities. Sasuke touched his Rinnegan, wondering if both eyes were to become Rinnegan that could not be closed. He would lose the ocular power Itachi had left him, a situation he was unwilling to accept. Suddenly, Sasuke frowned. Have you seen Madara Uchiha? It seems Itachi hasn't told you everything about our world, Mikoto said, still smiling gently, and slowly began to explain everything that had happened here to Sasuke. After listening, Sasuke felt a complex mix of emotions. He genuinely believed that this place could offer him and Itachi a completely different future, but at the same time, he felt heartache for the fate of their world. It was clear that a happy ending was not impossible, yet everything still seemed to be heading in the worst direction, and there was no way to stop it. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I shouldn't have acted on my own. If I could have understood you sooner and placed you and me on equal footing, perhaps. Itachi's words were interrupted by Sasuke. This isn't just your problem. Including Konoha, the fourth Hokage's death, the policies of the second and third Hokages, and the elders who tacitly allowed it, as well as other clans in Konoha, they all have a responsibility. But I don't know who to take revenge on, Sasuke said, clenching his fists. After the battle in the Valley of the End, he admitted his defeat and abandoned his revenge against Konoha. Since then, he had carried the blood debt of his entire clan, an indelible mark. Yes, he should have sought revenge against Itachi for his clan, against Konoha, but he chose to give up. He thought he had hidden his emotions well enough. He could temporarily forget those blood debts to help Naruto, to be a ninja who would never threaten Konoha for Sakura and Sarada. But clearly, all of this was because the only things connecting him to that world were just these few. Once he returned to such an environment, he would continuously question himself about whether he truly had the right to let go of those matters. Seeing Sasuke in pain, Itachi immediately reached out and held his hand. Sasuke, don't do this. These are responsibilities we imposed on you. You don't have to feel guilty. If hating me can make you feel lighter, then go ahead and hate. Upon seeing Sasuke like this, Itachi felt even more deeply how foolish he had been and what he had turned Sasuke into. Sasuke forced a bitter smile. No matter how calm he pretended to be, he would always reveal his true self in front of Itachi. I want to hate you, but I also love you. Love occupies half my heart, and hate occupies the other half, leaving me in contradiction. Sasuke grasped his hair at his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances, feeling powerless. Such painful emotions could not be resolved simply with a light statement of understanding. What good would it do to say anything? It would only make Sasuke feel more isolated. At that moment, an unexpected guest boldly walked into the Uchiha residence. So this is where Sasuke lived when he was a kid. The voice caught everyone's attention. Mikoto recognized the golden hair and blue eyes immediately. Isn't that Naruto? Did the future Naruto come to their world with Sasuke? Naruto? Mikoto asked tentatively. Sasuke, you really are here. The pervy sage wasn't wrong. Naruto exclaimed with a smile. Then looked at Mikoto. Hey, Annie, do you know me? But I don't know you. Wow. Itachi, you're really here. Still wearing the Akatsuki cloak and not reanimated. So you must still be undercover in the Akatsuki? Naruto said excitedly, breaking the somber atmosphere. Itachi had already met Naruto in his timeline and had planted Kotoeme Tsukumi on him. When he returned, he intended to retrieve it. He no longer planned to force Sasuke to live his life in the way he wanted. However, seeing this golden-haired kid wearing the Hokage cloak with 7th Hokage written on it, it seemed this guy had achieved his childhood dream of becoming Hokage and had brought Sasuke back. "You're so noisy," trailing behind. Sasuke put away the slightly fragile expression he had just shown, returning to his usual indifference. "What brings you here unannounced? Can I come to see Sasuke if there's nothing going on?" Naruto pouted, feeling dissatisfied. "It's rare that I don't have official business. Shouldn't I take a good break with Sasuke?" Chapter 116. The meaning of revenge, that's something only fools need. "I have other things to do. I don't have time." Sasuke replied coldly, using a business-like tone. "If you want to take a break, go home and spend some time with Minato Namikaze." Naruto was unclear why Sasuke had become so aggressive after returning home, but ultimately, we are not from this world. To me, Sasuke is family now. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the loud and impolite Naruto with disdain. Will the children of the Namikaze family grow up like this? It seems he will have to limit Sasuke's interactions with him in the future. Otherwise, what if Sasuke becomes foolish? As we all know, the Uchiha clan has a bit of Tsundere personality and is most affected by such blunt statements. This did indeed shock Sasuke for a moment, but the next second he returned to his usual cold demeanor, as if keeping everyone at arm's length. "Your family is Hinata, Boruto, and Himawari, not me. As for my family, they are not you. They are the Uchiha present here, along with Sakura and Sarada," Sasuke said, glancing at the other Uchihas present. Even though they have brought him endless pain and a confusing future, they are still his family. And Naruto Uzumaki has never been one. Perhaps they were once friends, companions, or even enemies, but they have never been family. They never had such a close connection. "Sasuke, what are you talking about? Not only Hinata, but you and Sakura are also part of Konoha, and you're all my family." Naruto couldn't understand why Sasuke had changed into this state after returning home. His whole demeanor prickly, like he had returned to the burdened version of himself from the 4th Great Ninja War. He couldn't help but glance at Itachi and the others, thinking they must have said something to Sasuke to make him act this way. However, what Naruto didn't know was that as long as Sasuke was placed in this environment, he would naturally become like this, because he had never truly understood Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto, nearby, caught something in Sasuke's words. It seemed that in the current timeline, her youngest son was already married and had his own family. The name Sarada sounded like a girl's name. Was she the last bloodline of the Uchiha? And Kushina's child seemed to have married into the Hyuga clan. Hinata, wasn't she the child who was almost abducted by the Cloud Village just a few days ago? Naruto-kun. Before Sasuke could make things worse, Uchiha Itachi interrupted the conversation between the two. "This is the Uchiha residence. It's better for Naruto-kun to return home for now. Sasuke is not in a suitable state to discuss these matters with you." Although Naruto wanted to dig deeper for answers, since Itachi had said so, he could only leave for the time being. He bowed to say goodbye to Itachi and the others before leaving the Uchiha residence, while Mikoto exchanged a glance with Fugaku and left to catch up with him. "Naruto," Mikoto called out from behind him. To be honest, from her perspective, the 7th Hokage before her looked like a large dog that had fallen into water, completely drenched. Naruto stopped, recognizing the aunt who had just identified herself. "Ah, you're Sasuke's mother, right? I didn't know your name." Regarding Sasuke, he had always only heard about him from others, as he was always a step behind, and thus he never knew the names of Sasuke's parents. "Uchiha Mikoto." Mikoto smiled and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "It seems you and Sasuke are friends?" "Yes." Naruto nodded vigorously, responding without a hint of hesitation. "He's my best friend." It was clear that both Itachi and Sasuke came from a world that was heading towards a bad ending. He had also learned from Itachi about this guy, who kept pursuing his son. "Then why do you say Sasuke is your family?" Uchiha Mikoto tapped her chin, puzzled, not understanding why they were friends, yet he referred to them as family. Naruto was even more confused than Mikoto. No one in this world should understand Sasuke better than him. Only Sasuke was qualified to be his rival. Their synergy was perfect. Naruto rambled on with a bunch of examples of their teamwork, and he began to speak excitedly about Sasuke, even making Mikoto, as a mother, feel a bit overshadowed. "Since I brought Sasuke back to Konoha, I must become Sasuke's family, so he can feel a sense of belonging to Konoha," Naruto said, nodding, believing he was right. Uchiha Mikoto stopped him, unable to help but rub her forehead. How oblivious and muddled could Kushina's son be when it came to emotions? Why couldn't he even distinguish the differences in relationships? He just thought that having a good relationship with Sasuke meant they could become friends and then family. "Naruto, as Sasuke's mother, I am very grateful that you have not given up on him and helped him avoid loneliness." Mikoto sighed and continued seriously. However, having a good relationship does not encompass all relationships. I believe Sasuke has acknowledged you as his dear friend and companion, but he does not truly see you as family. Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Why? I would give my life for Sasuke. I believe Sasuke feels the same way. We understand each other. Mikoto wanted to pull Kushina over right now to give her son a lesson on emotions to help him clarify his feelings. Family is the presence that supports you no matter what, even when what you are doing leads to irreversible consequences. Mikoto's gaze was sharp as she laid out the role of family before Naruto, and you have always wanted to stop Sasuke's revenge, making him let go of his hatred and return to Konoha. All of this is not Sasuke's own will. It is your hopes and thoughts of what would make Sasuke happier, and you have never respected Sasuke's own thoughts. By this point, her voice had turned cold. Sasuke's life is already miserable enough with Itachi, who tried to control everything and forcibly twisted his will. Why does Kushina's child have to be this way too? But, Naruto suddenly became anxious and quickly argued, but revenge cannot bring redemption. It will only continue the hatred. This is not. No one seeks revenge for redemption, nor to end hatred, but to soothe their own anger. Does it matter whether hatred continues? Chapter 117. He is burning. Hearing this, Naruto seemed to have his worldview shaken. Stammering, this is wrong. So what? Mikoto tilted her head. Will Kushina stop loving you because you have achieved nothing? No, because the bond between family does not change due to external factors. Mikoto also understood that Naruto from that world did not have family. So he could not comprehend such feelings and encompassed all his good relationships, or those he believed were good, within a certain relationship. However, for the Uchihas, these feelings have different distinctions that cannot be replaced. At the very least, they needed to make this confused child Naruto understand the differences before they left, so he wouldn't say such troublesome things in the future. So you support Sasuke's revenge? Naruto asked Sasuke's true family, wanting to know what a real family would decide. Mikoto nodded, giving a positive answer. If it can calm Sasuke's anger, we are willing to do so, because if it doesn't calm down, sooner or later it will burn him up. And I can see that Sasuke is still burning himself. Mikoto's gaze fell, filled with helplessness, because in this world, they couldn't do much. If they wanted Sasuke to stop burning himself out, it would have to be because he figured out himself, or let Kushina's child save him. How could Naruto momentarily lose focus and mutter to himself? He thought bringing Sasuke back to Konoha was enough, especially since Sasuke no longer thought about revenge. But he never considered the situation. As expected, he wasn't Sasuke and still couldn't truly understand him. The Uchiha's emotions were mostly delicate and devoted. If you couldn't provide that, then you shouldn't say it lightly. Mikoto gave him her final advice and returned, leaving Naruto alone on the road like a walking corpse. Seeing Mikoto return, Fugaku gave a glance, and Mikoto didn't shy away, directly saying, Kushina's child is acting like a fool, unable to even understand his own feelings. However, there was one thing Mikoto was more concerned about. She leaned in and asked, who is Sasuke marrying? Do I have a granddaughter now? Mikoto cupped her face, full of curiosity. In fact, Fugaku and Itachi were also curious about which woman Sasuke was with. But one was a father and the other a guilt-ridden brother. So they couldn't show it too obviously, yet they were super concerned. Sasuke hadn't felt such familial care in many years and shyly scratched his cheek, quietly saying, Sakura. Haruno Sakura. Just hearing the name made Mikoto nod in satisfaction. Itachi suddenly realized. He remembered the girl who was on the same team as Sasuke. Aside from that Naruto guy, there was a girl with pink hair who was gentle yet strong. Haruno Sakura? Fugaku pondered the name. The Haruno family wasn't exactly a prestigious clan, just an unremarkable surname. He remembered that currently, there were only 2 people in the Haruno family, and they were both lower ninjas. Wasn't that a bit weak? She was a medical ninja, trained by one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, and sometimes had a bit of temper. He couldn't help but recall when Sakura punched Naruto in that earth-shattering punch on the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War, which even shocked him. The 3 Uchiha smiled gently when Sasuke mentioned Sakura, knowing that their daughter-in-law must be amazing. What does our granddaughter Sarada look like? Does she have pink hair like her mother? Mikoto had always had a bit of a complaint about the Uchiha clan's black hair since they had the most intermarriages. So most maintained black hair. It would be great if there could be a pink-haired Uchiha. No, it's black hair, Sasuke said, and then saw disappointment written all over his mother's face. Then Mikoto held Sasuke's hand and earnestly said, Sasuke, while you're still young, have a few more. She was really looking forward to a pink-haired Uchiha ninja. Of course, if Sakura wasn't willing, then forget it. Having children was tough on the body. Such a capable ninja shouldn't be wasted. Mikoto thought about herself. She voluntarily became a housewife and had to handle the family's affairs. And her husband needed her help in that regard. But when Sasuke married Sakura, the Uchiha clan was left with only Sasuke, and there wasn't any family backing. So they couldn't make their daughter-in-law suffer. Sasuke was completely unconcerned about his mother's latter statement. Rest assured, Sakura is more career-minded than anyone else. Perhaps because he and Naruto moved too fast in their youth, leaving her behind. That girl had always been striving to catch up, to the point it became a habit. Always pushing herself to do her best. However, Naruto's son actually married into the Hyuga clan's direct bloodline. This surprised Fugaku. Shouldn't Hinata Hyuga inherit the Hyuga clan? Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes flickered, and he said, after negotiating the marriage with the 7th Hokage, the Hyuga clan changed the branch family system. The Hyuga clan will be inherited by the more talented Hinata Hanabi. TSK, that old stubborn Hayashi actually agreed to this? Fugaku couldn't help but click his tongue, a bit incredulous. It was Naruto's request. Sasuke picked up the now cold teacup and took a sip, saying, because the genius of the branch family, Neji Hyuga, died saving them. Naruto argued and pressured the Hyuga clan to abolish this system. It seemed that kid still had some means. At least as Hokage, he wasn't unqualified, just a bit too hard on himself. Mikoto nodded, feeling that indeed, he was Kushin's child, but the dark circles under his eyes were too heavy, showing he hadn't rested well in a long time. He always liked to do things himself, which is why he ended up like this. Sasuke took a skewer of dango from Itachi and ate it in a few bites. Although it was a bit too sweet for him, he quite liked the taste at this moment. At a barbecue restaurant, Orochimaru sat at the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically. Finally, the person he had been waiting for arrived. Sitting across from him. Chapter 118, Bloodline Suppression. You pay for this meal. I have no money, Orochimaru said bluntly upon seeing the other party. His research funding had been cut in half by the 4th Hokage, and he was almost broke. The industries outside Konoha weren't operated by him, and the money flowed into Konoha's pockets. Plus, Kakashi had found some guy to manage Konoha's accounts, who tightly controlled his research funding, not even allowing him to falsely report anything. As a jounin, you should have a monthly salary, right? You can't expect your juniors to treat you to barbecue every time, can you? Lu Dong understood that the other party was subtly accusing him, but he pretended not to understand. Orochimaru suddenly slammed the table, causing even the meat platter to fly up. It's not because of anyone that I deliberately blew up the laboratory a second time. This is a great humiliation for me. In my experiments, there has never been a mistake that happened twice. You say that, but didn't you agree quite readily at the time? You actually found it quite interesting, didn't you? Lu Dong raised his eyebrows and exposed Orochimaru's facade. Orochimaru sighed. He would never get the upper hand in front of this guy. However, this time Lu Dong was indeed magnanimous. I'll pay for the barbecue this time. After all, it's because of me that you can't continue your experiments. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Well, thank you very much. Then, he said mysteriously, why are you making me do this? As a participant, I should have a right to know, right? I want to confirm a hypothesis. You just need to do what I say. To be honest, Lu Dong was a bit afraid to voice that hypothesis now, which is why he asked Orochimaru for help. If his thoughts were true, then Orochimaru noticed the flickering eyes of the person in front of him, sighed, and suddenly stabbed the piece of meat in front of him. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. He then began to feast. In fact, Orochimaru didn't need to consume food much in his current state, but today was a treat from Kakashi, so he had to eat a bit more. Otherwise, he would miss out on this opportunity. On the other side, after hearing Mikoto's words, Naruto's long-held principles were overturned. Wandering in Konoha, he unknowingly walked to the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory. At this moment, the guards of the Hyuga clan were fierce and refused to let the stranger Naruto in, especially since they had just experienced the incident of their direct heir being kidnapped and were still fearful. At this time, Neji was about to go out for a mission when he saw a blonde adult insisting on entering. He looked quite similar to the 4th Hokage. The Hyuga clan does not accept outsiders. If you want to meet someone, please make an appointment first, Neji said while tightening the bandages on his hands to ensure he wouldn't get injured during the mission. Upon seeing Neji, Naruto's eyes lit up. Neji, is that really you? Neji, you know me? Neji squinted his eyes, sizing up this guy. If he were someone so foolish, he wouldn't have no impression of him. So he didn't recognize the person in front of him. Neji, are you going to take on a mission? Naruto followed closely behind Neji. not wanting to lose sight of him. He hadn't expected to have another chance to see Niji in this lifetime. Niji was quite unhappy with this guy, who kept sticking to him. What does my mission have to do with you? Niji frowned, his expression cold. It was obvious he wanted Naruto to take a hint and leave. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, Niji, you really are a genius of a Hyuga clan. You can take on missions even before graduating from the Ninja Academy, although they are just simple tasks like helping people find cats or moving things. So what if I'm a genius? I'm still a branch family member. Niji was annoyed by him and immediately refuted Naruto's words with a hint of self-deprecation. Hearing this, Naruto immediately stepped in front of Niji, blocking his way. What are you doing? Niji's frown deepened. Seeing this, Naruto reached out to smooth Niji's furrowed brows. Niji wanted to dodge, but due to the difference in strength, he was still touched on his forehead. Get off. Niji seemed to have hit a nerve and forcefully pushed Naruto's hand away. However, Naruto didn't react to his words and said, Niji, don't worry. I will definitely help you abolish the branch family uniform. Huh? Who do you think you are? Niji looked down on Naruto's arrogance and urged him to leave quickly. Don't disturb me. Naruto didn't pursue the matter further and watched him leave. Niji, in that world you were protecting me, so in this world I will protect you. Naruto whispered as he looked at Niji's gradually receding figure. I have the ability to do so now. After spending so much time outside by the time Naruto returned, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. He knocked on the big door. Naruto, you said this afternoon that you were going to the Uchiha clan to see Sasuke. Why are you only coming back at this hour? Kushina crossed her arms. Even though she was shorter than Naruto, he inexplicably felt as if she was looking down at him. Was this the power of a mother? No, it's not like that. I ran into Niji from the Hyuga clan who was going out for a mission, and I chatted with him for a bit. Naruto said somewhat sheepishly, although he didn't know why he felt sheepish since he wasn't lying. Kushina then showed a helpless expression, placing her hands on her hips. Come in. I made my specialty. You must try it. Once he stepped inside, he saw Minato busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. His movements were extremely smooth and quick, truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash. Finally, Minato placed a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. Cough, I just learned this. It might not taste very good. You try it. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Minato lost all interest in working and immediately sought out information about who Orochimaru had sent over this time. When he heard it was actually his future son, he couldn't sit still any longer and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, only to find he was still a step late. Naruto had gone to find Sasuke, so he decisively handed over his work to the head of the Nara clan and spent half the day in the kitchen figuring out how to make ramen, even taking the time to consult at the Ichiraka ramen shop. Thus, the people of Konoha saw their amiable fourth Hokage at Ichiraka ramen, holding a small notebook and seriously jotting down the ramen preparation methods, only to suddenly vanish in an instant. Chapter 119. Recognizing his feelings as soon as Naruto heard that his father had made him ramen, he immediately picked it up and devoured it, even forcing himself to swallow when he got burned. Naruto, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Minato looked helplessly at his son, who had grown tall and strong, but still seemed like a child in front of them. This is what they call, no matter how big a child grows, there's still a child in front of their father. It just smells too good. Naruto wolfed down the bowl of ramen. Just as he was about to ask for another bowl, Kushina took the bowl away and handed him half a bowl of rice. You can't eat too much ramen. Instant noodles are also not allowed. Kushina placed the rice in front of him and then added some vegetables. Naruto suddenly looked like he was facing a great enemy. Mom, can I not eat? Kushina squinted her eyes, revealing a dangerous look as she glared at Naruto. The moment he felt that gaze, he immediately stiffened and quickly picked up his chopsticks to grab the vegetables and put them in his mouth. His instincts told him that if he bargained with his mom over this matter, there would definitely be no good outcome. On the side, Minato couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his son being pressured by Kushina. Finally, he was no longer the one at the bottom of the food chain in this family. However, he didn't stay happy for long, as Kushina's gaze fell on him. Minato, you too. You need to have a balanced diet. Minato couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and start eating the vegetables. At this moment, Kushina stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the two troublesome guys. Honestly, you're both adults. Why do I have to manage this? At this time, Naruto swallowed the food he was refusing and broke into a big smile. But I really like this feeling of being cared for. You, Uzumaki Kushina, she chuckled helplessly, pulled out a chair, and sat down to enjoy dinner. She heard another story from Minato about a different world, completely different from theirs, and it could be said that it was heading toward the worst possible outcome. This was probably why Minato was so eager to leave work early, wanting to leave some warm memories for Naruto, their son from another world, and let him know that his parents loved him too. Mom's cooking is really great. Naruto stuffed his mouth desperately, tried to imprint the taste of every dish on his taste buds so that he could reminisce about it when he returned home, remembering the feeling of having his parents around. Minato and Kushina watched everything, but no one spoke up to stop him. Only Kushina left the table early, preparing digestion medicine for Naruto to take. I'm going to check on little Naruto for a bit, Kushina said with a smile as she slipped into little Naruto's room, claiming she was going to read him a story. In reality, both she and Minato had noticed that Naruto's emotions were off when he returned, so they deliberately left time for father and son to talk. Naruto pouted, "After all, I still can't compare to little Naruto. He is the biological child of this world's parents, while I come from another world." As a father, Minato could easily see Naruto's current disappointment. He reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair, which was already a bit taller than his own. "Why are you still jealous of yourself?" Minato said with a smile, then sat down on the couch in the living room. "So, what happened this afternoon in Konoha?" Naruto instinctively wanted to hide it. Why did you suddenly ask that, Dad? Thinking of lying in front of his father? Minato was quite dissatisfied with his son's dishonest behavior. "I'm your family. You don't have to bear everything alone. Talking to me might lead to another solution, right?" Naruto felt a bit uncomfortable with Minato's concern, although this should be natural between parents and children. As someone who had lived alone for many years, this way of communicating still felt strange to him. I don't know how to say it." Naruto scratched the back of his head with a silly smile, giving a heart-wrenching answer. Minato was very patient. He smiled and said then, "Did you have a fight with Sasuke?" "Eh." Naruto stood up in surprise, looking at Minato with a suspicious expression. "Dad, you didn't send Umbu members to follow us, did you?" Minato looked helpless. Was this how his son viewed him? Of course not. The Uchiha clan is not something anyone can monitor at will. It would lower the trust between the clan and the village, Minato said. "I could tell just by looking at your dejected expression. His son was always like this. Whenever it was about Sasuke, he would appear frustrated and hurt, looking listless. Anyone could see that. It seemed that no matter which Naruto it was, his relationship with Sasuke was very good. It was hard to tell if that was a good or bad thing." With that, Naruto began to recount what had happened with the Uchiha clan today, looking like a wilted eggplant. Minato embraced his now-adult son. "I'm sorry. We left too early and didn't teach you how to differentiate between different feelings before we left." "It's okay." Naruto smiled and said, "Even without Mom and Dad, I've still grown up to be a good son. I even became Hokage. You don't need to blame yourselves." Naruto said this sincerely. He understood that his parents died to protect the village and him, so he didn't resent them. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had reconciled with his father. However, Minato shook his head. Not only that, a person's possessions are not just this. The Naruto in front of him understood what kind of responsibilities his power would bring and was also clear about how to bear such responsibilities. But he was completely confused about his feelings and interpersonal relationships. This was what he should teach Naruto now. Yet he hesitated. If Naruto truly recognized his feelings, would he still be able to continue living as he did before after returning? "I feel very happy right now." Naruto didn't understand why his father suddenly said that. "I have family and friends in Konoha, and Konoha is also very peaceful." Minato sighed and asked, "Naruto, do you like Hinata Hyuga?" "Eh?" "She asked my wife." "Of course I like her." Naruto answered without thinking. Minato shook his head. "No, not because of responsibility. If she weren't your wife, would you still like her?" Chapter 120. The definition of liking by Naruto. Naruto was even more confused, but patiently thought about it and nodded. "I like her. Hinata is very cute and shy. Why talk to her a bit? She blushes. Sometimes I also like to tease her." "What about Sakura?" Naruto also nodded. "I don't dislike her behavior, even though she can be violent, because that is how we interact. She is very strong and is my lifelong partner." "And Sasuke?" Naruto didn't understand. Was Dad trying to understand everyone around him? But seeing the serious expression on his father's face, he had to continue. "Of course I like him. Sasuke and I are halves of each other. He is my best friend for life. No matter if we stand on opposite sides, that one change." When it came to Sasuke, Naruto spoke with even more excitement, a surge of passionate feelings rising. Minato couldn't help but rub his forehead and sighed deeply. "Dad, what is wrong?" Seeing Minato's expression, Naruto couldn't help but wonder if he had said something wrong. Minato took a few minutes to convince himself whether to clarify everything or not, ultimately deciding to speak up and let Naruto decide afterward. He couldn't just watch his son remain confused about his feelings, unable to distinguish between close and distant relationships or see his own heart. It's nothing. Minato forced a tired smile. Naruto, when you mentioned Hinata, it was very calm. When you talked about Sakura, there was a slight emotional fluctuation. It's clear you have a close bond with Sakura. Naruto nodded, of course. I fought side by side with Sakura for the first half of my life. To this day, those memorable missions were still fresh in his mind. They were also precious memories. When you mentioned Sasuke, you were even more excited than with the other two. I could feel your chakra was restless. Obviously, compared to the first two, you have a deeper bond with Sasuke. Kakashi Hatake believes he's been quite tactful in his words. He does not think there is love between them. But it is clear that the connection between this child and Hinata cannot be considered love either. Just looking at the child's disheveled appearance when he first arrived home shows that he hasn't been back for a long time. Even if the duties of Hokage are too overwhelming, one must return home. Moreover, compared to him and Kushina, he looks forward to finishing work every day and rushing home to spend more time with Kushina and Naruto. If possible, he would really like to resign from this job. Naruto's eyes were still confused, not understanding why his father said this. But everyone says I like Hinata, right? And I really do like Hinata, he thought. Kakashi felt that his son was truly hopeless. No wonder Mikoto Uchiha said such harsh words to Naruto today. If this child still cannot recognize his feelings, it would be better for him to stay away from Sasuke and live his own life, but he just won't let go. I think I understand my father's meaning. During Kakashi's silence, Naruto began to grasp a little. Dad thinks I have unclear boundaries in my relationships, right? Kakashi showed a relieved expression, finally seeing some effect after saying so much. Yes. Kakashi quickly seized the opportunity, saying that you need to be clear about the kind of distance and closeness you place between them. And while it might not be easy to distinguish who has more or less feelings, it is still necessary to try. Speaking of which, he couldn't really compare the weight of Kushina, Naruto, and the village, but he was clear that first and foremost, he is Kushina's husband, Naruto's father, and only then the Hokage of the village. If one day the village were to harm Kushina and Naruto and demand sacrifices like the Hyuga clan, he would leave Konoha. And as long as Kushina and Naruto are safe, the worth of Konoha is equal. Naruto, the village is certainly important because it is where they survive. But he does not wish for Naruto to invest everything into it and lose himself. Kakashi held Naruto's hand, looking directly into his eyes, sincerely and earnestly saying, I hope you can cherish yourself more. Outside of your work as Hokage, you must still be clear that you are yourself, not someone who's wrapped up by others or Konoha. In fact, Naruto still found it somewhat difficult to understand Kakashi's words, but he was clear that his father would never be harmful to him. He would remember this sentence, but when he would truly understand, it was still unknown. After Kakashi finished his guidance to Naruto, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still looked at him up and down with concern. At that moment, Kushina came out, finger on her lips, signaling them to be quieter as little Naruto had already fallen asleep. The Uchiha clan. Mikoto Uchiha had never felt the house so lively before. Itachi, Sasuke, and their father Fugaku were all in one room, making it feel a bit crowded. You are the future me? Little Sasuke pouted at big Sasuke. The Rinnegan looks really cool. Can I have it too? I don't know, Sasuke replied honestly. This Rinnegan is a power granted by the Sage of Six Paths. I don't know if my counterpart in this world will have the chance to communicate with that old man. If possible, it would be better not to meet. If he really encountered the Sage of Six Paths, it would definitely be about life and death. However, Sasuke's gaze shifted down to the innocent face of his younger self. But then again, he is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra and possesses Yin power. If he continues to infuse the yang power of Hashirama's cells into this world, he might also awaken his eyes. Time for fruit. Mikoto Uchiha placed a watermelon on the table in the middle of the room. Sasuke was the first to rush over, then took one for his mother, another for his father, and then it was little Itachi, and big Sasuke's turn. Itachi and Sasuke hadn't felt this warmth among family for a long time and awkwardly accepted the watermelon. Itachi, how was the adaptation to the potion? Mikoto asked with concern. Recently, Orochimaru had lost his lab and kept coming to their Uchiha clan, claiming he was observing the reactions of the test subjects. If it weren't for Orochimaru being genuinely skilled, she would have been the first to cast a Jinjutsu on him and let him continue his experiments in her illusion. Itachi nodded, indicating that he was adapting well and had no problems. Chapter 121. The facts exposed before their eyes. Though Orochimaru was a bit disgusting, he was quite reliable in such matters. As someone who lived under Orochimaru for a while, later killed him and revived him, and could still command Orochimaru, Sasuke might be the only one who found Orochimaru dependable. Thus, he received a room full of gazes. I'm speaking the truth. At least when he was training me back then and later in research, he was quite reliable. Although that guy Orochimaru had also created troublesome things like Uchiha Shin, overall, he was trustworthy in research. Sasuke, Orochimaru hasn't done anything bad to you, right? Itachi couldn't relax at the thought of Orochimaru's greedy eyes. In his impression, Orochimaru was definitely not a good guy to deal with. If you mean the time Orochimaru tried to take my body and ended up getting killed by me, and then when you and I fought, he tried to possess me only to be sealed by your Tenketsu sword, then yes, that should count. Sasuke calmly stated this. However, Itachi choked, realizing that Sasuke was still holding a grudge against him. Uchiha Sasuke also felt irritated. Clearly, he didn't want to hurt Itachi like this. But upon seeing Itachi's face, he couldn't help but get angry, and hurtful words always came out first. I see, Itachi said, somewhat displeased, and did not continue the conversation. The room fell into silence, and in the end, it was little Itachi who broke the ice again, handing a piece of watermelon to Sasuke with a very gentle smile. Uchiha Sasuke could not resent Itachi, who had not yet happened in this world, and could only accept it. Big Itachi felt a bit lost, but this did not crush his confidence. He would eventually return to persuade Sasuke. For now, it was like a rehearsal. If he could get Sasuke to accept him during this time, then he would surely succeed when he returned. That night, Naruto lay in the guest room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, so he got up and went to the balcony to catch some fresh air. It was midsummer, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. This feeling of being one with nature brought him a moment of peace. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the sliding door behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his mother. Kushina was wearing home pajamas, her long hair tied up, and tears were still hanging at the corners of her eyes. Clearly having just woken up. Sorry, Mom, did I wake you? Naruto said apologetically. He was still not used to living with others, even though he was married. He spent most of his time in the Hokage office. Not all. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw you standing here all alone, looking forlorn. Kushina yawned and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Looking at your lonely back, I felt I should see if my son is suffering. Kushina glanced at Naruto's tightly furrowed brows and reached out to smooth his forehead. In this moment, when he was most susceptible to emotions late at night, Naruto's tears slid down his cheeks, and his mother's hand felt so warm. Seeing her grown son cry, Kushina couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She tiptoed and patted his head, and Naruto also bent down in sync with her. After a while, Kushina said, "All right, have you cried enough now? When you wake up tomorrow, your eyes will be swollen, and that won't be handsome." Naruto felt a bit embarrassed, wiped away his tears, but the traces were still on his face. "I'll go wash my face." Kushina smiled as she watched her son hurriedly escape, leaning against the balcony and looking down at the blooming flowers below, wondering if there would be little daisies among them. After a while, Kushina didn't wait for Naruto to return to the balcony, realizing that this kid was shy but didn't even tell her. She had to wait here for so long. She would definitely get back at him tomorrow morning. The next morning, amidst the chaos, both Minato and Naruto were driven out by Kushina. Minato smiled and said, "Just in time, the latest investigation report needs to be delivered to the Hyuga clan. Can you pass a message for me to the Hyuga clan? It won't trouble Kakashi." Kakashi? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. So, in this world, Kakashi-sensei was renamed Kakato. That was really funny. Once he finished his business here, he had to tell Sasuke about this. Naruto patted his chest, indicating that he would take care of it. Today, he wore his father's clothes, which fit just right, unlike yesterday when he was draped in the ceremonial robe under everyone's gaze. With the fourth Hokage's token, the Hyuga clan indeed let him in quickly this time. "I'm sorry, but the clan leader is currently instructing Miss Hinata in practice, so please wait a moment. We'll go notify them first," a Hyuga family ninja said apologetically. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hinata. It was the Hinata from his childhood. He immediately stood up and asked, "Can I watch? There's no rush for this." The family ninja hesitated for a moment before relenting. "All right, please follow me. But please keep quiet and don't disturb Miss Hinata's training." Naruto nodded vigorously, indicating that he would definitely be quiet. However, this promise was thrown out the window when he saw Neji in the cage being tormented and lying on the ground in pain. "What are you doing?" Naruto strode to the center of the arena, picked up the still small Neji, and used Kurama's chakra to check on him, finding that he was not seriously hurt, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Hyuga Hayashi saw the striking golden hair and those blue eyes, realizing that this must be Minato's son, who was accidentally transmitted over by Orochimaru yesterday. Yes, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future 7th Hokage of Konoha. Naruto's expression darkened as he unleashed the aura of a Hokage, even making Hyuga Hayashi flinch slightly. At first, he didn't care much about this so-called future Hokage. After all, future people shouldn't interfere with past matters, especially since this was their family issue. But after witnessing Naruto's full aura, he realized he had underestimated this young man. Compared to his father, his sharpness was even greater, making direct conflict unwise. Naruto-kun, Neji, as a branch family member, doesn't know how to hold back during practice with the main family. I'm just teaching him a lesson, Hyuga Hayashi said, his hands tucked into his sleeves, speaking blandly. Naruto's anger surged, almost causing him to unleash the Nine-Tails chakra. He wiped the sweat off Neji's forehead, who had already fainted from the pain in his arms. Chapter 122. His heart is free. This ridiculous system of the main and branch families shouldn't exist, Naruto shouted, lifting Hinata off the ground while carrying Neji and striding back to the room. Mr. Naruto, please hold on. A Hyuga family ninja immediately tried to stop him. Are you provoking the Hyuga clan? Naruto frowned, ignoring their words. When he was still a boy, he didn't understand what a caged bird meant for Neji. He just felt that even if there was such a curse, as long as his heart was free, nothing could trap him. Thinking this, he bit his lip tightly, even drawing blood without noticing, as he rushed through the intricate corridors of the Hyuga clan's building while holding Neji. Naruto-kun, are you trying to worsen the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Konoha? Or is your behavior instructed by the 4th Hokage? Hyuga Hayashi caught up, threatening him. Hearing this, Naruto indeed stopped, turned his head, and his eyes were filled with anger. So what if I want to take Neji? You can't stop me. Hyuga Hayashi was surprised that Naruto actually recognized Neji. At this moment, Hinata also caught up, running between the two men, extending her weak arms. Father and Mr. Naruto, please don't argue. Can we sit down and talk about it? Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes slightly, dissatisfied with his eldest daughter's indecisive style, while Neji was more to his liking. Unfortunately, Neji was a branch family member and couldn't inherit the Hyuga clan. Seeing Hinata, who was covered in injuries from training, still running after them and using her frail body to shield the two adults, Naruto said, all right, I'll listen to Hinata. Naturally, he wouldn't mind giving his future wife some face. He carried Neji toward the Hyuga clan's medical room, set him down, and, after giving a few instructions, he walked confidently to the conference room, sitting down in his designated seat, ready to start negotiations. After Hyuga Hayashi sat down, he raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, it seems that the 7th Hokage is quite familiar with the Hyuga clan. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly blushed. Well, it's just that I came here a lot when I was going to marry Hinata in the future. What? Hyuga Hayashi's jaw nearly dropped in shock. His eldest daughter was supposed to inherit the Hyuga clan. How could she marry so easily? It should be the other way around. Naruto cleared his throat. Even though he was always carefree, he felt a bit shy at this moment. After all, Hinata was still a child now, and saying such things felt strange. Impossible. Hinata is my eldest daughter. It should be you who enters our family. Hyuga Hayashi slammed the table, sizing up this man in front of him. Although he was Minato's son and the 7th Hokage, he still seemed unreliable. Would his daughter really find happiness marrying someone like this? I'm really sorry, but it's actually Hinata who wants to like me, Naruto said, blushing and scratching his head, looking quite embarrassed. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists secretly. How could his daughter have such an outstanding cousin and end up liking such a silly boy? Did she fall for sweet talk? In Hinata Hizashi's mind, a grand drama was already unfolding, completely forgetting the reason for their gathering. Ahem, Hinata Hizashi cleared his throat. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, and there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He had to keep Hinata away from the children of the Namikaze family. Naruto-kun, the branch family system has existed since ancient times. It is a means for our clan to preserve our bloodline limit. Unless you can propose a better method, we cannot abandon our current means. Hinata Hizashi's fingers tapped on the table, clearly unwilling to compromise. Then why does only the branch family have to be branded like caged birds? Naruto's voice was incredibly calm. Wasn't it Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main family, who was recently taken by the Cloud Village? The main family and the branch family are different. We do not have as many ninjas to protect all our clansmen, so we can only focus on protecting the main family and restraining the branch family with caged birds. Hinata Hisashi dismissed Naruto's words with disdain. This was the tradition of the Hyuga clan, and others had no right to interfere. Excuse. Naruto clenched his fists, his anger surging once again. These are all excuses. Isn't this the Hyuga clan's deliberate action to make the main family feel different from the branch family? To let the main family know they are not the worst. They still have the branch family to exploit and oppress. You say it is the duty of the branch family. But why is it that you were born into the main family, while Neji was born into the branch family? Naruto continued to throw questions like a rapid-fire barrage, tearing away the last layer of shame covering the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hisashi was instantly furious. What do you think this place is? How dare you shout like this? I will definitely report this matter to the 4th Hokage. What is wrong, Hinata clan leader? Naruto laughed in anger. In Hinata Hisashi's eyes, he was throwing a tantrum at the Hyuga clan with an aggressive tone. If you truly believe in the existence of the branch family system and think the branch family's existence is to fulfill duties for the main family, Naruto's face revealed a playful smile. In fact, he didn't even realize that in his fury, he could make such an expression and say such words. Then I don't mind branding you with a caged bird curse. After all, I'm a member of the Uzumaki clan. This level of sealing technique is nothing to me. But in reality, Naruto was just bluffing. He had never learned sealing techniques. It was just that the Uzumaki surname was too famous, which had led to many misunderstandings. But this time he wanted Hinata Hisashi to misunderstand. Although this man was his father-in-law, he would not yield an inch in the face of such injustice. However, if this world version of himself also fell for Hinata, he would probably face quite a bit of trouble. Sorry about that, world version of myself. He didn't mean to. At this moment, Neji, who had been sent to the medical room, woke up. He suddenly sat up and realized he was actually in the medical room. What a rare occurrence. Generally, the medical room only treats members of the main family and does not help branch family members. How did he even get here? Before he lost consciousness, it seemed he saw a blonde guy picking him up. Chapter 123. It's all the time S fault. Oh, you finally woke up? The person in charge of the medical room was a member of the main family, who had always looked down on Neji, who bore the name of a genius despite being from the branch family. If it weren't for that blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy bursting in with great force, followed by a look from the clan leader, he would never have treated a branch family member as wounds. Neji had long been accustomed to the cold sarcasm from him. Members of the main family were always like this. Compared to them, Miss Hinata could be considered indecisive. Even so, it could not change Hinata's identity as the eldest daughter of the main family. He didn't have the energy to hate every member of the main family. His anger had no outlet, so it all fell on Hinata. Neji sneered, who told him he was born into the branch family and had to endure such pain and torment. Therefore, Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main family, naturally had to bear the anger of the branch family. The main family member, seeing that the other was actually able to smile, was instantly enraged, raising his arm to slap him, only to have his arm seized. Who is it? The person was furious and immediately turned to scold, only to find a face identical to Hinata Hisashi's. Neji got out of bed, straightened his clothes, and said, "Father, if this is the demeanor expected of a main family member, I will tell my brother the truth." Hinata Nichi's expression also carried anger, signaling him not to be unruly in front of him. Upon seeing Nichi, the person immediately cowered. Everyone knew that the clan leader had a younger brother who looked exactly like him, although the younger brother was from the branch family. He still had the same face as the clan leader, which made them very wary. "TCH, I got it." The person struggled to pull back his hand and left the medical room reluctantly. At this moment, Hinata Nichi finally had time to check on Niji's condition. "Niji, are you okay?" He was startled when he heard someone had broken into the training ground and taken Niji away, but thankfully he was fine. Niji couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and suddenly raise his head to look at his father. "Father, can't we leave the Hyuga clan? Leave Konoha. Anywhere is fine." Niji swung his arm fiercely, expressing his thoughts. "Niji, what are you talking about?" Nichi was shocked by his son's idea. "The Hyuga clan is our home. Our relatives are here. Where else can we go? Moreover, you know that as long as the caged bird exists, no matter where we go, we will ultimately have to return." Nichi couldn't help but reach up to touch the curse mark on his forehead. This was the effect of the caged bird. Niji turned his head away, clicking his tongue. He would rather be tortured by the caged bird and die outside than continue to stay in this place where even the air felt thin. But if he could leave, what about his father? If he left, his father would surely be punished. Damn system. Niji felt an unbearable torment due to his helplessness. He bypassed his father and pushed the door open to leave accidentally bumping into Hinata, who had been too afraid to enter at the door. Niji looked down at Hinata, his tone irritated and cold. "Miss Hinata, are you here to see if I'm dead? Don't worry, I will strive to live longer than you." Although Hinata knew her brother Niji would say this, hearing those words still made it hard for her to get used to. She lowered her head and said softly, I'm not. I just care about you, Niji, and I care? Niji sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. "I don't need the main family's high and mighty pity at all. Miss Hinata should care more about her own training. Don't be such a useless person next time." Hearing this, Nichi couldn't help but shout, "Niji, how can you speak to Miss Hinata like that?" A nearby clan ninja also blocked Hinata behind him. "Miss Hinata came to visit out of kindness. You should be grateful instead of speaking harshly." Niji looked at his father, who was speaking for the main family, then at the righteous clan ninja, and finally at Hinata, who was hiding behind that person with a dejected expression. "Miss Hinata, you see it, right?" Niji forced a self-deprecating smile, his tone playful. "Your concern will only cause me trouble, so please refrain from such self-important gestures. Farewell." After saying this, Niji turned to leave, but another clan member called out to him. "Hyuga Niji, the clan head has summoned you to the meeting room." Niji's expression showed impatience. Being called over right after waking up felt like being treated as a beast of burden. However, despite his reluctance, he had to obey the command of the Hyuga clan leader. He turned right at the end of the corridor and headed to the meeting room. Hinata Hizashi stood in place, not leaving for a long time. In his youth, he had questioned the reasonableness of the branch family system and had done things that shocked the heavens and cried out to the ghosts. But those events were ultimately buried, and even the clan members had forgotten them. Such things had happened more than once, and he wasn't the only one to think of escaping the Hyuga clan, but they all ended in failure. He touched the caged bird seal on his forehead. This curse truly bound them to the Hyuga clan. He had tried to struggle, but all he received was more painful torment. In the end, he gave up and returned to the Hyuga clan. But his father and older brother were not surprised, for they knew he could not escape. He would ultimately come back. This is the caged bird's restraint on the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hizashi looked at Niji as if he saw his younger self, so spirited, wanting to break free from the Hyuga clan, escape the caged bird. But he feared that Niji would repeat his mistakes, experiencing the same despair as he did. He was unsure whether to let Niji struggle in the hopeful quagmire for a lifetime or to let him recognize true despair early and give up the struggle. Either way, it was a painful choice for him as a father. If only he had been born earlier back then, Hizashi thought. As Niji approached the Hyuga clan's meeting room, the arguing grew louder, and he couldn't help but frown. Who dared to argue with the clan leader in the meeting room? It shouldn't be a member of the Hyuga clan, as the clan's rules were strict, prohibiting loud noises towards the clan leader. He stood at the door of the meeting room and coldly announced, "Clan head, Hyuga Niji has come as ordered." Upon hearing this voice, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly yanked the door open and enthusiastically asked, "Niji, how are you?" Chapter 124. The Threat of the Hyuga clan. Niji was startled by the enthusiasm before quickly stepping back 2 paces. Realizing it was the strange person who had stopped him from entering the Hyuga clan yesterday and had been following him. "It's you?" Niji furrowed his brows. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Hinata Hayashi's expression darkened as he maintained his image in front of the clan members. "Niji, do you know this person?" His eyes flickered, contemplating the possibility of Niji collaborating with this person. "I saw him being stopped at the gate of the Hyuga clan when I was on a mission yesterday, so I just reminded him a bit," Niji said honestly, not feeling it was something he couldn't say. "Yes, haha. I came out from Uchiha yesterday and was wandering aimlessly and unexpectedly ended up at the Hyuga clan. I wanted to go in and take a look but got stopped." Naruto scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Niji narrowed his eyes slightly. Could this seemingly foolish guy really be the one who took him from the training ground? He distinctly felt that person's chakra was very reliable and powerful. Yet the person before him seemed a bit silly, which did not match at all with the chakra he sensed at that time. Hinata Hayashi cleared his throat. "Sir, I will reiterate, this matter is a family affair of the Hyuga clan. Please do not interfere." Hyuga clan head, sticking to your old ways will only lead to your own demise. Or do you think you won't change unless the 4th Hokage speaks? Naruto turned back, continuing to confront him. Even if your father, Minato Namikaze, were here, he would give the same answer. The power dynamics of the Hyuga clan will not easily change because of your words. Hinata Hayashi said with a strained neck. Naruto was dissatisfied. "Hyuga clan head, please correct your attitude. He is not just my father, but the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze." After saying this, he stood up, pretending to leave, if that's the case. I'll go directly to the fourth Hokage. Hinata Hayashi was not to be outdone and stood up as well. No need, I will go with you. To save the Hokage from making a trip for such a trivial matter. Thus, the two left the Hyuga clan grounds, and Niji wore an ugly expression. So, the clan head called him over for what? To make him abandon the thought of resisting the main family. Suddenly, Naruto stopped, turned around, and waved at Niji. Don't worry, I will definitely convince the Hokage. Niji turned his head away, refusing the other's kindness. He didn't understand why this stranger, who he had only met once, wanted to help him, or rather, help the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Naruto was not surprised by Niji's reaction. He had always been an emotionally reserved person, much like Sasuke, who wouldn't easily accept others' kindness. But once he determined that you were his friend, Niji would become easier to get along with. The two rushed into the Hokage's office. At that moment, Minato Namikaze had just finished his administrative duties and was about to enjoy a cup of tea while waiting for the lunch break. Suddenly, he heard the noisy voices getting closer, and upon listening closely, he even recognized his son's voice. He quickly took a sip of tea, fearing that if the noise continued, he wouldn't even get a chance to drink. However, Minato miscalculated. The tea was too hot, and he quickly set it down. Hokage-sama. Hinata Hayashi was the first to step forward, accusing Naruto, please teach your son a lesson. He stormed into the training ground during the Hyuga clan's training and took someone away, not to mention meddling in our family matters. Hokage-sama, I was just acting on my conscience. If you call the control and torment of the branch family training, then I have nothing to say. Naruto did not refer to Minato as father at this moment because he understood that Minato, as Hokage, needed to make the right judgment. Hearing both sides, Minato quickly understood the situation. It was probably another issue caused by the branch family system. However, as Hokage, he could not be biased. Please, both of you, state your cases without arguing, and maintain silence while the other speaks. The two glared at each other, and in the end, Naruto allowed the Hyuga clan head to speak first. As he listened, he could hardly contain himself, but a glance from Minato held him back, and he patiently listened to the other side finish. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. His words were always blunt, filled with emotion, causing the Hyuga clan head to fume with anger. How dare this kid belittle the branch family system of the Hyuga clan? Who did he think he was? I understand now. After patiently listening to both sides, Minato Namikaze nodded. In fact, he had been supportive of Kakashi's proposal to abolish the branch family system from the beginning. But he had been busy negotiating with the Hidden Cloud Village recently and simply hadn't had the time to address this matter. This was already the third time this issue had come before him, and he felt it couldn't be delayed any longer. Hyuga clan leader, I agree with Naruto's statement. Minato said seriously, resting his chin on his hands. As technology advances, families cannot remain stagnant. It's better to abolish outdated customs that have persisted since the founding of the village. What? The Hyuga clan leader's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Hokage to actually agree. Did the Hokage intend to meddle in family affairs? His reach seemed to be extending too far. Hyuga clan leader, don't forget the original intention of the first Hokage in establishing Konoha. It was to eliminate barriers between families, not to allow them to isolate themselves and set boundaries with the village. Minato slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Humph. I see that you and your son are colluding to undermine the Hyuga clan from within, aren't you? Hisashi Hyuga sneered as he watched Minato and Naruto. Hyuga clan leader, please watch your words. Are you questioning me and the Hokage? Naruto's gaze darkened, regaining the authority of the seventh Hokage. He had thought that with his father present, he could persuade Hisashi, but this guy was much more stubborn than he had imagined. To be honest, when he had discussed this matter with Hisashi in the past, it hadn't been so difficult. The other party had hesitated for a moment before relenting. Was it because, in his old age, having lost his younger brother Niji, he had finally come to a realization? If Konoha maintained such an attitude, it seemed the Hyuga clan might not be able to stay in Konoha. Hisashi said heavily, using this method to threaten Minato into compromise. If Minato could be easily coerced, he would no longer be able to hold onto his position. Chapter 125. Then you should leave the village. I will never be coerced, Minato said, his gaze deep and his words carrying significant weight. Saying this, he pulled out a village withdrawal application form from a drawer. From the yellowing of the paper, it was clear it had been there for quite some time. He blew off the dust and placed it on the table. Konoha could apply to join, and naturally, it could also apply to leave. Minato shook the yellowed paper and took a pen from the pen holder on the table, handing it to Hisashi. This is the village withdrawal application drafted by Lord Tobarama when the first Hokage was in office, but since no family wanted to withdraw, it has remained and used in the drawer. I never expected it to come in handy now. Hizashi didn't expect Minato to agree so readily, not understanding what he was thinking. Hokage, none of us want the Hyuga clan to leave Konoha, do we? A cold sweat trickled down Hizashi's forehead. The Hyuga clan leaving Konoha would cause significant losses to Konoha. Don't you care? Moreover, our Hyuga clan is familiar with Konoha's structure. If we sell information to other villages, Konoha's safety will become precarious. Naruto immediately interjected. With me, Sasuke, and even Jiraiya-sensei and the Hokage here, other villages are not to be feared. As long as they don't strike first, we will make a move. Minato nodded, proud of his son for sharing his thoughts. The peak fighting power of Konoha was all here. If anyone should be afraid, it would be the other villages. Before you leave, I'll have the Uchiha clan erase this part of your memory, so nothing you worry about will happen, Minato said with a smile, showing no signs of concern. Naruto stepped forward, stuffing the documents and pen into Hizashi's arms. After all, having the whole clan withdraw from Konoha is not a small matter. Take this back and discuss it with the clan before submitting the form. Naruto is right. I'm ready to sign at any time. But the Hyuga clan will need you to organize things, Minato agreed. Thus, under the back and forth of the father and son, Hizashi stood bewildered at the door of the Hokage office, holding the withdrawal form and a pen. What on earth was happening? Why was it suddenly that they were really going to withdraw from the village? It was indeed those two trying to trick him, right? However, at this point, he couldn't go back and say he didn't want to withdraw. Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? At this moment, Minato helplessly said, Naruto, next time you want to do something, can you please let me know first? Sorry. Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. This happened so suddenly. I didn't have time to prepare. I couldn't bear to see Niji being tormented like that. Minato sighed, feeling that Kushina's worries before giving birth to Naruto were indeed prescient. But Dad, I didn't expect you to agree with my proposal. That really surprised me. Naruto knew what kind of person his father was. He thought he would want to negotiate and find a way slowly. Minato certainly understood the core issue of Konoha. When would gradual treatment yield results? He was worried about not having a reason to take action, and then the Hyuga clan came crashing in. The more stable Konoha became, the more prosperous the families would be. However, this prosperity would not last long, for as peace gradually increased, the number of civilian ninjas would surpass that of clan ninjas. At that time, it would be somewhat unbalanced for a family to control all the resources of a village. He had to find a way to break down the barriers between families and prevent clans from becoming obstacles to Konoha's continued prosperity. I see. Naruto suddenly clapped his right hand into his left palm. No wonder you're my dad. You've taught me another principle. Minato smiled and said, although I also want to continue discussing village management experiences and policies with you. If I don't have lunch now, my break will soon be over. Though he said this with a smile, he felt like crying inside. His peaceful lunch break had been disrupted. He had things to do in the afternoon and could no longer rest. Sorry, Dad, Naruto said apologetically, immediately retreating from the Hokage office. As soon as he exited the Hokage building, he saw Sasuke waiting at the door, and he rushed over. Sasuke, were you waiting for me? Sasuke responded flatly. In fact, he was still feeling awkward about what he had said yesterday. However, here, only the two of them came from the same world, and this sense of shared experience ultimately felt different from family. I plan to ask Orochimaru when we can go back. Do you want to come? Although Sasuke phrased it as a question, his tone was like a statement, and he had already taken a lead ahead. Of course, Naruto hadn't expected Sasuke to come looking for him first, but didn't Sasuke want to stay here a bit longer? After all, his long-lost parents and brother were here, and even the Uchiha clan was present. He thought Sasuke would mention this matter after staying for a while, but unexpectedly, it was only the second day, and Sasuke was already urging for progress. No need, Sasuke said faintly. Even if the parents and brother here are exactly the same as those in his world, they are ultimately not his parents and brother. They have their own Itachi and Sasuke. Moreover, living such days for too long will only make him numb. He will not forget the circumstances of his first half of life. With so much warmth in this time, he fears becoming too attached, and when he returns, he won't be able to accept a world without sunlight. He could endure darkness if he had never seen sunlight. This phrase describes his current situation perfectly. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but shrug, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. Uchiha Sasuke, you are indeed so cowardly, unable to endure loneliness and darkness like Itachi. At that moment, Naruto suddenly climbed onto Sasuke's shoulder, grinning, and said, "Sasuke, your brows are furrowing again. Doesn't look good." Sasuke disdainfully tried to push him away. But Naruto tightened his grip, insisting, "If there's anything, you must tell me. I will always listen." Got it. Seeing Naruto's sincerity, the gloom in Sasuke's heart dissipated. "Let go of me, you slacker." Chapter 126. The Taste of Ichiraka Ramen. I'm the 7th Hokage now. Can't you use a different title? Naruto retracted his arm, pouting in dissatisfaction, saying that calling him the 7th Hokage was embarrassing. "No," Sasuke quickly retorted. "Besides, your behavior just now isn't befitting of the 7th Hokage. So don't lecture me." "Huh? Is that so?" Naruto was confused, but I said, "We're friends. That doesn't matter, right?" Sasuke didn't care to respond to Naruto's ramblings. Quickened his pace and found Orochimaru, who was sitting on the sofa, eating chips and watching TV, looking very relaxed. "Oh my, a rare guest. It's Sasuke-kun and Naruto." Orochimaru saw the two and remained comfortably seated on the sofa, munching on chips, and even grabbed another bag, offering it to Naruto. "Want some?" Naruto stepped forward to take it. Is this the soldier pill flavor? What a weird flavor. How can junk food even have soldier pill flavor? He's been eating soldier pills or instant noodles for years, and he was really tired of it, but he simply didn't have the time to eat well. "Orochimaru, I hope to see you immediately research space-time ninjutsu and send us back." Sasuke looked directly into Orochimaru's snake-like eyes, speaking bluntly. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, somewhat displeased, and put down the bag of chips, crossing his arms. "In that world, do you also speak to me like this?" Sasuke always spoke in this tone. "Don't get mad." Naruto immediately jumped in to mediate, leaning close to Sasuke and whispering, we still need Orochimaru to get back, so it's better to be polite, right? I'm not interested in using honorifics with someone who wants to take over my body." Sasuke slightly nodded, looking down at Orochimaru from a superior position now. "Immediately. Go do the experiment." Orochimaru clapped his hands, brushing off the chip crumbs, and said, "You're the first person to urge me to do an experiment like this. It seems you really want to go back?" Sasuke didn't speak, but his prolonged silence could be considered an answer. "Isn't it good here?" Orochimaru tilted his head, wearing a sticky, sweet smile. "You have your brother and your parents. Here you can forget the pain of that world, and you might not even have to go back." Upon hearing this, Naruto's alarm bells went off. He couldn't let Sasuke be taken away by Orochimaru this time. "Orochimaru, Sasuke won't stay in a place like this. We will go back together." Naruto suddenly shouted excitedly. Orochimaru smirked and said, Tisuke. "Naruto, look at you. You're the Hokage now. Yet you still shout about Sasuke like this. So unstable." Naruto couldn't help but think, what good is stability when it comes to Sasuke? If being stable were really useful, he wouldn't have chased after Sasuke for so long. All right, let us stop this topic here. Sasuke was too lazy to engage in their back and forth. Having lost the main point, just one question, do it or not. If I want to do it, I need a place. You can't expect me to experiment with my own brain, right? Orochimaru spread his hands helplessly. "My lab has been sealed by the Hokage, so I can only be idle like this." "Don't lie to me, Orochimaru. You have an underground lab and many bases. There is no way you don't have a place to experiment." As Sasuke spoke, he drew the Kusanagi sword and, with a body flicker technique, held it against Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru felt wronged. If it were his former self, or the one from another world who had defected, he could still accept Sasuke's words. But since he was caught by the first Hokage when he wanted to defect, all his bases were exposed, not a single one left, and even his subordinates were dispersed. Now he truly relied on Konoha to conduct experiments. Sasuke didn't think the other party was lying. Having dealt with Orochimaru for so long, he could discern such things. "This Kusanagi sword, is it truly for me?" Orochimaru carefully examined the sword. Its blade was sharp yet understated, a simple but sharp sword, one of his past collectibles. Sasuke responded, now feeling somewhat irritated. If he wanted Orochimaru to continue the experiment, he would have to run to the Hokage's office. For some reason, he inexplicably didn't want to see Naruto's father, who, like Naruto, was the kind of person he wasn't good at handling. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko entered with lunch boxes. "Oh, you two are here as well, but I only brought food for teacher Orochimaru." "Thank you, Anko." Orochimaru naturally accepted it and checked today's lunch menu. Seeing the still youthful Mitarashi Anko, Naruto couldn't help but lean down and tug at her cheek. Anko-sensei's face is so soft. Sasuke couldn't help but facepalm. He simply couldn't bear to watch Naruto's childish behavior. It seems that in this world, you haven't made Mitarashi Anko suffer. Sasuke said, watching Anko, who was playfully clawing at Naruto. That child is indeed a good vessel. But now I have a better choice. Orochimaru, who knew what would happen in the future, naturally understood his meaning and smiled. White Zetsu. As expected of Sasuke. You guessed it right away. Orochimaru nodded, taking a bite of the seaweed rice ball. At this moment, Naruto's stomach growled. Ah, Sasuke, are you hungry? Let us go have lunch. He had just come from the Hokage building and followed Sasuke here without having lunch yet. I've eaten. You go eat by yourself. With that, Sasuke turned to leave, only to be caught by Naruto by the hem of his cloak. Oh, come on. Sasuke, just have one meal with me? Look, I came with you to find Orochimaru. Naruto didn't want to miss this opportunity to be with Sasuke. Once they returned to their own world, he would have to go back to that life buried under piles of paperwork. Sasuke will continue to investigate Kagaya's ruins and will be away from Konoha for a long time. This is not a small matter, Naruto. Sasuke felt somewhat helpless. But seeing Naruto's sincere eyes, he could never refuse. All right, you can eat by yourself. I'll just sit here. Great. Naruto immediately became energized. Let's go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Sasuke was not surprised by Naruto's choice. He even suspected that Naruto was made of Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 127. No regrets in being your son. As Uchiha Sasuke was dragged by Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, Minato Namikaze walked into the conference room, sat down, and waited for the video call to connect. Hokage-sama, are we really going to war with the Hidden Cloud? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Nara clan adjusted his glasses, stating that it depended on the attitude of the Hidden Cloud, not Konoha's decision. Just as he finished speaking, the image of Raikage appeared on the projection, looking serious. Hokage-sama, long time no see. Raikage now wore a confident expression. How are you considering the conditions of the Hidden Cloud? I thought I had made myself clear enough. Minato Namikaze crossed his hands and propped up his chin. As tough as ever, Konoha will not accept such ridiculous conditions. It seems Konoha is determined to provoke war, isn't it? Raikage raised an eyebrow. His eyes filled with amusement, clearly already thinking about how to frame Konoha. However, Minato Namikaze was not afraid of such dirty tricks. A smirk appeared on his lips. Raikage-sama should understand that history is always written by the victors, so don't celebrate too early. What? Raikage, known for his temper, slammed the table. Does the Hokage mean we will definitely lose? I never said that. It's just your own conjecture, Raikage-sama. Minato Namikaze said with a smile that made it hard for anyone to get angry. Raikage, unable to save face, immediately cut off their side's video feed, leaving only one sentence. Wait for war, Hokage. After the other side ended the call, Minato Namikaze's expression turned cold as he said, have Kakashi come to the Hokage office. Yes. Just as he left the conference room, he saw the leaders of various clans standing outside, looking worried, waiting for the final result. Everyone, please disperse. The final result will be announced at the village meeting. The Nara clan leader took the lead in separating the people and led Minato Namikaze back to the Hokage office. The clan leaders could guess the situation just by looking at their subordinates' expressions. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan, what? The clan leader wants to lead the Hyuga clan away from Konoha? The head of the main family looked very grim. They had rooted in Konoha since its founding, and now they had developed somewhat. Compared to other villages, there were no better conditions than those offered by Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi cleared his throat, signaling everyone to calm down. He knew well that relocating the entire clan was not an easy task. I know this matter is not simple, but currently, Konoha has already extended its hand to the Hyuga clan, trying to manage internal affairs. Hyuga Hayashi said solemnly, slightly exaggerating the severity of the situation. If it is like this now, then what about in the future? I'm afraid Konoha's appetite won't stop here. At this moment, someone jumped out to refute. But the Uchiha clan has not been disintegrated by Konoha. Are we overthinking this? This viewpoint gained considerable support since they did not want to leave Konoha easily. Leaving this place and choosing another village to settle down seemed like a huge hassle. This is inevitable. Hyuga Hayashi slightly raised his eyes and glanced at the person who had just spoken. The latter was startled and shrank back. Internally, the Hyuga clan is always clearly divided between the main and branch families, and the hierarchy is also very distinct. Now that the clan leader has spoken, they have little room for negotiation. Calling them together for a meeting was more like a notification. The branch family members were merely decorative, having no chance to speak at all. However, just because they had no chance to speak did not mean no one wanted to. Niji, kneeling in the corner of the meeting room, suddenly let out a cold laugh, looking at the main family members with derision. It seems the main family would rather give up Konoha than give up us branch family members. Or rather, we are mere vassals or perhaps even slaves, only using the terminology of main and branch families to cover the essence. As soon as he finished speaking, Niji clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, having to endure the pain brought by the caged bird. Hayashi, take care of your son. Hyuga Hayashi coldly looked at Hayashi, saying there was no place for him to speak here. Yes, brother. Hayashi nodded, taking Niji away from the meeting scene, and as they gradually moved away, the caged bird finally stopped acting up. Puffing and panting, Niji held his forehead, trying to ease the pain and lack of oxygen from earlier. Niji, why did you have to say such things? You know that Hayashi would stop speaking halfway through, because he knows that he once went through the same thing when he was young. Ultimately, the years of stagnation have made him accept the main and branch family system and become an accomplice. Father, are we really going to leave Konoha? Niji clutched the towel in his hand and asked. It seems that brother has already made up his mind, and no one can stop his command. Hayashi sighed, his words expressing the authority Hayashi held in the entire family. To be honest, he and Hayashi didn't have much affection from birth. The two brothers with different identities were naturally raised separately. Most of the time he spent with his brother was on the training ground. Occasionally, his brother treated him well, but he knew it wasn't exactly a brotherly love. If he really wanted to understand the relationship between brothers in a clan, he could just take a look at the Uchiha clan to get a rough idea. In this light, his brother's words to him were merely a lofty gesture of the clan leader. If their brotherly bond were truly strong, his brother wouldn't so firmly uphold the main and branch family system. It can only be said that in order to survive in this environment, he could only reluctantly accept this system, deceiving himself that his brother was still good to him and that his contributions were meaningful to the family. If he didn't do this, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on, much less face such an unchangeable reality. I am sorry, Nithi. I shouldn't have let you be born. Hayashi reached out to brush aside the stray hair from Niji's ear, feeling guilty towards his son, who bore the reputation of a genius. If I were from the main family, Niji took his father's hand and shook his head. No, father, the problem isn't you. It's this abnormal system of the family. I have never regretted being your son. Tears welled up in the corners of Niji's eyes. How could he blame his father? They were all just people oppressed by the main and branch family system. Chapter 128. Exorcising the Caged Bird. The father and son embraced for a long time before slowly letting go. Niji, are you still feeling unwell? Niji shook his head. After so many years, he had gotten used to it and didn't want his father to worry about him. After this heart-to-heart talk with his father, Niji was even more determined to escape the Hyuga clan. He couldn't go on like this. He had to take the initiative to seize the opportunity. He suddenly remembered the figure with white hair from his memories, and he abruptly stood up and ran towards the door. I suddenly remembered something. Hinata Hisashi stood still and didn't try to stop him. He believed that Niji knew his own limits. Niji jogged all the way to the tree where he had seen Kakashi before. He looked up, and sure enough, that guy was here again. Yawning, Ryudo had long heard the footsteps but was too lazy to move. At this moment, he finally yawned and sat up sleepily, saying, "Why did it take you so long to get here? I've been waiting for ages." Niji frowned upon hearing this. "Did you know I was coming back to find you?" He saw the other person propping himself up with one hand on a branch, looking half awake as he jumped down from the tree. He initially thought he would stumble a bit, but instead, he landed gracefully without a sound. Niji suddenly recalled the village's assessment of Kakashi, saying he was an excellent infiltrator for gathering intelligence and directly obeyed Hokage Minato Namikaze. Therefore, people were somewhat wary of Kakashi, fearing that he might learn some secrets and inform the Hokage. Niji scoffed at this. If there were nothing shameful, why would they be so apprehensive? He had always been straightforward and wasn't afraid of such matters. Now, seeing his skill landing from the tree without a sound like a stealthy ninja cat, he could somewhat understand why people were wary of him. Of course, why would I be napping at home when I could come here? Ryudo looked at Niji with an expression that said he wasn't foolish. He had long known that Niji was someone who wouldn't submit to power otherwise. He wouldn't have fought Hinata so fiercely during the Chunin exams. From his perspective, Niji was just a child who was powerless to change his circumstances and could only vent his anger on Hinata. Well, after all, he was just a child. Becoming like that was all due to the ridiculous branch family system, so he couldn't be too harsh. In fact, Hinata was also bound by the branch family system, as the shackles weren't only the kind that existed in reality like the curse of a caged bird. "Can you help me escape the Hyuga clan?" Niji looked seriously at the lazy-looking guy in front of him, who was not to be underestimated. Ludon waved his hand. No. Hinata Niji secretly clenched his fist. He must get this person's help. The person in front of him is a trusted confidant of the Hokage and possesses considerable strength. If he cannot secure this person's assistance, he doesn't know what to do. Since you're here waiting for me, isn't it to help me? Niji bit his lower lip, feeling a bit anxious. Lu Dong watched all of this closely. Although Hyuga Niji was a genius, he was still too young and was currently in the Chunin exams. Moreover, he had always struggled to control his emotions regarding the branch family issue. Of course, Lu Dong folded his arms and nodded, but my help isn't free, and you need to put in effort for me to assist you. He was merely offering an opportunity. In the end, whether Niji could succeed depended on him alone. What do you want? Niji didn't agree right away. Instead, he looked at Kakashi warily. He couldn't bind himself with someone else's shackles just because he wanted to escape his current cage. What he had always desired was the freedom to do as he pleased. You don't need to worry. What I want has nothing to do with you. Lu Dong smiled, leaned down, and whispered something in Niji's ear. After a moment of fluctuating expressions, Niji finally said, "Are you sure? I can't guarantee 100%, but there's about an 80% chance." Lu Dong gestured with his hands. "Whether you do it or not is up to you. This task was originally assigned to me by the Hokage. But if you provide significant help during my execution of the task," Niji's face revealed a mix of anxiety and determination, "then I can receive the protection of the Hokage, and the Hyuga clan won't consider me a traitor anymore, right?" This gamble was risky. If he was discovered before obtaining the information, his fate was predictable. The Hyuga clan would never tolerate a traitor from the branch family. However, if he obtained the information and handed it to the Hokage would definitely not ignore him for providing the intel. He would ensure the safety of both him and his father. The most important thing during this period was how to protect himself between the Hokage and the clan until he could gain the Hokage's help. He also focused on Kakashi. If this person was only using him to effortlessly acquire information, or if it was the Hokage's directive, then Lu Dong sighed and thought to himself, "Hinata is indeed a genius, so sensitive and thoughtful. He just wants to be a good person, yet this little guy is still suspicious." "Lu Dong, Yao Yao Z. Are you there?" "Yao Yao Z, of course I'm here. What is it again?" Yao Yao Z's tone is quite impatient. Lu Dong couldn't help but mutter to himself. Clearly, he hadn't made Yao Yao work for a long time, so why was she still speaking in such an impatient tone? He almost thought the system would have some entertainment in its life. "Can you analyze Hinata Niji's cage bird? Are you questioning my abilities? This kind of curse technique can be easily unraveled," Yao Yao said disdainfully, as if Lu Dong's words were a great insult to her. After Lu Dong received a positive response from the other party, he said, Hey, don't look at me with that kind of expression. Didn't anyone tell you that when negotiating with others, you should at least maintain a poker face?" Ninji's expression became strange. "Poker face? Cough, cough. I accidentally let slip something from my past life again. It's a type of card game where you can't let others guess your thoughts through your expressions while playing." "I understand." Ninji immediately returned to his usual indifferent face, but the emotions in his eyes still revealed his thoughts. Lu Dong sighed, feeling helpless. "Then I'll pay you a little reward first. I wonder if this will put your mind at ease." As he spoke, he stepped forward, bent down, and pressed his forehead against Niji's. He thought to himself, "Yao Yao Z, prepare to analyze and break the opponent's caged bird." Ding. Analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. Caged bird has been. Chapter 129. What to do if my host is a pervert. What are you doing? Hinata Niji generally disliked such intimate physical contact with anyone other than his father, and he instinctively wanted to step back. However, Yao Yao Z's movement was quick. Almost as soon as Lu Dong pressed his forehead against Niji's, the analysis was completed. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Dong reached out to untie the forehead protector that was bound to Niji's forehead. As he moved it away from Niji's forehead, he took the protector off. For Niji, the caged bird had always been his nightmare, so he was extremely concerned about the forehead protector and did not want anyone to see the mark of the caged bird. It was his shame. "Hey, give me back my forehead protector." Niji's eyes instantly filled with anger, resembling a wolf ready to pounce. And his Byakugan activated as he reached out to Kakashi to reclaim his forehead protector. Kakashi, on the other hand, smiled while playing with the forehead protector he had taken off. "Aren't you too young to be wearing a forehead protector yet? Playing with a kid like this? Aren't you being a bit childish? What do you know? This is little Niji we're talking about. When he grows up, he will definitely turn into that cold guy. So I can only tease him more while I have the chance." Lu Dong laughed. Yayayozi doesn't understand where his fun lies. If he didn't entertain them all when they were kids, then it would be a waste to have crossed over to this time. TCH. Perverse interest. Don't call me for this kind of thing next time. I don't want to play with a pervert. Hey, "Hey, where am I, pervert?" However, this time, Yayayozi no longer responded to him. He snorted. That guy was still so willful. He didn't even know what kind of system he had that made him so lazy. Ningxi saw that Kakashi was ignoring him, and it seemed like he was distracted and not listening to what he was saying. He glared at Kakashi, almost ready to use the Bagua palm to take back his forehead protector. "I've already taken on a mission from the village, so I have the right to wear a forehead protector. Hurry up and give it back to me." In response to Ningxi's words, Ludong also came back to his senses from the conversation with Yayozi and smiled. "Ah, sorry, I was distracted just now. You still know that?" Ningxi stepped forward and snatched back his forehead protector from his hand. Just as he was about to put it on, he heard Kakashi's words. "Sure enough, the forehead of a cage bird looks better. So Ningxi, your skin is so delicate, it seems even better than Rin's touch." Kakashi reached out to touch the other person's forehead and unexpectedly found it quite nice to the touch. Could it be because he had been wearing the forehead protector for so long, so it felt better than other places? Ningxi swatted away his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "Kakashi-senpai, don't think that just because you're helping me now, you can do such rude things to me. And I remember Rin is a female ninja, right? Are you mocking me? Comparing his skin to a female ninja. Was he insulting him?" Kakashi immediately laughed. "How could that be? I'm complimenting you. Here, look for yourself." Saying this, he pulled out a small mirror from somewhere and handed it over. Hinata Ningxi didn't want to talk to him anymore. He just wanted to go back quickly, finish the mission, and wait for his final outcome. However, just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse that the caged bird mark on his forehead had disappeared. He immediately snatched the mirror from Kakashi's hand, confirmed several times, and found that the mark had indeed disappeared. "This is the reward I gave you in advance. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Ludong looked at Ningxi's astonished expression with satisfaction. "This should be enough to win your trust, right?" He had spent today's analysis times to come into contact with a caged bird, and that guy Yayozi knew he wouldn't give it away for free. Ningxi incredulously touched his forehead, where it was smooth and flat, without a trace of cursed marks. "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" "Of course, if not, you can pinch yourself and see if it's a dream." Ludong raised an eyebrow, not expecting to see Ningxi so surprised in his lifetime. Hinata Ningxi was so surprised that he really followed his words and pinched his own face hard, fearing that he hadn't pinched hard enough to feel pain. When he let go, the left side of his face was red, as if someone had slapped him, but he didn't feel much pain at all. At this moment, joy and excitement had overwhelmed the pain, making him cry tears of joy, and he hurriedly wiped them away. Hey, isn't this too much? Why are you crying?" Ludong was somewhat at a loss when he saw Ningxi actually crying. He had never seen such a scene before. Sure enough, he is a pervert. He made someone cry. Yayayozi did not miss the chance to mock him. However, at this moment, Ludong was not in the mood to care about Yayayozi. He stepped forward and half-squatted, taking out a handkerchief from his pocket. This was a gift from Rin, so he kept it with him. Obito also had one just like it. "Stop crying. It's just that I helped you remove the cage bird." Ludong used the handkerchief to wipe away his tears. At this moment, Ningxi snatched the handkerchief from his hand, wiped away his tears, but was still shedding tears as he wiped. In the end, even Ningxi gave up, threw the handkerchief into Kakashi's arms, and curled up in his embrace, crying loudly. Kakashi felt the dampness in his arms. It seemed he would have to do laundry when he got back. However, it was the first time he saw Hinata Ningxi have such a strong and intense emotional outburst. Usually, apart from anger, he would not expose such a vulnerable side. If he had known he could see this different Ningxi, he would have helped him remove that damned caged bird earlier. But if it had been earlier, Ningxi might not have been so sensible. Even if it were removed, he wouldn't have the forehead protector to shield him, and he would probably still be branded with the curse again. Kakashi patted Ningxi's back, comforting his emotions like an elder. After a while, Ningxi finally stopped sobbing, but he still didn't get up for a long time. At this moment, Ningxi felt particularly embarrassed, having cried so much in front of this guy and even curled up in his embrace. Should he get up or not? But even if he didn't get up, he would have to get up eventually. Kakashi pushed Ningxi up first and saw his swollen eyes, the still red mark on his left cheek, and his hair tousled and damp from tears. If he didn't know the background, he would definitely think Ningxi was being bullied. Ningxi wiped his face with his sleeve and fixed his hair, returning to his previous cold expression. However, after everything that had happened, he looked a bit cute. Chapter 130. The bird in the blue sky, you really are not straightforward, Ningxi. Kakashi rested his hand on his chin and said playfully. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's face turned crimson, and he turned his head away, but he didn't forget the main topic. You can actually remove the cage bird. It seems your sealing technique is quite advanced. Kakashi placed his finger on his lips and winked at him, This is a secret between us. You can't tell anyone. Ningxi frowned slightly and asked, then can you help my father remove the caged bird too? If you can remove the caged bird, then my clan members can also regain their freedom like me. Even if they escape the Hyuga clan, the caged bird mark will accompany them for life, and their hearts and souls will never be truly liberated. At this moment, Hinata Ningxi felt enlightened, as if he could float away. He had envied the blue birds soaring in the sky countless times. But because of the damned caged bird curse mark, he could never truly experience that unrestrained freedom. And at the moment the caged bird disappeared, he suddenly understood and felt relieved, because he knew that there were no more restraints on him. Every moment of his life from now on would be free. Every action would stem from his own will. He was truly grateful to Kakashi because this was something he had never dared to dream of. Yet it was so easily realized by the other party. It was simply like a dream. He asked, how long can the removal of the caged bird last? Even if it's temporary, just being able to feel the breath of freedom for a while in my life is enough for me. After all, there are many clan members who Haven T even felt this breath of freedom, just like his father. Lu Dong expressed confusion at his question. Isn't there a time limit? Once it's lifted, unless you accidentally get discovered by them and then get branded again, otherwise it's gone. This statement left Hyuga Niji in a daze. As he looked at Kakashi, a ray of sunlight filtered through the tree's shade and fell on him, with a gentle breeze blowing. For the first time, Niji felt that there really are people who can be like gods. He had previously been puzzled by why the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was called the god of shinobi. In his eyes, Hashirama was a rather unreliable guy, at least not as reliable as Uchiha Madara by his side. Therefore, he completely could not understand why he would have such a title. Was it because of strength? But he thought Uchiha Madara as strength was not bad. Especially after obtaining the Rinnegan, Madara's strength was even greater. Now, he felt a sense of divinity in the person before him, and he suddenly understood why that unreliable first Hokage was called a god. It was probably because that person, like his senior Kakashi, pulled those who were in despair, unable to see hope, out from the darkness, and provided them with a bright path to follow. How could such individuals not be admired by those who revered them? I understand now. Niji collected his emotions, retied his forehead protector on his forehead, as usual, covering his brow, and said, I will do my best. Kakashi nodded. I look forward to your good news. Watching Niji's departing figure, Lu Dong leaned against the big tree and lazily spoke. Still not coming out? How long do you want to wait? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Kakashi, grinning and saying, I was just afraid that Niji would feel awkward knowing someone else was here. Kakashi looked at the carefree Obito in front of him and sighed. Sometimes being carefree was a good thing. Unlike him, who had a ton of things to worry about with his responsibilities. So, did you come to find me for something? Kakashi yawned, having been interrupted from his afternoon nap, and still feeling a bit sleepy. Lin asked me to find you for afternoon tea, Obito said with a smile. He had been accompanying Lin recently, leaving all the tasks to Kakashi, so it was inevitable he would feel tired. If you haven't rested well, just continue sleeping. I will tell Lin you are busy and can't come over. Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder, indicating he would be Kakashi's ally and not tell Lin the truth. Kakashi yawned again, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, It's fine. Lack of sleep is an old problem. It's better to go accompany Lin for a while. His drowsiness wasn't something that could be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if he took a deep nap in the afternoon, he would still feel the same tiredness by evening. Rather than wasting time sleeping, it was better to spend some time with Lin. She had been cooped up in that house without going out, and even if they visited her often, it would only ease her boredom a little. All right then, Obito tilted his head, signaling him to follow. On the other side, Niji returned to the Hyuga clan with swollen eyes and a face still bearing red marks, planning to find an ice pack to soothe it. Hyuga Hizashi saw Niji in this state and immediately asked angrily, Niji, who bullied you like this? I'll go find him for an explanation. Hizashi quickly grabbed Niji's shoulders, looking him up and down, and upon finding no serious injuries, he finally sighed in relief. Was it those guys from the main family again? Concern was evident in Hizashi's eyes. It was a tumultuous time, and even if he told his brother about this, his brother wouldn't take action. I'm fine, Niji said. How would you be fine? Hizashi frowned, saying his son was too precocious, which was a downside. He bore everything himself. Hyuga Niji pushed away his father's hands resting on his shoulders, opened his Byakugan, and looked around, confirming there was indeed no one else before closing the door. Father is really worried about you. Can't you say something? Hizashi's tone was slightly pleading. He truly didn't want Niji to keep things bottled up inside. Even if I say it, It won't change anything, will it? Niji, not wanting to see his father's worried expression, spoke irritably, only to realize he had been a bit harsh. Sorry, father. I misspoke. You don't have to worry about it. Niji said apologetically, blaming himself for not thinking before speaking. Hisashi, however, looked despondent, not angry, because he knew Niji was speaking the truth. As a father, he felt too powerless. Niji took a deep breath and removed his forehead protector, saying, "Father, look at me." Hisashi raised his head in response and discovered Niji's forehead was completely bare. The caged birthmark that should have been there was gone. He immediately stood up in shock. "Niji, where's your caged bird seal?" Chapter 131. The Calculation of the Cloud Hidden. Hyuga Hisashi showed complete shock. The branch family members had long suffered from the caged bird seal, and they had secretly studied how to get rid of it. But if this curse was so easy to lift, it wouldn't be used by the main family. "Niji, how'd you do it?" Hisashi's voice trembled unknowingly, as he had long desired such freedom, and today he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. And this hope was brought by his son. "Father, I can't tell you for now, but I need you to turn a blind eye to my actions within the clan," Niji said, putting the forehead protector back on. He had not yet received a promise from Kakashi, so he couldn't directly tell his father the details. If he gave him hope only to later say it couldn't be lifted, the subsequent disappointment would be the worst. Hisashi took a deep breath to adjust his state and said, "All right, I can do that. I believe you have a sense of proportion." With his father's support, his actions within the clan would be much easier. His greatest fear was that some branch family members who couldn't see the situation clearly would inform the main family of his actions. There were many who sought to please the main family. He had to be cautious. At this moment, Hisashi embraced Niji in his arms and said, "This is wonderful. I never expected the dream I've longed for to be realized through you." He then quickly reminded him, "Niji, you must be careful. You cannot let those guys discover that your cage bird seal has been lifted." A trace of resentment gathered in Niji's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, father. Even if you don't say it, I will be careful." That's good. That night, a dark figure moved stealthily within the Hyuga clan, but no one noticed. That figure directly entered the residence of the Hyuga clan leader. Niji, who had been waiting nearby, seized the opportunity to follow, secretly praising the foresight of Hokage-sama and Senior Kakashi. There really were suspicious individuals infiltrating the Hyuga clan, and it was still towards the Hyuga clan leader's room. He remembered that since Hinata Dano was kidnapped, the clan leader had ordered Hinata to be moved next to his room, planning to wait until Hinata reached the age of graduating from the ninja academy before moving her again. Could it be that Yunin was targeting Hinata Dano again? No, that is not right. Ningxi immediately shook off the worried thought from his mind. Why would he care about the eldest lady of a clan? He was already too busy taking care of himself. He quickly tiptoed to Hinata's room, and from the crack he saw that Lady Hinata had already fallen asleep. He gently pushed the window open and climbed in. Then he hurriedly squeezed himself between two walls. The clan leader had not built this room to be too soundproof so that he could hear any sound from this room, so he needed to be extra cautious. "Hinata clan leader, have you made up your mind?" A strange voice came from next door. "You should know that aside from the Cloud Village, there aren't any other villages that can offer you such good conditions." The Hinata clan leader saw the features of the person shrouded in black cloth. Even the emotions in their eyes were swallowed by the darkness. "But for such a big matter, you have to let me discuss it with the clan first." The Hinata clan leader was also unwilling to back down. Moving away from Konoha had already caused significant losses to the Hinata clan. If the next village they settled in could not offer sufficient favorable conditions, they would surely suffer a heavy blow. "Don't joke with me, Hinata clan leader. Isn't every major decision made by you?" The person laughed sinisterly, indicating that they were already familiar with the Hinata clan and that he shouldn't use such clumsy rhetoric to brush him off. "If you don't even understand this point, how can we from the Cloud Village be confident in abducting the eldest daughter of the Hinata clan?" The words provoked Hinata Hisashi, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. After all, the root of all this was still the Cloud Village. If it weren't for these guys abducting Hinata, the Hinata clan wouldn't have chased after them, and there wouldn't have been any friction with the Cloud Village, which led them to use this to pressure Konoha. Konoha also wouldn't have noticed the internal conflicts within the Hinata clan, and they certainly wouldn't have come to this point. However, now that they wanted to leave Konoha and seek another path, they could only turn to the Cloud Village, which coveted the Byakugan of the Hinata clan for help. It was truly frustrating. Don't think I don't know. You're more anxious than I am to get information from Konoha." Hinata Hisashi's eyes darkened as he retracted his arms into his loose sleeves, presenting an appearance of indifference. "I still have a way out. At worst, I'll lose some face and go back to the Hokage to return to Konoha, considering that my clan has existed since the founding of the village. That kid Minato Wunti really drive us away. In fact, he also knew that if he wanted to continue staying in Konoha, the Hinata clan would have to give up some benefits. However, no matter how he calculated it, the losses from leaving Konoha were greater. The black-clothed man was also somewhat angered. It seemed that the Hinata clan leader was not genuinely seeking cooperation. A fence-sitter like the Hinata clan, I don't think many in the ninja world would want to take them in, right? You. Just then, half awake and half asleep, Hinata woke up and saw the shadow in the room, immediately letting out a scream. This startled Hinata Hizashi next door, who shot a cold glance at the Cloud Village person. The Cloud Ninja quickly waved his hands. It's not our person. The Hinata clan is about to join the Cloud Village. We naturally wouldn't harm your daughter. Who can say for sure? Perhaps the Cloud Village still wants to kidnap his daughter to force him to join the Cloud Village. He immediately got up and rushed to his daughter's room, only to find no one inside. Hinata was startled awake. I had a nightmare just like 2 days ago. I thought it was real. Sorry, father. I disturbed your rest. Hinata Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. He rarely showed the tenderness of a father to Hinata. It's all right. Father is here with you. Go to sleep early. Saying this, he gave a look to the Cloud Village ninja hiding in the dark, signaling him that he could leave now. Okay, father. Hinata obediently nodded, tucked herself in, lay back down, and closed her eyes pretending to sleep. After a while, Hinata Hizashi noticed that his daughter's breathing had evened out, and only then did he leave and return to his room. After confirming for a while that the other party had indeed left, Ningxi finally came out from Hinata's wardrobe, pretending to leave, but was caught by Hinata tugging at the hem of his clothes. Hinata, did you help Ningxi, brother? Hinata timidly asked, not daring to speak loudly. Chapter 132. Hinata's shackles. Ningxi responded indifferently to Hinata's question. Before she could say anything more, he left her room. Hinata lowered her gaze, wrapping herself in the quilt, feeling a sense of worry that did not belong to her age. Although the elders didn't tell her what was happening, only advising her to focus on training, she could still feel the unusual atmosphere within the clan. The whole clan was tense, as if something major was about to happen. Just before waking up, it seemed she heard her father talking to someone. She didn't hear clearly, but if it were something normal, why would it be discussed at such a time? And why was Ningxi brother eavesdropping in her room? She wasn't sure if what she did was right or wrong. Or perhaps she couldn't distinguish good from bad or right from wrong. Hinata simply felt that if Ningxi brother was discovered by her father, he would definitely be punished. And she didn't want to see anyone in pain. With the intensity of her training during the day, she couldn't think too much and soon fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up again, the sky was already bright, and she was going to practice with Ningxi brother again. Arriving at the training ground, she still faced her cousin, the so-called genius of the Hinata clan, Hinata Ningxi. Even though he was from the branch family, bound like a caged bird, he was still so dazzling. Unlike her, despite holding the title of the clan's eldest daughter, had accomplished nothing and could not compare to Ningxi brother at all. Seeing Hinata in such a diminished state made Hinata Hizashi feel irritated. Hinata, how many times have I told you? Stand up straight and lift your head. Yes. Hinata moved instinctively upon hearing her father's voice. You are the eldest daughter of the clan. You absolutely cannot fall behind. Everything must be done perfectly. Do you understand? As Hinata Hizashi spoke, he pinched his temples. In his life, he had always been strong-willed. How did he end up losing to his brother when it came to his children? It was simply a disgrace to the Hinata clan. Yes, Hinata responded with all her might. Meanwhile, Hinata Ningxi looked at Hinata with a mocking smile in his eyes, showing no mercy in his strikes. Even if it meant punishment for him, he would still act as he pleased. Today's punishment was evidently longer and harsher than before, leaving Ningxi gasping for air for a long time, which made Hinata anxious on the side. However, in reality, Ningxi, having lost the constraints of the caged bird, was merely putting on an act. If he behaved abnormally today, it would instead raise suspicions. It was better to provoke Hinata Hizashi like before, letting him punish himself to gain psychological satisfaction, thus maintaining the illusion that he was still under control. However, acting was not easy. He had been trying hard not to be seen through. Just when he was about to reach his limit, Hinata spoke up. Father, that's enough. If this continues, Ningxi brother won't be able to take it. Hinata, as a member of the clan, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted towards the branch family. This is an essential quality for inheriting the Hinata family. At this point, Hearing Hinata say such things makes him wonder if this child really has the qualities to inherit the position of clan leader. He is seriously considering having another heir, as Hinata is truly unsuitable. However, he still listened to Hinata's words, withdrew his hand that was about to perform the ninjutsu, and waved his hand to let Hayashi take his son away. Seeing that the usually arrogant boy was now being carried away with a pale face under his control, he felt a sense of satisfaction. And then there was that ridiculous Naruto Uzumaki from yesterday. Did he think the Hyuga clan's training ground was his home? How could he do such outrageous things? Just thinking about yesterday's incident made him want to vent his frustration on Hyuga Niji, the culprit. You practice on your own. I have things to do. Regarding the relocation of the Hyuga clan, he had many considerations and no time to accompany this heir he had already given up on. After saying that, Hayashi left without looking back. Today, Lu Dong was still lazily napping on that tree, and after finishing training with Hinata, Niji hurried over here. Oh, is there intel so soon? Kakashi flipped over from the tree trunk and skillfully came down. Niji handed the image ball to Kakashi and looked at the tree trunk, which clearly showed signs of someone frequently resting here. You take a nap here every day? Isn't a bed more comfortable? Why must you be here? Kakashi took the image ball with his right hand, covered his mouth with his left hand, yawned, and said, yeah. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Lord Minato will keep looking for me. I really want to slack off. Slack off? Niji was confused but didn't ask further. It seemed that Senior Kakashi often used some phrases that were hard to understand, and he had heard about this. Wow, I really recorded something incredible. Lu Dong glanced at the content inside the imaging sphere. Although there were no human figures present, the voices could still be considered good evidence. At that moment, Ningji reached out to Lu Dong, as if asking for something. Lu Dong stroked his chin, thinking that Niji was really practical. He had just helped him acquire this piece of information, which wasn't even decisive, and he was already asking for a reward. The rest of the payment would have to come after he obtained important intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any leverage. Lu Dong smiled and rejected his proposal. However, Niji looked puzzled and said, what I meant was to give me a new projection orb. I bought this one myself. If you just give me the money, I can buy it myself too. Ha 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 ha. And when you guess wrong, Yao Yaozi immediately burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, her voice becoming even more boisterous. Liudong's forehead was marked by 2 black lines. Well, his way of thinking was a bit too mature, but he was mainly a genius teenager. So it was inevitable for him to think this way. He ignored Yaozi's mockery and took out several large denomination banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Ningxi. This should be more than enough. Seeing the large banknotes presented by the other party, Ningxi couldn't help but ask, what kind of task do you have to take on to earn such a price? Are you looking to take on tasks of this price so early? Lu Dong clicked his tongue and replied, at least we have to wait until after graduating from the Ninja Academy. We won't send children on high difficulty tasks. All right. Ningxi put away the banknotes and said, I'll come back if I have any intel. Lu Dong nodded, then turned back and returned to the tree, leisurely lying there again, using branches to shield himself, enjoying a leisurely afternoon nap. Chapter 133. The plan unravel. Hey, Kakuzu, how long do you plan to keep watching me? Haiden said, reclining on the sofa, bored, playing with his blood scythe. Let me go, Kakuzu. Kakuzu was checking the ledger and was quite annoyed by Haiden's noise. So he directly threw his hand out to cover Haiden's mouth. MMM. Haiden was very dissatisfied and pushed Kakuzu's hand away with both hands. Finally able to speak again. Hey, I almost suffocated. You are immortal. Such jokes are not suitable for you, Kakuzu said, looking as if he had seen it all before. Haiden had his fits of madness at least dozens of times a day, and although it was of no use to him, Kakuzu seemed to enjoy it endlessly. Haiden, very dissatisfied, suddenly threw Kakuzu's left hand to the ground, then regretted it a bit, thinking it should have gone in the trash can instead. He then looked at Kakuzu with a resentful gaze. In the previous battle with the Cloud Village, he could have taken the opportunity to sneak away. As a result, not only was he knocked out by that white-haired brat, but he was also tied up and brought back by this guy's Doton technique. Did he not care about his face? Speaking of which, I heard you've been alive for a long time. Could it be that there's an old man under that mask? Haiden's favorite thing to do here was to annoy Kakuzu and then let him hit himself, so he could have a bit of fun. You've seen my face under the mask, haven't you? Kakuzu continued to calmly handle his documents and pulled back his left hand, wiping it with a wet tissue in disgust. Are you looking down on me? Haiden immediately exploded, stepping on the sofa and pointing at Kakuzu. I've only seen you take it off when you're eating, but I've never seen your whole face. You have to let me know what kind of monster is watching me. Haiden leaned over to the desk. getting closer while speaking and reaching out to try to remove Kakuzu's mask and forehead protector. Just as he was about to get close, Kakuzu suddenly grabbed his hand. This time, it was still the left hand, as the right hand was busy handling documents. You should pay attention to me, too. Damn it, Kakuzu. Hayden was very dissatisfied with his dismissive attitude. As partners, isn't it normal to be open with each other? Like how you used to walk around without a shirt. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow and said. He still remembered that on the first day he took over this guy. He was wandering around the village bare-chested. Until that night, the blonde Hokage kid heard about it and sent several sets of Akatsuki uniforms under the pretext of decency, forcing him to wear them. As for why it was Akatsuki's uniform, it was because he firmly refused to allocate funds to specially customize clothes for the guy in front of him. Anyway, Akatsuki's uniform is just a coat, so it's suitable for pretty much anyone. So he directly asked the Akatsuki leaders who brought Hayden here for dozens of sets, enough for him to change and wear. Ah, that's not the case. Hayden said with a grin. I just want to see if you're really an old man. Kakuzu sighed. He really had no way to deal with this chatterbox. He had to admit that this guy was the only one among all the people he had known who could potentially be his partner. He seized the Doton technique and gained eternal life. Most of the people from his era were pretty much dead, and sometimes he felt lonely. Yes, lonely. This word, which sounded very out of place for a notorious rogue ninja like him, was indeed the truth. Until he met this guy, Hayden's immortality truly opened his eyes. Maybe this guy could replace money and keep him company a bit longer. No, he actually compared the other person to money. It seemed this guy's worth was heavier than he thought. He let go of his hand and pulled back his left hand. Hayden had a triumphant look on his face and immediately took off his mask and forehead protector. After the other person scrutinized him for a while, Kakuzu finally had to put down his pen, take back the mask and forehead protector from him, and put them back on. He's not an old man after all. Sigh. I thought you wore that mask to avoid others mocking your age. Hayden expressed his disappointment at not seeing the scene he imagined. After Kakuzu put on the mask, he continued to pick up the pen and handle his affairs. Seeing that Kakuzu ignored him again, Hayden had no choice but to pierce himself to draw some blood, draw a symbol of the evil god cult on the ground, and then lie in the center, stabbing himself with a black thorn, enjoying his prayer time. Kakuzu didn't mind, allowing him to perform his so-called ritual in the office, even though he had no respect for the evil god cult. At this moment, a ninja knocked on the door, wanting to deliver the budget documents for the next quarter to Kakuzu. As soon as he entered, he was startled by Hayden, who looked like a murder scene. Don't mind that guy. Just put the documents here, Kakuzu said succinctly, gesturing for the other to bypass Hayden, who was in the middle of his ritual. If you disturb him, I want to take responsibility. Yes. The ninja immediately broke out in a cold sweat, scuttling along the edge of the office, placing the documents down before fleeing like the wind. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Hokage building in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze had received a report from Kakashi and was playing with the crystal ball. The Hyuga clan really didn't disappoint me. They indeed chose the Cloud Village as their next target. Saying this, Minato put away the crystal ball and sealed it with a sealing technique to ensure no one else could take it. Kakashi, what do you think? Minato asked his most reliable student with a smile. Konoha can temporarily advance into war drills to put pressure on the Cloud side. The Hyuga clan is right. The most anxious now should be the Cloud. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets and looking lazy, felt that he was becoming more and more like that guy, Kakashi, recently. But do you plan to re-accept the people of the Hyuga clan? Lu Dong stroked his chin. In fact, he didn't really want such a bloodline clan to be scattered outside. It would indeed be a great loss for Konoha. Even if the Hyuga clan were to pledge allegiance again and return to Konoha, they would still face suspicion from various factions, just like the Uchiha clan did back then. Perhaps we could make them branch off? Lu Dong suddenly thought of this idea. Since the system can free the caged birds of the branch family, why not leave the branch family behind and drive away the branch that is subservient to the main family of the Hyuga clan? He believed that the current Hyuga clan would definitely not want to leave easily, just like the Uchiha clan back then, and would not want to return to a life of hardship. Kakashi Itaki looked at him with admiration. Chapter 134. The Interweaving of Love and Hate. Caged birds are indeed a big problem. As long as there are caged birds, the branch family members will never be free. Kakashi Hitaki agreed with Lu Dong's proposal and believed it was worth a try. You don't have to worry about this. I can handle it, Lu Dong said with a confident smile, taking the matter upon himself. Kakashi Hitaki was somewhat puzzled and didn't understand how the other party had a solution. But years of mutual understanding had made him refrain from questioning his student's methods, choosing instead to trust him. All right, then this matter is up to you. With that, Kakashi Hitaki quickly issued Lu Dong a document for a secret mission. Lu Dong took over, and he knew that he was really going to be busy again. Alas, his leisure time was gone for good. On the Konoha side, they were reorganizing the ninjas, which naturally made the people of Kumogakure feel uneasy. Damn it, has the Hyuga clan still not budged? Raikage slammed the table and asked excitedly. If they couldn't get intelligence from Konoha, Kumogakure would undoubtedly lose this war. Yes, Lord Raikage. The Raikage secretary pushed up his glasses and calmly reported the situation. The Hyuga clan leader is currently dissatisfied with the conditions proposed by Kumogakure and wants us to add 2 more conditions on top of that. Add more? Raikage snorted coldly. As a stray dog from Konoha, what right do they have to make demands of Kumogakure? What they offered was already the standard treatment for ninjas in Kumogakure, and the other party was taking advantage of their bloodline limit to make such unreasonable demands. But unfortunately, they in Kumogakure were indeed coveting this rare bloodline. Why don't we temporarily agree to the Hyuga clan's request to trick them into giving us Konoha's intelligence? The Raikage secretary suggested quietly, saying that when the Hyuga clan really breaks away from Konoha, we can decide what conditions to offer later. This suggestion made Raikage's heart waver. This method was indeed feasible. However, the secretary's words took a turn. You also need to be wary of the Hyuga clan. What if they're pretending to break away from Konoha to trick Kumogakure into giving them intelligence? This twist of words made Raikage fall into a dilemma again. What the secretary said was not without reason. After all, the Hyuga clan had existed since the founding of Konoha. Would Konoha really be willing to let the Hyuga clan break away? And would the Hyuga clan really be willing to temporarily cooperate with an enemy that had once kidnapped their daughter? It felt a bit suspicious no matter how he thought about it. What do you think we should do? As Raikage, excelled in commanding wars and personal strength. But he was lacking in this regard and needed to listen to his secretary's opinion. At this moment, the secretary pondered for a moment and said, we can first send a ninja to pretend to agree, giving the other party false intelligence to test the Hyuga clan's true intentions. If the other party genuinely wants to cooperate with Kumogakure, then we can say that we acted cautiously and they should understand. The plan proposed by the secretary received Raikage's approval. All right, then this matter is entrusted to you. Thus, a day later, Hyuga Hizashi received a covert message from Kumogakure, saying that Raikage agreed to his request, but needed them to provide more intelligence about Konoha. Naturally, Hyuga Hizashi agreed. At this time, Hinata, who was studying theoretical knowledge in her room, saw her father smiling, as if he knew some happy news. Father, why are you suddenly so happy? Facing Hinata's sudden question, Hyuga Hizashi realized he couldn't appear too pleased. So he cleared his throat, burned the small note in his hand over the candle, and said, it's nothing, just that I see your theoretical knowledge has improved, and I am very gratified. Hinata rarely heard her father's praise and immediately beamed, her face turning red, and she continued to focus on her work, even more seriously than before. Hyuga Hizashi was in a good mood. Look, Konoha, even if the Hyuga clan is not here, they can still find a better place. He got up to take a walk, leaving Hinata in the room to continue studying. Until the evening, Niji appeared again in Hinata's room. He knew that as a boy. It wasn't appropriate to come and go from Hinata's room, but this was the best place to eavesdrop. Hinata had already figured out the time Niji usually came to her room, basically around midnight. In fact, she had also woken up when Niji came yesterday. But she didn't know what to do upon waking, nor how to choose, so she might as well choose to pretend to sleep, just acting as if she didn't know anything. However, this time, she was tormented by her inner thoughts and finally sat up when it was dawn, just as Niji was about to leave. This startled Niji. He didn't expect Hinata to be awake. Lady Hinata, I ask you to keep this a secret, Niji said coldly, showing no intention of letting her go, but rather commanding her. Okay, Hinata said softly, then tugged at her clothes and said, my father suddenly seemed very happy today, but he said it was because my studies had improved, so what? Are you trying to show off that you have a loving father? This was the reason why he didn't want to talk to Hinata. He really couldn't stand her always putting on this kind of attitude as a member of the main family. If she were from the main family, it would be fine to bully him like other members of the main family. Then he could hate them without any burden, yet she had to care about him, which made him feel quite disgusted. But he also knew that her concern was genuine, and not the kind of fake concern that was actually just watching him make a fool of himself. How infuriating. Why did this girl have to be a member of the main family, making things so complicated? But then he thought, well, with her submissive personality, if she weren't the eldest daughter of the main family, she would have been bullied beyond recognition long ago. Thinking of this, it was better for her to continue being a member of the main family. No, that's not it. Hinata, seeing that he misunderstood her meaning, immediately anxiously explained. I mean, I saw my father holding a note, but it didn't seem to be the kind of paper commonly used by the Hyuga clan. As she spoke, her voice grew softer. She also didn't know whether what she was doing was right or wrong. On one side was her cousin who suffered under family oppression, and on the other was her strict but blood-related father. What did you see that? Niji's eyes immediately sharpened as he clutched Hinata's shoulder, wanting her to say more. I forgot. Hinata lied, and Niji could tell, but he didn't plan to press her further and instead released his grip. Chapter 135. Wake up. This is a tracking mission. It was indeed as useless as usual. Niji couldn't be bothered to expose her clumsy lie, and as usual, he left with a cold. Sharp remark. Hinata sighed in relief when she saw that Niji didn't continue to question her. It seemed her acting wasn't too bad after all. Thus, she fell asleep again, believing that Niji had not discovered her lie. Niji, of course, was not idle either. He immediately went to investigate the whereabouts of the clan leader and Hinata, finding traces of their visit to Kimogakure. He quickly saved the evidence and, by noon the next day, returned to the large tree where Kakashi often took naps. You're here so early today? He saw Kakashi yawning, with a bit of sauce still at the corner of his mouth, clearly just finishing lunch. Niji pointed to the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had something on it, and then handed over the new evidence he had obtained. Lu Dong stuck out his tongue and licked the sauce at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Lin's cooking was indeed excellent, and he couldn't help but eat a bit more. Be careful not to ruin your figure. Even I won't be able to save you then. Lu Dong, did the improvements in my physical condition come from nothing? How could it possibly be affected by such a trivial matter? Not necessarily. What if? After Ning Si saw the other party take away the evidence, he couldn't help but ask, can I advance a bit more of my reward? Lu Dong was not surprised by these words. Instead, he smiled and said, it seems we think alike. He then tucked the evidence into his chest and walked over, leaning down to whisper something in his ear. Ning Si's expression grew serious, and he nodded solemnly. I will definitely persuade my father. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, Lu Dong said, and in an instant he returned to the tree. It was only after Ning Si's figure was out of sight that he left the tree and appeared in the Hokage's office. He placed the new evidence on the desk, and both Lu Dong and Minato Namikaze exchanged knowing glances, understanding what to do next. Kakashi, this is not the time to slack off, Minato reminded Kakashi, who was yawning, feeling somewhat helpless. This was a big issue concerning the relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha, and it might even spark the next Ninja World War. Yet Kakashi seemed unconcerned. I know, Lu Dong replied, his eyelids drooping. It wasn't that he wanted to be so sleepy. He had checked, and there was nothing wrong. So what could he do? I will complete the mission seriously. Saying this, he turned around, yawned, and left the Hokage's office. The Cloud Village was more anxious than the Hyuga clan, so they strongly advocated for both sides to meet as soon as possible. While exchanging information, they could also clarify whether the Hyuga clan was genuinely cooperating with the Cloud Village. Hyuga Hayashi did not think too much and directly agreed. Thus, on a moonless night, a ninja from the Hyuga clan stealthily left Konoha, heading to the meeting place. The reason the Cloud Village's people could enter Konoha was due to the heavenly sending technique. However, such matters were not suitable for internal affairs in Konoha, so only the Hyuga clan's members could head to the meeting location. The ninja followed the marked location on the map, proceeding cautiously, fearing someone might be trailing behind. Yet, despite his carefulness, he could not evade Kakashi, who had hidden all his presence. I didn't expect you had such a useful ability. Why didn't you let me use it sooner? Lu Dong said with dissatisfaction, completely unconcerned about the fact that he was stalking, because the system had already muted his voice. If only he had this trick back on the battlefield, he wouldn't have had to run back and forth with Lin to escape. Your level is too low. I can't activate it. Okay? That's not my fault. By the way, Yao Z, you mentioned that using this function has a cost. What is it? It's that after using it continuously for an hour, you'll fall into a deep sleep. Yao Z's voice was very calm, but it was indeed a thunderbolt for Lu Dong. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? He had already been away from Konoha for almost half an hour. He didn't ask. Yao Z's voice feigned innocence, which made Lu Dong even more furious. He really couldn't trust her. He wondered how such a useful function could be without a catch. And sure enough, there was a pit waiting for him. Stop using it. Stop it immediately. Lu Dong rolled his eyes. He immediately lightened his footsteps and entered a stalking state. If you stop now, the cost will be charged 20 minutes later. Are you sure you want to stop? Lu Dong swore that he must have heard Yayayozi's voice filled with laughter. Stop. He immediately called for a halt. As soon as he set off, he relied on his invisibility ability to get close to the Hyuga clan's ninja and took a glance at the map in his hand. They were almost at the location. 20 minutes should be enough. While hiding his clan's presence, he took out the imaging orb and set it to work. Just in case he suddenly fainted, it would be a waste to lose the tracking. At least he needed to save the footage. He had never failed since taking on missions, and if he stumbled on such a simple tracking task, he would go crazy. The device had been deactivated and was counting down. 1959, 59. Lu Dong glanced at the countdown and couldn't help but curse Yaoyorozu a few times. But what was more urgent now was the mission. He took action first, arriving at the location before that family ninja, setting up the imaging ball, and using branches for cover. Countdown. 0:03. 42. Finally, just 3 seconds before the countdown ended, he completed all the preparations. Yaoyorozu, my life is in your hands. Don't mess this up. As for what happened next, Lu Dong didn't know, because he had already fainted. Although Yaoyorozu enjoyed messing with her host, if he died, she would have to find a new host, which was more troublesome. So, she reluctantly used her invisibility function on Lu Dong. The cost being that he would have to sleep a bit longer. But this was better than being discovered by enemies. Thinking of this, Yaoyorozu couldn't help but feel that she was indeed a competent system, considering even this little help for her host. However, if Lu Dong were awake at this moment, he would definitely curse a few more times. At this time, the family ninja of the Hyuga clan had arrived at the location and was meeting with the people from the Cloud Hidden Village. Clearly, the other side only sent one ninja and no high-ranking officials were present. The two sides chatted back and forth, unaware that everything was being recorded by the imaging ball hidden in the shadows. Chapter 136. We are the confidence of Konoha while Lu Dong was on his mission. Naruto and Sasuke were not idle either, taking advantage of the night to leave Konoha. It wasn't until dawn that the two found a secluded place to set up camp. Is it okay for us to start fire here? Naruto said as he lit a fire starter and tossed it into the pile of firewood. Then, seemingly complaining, he said, and why don't you just use fire release directly? Sasuke, why do you need me to use a fire starter? Fortunately, Hinata was always worried about him and had given him a storage scroll full of various tools. He had carried this thing for so long, and this was the first time it had come in handy. He used to think it was a hassle to carry, but now he realized how important Hinata's foresight was. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to respond to Naruto's incessant chatter. He had heard enough of it along the way. This guy was still the same as before, unable to keep his mouth shut. Not long after they started the fire, the Cloud Hidden ninjas nearby noticed the smoke and immediately sent someone to gather intelligence. Finally, they were here. Naruto, who was studying whether the tomatoes in the pot were cooked, sensed the presence coming from all directions. He couldn't help but smile confidently and covered the pot. Sasuke, too, slowly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. A ninja wearing the Cloud Hidden headband emerged from the trees, clearly an elite jounin. Please present your identities, or Cloud Hidden will view this as a provocation and take violent measures. The leading Cloud Hidden ninja said sternly. After he finished speaking, he directed his gaze at Sasuke, who was standing coldly to the side, noticing the Leaf Village's rogue ninja headband hanging from his waist. He exclaimed, "You are rogue ninjas from Konoha." Naruto followed the other's gaze and saw the scratched leaf headband hanging from Sasuke's waist. "Sasuke, you're still wearing that headband?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't help but reminisce about the battle at the Valley of the End during their youth, where he had ultimately reclaimed his lifelong friend. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. With their strengths, they really didn't regard the Cloud Hidden ninjas as a threat. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "I thought you'd definitely say, I don't know how to pick my moments to talk." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and looked at Naruto. He indeed wanted to say that, but he felt that with the two of them here, those Cloud Hidden ninjas didn't pose much of a threat anyway, and it wasn't worth his effort. The leading Cloud Hidden ninja frowned as he watched the two chat as if they were the only ones present. Do they not take Cloud Hidden seriously? Naturally, Naruto, the nice guy, would never say such things. He quickly waved his hand to explain. No, it's just that are you really going to fight? I think you guys can't win against us." As he spoke, he flashed a bright smile. "If you happen to get hurt, that wouldn't be good. We don't intend to kill." The moment these words were spoken, they directly infuriated all the Cloud Hidden ninjas in the open and hidden. This was clearly a blatant contempt for Cloud Hidden. The leading Cloud Hidden ninja's nose flared in anger as he glared at Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's words. Then he stopped leaning against the tree root and slowly stood up. He placed his hand on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword, stroking it, but did not draw it immediately. He was contemplating whether these guys in front of him were worth drawing his Kusanagi sword for. Sasuke, let us not hurt anyone. Seeing him hesitate with his hand on the sword hilt, Naruto quickly shouted to stop him. Sasuke shot Naruto an annoyed glance. I don't need your nagging, dead last. How about we compete to see who knocks out more enemies? Naruto selectively ignored Sasuke's previous words and continued talking to himself. Sasuke was about to retort. Who would compete with you? When he saw Naruto charge ahead, swiftly taking down a hidden ninja. I'm gonna lead now, Sasuke. If I win, you have to eat Ichiraka ramen with me. Ignoring the speechless expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto declared this matter with a determined tone. Sasuke sighed and drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist. In a flurry of swordplay, he took down several enemies with the back of the blade, quickly catching up to Naruto's count. The leading cloud hidden ninja was taken aback. The two in front of him looked young, but their moves were extremely seasoned. They were handling so many cloud hidden ninjas with ease. As the blonde ninja had said, the two moved incredibly fast but didn't take any lives. He quickly made a judgment and led the remaining ninjas to take away those who had been knocked out. The other side showed no intention of pursuing. Seeing that they weren't actively attacking, they ceased their actions. The blonde ninja even glanced at the pot of tomatoes. Sasuke, the tomato soup is ready. After tasting it, Naruto felt it was the perfect time to savor it. The nearby cloud-hidden ninjas stared in disbelief at the scene that unfolded next. The black-haired ninja made a slight movement with his hand, twirled the sword gracefully, and then elegantly sheathed the Kusanagi sword. He walked over to the pot, took a bowl of thick soup from the blonde ninja, and began eating it with rice balls. It was as if they had just been in an intense battle right there. They looked like they were out for a picnic. They glanced at their own comrades, all unconscious, while the opponents hadn't even stirred a bit. The leading cloud ninja sighed, commanded them to retreat, and then deeply bowed to the two. He knew that if it weren't for their mercy, they might have suffered losses here. We will send someone to negotiate peacefully with you two later. And we hope you won't hold grudges. Naruto nodded, stuffing a rice ball into his mouth, looking like a starving ghost. It doesn't matter. This is just a morning exercise for me and Sasuke before our meal, Naruto said with a carefree smile, leaving the other side at a loss for words. And they could only leave reluctantly. As dawn broke, on the other side, the Hyuga clan's ninjas had already set off to return to the Hidden Leaf. Before being discovered, they returned to the Hyuga clan to report the situation to the clan leader. At this time, Lu Dong was gradually waking up. What the? It's already bright outside. Lu Dong couldn't help but think to himself as he quietly got up, wanting to check the situation. Everyone had already left, so he didn't need to be so cautious. Chapter 137, Smoke Bomb. Hearing Yayozi's voice, Lu Dong didn't feel at ease at all, fearing that the other party was setting him up. It wasn't until he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that both sides were gone that he put away the imaging ball. He looked at the already bright sky and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Yayozi, will this function really make me sleep for so long? No, but I was afraid you'd be discovered and die, so I helped you activate it for another hour. A considerate system like mine is hard to come by. Faced with Yayozi's self-praise, Lu Dong had two black lines on his forehead. All right then, since the task is already completed, there's no point in complaining about Yayozi. It's better to head back early. He tossed a military food pill into his mouth and set off, returning to Konoha around noon. At this time, Minato Namikaze was filled with worries because, logically, he should have seen Kakashi in the office by the morning and received the imaging ball from him. However, it was now nearly noon, and there was still no sign of him. Could it be that he was discovered by the Cloud Village or the Hyuga clan? His inner self told him to trust Kakashi, to believe in his student's abilities. But on the other hand, he was also afraid that other forces were secretly causing trouble. Just like what happened with Rin. Just as he was about to lose patience and go find out what was happening, Lu Dong pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Is teacher Minato not taking a break yet? Lu Dongbien said as he handed over the image ball in his arms. At this moment, Wave Wind Watergate was more concerned about his safety, stepping forward to check him from head to toe. Only after confirming that he had returned intact and uninjured did he feel relieved. Was there a problem with the mission? Why did it take so long to come back? Wave Wind Watergate took the image ball, also applied a sealing technique, and stored away. He was more concerned about what had happened during the mission that had delayed Kakashi's return. However, the other party gave him an unexpected answer. No, I was just too tired. I fell asleep on the way back, and that's why I'm late. The more Kakashi spoke, the more it seemed like the air pressure around Wave Wind Watergate dropped a notch. In the end, he spoke quieter and quieter. Wave Wind Watergate fell into silence, feeling restless in his office, worried about what mishap Kakashi might have encountered. As a result, this guy had just fallen asleep outside. He really didn't know what to say. Wave Wind Watergate took a deep breath, suppressed his personal emotions, and smiled. It's good that you're okay. Lu Dong felt that what he just saw should not be an illusion. It seemed that Minato was somewhat angry. Ahem, I won't do this again next time. He was also wronged. If it weren't for Yao Yaozi tricking him again, he wouldn't have come back so late. Really? Do you guarantee it? Kakashi Minato still maintained a smile, but it was obvious that his tone carried a hint of threat. I guarantee it. This is the first time Lu Dong has seen Namake's Minato speak in such a tone, so he instinctively voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this response, Namake's Minato nodded in satisfaction. You should go back and have some lunch too. Lu Dong immediately slipped away. He casually packed some food from shop by the roadside and went to have lunch with Lin, while also recounting Watergate's earlier attitude to her. Kushina was there too, and she couldn't help but laugh, saying that only you could make Watergate angry. So, Watergate really was mad, right? Lu Dong said helplessly. The Hyuga clan. After the news was brought back by the ninja from the main family, Hinata Hizashi felt a bit more at ease. He had been secretly directing the Hyuga clan to resolve internal matters as quickly as possible, ensuring that they could evacuate from Konoha before the war broke out with Kyomogakure. At that moment, someone knocked on Hinata Hizashi's room. A member of the branch family bowed respectfully and said, Clan leader, I have something to report to you. Hinata Hizashi frowned slightly. He usually didn't listen to the branch family's words. Only occasionally he would heed a few from his brother. However, he was also aware that there were many opposing voices within the Hyuga clan, and even the main family had begun to question his decisions. Even if he suppressed these voices with his authority as clan leader, they would not vanish. So he said gently, Speak. It was a good time to take advantage of such opportunistic people to help him understand the situation within the clan. The branch family ninja became a bit excited, feeling that he had made the right bet. His hands were tightly clasped in front of his chest, and his voice trembled a little. Yes, it seems that the branch family member Hyuganiji has been secretly plotting something. I've seen several times that he brought some branch family members into a room for discussions and even set up a soundproof barrier. Hinata Hizashi's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had always known that Hyuganiji was restless, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Good, you did well. Hinata Hizashi nodded slightly, praising him. I will remember you. What is your name? The man became even more excited and quickly said, Hyuga-in. All right, Hyuga-in. I need you to keep an eye on them. Once you have any news, remember to tell me. As he spoke, Hinata Hizashi took a waist token from his bosom and handed it to Hyuga-in. The other party hurriedly accepted it, his eyes revealing a desire for power. And this waist token just satisfied him. Meanwhile, Hyuganiji was not unaware of Hinata Hizashi's actions. Rather, one could say that the current situation was likely orchestrated by him. He was deliberately being exaggerated to draw people in. In reality, he had only called those people over to exchange ninjutsu or treat them to snacks. Until everything settled down, he could not tell anyone about this. Did he not know how many sycophants there were in the branch family of the Hyuga clan? Kyomogakure. This time's contact went smoothly, but this still needs your attention. The Reikage secretary pushed up his glasses and then handed a note to Reikage. Reikage's expression immediately turned ugly. Do you think the contents of this note are credible? His right hand tapped the table as he pondered the credibility of the note. We do not know who the owner of this note is, but they claim to be a member of the Hyuga clan and hope to use Kyomogakure's hand to break away from the Hyuga. The secretary handed over another document. After investigation, I've found that the internal system of the Hyuga clan is strict, and the branch family has been subject to the main family for a long time, which is indeed a fact. Reikage took the document and read it thoroughly, still uncertain in his heart. The Hyuga clan indeed had the intention to cooperate with Kyomogakure, but some branch family members said that the Hyuga clan was only deceiving Kyomogakure, actually wanting to secretly annex it. And what about the two Konoha ninjas that suddenly appeared outside Kyomogakure? Chapter 138. The Brothers of Morinai, Ibiki. The ninjas sent for negotiations also did not gain anything. The Reikage secretary sighed. Those two were very tight-lipped, and nothing could be learned from them, or rather, the black-haired ninja, named Sasuke, was very vigilant. The blonde ninja, on the other hand, was quite open and easy to gather information from. Several times it looked like they were about to learn something from the other party, only to be stopped by the black-haired ninja, postpone cooperation with the Hyuga clan, and observe for a while. Reikage couldn't help but rub his temples. Frankly, he found such mind-numbing matters hard to deal with. Understood. The secretary immediately executed the order and passed it down. Amigakure. Konan and her group also heard about the deteriorating relationship between Konoha and Kyomogakure and were very worried. They wondered if war would break out again. Yahiko sighed, his face filled with worry. Nagato and Conan felt the same. No one understood the cruelty of war better than they did. As long as there are people, there will always be conflict. This is an unchanging truth. Conan was folding paper cranes and said lightly, "This was a lesson they learned after going through so much." It was the same for both Amigakure and Konoha. Tragedy keeps repeating, and they have no power to stop it. They could only manage Amigakure to prevent it from war. Has Hanzo of the Salamander been a bit too quiet lately? Nagato looked out the window, watching the rain falling incessantly in the distance, feeling that something was off. The last incident should have left Hanzo of the Salamander severely weakened. He was likely recuperating now. Yahiko also did not believe that Hanzo would give up easily. He must still be plotting something in secret. But before the other side took action, they could still enjoy some peace. After all, they were unwilling to initiate conflict. Konoha, Lu Dong, who had just woken up from a nap, was called to the Hokage's office again. When he pushed the door open, he found a rarely seen figure already in the office. Senior Kakashi. The other party politely nodded to Lu Dong. Lu Dong looked at the still young Senna Ibiki and felt somewhat unaccustomed. In his impression, Senna Ibiki had already been that serious figure during the Chunin exams among the Konoha 12. Now, he seemed to be showing a trend towards that future demeanor, but still retained a bit more youthful spirit. Good afternoon, Lu Dong replied faintly. In fact, he wasn't sure who was older between himself and Senna Ibiki. However, he was currently in Elite Jonin, while the other party was still a Chunin, so he felt he could accept being called Senpai. Kakashi, I called you here because something very important has happened that requires your retrieval. Wave Wind Minato was unusually serious, and Lu Dong couldn't help but feel a shock. Whatever it was that made him take action to retrieve, it had to involve a core secret of Konoha. Sorry, Hokage-sama. Let me explain to Kakashi-senpai. Senna Ibiki stepped forward and took over the explanation. Wave Wind Minato nodded. Ibiki began to gesture with his hands as he spoke. Kakashi-senpai should know that many jutsu invented by the second Hokage were banned by the first Hokage. These documents are all stored in the archives, managed by dedicated personnel. During today's inventory, we discovered that several items have been stolen, although the thief was very skilled and did not take the original documents directly. I can confirm that they were indeed stolen. After this explanation, Lu Dong understood the situation. Have you figured out which faction did this? Lu Dong went straight to the point. At least he needed a direction for the investigation to pursue it. At this point, Senna Ibiki's expression suddenly turned grim, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he spoke up. Based on the chakra traces left behind, if I'm not mistaken, it should be my younger brother, Senna Ida. After saying this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that his defector brother would reappear before him in this form. He had originally intended to forget about it. Lu Dong was shocked by this information. Does Senju Tobarama have a younger brother? When did this happen? Is it an original plot for the TV show? Or is it a setting from the original work? Speaking of which, Naruto was something he used to watch, and there are some details he can't quite remember, only the general storyline and main plot. He couldn't help but rub his white hair, feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, and also to you, Kakashi-senpai, for causing you trouble because of my brother. Senju Tobarama's face was full of apology, with a hint of hidden reluctance beneath it. I know what my brother did is unforgivable, but I still want to request both of you. Could you spare his life? Even if he ends up disabled. As long as he lives, just bring him back. Senju Tobarama said earnestly, and Lu Dong couldn't help but feel moved. I understand, you don't need to worry. Lu Dong patted his chest and made a promise. He would definitely bring him back safe and sound. Senna Ibiki's eyes became moist, and he immediately bowed deeply to Lu Dong, thanking him. Thank you, Senior Kakadon. If in the future... Hey, don't say such things. Lu Dong immediately interrupted his speech. He did everything according to his own temperament. He did whatever he wanted. Helping Ri Xiangmingzi was like this, and helping him was the same, just to satisfy his own ideas. He didn't want to bear any gratitude, as that would be too heavy. Kakashi hated it the most when others said such things. Wolfing Shuemin understood his student best and said, if you want to thank him, it's better to bring back some local specialties when you go on a mission. Senna Ibiki awkwardly scratched the back of his head, then nodded to indicate that he would bring back specialties in the future. Lu Dong didn't waste any words and directly asked Watergate for the mission scroll, which Watergate had already prepared before he arrived. Which village did your brother escape to? Lu Dong asked, or is he a lone wolf, working alone? Before asking this question, he felt that the other party's brother should have gone to some ninja village to continue serving. After all, with Senna Ibiki's strength, he shouldn't be able to work independently, especially since his brother is younger than him. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the Akatsuki organization. The number of rogue ninjas capable of working independently is already quite small, yet the Akatsuki managed to gather so many. Sanai Ibiki handed the documents in his arms to Lu Dong, saying, "The information is all here. You can take a look yourself." Lu Dong was not polite either. After taking it, he left the Hokage office. Chapter 139. So you won't lose your paint. Lu Dong walked while reviewing the materials in his hands. When he saw the words Yuin written on it, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Why is Yuin causing trouble again? It seems this matter is also related to the mountain pepper fish, Hanzo. Before leaving Konoha, he sent a message to Yahiko and his group in Yuin using a carrier hawk. He specifically chose oiled paper to prevent the message from getting wet before it was delivered. Just before he left, an unexpected guy chased after him. Hey, white-haired kid, wait for me, Fade Wan said while carrying his blood scythe, but he didn't quicken his pace at all, looking quite aloof. Instead, Jiao Du behind him nudged him a few times, signaling him to move faster. If you really think that way, then walk a few steps quicker. However, Fade Wan wished they would walk a little faster so he could find an opportunity to slip away. With these two monstrous guys watching him, it was extremely difficult for him to even think about running. Jiao Du stepped forward and handed the mission scroll to Lu Dong, saying, "The fourth Hokage is worried about you, so he sent us two to help you." Lu Dong felt embarrassed. It seemed that this time Shuaimin was really angry. Not only did they not allow him to act alone, but they also sent two people along. However, Jiao was relatively reliable, so sending Fade Wan was really just to add to his troubles, wasn't it? Lu Dong crossed the corner and glanced at Fade Duan behind him. He saw him kick a stone by the roadside with all his might, but not only did the stone not fly away, he ended up hurting himself badly. He walked away. Lu Dong felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his forehead and decided to ignore him. Anyway, Jiao Du was still around, and he believed that Kakashi-sensei had paid Jiao Du enough money before assigning the task. "Hey, can't you two take care of your teammate whose feet hurt?" Fei Duan said angrily. Seeing that they really had no intention of waiting for him, he thought it was a good opportunity. However, before he could figure out an escape route, Jiao Du's hand, controlled by the Earth Grudge Fear, reached out and dragged Fei Duan forward by his collar. "Let go of me, Jiao Du." Fei Duan immediately struggled, thinking it would be better to let him walk properly. "If you can walk properly," Jiao Du retorted. Fei Duan pouted, grumbling a few words about Jiao Du, and finally decided to act cute. "All right, Jiao Du, I know I was wrong, just let me go." But he would dare again next time. Jiao Du stopped, glanced at him, then at Lu Dong. Seeing that Lu Dong gave no instruction, he retracted the hand controlled by Earth Grudge Fear. Phew! Fei Duan hurriedly ran up, chattering in their ears, and surprisingly didn't feel bored along the way. The fixed prayer ritual that the other party performed every day did slow them down a bit, but aside from Jiao Du complaining about the inconvenience, Lu Dong had never said anything and seemed rather curious about it. Thus, the following scene occurred. When Fei Duan woke up from the prayer ritual, he found a face right in front of him, which startled him. "Wow, Kakashi, do you have to scare me like this?" During these days of interaction, Fei Duan had finally learned to call Lu Dong by name instead of just white hair brat. Fei Duan suddenly sat up, and facing the curious gaze of the person in front of him, he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis rising. Lu Dong stroked his chin, curiously looking at Fei Duan, wanted to ask him how the black and white curse patterns on his body came about. In fact, he did just that. "Oh, you want to ask about this?" Fei Duan, sitting in the prayer formation on the ground, stretched his body and put on the Akatsuki cloak again. "Well, I'm not exactly sure, but it can be understood as a manifestation of a closer connection to Lord Evil God," Fei Duan said, showing a rare look of pride. Seeing that Kakadong was only interested in the Evil God cult, Fei Duan seized every opportunity to preach. "How about believing in Lord Evil God? He will bless you." His favorability towards Kakadong increased a few points, at least better than his favorability towards Jiao Du. After all, that old antique never knew how to write the word respect, and always looked down on understanding the Evil God cult. Sometimes he would even insult Lord Evil God. Seriously, why do you have to work with such a guy? After carefully examining for a while, Lu Dong finally made contact, touching Fei Duan's skin, then glanced at his palm. It turns out it doesn't fade, which resolved some of his long-standing doubts. Only when the characters from the animation truly stood in front of him could he feel a sense of reality. Fei Duan immediately adjusted his outer clothing and took a few steps back to stand behind Jiao Du. "Jiao Du, I apologize for my previous prejudice against you. I didn't expect that this Kakadon guy is even weirder than you." Jiao Du raised an eyebrow. To be honest, He was also a bit curious that it didn't fade. However, considering the other party's reaction, he decided not to mention it. Lu Dong saw Fei Duan quickly hiding behind Jiaodu, shrugged, and spread his hands. Weren't you not wearing a shirt before? We're all guys. What's the big deal about a little touch? He has not tried to take advantage of that guy. Forget it. After all, it's because of the admiration for the evil god that you would act this way. So I'll forgive you. Fei Duan muttered to himself, completely immersed in his own logic. Lu Dong and Jiaodu were too lazy to say anything. This was fine for him, as he had conquered himself. After some time, the three finally arrived at the outskirts of Rain Hidden. Ah, Rain Hidden again. This rain is really annoying. Fei Duan placed his hand on his brow and looked up at the sky. Even wearing a straw hat couldn't block much of the rain. It could only barely keep his upper body from getting too wet. Moreover, here was his shameful battle. If it weren't for those three guys, he wouldn't have ended up as a laborer for Konoha. You should adapt to the weather here as soon as possible, Jiaodu suddenly said. Huh? Why? Fei Duan looked confused. He felt every cell in his body screaming to get away from here. Because I will be responsible for managing the finances of the Akatsuki organization and Rain Hidden, and as my target to monitor, you naturally have to come a Rain Hidden. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan immediately became unhappy. No way. Why do I have to be with you? Can I go back to Konoha? To be honest, he preferred Konoha's environment over Rain Hidden, and he didn't even have to pay for food and drinks. Don't you dislike staying in Konoha? Jiaodu glanced at him and said ruthlessly. Fei Duan scratched his cheek with his hand, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Well, everything has its comparisons. I just prefer Konoha over Rain Hidden, Fei Duan said, looking at Lu Dong with hopeful eyes, hoping that this decision-maker would speak up and help him return to Konoha. Chapter 140, Dragged into the Water by Rock Hidden. Don't look at me. This matter is not my responsibility. Lu Dong crossed his arms, looking indifferent. This matter was arranged by the Hokage, and I have no authority over it. Fei Duan immediately became dejected, secretly vowing to find a chance to slip away. At that moment, as usual, before anyone was seen, pieces of paper came fluttering down from the sky. TCH, every time they make such a grand entrance. Do they really think they are messengers of the gods? Fei Duan muttered quietly, having no good feelings towards Yahiko and the others. Don't you know? In Amigakure, many people actually refer to Conan as an angel. Lu Dong looked up at Xiao Nan and said slowly, come down. My neck is sore from looking up. Okay. Xiao Nan immediately folded the paper wings and lightly landed on the ground. Lu Dong sighed, placed his hands on his hips, and patted Xiao Nan's shoulder, saying earnestly, this entrance is indeed quite cool, but since we have known each other for a long time, can we skip these pretentious things? Xiao Nan smiled and replied. It was Nagato who said that this kind of entrance has more momentum and can intimidate the enemy. Lu Dong was somewhat heartbroken. Could it be that the outfit was also designed by Nagato? Then he saw Xiao Nan nodding, confirming his suspicion. He couldn't help but cover his face. Where on earth did Nagato learn this sense of aesthetics? And that heavy makeup Xiao Nan had last time was also completely inappropriate. We don't really know, but it seems Nagato enjoys designing these things quite a bit. So Yahiko and I have left that aspect to him, Xiao Nan said somewhat shyly. Faden, standing nearby, immediately began to complain. The only good thing is that the materials are relatively high-end. Even if you wear it close to your skin, it won't feel uncomfortable. Xiao Nan shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet. Faden was startled and, recalling his previous defeat at the hands of the other, chose to stay silent for the time being. During Lu Dong's absence from the village, the Hyuga clan received news from the Cloud Village. Hyuga Hizashi clenched the note in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Even those within the clan could vaguely sense a surge of chakra, unsure of what was happening. Cloud Village, do you really think the Hyuga clan has no temper and can be toyed with that well? Hyuga Hizashi gritted his teeth as he spoke, almost killing the messenger ninja who had come with the news. After calming down several times, he finally suppressed the urge to strike and waved his hand, signaling the other to leave. The Cloud Ninja had already soaked through his clothes and crawled away in a hurry. Once the messenger had left, Hyuga Hizashi sighed, burned the note, and rubbed his temples. There had already been enough trouble within the clan these past few days. Why was there another issue coming from the Cloud Village? He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the other major ninja villages. Sunagakure was the first to be ruled out. Not only was its geographical environment poor, but it was also an ally of Konoha, so they would likely not accept the Hyuga's petition. Kirigakure, known for its bloody mist and the harm it brought to bloodline limits, was rumored to have changed under the current Mizukage rule. But it was still not a good place for a major clan like the Hyuga. That left Iwagakure, whose geographical environment was slightly worse than Konoha's but still quite good. It was said that the current Tsuchikage was also a bearer of a bloodline limit that had been eliminated. With no time to hesitate, he quickly drafted a letter and secretly sent it to Awagakure. Not long after, the letter arrived at Awagakure. Tsuchikage Mu picked up the confidential letter and handed it to his disciple Noki. Noki, take a look at this confidential letter and then tell me your judgment. Noki carefully took it, and upon reading the contents, his expression changed immediately. Teacher, in my opinion, this confidential letter is not trustworthy. Although Noki had quite a bit of ambition, he was also very cautious and would not recklessly start a war. The current Tsuchikage Mu nodded, satisfied with his disciple's answer. Awagakure was able to maintain its position in the ninja world not for any other reason, but because they could seize every opportunity to benefit from it. In his view, Konoha was at the top of the ninja world, making it a target for all. All factions in the ninja world were focused on Konoha, hoping for them to make a mistake so they could all rush in and share the spoils. The Cloud Village was located in the Land of Lightning, with a geographical position only second to Konoha, but the Raikage was a warlike and powerful figure. Unlike Konoha's peace faction, if a war broke out with the Cloud, it wouldn't end without both sides suffering heavy losses. Moreover, the Eight Tails Jinch Riki from the Cloud was particularly troublesome. As for the Mist Village, it should be about the same as Awagakure, but its reputation was even worse. Sunagakure had the worst geographical environment among the 5 great ninja villages, but this also contributed to its stability. Because it was poor and lacked resources, even if it was somewhat weaker, not many would actively target Sunagakure. I've heard that the relationship between Konoha and the Cloud is rapidly deteriorating and that war will break out soon. Sending such a letter at this time may not be without merit. Tsuchikage Mu took back the confidential letter from Naka's hands and expressed his views, indicating that, as his disciple, there was still much to learn. However, he also did not expect that the Mizukage, whom he had competed against all his life, would retire so early. Handing the Mist Village over to the next Mizukage, who was even a child, was truly incomprehensible. But the Mist Village had indeed shown signs of improvement under his governance. Perhaps there was something to learn from this, and he needed to quickly cultivate Noki to succeed him as the next Tsuchikage. He also paid attention to the new generation. Among them, Deidara showed great talent and was a promising figure. He could start making contact now. Such a good opportunity should not be missed. Mu summoned a ninja and had them draft a confidential letter to send back. Meanwhile, Hyuga was also busy, secretly gathering intelligence and compiling a list of the clan members and branch families with bloodline abilities. However, Kakashi-senpai had not been in the village these past few days, which made him uneasy. Although he learned from Obito-senpai that Kakashi was on a mission, he still felt restless. After all, Hyuga was still a child. Even though he was precocious, it was already impressive that he could endure such pressure. At that moment, Lu Dong, who was in the Rain Village, sneezed. Could it be that you're catching a cold from not adapting to the environment of the Rain Village? Are you that weak? Phaeton asked in surprise. After saying this, he sneezed himself, being the one wearing the least among everyone. Aren't you supposed to be immortal? How come you can still get sick? Chapter 141. Phaeton being used Phaeton rubbed his nose dissatisfied and said, I am immortal, but that doesn't mean I can't get sick. At most, I just won't die from it. He really did dislike the environment of the Rain Village. It was just too damp. It was hard to imagine how the people here managed to survive. If he died in the Rain Village, he would surely grow hair in no time. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine, making him rely even more on Kakuzu. After all, that guy's Earth Grudge fear was really convenient. He could always help him piece together the missing parts of his body. It's just that his expression was too foul. He always had to say a bunch of nice things before he would agree to help. We have received your message and are currently investigating the existence of this person among the others, Xiaonan said while walking with an umbrella. However, we haven't found any information about this person. They might be a confidant of Hanzo the Salamander. Lu Dong lowered his head and pondered. The Xiao organization couldn't find any intelligence, and it seemed that this mission would require some effort. Can you give me a set of clothes from Hanzo of the Salamander? I will infiltrate personally. I should be able to gain something. However, Xiaonan was a bit worried. During the previous war with the Rain Village, many people had seen your face, and if you go in like this, you will definitely be recognized. Lu Dong felt that Xiaonan's words made sense. Although he could utilize the system, who knew whether it would betray him this time? Suddenly, his gaze fell on Fei Duan beside him. He immediately felt that Hokage Minato letting Fei Duan follow him was like being able to predict the future. Fei Duan suddenly saw Lu Dong looking at him with shining eyes and immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, When Fei Duan appeared at the entrance of the Rain Ninja village with his blood scythe, he felt like a brick, just moved wherever he was needed. Oh, if you ask where he learned this saying, it was naturally from Kakashi. Along the way, Kakashi had also complained about not having time to slack off, saying he was simply too busy and that he had to be involved in any major events in the village. Fei Duan felt helpless, but what could he do? He was bound by others and had to follow orders. Fortunately, Kakuzu was someone who valued loyalty and didn't leave him to face everything alone. However, just as he was about to say something touching, he saw Kakuzu find a place to rest and sit down, completely acting like a bystander. Fine. Fei Duan swallowed the words he was about to say. Hey, people inside, listen. Fei Duan took a deep breath and shouted, I am Fei Duan, a follower of the evil god. If you don't want to be used as a sacrifice for the evil god, come out immediately. This shout was as loud as a bell, and even Hanzo the salamander, who was resting in his room, heard it. He suddenly sat up, a vicious light flashing in his eyes. He hadn't even sought trouble with the evil god cult yet, and they had come knocking on his door. At this moment, someone came to report. Lord Hanzo, not good. Someone is challenging us outside the Rain Ninja village, claiming to be a follower of the evil god. Hanzo frowned and kicked the messenger down. Do I need you to tell me? Am I deaf? It was really hard for him to keep a good temper with his stupid subordinates. If only there were more talents like Kakashi in their Rain village. How could they not rise? How could they be suppressed by the Akatsuki organization? He changed into clean clothes, feeling a bit better, and then saw the documents on his bedside, which made him show a rare expression of satisfaction. His subordinates were truly a bunch of useless drunks, unable to do anything well, not even as good as a rogue ninja from Konoha. One could only say that it was no wonder Konoha could cultivate geniuses like Kakashi. Not to mention, the legendary Sannin had also brought him considerable trouble. At this moment, Fei Duan was waiting at the entrance of the Rain Ninja village until the flowers were about to wither. These bastards. How long do I have to wait in the rain? I'm so angry. Fei Duan wildly swung his blood scythe, throwing it out and pulling it back, completely unconcerned about the presence of others. Kakuzu wouldn't be able to dodge this level of attack either. Finally, Hanzo the salamander appeared at the village entrance with a group of Rain Ninja. At first glance, he saw Fei Duan standing alone in front of the village, a cold look crossing his eyes, and then he saw Kakuzu not far behind him. As one of the few old ninjas still active in the ninja world, he naturally had dealt with a long-lived rogue ninja like Kakuzu before. Kakuzu, are you in cahoots with this guy? Hanzo stared at him, wanting an answer. If it were just Fei Duan alone, he could easily handle him. But Kakuzu was too elusive, and his intelligence was scarce. He couldn't act rashly, or he might be counterkilled. Speaking of which, he wasn't too young anymore. When the Sannin were still young, he was in his prime. But now that the Sannin had entered their mature years, he couldn't avoid aging. He could still deal with Jiraiya and Orochimaru before, mainly because they had fought many times and knew each other well, making it hard to distinguish between victory and defeat. But Kakuzu was indeed a mystery to him. That guy is my companion. Fei Duan nodded, acknowledging his partnership with Kakuzu. No, not really, just an acquaintance. Kakuzu also gave his answer at the same time. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Fei Duan exploded. Kakuzu, can't you give me some face in front of the enemy? Kakuzu showed no signs of emotion. I'm just speaking the truth. Hanzo then breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't on the same side, then the sins of the evil god, cult, deceiving me will be repaid by you. Saying this, Hanzo released a poisonous mist, and the surrounding ninjas wisely distanced themselves. Kakuzu's eyes slightly moved as he got up. Fei Duan thought he was going to make a move. Kakuzu, I'll handle this guy. Don't interfere. However, Kakuzu didn't plan to make a move at all. He simply turned around and leaped up to the top of a tree to breathe fresh air. Although he could force all the toxins into a single heart, that would be too wasteful. Replenishing hearts wasn't a simple task. TSK. That guy Kakuzu. Fei Duan pouted his lips and cursed a few more times. Hanzo saw that the other party didn't even dodge his poisonous mist and couldn't help but mock his arrogance. So far, only Chiyo from Sunagakure had been able to crack his poison, and no one had survived in his poisonous mist unprepared. Fei Duan stretched his neck. It was finally time to fight. He had been holding back. Saying this, he gripped his blood scythe tightly, listening for sounds and locating his enemy amidst the poisonous mist, directly swinging his blood scythe to attack. Chapter 142. Kakuzu. Are you really dead? Huh. Fei Duan had originally thought he was doing well. That last strike would definitely hit that guy, but his movements were noticeably slower than usual. Hanzo couldn't help but laugh at this moment. I've never seen someone as brave yet foolish as you, daring to stay in my poisonous mist unprepared. Truly arrogant. And you will pay the price for your arrogance. Hanzo didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to take advantage of the poison S effect to quickly end the other S life. He drew the knife from his waist and aimed it sharply at Fei Duan's neck. The opponent's head was directly severed. However, Hanzo also got injured, with his arm being grazed by Fei Duan's blood scythe, causing a scratch. But it didn't matter because he had already ended the battle. He let out a sigh of relief, retracted his poisonous mist, turned around, and said to his subordinates, "Clean up the battlefield." Then he fixed his gaze on Kakuzu, a bit wary. "Kakuzu, you're still not leaving? Do you want to fight me too?" "No, I'm just waiting for someone," Kakuzu said as he sat down on the treetop, holding a suitcase, looking like he was waiting for someone. Hanzo couldn't help but divide some chakra to sense the area and found no other ninjas present. But in fact, sensing wasn't his strong suit, so there might be mistakes, which made him become alert again. It doesn't matter. This is the Rain Village's territory. Even if there are reinforcements, I could just kill them again. Even if I can't kill them, I can still return to the Rain Village. Hanzo the Salamander confidently stated that. Based on his lifetime of combat experience, this could not be considered a threat. Jiaodu raised an eyebrow slightly, lowering his gaze towards Fei Duan, whose head was separated from his body, and said lightly, "Fei Duan, he said you were taken out? Is that true?" Just as Hanzo was about to mock the fact that someone was talking to a corpse, he suddenly heard a voice that shouldn't have been there. It hurts. Instead of watching the show over there, why don't you come help me sew my head back on?" Fei Duan's head was lying not far from his body, and all he could see was Hanzo's legs, completely unable to spot where Jiaodu was. He could only discern the direction of the voice. The ninjas present, including Hanzo, were startled. They had never seen anyone who could still be alive after having their heads severed. Could it even be considered alive? How could that be possible? Hanzo was very certain that he had indeed severed the opponent's head. In fact, the scene before him confirmed that. However, despite his vast experience, he had never seen anyone live on after having their head cut off. "You told me not to make a move." Jiaodu remained motionless on the branch. "When did I ever say that? Are you getting old and your hearing is bad? So you misheard?" Fei Duan laughed it off, pretending he hadn't said that. However, Jiaodu did not respond, and he could only quickly slide down to kneel. "I was just joking. Jiaodu, you're the best. Can you help me sew my body back together?" Jiaodu had anticipated this situation before coming. This guy was recklessly courting death, relying on his immortality. He jumped down from the tree and used his technique to stitch Fei Duan's head back onto his body. Finally back. Fei Duan moved his neck a bit. "Just reattach it, don't break it again," Jiaodu reminded him. It was hard to imagine how they fought before teaming up. Was it always this reckless? If it were just him alone, getting his head chopped off would mean he couldn't be put back together again. "Thanks, Jiaodu," Fei Duan said with a smile. Retracting the blood scythe he had stabbed into the ground, satisfied to see it still stained with fresh blood. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood, and black and white curse markings immediately appeared on his body, laughing maniacally. "Next, this is just the beginning of the great ritual." "It's too noisy." Jiaodu snapped back at him. Hey, can you not ruin the atmosphere while I'm looking this good?" Fei Duan's face twisted into a frown sigh. "Forget it. I know you won't listen anyway." After saying that, he pulled out a black stick from his pocket. Hanzo the Salamander immediately became alert, having released his poison mist once again, but it seemed that the two in front of him were not showing any signs of poisoning. "Great evil god, your loyal follower is here to offer a sacrifice." After saying that, he raised the black stick and stabbed it into his abdomen. The surrounding ninjas, fearing Jiaodu's threat, did not dare to approach. Seeing the enemy harm himself only made their pupils dilate in shock. However, the next second, Hanzo the Salamander suddenly couldn't stand, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen, his face pale, as if he had suffered the same injury. "What?" At first, Hanzo didn't react, but the next moment, he understood that it was a jutsu that could transfer damage. The medium for the technique must be his own blood. Damn it, he had been careless. "It's not over yet," Fei Duan said as he attempted to stab towards his own heart, but was stopped midway by Jiaodu. "Don't ruin my sacred ritual." This time, Fei Duan was genuinely angry. Usually, no matter how much he disrespected the evil god, he would only curse a bit. But the great ritual absolutely could not be interrupted. "Did you forget what that guy said before he left? We're here to gather intel." Jiaodu increased the pressure in his grip. "If you kill him, how will you gather intel?" "Ah, so annoying." Fei Duan, interrupted in his ritual, shouted loudly at the rain ninja on the other side. "Which one of you is Morino Ida?" Hurry up and come out. At that moment, there was a commotion among the rain ninjas, and finally, Mori no Ito was pushed out. Good, you come with me, and I'll spare him a life. Fei Duan nodded slightly, speaking proudly. Mori no Ito looked confused. He didn't understand what this guy from the evil god cult wanted with him. You have to let Lord Hanzo go first. He barely managed to keep calm, trying to negotiate with them. Fei Duan couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly stabbed into his left palm. In response, Hanzo the salamander also felt a piercing pain in his palm, and his face grew even uglier. If you still can't decide, next time it'll be here, Fei Duan said, holding the black stick up to the position of his heart, the distance growing closer and the time running out. I agree. Hanzo the salamander was the first to agree to his demands. After all, Mori no Ida was not a native ninja of their rain village. Sacrificing him in exchange for his own life was the most fitting choice. Chapter 143. The conclusion of Hanzo the salamander. Mori no Ida's eyes widened in shock when he heard Hanzo the salamander's unhesitating decision to give him up. His breathing became rapid. He never expected the other party would so easily hand him over. After all, he had just helped them steal the secrets of Konoha. It seemed the deal was done. Let's bring him back. Lu Dong raised an eyebrow slightly and signaled to Jiao Du with his eyes. Although Jiao Du was somewhat reluctant, he still complied with Lu Dong's wishes. Are you coming over on your own, or do you want me to bring you over tied up? Jiao Du moved his right hand, and Di Yuan was itching to make a move filled with threats. San nai das min drujit. But he couldn't think of a way out in a short time. Hanzo of the salamander, aren't you afraid that I'll return to Konoha and expose all your secrets? He was still making a last-ditch struggle. Hanzo of the salamander sneered. This guy wasn't even worthy. The information he could know was just trivial. Kid, since you can betray Konoha, you can naturally betray me too. Did you think I wouldn't realize that? He had been on guard against this kid for a long time. Hanzo of the salamander's ability to control the rain village relied not just on strength, but also on means. Damn it, you bastard. Sunai Ida was still too inexperienced, being toyed with by Hanzo of the salamander. Jiao Du, on the other hand, was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly extended his right hand, grabbing the opponent's neck and pulling him over. You say I'm too rough, but aren't you the same? Fei Duan remarked as he watched Jiao Du pulling the person over by the neck, their feet leaving the ground. I have a better grasp of the situation than you do. Jiao Du held Sunai Ida up and glanced at Fei Duan. Huh, you can hear me from that far away. That's really creepy. Fei Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly just muttered that. And Jiao Du heard him? Jiao Du then put down Sunai Ida, using Di Yuan-Yu's threads to bind his limbs, ensuring he couldn't escape. But if we're talking about creepy, the one who can command us to do things must be the creepiest of all, right? Fei Duan said something that Jiao Du agreed with for once, and their gazes both fell on Lu Dong, waiting for him to speak. Since you've already got the person, can you let me go now? Hanzo of the salamander's tone was pleasing, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. No, no, you're my sacrificial offering. Fei Duan swung his blood scythe, creating a metallic clanging sound. The Rain Village people immediately became anxious. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to go back on your word? Konoha's ninjas are so untrustworthy. Fei Duan scoffed, pointing his blood scythe at them, and said, You guys listen up. I'm a disciple of the evil god cult, a rogue ninja from the hidden hot water village. Not a Konoha ninja. Hanzo of the salamander's expression also turned grim as he looked at the core figure among them. Lu Dong. Is the descendant of Konoha's White Fang really going to break the contract? Lu Dong was feeling drowsy at that moment, yawning with a tear at the corner of his eye caused by sleepiness. To think that using this reason would make him hesitate was a misjudgment. After all, we haven't signed any contract, have we? Lu Dong shrugged, looking indifferent. The people from the evil god cult want to take you as a sacrifice. But this Konoha has nothing to do with it. Upon hearing this, Fei Duan nodded, thinking that Kakadon was quite reasonable, considering there was a sacrifice involved. He wouldn't hold it against this guy for making him work for so long. However, after this time, he must leave Konoha. What do the followers of the evil god cult count for in Konoha? He should be out spreading the word. Fei Duan smirked, aimed the black scythe at his own chest, intending to deal a fatal blow to the other party. Stop. The Rain Ninja surrounded Fei Duan, encircling him. They didn't dare to recklessly use ninjutsu. But if they used their bodies to block the other party's actions, it wouldn't harm Lord Hanzo. Damn it. Kakazu, come help. And Kakadong, why are you taking 2 steps back? Fei Duan looked at those ninjas who didn't dare to make a move, only daring to use the most primitive methods to stop him. But they had the advantage in numbers. Even just one arm had 3 people restraining him. I'm not interested in your ritual. Kakuzu lifted Senju Itachi and turned to leave. His task was only to assist Kakadong in capturing Senju Itachi. He wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Kakuzu. Fadewan saw him really about to leave, not pretending, and immediately panicked. I'll give you this guy's corpse after the ritual. Shouldn't he be worth a lot at the exchange office? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu indeed stopped, revealing a rare expression of surprise. You actually know about the exchange office. That is not easy. Anyway, come help. Get them out of my ritual. Fadewan struggled. Even though his strength was greater than that of an ordinary ninja, 3 punches couldn't compete with 4 hands. Kakuzu glanced at Lu Dong, and seeing him nod, he threw the person to the ground and, using a body flicker technique, appeared behind Fadewan. In just a few swift moves, he took down over 10 enemies, and only then did he feel relaxed. Hanzo the Salamander couldn't help but curse his subordinates for being so useless. Among so many people, not even one with the strength of a Chunin. Even with such numbers, they couldn't last a single move against a seasoned ninja like Kakuzu. Just as Fadewan was about to make another move, the Akatsuki organization arrived and called for a halt again. Please stop. Conan was the first to appear, followed by Yahiko and Nagato. Hanzo the Salamander is a Rain ninja. Can we handle him? Yahiko said sincerely. If they could publicly execute Hanzo the Salamander, their supporters would surely outweigh the conservatives. Seeing the 3 guys who had separated his head and body last time, daring to ask him for a sacrifice again, Fadewan immediately exploded. Who do you think you are? Daring to snatch sacrifices from me? At this moment, Lu Dong nodded. Let them have it, Fadewan. Losing 1 sacrifice isn't a big deal. With Lu Dong's approval, Yahiko and the others immediately acted, writing a sealing technique on Hanzo the Salamander. When they were in Konoha, they had learned sealing techniques from the 4th Hokage's wife, and now it came in handy. Hey, you guys. Fadewan instantly went crazy. That was his sacrifice. He really couldn't hold back anymore. Fadewan retracted the curse on Hanzo the Salamander and swung his blood scythe towards Lu Dong. Chapter 144. Yao Yaozi has another identity? Bastard. If I'm not angry, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Fadewan rushed forward in anger, scythe in hand. The 3 members of the Akatsuki were startled and hurried to help, but the sealing technique still needed to be strengthened. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was watching the show with a look of enjoyment. Of course, whose show he was enjoying was self-evident. Lu Dong didn't expect Fadewan to suddenly make a move, but with the system in hand, he naturally wasn't afraid. He even stood still without taking action. Ding! Analysis complete. Analysis Skill 1, Mental Power Limit 3, Physical Fitness 3, Analysis Attribute 2. Enter battle mode? Enter. Lu Dong couldn't help but marvel at how reliable Yao Yaozi was this time. I've always been reliable, okay. Yao Yaozi's voice echoed in Lu Dong's mind, just as he dodged Fei Duan's swift scythe attack. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked Yao Yaozi, if Fei Duan takes my blood, can he curse me? Of course not. Do you think I'm that weak? As Yao Yaozi said this, Lu Dong even imagined her looking dumbfounded. You're questioning my strength. If you keep this up, I won't help you anymore. Isn't it because you're usually so unreliable? Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked about this. All right, I won't ask again. For the sake of his own life, he decided to back down for now, especially since he shouldn't argue with a woman. Thinking of this, Lu Dong couldn't help but sigh. While others traveled to different worlds and had loving relationships with their systems, which helped them dominate the world, he ended up with such a quirky system. This isn't my fault. Who told you to be a lazy bum? Yao Yaozi snorted coldly, indicating that he shouldn't put all the blame on her. Lu Dong clicked his tongue. This guy Yaozi was peeking into his inner thoughts again. I have privacy too. Can you not pry into it without permission? Just as he was arguing with Yaozi, in the real world, Fadewan saw Kakashi dodge his attack and let out a sigh. It was obvious that he wasn't taking Fadewan's attack seriously, and his movements became even faster. However, at this moment, Lu Dong, who was unaware that he had further angered Fadewan, returned to the real world and saw his body automatically dodging Fadewan's attacks. Suddenly, he regained control, switching from automatic mode back to manual mode. Fadewan's eyes lit up instantly. He pulled out a black rod from his pocket with his left hand, pressed a button, and then aimed it at Lu Dong's shoulder. Lu Dong dodged slightly, only allowing his opponent to scratch his skin. At this moment, Fei Duan also stopped, no longer chasing like before. Xiao Du, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling that something was off. Based on his understanding of Kakadong, that last attack shouldn't have been avoidable. Fei Duan looked at the blood on the tip of the black stick, suddenly put his hand to his forehead, and then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You guy, You've indeed fallen into my hands." As he spoke, he turned his head and brought the black stick to his lips, licking the blood off the tip. His body was instantly covered with black and white patterns again. Without saying a word, Fei Duan immediately stabbed the black stick into his own leg. He didn't intend to attack a vital point, because he wanted to keep the opponent for a slow play. It would be very interesting to have him as a sacrifice. However, when he stabbed into his leg, intending to watch the pain appear on the opponent's face, he found that the other party actually showed no reaction. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that Lu Dong was just too tolerant. So far, no one had been able to escape the curse of the evil god, and this guy in front of him was no exception. Thus, in disbelief, he pierced the other leg with the black stick, but again, the opponent showed no reaction. At this moment, Yao Yaozi also saw Fei Duan's expression and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. He doesn't really think that whatever evil god can compare to me, does he?" Lu Dong squinted his eyes and asked, "So what kind of god are you?" "Of course, I am the Great." Hearing the muted, beeping sound, Lu Dong's expression darkened. He had already suspected that Yao Yaozi's identity was more than just a system. After all, from the system's perspective, Yao Yaozi was not qualified at all. He didn't expect that by asking, he would actually get a response out of her. However, whether the muted sound was due to Yao Yaozi realizing the issue herself or caused by a superior existence was still unknown to him. At this moment, Fei Duan had already stabbed himself 4 times, yet Lu Dong was completely unaffected, even appearing to be in trance. Mi Yin and the others finally felt relieved upon seeing this. Kakuzu watched Lu Dong with great interest, knowing that this guy was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of retreating when they first clashed. But he really didn't know that Lu Dong was immune to Fei Duan's curse. Could it be that this guy's blood was different from others? His father was Konoha's White Fang. Could it be a hidden bloodline trait inherited from his mother? Just as Kakuzu was lost in thought, Fei Duan, in a fit of rage, threw the black stick to the ground, completely losing his composure. He ruffled his gray-white hair, but couldn't figure anything out. "Damn it, why doesn't the curse of Lord Evil God work on you?" He yelled angrily, which pulled Lu Dong's thoughts back. Lu Dong scratched his head, looking completely out of it, and indeed was in a state of distraction. Fei Duan, whose brain rarely functioned well, suddenly exclaimed, "Could you be a fragment of Lord Evil God?" This reasoning instantly convinced Fei Duan himself, and he stroked his chin, nodding. "If you are one of the fragments of Lord Evil God, then it makes sense." Xiaonan, confused by Fei Duan's line of thought, asked, "Why a fragment of the evil god? Logically, if one is not cursed by the evil god, shouldn't they be an angel or some kind of righteous messenger?" Fei Duan immediately exploded, pointing at Lu Dong and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "If such an annoying guy is a messenger of justice, then I feel sorry for the god of justice." Xiaonan and the others fell silent. This judgment carried a bit of personal opinion. However, they were too lazy to argue about it further. If this reasoning could keep Fei Duan quiet, then it wasn't a bad approach. Lu Dong sighed and said, "Release." As his words reached everyone's ears, the black and white patterns on Fei Duan's body disappeared, and even the formation beneath his feet vanished. This situation made Fei Duan even more convinced that the other party, like himself, was a fragment of the evil god. Chapter 145. The so-called fragments of the evil god. After confirming this matter, Fei Duan's attitude towards Lu Dong underwent a subtle change. Since they were both fragments of the evil lord, they naturally could not kill each other, as that would violate the teachings of the evil god cult. So he could only comply. It was truly a pity that he couldn't personally savor the taste of that guy's suffering. On the side, Jiao Du was even more amazed by Kakadon's abilities, but he wasn't very trusting of Fei Duan's claims, believing that the other party must be hiding some abilities. He was holding a briefcase in one hand while carrying Sun Aida, and stepped forward to ask, "So what is this fragment of the evil god?" Fei Duan immediately retorted ungraciously to Jiao Du, "It's the great fragment of the evil god, not just something." Those missionaries conducted experiments on their followers, and only those who successfully fused with the fragments could attain immortality. At this point, Fei Duan felt quite proud. After all, he was the only one among that group who could accept the fragments, and was accepted by them. "So you're the successful follower? What about those people?" Jiao Du really wanted to ignore the smug expression on Fei Duan's face. Fei Duan shrugged and bent down to pick up the blood sickle and black stick, saying, "They all died because they couldn't handle it. Only I can fuse with the fragments." Those guys actually wanted to use the test subjects to find a way to fuse the fragments into themselves, but they didn't expect me to fuse so well. They crazily tried to take the fragments back from me, but it was useless because the fragments only recognized me. Saying this, Fei Duan pointed to himself. Those people all died during the experiments. This was the first time Jiao Du heard this guy talk about his past. He had always known that this guy worshipped the evil god, but he didn't know the reason and wasn't interested in asking. Learning this by chance today gave him a slight understanding of why this guy was so loyal to the evil god. Perhaps he felt needed and recognized. However, according to this logic, was Kakadong also a fragment of the evil god? That didn't seem right. Jiao Du's gaze, filled with doubt, fell on Lu Dong. Seeing Jiao Du's gaze, Fei Duan understood what he was thinking and mumbled. Who knows what that guy's situation is? But according to the teachings, the only ones immune to curses are other fragments of the evil god. Fei Duan was feeling troubled. First, he was looking for sacrifices. Then he got beaten up by a group of people and was sent to Konoha. Once in Konoha, he became a tool, moving wherever he was needed. Even Jiao Du had a commission, but what about him? He had nothing, just working for free. Then, while working for free, he discovered a good sacrifice. But the ritual was interrupted several times, and in the end, the sacrifice was snatched away. He wanted to solve the problem with violence, only to find that it couldn't be resolved. Fei Duan said he needed some peace. Ever since he met this group of people, nothing good had happened. At that moment, reinforcements from the Rain Village finally arrived. Xiao Nan and the others immediately blocked the Rain Village ninjas. Kakadong, you all leave first. Leave the matters of the Rain Village to us. Lu Dong nodded. He had been trying to call Yaozi, but his mind was met with silence. Jiao Du walked over to Fei Duan, who was sulking in the corner, and kicked him with his foot. Get up, it's time to go. Don't bother me. Let me be alone for a while, Fei Duan replied. Jiao Du didn't continue to persuade him, but extended his right hand, hanging the suitcase on the line of Di Yuanyu. With his right hand, he grabbed Fei Duan's ankle and dragged him away. Jiao Du, what are you doing? Let go of me. This is so embarrassing. Fei Duan, who had been sulking, felt something on his foot, and before he could react, he was pulled away by Jiao Du. He immediately protested, but Jiao Du had learned to ignore Fei Duan's complaints. However, after walking for a while, Fei Duan found that this wasn't so bad, so he simply changed direction, facing upwards, and let Jiao Du lead him. The minor injuries from the bumpy road healed quickly, and he didn't have to worry at all. Once Jiao Du noticed his intention, he readily let go of his grip and even handed the Sanai Ida over to Fei Duan. Fei Duan also had a plan. After taking a bit of the opponent's blood, he untied the Di Yuanyu line from his leg. It's useless to run away. I'm very happy to have a new sacrifice, Fei Duan said with a smile. This scared Sanai Ida quite a bit. Having learned from the example of Sanjiao Yuhan's, he naturally knew what to do. As they entered the borders of the Land of Fire, they encountered a familiar face. Long time no see, the other party greeted first. Scorpion. Lu Dong was somewhat surprised, not knowing why Scorpion would appear here. You didn't defect again, did you? In response to this question, Chio, who appeared behind them, provided an answer. This old woman is not so useless as to let her grandson defect twice. Even after resolving their grudges, Chio still had that unwilling demeanor to speak properly. We received the alliance order from Konoha and came to provide support. This time, it's just me and Scorpion, along with a few Chunin. Before Lu Dong could ask anything further, she clarified the situation. Lu Dong was clear that if the Leaf Village were to go to war with the Cloud Village, then the Sand Village would inevitably be drawn in as well. Wow, Kakuza, look, this guy's hand is actually fake. Haiden exclaimed, pointing at Scorpion. I can see that. No need to be so loud, Kakuzu replied nonchalantly, already used to Haiden's personality. Who are these people? Chio squinted her eyes slightly. She saw that they were wearing the same clothes as Scorpion. Could they all be from the Akatsuki organization, all rogue ninjas? Don't mind them. We need to go back and report our mission. Let's go. Lu Dong glanced back at the angle and Fei Duan behind him. To be honest, it was hard to explain clearly in a short time, which would only add to the trouble. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling the two to follow. However, to his surprise, CS suddenly grabbed the hem of his clothes and said, Wait a minute, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Dong was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Fong Ju to talk to him. After they walked a little further away and confirmed that they couldn't be heard, CF finally spoke. Thank you. If it weren't for this person in front of him, he might never have had the chance to see his parents in this lifetime, let alone live with them for so long. I didn't see your parents. Did they not come? Lu Dong looked around, but did not see the two people who had been reanimated by the impure world reincarnation. Scorpion said softly, I had that Orochimaru release the impure world reincarnation technique. This surprised Lu Dong even more, as he wondered how Scorpion's parents managed to bring about such a significant change in him during this time. After all, Scorpion had once been deeply obsessed, easily hurting himself and others. Chapter 146. Scorpion's release. They were already deceased. They should not be forcefully kept here. Scorpion said these words very calmly, as if he had already let go of some inner turmoil. Lu Dong's mouth curled into a light and satisfied smile as he nodded. He then looked back at Chiyo, who was staring intently at Fei Duan, as if afraid these guys would snatch away her precious grandson. Grandma always thinks too much. She had noticed Chiyo's expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lu Dong suddenly felt that Scorpion's expression seemed richer than before. So are you planning to stay in Awagakure? Lu Dong asked. Scorpion lowered his eyes, a hint of melancholy passing through them. Flowing raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. It seemed that even if he could rationally let his parents go, emotionally he would still miss them. I don't know where I can go, but at least there are traces of my parents' lives in the room in Sunagakure, Scorpion slowly said. In fact, he also didn't know what he was going to do. It was the same before. That's why when the Akatsuki invited him, he joined. After living with his parents for a while, although it was brief, he felt that there was still warmth in this world. That's pretty good. No responsibilities, no burdens. Lu Dong rested his hands behind his back, gazing at the blue sky and the now-changed Scorpion in front of him. Unlike him, who had too many things to deal with every day and no time to slack off, just living on, he would always encounter interesting things. Just like how you met me, and I brought your parents back to you. Sorry, Orochimaru, for borrowing your line. At that moment, Orochimaru sneezed in the laboratory, feeling a chill down his back. He looked back but saw no one, so he continued with his experiments. His space-time ninjutsu had been researched to a mature level. He should be able to send people back stably. However, they weren't rushing him, nor did they want to speak up first, as it was more interesting this way. Seeing that Watergate guy in a bind was one of his guilty pleasures. He couldn't help but think of Kakashi. Could it be that he was mumbling about him? At that moment, Kakashi and Scorpion exchanged a few more words and confirmed one thing. Even if he would leave Sunagakure in the future, he would not do anything detrimental to Konoha or Sunagakure. Lu Dong looked up and down at Scorpion, unsure of how much he had transformed his body. If he was still like before, with his entire body already a puppet structure, then he still had a long time ahead of him. After bidding farewell to the reinforcements from Sunagakure, Lu Dong quickened his pace. Since the reinforcements from Sunagakure had already arrived, the battle with Kumogakure was likely about to break out, and he needed to return quickly. The mess over at the Hyuga clan was still waiting for him to clean up. As for Kakuzu and Haiden, it goes without saying that ninjas of this caliber could easily keep up with Lu Dong's speed, which was a struggle for Senju Itachi. He couldn't dare to run. After all, his blood was still in Haiden's hands. Moreover, besides Haiden, there were two powerful ninjas watching him. According to Hanzo, the one called Kakuzu seemed even more difficult to deal with. Thus, he could only desperately chase after the pace of the three of them. Finally arriving at Konoha by noon the next day, feeling like he was about to collapse. As soon as he resolved the matters here, he sent a letter to Konoha. However, he arrived half a day earlier than scheduled, and Senju Itachi was already waiting at the gate. He was seen anxiously pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, as if rehearsing what he should say when he saw his brother, until he was startled when Kakashi and the others approached. Kakashi-senpai, Senju Itachi quickly said, and then his complex gaze fell on Senju Itachi behind them. Lu Dong pointed to Sun Nai-Ita behind him and said, "Here, I brought him back safe and sound. Thank you, Senior Kakadong, for your mercy." Sun Nai-Ita, she immediately bowed, and the moment their eyes met, both quickly looked away. Sun Nai-Ita, she recalled his previous thoughts. He wanted to treat his younger brother fairly, as befits his identity as an interrogation ninja. He also thought about the hardships his brother might have faced over the years, especially since their parents were no longer around. He should take on the role of an older brother and show concern for him. However, at this moment, the rehearsed words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a thing. "Hey, you should thank me too, if it weren't for me holding back. This guy would have long become a sacrifice for my evil god." Fei Duan, of course, was oblivious to the atmosphere and didn't understand the bond between brothers. He only knew that he had been humiliated by Kakadong, but he couldn't walk away empty-handed. So this guy in front of him became his target for exploitation. It was Sun Nai-Ibashi's first time speaking to Fei Duan, and he felt a bit tense, cautiously asking, of course, "May I ask what you need? As long as it doesn't violate. Help me find a new sacrifice." Fei Duan was still thinking about the sacrifice that had been taken from him. It was impossible to get it back from Kakadong, so he had to find another way. A sacrifice? Sun Nai-Ibashi's expression turned a bit unpleasant. He didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Did he want him to find some pigs, sheep, or cattle? Lu Dong sighed, covered Fei Duan's mouth. and pulled him towards the village. You don't need to listen to his nonsense. Lord Hokage will solve this problem. So Lu Dong brought the struggling Fade Wan into the village, while Kakuzu silently followed behind them. Only Sanai Ida and Sanai Ibiki remained there, and after a while, Ibiki finally spoke up. Lock him up in the cell. I'll interrogate him myself. Yes. A nearby ninja immediately took action, and the sealing team also stepped forward to seal him, preventing him from escaping. At that moment, Fade Wan finally broke free from Lu Dong's control. Even though we are both fragments of the evil god, that doesn't mean you can command me. Be quiet, Fade Wan. Kakuzu had already sensed the gazes coming from all directions. He wasn't too fond of being exposed in front of others. All right, how about I treat you to some barbecue? Lu Dong couldn't help but facepalm. Fade Wan's personality couldn't simply be subdued with force. Psychological tactics were necessary. I can eat whatever I want. Fade Wan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When he went with Kakuzu, Kakuzu never ate and even restricted his food intake, claiming it was due to insufficient funds. In his view, Kakuzu was just too stingy. He had long heard that the other party was a bounty ninja, earning tens of millions from just a single mission. Lu Dong nodded and said, "Eat whatever you want, it's my treat." He had previously learned from the reports of the Umbu that Fade Wan was extremely fond of a certain barbecue restaurant and went there almost every day. Fade Wan immediately jumped 3 feet high, pulling Jiao Du and Lu Dong towards that restaurant. Wait a minute, I need to report the mission to the Hokage first. You can go ahead, and I'll come and help you settle the bill after I'm done here. Chapter 147, The Resonance of Foodies. Fade Wan rushed into the barbecue restaurant, and the staff were already used to it. At first, the people in the restaurant were nervous and even afraid to take his orders. Now, they were as familiar as could be. Seeing Fade Wan at the front, they knew Jiao Du had come along too. They immediately arranged a quiet table for the two. The waiter asked skillfully, "Is it the same as before?" After sitting down, Fade Wan casually placed his blood scythe beside him and, with a grand gesture, said, "No. Bring me one of everything on your menu. You can serve 2 portions of meat." He flashed a devilish smile at the waiter. This time someone was treating him, and he was determined to make that white-haired kid pay. "Oh," the waiter raised an eyebrow, surprised that Fade Wan was being so extravagant this time. "Did you finally persuade Jiao Du to foot the bill for you?" The waiter's gaze fell on the calm Jiao Du, who usually paid the bills. TCH. With Jiao Du's stingy personality, how could that be? Fade Wan glanced at Jiao Du sitting opposite him, his tone filled with disdain. "I really don't understand why you're so obsessed with money. Can't you just earn more when you run out? Once you're dead, you can't take that money with you to the underworld. What's the point?" Jiao Du responded to Fade Wan's question in a bland tone. "I also think your preaching is pointless. I advise you to show a little mutual respect." The waiter immediately interjected, "If you two are going to fight, please take it outside. Don't cause a scene in the restaurant." Jiao Du replied indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't make a move." After all, he had paid for the repairs to the barbecue restaurant last time. Fade Wan clicked his tongue, feeling that he really couldn't get along with Jiao Du before long. Dishes of food began to come in a steady stream, and the table couldn't hold any more. Fade Wan quickly poured the meat from the plate onto the grill. That's right, he poured it. After a wait, it was finally cooked. Fade Wan hurriedly picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Jiao Du also picked up his chopsticks, lowering his mask with one hand to put a slice of meat in his mouth. Fade Wan immediately became dissatisfied. Hey, you want to eat your own grilled meat. Don't take the ones I cooked." Jiao Du ignored him and continued eating. Fade Wan didn't care about him either, enjoying the sensation of tearing through the meat like a predator. It wasn't until he couldn't fit any more in his stomach that he finally set down his chopsticks. Burp! Fade Wan let out a satisfied belch, his face full of contentment. Ever since leaving the Soup Ninja Village, this was the first time he had eaten so much. Moreover, the portions at this restaurant were generous. Every bite of meat made him feel as if he was biting through life itself. Jiao Du looked at the remaining 10 or so plates of meat and couldn't help but be amazed at Fade Wan's appetite. There were at least dozens of plates of meat served, and he had only eaten about 3 plates, while all the rest had been devoured by Fade Wan. He was very glad he had never satisfied Fade Wan's requests. Otherwise, he would definitely have gone bankrupt. Meanwhile, Lu Dong had just finished reporting this mission in the Hokage's office. Senju Ibiki expressed his gratitude once again. Lu Dong stroked his chin and said, "If you really plan to thank me, why not help me settle the bill at the barbecue restaurant? If I guessed correctly, that guy Fade Wan ordered every dish just to have a big feast. If you haven't had lunch, it would be a perfect solution. It would also avoid food waste." Sanai Ubixi nodded. This was the reason he appeared here. When he saw the entire table filled with dishes, and even the staff brought in 2 extra tables for the plates, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He took out his wallet, looked at his money, and feared he might have to leave all his savings here. When the staff saw someone coming to settle the bill, they immediately brightened up and brought over the bill. Sanai Ubixi's hand trembled slightly as he took it. The bill was so long that he couldn't hold it, and it rolled straight to the ground. The bill rolled from where he was sitting all the way to the door before stopping. A total of 100,000. The staff smiled and said, "Since you're a regular customer, I've rounded down the change." Sanai Ubixi breathed a sigh of relief. It was cheaper than he expected, but it was still enough to make him bleed financially. He pulled out all the money from his wallet, just enough to pay, leaving only a bit of change. Then he looked at the remaining barbecue on the table and asked, "Should I take this to go?" The staff nodded. "Of course, we will pack it up for you." Was it that white-haired kid who paid the bill? Fei Duan was about to leave with Jiao Du when he greeted Sanai Ubixi, who helped him pay the bill. It's Sanai Ubixi at this moment, wanting to cry but having no tears. Senior Kakato is really too much. Speaking of which, the reward for a B-rank mission is not even half of this meal. It seems he needs to take on more missions to supplement himself. Fei Duan patted his shoulder with a grin. "Don't look so glum. Money is something you can always earn, right? Otherwise, should I ask Jiao Du to introduce you to some quick-paying jobs?" Sanai Ubixi suppressed his inner sadness and said, "No, it's not necessary." He didn't dare to try the tasks that an S-rank rogue ninja like Jiao Du could take on. At this moment, another customer pushed the door open, and upon smelling the aroma of meat in the restaurant, he couldn't help but close his eyes and sniff carefully. "I smell different types of meat. It seems today's business is good." The newcomer was plump and had a hearty laugh. The staff quickly approached to serve him. "It's Akidu. What would you like to eat today?" The staff laughed so much that the skin on their faces stretched. "What good day today. 2 regulars are here. The sales must be skyrocketing." "The beef just now was really flavorful," Fei Duan said, still savoring it. "It's a pity you didn't get to eat, Jiao Du." Jiao Du couldn't be bothered with Fei Duan's pretentious provocations. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat. It was just that Fei Duan insisted on eating first and left him nothing. At this moment, Akidu Dingzu's ears perked up, and he immediately said, "Clearly the lamb is more tender and tastes better." Saying this, he pointed at Fei Duan, looking ready to argue with him. Fei Duan tilted his head in confusion. Who are you? How dare you question my taste? The evil god definitely won't bless someone like you. Akidu Dingzu, when it comes to culinary expertise, no one can compare to the Akidu clan." Fei Duan sneered, unconcerned. "I've never heard of it. Is it some obscure little clan?" Chapter 148. The Hinata clan's internal division, huh? Akidu Dingzu immediately questioned, "This is Konoha, and you don't know the Akidu clan while in Konoha? Should I know?" Fei Duan shrugged while carrying his blood scythe, indicating that a small ninja clan wasn't worth his brain cells. Fei Duan walked away. Jiao Du directly grabbed Fei Duan by the collar and dragged him away. "Stop. I haven't finished talking to you," Akidu Dingzu said as he was about to chase after him, but was stopped by the staff. They certainly didn't want to see the store damaged again. Meanwhile, a major event was happening within the Hinata clan. A member of the main family hurriedly pushed open Hinata Hizashi's door. "Clan leader, it's bad. What's the rush? What kind of manners is this?" Hinata Hizashi said with great dissatisfaction. "As a main family member, how can you be so unstable when doing things?" The ninja from the main family quickly replied, "I apologize, clan leader, but this matter cannot wait." The person swallowed hard and continued, "The branch family is about to rebel." Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but frown slightly, doubting if he had heard incorrectly. "What did you say?" "What I mean is that the branch family is going to revolt. The leader is Hinata Niji." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but laugh loudly. As long as there is a cage bird, the branch family will never be able to break free from the main family's control. It's truly a case of hitting a rock with an egg, making one laugh out loud. Hinata Niji, I have long seen him as a restless person. It seems it's time to teach him a lesson. Saying this, Hinata Hizashi stood up and was about to go out to see the situation. As he crossed his arms and walked out of the main family's door, he saw the leading young man surrounded by many unfamiliar faces. Hinata Hizashi had never seen them before, thinking they were from the branch family, hence they couldn't often appear before him. He stepped forward, a cold smile slightly curling at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze fell on Hinata Niji. "Hinata Niji, considering your father is my mother's brother, I have been lenient with you several times. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you also incite the branch family to oppose the main family. Have you ever thought that what you are doing will make your father's situation even more difficult?" Upon hearing this, Hinata Niji couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The main family always made it so that fathers and sons would restrain each other. This was the most effective way to control the branch family. This matter has nothing to do with my father. Hinata Niji stood firm, completely unafraid. And you, it's time for you to give up the position of clan leader. Hearing this, Hinata Hizashi couldn't help but laugh and said, I really don't know whether to call you a fearless young calf or too foolish. At this moment, he turned his gaze to the people behind Hinata Niji. He put on a look of tolerance. I know you are merely being misled by him. As long as you stop now, I want to pursue this matter. After all, the newcomers were only a handful, not even 1/10 of the branch family's population. How much of a storm can such a small number of people stir up? Persuade them with words and leave only Hinata Niji alone. And then it would be easier to handle. A kid who isn't even matured yet. How could he possibly win against him? Using Hyuga Niji as an example is just right to make other disloyal individuals retract their thoughts. With this in mind, he placed his right hand on his chest and began to chant the caged bird curse. However, Hyuga Niji showed no reaction and stood there unaffected. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but frown slightly, filled with doubt, and secretly increased the power of the caged bird technique. Yet, Hyuga Niji still showed no response. Suddenly, he reached up and pulled down the forehead protector from his forehead. The caged bird mark, which should have been the center of his forehead, vanished without a trace. Hyuga Hayashi immediately panicked and took a step back, exclaiming, How is this possible? In the records of the Hyuga clan, there is no way to the caged bird curse. Once marked by the caged bird, there is no way to escape it. Hyuga Niji looked sharply at Hyuga Hayashi, taking in his embarrassment. This is how the main family operates, relying on the caged bird to control the branch family. Once the caged bird is gone, their position will be shaken. At this moment, another group of people rushed in, led by Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga clan leader, Konoha has received evidence of your collusion with outsiders. Now I need you to come with us. Naruto volunteered for this task. In the past, he couldn't help Niji much, and he didn't even know about his pain. Now, with the ability and opportunity to help Niji, he naturally wouldn't miss it, even if Niji could never return in his world. At least he could protect Niji in this world. With so many worlds, there must be one where Niji finds redemption. That's wonderful. Naruto's nostalgic and gentle gaze fell on Niji, making the latter feel a sense of burden. At that moment, Hyuga Hinata stumbled out, unaware of what was happening. Father, what's going on? Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but bite his lip, wondering how Konoha knew about his communications with the outside. Please come with me, Naruto said, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, this man was his father-in-law, but his actions were quite troubling. Naruto directly brought the sealing team, and there was no way Hyuga Hayashi could escape under his watch. He unleashed his chakra, suppressing Hyuga Hayashi point by point, making him realize the gap in their strengths. At that moment, a shadow suddenly landed next to Naruto. The main family members of the Hyuga clan had gathered together, waiting for their fate. Seeing that things were not yet settled here, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Hurry up and resolve this. You're too busy, lagging behind. Oh, but shouldn't we give the Hyuga clan leader the respect he deserves? Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled. Uchiha Sasuke was not so easy to deal with. He placed his hand on the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Are you coming willingly, or should I knock you out and take you with me? Hyuga Hayashi immediately understood that with these two around, escape was impossible. Moreover, even if he managed to escape now, no other hidden villages would take him in. Only when his back was supported by the entire Hyuga clan did he have the value of being accepted by other ninja villages. Just as he was about to leave the Hyuga clan's territory with Naruto and the others, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 149. A new enemy has appeared. Outside the wall of the Hyuga clan's territory stood a towering giant tree. It was said that it had not been cut down since the time it was built. Hyuga Hayashi caught a glimpse of a figure on that tree, and it was none other than Hatake Kakashi. The latter was smiling at Hyuga Hayashi, his lips moving. Hyuga Hayashi squinted to see more clearly, and the lip reading was clearly "you lost." Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, that little brat tricked me. However, there was no time for him to be angry, as he was about to be pressed into Konoha's dungeon, waiting for interrogation. This change quickly spread throughout Konoha. Some believed that it was not a good thing to temporarily detain the Hyuga clan at such a critical moment. Others thought that the Hyuga clan had been corrupt for a long time and needed to be rectified. Only the branch family members of the Hyuga clan could feel the breath of freedom. Hyuga Hizashi came out of the room and saw that the branch family disciples were all smiling, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. His son actually succeeded in this matter. Breaking away from the main family was something countless branch family members wished to achieve. They never expected that one day they would gain freedom. It felt like a dream. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath of fresh air. In the past, he was also in Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's territory, but he always felt a heaviness in his chest, unable to breathe. Now, he felt a sense of clarity, and even breathing became more pleasant and free. Hyuga Niji's prestige within the clan was growing, and if it weren't for his youth, the position of the next Hyuga clan leader would undoubtedly be his. Hyuga Niji did not think about these things. He had no interest in the position of clan leader. He brought a box of packed lunch to a door. At this moment, several branch family members were gathered there, their faces showing sinister smiles. Isn't this the main family's eldest lady? Now she's locked up here? It must not feel good, right? One of them reached out and grabbed Hyuga Hinata's hair, forcing her to look up at him. If you're willing to bow down and apologize to us, we might not mind giving you some food. Although they said so, it was just leftover scraps. Facing the harassment from the branch family members, Hyuga Hinata gritted her teeth and said nothing. Seeing Hinata's expression, the branch family members felt a surge of anger rising. One of them viciously grabbed Hinata's hair and slammed her down to the ground, making a dull sound. Ugh! Hinata felt pain, but was held down by the other party's hand, unable to fight back. In fact, given her strength, even if she tried to fight back, she would only be beaten. Hyuga Niji saw this scene and immediately stepped forward to stop it. What are you doing? The branch family members had no idea that Hyuga Niji was already angry. Instead, they boasted, "Oh, it's Niji. We heard that this main family's eldest lady used to make you suffer, so we came to help you teach her a lesson." Saying this, one of them even put his foot on Hyuga Hinata's head. "Get away." Hyuga Niji immediately activated his Byakugan and said angrily. The branch family members still didn't realize the situation and laughed, saying, "Niji, you won't be angry, will you? The main family used to bully us a lot. Now we're just giving back what they vented on us. Or do you want to stand up for the main family?" Niji saw a hint of madness in the eyes of the branch family ninjas present. He coldly said, "What difference is there between you and the main family? I am overthrowing the main family for the freedom of the branch family. But if you plan to become the next main family, I won't mind taking action against you first." Niji's words were quite intimidating. Not only because he was the most powerful genius ninja of the Hyuga clan in this generation, but also because he orchestrated the uprising of the branch family and freed the caged birds. TCH. The branch family members thought about their own caged birds that had yet to be released and decided not to confront this kid Niji. So they left the place. At this moment, Hinata slowly got up from the ground. The left side of her face was already red, with a big bump on her forehead. Her hair was in disarray, covering her already small face, making it hard to see her emotions. Hyuga Niji placed the bento in front of her and then stood up, saying, "I'll go get the medical kit." After saying that, he quickly ran away from the room, as if trying to escape from something. To be honest, he thought he would feel relieved seeing Hinata in this state, especially satisfying. However, he felt no sense of relief at all. Instead, there was a strange feeling. He couldn't explain it, but he clearly saw the madness and desire for revenge in the eyes of those branch family ninjas. It was an overflowing hatred and anger. He couldn't help but hold his forehead. Was he once like this too? Blinded by hatred and anger, only seeing the contradictions between the main and branch families, directing his fury at others. After a long time, he finally organized his emotions and brought the medical kit over. When he returned, the bento was already finished. A hint of appreciation appeared in Niji's eyes. Hinata didn't have the inexplicable pride of the main family. It was better to be full now. Enduring a bit might hurt. To be honest, this injury wasn't as severe as the one he got during their training. Hyuga Niji said lightly, showing little concern, and then applied the medicinal alcohol to her face. Only then did he notice the tear stains on her face, clearly indicating she had just been crying. Hinata's gaze was somewhat evasive, unsure how to face Niji. After Niji finished treating her wounds and was about to leave, Hinata silently tugged at his clothes. "Is there something else?" "My father. This matter will be personally handled by Hokage-sama. Currently, the evidence is solid, and he should have his chakra network destroyed and be confined somewhere, living out the rest of his life." He didn't care about the outcome for Hyuga Hisashi, as long as the branch family could gain freedom. He didn't particularly want to tear the other party to pieces. Moreover, he felt that a new enemy had emerged. One that wasn't a physical entity, but rather the inner demons of the branch family members. The system of main and branch families would be abolished, and the Hyuga clan would be reled by my father. In terms of bloodline, his father was the best choice. In terms of prestige, his father was the father of this mission's hero. It was only natural for him to take the position of clan leader. After all, the Hyuga clan needed a leader. Chapter 150. The Madness After Gaining Freedom. Thank you. Hinata finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that her father probably wouldn't die. After Niji left, she leaned against the door. To be honest, she was not very clear about many things within the clan. She knew it was wrong, but felt powerless to change it. The identity of the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan brought her shackles as well. Now that she had lost this identity, she became like Brother Niji. Perhaps in the future, she would better understand everything Brother Niji had endured as a branch family member. Furthermore, she felt she had no talent for leadership. Unlike Brother Niji, who was able to persuade the branch family to resist the main family and even achieve victory. If Brother Niji were to become the clan leader in the future, the Hyuga clan would surely become different. On the other side, after Niji left, he was pondering some things. For example, how should both sides coexist after breaking the main and branch family system? Before he knew it, he had walked to the large tree. He looked up and saw Kakashi lying there, looking quite leisurely. At this moment, Kakashi stretched, sat up with sleepy eyes, and looked down at Hyuga Niji. Huh, I've been hearing your footsteps hesitating for a while. Do you have something on your mind? Too smart a child can also have a downside, which is easily getting stuck in a rut. As the saying goes, extreme wisdom can lead to injury. It seems Niji is being troubled by something. Thank you, Senior, for helping the branch family of the Hyuga clan. This gratitude, both I and my father will always remember. Hyuga Niji respectfully bowed and sincerely thanked him. I'm also doing this to complete a task. Lu Dong used A and appeared right in front of him. As for the conditions we agreed upon earlier, sending one person over each day, that's all I can do. After saying this, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. What a broken system. After so many years of analysis, it still can't level up. After all this time, it's still only usable once a day. This is really frustrating. Other people's systems for crossing over can grow, but look at his. It hasn't upgraded in 800 years, and even using some features comes at a cost. This isn't my fault. It's not my problem that your human physical fitness is so poor. The limit is right there. What can I do? Yao Yaozi immediately popped up to refute him. Lu Dong found a piece of information in the mocking words directed at him. You humans. Does that mean that Yao Yaozi does not belong to the category of humans? But then again, since they are all systems, they definitely aren't human. However, he could sense the deliberate distinction in the words. Ning Si, hearing that one clan member could be freed from their cage each day, couldn't help but be shocked. The efficiency is surprisingly fast, and it can be used continuously. Senior Kakadong is indeed unfathomable. He unconsciously voiced the problem that had been troubling him. Lu Dong shrugged after hearing this, feeling not the slightest bit surprised. It's quite normal. Sometimes, slaves who have just tasted the flavor of freedom can be more frenzied than those who have just been locked in a cage, especially at the beginning, when they have not yet forgotten the sting of the whip on their bodies. Lu Dong's mouth curled into a playful smile. Do you know why? Hinata Niji couldn't help but hold his breath upon hearing this. He had always wanted to help everyone like him break free from their cages, but he hadn't realized there was such a layer to it, because they were still filled with anxiety and fear, wrapped in the flames of hatred. They had nowhere to place these emotions, yet were eager to prove their identity as free individuals to the world. Lu Dong said, spreading his hands, explaining the fundamental reason for this situation to him. Thus, he ultimately chose to become a new, more vividly characterized slave owner. Just like the branch family of Hinata is retaliating against the main family. He wasn't just sleeping there for nothing. He could also gather some intelligence. Did he really enjoy sleeping on a tree branch? Although it sounds and looks quite romantic, it's limited to animation. In reality, sleeping like that is just asking for trouble. Hinata Niji, upon hearing these words, suddenly understood. He realized where the madness he saw in those people came from. Thanks to Senior Kakashi for the insight, he quickly expressed his gratitude again. Lu Dong's image in his heart became a bit taller. May I ask if the senior knows how to resolve this situation? It's nothing, just requires time. There really isn't much that can be done. We can only rely on time to wear away the scars. Let them feel safe and believe that they won't return to that cage again. The rest has to come slowly. I understand. Hinata Niji nodded seriously. It seems that the branch family overthrowing the main family and abolishing the system is not the end, but a new beginning for the Hyuga clan. He didn't know what the future would hold, but at least he was clear that this was a good start. Lu Dong felt a surge of accomplishment as he saw that Niji's heart not had finally been untied. Solving the problems of the Hyuga clan was indeed no easy task. He truly deserved it. Only someone who held the script could change this tragedy. I've never seen someone so narcissistic. What's wrong with being narcissistic? Aren't you narcissistic all day long? I've never said anything about you. How can my behavior be considered narcissistic? That's called having a clear understanding of one's own charm. Yao Yaozi shouted the first half of her sentence, and the second half turned into a gentle tone. Listening to this, Lu Dong felt that the other party was somewhat split in personality. Well, I also have a clear understanding of my own charm. Just as the two were bickering, a verdict against Hyuga Hayashi was already delivered in the Hokage building. The evidence that Hyuga Hayashi had betrayed Konoha was conclusive. As Hokage, I will execute a fair trial. Do you have anything to say before the trial? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi was bound tightly by the sealing team. He couldn't use any chakra, leaving him with only his eyes to see and his mouth to speak. No, Hyuga Hayashi said coldly. He was well aware of Konoha's system, and having made such a mistake, he feared he would never return here again. He never expected that he, Hyuga Hayashi, who had enjoyed glory for most of his life, would fall at the hands of his juniors. Not only did he fail to lead the Hyuga clan to glory, but he was also overthrown by the branch family. It was truly a great humiliation. However, it was useless to say anything now, as his fate was already sealed. Wave Wind Minato nodded to the senior officials of Konoha present, and then spoke loudly. In the name of the Hokage, I hereby strip Hyuga Hayashi of his position as clan leader, revoke his ninja arts, and sentence him to life imprisonment. As soon as he finished speaking, some ninjas stepped forward to take him away. This verdict will be publicly announced throughout Konoha. Chapter 151, The Cloud Hidden Peace Talks. Such a verdict caused a huge uproar within Konoha. The Hyuga clan had existed since the founding of Konoha. Now that Konoha was taking action against the Hyuga, other clans couldn't help but feel a bit of anxiety about their own safety. But soon, the branch family member Hyuga Hisashi took control of the entire clan. People gradually learned the secrets of the Hyuga clan. The clan and branch family system of the Hyuga clan was not exactly a secret. It was well known among the higher-ups. However, the general populace of Konoha was still not very aware of it. Now, the branch family members had a voice. They could finally express their anger and hatred for everyone in Konoha to hear. However, Wave Wind Minato did not directly grant power to the Hyuga clan, sending some guards to monitor the movements of the Hyuga clan. The branch family members were not allowed to deliberately harm the original clan members. And those from a main family also realized that their time was up. They could no longer bully the branch family members like before. Thus, they all kept their tails between their legs, behaving themselves and daring not to act recklessly. Moreover, not all members of the main family were irredeemable. There were quite a few members of the main family, like Hinata, who questioned the clan and branch family system. This could be considered a reflection brought about by the development of the times. When they saw the Uchiha clan thriving and developing in harmony, they couldn't help but reflect on the limitations of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, after Hyuga Hayashi, the representative of the main family, was imprisoned, these people dared to voice their thoughts without worrying about being punished by the clan leader according to clan rules. As for the Cloud Hidden, this war ultimately did not break out. Without the internal support of the Hyuga clan, Cloud Hidden simply could not contend with the alliance of Konoha and Sand Hidden. Moreover, prior to this, Naruto and Sasuke had circled around the outskirts of Cloud Hidden, creating a very good deterrent effect. They made Cloud Hidden fully weigh their own strength, and whether they had the capability to confront Konoha head-on. Naturally, Konoha was very pleased to receive Cloud Hidden's peace proposal. After all, there was no place that loved peace more than Konoha. Therefore, before Naruto and Sasuke left, they were summoned by Wave Wind Minato to attend a meeting with Cloud Hidden. If the party that instigated the war did not pay a price, the initiation of the war would become cost-free. Wave Wind Minato was well aware of this. Thus, he proposed several demands to Cloud Hidden that would cause them pain, but would not damage their foundation. Reikage scratched his head during the meeting and ultimately signed the peace agreement with a pained expression. Wave Wind Minato smiled as he accepted the document. Thank you, Reikage, for being willing to make concessions for peace. Konoha expresses its gratitude to Cloud Hidden. This statement carried a hint of sarcasm. Even Reikage, no matter how dull he was, could hear it. However, he had no choice but to swallow his pride since this matter was instigated by him. The final outcome was something he had to accept. However, one thing bothered him. The two young men following Wave Wind Minato. One had golden hair, and the other had black hair. Judging by their appearance, they were likely the two powerful ninjas who had previously deterred them near Cloud Hidden Village. But why did he always feel that the black-haired youth's gaze towards him seemed a bit off? So, at the end of the meeting, he stood up and asked, "Kid, I noticed that your gaze towards me is quite strange. Have we met before?" Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect Reikage to ask him so bluntly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Should he say that in his world he almost got killed by Raikage A? And he also caused Raikage A to lose an arm? Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. Now he had also lost an arm. Could this be considered a cycle of cause and effect? After thinking about all this, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, "No." Raikage A saw that the other party was so tight-lipped and wanted to dig deeper. "Don't try to fool me." Raikage slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Sasuke. "I see complex emotions in your eyes." Uzumaki Naruto quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Fearing that if the two didn't get along, they would start fighting again. This time he wasn't worried about Sasuke. He was worried about Raikage. The previous Sasuke was not Raikage's opponent. Now Raikage probably wasn't Sasuke's opponent either. "Raikage, there's no need to press Sasuke over a look, right? I'm talking to this kid. Why are you interrupting?" Raikage felt a bit displeased when Naruto butted in. Had he, the Raikage, fallen to this point? He couldn't even ask a question without being interrupted by this junior. Wave Wind Minato cleared his throat at this point, signaling both sides not to argue. Naruto pouted, secretly complaining about how Raikage was so hot-tempered even when he was young. "Hokage-sama, I am questioning him in my capacity as Raikage. Theoretically, he has no right to refuse me." Raikage raised an eyebrow, as if he wanted to make up for the losses he suffered at the negotiation table through this matter. Uchiha Sasuke slightly lifted his head. He had always disapproved of Raikage A's style, as well as his brother, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. One Naruto was noisy enough. "If you want to lose an arm, I can answer that question for you." Upon hearing Sasuke's arrogant words, Raikage couldn't help but laugh. The Cloud Village had always been warlike, and sitting in the position of a village leader relied solely on strength. He was actually looked down upon by Kid. Naruto couldn't help but facepalm. He really couldn't expect Sasuke to speak properly. "Kid, let's go outside and compare our skills to see whose strength is more solid. If you lose, you have to answer my question." Facing the challenge thrown out by Raikage, Sasuke gladly accepted. To be honest, he also wanted to compete with Raikage and test his strength. Minato sighed. Honestly, he couldn't control Sasuke and could only let him go. As long as it didn't affect the entire Konoha, it was fine. So, the two found a spacious place and began to fight fiercely. In the end, they reached a stalemate, with neither winning over the other. Compared to the Raikage from that world, it was still inexperienced and had not had many years of tribute. Sasuke, having lost an arm, had also diminished part of his combat power. After the talks, the group returned to Konoha, and Sasuke directly went to Orochimaru's laboratory. "Orochimaru, when can you send us back?" Uchiha Sasuke bluntly pushed open the door to Orochimaru's lab and asked. Orochimaru suppressed his anger at wanting to strangle the person in front of him and said, "I have already submitted the experiment report. You should ask Minato. Only with his approval can I send you back." Chapter 152. Genius disturbing himself even more. "Then come with me, so you can't find other excuses." Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. How could Orochimaru be the kind of person who obediently listened? Such a level of research was easy for him. Yet, he was talking about Minato here. Did he not know that the person who was most indignant in his heart was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Orochimaru's forehead bulged with veins as he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "I am conducting an experiment, can't you see? It's a critical moment. This bastard, does he really think experiments can be paused anytime, anywhere?" Uchiha Sasuke wore a puzzled expression. "I know you were doing an experiment. So what?" He had always been like this in the snake lair. He was too lazy to listen to Orochimaru's nonsense. Whenever he wanted to practice ninjutsu, he would just rush into his laboratory and call him over. Although in such situations, Kabuto would always say a few words to him, claiming he didn't respect Orochimaru-sama or something. But Orochimaru had never gotten angry at him for such things. What kind of tone is that? Orochimaru suddenly flew into a rage. How did his counterpart in that world teach this disciple? He actually made him so arrogant. Even he, as the master, was so humiliated. Inwardly cursing, Orochimaru suddenly remembered that, according to Kakashi's description, he was eventually killed by Sasuke once and was later resurrected. He couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. He was really living too frustratingly. He stepped forward and said seriously, "I'm telling you now, no interruptions while I'm conducting experiments." Saying this, Orochimaru directly pushed Uchiha Sasuke out and then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Uchiha Sasuke stood outside the door, bewildered, not understanding why Orochimaru was so angry. Although confused, he was not unaware of human emotions and decided to leave for now. Just as he returned home, he saw Kisame Hashigaki holding a food box, intending to enter the Uchiha clan's gate. He didn't need to think, it was definitely the 3-color dumplings he bought for his brother. Even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Does his brother really never get tired of it? Kisame Hashigaki saw Sasuke with a cold expression and pulled out a bag of tomatoes from behind, smiling as he said, "I also bought your favorite tomatoes, Sasuke-kun." Uchiha Sasuke's face stiffened as he mechanically took the bag of tomatoes from Kisame's hands. Thank you." He glanced down. The tomatoes were all smooth and plump, clearly carefully selected. "No need next time." To be honest, the two of them weren't familiar. He could only tell that the other person respected his brother, so he was somewhat nice to him as well. Kisame Hashigaki chuckled. "Little Sasuke, no need to be polite." This address made 2 lines of black sweat appear on Sasuke's forehead. "Please just call me Sasuke." He spoke, drawing a clear boundary between them. He would eventually leave here and return to his original world. Having a connection with these people was not a good thing. Kisame Hashigaki still wore that polite smile. "After all, in my world, you're still just a kid who graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago." Kisame recalled when he saw Uchiha Sasuke in Konoha village and the inn. He was still a kid, full of hatred, unable to control his own emotions. He would only shout and attack Mr. Itachi, with no sense of order. Now, seeing the much more mature Uchiha Sasuke made him feel that the Sasuke, who didn't hide his emotions, was better. Forget it, do as you wish. Uchiha Sasuke didn't want to waste words on such matters with him. It wasn't worth it to fight. Saying this, he took the bag of tomatoes and entered the gate, stopping halfway and suddenly turning back to ask, where did Itachi go? He didn't sense Uchiha Itachi's chakra in the Uchiha clan. "Mr. Itachi said he wanted to go for a walk, so I didn't follow." Kisame Hashigaki skillfully walked into the Uchiha clan's gate and then found Uchiha Itachi's room. He placed the 3 color dumplings on his desk. Sasuke nodded, as a form of thanks, and then silently left Kisame Hashigaki's sight. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was at a ramen shop, having found Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi finished the last sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and asked, "Do you have any questions?" "You've been staring at me for a long time without any intention of eating." Lu Dong slammed the money on the table and walked up to Uchiha Itachi. This was the first time he was looking at Uchiha Itachi from such a close distance. At a glance, his nasolabial folds seemed even deeper than he had imagined. Orochimaru had mentioned him, and he wanted to see him in person. Uchiha Itachi spoke frankly. He had been observing the person in front of him for quite a while. The only resemblance was in appearance. He looked exactly like Kakashi Hitaki from his world. Everything else was completely different. Whether it was in the way he spoke, acted, or his personality, he was vastly different from the Kakashi Senpai he knew. He had once joined Kakashi Senpai's Anbu team, so he could be considered quite familiar with him. "I can't see through you, which makes me very curious," Uchiha Itachi continued. "The Kakashi Senpai from my world is someone who is very easy to understand." Lu Dong chuckled to himself. They are certainly different. Aside from having the same appearance, the essence inside has been replaced with his own soul. "Since you learned about me from Orochimaru, you must have something you want me to clarify, right?" After he realized that Orochimaru had sold him out, he could guess that Itachi would eventually find him. "Yes." Uchiha Itachi nodded. "If I go back, can I really change those tragedies? Can I really prevent those tragedies from happening?" Uchiha Itachi, born a genius, has always held his own pride. Just as he bore the darkness of the entire Uchiha clan alone, he had never shared such burdens with others. Therefore, he made many decisions, believing them to be the best solutions. However, everything he learned in his remaining life proved that all his decisions were wrong. Perhaps he spent his entire life in mistakes, never walking the right path. This left the Uchiha genius in self-doubt. If he really went back, could someone who had always made the wrong choices truly rectify everything? Is it possible that his new choices would also be wrong? Lu Dong saw extremely complex emotions in his eyes. He took a step forward, patted Itachi's shoulder, signaling him not to think too much. Chapter 153, Invitation from Another World. "Sai, this is what makes you geniuses the hardest to deal with. You just overthink everything." Lu Dong sighed, then crossed his arms and looked at him, glancing around. "Let's go find a quiet place to continue our conversation." He waved his hand, signaling him to follow. As they walked, Lu Dong said, "Sometimes when doing things, don't be so hesitant. You need to ask yourself what you truly feel. Are you really going to give up just because your choice might be wrong? Are you going to do nothing and watch Sasuke fall into darkness again?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head upon hearing this. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. If he did, he would never forgive himself. Then that's settled. Lu Dong shrugged, with an expression that said you were overthinking it. Evaluations can only be given by future generations. What you need to do is to strive to do it. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "Thank you for your enlightenment. I understand now." Lu Dong felt that talking to a smart person was refreshing, especially compared to chatting with a Beto. who always needed too much explanation. Well, at least a guy with a wisdom value of only 2 like Obito was pretty good. He never tangled himself up and seemed happy every day. This might be a bit presumptuous to say, but I wonder if you would agree to accompany me to my world. Uchiha Itachi thought of a solution. Since he felt that he might once again walk down the wrong path, why not bring someone who wouldn't go down the wrong path to keep an eye on him? Huh? Lu Dong was taken aback. He really didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Konoha still had the Yellow Flash in charge, and the peace negotiations with the Cloud Village had already been completed. There wouldn't be any major events in Konoha in the short term. If you could go to my world and help our world, I believe there would be even more perfect results. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Lu Dong pondered for a moment. It did make some sense. Konoha was currently as solid as a fortress, with Minato Namikaze in charge, and there wouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, he was doing tasks every day, so it might be better to go to another world for some fun. But then he wouldn't have a superior to assign him tasks. It wasn't impossible. Lu Dong nodded seriously, but what benefits would I get? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily speechless, really not knowing what kind of reward he could offer. Ding! Detected power from a different dimension. The system will make adjustments. Adjustment complete. Ding! You have a system task. Please check. Hearing the system notification sound by his ear, Lu Dong couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that the system upgrade he had been waiting for so long would actually get a chance today. He was still a bit unaccustomed to hearing Yao Yaozi's serious voice after such a long time. What are you still hesitating about? Accept the task already. This time it felt right. Lu Dong summoned the system panel with his mind, and it clearly displayed a task. System advanced task, travel to other worlds. Alter the world line, and achieve an ending. Success reward, system upgrade. Functions can only be viewed after the upgrade. Failure penalty. The host consciousness will be erased. Damn! Lu Dong couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew this dog of a system wouldn't be so kind-hearted. He couldn't see the rewards from the system. But if he failed, he'd be erased. Wasn't this forcing him to accept it? Bingo. Correct. This is something you must accept. Otherwise, you might just be erased. Yayayozi's voice had a teasing tone, but Lu Dong found himself helpless. What use do I have for this broken system? If it weren't for me, Yayayozi, you would have died right at the start in the Shinobu Bridge. Well, he really couldn't refute that point. When he first crossed into this world, he didn't know any ninjutsu at all. If it hadn't been for Yayayozi back then, he would have truly met his end. At least you know that. But that doesn't change the fact that you, as a system, are just too much of a dog. Lu Dong's heart was roaring. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi in reality looked puzzled, not understanding why Kakashi suddenly spaced out. If you need it, I can give you Shursui's Kodoame Tsukumi. This was already his most valuable bargaining chip. Shursui entrusted Kodoame Tsukumi to him for the sake of peace. If this sharingan could bring his world a future and light, he wouldn't mind handing over this eye. It was at this moment that Lu Dong's thoughts were pulled back. I agree. Lu Dong nodded. Although the Bietian god of stopping water was nothing to him with his system, he had long since possessed the eye technique of the Bietian god. The Bietian god could only be used once every 10 years, which was really not much use to him. However, based on the system's task, he had to go to the other party's world to complete the mission. The other party offered a seemingly good condition, which allowed him to go with the flow and agree. Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, thanking his senior for being willing to help. He would inform Hokage-sama about this matter. Seeing that Kakashi had agreed, he was naturally overjoyed. He didn't delay any longer and immediately went to the Hokage's office to tell Minato Namikaze about this matter. Such a thing could naturally be considered a good deed, and Minato would not refuse. He then asked Orochimaru to provide a stable report that could send people back. Once the research was completed, Kakashi could set off for another world. Orochimaru clicked his tongue upon seeing the document issued by the Hokage. Minato really knew how to give him work. Fortunately, he had thoroughly mastered the technique beforehand and directly submitted the document. Hey, Orochimaru, hurry up and send us back. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward, still speaking in that impolite tone. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was not their world after all. Orochimaru was not angry and threw a projection orb to Itachi, who caught it with one hand. This contains my projection. If you can bring this back, I believe the version of myself in that world would change his mind. This was his way of being benevolent to his counterpart in that world. As the space-time ninjutsu formation was activated, Sasuke stepped forward first, as if he would miss Itachi if he waited any longer. The four were silent. Naruto and Sasuke stood quietly on the formation, being sent back by Orochimaru. Kakashi, you have my special technique on you, so don't destroy it carelessly, or it will be difficult for you to come back. After sending Naruto and Sasuke away, Orochimaru reminded Kakashi. Chapter 154. You are Kakashi-sensei who has been lost for many years. Got it. Isn't there still your projection orb? Lu Dong did not have that fear of crossing time and space. After all, he himself was also a time traveler, which was already fantastical enough. He didn't mind a little more fantasy. Moreover, he had a system by his side. With system tasks, it couldn't possibly let him die, right? Even if he couldn't return after arriving there, he could just let Orochimaru from that world study him. After all, it's Orochimaru. His brain is just as capable. When Orochimaru saw Lu Dong's indifferent attitude towards his warnings, he couldn't help but snort. Why should I care about this little brat? After saying that, before Lu Dong could say anything else, a brilliant light shone beneath his feet. He was sent to their world along with Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. After completing this task, Orochimaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. This technique was too complex, even he had to concentrate fully. He was afraid of making any mistakes. He had kindly reminded Kakashi, but the other party was ungrateful. He ended up worrying for nothing. After finishing this major task, he returned to the laboratory to continue his gene experiments. If nothing unexpected happened, his first artificial life form should be created next month. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. A child? For him, it would indeed be a novel experience. It made him yearn for it. If only Jiraiya could catch Tsunade sooner, he would have some reference for raising a child. But given Jiraiya's introverted personality, by the time he created the third artificial life form, they might not even be holding hands yet. He stopped thinking about this and immersed himself back into the experiment. In another world, Lu Dong and the three of them were transported to this world. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Sasuke glaring at them around the corner of the inn. Lu Dong slightly raised his eyebrows, realizing that Orochimaru had sent them back to a slightly earlier time. He didn't expect the other party to have such detailed mastery of this space-time ninjutsu. At this moment, Sasuke was also taken aback. From his perspective, Kakashi-sensei had suddenly appeared beside them. It was too abrupt. Kakashi. Sasuke's eyes were filled with surprise. Weren't you injured by Itachi Uchiha? He heard that the Jonin said Kakashi had fainted and was unable to move. How did he appear here? Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke stared at the person in front of him with his sharingan, taking in the details. The Kakashi-sensei before him looked younger than he remembered, and he didn't even have the scar on his eye. No way. You're not Kakashi. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Sasuke immediately became alert, staring at the three people in front of him. At this moment, Naruto was in the room, looking left and right completely in a daze. On one side was Sasuke. On the other side was Sasuke's brother, and there was also a guy who looked very much like Kakashi-sensei. There was even one guy who looked more like a fish than a human. I mean, what is going on here? Sasuke was utterly exasperated by Naruto's obliviousness. Get out of here right now. They are after you. Don't you get it yet? He immediately reminded him. He had heard about the Akatsuki organization collecting tailed beasts in the ninja world. It was clear that Itachi and that shark-faced guy were after the nine tails inside Naruto. Well, hold on. Kakato spoke in a tone similar to Kakashi's, smiling as he said, "We have no intention of fighting, and we don't want to lay a hand on Naruto right now." As soon as Kakato spoke, both Naruto and Sasuke were startled. This person not only looked extremely similar to Kakashi, but even sounded exactly the same. I got it. Naruto slapped his forehead and said, "You must be Kakashi-sensei's long-lost brother." For Naruto to say such a thing in this situation, Sasuke felt a bit helpless. Just then, Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto, blocking him. Those simple genjutsu won't fool him. If he were that easy to deceive, he wouldn't deserve the title of one of the legendary three. Your target is indeed the Nine Tails. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He prepared for battle, protecting Naruto and Sasuke behind him. Kakashi? No, wait. Your chakra is the same as Kakashi's, but you are not Kakashi. Jiraiya was also taken aback when he first saw Kakato. He immediately realized that the other party was definitely not Kakashi. Sigh. Orochimaru had to send us to this point in time. Now, we have to start explaining everything from the beginning. Lu Dong rubbed his forehead, facing a scene that was like a battlefield, feeling quite a headache. Explaining everything from the beginning was indeed too troublesome. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Naruto couldn't help but show varied expressions. One was a former friend of Orochimaru, one was a guy who had been bitten by Orochimaru, and one was someone curious about what kind of existence Orochimaru truly was. All three had, to varying degrees, connections with Orochimaru. At the mention of his name, their expressions changed. Do you know Orochimaru? Is this part of Orochimaru's plan? No. Orochimaru has long since left the Akatsuki organization. What are your intentions? Jiraiya, who had been traveling and writing for some time, was not merely doing so on the surface. In fact, he had been gathering information about Orochimaru during his travels. Orochimaru had too many hideouts, and after all these years, he had never truly met the man. Every time he found one of Orochimaru's hideouts, it was already abandoned, leaving him alone in the empty base, searching for traces of Orochimaru's past. His expression grew more serious. If he could capture one of these people, perhaps he could find a clue to Orochimaru. Sasuke, on the side, had a complex expression, not knowing what to think. Why is it Orochimaru again? That bastard killed Grandpa Third and even tried to take me away. Is he going to attack me again? It seemed he was still very important. Orochimaru at least regarded him and Sasuke as equals. This story is long. Perhaps we should find a quiet place to sit down and talk, Itachi Uchiha said, still maintaining his calm demeanor in the face of the situation. I have nothing to discuss with you. This statement hit a nerve with Sasuke, who glared at Itachi, gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands crackled, and Chidori roared as it surged toward Itachi. Sasuke! Jiraiya shouted anxiously. He knew very well that the current Sasuke was not a match for Itachi. Chapter 155. The secret scroll of the third Hokage birds flew across the wall, leaving a clear mark behind. Sasuke! Naruto called out in worry as he saw Sasuke recklessly charging forward. You are in an alternate world. The system will enter an upgrade trial mode, detecting an enemy's active attack, actively analyzing for you. Analysis complete. Due to the opponent's ninjutsu level being too low, analysis value cannot be obtained. A series of sounds suddenly rang in Lu Dong's ears, causing a commotion around him. By the time he reacted, his body had already started moving. Lu Dong saw himself grabbing the hand that Sasuke used to perform Chidori. Then he directly slammed him against the wall. Sasuke wanted to counterattack, but he found he couldn't use Chidori. Although the chakra inside him was normal, he couldn't release it. In that moment of panic, he was pressed against the wall. The force used by the other party was considerable, causing him pain, but he endured it without making any sound. He didn't even want to reveal a pained expression. He absolutely couldn't show any signs of weakness in front of Itachi. Jiraiya beside him immediately furrowed his brows. The opponent looked quite young, but their skills were not inferior to Kakashi's. They were definitely not easy to deal with. However, before he could say anything, Itachi spoke first. Lord Kakashi, let Sasuke go. There was a hint of concern in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Now he no longer had to pretend, and he could naturally show his care for Sasuke. Lu Dong glanced at Sasuke and let go of his hand. Just now, he had automatically entered a combat state, his body's movements far outpacing his mental control. What do you mean by this? Jiraiya was not very clear about Itachi Uchiha's intentions. Moreover, the other party referred to the person who looked exactly like Kakashi as Kakashi Dong. His expression couldn't help but become curious. Could it really be, as Naruto guessed, that the other party was indeed Kakashi's long-lost brother? Itachi Uchiha, I don't need your fake kindness. The released Sasuke Uchiha glared fiercely at Itachi, as well as at Kakashi Dong, whom he saw as an accomplice. Mr. Itachi, your brother really looks like an angry rabbit. Kisame Hashigaki, who was standing by, continued to smile and teased. The other party not only had a pair of red sharingan, but also had eyes that matched a rabbit's color. When he got angry, his whole demeanor seemed to explode, but there wasn't much actual damage. It really looked like a rabbit. Itachi Uchiha fell silent upon hearing this. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond to Kisame's rare dark humor. This description was quite fitting. Lu Dong stroked his chin, looking genuinely concerned about this joke. He began to examine it seriously. Sasuke's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He couldn't help but resent his own weakness. He had clearly sworn that when he saw Itachi again, he would kill him. Yet now, he not only failed to kill him, but was also mocked and ridiculed by him. To compare him to a rabbit. Was he saying he was as weak as a rabbit that could be easily killed? It must be said that this was Sasuke overthinking. Kisame felt wronged. He had no intention of mocking. He was simply stating the truth. So are you planning to continue chatting here? Jiraiya wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead. Facing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, he confidently claimed that he could take them both on. Kisame was a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Konoha had his information. He was even more familiar with Uchiha Itachi's abilities. However, Jiraiya's gaze focused on Kakashi. Yet he had no information on this person in front of him. What kind of abilities did he possess was still unknown. But from Itachi's tone, it seemed that he respected him a lot. Although Itachi was not overly disrespectful to anyone, he was more often silent. For him to take the initiative to speak, it should be sincere respect. Therefore, this person must not be underestimated. If they really fought, it would be a tough battle. Of course not. Kisame swung his sword, resting it on his shoulder. Mister, Itachi means we should find a tea house and have a good chat. Don't joke. How could I possibly sit down and chat with two rogue ninjas? Sasuke suddenly waved his hand, speaking decisively. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's brows were filled with sorrow. He looked at this brother he had shaped with his own hands, filled with hatred. And Sasuke felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Itachi. Uchiha, Itachi, if you want to mock me, then go ahead. Don't make that disgusting expression. A demon like you, who kills his own kin, can have such an expression? Don't be ridiculous. Faced with his brother's aggressive words, Itachi remained silent. He was not good with words, and didn't know how to tell Sasuke the truth. He had spent his first half of life thinking about how to deceive Sasuke. He had worn a mask for so long that he almost forgot how to take it off. After a moment of silence in the air, Lu Dong stretched lazily. Itachi, can you be more straightforward? Just say it clearly, so I can go back to Konoha for a nap. Saying this, he yawned. Why is this sleepy habit still around? Yao Yaozi, I already have such a strong physique. Why am I still so sleepy? I don't know. Maybe you're just the type of person who needs more sleep. Receiving such an answer, Lu Dong couldn't help but ponder. Was Kakashi in the original work like this? Jiraiya, hearing Kakashi speak to Uchiha Itachi in such a commanding tone, was nearly shocked. Could this person be a high-ranking member of the Akatsuki organization? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why he dared to command Uchiha Itachi. All right, Uchiha Itachi nodded and rummaged through his sleeve. Jiraiya and the others immediately became alert, fearing that he would unexpectedly pull out some weapon. However, he took out an old scroll and handed it to Jiraiya. This is the secret scroll of the third Hokage. You should recognize it. Jiraiya frowned and took it. As the disciple of the third Hokage, he was naturally familiar with it. Back when he and Tsunade, along with Jiraiya, were still active in the ninja world, he had dealt with such scrolls many times. He received the scroll with suspicion, and his eyelids jumped. He felt that the scroll in front of him was like the legendary Pandora's box. Once opened, some things would become different. Sasuke saw Itachi take out such a scroll and say some nonsensical words. What exactly do you want to do? Itachi. His voice roared out from deep within his throat. Chapter 156. What is more brutal than the truth? I'm sorry, Sasuke. I will give you an explanation. Uchiha Itachi said apologetically. However, the premise is that Sasuke can listen calmly. Kakashi stepped forward, and Naruto and Sasuke immediately became vigilant. Naruto even wanted to shield Sasuke behind him. He could still vividly remember how this guy, who looked so much like Teacher Kakashi, had just pinned Sasuke against the wall. Don't come any closer, or I want to hold back. Naruto clenched his fists, standing in front of Sasuke, and said. It was Sasuke who had made the first move. Lu Dong shrugged, indicating that it wasn't his fault earlier. Now it was time for adults to chat, and children should temporarily stay away. Saying this, Kakashi walked around Jiraiya and reached out to push the two of them into the hotel room. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was stunned for a long time by the contents of the scroll. When he sensed Kakashi's presence approaching, he wanted to stop him, only to realize that even with his strength, he couldn't see Kakashi's instantaneous technique. He felt a chill in his heart. He was right. Kakashi was indeed the backbone among the three. Before closing the door, Lu Dong smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on those two. If I really wanted to, you wouldn't be able to stop me in time. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Even if the dog is unreliable, the foundation accumulated from years of analysis is quite terrifying. Now you know my capabilities, right? Why not call me Auntie A couple of times to hear it? Lu Dong rolled his eyes inwardly. This was all accumulated from his years of hard work. What did it have to do with someone like Yao Yaozi, who only knew how to talk? Jiraiya glanced deeply at Lu Dong. There was only one door separating them, and even if there were any issues, he could arrive in time. Moreover, what the other party said might not actually be an exaggeration. However, he still didn't sense any killing intent from the other person. Fine, Jiraiya said, temporarily conceding. Naruto, on the side, was unhappy to hear this. He pouted, as if afraid others wouldn't notice his dissatisfaction. What right do you have to say that? The pervy sage is the strongest. This boy in front of him didn't look much older than them. Yet he spoke so arrogantly. Sasuke was different from Naruto. His observational skills were always sharp, and he keenly noticed Itachi's attitude towards this person. Bruce. Jiraiya didn't refute his words. In a hostile situation, this was equivalent to dampening one's own spirit. He couldn't help but activate his sharingan, taking a careful look at the person before him, not daring to act recklessly. You guys do whatever you need to do in the room, just don't disturb them. Lu Dong yawned and lay down on the bed first. As his head touched the soft pillow, sleepiness immediately washed over him. He didn't care that he was in someone else's room. He just fell asleep. Sasuke and Naruto were astonished to see this person sleeping right in front of them without any guard. They couldn't help but find it hard to believe. Naruto rubbed his eyes and asked, "Sasuke, am I seeing things? Is this person really asleep?" "Yeah," Sasuke replied, feeling a bit speechless. What kind of strength did this guy, named Kakadong, have to dare expose such a vulnerable side in front of them? Did he really believe that they wouldn't take action? Or did he think that their strength couldn't hurt him? Lu Dong can sleep like this naturally because of the system. Ever since the upgrade trial was activated, he no longer needs to inquire when he enters battle mode. The system can directly control his actions. So even while asleep, there's no need to worry about being ambushed. He can even respond in the most perfect way. At this moment, in the corridor, Zetsu, the dry persimmon, wisely left for a while. He went to the front desk to help Mr. Itachi pay for the damages his brother caused to the hotel. Only Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi remained in the corridor. "I have confirmed this scroll. It is indeed real." Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's palm. The massacre of the Uchiha clan overnight is a rare event in the entire history of the ninja world. However, he never expected that there was actually involvement from the high ranks of Konoha behind this matter. After all, he had long since left Konoha and was traveling. Such a ridiculous mission, and the teacher actually agreed. Realizing he was gripping the scroll tightly, he quickly released his hands. He sighed deeply and returned the scroll to Uchiha Itachi. His gaze toward Itachi became increasingly complicated. He never expected that the rogue ninja wanted by Konoha was actually acting on the orders of the Hokage, leading to such an astonishing event. "Konoha owes you." There were many things Jiraiya wanted to say and ask, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say them, only feeling a blockage in his chest. He reached out to rub his temples, feeling somewhat fatigued. To be honest, he had searched for Orochimaru for so many years without feeling any fatigue. But after reading the contents of the scroll and understanding the entire sequence of events, his mindset collapsed. "So, you returned to Konoha to ensure Sasuke's safety?" Jiraiya randomly grabbed a handful of his hair. His current thoughts were as messy as his hair. "Yes." Uchiha Itachi nodded. "But you suddenly changed your mind and told me about this matter. It even seems that Zetsu knows a thing or two about it. Just by looking at that person's expression and his relaxed demeanor, one can tell. Zetsu definitely knows about this. Yes, he is also aware of this matter. It's a long story. I just experienced some things. It made me understand that blindly hiding the truth is not good for Sasuke. Facing Sasuke and telling him the truth, allowing him to choose his own path, is what I want to do now. That path filled with my arrangements is not suitable for Sasuke." Jiraiya sighed again. This is indeed true. But do you really think Sasuke can accept such a truth? Even he, who is mature and has seen the warmth and coldness of the ninja world, was still shocked when he just learned about this matter. Even he was greatly disappointed with Konoha and his teacher. Moreover, Sasuke is just a kid who graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. Wouldn't it be too cruel to tell him such a truth? Uchiha Itachi said, "Perhaps there is nothing more cruel than what he has already witnessed, the extermination of his clan. He has already experienced cruelty once. Revealing the truth pales in comparison. However, I will respect his thoughts." Chapter 157, Konoha's Debt. Alright, Jiraiya sighed. To be honest, this matter has exceeded his capabilities. While he could be considered a leader in ninjutsu, he was completely at a loss in politics and emotions. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't have failed to pursue Tsunade for so many years. So what do you plan to do now? I plan to return to Konoha first and make the matter of the Uchiha clan public. Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm, as if he were talking about something unrelated to himself. But Jiraiya knew that the other party was not indifferent to this, but rather had become numb after long-lasting pain. This is probably the body's self-protection mechanism. If one is trapped in such pain for a long time, no one can endure it. With my name as a guarantee, you can be sent to Konoha without having to take action. Jiraiya nodded slowly. He understood that once this matter was made public, it would deal a significant blow to Konoha. The public's trust in the village and the Hokage would drop to freezing point. The entire ninja world would condemn Konoha, and it might even take the opportunity to start a war. However, he searched through all the possible reasons in his mind, but could not think of any position that could prevent Uchiha Itachi from doing what he wanted. This matter was Konoha's fault, a fault that was too thorough. There was no room for any reconciliation. Even he had to stand in Itachi's position and feel his pain. Itachi, Konoha. Jiraiya struggled to speak, thinking he should say something to Itachi. He bore the darkness of Konoha alone. The truth should not be buried. The person before him should receive an apology. It doesn't matter whether this apology holds any significance for him. Lord Jiraiya, you need not feel guilty. This is the path I have chosen, and I will bear all the consequences for it. Uchiha Itachi's face was indifferent, his black eyes deep and unfathomable. It was hard to discern his emotions. Sometimes I do envy Sasuke, not because he is the one being protected. Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze. The image of Sasuke appearing in his mind. That intense and directed hatred burned in Sasuke's eyes. It was as if the flames of Amaterasu, sooner or later, it would burn him and consume him completely. Sasuke knows that I am his enemy, and he knows who to resent. But my hatred and anger have never known to whom they should be directed. Should he hate a specific person, the third Hokage, or the advisors of the Elder Council, or the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who assigned the police force to the Uchiha clan? Should he hate Konoha? But Konoha is just a vague concept. There are ordinary people among them. Is it a grave sin for ordinary people to turn a blind eye to the Uchiha clan's exclusion? No, they just want to live their own stable lives. Should he then hate this ninja world? Or this world? He didn't know. He was unclear. He didn't understand. Even if he was hailed as a genius, he was just an ordinary person under this dome. He did not have the power to change everything and could not find a way out. His path ahead was bleak, so he chose to fade into the darkness, to maintain the current peace. However, after going to that world, he discovered that everything could indeed be changed. Such a beautiful future exists. I have now found a new way out, and I believe this new path is the right one. Uchiha Itachi's eyes, which were as still as dead water, finally stirred. There was finally light. Jiraiya, upon hearing his words and seeing his reaction, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The world was changing too quickly. An old man like him had already been eliminated by the times. Soon, more young generations would participate in the construction of Konoha. Sooner or later, Konoha would no longer need the so-called Elder Council. Or perhaps it never needed them at all. He just realized it now. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say much more. You want me to send these two kids back to Konoha and vouch for you. Jiraiya glanced towards the door. Although they would eventually find out about these things, it wasn't the right time yet. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi nodded. With that, Jiraiya pushed open the door and saw the two people standing by the bed, along with Kakashi, who was directly sleeping in his bed. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Was it really okay for the other party to be so relaxed? Hearing the noise, Yudo suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, yawning. You guys chatted so quickly? He thought he could sleep a bit longer. However, it would be better to wait until they returned to Konoha without any interruptions and have a good sleep. Uchiha Sasuke was staring intently at Uchiha Itachi. His feelings were extremely complicated. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Itachi, none of this should have happened. He couldn't articulate why, but the other party's attitude felt very wrong to him. I will take you back to Konoha first. Naruto exclaimed loudly. Aren't we supposed to find someone? Besides, you just let that Akatsuki guy go. Uzumaki Naruto was completely out of sync. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had already used the body flicker technique to leave the inn. Hoshigaki Kisame was leisurely gazing at the sky under a big tree outside the inn. Mr. Itachi, has the matter been resolved? Itachi replied. I will return to Konoha, and you can go do what you want. No need to stay in Akatsuki. Hoshigaki Kisame shrugged, revealing a self-deprecating smile. There's no place for me in the ninja world. Why not take me to Konoha with you? He had defected from the Mist Village to join Akatsuki because he once believed in Uchiha Madara's words. But now he understood. The Moon Eye plan was just a lie. It couldn't be realized at all. He wouldn't assist Akatsuki anymore, but he couldn't return to the Mist Village either. Where could a rogue ninja like him go? All right. This response was within Itachi's expectations, and he didn't ask more. He silently took the lead. Inside the inn, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya. I need an explanation, Uchiha Sasuke said through gritted teeth. Even though the person in front of him was one of the legendary three, he couldn't tolerate this person letting Uchiha Itachi go in front of him. With your current strength, you can't beat him. Jiraiya saw the hatred in Sasuke's eyes and couldn't help but frown slightly. This hatred was too intense. No wonder Orochimaru had his eyes on Sasuke. Such children were always the easiest to manipulate. I know. So what? Chapter 158, Kakashi and Kakashi. Jiraiya didn't think he had a good temper and directly acted. With a chop of his hand, he knocked Sasuke unconscious. Sasuke. Naruto immediately worriedly stepped forward to catch the unconscious Sasuke. Pervert Sage, what are you doing? Naruto glared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya blew on the hand he had just used to knock Sasuke out, looking helpless. I know you're worried about Sasuke, but does he look like someone who can listen to reason right now? Since you're so worried about him, just carry him back to Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto pouted, feeling that Jiraiya was making trouble for him. It would be better to let Sasuke walk back by himself. Although he grumbled, he honestly picked Sasuke up. The two returned to Konoha. They hadn't left Konoha far, and in no time, they arrived at Konoha's main gate. Naruto finally couldn't hold it in anymore and turned around. Why are you following us? Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Akatsuki members? Lu Dong tilted his head and said, Why do you think that? I'm a ninja from Konoha, and my headband is right here. As he spoke, he pointed to the headband strapped to his waist. This thing really did not conform to his aesthetic as a Huaxia person. However, it was a symbol of identity, so he had no choice but to wear it at his waist. Then why are you with the Akatsuki organization? Moreover, you look so much like Kakashi-sensei. You're even called Hatake Kakadong. Are you really not brothers? Lu Dong thought for a moment and said, Strictly speaking, we should be considered the same person. The same person? With Naruto's understanding, he couldn't comprehend this statement. Instead, Jiraiya had already had his suspicions in his heart. You don't belong here, do you? Lu Dong was slightly surprised and thought to himself, as expected of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He could indeed see the difference in him. He recalled a certain scene from an incombustible material where Jiraiya also saw through Sasuke's identity. You shouldn't be here. This is our world, Jiraiya said with a hint of displeasure. Regardless, this world belonged to them. It shouldn't be dictated by outsiders, right? Sensing Jiraiya's hostility, Lu Dong smiled and replied, I naturally have my own thoughts. I don't need you to interfere. In front of Jiraiya, who belonged to this world, he spoke without reservation. Naruto looked at the two of them with a confused expression as they exchanged a bunch of cryptic words. At that moment, someone noticed the situation and rushed over. Lord Jiraiya, what's going on? They had also heard about Kakashi's serious injury and saw that Sasuke had fainted. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened. By the way, where's Kakashi? I want to check on that guy. Lu Dong stepped forward and asked, So, does that mean Kakashi is also a version of myself in this world? He felt a bit curious about himself. Kakashi-senpai. The Jounin was momentarily taken aback by Lu Dong's words. Wasn't Kakashi-senpai severely injured and unconscious? He is not Kakashi-sensei. This person is called Kakashi-dong. Naruto spoke as casually as ever, especially when facing this unidentified individual. He had an even worse tone. The Jounin was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to do. Lu Dong clicked his tongue and confidently walked through the gate of Konoha. The barrier of Konoha had no effect on him at all. He was actually able to enter the barrier. Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. It seemed that this Kakato was indeed difficult to handle. They were clearly the same person, yet their auras were completely different. Lu Dong followed the chakra's aura and found Kakashi's room. He pushed the door open and saw Kakashi frowning, seemingly caught in pain. Yaoyorozu immediately began to analyze him. The analysis is in progress. Ding. Analysis complete. Kakashi, lying on the bed, couldn't help but groan and slowly open his eyes. Then he saw a face that looked exactly like his own. This headache feeling. And this face that looks just like mine, I must still be in an illusion. Saying this, he tried to close his eyes. It's not an illusion. I pulled you out of the illusion. Lu Dong raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Kakashi. Upon hearing this, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Lu Dong in front of him. Then he blinked in disbelief and rubbed his eyes. It must be an illusion. He remembered that his father only had one child. Even if his father had a bad reputation in the past and had illegitimate children outside, it was impossible for them to look exactly like him. After saying this, he fell back down again. Lu Dong sighed, although it was indeed a bit hard to believe. He reached out and pinched Kakashi's arm. The pain spread upwards. Kakashi opened his eyes again. The pain was genuine, but with Uchiha Itachi's eye technique, it could indeed reach this level. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A concerned and anxious voice sounded. Kakashi-sensei. The voice was filled with sobs and cries. When the door was pushed open, Haruno Sakura was stunned. What is going on? How can there be two Kakashis? Oh, it's Sakura, Kakashi instinctively said. But in the next second, he realized something was wrong. No, there was no Sakura in his illusion. This should be the real world. But what was going on with this person who looked exactly like him? He wanted to reach for the kunai at his waist, only to remember that he had been sent back as a patient, and all his weapons had been removed. Simply put, I am you, just from another world. We have mastered some space-time techniques, which is why I can appear here. This explanation left both Kakashi and Haruno Sakura dumbfounded. Sakura's irritable second personality also emerged, starting to complain. Another world, Kakashi-sensei. What kind of joke is this? This is too magical. Kakashi couldn't help but rub his messy white hair. So you come from another world? Yes. Lu Dong nodded. He was glad that Kakashi could understand him. Well, although I don't quite understand. It seems that this reason is the most plausible given the current situation. Kakashi's dead fish eyes rarely widened a bit. Sakura Haruno couldn't help but walk around Lu Dong several times, as if she were looking at some rare species. It's clear that the Kakashi-sensei from another world has much better taste than the one I know, Sakura Haruno commented. Chapter 159, as expected, the mask is the true form. Kakashi-sensei, do you want to try a hairstyle like this? Sakura looked at Kakashi Dong in front of her. Perhaps the resemblance to Kakashi lowered her guard, so she had no defenses against Kakashi Dong. I think you from another world are a bit more handsome. Well, doesn't sensei look handsome now? Kakashi looked at the person in front of him and noticed that he didn't have the same wild hair. Instead, it fell smoothly and was neatly trimmed. Both of his eyes were exposed, but he still wore the mask. His gaze inevitably fell on the eyes of his counterpart from another world, which did not have Obito's sharingan. Kakashi wanted to ask if his counterpart in that world was strong enough to save Obito, but he hesitated. He was afraid the answer would be that he still couldn't save him. However, at that moment, Sakura Haruno asked for him. Hey, the Kakashi from another world, doesn't he have a sharingan? Then what nickname do people give Kakashi-sensei in that world? At this point, Sakura Haruno was still unaware of the origin of Kakashi's sharingan. She was simply curious and asked the question. Lu Dong thought for a moment. He really hadn't paid attention to that. The White Fang of the Leaf. It seemed like that was the name. He felt like he had heard someone mention it before. His father was the White Fang of the Leaf, and he was the most capable assistant of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Generally, secret missions would be entrusted to him. Minato would also use him to eliminate unfavorable factors against the Leaf Village, similar to how he dealt with the Hyuga clan. That's how he got such a nickname, as people believe Lu Dong was Minato's unstoppable blade. Wow, this title is way cooler than Copy Ninja Kakashi. Sakura suddenly had starry eyes. Then she shot a look of disappointment at Kakashi, as if to say, Kakashi-sensei, it seems you lose out to another world-esque Kakashi in terms of aesthetics, strength, and title. Kakashi was momentarily speechless and could only let out a slight sigh. He wouldn't argue with Sakura over such things. However, the title Copy Ninja Kakashi represented not just strength, but also the longing for friends, didn't it? Lu Dong looked at the sharingan in Kakashi's eye that was not covered by the forehead protector. As an outsider, he understood all too well what this sharingan meant for Kakashi. Hearing this response, Kakashi was taken aback for a moment. Then he lowered his gaze, and the image of Obito appeared in his mind. Yes, this is Obito's eye, and he would use this eye to see the world that Obito never got to see. That's right, my name is Kakashi Dong. Lu Dong glanced at Haruno Sakura and said, this way, when the other party refers to the two of us, there won't be any confusion. Teachers, I want to know, does your father have any obsession with the other side? Haruno Sakura tugged at the corner of her mouth, feeling powerless to comment on their names. She even imagined two other versions of Teacher Kakashi in her mind, introducing themselves as Kakashi South and Kakashi North. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This is really too funny. Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, looked at his only female student with a hint of indulgence. She was probably the one who gave him the least trouble. After laughing for a while, Haruno Sakura finally wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. So, Teacher Kakashi, are you okay for now? Or do you feel unwell anywhere? Haruno Sakura finally remembered that she was here to take care of Teacher Kakashi. Kakashi stretched his arm, not knowing what the other version of himself had done to him. He felt no aftereffects and was back to normal. I'm fine now, Sakura. You should head back soon, Kakashi said with a smile. Haruno Sakura nodded, relieved that the teacher was okay, but she couldn't help but bite her lip. She had also heard about Uchiha Itachi returning to Konoha. Although she wasn't very clear on the details of the Uchiha clan's massacre, she had heard a bit about it. This matter cannot let Sasuke know, otherwise it will definitely cause a big mess. Hitaki Kakashi said seriously, making sure Haruno Sakura would not leak any information. From what he knew of Sasuke, if he found out about this, he would absolutely rush in recklessly to seek revenge for the Uchiha clan. It's too late. That guy Sasuke has already met with Uchiha Itachi at the inn. Lu Dong, seeing his earnestness, couldn't help but tell him the fact that Sasuke had already met Itachi. What? Kakashi and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Kakashi-sensei, is there anything wrong with Sasuke? Sakura became anxious upon hearing that the boy she liked was in danger. It's fine, he was knocked out by Jiraiya and brought back. He should be lying in the Konoha hospital now. Hearing this, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then she glanced at Kakashi-sensei, who nodded in response. After hurriedly thanking Kakashi, Sakura left his room and rushed towards the Konoha hospital. Kakashi lifted the blanket and got out of bed. He put on his usual clothes piece by piece, returning to his usual appearance and state. Since he knows so clearly, you must have been on site at that time. A sharp light shone in Kakashi's dead fish eyes. Clearly, he was not as easy to fool as Sakura. You are wearing the Leaf Village headband. I know myself well. I wouldn't do anything detrimental to Konoha. So, what exactly is your purpose for coming to this world? Kakashi's words made Lu Dong smile knowingly. Such strength is what makes Kakashi worthy. If Kakashi were too weak, he, wearing Kakashi's appearance, would feel very embarrassed. You can call me the savior. Lu Dong smiled slightly and found a chair to sit down in the room. He leaned back with his legs crossed, spreading his hands, exuding an air of arrogance. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell that the other party was not joking. What does it mean? Such arrogant and reckless words were not something he could say. You and your friends are all a joke. Kakashi's kunai was immediately pressed against the opponent's neck. His breath was hot and rapid. You can laugh at me, but I will never allow anyone to insult Obito and Rin. Lu Dong scoffed and shared a fact with you. The Sharingan cannot be upgraded after it has separated from its original body and the original owner has died. So, when the words Chapter 160, the Elder Council's conspiracy were spoken, Lu Dong felt the kunai pressed against his neck tremble slightly. This indicated that Kakashi's heart was already wavering. What do you mean? Kakashi felt his voice quiver, but the truth that he could think of was simply unbelievable. You've already guessed it, haven't you? Lu Dong shrugged and pushed his kunai away with his hand. Just as you thought, Uchiha Obito is still alive. This name, along with the last three words of the other party, struck him like a bolt from the blue. Clang! The kunai in Kakashi's hand fell to the ground. He couldn't help but reach up to touch his Sharingan. If what his counterpart from another world said was true, then Obito was not dead. But why hadn't he returned to Konoha? Where could he possibly be? Kakashi suddenly raised his head, wanting an answer. If you're asking why Obito hasn't come back to find you, the answer is, he witnessed Rin collide with your Raikiri, didn't he? At this point, even Lu Dong, who usually had a god's eye view and considered himself an outsider, felt that this fact was too cruel for Kakashi. After hearing these words, Kakashi's mind exploded. The scene of Rin dying at his hands was vivid and could not be shaken off. He trembled as he extended his hands, feeling as if the blood on them could never be wiped away. Then, thinking about Obito witnessing that scene, he couldn't hold back as a wave of nausea washed over him, making him retch. Ugh! Lu Dong sighed and stepped forward to pat his back. It was clear that Kakashi was showing obvious symptoms of PTSD. Although it would gradually fade over time, any new stimulus could trigger a relapse. This is a condition many veterans who have been on the battlefield suffer from. Kakashi stumbled to the water cup on the table and gulped down several large mouthfuls of water before feeling a bit better. However, the discomfort in his abdomen continued to churn. Obito must be disappointed in me, he thought. Not only had he failed to save Obito, but he also hadn't been able to protect Rin. I just realized, your eyes. Does that mean the me from another world saved Obito? Kakashi looked at Lu Dong's detached expression, which didn't resemble someone who had shared the same experience. I guess so, Lu Dong nodded. After all, he had also retrieved the still untainted Obito from Madara Uchiha. That's great, Kakashi said with a smile. At least one version of me was able to save Obito. However, this smile seemed more like a cry to Lu Dong. Don't frown so much. Lu Dong patted him on the shoulder. What do you think I'm here for? I'm here to help you turn this tragedy around. After hearing this, Kakashi's eyes sparked with a glimmer of hope. Is there still a chance to change things? Of course. Lu Dong nodded and said, you should have a bit of confidence in yourself. No matter what, since we are both under Kakashi, we will still help you. Kakashi immediately nodded and regained his fighting spirit. I want to know where Obito is right now. Lu Dong also poured himself a cup of tea, intending to tell him the whole story. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade's assistant, Kamachi, said sternly, what? You want to make this public? Absolutely not. Jiraiya faced the Elder Council members without changing his expression, still insisting on his own opinion. Jiraiya, are you questioning the decisions of the Elder Council and your mentor? Mito Gates Flame said angrily to Jiraiya. Jiraiya secretly clenched his fists, becoming even more certain that the Elder Council was unnecessary. Yes, I am questioning, Jiraiya said boldly, without a hint of cowardice. The third Hokage is indeed my mentor, but that does not mean everything he does is right. At least in this matter concerning the Uchiha. Konoha is wrong. Beside him, Shimura Danzo squinted and said, this is the village governance policy left by Lord Hashirama Senju. I don't think you, who have been away from Konoha for so long and are unfamiliar with the situation, have the right to speak against this. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh in anger. It was the Elder Council who asked me to succeed the Hokage position. So if you can appoint someone who is unfamiliar with Konoha's situation as Hokage, does that make it justified? Kamachi and Mito Gate's flame fell silent. But this cannot be mixed together. Even if you want to speak for the Uchiha clan, it shouldn't be now. Mito Gate's flame pushed up his glasses, intending to use words to delay Jiraiya's actions and thoughts. Currently, Konoha has no Hokage, and other villages are eyeing us. The village is also in turmoil. At least wait until we find Tsunade to succeed the Hokage before announcing this matter. After this statement, both Shimura Danzo and Kamachi nodded. Mito makes a point. This is not the time to discuss this. Jiraiya took a deep breath, gradually relaxing his grip. He indeed could not ignore the innocent people within the village. The village was currently in turmoil, and even the repairs had not been completed. He slowly exhaled the breath he had just held. All right, I can wait a little longer. But once I find Tsunade to succeed the Hokage position, this matter must be the first thing to do. Kamachi nodded. We can assure you. After receiving this assurance, Jiraiya left the Elder Council's office and went out of the village to explain the situation to Uchiha Itachi. Seeing him leave, Kamachi sighed. Uchiha Itachi made an agreement with us. If we take care of Sasuke, he would ensure the peace of Konoha and monitor the Akatsuki organization for us. Now, he has unilaterally torn up the agreement. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What my teacher said is indeed correct. The Uchiha need to be closely monitored. But it can't be said that way. Mito Gate's flame pushed up his glasses and said something reasonable. With today's situation, this agreement can be considered void. It is not impossible for him to seek justice for Konoha. Danzo still remembered the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit and was naturally unwilling to clear their name. If he investigated further, all the things he had done in secret might be uncovered. He immediately retorted, the Uchiha clan's intention to rebel is a great crime. What do we owe them? Chapter 161. Only those recognized can become Hokage. In any case, the most important thing right now is to rebuild Konoha. Kamachi sighed. Let's delay this matter for as long as we can. Mito Gate's flame nodded in agreement with Kamachi's words. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo's eyes glinted with calculation. Since Uchiha Itachi is unwilling to uphold the agreement and obediently act as a pawn to monitor the Akatsuki organization, then he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Not far from Konoha village, in a small town, Uchiha Itachi was in a dessert shop, enjoying today's desserts. Mr. Itachi, you've eaten so many desserts. Will you still have room for lunch later? Kisame Hashigaki raised an eyebrow at the 3 desserts in front of Itachi. He knew that Itachi liked desserts, but he didn't expect it to reach this level. Has he temporarily put aside his burdens, so he has become particularly hungry for sweets? Sure, Uchiha Itachi replied, looking somewhat puzzled at Kisame. He wasn't sure why Kisame would ask that. Kisame fell silent. It seems that for the Uchiha clan, meals and desserts don't share the same appetite. At that moment, Naruto lifted the curtain of the shop and entered with a bang. Itachi and Kisame's Akatsuki cloaks were so eye-catching that they were noticed immediately. Naruto rushed over, angrily staring at Uchiha Itachi. Although he wasn't very clear on why the pervy sage didn't bring Itachi back to Konoha, he still couldn't forgive this person for putting Sasuke in pain. You better not hurt Sasuke. I will definitely take revenge for him. This bold declaration made Itachi finally put down his spoon and look Naruto up and down. Before this, he only knew this guy was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and didn't know much else. However, looking at the adult Sasuke and Naruto who had crossed over from another world, the two seemed to have a very good relationship. Why? Uchiha Itachi asked indifferently. He's just on the same team as you. Naruto pouted and tilted his head to look at Itachi. I say, you're a pretty strange brother. Sasuke is my friend. Of course, I want to help him. I will never abandon my friends. Whatever Sasuke wants to do, I will help him. At this moment, Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, signaling him to stop talking. Only then did Naruto shut his mouth and sit down in a nearby position. Hearing the boy's passionate words, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned. He was pleased that his younger brother had such a friend. However, he did not agree with Naruto's last statement. Perhaps when your position is still that of a friend, you will help him. But what if he stands on the opposite side of you? Such words should not be spoken lightly. Their weight is too heavy. Itachi looked into Naruto's clear blue eyes, reminiscent of the 4th Hokage. During the time when Minato Namikaze was in office, he had also mediated the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. He had once made promises, but later, Minato left this world first. After that, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha became tense again, ultimately leading to this situation. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Naruto rested his fingers on his chin, deep in thought, but still didn't understand what the other person meant. Ha! Who would have thought that this little brat would actually become Hokage in the future? I'm really worried about the future of Konoha. Kisame Hashigaki looked at Naruto and found it hard to connect this childish version of Naruto with the adult one. From his perspective, a clueless kid like this would lead Konoha in the future, and Konoha was truly in danger. However, he was also unsure of what would happen in the future. He could only hope that more hardships would fall upon him, so he could understand the weight of that position. Kisame took a sip of tea and said so. Naruto quickly blinked, looked at Kisame, processing what he had just heard. Then, in disbelief and with a hint of pride, he asked, "You mean, I really become Hokage in the future?" Jiraiya was also taken aback. They could actually know about future events. And that Kakashi from another world. What exactly were they? What else did they know? Yes, little brat. Kisame couldn't help but smile at Naruto's smug expression. You're the 7th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately began to dance with joy. As expected of me. Did you hear that, pervy sage? I really became Hokage. Naruto tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve. Jiraiya looked down and smiled with satisfaction. He had never doubted Naruto's potential. Hearing such a future from them didn't surprise him at all. When the time comes, I must have the pervy sage in the front row to watch my inauguration ceremony, Naruto said, patting his chest with a gleaming gaze. And once I become Hokage, everyone will like me, right? He suddenly recalled the original reason he wanted to become Hokage. In his mind, he envisioned everyone smiling at him after he became Hokage. It was simply too wonderful. Itachi Uchiha, upon hearing this, couldn't help but close his eyes slightly and sighed. You're wrong. It's not the person who becomes Hokage that is recognized by everyone, but rather, it is the one who is recognized by everyone that can become Hokage. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Itachi's thoughts. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan, his perspective was indeed broad. He had his own understanding of Konoha and Hokage, not blindly following. But even such a genius had things he couldn't see through, just like his own past confusion. That sounds quite reasonable. Naruto widened his eyes. It was the first time he had heard such profound and thought-provoking words. I will work hard to make everyone in the village like me. After pondering for a while, he confidently said. It was a youthful sentiment that the other 3 present no longer possessed. Although it sounded somewhat ridiculous, it was also precious. While your speech is passionate, it doesn't convince me. I still don't believe you can always stand side by side with Sasuke. Itachi picked up his dessert spoon again, expressing his disbelief. Why? Naruto's eyes widened, not understanding why Itachi was worried about Sasuke. Wasn't he Sasuke's enemy? There's no reason, Jiraiya said with a smile, reaching out to pat Naruto on the head. It just takes time. Time will change many things. What was once steadfast can also change. Chapter 162. Entering the village openly. But I want to change, Naruto said without thinking. Jiraiya could only smile bitterly, as if recalling an old friend. Don't speak too confidently, Naruto. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Itachi. I've already made my case, but they insist on waiting for me to bring Tsunade back to the position of Hokage before they are willing to announce this matter. Sorry, Kisame chuckled. It seems that in your heart, Konoha is still more important. Faced with this slightly sarcastic remark, Jiraiya did not refute. I won't deny it. Konoha is more important to my heart. Itachi raised his hand, signaling Kisame not to say more. That's fine. Then I will wait for Lord Jiraiya to bring back Lady Tsunade. He had borne this hatred and infamy for a long time. There was no need to rush. During this time, do you want to return to Konoha? I want to go back and take a look, just to visit, not to stay. Itachi said. After so many years, he had long gotten used to being without parents and having no one to confide in. But after experiencing the warmth of parents in another world, it was truly unbearable to continue to endure, even if it was just to say something to his parents' tombstone or the empty Uchiha clan grounds. It could help calm his heart a little. All right, Jiraiya nodded. I will take this kid and set off right away. We're leaving just like that? Naruto pouted, still a bit confused about what was happening. But he could sense that Itachi and Uncle Shark had no hostility towards Konoha. Time waits for no one. Let's go. With that, Jiraiya stood up, pulling Naruto along as they embarked on the journey to find Tsunade. Meanwhile, Itachi, after finishing the last bite of dessert, slowly stood up and walked toward the Konoha gate. Kisame followed silently behind him, carrying his sword. It wasn't until Itachi stood in front of the Konoha gate that he felt a sense of realization. He did not wear a straw hat nor hide his identity. Walking in through the main gate, immediately, several ninjas appeared around him from all directions, surrounding him. Traitor Uchiha Itachi, you severely injured Kakashi. What are you doing back now? Guy and Sakura rushed over, and even other elite jonin from Konoha were on their way. Although I know you don't trust us, we don't want to fight. Kisame's gaze fell on the blue beast of Konoha. We have no reason to trust you. Sakura immediately replied. Let them in. They won't attack Konoha. A voice they were all too familiar with came through. Upon hearing this voice, Guy immediately turned around. Kakashi, you're all right? He then froze in place. Am I under Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu? Why'd I see two Kakashis? Well, that's a long story. His name is Kakashi East. You could just think of him as my long-lost brother. Since this situation wasn't suitable for explanations, he used the most fitting excuse to brush it off. Long-lost brother? Guy stared blankly at the two. Sakura beside him also felt that this was too absurd. Lu Dong walked up to Uchiha Itachi, put his hands on his hips, and sighed, saying, You two have to go through the front door, right? Clearly, you're looking for trouble for me. Coming in from the front. The whole Konoha will know. After this, won't it be me who has to explain all this? Kai and Hong noticed that Kakashi was speaking to Itachi in a very familiar tone, which made them more alert. If there was one more enemy, the destruction of Konoha would probably reach a new level. Since they had already vented their anger, they naturally had to go through the front door. Dried persimmon Zabuza smiled, looking at the circle of vigilant ninjas around them. At this moment, a masked Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in the center of the crowd, stretching out his hand to separate both sides. Please do not make a move. The Elders' Council means to let Uchiha Itachi into the village. No one is allowed to act on their own. This statement immediately shocked all the ninjas present. Uchiha Itachi had wiped out the Uchiha clan overnight, such a terrifying ninja, and they were actually told not to act against him. They even let him into the village. Were the elders of the council getting old? Such an order could actually be issued. The ninjas began to discuss among themselves. Even Kai and Hong exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. On the other hand, Kakashi had learned quite a bit of information from Lu Dong and didn't have any particular feelings about it. Since it was the order of the Elders' Council, everyone should disperse. Kakashi stepped forward to signal them to obey the order and not to crowd around. Kai leaned closer to his old friend and whispered, Itachi just seriously injured you. How could he be trusted? Kakashi also whispered, I know, but help me first, and I will explain later. Kai looked at Kakashi meaningfully and ultimately chose to trust him. At this moment, the Umbu ninja continued. This matter is guaranteed by Jiraiya-sama. So please trust Jiraiya-sama. With Jiraiya's name and the attitudes of Kakashi and others added, the remaining ninjas finally dispersed in a state of half-belief. I hope you won't let Jiraiya-sama down, Kai said with a distrustful look as they passed by him. Uchiha Itachi did not respond and continued on his way toward the Uchiha residence. At this moment, Sasuke, who had been knocked out by Jiraiya, suddenly woke up, breathing rapidly as if he had a nightmare. Haruno Sakura, seeing that Sasuke had woken up, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Haruno Sakura patted her chest to calm herself down. Uchiha Sasuke, now awake, finally remembered what had happened. He grabbed Haruno Sakura's wrist and asked excitedly, Where's that guy Itachi? Where are Jiraiya and Naruto? He had finally gotten the chance to meet Uchiha Itachi. He absolutely couldn't let him get away. Haruno Sakura winced in pain. Sasuke-kun, you're grabbing too hard. Naruto and Jiraiya-sama have already left the village to find Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary three. As for Uchiha Itachi, he's in the village now. When Sasuke heard the last sentence, he was stunned. He breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Haruno Sakura's wrist. Sakura couldn't help but blow on her wrist, which had turned a bit red due to his grip, indicating how strong he was. Chapter 163 ended. Uchiha Itachi walked on the road from Konoha to the Uchiha clan's land, his thoughts drifting. The scene before him seemingly returning to the night of the Uchiha massacre. Dried persimmon Zabuza silently followed behind him, saying nothing. Although the scenery before them was slightly different from the other world they had been in, he knew that Uchiha Itachi was headed to a place he needed to go. Even though Root was following them from behind, he couldn't bear to disturb Uchiha Itachi. Similarly, he could sense someone following them, and Itachi couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Since Mr. Itachi had not said anything, let them follow along. If they wanted to harm Mr. Itachi, then, Zabuza thought to himself, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his grayish-white eyes. For him, Konoha was not as important as a single hair of Uchiha Itachi. At Konoha Ninja Hospital, after Uchiha Sasuke learned from Haruno Sakura that Uchiha Itachi was in the village, he seemed to think of something. He jumped off the hospital bed and rushed toward the hospital's main door, running toward the Uchiha clan's land. This was the only place he could think of where Uchiha Itachi would go. Watching Sasuke rush out of the ward in a hurry, Haruno Sakura afraid that Sasuke would disappear from her world again, anxiously followed behind him, constantly shouting for Sasuke to wait for her. But Sasuke was completely focused on his questions for Uchiha Itachi, ignoring Sakura's calls. Itachi, why did you massacre the Uchiha clan? How could you even do that to father and mother? And why did you leave me behind? Am I really as worthless as you said? You damned demon. What is the feigned sorrow on your face for? Uchiha Sasuke's heart was filled with hatred and questions for Uchiha Itachi. When he arrived at the Uchiha clan's land, he found Uchiha Itachi standing in front of the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, with dried persimmon Zabuza standing beside him. Itachi, what was in the scroll you gave to Jiraiya? Answer me. His voice echoed with a roar from behind. Itachi turned around to look at Sasuke, his brother whom he had shaped with his own hands, now filled with hatred toward him, and for a moment he was somewhat at a loss for words, the sadness in his brow resurfacing. Coincidentally, Haruno Sakura, who was chasing behind, also saw this scene. She said nothing, just quietly watching the two brothers before her. Under Sasuke's aggressive gaze, Uchiha Itachi recalled Lu Dong's earlier words. After a moment of silence, a trace of reluctance flashed across his face, but he still walked up to Sasuke and handed him the secret scroll of the third Hokage. Uchiha Itachi's action made Sasuke feel as if he was facing a great enemy, thinking that Itachi was about to attack him, causing him to become tense all over. All the explanations you want are in this scroll, and it also contains the truth about the Uchiha clan's destruction. When Itachi handed the scroll to Sasuke, he seemed to feel a bit relieved, and the sadness on his face softened slightly. The Root team, which had received the order from Danzo to monitor Uchiha Itachi, was just about to make a move when Itachi handed the scroll to Sasuke, but Lu Dong's voice rang behind them. I can't let you ruin this reunion and reconciliation between brothers. The members of the Root team broke out in a cold sweat, realizing they couldn't detect how Lu Dong had found them and appear behind them. Just as they were about to deal with the trouble in front of them, they suddenly noticed the scenery around them changing. Lu Dong has trapped them in an illusion, and his illusion is not so easily dispelled. It seems that Danzo is still unwilling to give up. He is still fixated on the sharingan of these two brothers. Danzo, you have narrowed your own path. Lu Dong thought to himself that he would eventually resolve the issue with Danzo, exposing all the things he had done in secret. In front of the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, Sasuke, having learned the truth, looked at Itachi in disbelief. His expression changed dramatically, and the shocking information on the scroll made him question his life, leaving him momentarily stunned and dazed. Sasuke's reaction was completely within Itachi's expectations. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against Sasuke's, gently stroking the back of Sasuke's head with his right hand. I have already told you the explanation and the truth you wanted. I didn't tell you earlier because I was afraid you would get involved. Now that you know the truth, no matter what choice you make, I will be by your side, even if you never forgive me. I will respect your thoughts. I will always love you, Sasuke. 6 months after Sasuke learned the truth, Konoha was rebuilt and regained its former vitality. During the reconstruction, Tsunade successfully became the 5th Hokage of Konoha at Jiraiya's recommendation. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre was made public after Tsunade became Hokage. The citizens, upon learning the truth, could hardly believe that the Konoha higher-ups would make such a decision, and at the same time, the things Danzo had done in secret were also revealed. Trust in the entire Konoha village, its higher-ups, and the newly appointed Hokage plummeted to an all-time low. Similarly, the entire ninja world condemned Konoha, but thanks to Tsunade's presence, the village did not face the worst situation. Tsunade, as the new Hokage, implemented a series of reforms to alleviate the public's grievances. She revoked the powers of the Elder Council, disabled Danzo's right arm that had been implanted with the first Hokage's cells, and sent him to prison. The Root organization would only be accountable to the Hokage, with Kakashi Hitaki temporarily assuming the position of Root leader. Moreover, in the name of Konoha, she compensated Itachi and Sasuke, while also retracting their status as rogue ninjas. Tsunade's series of actions ultimately calmed the public's anger. During this 6-month period, Lu Dong completed the tasks of the dog system and received the rewards. He also allowed Scorpion to meet his parents in another world, letting him feel a long-lost warmth. Furthermore, with Lu Dong's divine assistance, Jiraiya successfully pursued Tsunade. It must be said that this matter also compensated for his regrets. According to the agreement with his predecessor, the matter had been resolved, and Shirsue's Kodoeme Tsukumi belonged to his predecessor. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi no longer wore his usual mask and said, Lu Dong did not refuse pretentiously, but accepted Shirsue's eyes under Itachi's gaze. Upon seeing him accept them, Itachi revealed a long-lost smile. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. If it weren't for you, perhaps Sasuke and I would never have reconciled. It seems you are about to leave. Won't you stay in Konoha for a few more days? Uchiha Itachi looked at Lu Dong, his eyes filled with a sense of retention. Lu Dong nodded at Itachi's words and said, "If fate allows, we will meet again someday." After finishing, he used space-time ninjutsu to disappear before Itachi's eyes. Synopsis. By accident, Lu Dong crossed over to the world of Naruto and obtained a system that can be considered a cheating artifact, with an additional point allocation function that is simply too enjoyable. However, before he had time to feel excited, he witnessed Uchiha Obito gouging out his sharingan with his own eyes. The scene was simply too brutal.